transcending into the enchanting world of Pokémon, I find myself abruptly severed from my romantic ties. 30 years of fortune in the east, 30 years of misfortune in the west. If parting is inevitable, so be it. I am in haste to rescue the goddess. Chapter 1. If parting is inevitable, so be it. I am in haste to rescue the goddess. In the Sinnoh region, in the town of Yuan. Look at this fellow. He seems akin to a dog. Amidst the surrounding murmurs, Lin Dong slowly opened his bleary eyes and rose from the ground. "Oh, you're awake. I thought you had perished," said a boy with a flashy hairstyle, his voice dripping with disdain. "I am off to Professor Yashiro's laboratory to claim my first Pokémon. As for you, a loser like yourself, you might as well resign to being a bug catcher. I shall take good care of Xiao Man." Lin Dong took a moment to comprehend the situation. The boy before him was named Yi Hao, and the pure-looking, sweet-voiced girl he was embracing was Xiao Man, the childhood sweetheart of his former self. In a moment of despair, the previous incarnation succumbed to a fit of rage and met his untimely demise. Meanwhile, I, who was joyfully indulging in anime at home, was struck by a bolt of lightning and transported to this Pokémon world, inhabiting the body of another Lin Dong. At this moment, Lin Dong found himself at a loss for words, resorting instead to a classic phrase: 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not belittle the youth in their poverty. Yi Hao appeared somewhat irked, while Xiao Man gently urged, "All right, young Master Xiao Hao, let us not waste more words with him. If we do not hurry to the laboratory, the Pokémon may be snatched away." Subsequently, Xiao Man leaned in closer and whispered, in a voice audible only to the three of them, "He has yet to lay a hand on me. Once you acquire your desired Pokémon, I shall celebrate with you tonight." "Ha! You are quite right. Let us disregard this loser." Yi Hao laughed heartily, waving his hand as he embraced Xiao Man and entered a luxurious sedan. "My dear girlfriends, we are off." Indeed, Yi Hao did not possess Xiao Man as a sole girlfriend. His entourage of girlfriends filled 2 entire vehicles, which drove away accompanied by their cheers. "Go, young Master Xiao Hao, you are the best." This fellow's demeanor bore a slight resemblance to the initial character of the original series, but his character was profoundly lacking. By the way, did he just mention a visit to Professor Yashiro's laboratory today? Lin Dong suddenly had a realization and dashed back home, retrieving an old bicycle and pedaling furiously towards Masago Town. Of course, hailing from a humble family, he did not possess the qualifications to claim one of the starter Pokémon. However, he had a far more crucial task at hand. Just as he was mocked by Yi Hao, his standard system for traversers activated. Newbie task issued. Rescue Xiao Guang from the clutches of an Ariados. The one who was green and had been dumped was the previous incarnation. What relevance did that hold for Lin Dong? Those 2 veiled hats nearly delayed him in rescuing the goddess. The bicycle creaked and groaned under the strain, the chain sparking as it rubbed against itself, while the chipped paint of the frame glided through the forest like a specter. Xiao Guang was undoubtedly the female lead he adored in his previous life, and Lin Dong resolved to seize this opportunity. This would not be in vain. System: is this world entirely consistent with the original series? Merging with the original occupants' memories, Lin Dong discovered that individuals in this world only gained the privilege to train Pokémon at the age of 15, unlike the original series where it was 10. Consequently, Lin Dong was somewhat uncertain about this world. System: not entirely consistent, but the majority of the host's memories may serve as reference. System: a gentle reminder to the host. This world is a reflection of reality. Please exercise caution. Nanny? Startled, Lin Dong lost his balance and failed to notice a small stone on the road. The old bicycle, unable to bear the burden, fell apart, scattering its parts across the ground as Lin Dong was thrown off. Ouch! Lin Dong landed unceremoniously, a wave of intense pain engulfing him. Ding! Given the host's current ineptitude, this system benevolently grants a newbie gift package. Would you like to open it? Lin Dong wished to curse the system for its timing, but after some contemplation, he acquiesced. Open. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the super newbie physique. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the initial Pokémon Pikachu. Congratulations, host, you have received a random Pokémon opportunity *1. Would you like to use it immediately? A warm surge of energy coursed through him, causing Lin Dong to leap to his feet. Indeed, the super newbie physique not only endowed him with exceptional self-healing capabilities, but also vastly improved his physical attributes, ensuring he would not be severely injured even if he fell from a height onto branches. Simultaneously, a Pokeball materialized in his hand, and before he could react, Pikachu sprang forth, landing on his shoulder. Pikachu. Wow, it's really Pikachu. Lin Dong exclaimed with excitement. Hello there, Pikachu. Pika Pika. Contrary to expectations of a haughty demeanor, the Pikachu bestowed by the system appears to diverge significantly from the original depiction of this Pokémon in the series. Perhaps sensing Lin Dong's confusion, the system took the initiative to elucidate. The personality of the Pokémon granted by this system is derived from the host's memories of their past life, with random Pokémon being selected from those deeply etched in the host's recollections. I see, Lin Dong exclaimed with heightened excitement, as his more vivid memories of Pikachu were of the obedient deity that emerged later. Thus, apart from the deity and Meowth from Team Rocket, the other Pokémon that lingered in his memory were predominantly legendary creatures or formidable beings akin to quasi-deities. I shall immediately utilize the random opportunity. The system's voice resonated, and indeed, it did not disappoint Lin Dong. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a Dragonite. Another Pokeball materialized in his hand, filling Lin Dong with elation as he promptly opened it. Come forth, roar. A flash of white light illuminated the space, revealing a robust, over 2 meters tall, entirely orange Dragonite before him. Dragonite, please take me to Verdanturf Town. Roar. The Dragonite nodded and lowered its body, allowing Lin Dong to mount its back. With a gentle flap of its wings, it soared into the skies in the direction indicated by Lin Dong. Meanwhile, within Professor Yamanashi's research facility, a Chimchar had pilfered food from a Pachima, igniting a scuffle between the two Pokémon. During the fray, Pachima's bubble beam inadvertently struck a Murkrow, prompting the latter to unleash a vicious whirlwind. When Xiaowang and Professor Yamanashi arrived, both Chimchar and Pachima had vanished, leaving behind only the staff members who bore expressions of shock and remorse. Observing the situation, Xiaowang willingly volunteered to undertake the mission of retrieving the two Pokémon. However, upon catching up to Pachima, she discovered it ensnared within a large spider's web. Pachima! Xiaowang exclaimed anxiously, rushing forward to rescue it, just as a Ariados appeared, launching a sludge bomb. Ah! Xiaowang leaped back just in time to evade Ariados' assault. Unrelenting, Ariados continued to spit out sludge bombs, all of which Xiaowang narrowly dodged. Gaining experience, Xiaowang suddenly conceived a plan and dashed beneath the web. Pachima, I will rescue you shortly. Have no fear. Ariados unleashed another sludge bomb, prompting Xiaowang to sprint to the side. The sludge bomb detonated upon contact with the web, freeing Pachima from its confines, albeit sending it flying due to the explosive backlash. Xiaowang swiftly moved a couple of steps, catching the descending Pachima. After descending a slope, believing she had escaped the peril, Xiaowang greeted Pachima. I am Xiaowang, and I have officially become a Pokémon trainer today. To her surprise, Pachima was ungrateful, retaliating with a peck attack. Ouch, ouch, ouch. What is your problem? I did that to save you. Pachima disregarded her words, turning its back, only to have its stomach betray it with a loud grumble. Xiaowang retrieved some Pokémon food, preparing to feed Pachima, when suddenly, the leaves above rustled ominously, and an Ariados materialized before them, unleashing a barrage of poison sting. Xiaowang and Pachima shrieked in fright, hastily retreating just in time to avoid the poison sting. On a makeshift giant web, nearly 10 Ariados appeared in succession. Pachima, run! Chapter 2. The Heroic Rescue. A cliché yet effective tale. Xiaowang, aware of his inability to confront the adversary, hastily fled with his companion, Bojiman. However, Ariados was swifter, unleashing a web that obstructed Xiaowang's escape route. Bojiman unleashed Bubble Beam. Xiaowang commanded, simultaneously tossing Pokémon food towards Ariados in hopes of buying some time. The Bubble Beam pierced through the web, and just as Xiaowang and Bojiman were on the verge of escape, another Ariados spewed forth a web, ensnaring Xiaowang's foot. Losing his balance, Xiaowang fell to the ground as the Ariados approached menacingly. Realizing he could not evade capture, he urged Bojiman, Bojiman, flee quickly. I'll be fine. But was he truly unscathed? Lin Dong knew well that when one claims to be fine, it is often a signal of dire trouble. The Ariados drew nearer, their fury palpable as some launched poison sting while others unleashed sludge bomb, all aimed at Xiaowang. Unlike a seasoned trainer, a few hits would spell disaster for him. Dragonite. Use water gun. Xiaowang, terrified, shielded his head with his hands, and at that moment, a powerful surge of water obliterated the Ariados' assault, sending nearly 10 of them flying, and severing the web that bound Xiaowang. Ally. The Ariados sensed an overwhelming pressure and, knowing they were outmatched, retreated in trepidation. Still shaken, Xiao Wang turned to see a handsome young man leaping down from a vibrant orange dragon-type Pokémon. Are you all right? Lindong knelt beside him, freeing Xiao Wang from the web as he inquired. Sunlight illuminated Lindong's face, enhancing his gentle features, causing Xiao Wang's cheeks to flush as she softly replied, I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. Lindong pulled Xiao Wang to her feet, taking a moment to scrutinize her appearance. She wore a black V-neck tank top paired with a pink short skirt, a white cap adorned with pink Pokeball patterns, and pink boots, each detail reminiscent of memories from a past life. Yet, in this parallel world, the 15-year-old girl was far more developed than her animated counterpart, her figure exuding grace and elegance. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air, momentarily rendering Lindong speechless. My name is Xiao Wang, a novice trainer. May I know your name? She asked. Lindong snapped back to reality. I am Lindong, also a novice trainer. It's a pleasure to meet you, Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang, eager to express her courtesy, suddenly realized. You're also a novice trainer? She was taken aback, struggling to reconcile the imposing Dragonite beside Lindong with the notion of him being a beginner. Allow me to introduce my partners, Pikachu and Dragonite. Pika, roar. Lindong briefly introduced them before kneeling to examine Bojiman. This Bojiman is your partner, I assent it? You've trained it well. Xiao Wang felt her face heat up again. Well, not yet. Today is my first day as a trainer. As they made their way back to the research institute, Xiao Wang recounted her harrowing experience in detail, while Lindong listened attentively, interjecting with a few probing questions. There was no way to divulge. I, Lindong, the time traveler, know everything about you, including your future. Naturally, the all-knowing Lindong shared some insights at opportune moments, earning Xiao Wang's admiration. In Xiao Wang's eyes, his already impressive figure grew even taller, imbued with an air of mystery that left her both grateful and curious. Curiosity, after all, is often the precursor to entrapment. After a short while, they could see the gates of the Yamanashi Research Institute in the distance. At that moment, a voice echoed in Lindong's mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the novice task. You have earned a chance to acquire a random Pokémon. Would you like to use it immediately? Note: Pokeballs can be directly attached to your belt. This note dispelled any lingering doubts, and unnoticed, a Pokeball appeared on Lindong's belt. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Darkrai. Were it not for Xiao Wang's presence, Lindong would have leapt for joy. The Darkrai that left the deepest impression on him was from the movie, a noble creature that, to protect its home, bore the weight of infamy to warn others of the impending arrival of Palkia. Ultimately, it sacrificed itself to shield the town from the devastating attacks of Dialga and Palkia. How could such a Darkrai not resonate deeply with him? Wait a moment, the legendary Darkrai is actually me? Lost in this bizarre thought, Lindong entered the research institute alongside Xiao Wang, oblivious to the 3 luxurious cars parked outside. Dr. Yamanashi, I've returned with Bojiman. Oh, Xiao Wang, you're back. Thank you immensely. Dr. Yamanashi's stern countenance softened upon seeing Bojiman's return. As for the Chimchar, it had sensed danger and returned on its own, ensuring that the 3 Pokemon meant for novice trainers had not encountered any mishaps. Yet, Lindong spotted 2 familiar faces. It's you. Before Lindong could speak, Yi Hao stepped forward, unable to contain his ire. You dare to chase me here? You truly are a persistent pest. Spotting the Pikachu on Lindong's shoulder intensified his anger. A loser, a lowly person, should remain beneath his heel for life. The thrill of humiliating someone like Lindong was his favorite pastime. To him, Lindong's capture of Pikachu signified a counterattack. Upon noticing Xiao Wang beside Lindong, jealousy flashed in his eyes. Damn it, this girl, more beautiful than any of my girlfriends, dares to associate with this waste. Sickening. Lindong could barely muster the energy to glance at him. Just hours earlier, he had been powerless against Yi Hao, but now, with Pikachu, Dragonite, and Darkrai by his side, Yi Hao was merely a weakling yet to claim even a starter Pokemon. Lindong's sole aspiration had always been Xiao Wang. Lindong, I know you still can't forget me, but we truly belong to different worlds. Xiaoman, perceiving the overwhelming desire in Yi Hao's gaze and fearing for her standing, sauntered over, wrapping her arms around Yi Hao possessively, her softness brushing against his arm. Young Master Xiao Hao is my ideal man. Hey, who are you? Before Lindong could retort, Xiao Wang interjected indignantly. What is your relationship with Lindong? Speaking out of turn here, you're rather presumptuous. Well said. Lindong silently applauded Xiao Wang. And who are you? Please be quiet. Xiaoman was about to retort when Dr. Yamanashi's authoritative voice silenced her. Even someone as arrogant as Yi Hao clenched his fists, refraining from uttering a word. His family was powerful, but even they wouldn't dare to act recklessly on Dr. Yamanashi's turf. Do you know each other? Xiaoguang. Who is this? Dr. Yamanashi inquired. Xiaoguang promptly introduced. Doctor, this is Lindong. Earlier in the woods, Bojiman and I were attacked by a swarm of Eritos. And Lindong saved us. Oh, I see. Thank you very much, Dr. Yamanashi responded. Are you also a trainer? Indeed, Dr. Yamanashi. Like Xiaoguang. I too turned 15 this year and became a trainer. Upon my arrival in Masago Town, I aim to procure my Pokédex and officially register at the Pokemon Center. Lindong replied. You haven't registered yet? Please wait a moment. Dr. Yamane approached the telephone and dialed a number. Chapter 3. Professor Oak and the Bulbasaur. Once the call connected, a kind-hearted elderly gentleman with a warm smile appeared on the screen. Hello, this is Professor Oak's laboratory. Oak. It's been quite a while, Dr. Yamane said, maintaining a serious demeanor. However, Professor Oak was well aware of his senior's character, despite his stern appearance. He was a person with a genuine affection for Pokemon. Ah, Dr. Yamane. It truly has been a long time. Have there been any new developments in your research? There was a glimmer of curiosity in Professor Oak's eyes. Not yet, but I have a favor to ask. I've heard that you still have one qualification for a formal trainer left this year? Dr. Yamane inquired. Oh, that matter. I've been quite troubled by it, to be honest. There aren't many qualified trainers this year, and if I don't distribute it, I won't meet the quota. However, if I randomly give it to a novice who ultimately doesn't yield results, it would complicate matters even further. Dr. Yamane nodded in understanding. Those engaged in research certainly face their own set of challenges. For instance, the allocation of resources each year and the funding from the league were of utmost importance to them. Though they enjoyed a certain level of renown, a region was not limited to a single research institute. To secure more resources, they needed to produce research results, as well as nurture promising trainers. Training new talent was both a task assigned by the league and, in the long run, an investment for the institute. If the trainers they cultivated became champions, it would be akin to students achieving top honors, thus bringing glory to the school and its teachers. Therefore, selecting candidates could not be taken lightly. Upon closer inspection of the original narrative, it becomes apparent that those who managed to obtain the starter Pokemon often possessed some background. Shigeru, for instance, was the beloved grandson of Professor Oak. Haruka initially had little fondness for Pokemon, yet her father was a renowned gym leader. Hikari's mother was a top-notch coordinator. Even Satoshi, despite being somewhat lesser, was a childhood friend of Shigeru, having been nurtured under Professor Oak's watchful eye. Only trainers of such caliber had the potential to rise to greatness. Dr. Yamane recognized Lindong's potential, but regrettably had already filled his quota. Thus, he decided to do a favor for both sides. Oak. I happen to have a remarkably promising new trainer who has rendered me significant assistance. Might I inquire if this slot could be awarded to him? Oh, you believe he possesses great potential? Professor Oak expressed surprise, for Dr. Yamane seldom praised anyone. Indeed, he is merely 15 years old and has already caught a Pikachu. Even defeating a horde of Ariados, Dr. Yamane elaborated. A Pikachu? They are notoriously shy and tend to avoid human interaction, making them quite unsuitable for novice trainers. This newcomer must be quite exceptional, Professor Oak replied, his smile returning. It appeared that the last slot for the year would soon find its recipient. Is he currently with you? Yes, just a moment. Dr. Yamane indicated for the call to remain connected as he turned to Lindong. I have an old friend named Professor Oak, who operates a laboratory in Masago Town. He has an opening for a new trainer this year. Would you be willing to register with him? Thank you, Professor. I would be delighted, Lindong responded without hesitation. After all, this was Professor Oak we were speaking of. Then please follow me. Dr. Yamane led Lindong to the telephone. Hello, I am Professor Oak from Masago Town. It is a pleasure to meet you, he greeted. His appearance closely resembling that of his animated counterpart, though slightly more handsome in real life, exuding the charm of a playful elder. Good day, Professor Oak. My name is Lindong, and it is an honor to make your acquaintance. Pika Pika. Haha, greetings. It seems your Pikachu is quite affectionate, Professor Oak remarked. His mood uplifted. This year, I have prepared 3 Pokemon for new trainers, 2 of which have already been taken. The remaining one is a grass-type Bulbasaur, which I shall send over shortly. As for the Pokédex and Pokeballs, I will rely on Dr. Yamane to handle their distribution. Dr. Yamane nodded. No problem. Please proceed to send over the Bulbasaur. After hanging up, the transmission device soon illuminated with a bright light. The staff at the laboratory prepared the Pokédex and Pokeballs. Having obtained a complete set of equipment from Dr. Yamane and registered at Professor Oak's laboratory, Lindong, in a sense, was now considered a direct affiliate of the league, which filled him with joy. However, not everyone shared in this elation. Yihao was nearly seething with rage, his frustration threatening to shatter his back teeth. A mere lowly insect had simultaneously garnered the favor of both Dr. Yamane and Professor Oak, igniting his jealousy and anger. Yet, in his fury, he dared only to remind Dr. Yamane, "Professor, my Pokémon." "Oh, coming right up." Dr. Yamane acknowledged that they had kept the others waiting too long and instructed the staff to produce the prepared Pokédex and Pokeballs. "Hikari arrived earlier and even assisted me, so let her choose first. Is that acceptable to you?" Dr. Yamane turned to Yihao. "That is fine." Faced with Dr. Yamane's serious expression, Yihao certainly did not dare to object. Hikari approached the three Pokémon, with the Chimchar, Pachima, and Grass-type Turtwig all eagerly showcasing their attributes. Ultimately, Hikari chose to embrace Pachima. "Professor, I have made my decision. I will take this Pachima." "Very well. Here are your Pokédex and Pokeball. Good luck." Dr. Yamane handed over the equipment and offered an encouraging word. Lin Dong chuckled, noting that Hikari received a pink Pokédex, while his was blue. A couple's color. Indeed a good omen. Beside them, Yihao also breathed a sigh of relief, for he had successfully acquired the mischievous Chimchar, a Pokémon whose personality aligned perfectly with his own. "Lin Dong, let's duel. Today, I shall demonstrate that a loser is forever a loser," Yihao declared, casting a disapproving glance at him. Dr. Yamane frowned at Yihao's audacity, silently questioning whether he had misjudged the boy. Such arrogance hardly suggested a champion's demeanor. Nevertheless, Yihao's father had generously sponsored the institute, and as long as he made an appearance at the league conference, it would still be considered a gain. Dr. Yamane chose not to intervene, viewing this as an opportunity to observe Lin Dong's performance. Lin Dong remained remarkably composed, casting a fleeting glance at the agitated Yihao. "Not a problem, I accept." With someone offering experience, there was no better time to seize the opportunity. Under Dr. Yamane's guidance, the two boys made their way to an open space within the laboratory's courtyard. "Shall we use 2 Pokémon each?" Yihao grinned, his expression suggesting mischief, which only made Lin Dong want to tear that grin off his face. "Certainly." Although uncertain of Yihao's schemes, Lin Dong responded without hesitation. This scene only deepened Hikari's admiration for Lin Dong. She clearly perceived Yihao's ill intentions, yet Lin Dong remained unfazed, embodying the demeanor of a true master. A gentleman is magnanimous. This phrase perfectly encapsulated Lin Dong's current disposition. Chapter 4. Teaching Yihao a lesson. Who truly is the loser? Lin Dong and Yihao stood at opposite ends of the open field, with a staff member from the laboratory serving as a temporary referee. Now we commence the battle between the new trainer Lin Dong and Yihao. Each side may utilize 2 Pokémon. Let the match begin. Go, Pikachu. Seeing that Yihao did not take the initiative, Lin Dong sent forth his Pikachu. As Pikachu took to the stage, Yihao's scheme came to fruition. A crooked smile graced his lips as he produced a Pokeball from behind. "Go, Onyx." The moment the Pokémon emerged, Xiaowang promptly activated her Pokédex. Onyx, the rock-type Pokémon, possesses a carefree disposition. When rolling down from heights, it remains unfazed by any bodily damage it might incur. Observing the data on Onyx, Xiaowang couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern for Pikachu. With both rock and ground attributes, Onyx is immune to electric-type moves. Yihao's cheerleading squad erupted in fervor. "Young Master Xiaohao is the best. Go, young Master Xiaohao." Dr. Yamashita's gaze sharpened. Although Yihao's personality was brash, he displayed some tactical acumen in battles. He had deliberately suggested a 2 Pokémon matchup, waiting for Lin Dong to deploy Pikachu before revealing Onyx. Consequently, with Onyx poised to defeat Pikachu, the subsequent battle would pit the fire-type Chimchar against the grass-type Bulbasaur. Given the similarity in their initial levels, Yihao held an undeniable advantage in typing, making victory seem almost inevitable. However, one could easily question the integrity of such tactics. Both trainers were newcomers, and as the challenger, Yihao should have taken the initiative. Dr. Yamashita shook his head in disapproval of such underhanded methods and glanced towards Lin Dong, only to find him maintaining an unexpectedly calm demeanor. "Is this your strategy?" Lin Dong shook his head, dismissing the ploy as ineffective. "Oh, you'll find out soon enough. Onyx, use rollout," Yihao commanded, unable to resist casting a glance at Xiaowang, who stood by Lin Dong's side. This time, Lin Dong caught the lascivious glint in Yihao's eyes. Fury ignited within Lin Dong. He had initially intended to deal with Yihao simply, but now it seemed he needed to impart a lesson he would never forget. Onyx began to roll forward, hurtling towards Pikachu. Pikachu used Surf. "What?" Yihao, Dr. Yamashita, and Xiaowang exclaimed in unison. A blue light shimmered in Pikachu's eyes as water energy coalesced into a massive wave on the battlefield. Pikachu stood atop the crest like a commander, directing the wave towards Onix. With a mournful cry, Onix was swept away by the torrent. While it was immune to electric-type moves, it had a distinct aversion to water-type attacks. Moreover, once rollout commenced, it was challenging to halt. Pikachu, deliver the final Iron Tail. The blue glow in Pikachu's eyes faded as a metallic sheen enveloped its tail, which then lashed out at Onix like a whip. Onix was sent careening out of the arena, bearing a gruesome wound, and its eyes spiraled into a daze. Meanwhile, Yihao felt as if he were being struck across the face. Onix lost its ability to battle, granting victory to Pikachu. Yet, amidst the jubilation of triumph, Xiaoguang found greater joy in observing the shift in Lin Dong's expression. She distinctly noted that it was only after Yihao cast that unsettling gaze at her that Lin Dong's calm demeanor morphed into indignation. Her heart raced. Continue on. Lin Dong had no intentions of letting Yihao off the hook, urging him to send out Chimchar. Are you truly going to go to such extremes? Yihao glared at Lin Dong, his teeth clenched in fury. His high-level Onix, nurtured with family resources, had fallen so swiftly. How could the newly acquired Chimchar possibly stand against the surfing Pikachu? Yet, his arrogant nature prevented him from conceding defeat. Go, Chimchar! Yihao sent forth the fire-type Pokémon. But the outcome was as anticipated. Under Lin Dong's guidance, Pikachu employed Quick Attack and Thunderbolt, leaving Chimchar disoriented and lost. Pikachu, deliver the final Thunderbolt. Pikachu unleashed a barrage of electric currents, striking Chimchar and causing an explosive reaction as flames ignited upon impact. Chimchar was sent flying, landing with dazed eyes. The referee declared the result. Chimchar lost its ability to battle, and with both of Yihao's Pokémon incapacitated, Lin Dong emerged victorious. Yihao withdrew his Pokémon, his expression dark enough to drip with disdain. Just you wait. He spat, leaving with his entourage of female companions. As the roar of engines faded into the distance, Dr. Yamashita eagerly inquired, Lin Dong, how did your Pikachu learn surf? I'm not entirely sure either. It could be inherited, Lin Dong replied. However, I lean towards the notion that Pikachu can inherently learn surf, while most simply lack the opportunity. This explanation was merely a casual conjecture. The true reason had been revealed to him by the system. The powers and moves of the gifted Pokémon were tailored to align closely with Lin Dong's memories from his past life, without breaching the limits of their species. The Pikachu that left the most profound impression on him was, of course, the iconic Pikachu from the games, and as a player. He had memorized its learnable moves with precision. Thus, he possessed a Pikachu capable of utilizing Surf, with strength akin to that legendary creature, possessing the ability to learn, yet lacking opportunity. Dr. Yamashita pondered momentarily before a look of enlightenment washed over him. Indeed, that is a splendid hypothesis. It presents an excellent research topic. Dr. Yamashita, immersed in studies of Pokemon evolution, now found a new avenue for exploration in the learning of Pokemon moves, which could stem from a single surf technique, branching into countless research possibilities. If he delved deeply into this field, he would never lack for research throughout his lifetime. As the sky transformed into shades of orange and yellow, Lin Dong and Xiaoguang bid farewell to Dr. Yamashita. However, a piercing scream soon echoed from the courtyard of the research facility. Upon witnessing her bicycle reduced to a charred husk, Xiaoguang was on the verge of tears. My apologies, Lin Dong and Pikachu scratched their heads awkwardly, realizing they had perhaps gotten a bit too carried away during the battle. And Pikachu had inadvertently unleashed a stray bolt of electricity. Forget it, it's all right, Xiaoguang smiled brightly. Let us head to the Pokemon Center. Sure. Lin Dong and Xiaoguang walked side by side along the country road, bathed in the warm, colorful glow of the setting sun. Hey, Lin Dong. Aren't you going to put Pikachu back in its Pokeball? Oh, that? Pikachu despises being confined within a Pokeball, so I let it stay out. Pika Pika. In the serene atmosphere, the two were oblivious to the 3 pairs of eyes watching them through binoculars. Did you see that? That Pikachu knows surf, exclaimed a woman with raspberry purple hair. The man beside her, sporting peacock blue hair, responded excitedly. I saw it. I saw it. Between them stood a cat-like Pokemon, which surprisingly spoke. Meow. That must be an exceedingly rare Pokemon. We need to capture it and present it to our boss, Granny. All right, let us initiate the operation immediately. The woman commanded decisively. Chapter 5. Hoenn Region. It has been decided. As the last rays of sunlight vanished beyond the horizon, the lights of Masago Town illuminated the night. The stars twinkled above, observing Lin Dong and Xiaoguang as they entered the Pokemon Center. Miss Joy, I hope I'm not interrupting. Lin Dong finally laid eyes on the legendary Nurse Joy, who was indeed as beautiful as depicted in the animations, with fair skin and striking features. Welcome to the Pokemon Center, Nurse Joy greeted with her signature smile, her voice gentle and welcoming. They wish to stay here for a night while rejuvenating the spirits of their Pokémon. Lin Dong articulated their needs. And it must be said that the benefits provided by the Pokémon League to official trainers were rather splendid. In any Pokémon Center, one could enjoy complimentary medical care as well as lodging. Moreover, trainers without any source of income would receive a monthly stipend at the minimum standard to assist them in their travels. Although the amount was not substantial for Lin Dong, whose wallet was already rather empty, it was undoubtedly a timely boon. Miss Joy checked the duo's Pokédexes to confirm their identities and promptly arranged a room for them. One room. Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback as he received a room card from Miss Joy. Was this development a tad too swift? However, Miss Joy appeared unfazed. Yes. It's a standard double room. Rest assured, there are 2 beds. Is there a problem? No problem, let's go. Xiao Wang hastily tugged at Lin Dong, fearing that further discussion would draw attention in the tranquil night, which would be utterly embarrassing. With Xiao Wang expressing such sentiments, Lin Dong naturally held no objections and was instead quite eager. His earlier hesitation stemmed merely from a desire to spare Xiao Wang any unnecessary thoughts. Lin Dong and Xiao Wang entrusted Pikachu and Pokémon to Miss Joy, as Pokémon had sustained injuries from an Aritos during the day, while Pikachu had exerted itself during a vigorous surf attack in the afternoon. As for Dragonite, having rested the entire afternoon, its minor exhaustion had long since recovered. After a delightful dinner in the dining area, the pair swiftly found their room. Lin Dong surveyed the layout, which resembled the standard rooms of budget hotels from his previous life, complete with a bathroom that featured a commendable separation of wet and dry areas, proving quite convenient. So tired. Xiao Wang collapsed onto the bed, stretching languidly, her perfect curves on full display, perhaps due to the accumulation of a day's fatigue. She failed to notice the dazed gaze Lin Dong directed at her. Lin Dong, I'm going to take a shower now. Could you please boil a kettle of water for me? Of course. As he listened to the sound of water in the bathroom, Lin Dong could hardly contain his jubilation. Just yesterday, he had been an ordinary young man, aimlessly drifting through life after being dumped by his girlfriend. Yet today, after crossing into this world, he not only possessed strength, but also harbored hopes of pursuing his childhood idol. Beep. Task initiated. Long-term task, win over Xiao Wang. Reward, random level 1 deity. Note, the task completion condition requires Xiao Wang's affection level to reach 100. The random level 1 deity cannot be a Pokémon of divine status. System. What is the affection level and how can I check it? Lin Dong inquired. Affection levels are categorized into the following 7 tiers, which can be viewed via system scanning. 0, unacquainted. 1 to 59, acquaintance. 60 to 69, slightly fond. 70 to 79, developing affection. 80 to 89, deeply affectionate. 90 to 99, unwavering love. 100, everlasting devotion. System, what is Xiao Wang's current affection level towards me? Deity, Xiao Wang. Comprehensive charm value, 99. Affection level, 75. The system provided Lin Dong with a panel. 75. Lin Dong was pleasantly surprised. According to the system's explanation, a level of 70 to 79 already indicated developing affection. But should he confess now? Wouldn't that be a bit too hasty? Lin Dong found himself in a quandary. Lin Dong, I've finished my shower. Xiao Wang emerged from the bathroom clad in sleepwear, interrupting Lin Dong's thoughts. He decided to put his musings aside. Confessing now would feel too deliberate. It was better to wait for the opportune moment. After a quick rinse, Lin Dong changed into a fresh set of clothes, initially intending to do some laundry. When he heard Xiao Wang ask, Lin Dong, what are your plans moving forward? Plans? Lin Dong sat down on the edge of the bed facing Xiao Wang, contemplating before responding. I aspire to become an exceptional trainer, of course, aiming to challenge various gyms and participate in the league conference. The league conference? Xiao Wang paused for a moment. But the Sinnoh League's Lily of the Valley Conference just concluded this year. The next one won't be for another 4 years. Lin Dong had indeed forgotten this detail. If they had to wait 4 years, that would be quite a lengthy period. What about you, Xiao Wang? Me? My goal is to become a top coordinator like my mother. Xiao Wang replied. So, I really want to travel to the Hoenn region, where a grand festival will take place next year. Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback. The timeline of this world indeed diverged from that of his previous life. Of course, this was a reality. And it was improbable for there to be a 10-year-old with 20 years of travel experience. How about we travel to Hoenn together? The Hoenn League Conference will also be held next year, Xiao Wang said enthusiastically. Actually, I hesitated because my mother wouldn't let me go alone, with you accompanying me. I think she'd be more at ease. Would she truly be at ease? Lin Dong found it hard to believe. Was it possible that the mothers in this world were so open-minded? All right, then let's go to Hoenn together, Lin Dong readily agreed. Bang! Beep beep beep. A loud crash shattered the night's tranquility, followed by a sharp alarm blaring. Something's wrong. Lin Dong quickly reacted, his hand already reaching for Darkray's Pokeball. Pokemon. Xiaoguang, worried for Pokemon's safety, dashed out recklessly. Xiaoguang, be careful. Lin Dong hurriedly followed. When they arrived in the lobby, they were engulfed in thick black fog. The acrid odor stinging their eyes and making them want to cry. The smoke is toxic. Lin Dong immediately signaled Xiaoguang to cover her mouth and nose with her clothing. Murkrow, cough cough, please help disperse the smoke. At that moment, Miss Joy arrived with a Chansey and a Murkrow. As Murkrow flapped its wings, the troublesome black mist was finally blown away. Thus, the peculiar trio, dragging a black snakeskin bag, was revealed before the crowd. Lin Dong wore a rather peculiar expression, while Miss Joy, spotting the sneaky duo, inquired, "Who are you?" As expected, this question prompted the duo to remove their black masks concealing their faces, launching into a classic opening monologue. "Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall generously respond. To prevent the destruction of the planet, to safeguard the peace of the world, to uphold love in the utmost evil. The adorably pure villains, Nancy and Xiaoshu. We are the rocket team, traversing the galaxy. The rainbow, a vibrant tomorrow awaits us. Meow? That's how it is, Granny." Chapter 6. The unlikely trio faces off against Team Rocket. Hearing this familiar yet slightly altered monologue, Lin Dong felt a surge of excitement. The Team Rocket trio, after all, was renowned for being the experience package for protagonists. In his previous life, without Musashi and Kojiro's Meowth providing experience points to Ash in each episode, Pikachu could never have evolved into the legendary Pokémon it was destined to be. A talking Meowth? Xiaoguang was astonished upon seeing Meowth for the first time. As for Lin Dong, he had grown accustomed to such oddities. Xiaoguang opened her Pokédex. Meowth, the feline Pokémon, mostly sleeps during the day and becomes active at night, patrolling its territory. Of course I can talk, but I have energy both day and night. So please don't confuse me with other Meowths, Granny. What do you want? Xiaoguang inquired. What do we want? Ha. Nancy laughed heartily. We are the mysterious evil organization, Team Rocket. Naturally, we are here to seek out rare Pokémon and capture them. Pika Pika. Pokemon Pokemon. The muffled cries of Pikachu and Pokemon echoed from within the snakeskin bag. Pokemon. Xiaoguang exclaimed in alarm. What have you done to Pokemon? Not much, really. Our primary objective is that Pikachu. Of course, Porygon is also a commendable Pokémon, so we simply decided to capture both, Nancy remarked. Quick, return Pikachu and my Porygon. Dawn exclaimed, her impatience palpable, causing the Porygon in her bag to grow restless as well. Lin Dong grasped Dawn's hand, preventing her from recklessly charging forward. Dawn, calm down. Have Porygon use Peck Attack. Understanding his cue, Dawn commanded, Porygon, use Peck Attack to break the snakeskin bag. With a determined cry, Porygon. The Pokémon concentrated a sharp, white light at its beak and struck the bag with precision. The snakeskin bag tore apart instantly, revealing the heads of both Porygon and Pikachu, while Pokeballs scattered across the ground. Oh no, those are the Pokeballs stored at the center. So you are the Pokémon thieves, Miss Joy exclaimed. Her face contorted in shock as she hastily pressed a concealed alarm button beneath her desk. The tranquility of Shinsato Town was shattered by the blaring sirens. The Pokémon Center has been attacked. Immediate deployment. Miss Jun Sha, clad in her blue uniform, commanded without delay. However, Team Rocket was swifter. They had no time to linger and promptly retreated. In an instant, little Shiro made a decisive judgment, and the trio of humans and cat instinctively grabbed a handful of Pokeballs and fled. Unlike Musashi and her companions, this group displayed no greed, indicating they were far more formidable. Not so fast, Lin Dong countered, his speed unwavering as he threw a Pokeball containing Bulbasaur. Come forth, Bulbasaur. Use Vine Whip to trip them, Bulba. Upon receiving the command, Bulbasaur swiftly extended its vines, sweeping across from both sides like a pair of scissors. Ouch! What are you doing? The duo and their feline companion were ensnared by the vines, tumbling to the ground in a disheveled heap, causing the Pokeballs they held to scatter. Seizing the moment, Pikachu and Porygon charged forward with furious expressions. How infuriating! You're asking for trouble. It seems I must deal with you two brats. Little Shiro's eyes glinted with malice. Go, Weezing. Use Tackle. Weezing. A flash of white light erupted as Weezing rolled towards Bulbasaur, attempting to collide with it. Come forth, Arbok. Use Bind Attack. Arbok. A purple snake lunged at Pikachu, intent on ensnaring it with its lengthy body. Meow. I'll join in. Use Fury Swipes, Meowth. Meowth's claws extended menacingly as it lunged at Porygon. Bulbasaur. Dodge and use Vine Whip. Pikachu, jump and use Iron Tail to strike its head. Bulbasaur acknowledged, deftly leaping to the side to evade Weezing's charge. It then unleashed its vines, skillfully sending Weezing soaring through the air. Pika. Pikachu, brimming with resolve, gathered steel energy at the tip of its tail, leaping high and delivering a powerful strike to Arbok's head. With a swift motion, it followed up with another blow, sending Arbok crashing into Nancy. Arbok. Witnessing her Pokémon's disheveled state, Nancy felt a pang of sympathy. Despite being a member of the nefarious Team Rocket, she still harbored affection for her Pokémon. Meanwhile, Porygon also gained the upper hand. Porygon, dodge and use Peck Attack. Feeling the warmth of Lin Dong's hand, a newfound sense of security quelled Dawn's anxiety, allowing her to command Porygon in battle. Porygon twisted and turned, narrowly avoiding Meowth's frenzied swipes, its beak pecking at Meowth's head like a chick pecking at grains. Meowth, exhausted, raised its paws defensively, trying to block Porygon's relentless pecking. Yet, Porygon expertly targeted its exposed head. Meow, stop pecking. It hurts, Meow. Porygon, unleash Bubble Beam. Porygon. The Bubble Beam struck Meowth directly, sending it flying and rendering it unconscious on the ground, temporarily ceasing its torment. As for Weezing, having been knocked away, it found itself ensnared by the vines and was hurled back, crashing into little Shiro's face. Pikachu, deliver the final thunderbolt. Pikachu. A bolt of electricity surged through the sprawled Team Rocket, their bodies charred and crackling with electric arcs, paralyzed and immobile. The most unfortunate was Meowth, whose lower half felt numb while waves of pain continued to assault its head, a sensation akin to torment. Outside the Pokémon Center, amidst the increasingly audible sirens, Miss Junsha and her team arrived on the scene. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of 5 incapacitated individuals sprawled on the floor. Miss Junsha. Miss Joy rushed forward to explain, these individuals attacked the Pokémon Center, claiming to be Team Rocket, with the intent to steal the Pokémon. Team Rocket. Aren't they the notorious secret organization operating in the Kanto and Johto regions? Miss Junsha gasped in astonishment. Though she had been working in the Sinnoh region, her family had channels for exchanging crucial information. Seize them and take them back for questioning. With a wave of her hand, 2 officers stepped forward, placing glimmering silver handcuffs on Team Rocket before escorting them away in a prisoner transport vehicle. Lin Dong overheard Team Rocket's classic line, "What a dreadful feeling. Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden task. First act of heroism, first defeat of Team Rocket. Total rewards received. 1 random ordinary Pokemon, 1 random special skill, 10,000 league coins. Beep. Daily task issued, defeat Team Rocket. Task reward, 1,000 league coins. Note, daily tasks can only be completed once per day. Multiple completions will not yield additional rewards. At the same time, Lin Dong received the system's rewards and a long-term daily task, indicating he would frequently encounter this trio in the future. Thank you both for your assistance, Miss Junsha said, approaching Lin Dong and Dawn with a respectful nod. It was nothing. You needn't be so formal, Miss Junsha, Dawn replied with a smile, and Lin Dong nodded in agreement. Miss Joy, Team Rocket's sudden appearance in the Sinnoh region likely indicates they are planning something significant. I must return and conduct an overnight interrogation to report this intelligence to headquarters. Miss Junsha observed the disarray within the Pokémon Center, her expression tinged with regret. I can only trouble you with this. It's my duty. I have no issue with it, Miss Joy replied with a warm smile. Lucky. Then I shall lend a hand as well, Dawn offered enthusiastically. Huh. Is it truly not too much trouble for you? Not at all. Chapter 7. Journey to the port, capturing in the woods. As the sun rose high in the sky, its radiant rays filtered through the curtains, rousing Lin Dong from his slumber. After battling Team Rocket the previous night and aiding Dawn in tidying up the Pokémon Center, even with his extraordinary resilience, he felt a touch fatigued. However, upon awakening, the vitality bestowed by his robust constitution dispelled all traces of weariness. The girl beside him remained in deep slumber, and Lin Dong, not wishing to disturb her, opted instead to lie back and converse with the system. System. What is the hidden task? Though the host is still quite weak, this system encourages the host to engage in acts of heroism. Upon completing a perilous act of valor, the host will receive rewards for hidden tasks. What is the random ordinary Pokemon? By utilizing the opportunity for a random ordinary Pokemon, the host will receive a Pokemon that has left a lasting impression from their previous life. Legendary, mythical, or semi-legendary Pokemon cannot be obtained, with possibilities for its basic form, evolutionary form, and ultimate evolution. Yesterday, Due to the presence of Miss Junsha and Miss Joy, Lin Dong refrained from utilizing his newfound ability. Now, the moment has arrived. Activate. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Jengar. Note, due to the profound memories of the host's past life, this Jengar inherits all abilities as remembered by the host. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Dong sat up abruptly. 4. The Jengar that left the deepest impression on him in his previous life was not the one from animations, films, or games, but rather the creation of a fanfiction author. That author was truly a genius. In his narrative, this Jengar, after 500 years of practice, mastered every language and could converse like Meowth from Team Rocket, while also developing unparalleled control over its internal energy. Though it expended considerable energy to learn human languages, it possessed centuries of cultivation, allowing it to rival other super-evolved Jengars in its ordinary form. Furthermore, the author ingeniously integrated elements from Naruto, enabling Jengar to develop a brand new move, the Spiral Shadow Ball, with the protagonist's assistance. In the later stages of its evolution, it even mastered the formidable Spiral Shadow Shuriken, defeating legendary Pokémon such as Regigigas, Regirock, and Registeel, achieving the iconic scene of one Jengar overcoming 3 deities. It can be said that this Pokémon is a marvel of practicality and combat prowess. Is it not more appealing than ordinary legendary Pokémon? Lin Dong decided to activate the other reward as well. Use random special skill. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Brock-level culinary skills. Note, food prepared with Brock-level culinary skills will continuously garner affection when fed to Pokémon. Lin Dong's spirit soared. Although this skill did not directly enhance his strength, it was incredibly useful. At that moment, Xiaowang groggily opened her eyes. Oh, Lin Dong, you're awake. What time is it? It should be around 9 o'clock. Xiaowang's drowsiness instantly evaporated. It's 9 o'clock. We're never going to make it to Sinnoh Port today. Well, we worked hard late into the night yesterday, so let us take it a bit easy today, Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. If we can't reach Sinnoh Port tonight, we can camp out instead? Lin Dong certainly had his own intentions. Having just acquired Brock-level culinary skills, he was eager to showcase them. Sounds good. The thought of camping made Xiaowang excited. It would surely be fun to camp with friends. The two quickly freshened up, and in front of the phone at the Pokemon Center, Xiaowang dialed her home. A mature woman with blue hair appeared on the screen. Mom, Xiaowang, where are you? I'm still in Masago Town, Xiaowang replied. Mom, I want to travel to Hoenn and participate in the grand festival there. Can I? You can. But Hoenn is quite far from here. Are you sure you can manage alone? Her mother, Ayako, asked with concern. No problem. Xiaowang immediately answered. Every time you say that, it raises my concerns, Ayako remarked skeptically. Really, it's fine. Xiaowang slightly turned to Lin Dong and pulled him over. Mom, let me introduce you. This is my new companion from yesterday, a very strong trainer. We're planning to travel to Hoenn together. Hello, Auntie. I'm Lin Dong, from Leaf King Town. Traveling with the aim of becoming a Pokemon master, Lin Dong introduced himself. I see. Then I'll leave Xiaowang in your care, Ayako said with a smile. Lin Dong was somewhat astonished. This world's mothers-in-law were indeed quite open-minded. In truth, Lin Dong was overthinking. Last night, worried about Xiaowang, Ayako had called Professor Yamanashi. She was already well informed about Lin Dong. Today, seeing Lin Dong in the call, a somewhat handsome youth, she found him quite compatible with her daughter. If there was a flaw in Lin Dong, it might be his humble origins. However, that was of little consequence. In this world, strength ultimately prevailed. With Lin Dong's potential and Professor Oak's support, it was highly probable that he would reach the level of a gym leader, if not a champion. If Xiaowang were to be with him, she would not be at a disadvantage. Annie, don't worry, it's all good, Lin Dong replied cheerfully. Having decided to camp out tonight instead of rushing to Sinnoh Port, the two made another trip to the store to replenish their supplies. With the Alliance coins earned from defeating Team Rocket, Lin Dong generously purchased a rather advanced psychic backpack. This backpack, crafted using the same spatial technology as Pokeballs, appeared like an ordinary school bag, but had a surprisingly vast interior, significantly lightening the overall weight of the contents. Lin Dong finally understood how the protagonists in the animations managed to carry tents and even tables with them. With all preparations complete, and after having lunch at the Pokemon Center, Lin Dong and Xiaowang set forth on their journey to Sinnoh Port. The lush foliage shielded them from the scorching sun, while a gentle breeze brought a refreshing coolness, and the crisp air was imbued with the scent of unknown flowers. Invigorating the senses, Xiaowang strolled leisurely, but Lin Dong sensed something amiss. The afternoon forest was unusually tranquil, eerily so. Lin Dong, what's wrong? Xiaowang asked with a smile. You seemed tense just now. Is everything all right? I find it a bit strange, Lin Dong candidly replied. We've been away from Masago Town for some time now. Yet we haven't encountered a single Pokemon, nor even heard a sound. There should at least be some buzzing of insects or the chirping of birds. Now that you mention it, Xiao Wang suddenly realized it does seem odd. But there should be many Pokemon living in this forest, right? How strange. We must not be careless. Gengar, come forth. Lin Dong summoned his new companion. Gengar, this is my travel companion Xiao Wang. Please greet her. Gengar. Huh, it can talk. Xiao Wang was taken aback. Gengar, the shadow Pokemon, evolution of Ghastly. Detailed information unknown. Detailed information unknown? Upon hearing the Pokédex's explanation, Xiao Wang was even more astonished. There are Pokemon for which the Pokédex has no data? Haha, Xiao Wang. The data in the Pokédex is compiled by researchers through extensive observation. Wild Gengars are incredibly rare and difficult to study, so it's normal for there to be little information, Lin Dong explained. I see, Xiao Wang smiled and greeted Gengar. Hello, Gengar. I'm Xiao Wang. I look forward to working with you. Gengar. Chapter 8. The Flock of Murkrow, the Duel of Leaders. Gengar. Could you investigate and see where all the Pokemon in this forest have gone? Gengar. Understood, boss. Gengar replied and promptly melded into the shadows. Let us take a moment to rest, Lin Dong said, laying out a blanket from his backpack on the ground. Xiao Wang, feeling somewhat fatigued, sat down beside him. Lin Dong, you really are mysterious. Even though we are all novice trainers, you already have so many companions. Hee hee. Well, capturing Pokemon isn't solely reliant on battles, Lin Dong smiled. That's true, Xiao Wang agreed, not pressing further. Everyone had their own secrets, which was perfectly normal. About a quarter of an hour later, Gengar emerged from the shadows. Gengar, boss. There are 2 flocks of birds facing off over there, so the nearby bugs have all hidden away. I see. Lin Dong turned to Xiao Wang. Shall we go take a look? Sure. Xiao Wang readily agreed. Traveling was all about broadening one's horizons, and such an opportunity was rare. Then Gengar. I'll rely on you to lead the way. Gengar. The 2 followed Gengar into the woods, and after walking for about 10 minutes, they heard bird calls not far away. Murkrow. The sound emanating from the distance was unmistakably that of a Murkrow. Lin Dong recognized the source of the noise, prompting both him and his companion to quicken their pace. As they navigated through a thicket, they soon stumbled upon a clearing where 2 groups of Murkrows were indeed confronting each other. At the forefront stood 2 slightly larger Murkrows, evidently the leaders of their respective flocks. However, it was apparent that the one on the left was somewhat smaller than its counterpart on the right. Xiao Guang skillfully retrieved his Pokédex, proclaiming, Murkrow, the Dark-type Pokemon. It typically resides in forests or grasslands, often moving in large groups. How impressive, Xiao Guang exclaimed, marveling at the sight of such a substantial gathering of birds, which was indeed a rare occurrence. Murkrow. The 2 leading birds commenced a vigorous dispute, seemingly vying for territory. Gengar, can you comprehend their conversation? Lin Dong inquired. Boss Ghost. Initially they were contending for territory, but now they've opted to merge into a single flock. Consequently, the original leaders of the 2 groups are set to engage in a duel, with the victor ascending as the new leader of the unified group, Gengar replied. Wow, what an extraordinary spectacle, Xiao Guang remarked, before a look of confusion crossed his face. But why are their leaders merely Murkrows? I recall that Murkrow has a final evolutionary form. Ah, well, if you check the detailed information in the Pokédex, it explains, Lin Dong said, tapping his device twice before handing it to Xiao Guang. Murkrow is acutely aware of its own frailty. Thus, to enhance their chances of hunting and defending against foes, they tend to form conspicuous large groups for their livelihood. However, once they evolve into Honchkrow, they gain the ability to live independently, departing from the flock. How fascinating, Xiao Guang remarked, just as he suddenly exclaimed, Lin Dong, look, they're fighting. Murkrow. The Murkrow on the right shouted, unleashing a thunderbolt that transformed into a streak of white light as it charged forth. Murk. The slightly smaller Murkrow sprang forward, flapping its wings vigorously and soaring upwards to evade the attack. Having narrowly escaped, the larger Murkrow executed a U-turn, accurately striking its opponent in the back. That's a reversal attack, Lin Dong observed as the larger Murkrow seized the opportunity to launch a flurry of wing strikes. Murk, the smaller one, unwilling to back down, unleashed a hurricane, using the powerful winds to suppress its adversary. However, just as it prepared to counterattack, a blue glow suddenly enveloped the larger Murkrow. Lin Dong, recognizing the phenomenon from an animated series, exclaimed, that's the brave bird attack. I can't believe a wild Murkrow can perform such a formidable flying-type move. Brave bird, a move that involves tucking in its wings to dive at the opponent from a low altitude, inflicting significant damage upon itself as well. Xiao Guang began searching through the Pokédex. What? It's a move that results in mutual harm. Xiao Guang gasped in astonishment upon reading the entry. After executing the Brave Bird attack, the larger Murkrow successfully broke free from the hurricane's grip and collided fiercely with its opponent. It then commenced a barrage of sharp winds directed at its rival. Murk. The smaller Murkrow flapped its wings, preparing to evade the incoming assault. Yet it caught sight of a weak little Murkrow trembling behind it. Consequently, it did not dodge the oncoming attack. Instead, it spread its wings wide, increasing the area of impact to absorb the full force of the wind blades. Murk. The Murkrow crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a small crater in the soil. While the little Murkrow it had shielded looked on anxiously, calling out in concern. In midair, the larger Murkrow was unwilling to relent, swooping down with incredible speed, surrounded by a bright white light. Should this strike connect, the Murkrow lying in the pit would not simply be defeated but rather would face death. Another thunderbolt. This is too much. Stop it. Xiao Guang, having witnessed the entire scene, cried out in distress. Lin Dong, unable to bear it any longer, commanded Pikachu to leap into action. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Pikachu. With a powerful push from Lin Dong's shoulder, Pikachu soared into the air, its rage fueling a mighty strike that accurately hit the larger Murkrow just as it was about to dive. Murk. The Murkrow howled in pain, as electric-type moves were inherently effective against it, and its level was far inferior to that of Pikachu. This was why Lin Dong had no intention of taking its life. Otherwise, it could have easily been captured and roasted. Murk. Realizing the futility of its situation, the Murkrow emitted a long cry before retreating with the other Murkrows and the little Murkrow. In a disheartening turn of events, the companions that had initially belonged to the smaller Murkrow displayed no concern whatsoever, flying off alongside the victorious Murkrow, leaving only the feeble little Murkrow behind. Murkrow, are you alright? Lin Dong and Xiao Guang rushed forward to assess the injured Murkrow. The wounds were severe. Lin Dong retrieved a bottle of healing spray from his backpack and applied it to the Murkrow's body. This is excellent medicine. It might sting a little, so bear with it. Murk. The Murkrow jolted awake from its stupor due to the pain, realizing that Lin Dong was the one saving it. Although the medication was painful, it was effective. Hence, after letting out a cry, it grit its teeth and endured in silence. What a resilient bird. Lin Dong's regard for the Murkrow elevated further. While Lin Dong and his companions focused their attention on the Murkrow, they failed to notice a nearby patch of grass where a starry-eyed Shinx was gazing at Pikachu with unabashed admiration. Chapter 9. Adding Companions, Pikachu's Springtime. Murkrow, travel with me. Lin Dong seized the moment and extended his hand towards the Murkrow. Murk. Boss Ghost. It says it is willing to accompany you but requests that you also take the little Murkrow along, Jengar translated. To take the little Murkrow too? Lin Dong pondered for a moment before suggesting. Xiao Guang, would you be willing to capture this little Murkrow? Given that he already possessed 6 Pokémon, capturing the little Murkrow would result in its transfer to Professor Oak, making it more sensible for Xiao Guang to take it instead. Me? Xiao Guang was taken aback for a moment, but soon became excited. Alright, little Murkrow, do you want to come with me? Murk. The little Murkrow chirped and immediately leaped into Xiao Guang's embrace, provoking a wave of envy from Lin Dong. Within a luxurious hotel at the Sinnoh port, Xiao Man allowed the warm water from the shower to cascade over her battered and sore body. From the previous night to the morning and into the afternoon, Yihao had shown her no mercy, unleashing his fury upon her like a wild beast. Under the weight of physical pain and mental strain, Xiao Man began to sob, perhaps fearing that Yihao would hear her, so she turned the shower's intensity up even higher. The only consolation was that Yihao had gifted her a Nidoran. Lin Dong. Xiao Man couldn't help but reminisce about her time spent with Lin Dong. He would never treat her so brutally. He wouldn't even dare to hold her hand tightly. However, her regret was short-lived. After all, being with Yihao had granted her a Nidoran. Had she stayed with Lin Dong, she might have found herself merely serving as a bug-catching girl. It became evident that she had overthought the situation. After Xiao Guang captured the little Murkrow and Lin Dong secured the Murkrow, the two ventured towards the Sinnoh port, eventually reaching a more spacious clearing, where the gentle sound of a babbling brook could be heard nearby. They set up their tent in the clearing, and Lin Dong began to start a fire to prepare a meal. With his culinary skills on par with those of a seasoned chef, he performed the task with remarkable ease, capturing Xiao Guang's captivated gaze. This young man before her seemed flawless, so perfect that it felt almost surreal. Xiao Guang. Is something the matter? Lin Dong smiled and called everyone out, announcing that it was time for dinner. Alright, Pokémon, Muker, come on out, he exclaimed. Now, everyone else, please join us. Lin Dong summoned all his Pokémon, and while Xiao Guang was familiar with the other creatures, it was only the shadowy black Pokémon that Lin Dong was revealing for the first time. Alright, let's all get acquainted. This is Darkrai, and from now on, we shall all be comrades. Pika, Hu Seed, Ghost, Mook. Lin Dong's Pokémon greeted one another, and Xiao Guang, filled with curiosity, took out her Pokédex. Darkrai, the dark Pokémon. It is said to appear on moonless nights, lulling people to sleep and subjecting them to nightmares. However, when she attempted to access more detailed information, she found the screen completely blank. What a mysterious Pokémon, Xiao Guang mused, her eyes wide with admiration as she regarded Darkrai, who emanated an elusive aura of power that spoke of its extraordinary nature. Everyone, this is Xiao Guang, a companion suitable for my travels. This is her Pokémon, Pokémon and Mewker, and you shall all be comrades from now on. Lin Dong introduced her, and the Pokémon immediately formed a lively gathering, with Darkrai nodding in acknowledgement. Alright, let's eat, Lin Dong called, and the Pokémon promptly lined up in an orderly fashion. The delectable Pokémon food, crafted with Brock's culinary skills, was nothing short of exquisite. So much so that even Darkrai, who had no need for sustenance, couldn't resist sampling some. As the enticing aroma wafted through the air, a small brown rabbit bounded out from the underbrush and approached the campsite. Mimi, the Bunnelby shyly made its way to Pikachu's side, covering its face with its paws. Pika? Pikachu looked on in bewilderment. Wow, it's a Bunnelby. So adorable. Xiao Guang's eyes sparkled with affection, noticing that the Bunnelby seemed particularly enamored with Pikachu. Lin Dong, are you going to catch it? No, Lin Dong chuckled. You seem quite fond of it. Why not you try? He readily conceded. In the original animation, Xiao Guang had her own Bunnelby that was fond of Pikachu, while Ash, with his obliviousness, missed such a splendid opportunity. If their Pokémon were to be together, wouldn't it be natural for their trainers to share that bond as well? Besides, Bunnelby wasn't particularly suited for him. With the system at his disposal, Lin Dong was destined to have powerful Pokémon. If he succeeded in winning Xiao Guang's heart, there would be an opportunity for a random legendary Pokémon awaiting him. Then I shan't be polite, Xiao Guang gently asked, suppressing her excitement. Bunnelby, would you like to come with me? Mimi? Bunnelby looked confused. At this moment, Lin Dong decided to give Xiao Guang a helping hand. Bunnelby, Xiao Guang is my travel companion. In this way, you can be with Pikachu too. Pika Pika. Pikachu, oblivious to the concept of love, was simply thrilled at the prospect of a new companion. Mimi, Bunnelby agreed, but only if she could battle first. As Jengar translated at the perfect moment. A battle? No problem. Mimi, Bunnelby leaped aside, and Xiao Guang sent forth Pokémon. Pokémon, use Bubble Beam. Pokémon, bouncing countless bubbles erupted from Pokémon, hurtling towards Bunnelby. With an impressive leap, Bunnelby soared into the air, swiftly closing the distance. Pokémon jump. Just as Bunnelby was about to strike, Pokémon leapt to evade the attack, and Bunnelby followed suit, quickly catching up in midair. Pokémon, use Peck. As the two Pokémon nearly aligned, Pokémon's beak glimmered with white light as it lunged at Bunnelby. Mimi, Bunnelby effortlessly dodged the strike, and both Pokémon returned to their starting positions. Pokémon, use Bubble Beam. Once more, Pokémon unleashed Bubble Beam, yet Bunnelby did not evade. Instead, it gathered icy energy in its mouth, forming a ray that clashed against the bubbles. Its ice beam evenly matched. Lin Dong recalled a similar scenario from the original animation, as if it were a reenactment. Sure enough, Bunnelby burst forth from the smoke generated by the collision, its ears like fists rhythmically attacking Pokémon. Xiao Guang, be careful. That's Dizzy Punch. If it hits, you'll become confused, Lin Dong advised at the opportune moment. I understand. Pokémon, evade, and then use Peck. Lin Dong's timely reminder allowed Pokémon to dodge the attack, landing a successful hit on Bunnelby with its beak. Pokémon, please. Xiao Guang threw a Pokeball at Bunnelby, striking it, and causing the latter to transform into a beam of red light, sucked into the ball. The ball shook side to side a few times before emitting a confirming ding. Success! I caught Bunnelby, Xiao Guang exclaimed, elated by her first capture through battle. And she excitedly embraced Lin Dong. The warmth and fragrance enveloped him, sending a rush of blood to his head, leaving him momentarily flustered. Congratulations. Hee, I'm so happy. Our team has grown. Xiao Guang, realizing the awkwardness of her position, blushed and quickly diffused the tension. Chapter 10. The Photographer, reunited with Yi Hao and Xiao Man. The golden sunlight poured down upon the earth, as the symphony of insects heralded the dawn. The gentle morning breeze, refreshing and invigorating, ushered in a new day for all. Lin Dong awoke naturally, and after a quick wash-up, he prepared breakfast for the day. Ah, how annoying. A piercing scream startled the birds in the forest, sending them scattering in search of the early morning insects. Lindong hurriedly approached Xiaoguang's tent. Xiaoguang, are you all right? Don't come in. Xiaoguang replied nervously. My hair is a mess. Don't look. Huh, is that all? Lindong breathed a sigh of relief. He recalled reminding Darkrai to return to its Pokeball last night, but a disheveled appearance was clearly not Darkrai's doing. I just can't stand a messy appearance. Pokémon, use Bubble Beam. Bubbles floated out of the tent, and soon after, a well-groomed Xiaoguang emerged. It was evident that the Bubble Beam had worked wonders on her hair, which now flowed smoothly, shimmering beautifully under the sunlight. The effect is quite impressive, Lindong complimented. Xiaoguang's cheeks flushed lightly as she softly uttered a thank you. At that moment, a brilliant light bridge arched across the sky, with multicolored ribbons cascading from the clouds. A magnificent bird, enveloped in resplendent golden light, soared into the distance. Pika Pika. Lindong's Pikachu suddenly grew agitated, and as he followed its gaze, Lindong was taken aback. Isn't that? No, it can't be Ho-Oh. Bathed in the radiant colors, both Lindong and Xiaoguang felt a surge of exhilaration coursing through their very cells, momentarily lost in reverie. Detected that the host has received Ho-Oh's blessing. Super True Newbie Physique upgraded. Super True Newbie Physique upgraded, effect increase, attracts legendary Pokémon within a certain range, who will naturally harbor a degree of fondness towards the host. Gradually, Ho-Oh's figure diminished in the distance. Lindong, that is. Xiaoguang gazed at Ho-Oh flying towards the end of the rainbow, pulling out her Pokédex. Not in the database. There are still Pokémon in this world that humanity remains unaware of. If I am not mistaken, that should be the legendary Pokémon of the Johto region, Ho-Oh. Lindong remarked softly. Ho-Oh? Xiaoguang murmured, the legendary Pokémon. At that moment, a shimmering golden feather fell from the sky and, inexplicably, landed perfectly in Lindong's outstretched palm. Is this a feather from a Pokémon? Xiaoguang inquired, her eyes wide with astonishment. It must be, but it seems to lack any extraordinary function, Lindong chuckled. However, wearing it as a talisman wouldn't be a bad idea. Lindong was uncertain about the feather's true purpose. In the game, it served as an item to summon Ho-Oh into battle. Yet, the system had long warned him that capturing a first-level deity, one that holds divine status, through combat was utterly impossible. Even second-level deities, those endowed with divine roles, could not be captured through battle. These beings possessed inherent authority, and their essence harbored terrifying powers. According to the system's elucidation, ordinary Pokémon contained elemental energy, while mythical creatures were imbued with divine power, with authority representing a higher echelon of divine might. The reason mythical Pokémon possessed levels of power surpassing ordinary Pokémon was due to their ancestors having attained authority, leading to an evolution of their bloodline nurtured by this divine power. Thus, while mythical Pokémon wielded divine strength, they lacked the full might of authority, yet bore its characteristics. For instance, Articuno, one of the legendary birds, can freeze an entire ocean at full power, while an ordinary Articuno would only manage to freeze a small lake. The most mundane ice-type Pokémon could merely create a thin layer of ice on a lake's surface. These mythical beings were insufficient to break free from high-grade Pokeballs. But those endowed with authority could effortlessly escape any Pokeball's confinement. Therefore, a true relationship of capture did not exist with these powerful beings. It could only be described as a bond of friendship or collaboration. Nevertheless, the system had a special note. Suicune can be captured. Here, take this feather, Lindong said, realizing it served little purpose. You should keep it. I've already got this, Xiaoguang replied, retrieving a feather pendant from her backpack. This is the Crescent Moon feather, a feather from the legendary Pokémon, Cresselia. It pairs perfectly with yours. All right, I'll hold on to it then. Lindong conceded, though he could not summon Ho-Oh. The feather might attract Suicune. The system had indicated that Suicune could be captured. After all, it was at least a second-level deity, so why not try? After organizing their belongings, the two continued their journey to Sinnoh Port. Sinnoh Port, located in the southern part of the Sinnoh region, had become a maritime transportation hub over the past decade. Many renowned trainers and coordinators had left their mark there. Along the way, Lindong and Xiaoguang paused intermittently, battling numerous wild Pokémon to accumulate experience for their new companions. It was only by evening that they finally arrived at Sinnoh Port. Their first stop was the dock, where they learned that the next cruise to the Hoenn region would set sail in 2 days. The luxurious cruise ship had only one suite left, or they would have to share a cabin with others. Upon seeing the price, Lindong hesitated. He could afford to share a cabin, but the suite's fee was nearly 30,000 league coins per person. Unexpectedly, Xiaoguang swiped her card. I'll take this sweet, thank you. Xiaoguang that. No worries, we're companions, of course we should stay together, she replied playfully, winking. Don't overthink it, I'll have them change it to a twin room. With Xiaoguang's insistence, Lin Dong could not refuse. Just days prior, he had been at the hospital for a tooth extraction, and the dentist had advised him to eat soft foods. Delicious. Shall we head to the Pokemon Center now? Lin Dong suggested. There isn't a Pokemon Center in Sinnoh Port, Xiaoguang explained. The league plans to build one, but it's not completed yet. She took Lin Dong's hand and said, let us go to the St. Lon 7-star hotel. I've always wanted to stay there. Soft food is indeed delightful. Half an hour later, Lin Dong realized this truth profoundly. The original story was merely an animation. Reality had many more considerations. Xiaoguang's mother, Psycho, was a top-tier coordinator. Although not depicted in the original work, the person who could marry Aunt Psycho was surely not ordinary. While Xiaoguang's family background might not be as affluent as Yi Hao's, it was certainly not far off. They were simply more low-key. The room, costing over 2,000 per night, was swiftly charged to the card. Both were filled with anticipation for their upcoming travels, happily preparing to rest, only to be interrupted by an unwelcome presence. Hey, isn't that Lin Dong? Lin Dong turned to see Yi Hao, adorned with a stylish hat, accompanied by his girlfriend, Xiaoman, wearing a matching couple's hat. Behind Yi Hao trailed a gaggle of his girlfriends. Lin Dong, I thought you had real skills. I was considering bringing you on as a junior for Xiaoman's sake. Who knew you were just living off others? Yi Hao shouted boisterously, his voice jarring in the elegantly decorated hotel lobby. Haha, I wondered how you suddenly became strong. Xiaoman chimed in. I must have been blind. I thought you had some backbone, but it turns out you're just a freeloader. And what about you? Xiaoguang retorted angrily. Lin Dong is my companion, not yours. What we do is none of your business. You should really tidy up your appearance, especially buttoning your shirt. Xiaoman was left speechless by Xiaoguang's comeback. Her face flushed with anger. Lin Dong, are you just going to hide behind girls? Yi Hao stepped closer, challenging him. Do you dare to battle me again? Oh, Lin Dong was taken aback, uncertain of where Yi Hao found his confidence. Sure, I'm ready whenever you are. Pikachu appeared equally eager for the challenge. Yet, Yi Hao wore a sly grin. How about we battle in doubles this time? Doubles? Lin Dong was momentarily stunned. Exactly. It will be me and Yi Hao against you two. Are you up for it? Xiaoman looked at Xiaoguang with an air of superiority. Fine. Let us do it. No problem. Xiaoguang had long been irritated by Xiaoman, especially sensing a former connection between her and Lin Dong, which only fueled her annoyance. Then it's settled. Tomorrow morning at 9, we'll meet at the hotel training ground. Surprisingly, after making this declaration, Yi Hao and his entourage departed without uttering any further threats. Yet, Xiaoguang's earlier excitement had evaporated. Lin Dong, what is the deal with those two? She asked, concern etched across her face once they returned to their room. That girl is Xiaoman, my ex-girlfriend. As you saw, she is now with Yi Hao, Lin Dong replied calmly. Are you alright? Xiaoguang sensed Lin Dong's unusual tranquility. Typically, how could any boy remain so composed after being cuckolded? No worries. Lin Dong smiled, mimicking Xiaoguang's earlier tone. Why should I feel sad over someone like that? I should cherish my current companions, right? Xiaoguang's cheeks flushed, and she quickly changed the topic. So, what are your thoughts on that doubles battle? Well, I've been considering it, Lin Dong replied thoughtfully. Yi Hao has already witnessed Pikachu's prowess, yet still dares to challenge me, indicating he has a new strategy. I suspect he must have acquired a grass-type Pokemon, as grass types are resistant to both electric and water moves. If it's high enough in level, it could easily overpower my Bulbasaur. What are you planning to do? Xiaoguang asked curiously. To counter grass types, flying-type Pokemon are generally advantageous. Are you thinking of using Staraptor? No, I have a different approach in mind. The next morning, Lin Dong and Xiaoguang woke early, and after freshening up, they retrieved their Pokemon from the front desk. Miss Xiaoguang and Mr. Lin Dong, your Pokemon have all regained their vitality. While there is no Pokemon Center in Sinnoh Port, this luxurious hotel has employed professional doctors and nurses to care for the Pokemon of its guests. After retrieving all the Pokeballs, the two promptly made their way to the training grounds. With a quarter of an hour still remaining until their scheduled meeting, Yi Hao was already waiting there. Over the past 2 days, Yi Hao had been in a rather foul mood. The day before yesterday, he had called home, hoping to enlist the family's influence to exact revenge on Lin Dong. However, when his father learned that Lin Dong was accompanied by Xiaoguang, he immediately called back to reprimand him. Although Yi Hao was arrogant, he was not a complete fool. He quickly realized that the stunningly beautiful girl named Xiaoguang was someone even his father dared not provoke. But could he swallow his pride? Absolutely not. Thus, he devised an alternative plan. Engaging in covert actions was out of the question. A straightforward challenge would surely be acceptable. As fellow novice trainers, it was entirely normal for them to spar. As for any potential accidents during the sparring, that was simply inevitable. To this end, he spent a substantial sum in the black market of SHINY WAIFU, acquiring a powerful Pokémon from the hands of a Pokémon hunter. Just the thought of avenging himself today filled him with excitement, and after a night of revelry, he awoke early, brimming with anticipation. Ah, the freeloading man has arrived. Yi Hao sneered, raising his middle finger at Lin Dong. Yi Hao, are you merely bitter because you can't have the grapes? Lin Dong replied languidly. Did I not notice your expression that day? Suddenly, Lin Dong's demeanor darkened ominously. I warn you, if I see you again, I shall ensure that you wish you were never born. At Lin Dong's words, Yi Hao shivered involuntarily, sensing an inexplicable aura of terror emanating from him, a pressure he had only felt from his father's Pokémon before. How could this be? Yi Hao felt a surge of anxiety, momentarily forgetting to retort. Enough. Aren't you eager for a double battle? Let us commence, Lin Dong said dismissively, walking alongside Xiao Guang to the opposing platform of the training grounds. One could only marvel at the grandeur of the 7-star hotel. The training area was constructed to the league standards. Standing on the standardized arena for the first time, Lin Dong felt a swell of passion rise within him. The fervor of his past life had transformed into the fiery spirit of this one, igniting a desire to stand on the stage of the league conference. Even Xiao Guang felt the infectious energy, as the ambition she had always held to become a top coordinator began to shift towards the impulse to challenge a gym. Yi Hao strode onto the opposing platform with a grim expression, dismissing the limping Xiao man who attempted to link arms with him, shaking her off harshly. How could I be intimidated by that loser? Yi Hao seethed, clenching his fists in anger. Lin Dong, dare you stake a bet with me? He shouted. What do you propose to wager? Lin Dong calmly countered. I wager this duel. Should you lose, you shall kneel and bow to me 10 times. Is that all? I accept. And if you lose, I will do the same. Yi Hao nearly shouted in fury. Do the same? Bowing. That holds little weight. Lin Dong paused thoughtfully. How about cash instead? Your esteemed self's bowing would surely be worth at least 10,000, correct? If you lose, you owe me 100,000 league coins. How does that sound? In truth, the league permits trainers to engage in betting battles, akin to receiving a reward for defeating a passerby in a game. Given that Yi Hao initiated the proposition, Lin Dong would not hold back. Deal. Yi Hao agreed without hesitation. He was not short on money, and though he was confident of victory, losing cash was preferable to groveling. Then let us begin, Lin Dong smiled slightly. Yi Hao, since this was your challenge, shall we not let you take the lead? Chapter 12. Yi Hao was astonished. How could you use Gung Gui? Yi Hao was taken aback. This was indeed his original plan. Before coming here, he had envisioned Lin Dong's shocked expression when he sent out Pikachu. However, with Pikachu now standing at Lin Dong's feet, Yi Hao gave it little thought. Go, Nidoking. Nida. A robust purple Pokémon appeared on the field, unabashedly showcasing its formidable physique, powerful limbs, and strong tail. Its exposed fangs and elongated poisonous horn gleamed ominously, and its triangular eyes bore an intimidating glare. Witnessing the incredibly powerful Nidoking, Yi Hao's supporters erupted with excitement. Go, young Master Xiao Hao. Young Master Xiao Hao is the best. Go, Kecleon. Xiao Man released a peculiar bug Pokémon, its body seamlessly merging with the foliage resembling a raincoat. Xiao Guang promptly consulted her Pokédex. Nidoking, the drill Pokémon. A single strike from its tail can snap a telephone pole in half like a matchstick. Kecleon, the chameleon Pokémon, the evolved form of female Kecleon. Its appearance varies based on its evolution location. Indeed, it is Nidoking and Kecleon. Lin Dong's gaze sharpened. Yi Hao had indeed spared no effort to counter him. Nidoking possessed both poison and ground attributes, rendering it immune to electric-type moves. Meanwhile, this grass-like Kecleon had both bug and grass types, providing resistance to electric and water-type attacks, and as an evolved form, it could suppress Bulbasaur. Noticing Lin Dong's serious expression, Xiao Man's lips curled into a twisted smile. For this moment, she had paid a hefty price the night before, and her current limp was one of the consequences. But it was worth it. At least that was how Xiao Man perceived it, especially after acquiring both Nidoran and Kecleon. Xiao Guang, let us proceed as planned last night. Lin Dong cast a reassuring glance at Xiao Guang. Gung Gui, it's you. Ghost. Lin Dong was unconcerned about Gung Gui's unique ability to speak human language being revealed. Much like an ordinary person who, despite mastering a foreign language, would still speak their native tongue in daily life, Gung Gui, although capable of human speech, did not regularly converse in such a manner. This was markedly different from Team Rocket's Meowth, who had already considered itself human. Then I entrust you, Porygon. Porygon. Xiao Guang sent out Porygon, feeling a tinge of nervousness as this was her first encounter with another trainer. However, seeing Lin Dong beside her instilled an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Yi Hao gazed at the Pokémon with a slight smirk and a peculiar smile, feeling increasingly uneasy. How could you possibly use Gungui? Why can't I use Gungui? Lin Dong replied with a grin that mirrored Gungui's. Do you require me to use Pikachu? Willingly falling into your trap? How infuriating. Yi Hao cursed, gritting his teeth. The anticipated advantage of attributes was nearly nullified. Yet, he still held a sliver of confidence, because when he purchased Nidoking from the hunter, he had been informed that this Nidoking was of exceptionally high level. Had it not been for the opponent's enhancements, at Yi Hao's current level, Nidoking would undoubtedly not obey his commands. Yi Hao decided to strike first. Nidoking, use Poison Sting. Gungui, unleash Phantom Whip, strike its mouth. Lin Dong was determined not to grant any opportunity. Just as Nidoking opened its mouth to unleash Poison Sting, a whip of dark purple energy appeared in Gungui's grasp. Crack, 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 crack. In the blink of an eye, 5 lashes struck Nidoking's mouth. The Poison Sting attack dissipated instantly. Gungui, use Hypnosis. Gasped. A peculiar light suddenly emanated from Gungui's eyes. The once furious gaze of Nidoking gradually revealed signs of weariness, and soon his eyelids drooped helplessly, causing him to collapse onto the ground and fall into a deep slumber. The entire sequence unfolded with alarming rapidity, before Xiaoguang and Xiaoman could issue a single command. Nidoking was already lying down. Xiaoguang, it's your turn, Lin Dong aptly reminded. All right, no problem. Xiaoguang couldn't help but break into a smile. Bojamin, use Peck. Upon receiving the command, Bojamin hesitated, choosing instead to gather energy at its beak, which gradually elongated. Just as it was on the verge of losing control, it lunged toward the Jiko Waifu. Don't you dare underestimate me, Xiaoman blustered, though her fury propelled her to retaliate. Jiko Waifu, use Leaf Blade. Gungui, utilize telekinesis. The Leaf Blade launched by Jiko Waifu was immediately seized by Gungui's telekinesis, rendering it motionless in midair. Bojamin spun and leaped gracefully through the fluttering leaves, each strike from its energy-infused beak landing repeatedly upon Jiko Waifu. Ugh! Jiko Waifu scurried about in a frenzy, desperately attempting to evade Bojamin's relentless assault. While the pecking may not have seemed formidable, it was a genuine flying-type move, and against the grass-clad Jiko Waifu, its effects were particularly pronounced. Every time Xiaoman attempted to counterattack, she was thwarted by Gungui's interventions under Lin Dong's command. This was the real world, where Pokémon did not learn abilities like in games, forgetting one as they acquired another. After 500 years of practice, Gungui had mastered all the skills it could possibly learn. Moreover, with its unparalleled control over its internal energy, it had even devised numerous techniques of its own. Jiko Waifu stood no chance of retaliating. At long last, Jiko Waifu collapsed, its eyes spiraling like incense coils. Jiko Waifu. Xiaoman felt a pang of sorrow. It was a Pokémon she had fought tirelessly to capture the previous night. Now gravely injured and on the brink of defeat, its leafy attire nearly torn to shreds. Yi Hao's clenched fists remained unyielding, and he felt a profound sense of powerlessness. Nidoking, wake up, he shouted in fury. If you don't want anything to happen to your child, get up and fight. What? Lin Dong and Xiaoguang were taken aback. Lin Dong, angered, interrogated, Yi Hao, what have you done to Nidoking? What business is it of yours? Yi Hao had lost all reason. Nidoking, if you don't rise, I will end it tonight. Nijia. Under the influence of hypnosis, Nidoking appeared to be trapped in a nightmarish vision. Upon hearing Yi Hao's words, he plunged the sharp claws of his forelegs into his own flesh, using the intense pain to jolt himself awake. Yi Hao, I once believed you had at least some semblance of a trainer's integrity, but it appears you are utterly unworthy of that title. Witnessing Nidoking's self-mutilation, Lin Dong understood all too well that Yi Hao had captured Nidoking's offspring to force him into submission. And what of it? As long as I can defeat you, that is all that matters. Yi Hao bellowed. Nidoking, unleash Hyper Beam. Nijia. Nidoking roared, channeling all its energy into a crimson-yellow sphere. A powerful beam shot forth, hurtling towards Gungui and Bojamin. Humph, you appear to have lost your mind, Lin Dong scoffed, issuing his command. Gungui, use Shadow Ball. Gungui conjured a black energy sphere between its hands and launched it at Nidoking. The Shadow Ball collided with the Hyper Beam, but instead of the anticipated explosion, the nearly tangible Shadow Ball seemed to possess immense weight, dispersing the Hyper Beam into fragments. The dissipating crimson-yellow energy weakened rapidly, soon vanishing into the air, while the Shadow Ball merely lost a fraction of its potency before crashing into Nidoking. Nijia. Nidoking glared defiantly at Gingaway, its spirit waning, relying solely on its dwindling willpower to persist. Bojaman. At that moment, Bojaman pointed at the faltering Nidoking, urging its trainer to issue a command. Xiao Wang, give the command. Lin Dong urged, knowing that pity for the battlefield's plight would not suffice. The crisis could only be resolved by targeting Yi Hao. You're right. After this battle, we will immediately report to the League. Xiao Wang's expression turned resolute. Bojaman, go ahead and use Bubble. Before Xiao Wang could finish her sentence, Bojaman eagerly unleashed its ultimate move. However, it was not a beam composed of bubbles, but rather, facing the sky, it formed a massive vortex at its mouth. What is that? Xiao Wang was momentarily bewildered. It's Whirlpool. Bojaman has learned a new move. Lin Dong elucidated. All right, Bojaman, unleash Whirlpool. Bojaman. The colossal vortex surged towards Nidoking, who, already unsteady, was instantly engulfed. After spinning in the water, it blissfully succumbed to unconsciousness. For it, falling was indeed a form of liberation. Yi Hao, we have emerged victorious. Stepping down from the battlefield, Lin Dong coldly regarded Yi Hao. Let us settle the wager first. As for Nidoking, we will certainly report it to the League. Yi Hao trembled uncontrollably, now somewhat lucid. Reflecting on the words he had carelessly uttered moments ago, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Colluding with Pokémon hunters and abusing Pokémon were actions that crossed the League's bottom line, an audacious gamble with dire consequences. His family wielded considerable influence. Yet their most significant ally resided in another region, a champion. Even a champion would find it difficult to intervene directly in the affairs of another region's league, and the prospect of personally causing chaos in Sinnoh was utterly implausible. In another region, they might acknowledge him as a champion, but if they chose not to, they would leave him bruised and battered. Moreover, the Sinnoh region was home to the eminent champion, Zhulan. If this matter were to reach the higher echelons of the League, the Yi family would be utterly incapable of shielding him. The best course of action was to leverage familial influence to suppress the situation before it escalated. Lin Dong, I offer you 1 million. The extra is a hush fee. What do you say? Yi Hao capitulated. There's no need for that. I only require the 10,000 we wagered. Lin Dong stated coolly. As for the rest, you should contemplate how to deal with the League's inspectors. Yi Hao seethed, yet found himself powerless. Transferring the 10,000 wager to Lin Dong's account before departing with his entourage of cheerleaders. Lin Dong and Xiao Wang promptly made their way to the hotel's telephone booth. Unlike the Pokémon Center, where phones were arranged in rows, this 5-star hotel featured individual soundproof rooms, each equipped with a Pokéball transfer device and a comfortable sofa. However, this was not the time for admiration. Xiao Wang swiftly dialed Dr. Shanyan's number, recounting the day's events in detail. This is utterly outrageous. Dr. Shanyan erupted in fury. Despite his typically stern demeanor, his love for Pokémon was rivaled by none. I am aware of this matter. Do not worry. I will report it to the League immediately. Thank you, Doctor. Xiao Guang exhaled in relief, feeling a wave of happiness wash over her. After all, Yi Hao was also a novice trainer under Dr. Shanyan, and she had previously worried that he might shield Yi Hao. It seemed her concerns were unfounded. By the way, how have you been? Have you captured any Pokémon? Doctor. Shanyan inquired about Xiao Guang's recent endeavors. Doctor, take a look. Xiao Guang released Muker and Huanhuaner. Oh, it's Muker and Huanhuaner. Very impressive. However, the size of this Muku is considerably smaller than the norm, necessitating greater diligence in its subsequent training. Furthermore, you are bound for the Hoenn region, correct? Upon your arrival, do make it a point to pay a visit to Professor Otomaki, as he possesses a wealth of detailed information regarding the Pokémon of the Hoenn region that can be updated in your Pokédex. Please convey my regards to Professor Otomaki. Doctor. Yamanashi stated. Certainly, we will convey your message. Thank you, Doctor. After Dr. Yamanashi ended the call, he promptly dialed a number to contact an old friend within the League. Meanwhile, Koharu called her mother. Upon learning that Koharu had gained 2 new companions, Ayako felt immense joy. A mother knows her daughter best. Ayako was well aware of Koharu's abilities. The rapid growth Koharu exhibited in such a short span was evidently linked to Lindong. Lindong, I am truly grateful for your care of our Koharu. Auntie, you are too kind. Koharu is quite strong herself. We look after one another, Lindong replied. Very well. I trust you to take good care of Koharu during your journey in the Hoenn region. No problem at all, Lindong responded, mimicking Koharu's tone. Ayako felt reassured, noticing that the bond between Koharu and Lindong seemed to deepen. With the conversation with Ayako concluded, Lindong also placed a call to Professor Okito's lab, only to learn that Professor Okito had already departed for the Hoenn region. Lindong was indifferent, yet Koharu felt a tinge of disappointment. During their last visit to Dr. Yamanashi, she had missed the opportunity to meet Professor Okito. Well, we'll meet him eventually. Seeing Koharu's slightly downcast demeanor, Lindong comforted her. Professor Okito is likely heading to Professor Otamaki's as well. Once we reach Hoenn, you might just meet him in person. Really? I can hardly wait. The ship departs tomorrow. Let us buy a few things at the port. Lindong noticed that regardless of the world, shopping seemed to be an inherent trait of girls. With the existence of marvelous items such as the Ultra Backpack in this world, it was all the more remarkable. The two spent the entire afternoon browsing, returning to their hotel only after the sun had fully dipped below the horizon. Pikachu lay on the bed, utterly exhausted. Lindong shared the sentiment. His only achievement that afternoon was managing to repay the cost of their tickets by insistently paying for everything. Meanwhile, in a lavish suite on the hotel's top floor, Xiaoman knelt by the bed, disheveled, alongside two similarly disheveled girls. Yi Hao, increasingly exhilarated, was caught off guard when there was a sudden knock at the door, causing his spirits to plummet. Who is it? Do you not know this young master is busy? Yi Hao bellowed in dissatisfaction. Open the door. Pokémon League Investigator. Chapter 14. A New Journey. Arrival in the Hoenn region a week later, the luxurious cruise ship carrying Lindong and Koharu docked at the port of the Hoenn region. Throughout the journey, Lindong experienced a mix of pain and joy. For some reason, Koharu had grown increasingly casual when they were alone together. At times, she would lounge in a short skirt on the bed, unabashedly revealing her graceful figure, her delicate, snow-white feet swinging in the air. In such moments, Lindong could only cover himself with a blanket to shield his embarrassment. During this time, their relationship had blossomed rapidly, and as they approached the port, Lindong had the system scan again, discovering that Koharu's affection level had reached a remarkable 88 points. Dear passengers, we have now arrived at the destination of this voyage. When disembarking, please ensure you take all your belongings with you. We hope to have the opportunity to serve you again in the future. Wishing you a safe journey. Thank you. Amid the ship's announcements, Lindong and Koharu set foot on the land of the Hoenn region. Boga. Pikachu perched on Lindong's shoulder, while Bagamon was cradled in Koharu's arms, both Pokémon brimming with excitement. Let us first visit Professor Otamaki in Mabuki Town. It's not far from the port, Lindong remarked, glancing at the map, which indeed aligned closely with his memories from his previous life. The port in the Hoenn region, much like the others, lacked a Pokémon Center, rendering their stay here somewhat inconsequential. No problem, Boga. Upon arriving in this unfamiliar land, everything about Hoenn filled Koharu with curiosity. Even the fragrance of the earth in the air seemed distinct in this different climate. Koharu couldn't help but feel eager to encounter new companions in the Hoenn region, known for its plethora of rare Pokémon from the Sinnoh region. Simultaneously, a girl clad in a red t-shirt rode her bicycle towards Professor Otamaki's lab. Oh dear. It's Miss Haruka. Unfortunately, the professor has gone to the back mountains to study wild Pokémon, a researcher greeted her. Miss Haruka, please come in and wait. The professor should return shortly. No need. I'll go find the professor. Haruka replied, unwilling to wait, and pedaled her bike towards the mountains. Let us see where the wild Pokémon are. A middle-aged man with a square face and a robust build was scanning the area in the back mountains. It was none other than the renowned Professor Otamaki. He preferred not to confine himself to the lab for rigid research. Instead, he relished the outdoors and interacting with Pokémon. In the realm of studying Pokémon habitats, Professor Otamaki was unparalleled. However, despite his significant achievements in research, he was somewhat careless. Inadvertently, he lost his footing and tumbled down a slope. Ouch! Professor Otamaki exclaimed, rubbing his waist. Such mishaps were commonplace for him. While painful, he usually emerged unscathed. However, the same could not be said for the watchog nearby, having been napping peacefully in the shade of a large tree. It was rudely awakened when a plump figure fell onto its tail. The agitated watchog glared at Professor Otamaki, baring its sharp teeth. My apologies for the disturbance, watchog. Professor Otamaki said sheepishly, scratching his head as he prepared to retrieve some Pokémon food from his backpack. Chirp, chirp. The watchog paid him no mind, and soon, a large Mytena and another watchog emerged from the nearby woods, all three Pokémon casting menacing glances at Professor Otamaki. Chirp, chirp. This was a sound of fury. Help. Professor Otamaki realized the gravity of his situation and took off running, engaging in a frantic chase with the three Pokémon. By the time Haruka arrived, drawn by the cries for help, Professor Otamaki had managed to climb up a tree, while the three Pokémon howled below, waiting for him to descend. Professor Otamaki, Haruka exclaimed, both startled and anxious, spotting him perched on a branch. Ah, Haruka, you've come at just the right time. Quickly, open my backpack, Professor Otamaki shouted, as if seeing a savior. Following his instructions, Haruka opened the bag, revealing 3 Pokeballs inside. Professor, what should I do? Just throw out any Pokeball. It doesn't matter which, just call forth a Pokemon, Professor Otamaki urged, feeling the pressure mounting. Haruka, closing her eyes, randomly picked a Pokeball. This one, with a flash of white light, a small blue Pokemon appeared before Haruka. Gyarados, it's a Mudkip, Professor Otamaki exclaimed joyfully. Now what? What should I do? Haruka looked at the Mudkip in confusion. Quick, use your special move, like Water Gun. Oh, Haruka replied, turning to Mudkip. Water Gun. Mudkip. The Mudkip obediently unleashed a Water Gun attack, precisely spraying Haruka in the face. What is happening here? Little Yao was drenched, her expression one of utter despair. Sighing, Dr. Otamaki felt a twinge of disbelief. He had never imagined that little Yao, daughter of the gym leader in Orange City, would struggle with the most fundamental commands. However, he had no time to dwell on this, as the large Houndoom beneath the tree could no longer contain itself. It retreated a couple of steps, took a running leap, and lunged at him. In a panic, Dr. Otamaki clumsily lost his balance and fell from the tree. Is there anyone who can save me? He exclaimed, once again engaged in a game of dodge with the 3 Houndooms. Hey! The large Houndoom lunged at him again. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. In that moment of imminent danger, a bolt of electricity struck the Houndoom, sending it crashing to the ground. Arriving at the scene was none other than Lindong. Are you both all right? Lindong recognized little Yao and Dr. Otamaki at a glance. They resembled their animated counterparts remarkably. Phew, we're saved. Dr. Otamaki sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Pikachu stood protectively in front of Dr. Otamaki and little Yao, its cheeks crackling with electricity. The Houndoom, now intimidated, retreated. Its first singe from the earlier Thunderbolt, another hit might have been fatal. It turned tail, fleeing with its 2 accomplices. I can't thank you enough. My name is Dr. Otamaki, and I am engaged in Pokemon research, he introduced himself. Ah, so you are Dr. Otamaki? Little Guang gazed at the disheveled middle-aged man in astonishment, struggling to reconcile his appearance with that of the esteemed Pokemon Professor Oak from the television. Haha, indeed, that's me, Dr. Otamaki replied, scratching his head awkwardly. Hello, Professor. I am Little Guang, a novice trainer traveling from the Sinnoh region with aspirations to become a top Pokemon coordinator. Professor Yamazaki asked me to extend his regards to you. Little Guang introduced herself. Oh, please send my greetings to Professor Yamazaki as well. So, this young lad is also from the Sinnoh region? Chapter 15, Meeting Little Yao. Departure from Neverwhite Town. Yes, Dr. Otamaki, I am Lindong. However, due to certain circumstances, it is Professor Oak from Newtown who issued my Pokédex and registered my trainer status, Lindong replied. Oh, Professor Oak, you say? He just left here yesterday, Dr. Otamaki remarked. What? Professor Oak has already departed? Little Guang expressed her disappointment, realizing her chance to meet him had slipped away again. Indeed, Professor Oak's visit to Hoenn was primarily to appear on a local television program. Dr. Otamaki continued, suddenly recalling the name Lindong as somewhat familiar. Wait a moment. Did you say you were Lindong? Dr. Otamaki exclaimed. Professor Oak mentioned to me that he discovered an exceptionally talented new trainer recently. Could it be you? Oh my. This is remarkable. To possess such ability as a novice trainer, Professor Oak truly has an eye for talent. Dr. Otamaki felt a twinge of envy. As a fellow professor, he had thought his own newly recruited trainers were quite strong, but Lindong's prowess was on an entirely different level. You flatter me, Professor. I still have much to learn, Lindong chuckled modestly. Let us return to the research lab. By the way, little Yao, since you are both novice trainers, it would be great for you to get acquainted and perhaps exchange insights in the future. Hello, I am little Yao. Today marks my first day as a trainer, and I look forward to your guidance. She introduced herself enthusiastically. Lindong took a moment to observe her. Indeed, this character from the animation closely resembled his memory. She wore a striking red t-shirt paired with a white skirt that revealed deep blue shorts underneath, complemented by red and yellow sneakers, while her head was adorned with a distinctive red and white bandana. Ah, my bicycle. Little Yao suddenly shrieked as her peripheral vision caught sight of a charred bicycle. Following her gaze, Lindong felt a twinge of embarrassment. In his haste to save her, Pikachu had apparently failed to control its electric power once again. I apologize. I will take responsibility for this, Lindong said. Sigh, little Yao sighed. It's all right. I should be the one thanking you for saving both me and the professor. Little Guang glanced at the charred remains of the bicycle, suddenly missing her own. However, given her current rapport with Lin Dong, she felt no need to bring up old grievances. The group returned to Dr. Otamaki's research facility, where little Yao fell into contemplation upon seeing the 3 Pokémon before her. Little Yao, have you decided which Pokémon you would like? Dr. Otamaki inquired. This one. A grass-green lizard with large eyes gazed up at little Yao. Ah, it's staring at me, she gasped, instinctively retreating a few steps. That's a Trico, don't worry. Its eyes are just naturally large, Lin Dong reassured her. Haha, indeed, Lin Dong, you truly know your Pokémon. Dr. Otamaki praised. Gala, this one is a mudkip. You've encountered it before, Dr. Otamaki continued his introduction. Little Yao observed the blue mudkip, recalling the earlier incident of being drenched. But I feel like it doesn't listen to me at all. Lin Dong, remembering the drenched little Yao, understood the situation. It seemed that the event of being hit by Mudkip's water gun had once again unfolded in reality. However, the timeline appeared to diverge significantly from the original animation. In the past, by the time Little Guang embarked on her journey, Little Yao had already gained considerable fame as a Hoenn performer. And this one is a Torchic. Chamo. Chamo. The Torchic eagerly approached Little Yao, nuzzling its round, fluffy head against her foot. Wow, it's so adorable. Little Yao exclaimed, scooping up the Torchic. I've decided. I want Torchic. Excellent. Here is your Pokédex and Pokeballs. Best of luck. I believe you can surpass your father and become an exceptional Pokémon trainer. Dr. Otamaki encouraged her. In truth, among the 3 new trainers he had selected this year, he held the highest hopes for little Yao, especially since her father, Senri, was renowned as a candidate for the Pokémon League. Thank you, Professor. Little Yao expressed her gratitude, yet in her heart, she pondered, well, that's well and good. I'm not entirely keen on becoming a trainer. Little Yao, what are you thinking? Dr. Otamaki noticed something was amiss with her demeanor and inquired. Oh, it's nothing. I will do my best. Little Yao hastily replied. Then let us all strive together. Pikachu and Pachima chimed in, smiling kindly at little Yao. The 2 Pokémon quickly became acquainted with Torchic, and the 3 of them began to play together. By the way, Lin Dong and Little Guang, where do you plan to head next? Dr. Otamaki asked. First, we intend to register for the Hoenn League. Then we plan to proceed to Old Town. Followed by Orange City, Lin Dong responded. This route mirrored the one taken by Ash in his previous life. While Lin Dong had found it somewhat convoluted while watching the animation, he felt no inclination to plan further in reality. Following this path seemed sufficient. And perhaps they would encounter some fortuitous events along the way. I see. How about we travel together? Little Yao eagerly proposed. Absolutely, no problem. To Lin Dong's surprise. Before he could respond, Little Guang readily agreed, her expression one of joy. Though the 2 girls had been chatting on the way back to the research lab, he couldn't fathom how their bond could have grown so strong in such a short time. Yet, this was the nature of friendships among girls. They blossomed in an instant. Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao first exchanged compliments about each other's attire, and then their conversation turned to culinary delights, evoking a sense of camaraderie that suggested they had met too late in life. Most importantly, Xiao Guang had some ulterior motives in mind. Very well, let us journey together, she proposed. Although she did not harbor particularly strong feelings for Xiao Yao, as one of the protagonists from their previous life, her beauty and physique were undoubtedly remarkable. Objectively speaking, she was on par with Xiao Guang in every aspect. Even if nothing were to transpire between them, merely being in her presence was a visual feast. Xiao Guang had already consented, and naturally, Lin Dong could not decline. The trio bid farewell to Dr. Xiao Tianwan and set forth on their journey to ancient Qintown. With Xiao Yao's addition, the atmosphere grew significantly more vibrant. Why haven't you captured Pikachu and Pachima in Pokeballs? Xiao Yao inquired curiously. Because they dislike being confined in Pokeballs, Lin Dong chuckled as he explained. Not all Pokemon enjoy being captured. There are indeed many exceptions. My Pachima initially stayed in its Pokeball, but upon seeing Pikachu outside, it decided it preferred the freedom of the outside world, Xiao Guang added with a smile. Lin Dong, Xiao Guang, do you plan to challenge the Orange Flower Gym? Xiao Yao asked. Not me. Only Lin Dong intends to challenge the gym, Xiao Guang replied. My goal is to become a top coordinator and prepare for the grand festival in the Hoenn region. What about you, Xiao Yao? Are you planning to become a trainer? Xiao Yao hesitated. I haven't quite made up my mind yet. I see. Xiao Guang pondered for a moment before suggesting, you could give it a try? Why not join Lin Dong in challenging the Orange Flower Gym? Chapter 16. Xiao Yao's Dilemma and the Unfortunate Fire Chick. Challenge the Orange Flower Gym? Xiao Yao's expression turned peculiar. Well, I think I'll pass. The gym leader there is exceptionally strong. Moreover, he is very kind, strikingly handsome, and, in short, he is a truly wonderful person. As she spoke, a smile crept onto Xiao Yao's face. "Oh, Xiao Yao, you certainly know a lot about the gym leader," Xiao Guang remarked, a hint of curiosity in her gaze. "Well, actually, Sai," Xiao Yao sighed, "the gym leader of the Orange Flower Gym is my father." "Really?" Xiao Guang exclaimed in surprise, suddenly recalling what Dr. Xiao Tian had mentioned earlier. "So, Xiao Yao, don't you aspire to be a trainer like your father?" Lin Dong asked. Familiar with the original story, Lin Dong knew that Xiao Yao eventually chose to become a coordinator and achieved commendable success. However, in his memory, Xiao Yao had never managed to secure a ribbon trophy. Even during major competitions, Xiao Guang consistently outperformed her. As the daughter of the illustrious Mr. Qianlei, Xiao Yao possessed considerable talent. Perhaps in this life, she could carve a different path. Becoming a trainer, Xiao Yao hesitated, then suddenly turned to Xiao Guang. "By the way, what is this grand festival you mentioned?" The Grand Festival is distinct from gym battles. It emphasizes showcasing the charm of Pokémon. The festival comprises 2 stages. The first round involves performing Pokémon's signature moves and allure, judged by a panel, with the top 8 advancing to the second round, which consists of a dazzling battle competition. Xiao Guang elaborated on the rules of the Grand Festival, igniting a spark of interest in Xiao Yao. "That sounds great. I want to watch a Grand Festival before deciding on my goal." As the trio conversed, suddenly, a blue creature appeared in the middle of the road. "Look!" Lin Dong pointed to the Pokémon ahead. "What Pokémon is that?" Xiao Yao asked, puzzled, while Xiao Guang already had her Pokédex at the ready. "Lulilei, the water droplet Pokémon. It jumps using the rebound of its tail as it twirls," she read. "So adorable. I want one." Xiao Yao's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Then go ahead and capture it," Xiao Guang encouraged. Although she too desired Lulilei, she refrained from competing with her newly found friend. Participating in the Grand Festival did not necessitate an abundance of Pokémon. Her current trio had yet to be properly trained. Lin Dong had no intention of competing either, while Moriliolai was dubbed the Dragon Slayer. The reality of Pokémon traits was often elusive. He couldn't simply catch one Pokémon after another like in a game, discarding those with poor potential. However, Xiao Yao's next move left both of them astounded. "All right, empty Pokeball, go." She tossed an empty Pokeball directly at Lulilei. Although it hit its mark and Lulilei was captured, the Pokeball soon shook violently before bursting open, releasing a flash of white light. "Lulilei! Lulilei!" Lulilei glared at Xiao Yao, clearly irate. It must be said, not everyone possesses the skill of Xiao Hao. "Xiao Yao, do you not know that capturing Pokémon requires first battling them to weaken their strength?" Lin Dong asked. "Ah, right. Xiao Yao exclaimed, suddenly realizing her oversight, and promptly sent out her Fire Chick. "Fire Chick, it's your turn to shine." Lin Dong was at a loss for words. Indeed, whatever could happen, would happen. Under Lulilei's playful antics, Fire Chick repeatedly crashed into trees and stones. Annoyed, Fire Chick unleashed a spark attack, hitting something. It joyfully emitted a sound resembling human speech. Success. However, its elation was short-lived. Not only had it struck Lulilei, but also a Maril and a Moriliolai. The 3 Pokémon glared at Fire Chick with arms crossed. "Chamo!" Fire Chick shrank back. The trio simultaneously unleashed Water Gun, striking Fire Chick directly, causing it to collapse with its eyes swirling in cartoonish disarray. "Fire Chick!" Xiao Yao cried out in alarm as she rushed to its side. Lulilei. The 3 Pokémon were relentless, intent on delivering a finishing blow. But Lin Dong was not about to stand idly by. Pikachu Thunderbolt. A strong bolt of electricity struck the ground in front of the trio, causing the earth to erupt. The 3 Pokémon, frightened, hastily retreated to the water. "Fire Chick! Fire Chick!" Xiao Yao anxiously cradled Fire Chick, unsure of what to do. "Xiao Yao, stay calm. In this situation, we just need to go to the Pokémon Center," Xiao Guang advised. "Right, the Pokémon Center," Xiao Yao recalled, swiftly returning Fire Chick to its Pokeball and sprinting towards ancient Qin Town. Fortunately, they were not far from the town, and the trio soon arrived at the Pokémon Center. "Oh, are you Nurse Joy from Jinsha Town?" Upon seeing the familiar face, Xiao Guang was momentarily taken aback. "Not quite. I am Nurse Joy in charge of the Pokémon Center in ancient Qin Town," she replied. Lin Dong chuckled. "Xiao Guang, you may not know, but Pokémon Centers worldwide are generally managed by Nurse Joy. They are all related." Indeed, Nurse Joy smiled gently. "Nurse Joy, please take care of my Fire Chick," Xiao Yao requested, excited to meet her for the first time, promptly handing over the Pokeball. "Certainly, leave it to me." Nurse Joy placed the Pokeball on a machine. "There's no major issue. It just needs a good night's rest to recover." "Thank you so much, Nurse Joy." Xiao Yao beamed with gratitude. "All right, let us rest at the Pokémon Center for the night." As the sky gradually darkened, the 3 settled into a 4-person room. The conditions of Pokémon Centers varied significantly from one to another. In the Sinnoh region, the accommodation conditions of most Pokemon centers have become indistinguishable from those of hotels. In contrast, in the Hoenn region, apart from the Pokemon centers located in major cities, more remote areas often feature dormitory-like rooms with bunk beds. At least in Old Town, there are independent bathrooms, which can be considered quite decent. Alas, I have much to learn. Xiaoyao reflected on her experiences from today's battle and realized that her flaws were numerous. Many novice trainers start off this way. Gradually, they become more adept. Lin Dong offered words of comfort. However, I find you quite formidable, whether against the Sandshrew or the Love Disc, Xiaoyao remarked. This is your first journey as well, and I feel I'm lagging far behind you. Ah, Lin Dong chuckled. Back in school, I frequently watched various Pokemon competitions, which is why I have a better grasp of battles. In a sense, Lin Dong was speaking the truth, having watched the animated series in his previous life. He had absorbed the techniques of the masters. Chapter 17, Ambushed again, in the Pokemon Center. As the three conversed merrily, the lights in the room suddenly went out. It was past 8 in the evening, and they were plunged into an impenetrable darkness, startling the two girls. Xiaoguang, Xiaoyao, come stand behind me. Without hesitation, Lin Dong summoned his Gengar and Darkrai, keeping a vigilant eye on the door while gently pulling the two girls behind him. Lin Dong, what is happening? Xiaoyao, having never encountered the dark side of the world, felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine, causing her to shudder involuntarily. In comparison, Xiaoguang, having experienced a battle with Team Rocket, quickly regained her composure. Moreover, with her 3 Pokemon, including Pachima, still at her side, she felt considerably more secure. Most importantly, being with Lin Dong made her feel incredibly safe. Shoo, don't make a sound, Lin Dong whispered. Gengar, please scout the situation. Gengar nodded and slipped into the darkness, vanishing through the wall. Darkrai, the origin of the enemy is unknown. I ask for your assistance. Darkrai met Lin Dong's gaze with its bright blue eyes for a moment before nodding in agreement. Gengar soon returned, emerging from the floor in front of the trio. Boss, a group of people in red outfits has come down from the stairs. They've captured someone and seem to be discussing a relic. Gah. Xiaoyao was so frightened that she fell to the ground. Xiaoyao, quiet down. It's just Gengar, Lin Dong sighed in exasperation. However, Gengar's sudden appearance would indeed startle anyone unacquainted with it. Don't be afraid, Xiaoyao. Lin Dong's Gengar can speak, Xiaoguang explained. Oh, I see. Xiaoyao seemed to realize she had panicked unnecessarily. I'm so sorry. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the corridor. It's fine. It's not a big deal. Lin Dong thought to himself, already assessing the situation. Gengar, Darkrai, use Hypnosis and Black Hole to put him to sleep. The 2 Pokemon acted swiftly, and soon, a thud was heard from outside the room. Lin Dong opened the door to find an adult man and a black Houndoom sprawled on the ground. Judging by their attire, they were indeed members of Team Magma. Both the man and the Pokemon bore unpleasant expressions, seemingly having succumbed to nightmares induced by Darkrai. Xiaoguang, Xiaoyao, follow me. Lin Dong beckoned, keeping his footsteps light as he cautiously approached the stairwell. At that moment, in the lobby on the first floor, beams from several flashlights illuminated a man. Behind him, several Team Magma members had subdued Nurse Joy and a few injured trainers. In the infirmary, many wounded Pokemon were also being controlled by 2 Team Magma members. With several Houndoom and Mytina glaring menacingly, both the trainers and their Pokemon trembled in fear. There's an ancient saying, the one who possesses wealth and power is a hero. With the lives of these individuals and Pokemon as leverage, they surely believe they could pry answers from you. The leader of the operation sneered, Professor Mez, if you wish for them to remain unharmed, you must cooperate with us. What do you want? Professor Mez inquired. Take us to the ruins outside Old Town and open that stone door, the leader stated. Don't pretend to be ignorant. We know you have deciphered the method to access that door. Professor Mez gritted his teeth, glancing at the hostages and Pokemon behind him, ultimately yielding. Fine. I will go with you, but do not harm them. Uncertain of the specific enemy situation, Lin Dong proceeded cautiously, while Gengar used its ghostly advantages to scout ahead. Boss, there's only one person guarding the stairway, along with a dog that looks just like the one before. Alright, just like before. Darkrai, use Black Hole on the Houndoom. Gengar, put that person to sleep. With the coordination of Darkrai and Gengar, Lin Dong swiftly dealt with the enemy at the stairway. As he descended to the first floor, he encountered 2 Team Magma members approaching them. Hey, who are you? The 2 Team Magma members questioned Lin Dong and his companions. I should be asking you that. Lin Dong replied, standing firm, with only Pikachu and Pachima by their side. Humph, just these 2 little ones. I suggest you surrender. Before the words could fully escape their lips, Darkrai, emerging from the shadows, suddenly appeared before the Team Magma members, unleashing a powerful black hole directly at them. Both Team Magma members and their Houndoom promptly fell into slumber. Boss, Gengar returned, reporting that there were no more enemies dressed like those before. But the warehouse ahead contained many captured individuals and Pokémon. Understood, you both did well. Return, Gengar, Darkrai. Lindong praised them, leading Xiao Wang and Xiaoyao towards the warehouse indicated by Gengar. Removing the wooden plank that secured the door, Lindong easily pushed it open. Nurse Joy, are you all right? Ah, thank you so much. Overjoyed at her unexpected rescue, Nurse Joy rushed towards the control room to restore power to the center. She then promptly dialed the police department. The Chansey were also busy. During Team Magma's attack, several trainers who had come to assist were injured. Moreover, those Pokémon whose treatments were interrupted due to the power outage were in even worse condition. My Blaziken, Xiaoyao expressed her deep concern. Don't worry, I'll handle it from here, Nurse Joy assured her. She then glanced at Lindong, hesitating momentarily. Is there something you need help with? Lindong inquired. Indeed. A highly esteemed scholar, Professor Mez, has established a research facility here to study the ancient ruins on the hill outside. He was just taken away by those people. I would like to ask you to go to the ruins and rescue Professor Mez, Nurse Joy earnestly requested. Lindong looked towards Xiao Wang and Xiaoyao. I'll check out the ruins, you two stay here. I'll go with you. Both girls exclaimed in unison. In that case, Xiaoyao, you stay behind. Your Blaziken hasn't fully recovered, and it would be dangerous without a Pokémon. Once Miss Junxiao arrives, please assist us, Lindong stated. Xiaoyao refrained from protesting again. In the heat of the moment, she had been impulsive, but now, having regained her composure, she understood that going along would only distract Lindong and the others from protecting her, so it was wiser to stay behind. Lindong and Xiao Guang left the Pokémon Center, and then Lindong summoned his Dragonite. Come forth, Dragonite. Roar. Dragonite, please take us to the ruins on that hill. Roar. Dragonite swiftly lifted Lindong and Xiao Guang, flapping its wings as it ascended into the sky, rapidly soaring towards the hill. Chapter 18, Team Magma. Confrontation at the ruins. The speed of Dragonite was truly astonishing. The wind forced Lindong and Xiao Guang's faces nearly together. Whoosh. Xiao Guang gasped for breath, striving to restore calmness to her respiration. However, the effect was quite remarkable. Despite Team Magma having a head start, Lindong and Xiao Guang arrived near the ruins before them. They sought shelter behind a rock, where Lindong discreetly began to observe the situation at the ruins. Team Magma's vehicle sped in, abruptly halting beside the ruins. For members of Team Magma, along with a man clad in a beige work uniform, Professor Miai's, exited the vehicle. Lindong quietly contemplated the ensuing strategy. According to the original plot, Team Magma would present 4 gems capable of unlocking the stone door to the ruins. However, after Professor Miai's opened the door, Team Magma ultimately failed to find the clues they sought within the ruins. Subsequently, they would depart via helicopter. Thus, even if Lindong did nothing, he could effortlessly escort Professor Miai's back. Yet, it remained uncertain whether this would trigger the system's hidden mission. An alternative strategy would involve seizing the opportunity to rescue Professor Miai's and then confronting Team Magma. In truth, Lindong held Team Magma in little regard. Although they appeared formidable in the original narrative, that was merely in comparison to the trio from Team Rocket. It is worth noting that Team Rocket dominated the underworld of both the Kanto and Johto regions. And what of Team Magma? Their influence was limited to the Hoenn region, where they must share power with Team Aqua. These two organizations primarily pursued the powers of Groudon and Kyogre, and they failed miserably. Meanwhile, what was Team Rocket up to? By this time, they had already created Mutwo. Even though Team Rocket ultimately could not control Mutwo, they had managed to do so for a time. More importantly, they had genuinely succeeded in creating Mutwo. Setting aside the legendary Pokémon, Team Rocket had produced elite Pokémon such as Tyranitar and Salamence. And Team Magma? Their primary members consisted of Houndoom, Mytina, and Numel. It can be asserted that Team Magma and Team Aqua were on a completely different tier compared to Team Rocket. As long as they were not up against Groudon or Kyogre, Lindong could easily vanquish them with his Darkrai, which could withstand the might of Dialga and Palkia's attacks. However, Team Magma's Pokémon boasted relatively high levels, and although they were not overwhelmingly strong, they could provide a nice experience boost. Having made up his mind, Lindong began to seek an opportunity. All right, Professor Miai's, please lead us into this stone chamber, stated the leading action team captain. I indeed know the method to unlock this door, but it requires 4 corresponding gems as keys. Professor Miai's replied. If we force this door open, the ruins will be damaged. Professor Miai's intended to deter Team Magma with this statement, but the leading captain waved his hand, prompting a team member to immediately present a box containing 4 gems, red, yellow, blue, and green, lying quietly within. The action team captain calmly remarked, "Professor Mii-Eyes, this must be what you are referring to. Please proceed." Professor Mii-Eyes suddenly felt a wave of helplessness. The individuals before him were evidently not virtuous. Unlocking this stone door, in a sense, would be aiding their nefarious plans. Our intelligence network is quite impeccable. Had we not known that this door should not be attempted lightly, we would have long since tried every possible combination, the action team captain asserted. "Professor Mii-Eyes, please hurry, or the folks at the Pokemon Center may face dire consequences. You wouldn't want them to come to harm, would you? Very well, I shall open it." Professor Mii-Eyes sequentially picked up the gems, placing them in their correctly interpreted positions. When the final gem was set into the recess at the center of the stone door, the ground suddenly trembled as the door gradually receded, revealing a passageway. With a wave of his hand, the action team captain signaled Team Magma's members to enter, their movements remarkably synchronized. To be fair, while Team Magma and Team Aqua may not be particularly strong, they were indeed well-trained. Lin Dong silently commended them. But his physical actions were swifter. This was the moment he had been waiting for. "Come forth, Murkrow, use Hurricane. Murkrow, you join in." 2 beams of white light flashed as Murkrow appeared in the air, vigorously flapping their wings. A tempest surged towards the 2 Houndoom and a Mytena that were guarding Professor Mii-Eyes, instantly drawing their attention. After all, these were Team Magma's Pokemon. Even without a trainer's command, they instinctively retaliated based on their combat experience. Each Houndoom unleashed a fiery attack, while Mytena conjured a shadow ball in its mouth. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Bulbasaur, Leaf Tornado. Pachima, Bubble Beam. Swablu, use Ice Beam. Pika, Pachirisu, scare them. Pachima, Mimi. The 4 Pokemon simultaneously executed their ultimate moves, colliding with the fire blasts and shadow balls, resulting in a fierce explosion. The dust kicked up obscured the vision of the Houndoom and Mytena under the influence of the hurricane. "Dragonite, now's the time. Rescue Professor Mii-Eyes." Roar. Dragonite transformed into a streak of yellow lightning, swiftly seizing Professor Mii-Eyes and soaring into the sky, quickly returning to Lin Dong's side. The dust posed no hindrance to Dragonite. "Professor Mii-Eyes, are you alright? I am Lin Dong, and this is my companion Xiaoguang. We were sent by Nurse Joy to rescue you." "Oh, thank you so much." Professor Mii-Eyes exhaled a sigh of relief. Everything transpired so swiftly that when the explosion from the collision of ultimate moves occurred, the action team captain within the stone chamber had no time to react. "Enemy attack. Have all the data been collected here?" "All collected, but no information regarding it has been found," the action team captain muttered, issuing an immediate order, "Retreat." As Team Magma emerged, they found their Houndoom and Mytena in a standoff with Lin Dong and his companions. "Now's the moment," Lin Dong shouted, and Darkrai suddenly emerged from the ground, unleashing several black holes upon Team Magma, Houndoom, and Mytena. Surprise attack. The action team captain turned pale, only he managed to react swiftly enough to evade the calamity. "Come forth, Mytena, Houndoom, and Numel." Observing the formidable presence of Lin Dong before him, the action team captain released 3 Pokemon in one breath. But his mind was already calculating an escape route. Darkrai retreated to Lin Dong's side. Having successfully executed the surprise attack, only 1 member of Team Magma remained, achieving the intended objective. In truth, a Pokemon of Darkrai's caliber would not typically resort to such underhanded tactics. Yet Lin Dong provided it with an irresistible rationale. A surprise attack could maximize the minimization of harm to its companions. That reason was sufficient. Now, with only 1 adversary left, it was time to begin granting experience to his companions. Chapter 19. Capture the action team captain of Team Magma, Hozumi. Lin Dong recognized the man before him. If he was not mistaken, this robust figure was none other than Hozumi, the action team captain of Team Magma. This was a significant cadre within Team Magma. "Xiaoguang, it's time to engage." Lin Dong grew serious. For the upcoming battle, he planned to have Darkrai and Dragonite take the lead, while Murkrow would provide support, with Pikachu, Bulbasaur, Pachima, and Swablu taking the offensive. Observing Lin Dong and Xiaoguang's movements, Hozumi felt a sense of foreboding arise within him. Charizard and that enigmatic Pokemon, whose name remains unknown, were evidently the mainstays of the opposing team, now relegated to the rear of their ranks. He quickly discerned their intention. It was unmistakably a trial of skill aimed at him. Infuriated, Huatsuan felt the heat of anger rising within him, yet his vast combat experience enabled him to swiftly devise a strategy. It was imperative to draw that mysterious Pokemon and Charizard into the fray, Otherwise, with Charizard's extraordinary speed, escape would be futile. With this thought in mind, he commanded his Pokémon, Houndoom, use Flamethrower. Rapidash, unleash your Fire Spin. Mytina, employ Shadow Ball. Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt. Piplup, execute Bubble Beam. Swablu, utilize Icy Wind. The clash of their formidable moves resulted in a stalemate. Now, Bulbasaur, Razor Leaf. Staravia, Hurricane. Murkrow, join in with Hurricane 2. Lindong had no intention of engaging in a fair 3v3 battle with the Team Magma in the wilderness against such a nefarious organization. It was all about overwhelming the few with sheer numbers. Group assaults were preferred over one-on-one confrontations. Had the Team Magma members not succumbed to the slumber inflicted by Darkrai, a fair fight would have been utterly impossible. The explosion of energy stirred up a cloud of smoke, which was soon dissipated by the hurricane. In that fleeting moment of obscurity, the Razor Leaf accurately struck Houndoom, Mytina, and Rapidash. The sharp leaves sliced through the trio, compounded by the pressure of the hurricane, rendering them significantly destabilized and unable to unleash their full power. Huitsuin, too, felt the force of the wind, gritting his teeth as he threw another Pokeball. Come forth. Swellow, use Hurricane to push them back. With a powerful flap of its azure wings, Swellow summoned a tempest, countering the opposing winds. The pressure on Houndoom, Mytina, and Rapidash lessened, and a flamethrower obliterated the oncoming Razor Leaf into ashes. Well done. Huitsuin's gaze remained fixed on Charizard and Darkrai's movements. The mere addition of Swellow had only shifted the balance from disadvantage to slight advantage. However, that mysterious dark Pokémon seemed disinclined to engage. Yet Huitsuin felt the need for caution. He sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from it, instilling a palpable fear in Houndoom and Mytina. Had they not been well trained, they might have already succumbed to terror, unable to execute their moves. This was unprecedented. Even when facing a Banette, Houndoom and Mytina had not faltered. This indicated that the mysterious Pokémon's power surpassed that of Banette, a pressure from a higher echelon of existence that had rendered Houndoom and Mytina into such a state. Huitsuin refrained from making any rash moves, while Lindong remained unhurried. Such practical experience was indeed rare, much like a martial artist who, though they may practice diligently on a wooden dummy, cannot truly gauge their prowess without the crucible of real combat. Lindong knew that while he could facilitate practice among his Pokémon, they were comrades and could never truly go all out against each other. Only in genuine battles could their latent potential be fully realized. As Staravia and Murkrow struggled against Swellow's fierce winds, they began to show signs of fatigue. Yet their efforts grew increasingly refined, barely managing to maintain their balance. Let us see how long you can hold out. Swellow, increase your intensity. Huitsuin, a seasoned veteran in battle, seized the moment when he noticed Murkrow's movements slowing. Rapidash, Houndoom, unleash Overheat. Mytina, use Dark Pulse. Two fiery spheres shaped like the character Da formed before Rapidash and Houndoom, hurtling toward Lindong's side, while Mytina concentrated a black-purple energy in its maw. Lindong immediately commanded, Pikachu, unleash Thunder. Pikachu, an adept performer in its own right, had previously held back in battles focused on rescue missions. After all, should Pikachu go all out, its power would surely rival that of Latios. However, this time, facing the elite Pokémon of Team Magma, Pikachu finally released its full electrical potential. The dazzling lightning formed a barrier that completely intercepted the two fireballs. In the clash of lightning and flame, Pikachu stood firm against the two foes. The fireballs shrank in size until they ultimately dissipated into the air. At that moment, Mytina's charged Dark Pulse shot forth, shattering the lightning barrier and aimed directly at Pikachu. Piplup, Bubble Beam. Swablu, Icy Wind. Xiaoguang, momentarily caught off guard, quickly rallied her Pokémon to prevent the adversary from gaining the upper hand. Piplup, Mimimai. While the black-purple beam was partially diminished by the thunder attack, Piplup and Swablu's combined efforts resulted in a standoff. The dual explosions kicked up a significant cloud of dust, which had a taxing effect on the already weary Staravia and Murkrow. Seizing the opportunity, Huitsuin commanded Swellow to gather its energy, flapping its wings powerfully to send a strong gust of wind swirling towards Lindong's side, obscuring their vision. In that instant, without a moment's hesitation, Huitsuin instructed Swellow to grab his shoulder and fled. However, to his astonishment, just as Swellow was about to take flight, a Pokémon with a sinister grin suddenly appeared before them. Ha ha ha, Jengar. It was the long-anticipated Jengar, launching a surprise attack with hypnosis. Huitsuin felt his eyelids grow unbearably heavy, and despite his rigorous training, he could no longer resist. Swellow released its grip and collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to slumber. Meanwhile, Charizard merely beat its wings once, dispersing the swirling dust. The sandstorm failed to even graze Lindong and his companions. Without their trainer's commands, Houndoom, Mytiana, and Rapidash faltered. Pikachu first executed Quick Attack, closing in swiftly before delivering a steel wing that knocked Rapidash out cold. Lindong then directed Bulbasaur to bind Mytiana's mouth with Vine Whip. Unable to unleash its moves, Mytiana was relentlessly struck by Staravia and Murkrow's flapping wings, leaving its eyes swirling in confusion. Xiaoguang also commanded Piplup and Swablu to confront Houndoom. After being caught in a whirlpool of confusion, Houndoom was ultimately knocked out by Swablu's dizzying punches. We did it. We won. Xiaoguang joyfully embraced Lindong. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist and twirled her around. Swablu leaped beside Pikachu, shyly covering its face. Haha. Indeed. We have triumphed. Lindong laughed heartily. Xiaoguang, recalling the earlier moment, felt her cheeks flush crimson as she lowered her head. Everyone worked hard. Come back. Chapter 20. The Ancient Ruins of Guchun. News of the Three Divine Pillars. Lindong recalled his Pokémon into their Pokeballs, while Xiaoguang, eager to dispel the awkwardness, returned Murkrow and a still excited Swablu. Pikachu and Piplup jumped into their respective arms, and Lindong and Xiaoguang exchanged smiles. Under the moonlight, the young man's face was handsome, while the young girl's cheeks were tinged with bashfulness. A wave of affection had surely filled Professor Miai's heart to the brim. Suddenly, the roar of a motorcycle echoed from afar. Miss Junsha expertly executed a sudden stop, bringing her motorcycle to a steady halt before the three. Lindong, Xiaoguang, are you all right? Xiao Yao inquired with concern. All is well. Xiaoguang replied with a smile. Those people were defeated by Lindong. Ah, those people are all members of Team Magma. Upon hearing Xiaoguang's words, Miss Junsha quickly noticed the Team Magma members sprawled on the ground, fast asleep. However, their expressions seemed rather unwell, as if they were having nightmares. The law enforcement team promptly followed Miss Junsha, springing into action under her guidance. Each member of the Fire Rock team was awarded a silver bracelet. The Pokémon of the Fire Rock team was also transported in specialized escort vehicles. One of the officers recognized the appearance of Hua Village and exclaimed, Miss Junsha, please come and see. Is this person not our A-rank wanted criminal, Hua Village? Miss Junsha hurried to the scene, while another individual retrieved the image of Hua Village. Indeed, it was the cadre of the Fire Rock team, Hua Village. Miss Junsha compared the image and was nearly certain of Hua Village's identity. Handcuff him and take him back for immediate interrogation. We cannot allow him to escape. Understood. Hua Village was taken away, and Miss Junsha returned to the group, offering a salute to Lindong. This esteemed trainer, I am immensely grateful for your assistance. You have just defeated Hua Village, a high-profile A-rank wanted criminal, and you have rendered us a great service. May I take a look at your Pokédex? Miss Junsha inquired. Of course, Lindong replied, handing over the Pokédex, already anticipating her intentions. As expected, Miss Junsha pressed a couple of buttons, and the voice of Professor Oak resonated. This Pokédex is awarded to Lindong. Keep up the great work, Pokémon trainer. A message from Professor Oak of Newtown. Miss Junsha was momentarily taken aback. She had certainly heard of Professor Oak's esteemed name. Mr. Lindong, are you heading to Orange City next? Miss Junsha asked. Indeed. I plan to challenge the Orange Gym, Lindong responded. Then, upon your arrival in Orange City, be sure to visit the Pokémon Center there, Miss Junsha advised. I intend to interrogate Hua Village overnight, so I must return now. My colleagues will escort you all back. I will certainly go. Thank you very much. Lindong assured her. As night deepened, Lindong and his companions decided to retire for the night at the Pokémon Center, while Professor Miai stayed behind at the ruins. The Fire Rock team had been apprehended, but the gems they brought remained. After much effort, he finally unlocked the stone chamber door and was determined to stay up late to conduct his research. The tranquility of the night at 2 in the morning was shattered by furious shouts emanating from the interrogation room. That Lindong is utterly despicable and shameless. I was about to retreat when he resorted to trickery and ambush. My team was careless and did not dodge. I told them to stop, but they refused. I was ready to withdraw, and he did not even harm Professor Miai's. It should have been a matter of restraint, valuing peace above all. I advise your alliance's trainers to exercise caution and refrain from any further ambushes. Hua Village was agitated, his mental state deteriorating. Nevertheless, Miss Junsha gleaned several useful pieces of information, and by combining those with the testimonies of the Fire Rock team members, she was able to reconstruct the entire sequence of events. It was evident that from the counterattack at the Pokémon Center to the rescue of Professor Miai's and the defeat of Hua Village, The entire operation was orchestrated by the trainer named Lin Dong. Such composure was truly remarkable. Furthermore, Miss Junsha had also learned from relatives in the Sinnoh region that it was this very Lin Dong who had previously captured a small squad of Team Rocket during his time in Sinnoh. Now, he had assisted her in apprehending the A-rank wanted criminal Hua village along with an entire operational team of the Fire Rock. To put it bluntly, the contributions Lin Dong had made in just half a month far surpassed those of the vast majority of elite trainers in the Alliance, rivaling many gym leaders without a doubt. Yet, Lin Dong was merely a novice trainer. Miss Junsha fell into contemplation. In the Alliance, registered trainers were generally classified into 7 levels: novice, intermediate, advanced, elite, gym leader, champion, and master. Only those recognized as elite trainers could hold official positions within the Alliance. Prior to that, trainers belonged to an entirely different system, akin to mere honorary titles. This meant that the majority of benefits arising from the rescue of Professor Miai's and the capture of Hua village would accrue to her. Miss Junsha felt unworthy of such rewards, stirring a sense of unease within her. This also solidified her resolve to ensure Lin Dong received a substantial reward. Unbeknownst to her, dawn was already breaking on the horizon. After washing up, Lin Dong and his companions were enjoying breakfast in the dining hall when a man with dark circles under his eyes suddenly approached. Mr. Lin Dong, Ms. Xiao Wang, and Ms. Xiaoyao, good morning. Professor Miai's? Lin Dong looked at Miai's, puzzled. I meticulously interpreted the mural content within the ancient morning ruins and made a significant discovery. Since you saved me yesterday, I would like to present this information as a token of gratitude, Professor Miai stated earnestly. He was merely a scholar engrossed in research. Beyond this information, he had little else to offer. Thank you, Professor Miai, Lin Dong replied as he accepted a manuscript from Miai, who expressed his thanks once more before returning to rest. Upon glancing at the manuscript, Lin Dong was taken aback. Xiao Wang and Xiaoyao, intrigued by Lin Dong's astonished expression, leaned in for a closer look. Here is Battle Island, Smoke Peak, and Inu City, the legendary power. Xiaoyao recognized the locations resembling map markings, but could not decipher the meaning of the content. What does this all mean? I believe this manuscript is merely research data on the ruins. To glimpse the accounts of ancient relics is already a reward of its own for our journey, Xiao Wang remarked, unable to discern any valuable information within. However, simply witnessing the murals and writings left by ancient people was exhilarating. Yet Lin Dong did not share this sentiment. Though the murals were rudimentary, he discerned that they documented the legendary powers referring to the 3 mythical Pokémon, Regice, Regirock, and Registeel, and all 3 could be captured. Lin Dong's thoughts began to churn. Suddenly, he recalled something. System, I have captured Hua village alive. Where is my reward? Lin Dong called out to the system in his mind. Yesterday, the system determined that the host was asleep while completing the task, hence the settlement was not conducted. Would you like to settle now? Yes, settle. Congratulations, host, on capturing Hua village, a cadre of the Fire Rock team, and exceeding the hidden task, defeating the invading Fire Rock team in ancient Morning Town. You have earned the reward, Mega Evolution Package 1, and the opportunity to attract a legendary Pokémon of your choice. Note, the Mega Evolution Package contains 1 Evolution Keystone and 1 Random Mega Stone. Chapter 21, Arrival in Orange City, Alliance's Reward. The Mega Evolution Package. Lin Dong's heart raced. During his time in this world, he had gleaned a fair amount of information through various news reports. At this point in time, people had yet to uncover the secret of Mega Evolution, with only a handful inadvertently acquiring similar powers. If he were to showcase Mega Evolution now, the outcome would surely be one of 2 possibilities. Either he would become renowned across the land, or he would meet a grim fate. Lin Dong had no intention of gambling. In this world, there were those who dared to covet even Dialga, and Lin Dong was certainly not naive enough to believe that a single dark ray was invincible. He suddenly realized that he might know more than he had initially thought. If the memories of his previous life contained secrets yet undiscovered in this world, then even the evolution of a simple Monferno would be enough to shake the Alliance. His memories were a vast treasure trove, and he understood the principle that a common man is punished for possessing something valuable. Lin Dong, what's wrong? Xiao Wang asked with concern, noticing Lin Dong's heavy demeanor. It's nothing. Let's set off, Lin Dong replied, snapping back to reality. He had decided to refrain from delving into Mega Evolution for the time being. He would wait until others made their moves first. The Super Evolution gift pack was temporarily stored in the system warehouse. Lin Dong and Xiao Guang once again sought Ms. Joy's assistance to register for entry into the Hoenn League. With this, they could participate in the gym battles and the Pokemon contests of the Hoenn region. Soon after, the trio embarked on their journey to Orange City. Along the way, Lindong delved into another reward. He found himself quite intrigued by the opportunity to attract a Pokemon of his choice. System. What exactly is this Pokemon attraction opportunity? Host. By utilizing this opportunity, this system will employ special means to draw the Pokemon chosen by the host to their presence. The Pokemon attracted through this method will possess a certain fondness for the host, but whether it can be fully captured depends solely on the host. This system offers no assistance in this regard. Once again, a reminder. All Pokemon with powers, except for Suicune, cannot be captured. Any consequences of failure will be borne by the host. This reward indeed piqued Lindong's interest. He mused, if the attracted Pokemon harbored some affection for him, it might be persuaded to assist him in various endeavors. For instance, during a confrontation between Groudon and Kyogre, he could attract Rayquaza, or perhaps Lurho, which might help him revive something. However, it was equally possible that the Pokemon might take a glance and depart. The system had clearly stated that it only handled the attraction and nothing beyond that. Hence, the outcome was entirely unpredictable. Lindong was not a gambler. After much contemplation, he made his decision. System. Utilize the Pokemon attraction opportunity to attract Suicune. Usage successful. The chosen Pokemon will appear before the host in the near future. Though the exact timing remains unknown, please be prepared at all times. Lindong began to harbor quiet anticipation. He chose Suicune for 3 reasons. First, Suicune was the only Pokemon with powers that could be captured, and its strength surpassed that of other second-tier Pokemon without powers. Second, having learned of the legendary trio's whereabouts, he felt compelled to investigate. If he were to capture the legendary trio, Suicune, as a water-type Pokemon, would hold a significant advantage against any of them, providing considerable support. Third, capturing Suicune required merely a standard Pokeball. The journey from Guchin Town to Orange City was not particularly long. The trio took their time, encountering various wild Pokemon along the way. Xiao Yao gradually became adept at commanding her Torchic in battle, although it seemed she still needed more practice to capture a new companion. Xiao Guang had her sights set on a charming Snivy, but unfortunately, as she threw the Pokeball, her hand slipped, and it struck Lindong instead. The following day, the trio arrived in Orange City. Since it was on their way, Xiao Yao accompanied Lindong and Xiao Guang to the Pokemon Center. Welcome to the Pokemon Center, Ms. Joy greeted with her signature smile. Hello, Ms. Joy. Please restore our Pokemon strength, the 3 of them said in unison, presenting their Pokédexes. Of course, no problem, Ms. Joy replied as she took their Pokeballs. However, when she entered the information, a resounding name caught her attention. Are you Mr. Lindong? Yes, is there a problem? Lindong recalled Ms. Junch's words from Guchin Town and was not particularly surprised. You are quite famous now. Thank you for your contributions to the league, Ms. Joy said, slightly bowing. A portion of the rewards from the league is being held here. Please wait a moment. A cheerful Chansey wheeled over, pushing a cart containing a Pokemon egg nestled within an incubator. The egg was adorned with a white and green shell, featuring a striking red pattern. This is the reward from the league. Please sign for it. Additionally, there are some monetary rewards that will be directly transferred to your account later, Ms. Joy informed him. What type of Pokemon egg is this? Lindong inquired curiously. I'm not certain, but the league mentioned it is a very rare Pokemon, so consider it a pleasant surprise. Ms. Joy replied with a wink and a smile. Lindong nodded, feeling a sense of anticipation. By the way, Professor Oak left a message for you, suggesting you call him when you have the time, Ms. Joy added. All right. Thank you, Lindong acknowledged, moving to the telephone to dial Professor Oak's lab. Ah, Lindong. It's been a while since we last connected. Where are you now? Professor Oak's voice came through, clad in a red polo shirt and white lab coat. Professor, I'm currently in Orange City in the Hoenn region. Oh, Hoenn. So it seems you are indeed preparing to challenge the Hoenn League Conference next year. I recall that Orange City has a gym. Have you obtained a badge yet? Professor Oak inquired. I just arrived in Orange City and am planning to restore my Pokemon's strength before challenging the gym, Lindong replied. Haha, wise choice. One must recuperate to perform well in competitions, Professor Oak chuckled. Truly, heroes emerge in their youth. I've heard about your exploits. How you helped capture a Team Rocket squad in Sinnoh, rescued a scholar kidnapped by Team Magma in Hoenn, and apprehended a Team Magma officer. Haha. I dare say you are the strongest newcomer this time around. Professor Oak's joy was palpable, showering Lindong with praise. Speaking of which, have you received the rewards from the Hoenn League? I have, Lindong said, showcasing the egg to Professor Oak. Professor, can you identify what type of Pokemon egg this is? Ah, let us keep this as a delightful surprise for your journey. The reason I called is to ask if you would like to increase your Pokemon carrying capacity, Professor Oak remarked. Lindong was taken aback by the unexpected news. Professor, are you suggesting that I can carry more than 6 Pokemon? He asked eagerly. Precisely. If registered trainers in the league exhibit exceptional achievements, they can apply to increase their Pokemon slots. You can add up to 3 additional slots due to your significant contributions. This means you can carry a maximum of 9 Pokemon. If you wish to proceed, simply insert your Pokédex into the slot below the phone. Chapter 22. A challenge at the Orange Gym. Lindong never anticipated that, in addition to receiving a Pokemon egg, there would be a reward of increasing his carrying capacity awaiting him. Previously, 6 slots were indeed insufficient. Currently, Darkrai was undoubtedly Lindong's primary combatant. Without Darkrai, capturing a Team Magma Action squad would have been exceedingly difficult. Dragonite and Gengar formed the second tier of his team, each possessing irreplaceable advantages. Dragonite could facilitate flight, and its speed was something Lindong heavily relied upon. Gengar could easily conceal itself, making it ideal for reconnaissance, and it could communicate with humans, maximizing its utility. Alongside Pikachu, they occupied 4 invaluable slots. If he could successfully capture Suicune and the legendary trio, he would face the delightful dilemma of deciding who to keep by his side. 9 slots would certainly provide much more flexibility. Professor Oak quickly finalized the adjustments. Alright, your carrying capacity has now been increased to 9 Pokemon. Thank you, Professor Oak. Lindong expressed his gratitude, while Xiao Guang, unable to contain her excitement, pushed her way to the front of the phone. Nice to meet you for the first time. My name is Xiao Guang, Lindong's traveling companion. I absolutely adore your Pokemon haikus. Ha ha ha, is that so? I am truly honored. Hello, Miss Xiao Guang. I have heard about you from Professor Yamamoto. As a poet crafting haikus and a researcher of Pokemon, Professor Oak was genuinely delighted to be recognized by a budding trainer. Professor Oak, greetings, I am Xiaoyao, and I have just embarked on my journey as a Pokemon trainer this year. My brother and I often enjoy your lectures together. I humbly seek your guidance. Xiaoyao squeezed in, revealing that both she and her brother, Xiaosheng, are ardent admirers of Professor Okido. Ah, Miss Xiaoyao, how delightful. It appears that Lindong has made a new friend so swiftly. Do endeavor to support each other. Now, let us construct a sentence. Youngsters, advance towards the radiant tomorrow, Pikachu. Pika. Wow, you truly are a poet of haiku. That was indeed a haiku. On their way to the Orange League gym, Xiao Guang was still savoring the final words penned by Professor Okido. I'm back. Xiaoyao naturally pushed open the door to the Orange League gym. Sister, you have returned. A young boy clad in a green top and brown shorts, sporting black-framed glasses, approached her. Wow, this Pikachu looks incredibly adorable. I am Xiaosheng, pleased to meet you. Xiaoyao has returned. A handsome gentleman and a graceful lady emerged from the house arm in arm. Father, mother, Xiaosheng, allow me to introduce you. This is Lindong. And this is Xiao Guang, my newly acquainted friends, Xiaoyao introduced. Lindong, Xiao Guang, greetings. My name is Qianli. I am Mizuko, and we warmly welcome you to the Orange League gym. Father, Lindong is traveling with the goal of challenging the Hoenn League, and he has come to your gym to face you. Xiaoyao informed Qianli. Oh, is that so? Indeed. Mr. Qianli, I humbly request your acceptance of my challenge. Lindong asserted. Certainly. However, lunch is soon upon us. How about we share a meal first? And hold the gym battle in the afternoon? Qianli suggested with a smile. Yes, Lindong, Xiao Guang. Let us enjoy lunch together, Mizuko added. Very well. Thank you, Uncle and Aunt. Lindong and Xiao Guang replied in unison. What Pokemon is that? Xiaosheng curiously inquired, eyeing the Pachima that Xiao Guang was holding. He had read numerous books about Pokemon, possessing extensive knowledge. Yet he had never encountered this particular Pokemon. This is Pachima, my first partner. Xiao Guang proudly introduced. Haha, Xiaosheng, it's quite normal that you haven't seen it before, Qianli chuckled. Pachima is one of the 3 starter Pokemon gifted to new trainers in the Sinnoh region, and it is quite rare in our area. Wow, I see. That's amazing, Xiaosheng exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. By the way, Xiaoyao, what Pokemon did you receive from Professor Otamaki? Qianli suddenly recalled and asked. Xiaosheng, filled with anticipation, chimed in. Yes, sister, which Pokemon did you choose? This one. Xiaoyao dramatically tossed a Pokeball with flair. Come forth, Torchic. In a flash of white light, a small orange chick appeared. Chamo, Chamo. You chose Torchic, sister? Xiaosheng knelt down to scrutinize Torchic, revealing a look of disappointment. I think Trico is much better than it. Torchic, displaying an indignant expression, immediately pecked at Xiaosheng. Stop. That hurts. Xiaosheng rolled on the ground, flailing. However, Qianli and his wife showed no concern for Xiaosheng. Choosing Torchic as your first Pokemon shows you have quite an eye. Indeed, it is a rather charming Pokemon. They agreed. Upon hearing the praise, Torchic ceased its pecking but continued to glare at Xiaosheng with discontent. That's wonderful. I also wish to have my own Pokemon. Xiaosheng gazed at Torchic once more, then suddenly shifted his tone, but ideally, it should be Trico. Upon hearing this, Torchic pecked Xiaosheng once more. After having lunch and resting for a while, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lindong's first gym battle officially commenced. We are about to begin the formal gym challenge. The Pokemon used is limited to 3. The match concludes when all Pokemon from either the gym trainer or the challenger are rendered unable to battle. During the match, the challenger may only substitute Pokemon. The referee announced. Now, let the battle commence. As the referee's voice faded, Qianli threw out his first Pokeball. My first Pokemon. I entrust you, Slaking. Slack. Just as Lindong had anticipated, he had thoroughly prepared for this gym battle. While the other gyms in the Hoenn region posed little challenge, the Orange League gym required careful attention. Although Qianli was merely a gym trainer for now, his strength was comparable to that of a champion, and he was regarded as the next generation's Elite Four. If he were to unleash his trump card, it would certainly be a challenging affair. Fortunately, the primary responsibility of gym trainers lies in nurturing trainers' potential and identifying the most promising among them. Gym battles are not solely aimed at defeating challengers. In fact, as long as the challenger's performance is commendable, their Pokemon are well-trained, and their battle strategies are sound or exhibit some novel techniques. The gym trainer will often show leniency and award the badge. If gym trainers were to unleash their full power, it would be difficult for the number of participants in the league conference to reach double digits. Moreover, another crucial duty of gym trainers is to ensure local safety and maintain public order. Their primary Pokemon are generally employed for these purposes, making it impractical for them to engage in battles with challengers daily. However, there are exceptions, such as when Ash faced off against the gym leader in the Snowpoint Gym, where the opponent unleashed a Mega Stone. Thus, Lindong needed to ensure that Qianli did not become overly enthusiastic. Bulbasaur, you shall be my choice. Chapter 23, Fierce Battle. Bulbasaur versus Pikachu. That's Bulbasaur. Xiaosheng exclaimed from the spectator seats, brimming with excitement. Xiaoguang promptly retrieved his Pokédex. Slaking, the lazy Pokemon, is known for its constant slumber and seemingly minimal movement. Is that so? Xiaoguang questioned the Pokédex, as Qianli's Slaking clearly differed from its description. Hehe. The Pokemon my father raises are all quite formidable. Xiaosheng proudly lifted his chin, adjusting his glasses. Previously, Qianli had prohibited them from observing battles, as it could potentially distract the challengers. However, this time, after consulting Lindong, Xiaosheng was finally able to witness his first official gym battle. Bulbasaur, use Leaf Blade. Slaking, evade it. Lindong initially believed that Bulbasaur's Leaf Blade would be swift enough, but Slaking twisted and turned its body, successfully dodging all the Leaf Blades. Then, unleash Magical Leaf. Bulbasaur launched a flurry of leaves radiating a soft pinkish-purple glow, seemingly homing in on Slaking, making it impossible for Slaking to evade. This was a new move that Bulbasaur had learned after battling Team Magma. Slack. Slaking was struck by the Magical Leaf, letting out a pained cry. However, the effect was short-lived, as the power of Magical Leaf was relatively weak, and this resilient Slaking quickly brushed off the attack. Well done, Slaking. Counter with Blizzard. Qianli praised Slaking and commanded it to retaliate. Slaking gathered a massive amount of icy energy in its mouth, unleashing a fierce blizzard towards Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur dug its limbs into the ground, desperately maintaining its balance as an onslaught of snowballs pelted it, eliciting cries of pain. Grass-type Pokemon inherently lack resistance against Ice-type moves. And now facing Slaking's powerful Ice-type attack, Bulbasaur seemed on the verge of collapse. Bulbasaur, hold on, then use Vine Whip to sweep its legs. I believe in you. Bulbasaur gritted its teeth, enduring the pain inflicted by the raging blizzard, as it extended 2 Vine Whips, striking towards the legs of Snorlax from both sides. Snorlax leaped up to evade. Upon witnessing this, Qianli immediately commanded, and Snorlax soared high, narrowly avoiding the sweeping vines. The blizzard abruptly ceased. And this was precisely the opportunity Lindong had been waiting for. Now was the moment. Bulbasaur unleashed its Seed Bomb. A seed, resembling a garlic bulb, swiftly shot out from Bulbasaur's back, hitting Snorlax midair. The seed burst open, sprouting several slender vines that entwined around Snorlax's body, emanating a crimson glow. Ugh! Snorlax cried out in agony, scratching frantically with its claws, attempting to tear away the vines, ensnaring it. Snorlax. According to the rules, the gym leader cannot substitute Pokemon, so Qianli could only cheer for Snorlax at this moment. Bulbasaur, unleash your final Leaf Tornado. With a whoosh, Bulbasaur launched dozens of razor-sharp leaves at an astonishing speed towards Snorlax. Snorlax, dodge quickly. Snorlax intended to leap aside, but the pesky seed bomb continued siphoning its energy, causing its legs to weaken at the critical moment, and it fell half-kneeling to the ground. Ugh! The sharp leaves struck one after another against Snorlax, the tremendous force sending it crashing to the ground, its eyes spiraling into a daze. The referee immediately raised the flag. Snorlax has lost the ability to battle. Bulbasaur is the victor. At that moment, the vines on Snorlax retracted back into the seed, and the seed bomb automatically detached, returning to Bulbasaur's garlic bulb-like plant. Thank you for your hard work, Snorlax. Qianli offered a word of comfort as she recalled Snorlax into its Pokeball. It was somewhat hard to believe that her father's Snorlax had been defeated by Lindong, a newcomer trainer who was even challenging his first gym. It was astonishing that a trainer she considered a novice had managed to win a round against her father. Many trainers who had previously reached the final stages of the Indigo Plateau Conference in the Johto region had returned defeated after challenging her father for the first time. Lindong, you certainly have your own skills, but next Qianli produced her second Pokeball. My second Pokemon is Aipom. In an instant, a white flash appeared, and a monkey Pokemon, significantly larger than Snorlax, materialized on the field. Aipom, a rambunctious Pokemon known for its reckless nature and relentless energy. It cannot stay still due to its rapid heartbeat. It swings its arms to wreak havoc, and when there's nothing to destroy, it becomes even more unruly. Xiaoguang gazed at the Pokédex's description, her expression one of astonishment. It seems like a truly formidable Pokemon. Of course, my father's Aipom is exceptionally powerful. Xiaoxing beamed with pride once more. Lindong observed Aipom, contemplating. The energy absorbed by the seed bomb would nourish Bulbasaur upon its recall. The damage endured from the blizzard had also been somewhat alleviated. Bulbasaur, can you continue battling? Seed. Bulbasaur affirmed, prompting Lindong to temporarily abandon the idea of a substitution. In that case, Bulbasaur, use Magical Leaf. With a whoosh. After a brief moment of gathering energy, Bulbasaur launched leaves shimmering with a pinkish-purple glow. Aipom, use Scratch Attack. Aipom. Hearing Qianli's command, Aipom excitedly swung its robust arms, effortlessly slicing through the magical leaves. Being a tracking move, the magical leaf was thwarted by Aipom's frontal assault. Aipom did not pause, but accelerated towards Bulbasaur, its claws glowing white as it aimed to strike. Bulbasaur dodged quickly. Seed. Bulbasaur struggled to evade. Aipom's attacking speed was exceedingly swift, even intensifying. After narrowly avoiding 3 strikes, Bulbasaur was finally caught by a solid blow from Aipom. Upon witnessing this, Qianli seized the opportunity. Aipom, use Ember. Without surprise, Aipom unleashed a searing flame from its mouth, striking Bulbasaur directly. Seed. Although Aipom was not a fire-type Pokemon, Bulbasaur had little resistance against flames. Hit squarely, Bulbasaur collapsed to the ground, its eyes spiraling into a daze. Bulbasaur has lost the ability to battle. Aipom is the victor. Thank you for your efforts, Bulbasaur. You may return and rest well. Lindong recalled Bulbasaur. It's your turn now, Pikachu. Pika. Eagerly, Pikachu dashed onto the field. Pikachu. Then Aipom, use Scratch Attack. Aipom charged forward, arms swinging wildly, rapidly closing the distance to Pikachu. As those glowing claws approached once more, Lindong remained unfazed. Pikachu. Leap and use Iron Tail. Pika. Pikachu leaped high, evading Aipom's attack, and immediately struck Aipom's face with its Iron Tail. Aipom hastily raised its hands to defend, but could not withstand the force of the blow, staggering back several steps. Pikachu Thunderbolt. Pika. A powerful bolt of electricity surged towards Aipom. At this moment, Aipom had just regained its balance, and even if it wished to dodge, it was too late. Pikachu's Thunderbolt struck Aipom with pinpoint accuracy. Give it one last electric shock. Lindong pressed the attack. Pikachu sprang towards Aipom with lightning speed, crashing into it with a body enveloped in white light. Aipom. Aipom stumbled back, emitting a sound of discontent before ultimately collapsing. Aipom has lost the ability to battle. Pikachu is the victor. Xiaoxing gazed at this scene in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that a single Pikachu had so decisively defeated his father's Aipom. Father has lost. Haha, that is quite normal. Mizuko chuckled, affectionately ruffling Xiaoxing's hair. Look, your father isn't the least bit discontent. On the contrary, he is relishing this battle. Hearing Mizuko's words, Xiaoxing, with eyes glistening, gazed earnestly at Qianli, and indeed, he discerned an indescribable joy and satisfaction in his gaze, though he could not yet comprehend it. He etched this feeling deeply into his heart. Aipom, please rest well. Qianli recalled Aipom, her gaze towards Lindong, filled with admiration. For a moment, she even contemplated the idea of having Lindong as her son-in-law. Now, I shall summon my final Pokemon, regardless of the outcome. I hope we can have a splendid match. Qianli finally threw her last Pokeball. I entrust you with this. Go forth, Slaking. Hey! A Pokemon resembling a gorilla appeared on the field. It looked a bit intimidating, and Xiaoyao couldn't help but exclaim. Strangely, at that moment, her concern was not for her father, who was down to a single Pokemon, but rather for Lin Dong, standing on the opposite side of the battlefield. Observing Slaking's massive stature and incredibly muscular physique, Xiaowang felt a wave of anxiety for Lin Dong and hurriedly scanned the Pokédex. Slaking, the sloth Pokemon. It leads a lethargic lifestyle, consuming grass that grows within reach. It will only force itself to rise if there is no grass left to eat. Huh. Are there truly such lazy Pokemon? Xiaowang was taken aback by the information provided by the Pokédex. Nevertheless, my father's Slaking is quite different, remarked Xiaoxing. At this moment, Lindong's expression also turned more serious. He understood well that Qianli's Slaking was indeed unlike any wild counterpart. Even though this particular one was not his ace, under Qianli's command, it could engage in battle continuously for 3 minutes without rest. There was no way Pikachu could endure such a relentless onslaught for that duration. However, Pikachu was brimming with fighting spirit, and substituting it now would surely strain their camaraderie and bond. Therefore, let us fight. Lindong swiftly made his decision. Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt. Without any hesitation, Lindong commanded Pikachu to execute its formidable electric-type move. Pikachu, gathering its energy, released a powerful bolt of lightning towards Slaking. Slaking, receive it. Following Qianli's directive, Slaking displayed a human-like expression of disdain, adopting a defensive stance, and stood motionless to absorb the surging lightning. What? Xiaowang, Xiaoyao, Xiaosheng, and Lindong, who was currently in battle, all gasped in disbelief. A jolt coursed through Lindong's heart. In the original series, Qianli's Slaking had indeed withstood the seed bomb attack from Forest Lizard with its iron-like palms. But the issue was that Pikachu was using Thunderbolt. Could it truly withstand such a blow? Yet, Slaking did indeed endure it. Hey! With a mighty roar, Slaking erupted with a surge of energy, dispersing the lightning that enveloped its body. Both Lindong and Pikachu, positioned opposite, could sense an overwhelming pressure emanating from it. Lindong couldn't help but swallow hard. Pikachu, now on all fours, was somewhat breathless. That last Thunderbolt had depleted most of its electrical energy, leaving it in a state of exhaustion. Pikachu returned. Hearing Lindong's command, Pikachu dashed back to his side. Oh, a substitution, is it? That is quite a rational decision. Qianli praised. He had faced countless trainers, and it was rare to find newcomers, even those who had participated in other regional league tournaments, capable of accurately assessing their Pokemon's condition. Now, my final Pokemon is... Lindong produced a Pokeball, pressing the button at its center, causing it to enlarge. Gengar, you shall be the one. Ghost. That Pokemon is the one with the eerie smile that Xiaoxing had seen, and he felt completely unsettled. It's Gengar. So cunning, using a ghost-type Pokemon. Xiaoxing expressed his annoyance. His father excelled in using normal-type Pokemon. Although normal types do not have any particular advantages against other types, they are also less likely to be countered. But ghost types, on the other hand, Qianli's gaze sharpened. Lindong's move had indeed surpassed his expectations. Although he did not know what Lindong aimed to accomplish, he decided to take the initiative. Slaking, use Ice Punch. Slaking began to run, charging swiftly towards Gengar. Here it comes. Gengar, let us end this with one decisive move. Spiral Shadow Ball. Ghost. What? Qianli's family and Xiaowang exclaimed in unison. Gengar focused intently, gathering energy in its right hand. Unlike the ordinary Shadow Ball, this energy was so immense that it created a pressure capable of countering Slaking's force. The tremendous energy began to flow chaotically in irregular directions, during which Gengar further compressed the energy into a sphere the size of a palm. What on earth is this? Qianli murmured, but there was no time for further contemplation. Slaking, with its fist infused with icy energy, was already striking towards Gengar. Ghost, Ice Punch, and Spiral Shadow Ball collided. Yet contrary to expectations, there was no explosion. Instantly, the energy of Ice Punch was dissipated, and Slaking's robust form was sent hurtling back with greater speed, crashing heavily against the wall. As it fell, Slaking's eyes transformed into spirals. The referee immediately raised a flag. Slaking is unable to battle. Therefore, the victor of this match is Lindong. Chapter 25. Encountering Team Rocket. An unexpected trio. Slaking, you've worked hard. Qianli quickly approached Slaking, offering comfort. Hey, come back and rest well. Qianli recalled Slaking and walked up to Lindong. Truly incredible. Could you please tell me the name of that last move once more? That move is called Spiral Shadow Ball, a technique created by my Gengar, Lindong replied. A self-created move? Qianli was astounded. Generally, Pokemon moves are somewhat similar. Perhaps there are variations due to individual differences. But it is exceedingly rare for trainers to create their own moves. For instance, many coordinators display moves that differ from standard techniques in Pokemon contests. Fundamentally, they merely alter the release technique, presenting the original move in a more elegant manner for a visually appealing stage effect. It may appear impressive, but the power is often diminished. However, Lindong's move could undoubtedly be considered a self-created technique. The ordinary Shadow Ball is launched, whereas Lindong's Spiral Shadow Ball is held in hand, and its power is magnitudes greater than that of a typical Shadow Ball. How terrifying! Qianli genuinely felt inclined to have Lindong as his son-in-law. Lindong, thank you for providing us with such an excellent match. This is proof of your victory over me. The balance badge. Qianli produced the badge and handed it to Lindong. Xiaosheng, too, had ceased his earlier sulking. He was thoroughly convinced by Lindong's performance. While it could be said that Qianli had been careless and did not dodge, Jengar had nonetheless defeated Slaking head-on, and in a single blow, it was a resounding victory. Yet, a hint of disappointment lingered. Congratulations. I have high hopes for your performance in the league tournament. Xiaosheng adjusted his glasses. Thank you. Lindong and Qianli returned to the Pokemon Center together. Both sides had expended considerable energy during the recent battle. Fortunately, as it was merely a friendly exchange, recovery would be relatively swift. At Qianli and Majin Zico's insistence, Lindong and Xiaoguang stayed overnight at the Orange Flower Gym. In the guest room, Pikachu was busy wiping the egg incubator with a small cloth. Observing this warm scene, Lindong felt immensely satisfied. In the quiet of the night, everyone soon drifted into slumber. However, 3 shadowy figures stealthily approached Qianli's greenhouse. Meow. These days have been truly miserable, Granny. Humph, it's all that brat's fault. If I see him again, I'll make him wish he were never born, exclaimed a woman with raspberry purple hair. Exactly. It took a great deal of effort for us to escape from those Sinnoh goons. A man with peacock blue hair chimed in. Regrettably, we've come to Hoenn. And it's too far from Sinnoh now. It seems we have no opportunity for revenge. What a pity. These peculiar individuals were Nashia, Xiaosairang, and Meow Meow. Meow, but this time, we can capture all the Pokemon from the Orange Flower Gym and present them to the boss, Granny. Meow Meow proposed. The boss will surely be overjoyed. Exactly, Xiaosairang mused. If the boss is happy, we'll be rewarded. Promoted to higher positions, perhaps even as department heads. 3 boom. A resounding crash startled everyone from their slumber. Teacher, something terrible has happened. Someone has infiltrated the greenhouse. The first to discover the intruder was Jin Ji, the referee from the competition earlier that day, who was also Qian Li's disciple, residing in a room not far from the greenhouse. He immediately rushed to inform Qian Li upon spotting the invader. The group hurried to the greenhouse, only to witness a fierce battle between Team Rocket and King Leave of Absence. A fiery yellow beam coalesced in King Leave of Absence's mouth, hurtling towards Team Rocket. Humph. Is that merely the destruction beam? Gas bomb, deploy mud bombs. Desert Naya, unleash missile spikes. Arbox, utilize poison spikes. Spoon Snake, follow up with Poison Tail. The combined attacks of Gas Bomb, Desert Naya, and Arbox collided with the destruction beam, yet they could not completely thwart it. Spoon Snake's subsequent Poison Tail barely managed to dissipate the beam. Enraged, Qianli demanded, "Who are you?" "Don't ask." Lindong attempted to caution Qianli, but it was too late. The trio, upon hearing Qianli's inquiry, reacted as if triggered by some unseen force. "Since you've asked so earnestly, we shall graciously enlighten you. To prevent the destruction of the planet, to safeguard its peace, and to embody love intertwined with utmost evil, we present ourselves as charmingly pure villains. Nancia. Little 4. We are Team Rocket, traversing the galaxy. A vibrant, colorful tomorrow awaits us." "Meow, is that so, Grandma? Why is it you again, Team Rocket?" "Pika. Oh, aren't you those little rascals from before?" Nancia fixated her gaze on Lindong and Xiaoguang. "Indeed, what a stroke of misfortune, since it has come to this. Let us settle old and new scores together," Little 4 declared. Astonished, Xiaoguang gazed at Team Rocket, perplexed. "Weren't you taken away by Miss Junsha?" "Ha ha ha." Nancia erupted in laughter. "Such a level of confinement could never hinder us. Indeed, we are the experienced evil organization, Team Rocket." Little 4 echoed. "What is your purpose in my greenhouse?" Qianli inquired loudly. "Meow, what else?" "We are here to capture all the Pokemon." Meowth replied. Meowth can speak human language. Xiaosheng exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Yao, however, was somewhat less astonished, as she was aware that Lindong's Gungui could speak. Thus, while Meowth's speech was indeed novel, it was not entirely beyond belief. Meow, that's right. We are taking this lazy Snorlax with us. Farewell, Grandma. Gas bomb, release smoke. Sensing danger, Little Four hoisted a specially designed net bag, commanding Gas Bomb to emit smoke for cover as the trio fled. Within the net bag was Qianli Snorlax. In the absence of a trainer's direction, Snorlax remained true to its nature, essentially lazy. Thus, it was captured by Team Rocket while dozing off. Meanwhile, King Leave of Absence, being too large, had inadvertently awakened during their capture attempt, resulting in the ensuing battle. Upon witnessing Snorlax being taken away, Qianli fumed, "Damn it. Monkeys and King Leave of Absence. We pursue them. Come forth, Mook Bird. Disperse the smoke with Hurricane. Mook. Mook Bird, lend a hand." Together, Mook Bird and Mook swiftly flapped their wings, soon clearing the smoke. The monkeys and King Leave of Absence had already bolted out. Yerrick. The monkeys waved their arms, sprinting wildly. Qianli's greenhouse was vast, and Team Rocket had yet to escape when the monkeys caught up with them. Meow. It's the monkeys, Grandma. Meowth sensed an ominous premonition as it beheld the blocking monkeys. Whatever, Spoon Snake. Use Poison Tail. Arbox, charge. Cha. Chapter 26. Stinging Caterpillar, Xiao Yao's new companion. Arbox charged first, but was swatted back by the monkeys. Spoon Snake, flicking its tongue, aimed its purple glowing poison tail at the monkeys. Monkeys, dodge. Qianli shouted urgently as he arrived. King Leave of Absence, go rescue Snorlax. Hey. King Leave of Absence pounded its chest before charging towards Team Rocket. Little Four, terrified, tossed the net bag holding Snorlax aside. King Leave of Absence had no choice but to abandon its attack on Team Rocket, leaping midair to catch Snorlax. Gas Bomb. Use smoke again. Once more using smoke for cover, Team Rocket dashed towards the nearby greenhouse entrance. However, Mook Bird and Mook arrived, dispersing the smoke anew. What a beautiful dream. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Lin Dong pointed at Team Rocket, and Pikachu unleashed a fierce bolt of electricity. Desert Naya, launch missile spikes. Arbox, utilize poison spikes. Shamonai, Cha. The special moves collided, and Team Rocket successfully fended off the Thunderbolt. At this moment, they were nearing the door. Bagamon, use Bubble Beam. Boga. Bagamon released a Bubble Beam, catching Team Rocket off guard. Although Desert Naya had some resistance against water-type moves, the sheer force still sent it flying, crashing into Gas Bomb. Gas Bomb, in turn, collided with Arbox, which then slammed into Spoon Snake. All four Pokémon together hurled Nancia, Little Four, and Meowth out of the door, landing them on the ground. Well done, Xiaoguang. Qianli rejoiced as the monkeys and King Leave of Absence leaped out of the greenhouse, blocking Team Rocket's escape from both directions. The group closed in, encircling Team Rocket. Team Rocket, this time there's no escape. Lin Dong closely observed Team Rocket's movements. Despite being surrounded, there was not a hint of panic on their faces. Ha ha ha, you think you can catch us? You're still too naive. Nancia mocked. Subsequently, Little Four produced a remote control and pressed a button. Emergency escape device, activate. Lin Dong suddenly felt a wave of foreboding. Oh no, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Pikachu acted swiftly, the electricity striking Team Rocket. However, their mechanism had already been set in motion. They gritted their teeth against Pikachu's Thunderbolt, and before long, a wooden board sprang up beneath their feet like a powerful spring, launching Team Rocket into the sky. Soon, their figures vanished from sight, leaving only their faint voices behind. What an annoying feeling. Congratulations, host, for completing the daily task, defeat Team Rocket. You have received a task reward, 1,000 Alliance coins. Disturbed by Team Rocket, and with Qian Li and his wife's insistence, Lin Dong and Xiaoguang remained for an additional 2 days. Naturally, they did not remain idle during this time. With Qian Li's assistance, Lin Dong successfully taught his Bulbasaur the move High-Speed Star. Xiao Yao learned some battle techniques from her father, while Xiaoguang practiced the moves she would employ in the grand contest. Occasionally, Xiao Yao would watch and learn alongside her. On the 3rd day, Lin Dong and his companions set forth on their journey once more, this time accompanied by Xiao Sheng. Xiao Sheng had successfully pestered Xiao Yao, then persuaded Qianli, and finally managed to gain Mizuko's reluctant approval. Wow, traveling is so wonderful, Xiao Sheng exclaimed, brimming with energy on his first trip, peering through a small telescope and scanning his surroundings. Let me see, where are the Pokémon? He muttered to himself. Pokémon aren't just visible everywhere, Lin Dong chuckled. It's merely that wild Pokémon tend to be more abundant. But this is Orange Flower Forest, so logically, there should be plenty of Pokémon around, Xiao Sheng remarked, puzzled. At that moment, a creature with a white abdomen and a red back fell from the tree, suddenly appearing before Xiao Yao. Ah! Xiao Yao exclaimed, startled, her scream causing the creature to drop to the ground. Sister, what's wrong? Xiaosheng inquired. There was something just like that. Following the direction of Xiaoyao's finger, they indeed spotted a bug. It's a Caterpie, Lindong remarked, recognizing the Pokémon at a glance, and promptly took out his Pokédex. Caterpie, the worm Pokémon. It primarily feeds on tree sap and possesses suction cup feet that prevent it from slipping even on glass. I remember that Caterpie evolves into Butterfree, right? Xiaosheng asked. Indeed. But that depends on whether it evolves into a Metapod or a Kakuna, Lindong explained. If it becomes a Metapod, it will evolve into Butterfree. But a Kakuna will evolve into Beedrill. Wow, that sounds fascinating. Xiaoyao's interest was piqued. And it's so cute, I want to catch it. Well, go ahead, Lindong replied, showing little enthusiasm for the Caterpie. Even sentimentally, he preferred the green caterpillar. At this moment, Xiaowang had also consulted the Pokédex. Butterfree was indeed beautiful. But she wasn't particularly fond of Beedrill. If one were to capture a Pokémon, they could simply seek out a Butterfree or a Metapod later. The two began to cheer Xiaoyao on. At this juncture, Xiaoyao had already sent out her Torchic, ready to battle the Caterpie. Torchic, use Peck to attack. Chamo. As the Caterpie was sipping sap from the grass, Torchic lunged forward. Surprise attack. Torchic struck the Caterpie with its beak. Although a Pokémon, the adage that chickens are effective against bugs still held true. The impact was quite pronounced. Alright, go Pokeball. Xiaoyao threw a Pokeball towards the Caterpie. And at the moment of contact, the Caterpie transformed into a red light and was drawn into the ball. Wonderful, I caught the Caterpie. Xiaoyao was already bubbling with excitement. However, the Pokeball began to shake from side to side. After 2 or 3 shakes, it suddenly popped open, and the Caterpie emerged once more. Though a bug might fear a chicken, its anger took precedence. Irked by the sneak attack, it retaliated against Torchic with a tackle. Calm. Torchic was knocked back several steps, causing Xiaoyao to worry. How could this happen? I thought I had already weakened it. You need to inflict greater damage, Lindong suggested. How about using Ember? Alright, Torchic. Use Ember. Chamo. Torchic unleashed a burst of flames, striking the Caterpie. This time, the effect was exceptional, and the Caterpie fainted on the ground. Go Pokeball. Xiaoyao threw the Pokeball again. This time, she waited for the satisfying click. Fantastic, this time I've truly caught the Caterpie. Chapter 27. The Hunter Zhonglong and the Mysterious Black Object. After capturing the Caterpie, Xiaoyao was inexplicably energized, remaining in a state of exhilaration throughout the day. However, the next day, she was utterly exhausted. I'm so tired, can we rest a bit? After departing for breakfast in the morning, this was already Xiaoyao's 5th or 6th request for a break. Xiaoyao, do you feel unwell? Xiaowang asked with concern. It was only around 11 o'clock, and Xiaoyao's condition appeared to be somewhat abnormal. Sister, you were just too excited yesterday, Xiaosheng remarked with some displeasure. Last night, Xiaoyao had tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and even went out to practice her moves, which disrupted his rest as well. However, children generally possess abundant energy, so he was still doing fine. Haha. Xiaoyao chuckled awkwardly, leaning against a tree. Just a little more rest is all I need. Just as Xiaoyao was about to sit against the tree, something pricked her bottom, causing her to cry out in pain. Sister, are you alright? Xiaosheng rushed over to inquire. It hurt so much. Xiaoyao rubbed her rear and glanced at the base of the tree. There, she noticed a black, diamond-shaped object embedded in the trunk, with a small, tattered net attached to its end. What is this? Xiaoyao cautiously pulled the object out. Is it a Pokemon move? Xiaowang speculated. No, it shouldn't be, Lindong replied. Taking a closer look, this is clearly a man-made object. Which Pokemon would use something like this? Indeed, it appears to resemble some sort of weapon. Xiaosheng adjusted his glasses. Xiaosheng, where is the nearest Pokemon Center? Lindong inquired. Let me check, Xiaosheng said, picking up the Pokemon Navigator and searching. The nearest Pokemon Center is just ahead on this road. We can reach it in 20 minutes. Xiaoyao, are you alright? Shall we head to the Pokemon Center for some rest? Lindong suggested. Sure. Xiaoyao suddenly perked up. Let us hurry. 20 minutes later, the four arrived at the Pokemon Center. Welcome to the Pokemon Center. Upon entering, they were greeted by a smiling Nurse Joy. Oh, are you Mr. Lindong? Nurse Joy asked after scrutinizing him. Yes. May I ask who you are? I am Nurse Joy's sister from Guchin Town. Thank you very much for your assistance. She bowed politely. Oh, it was no trouble at all, Lindong replied, feeling a bit shy. By the way, have you seen this? Lindong handed the peculiar black object to Nurse Joy. I've never seen this before, Nurse Joy pondered, shaking her head. Alright. With that, Nurse Joy's response ended the discussion. Familiar with the original plot, Lindong had already surmised that this strange object was likely a weapon used by Pokemon hunters. Although Xiaoyao only had a sore bottom, for safety's sake, Lindong still requested Chansey to check on her. Lucky. Chansey happily escorted Xiaoyao away. Xiaowang accompanied her for the checkup, while Lindong and Xiaoxing took a seat to rest. After a while, the doors of the Pokemon Center swung open, and Miss Junsha entered, accompanied by a small orange dog. Miss Junsha, is there something you need? Nurse Joy inquired. Miss Junsha greeted Nurse Joy respectfully. Nurse Joy, have you recently encountered injured wild Pokemon or received any severely injured Pokemon from trainers? No. Why do you ask? Has something happened? Nurse Joy responded with curiosity. Because there have been reports of a group of poachers operating frequently in this area. As Miss Junsha spoke, she suddenly spotted the strange object on the counter. What is this? She exclaimed, picking it up and examining it. This is a part of the weapon used by poachers. Nurse Joy, where did this come from? This? Oh, a trainer over there brought it in, Nurse Joy replied. Taken aback. Thank you. Miss Junsha expressed her gratitude and quickly approached Lindong and Xiaoxing, bowing respectfully. Hello, may I ask where you found this object? We discovered it in the forest while passing through on our way here. It was stuck in a tree, Lindong explained. Could you please show me the location? Miss Junsha asked. Before Lindong could respond, Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao returned. Huh, Miss Junsha, Xiao Yao exclaimed upon seeing her and stepped forward. Thank you for taking care of us back in Guchin Town. But this is our first meeting, Miss Junsha chuckled. The Miss Junsha from Guchin Town is my sister. Oh, Xiao Yao looked a bit confused. Sister, look at this. Xiao Sheng captured a photograph, a group shot featuring several Miss Junsha. Xiao Yao's situation resembles that of Miss Joy. Lindong provided a brief explanation before inquiring. By the way, how did the inspection go? It's finished, and there are no issues, Xiao Yao replied. Then, is there something concerning Miss Junsha? Xiao Guang asked. Oh, I completely forgot. Miss Junsha suddenly recalled an urgent matter. This item was discovered by you, right? It is part of a weapon used by poachers, and I would like to request that you take me to the location where you found it. Poachers? Xiao Guang, Xiao Yao, and Xiao Sheng all exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, given the method, it is likely connected to an S-class wanted criminal we are currently pursuing. The Pokemon hunter Zhonglong. He is a ruthless individual who shows no regard for harming Pokemon, Miss Junsha disclosed without reservation. This wanted notice has already been released to the media, hence there is no need for concealment. Lindong subtly furrowed his brow. Previously, the Fire Rock Team officer, Hua Siyuan, was merely rated A-class. Yet, this Pokemon hunter Zhonglong is classified as S-class. He was uncertain whether this classification was based on the severity of their crimes or the level of personal danger they posed. If it were assessed by strength, then Zhonglong should not be underestimated. In the original storyline, there was also a Pokemon hunter named Aaron who possessed a Tyranitar. However, it was uncertain whether Zhonglong was akin to Aaron. To be frank, Lindong had no desire to be embroiled in this matter. Many novice trainers, upon hearing about capturing a Pokemon hunter, would become overly zealous, but Lindong had much more to consider. The corresponding segment in the original narrative could easily be described as a plot device. It was Miss Junsha who had commanded her herdier to seize Aaron's Pokeball directly, leading to his capture. However, had Aaron summoned his Tyranitar, with the configuration of Ash, Xiao Yao, and Brock at that time, plus one herdier, they might not have been able to contend with Tyranitar. That would have been an entirely different story. Currently, Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao stood little chance against a member of the Fire Rock Team alone, and Xiao Sheng required even more protection. The system had informed him on the very first day of his arrival that this was the real world. Lindong was not afraid for himself. But winning while ensuring the safety of his companions was an entirely different matter. Chapter 28. Diverging Paths. Lindong alone annihilates the team. Can you take me there? Miss Junsha inquired again. Xiao Yao was eager to agree, but upon noticing Lindong's hesitation, she asked the group, Lindong, shall we go together? Xiao Guang, what do you think? Absolutely. Xiao Guang also harbored a strong disdain for Pokemon hunters. Xiao Sheng was particularly eager. Lindong could only sigh silently within. All right then, let us proceed. One could only commend Miss Junsha and her herdier upon reaching the large tree. Their exceptional reconnaissance skills guided the group along the Pokemon hunter's trail to a fork in the road. Bark, bark. Herdier barked towards both sides. Are there tracks on both sides? Miss Junsha paused for a moment, her expression swiftly becoming serious. After walking a distance to the right, she discovered concealed tire marks on the ground. These are tracks left by an off-road vehicle. This way, Miss Junsha beckoned. Please wait a moment. Lindong intercepted the group's movement. What is it? Miss Junsha queried, somewhat irritated. Assisting the authorities in apprehending criminals is one of the obligations of an alliance trainer. Yet this individual appeared hesitant, lacking the courage exuded by the two girls. I believe it may be premature to make a judgment, Lindong explained. These tire marks show signs of having been obscured, yet not thoroughly concealed. Given that the individual is a high-ranking wanted criminal, I would surmise they possess a certain level of counter-surveillance capability, wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Miss Junsha furrowed her brow. There was no denying that Lin Dong's reasoning held merit. Zhonglong had previously left misleading clues, diverting their investigative efforts. Are you suggesting that they actually went left? Miss Junsha inquired. At the very least, we cannot dismiss that possibility, Lin Dong replied calmly. In light of this, perhaps we should split up. I will proceed to the right, following the tire marks, while you all venture left to see if there are any additional clues. Lin Dong's earlier deduction was, in truth, a mere fabrication. It was not nearly so convoluted. Pokemon hunters do not capture wild Pokemon 1 or 2 at a time. They capture them by the truckload. Only off-road vehicles could transport large iron cages. He articulated this to lead Xiao Guang and the others towards a safer path. Acting alone would allow him greater freedom to engage should a confrontation arise. Miss Junsha hesitated. To be fair, if his conjecture proved accurate, Lin Dong's plan was sound. However, if he were mistaken, Lin Dong heading right would lead him directly into the enemy's path, leaving her unable to offer timely support. Miss Junsha, rest assured, I will merely pursue to assess the situation. If they are present, I can retreat and seek you out, Lin Dong added. All right, then it is settled. We shall split up. With her final reservations dispelled, Miss Junsha made her decision. Watching as Miss Junsha and the others vanished from sight, Lin Dong threw forth a Pokeball. Come forth, Dragonite. Roar. Dragonite, please carry me along this tire track. Roar. Dragonite lowered its body, and Lin Dong mounted its back. With a powerful flap of its wings, Dragonite soared into the sky, flying in the direction Lin Dong indicated. A quarter of an hour later, in a clearing within the forest, Lin Dong discovered a group of individuals engaged in repairing vehicles. 2 off-road vehicles were each towing an iron cage containing numerous Ekans and Arbok. Damn, what rotten luck to have the vehicle break down at this moment. A robust man, resembling a leader, spat, cursing. Boss, why are we relying on that guy? We were doing just fine before. A lean subordinate queried in confusion. What do you know? The muscular man shot a fierce glare at his subordinate. That Zhonglong is no ordinary character. Have you heard of the Hunter Association in the Sinnoh region? Of course. It's the largest Pokemon hunter organization in the world. The subordinate replied, but soon expressed dissatisfaction. But even if he is with the Hunter Association, you don't need to grovel before him. Our cheetah squad has a solid reputation in Hoenn as well. Look at how he treats us. Does he even regard us? This mission, too, damn it. 3 people just took the most crucial prey, while he gets to feast and leaves us with the scraps. What nonsense. Enough. Seeing his subordinate ramble on, the leader swiftly delivered a sharp rap to his forehead. Do you all share this sentiment? The leader surveyed his 4 subordinates, who displayed similar expressions of discontent. Indeed, boss. Why should he feast while we only get the leftovers? Exactly. He takes all the benefits, and what do we amount to? Listen up. The leader interrupted the aggrieved murmurs of his subordinates, speaking in a low, serious tone. Zhonglong is not merely affiliated with the Hunter Association. I have gathered information from various sources regarding his identity. He is a high-ranking officer within the association and the brother of the notorious Pokemon hunter Q. Instantly, the clearing fell silent, the subordinates no longer daring to speak. Do you understand now? The leader surveyed the group, satisfied with their reaction. He can offer us greater and more lucrative opportunities, as well as protection. This marks our inaugural collaboration with him. If we must settle for lesser gains, so be it. Without his assistance, securing such substantial contracts would be exceedingly challenging for us. Should we manage to have him join the Hunter Association and become the confidant of Lord Q in the future, we would ascend to great heights. Do you understand? Understood. The leader's impassioned speech significantly bolstered the morale of the subordinates, invigorating them to work with renewed fervor. I see that you have no chance now. At that moment, a thunderous shout fell upon the hunters like a bucket of cold water, chilling them to the bone. They looked up to behold a magnificent orange dragon, with Lin Dong riding atop it. Come forth, Darkrai, unleash Black Hole. Lin Dong summoned Darkrai, who promptly unleashed several black holes. 4 of the subordinates, caught off guard, succumbed and fell into a deep slumber. Do not revel in your triumph. Emerge now, Pikachu, and unleash Thunderbolt. Before the leader could finish his command or hurl his Pokeball, he was struck by Pikachu's electric shock, rendering him paralyzed. The Pokeball slipped from his trembling hand, and he collapsed to the ground. Dragonite landed gracefully, and Lin Dong executed a swift somersault, dismounting to stand before the leader. Now, I shall pose the inquiries, and you shall respond. Are we clear? Humph. The leader, visibly defiant, gritted his teeth and retorted, You can do as you please. Whether it be execution or torture, I shall never betray my friends. Oh, Pikachu used thunder. Stop, stop, stop. I concede. Please proceed with your questions. Chapter 29. The Hunter Association, Senior Executive Zhonglong. Those who possess foresight are truly wise. Faced with the formidable Lin Dong, the leader reluctantly yielded. Meanwhile, Miss Junsha, accompanied by Xiao Guang, Xiao Yao, and Xiao Sheng, cautiously ventured left down a fork in the road. After traversing approximately 100 meters, their trusty Houndoom let out a fierce bark directed at the woods. Woof! There is something amiss. Miss Junsha promptly approached to investigate, discovering broken branches on the ground and disheveled grass, as if trampled by someone. A few footprints were notably deep, resembling human tracks, albeit with slight variations. Miss Junsha, what is this? Xiao Guang and the others inquired, stepping forward for clarification. Miss Junsha immediately gestured for silence. Lowering her voice, they have traversed through this woodland. I must follow their trail. All right, we shall accompany you. Xiao Guang, Xiao Yao, and Xiao Sheng voiced no objections. Also lowering their voices, the group set off once more, pursuing the trail through the forest. Miss Junsha meticulously observed her surroundings, missing no detail. The scattered twigs and the marks on the tree trunks provided her with vital information. As they delved deeper, the footprints became increasingly distinct. There were 3 individuals, and judging by the prints, they were all adult males. The 2 deeper impressions likely belonged to Pokémon, perhaps Machoke or Machamp, who were engaged in transporting a heavy load. Miss Junsha, drawing from her extensive experience, swiftly deduced the situation. Suddenly, Houndoom became alert, baring its teeth as it fixated on the nearby thicket. Shoo! It has detected the enemy. Miss Junsha's steps became even lighter. After signaling to her companions to remain silent, she stealthily approached the foliage. She and Houndoom deftly avoided all branches, barely making a sound. Xiao Guang, Xiao Yao, and Xiao Sheng followed closely behind, mimicking her stealthy movements until they reached the edge of the thicket. Through the gaps in the leaves, they spotted an off-road vehicle parked along the narrow path, with 3 individuals leaning against it. Miss Junsha immediately recognized the central figure as their S-rank wanted criminal, the Pokemon hunter Zhonglong. The other 2 were also notorious, prominent elite members of the Hunter Association, with the burly man on the left sporting a scruffy beard known as Hunter 9, and the shifty-eyed one on the right referred to as Hunter 13. At that moment, 2 Machoke were loading a heavy iron cage into the trunk of the vehicle. Inside the cage lay a battered blue dragon-like Pokemon, sprawled on the ground with its diminutive arms limply hanging, seemingly unconscious. What Pokemon is that? Xiao Guang silently activated his Pokédex. Dragonite, the dragon Pokemon. Its head is harder than steel and can shatter rocks. It dreams of soaring through the skies. Dragonite is an exceedingly rare and precious Pokemon. It's no wonder they are handling it with such caution. Miss Junsha whispered in explanation and promptly requested backup via her communicator. I have called for reinforcements. Shortly, we will attack the vehicle's tires together. We must not let them escape. Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao nodded in agreement, while Piplup and Combusken readied themselves for action. Zhonglong and his accomplices remained oblivious to Miss Junsha's presence, their voices clearly audible to her ears. Ha ha! Our leader is truly wise. Let those natives divert the attention of the lawmen, and our task here will be considerably easier. Indeed, Zhonglong's sinister grin was unsettling. There are always some naive natives hoping to ally with our Hunter Association. Sacrificing a few is of no consequence. There will be plenty of cannon fodder in the future. Boss, the cargo is secured. Shall we withdraw now? Hunter 9 inquired after checking the cage's status. Yes, let us depart. Once this transaction concludes, we will solidify our foothold in the Fengyuan region. Zhonglong slammed the car door in a fit of excitement and anger. Humph. That Hunter J always exploits me to attack my sister and brother-in-law. Claiming my ascent within the Hunter Association's upper echelons is solely due to having a capable sister. She merely harbors delusions of seizing control over the association. Once we dominate the market in Fengyuan, we shall see what she has to say. Once we return to Sinnoh, I will deal with her decisively. Boss is mighty. Hunter 13 smirked lewdly. But speaking of which, JS physique is indeed rather enticing. Hee. Once I've dealt with her, I'll share her with you. Zhonglong patted Hunter 13's shoulder, and the trio erupted into laughter. However, just as they were retracting Machoke and about to start the vehicle, a sudden flame erupted from the adjacent forest, aiming straight for the rear tire of the car. Houndoom, use flamethrower. Combusken, unleash ember. Piplup, use bubble beam. Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao quickly launched their attacks targeting the front tires. In an instant, both tires exploded, causing the vehicle to veer uncontrollably to one side. Watch out, boss. The 3 hunters leapt from the vehicle, their anger directed toward the intruders. Zhonglong, the Pokemon hunter. You are surrounded. Surrender now, and you may still receive leniency. Miss Junsha stepped forth, her voice ringing with authority. Just you? Zhonglong wore a disdainful smile. Old 9, old 13. This woman, Junsha, must have called for reinforcements. You two take the loot and retreat. Understood. Without hesitation. Hunter 9 and Hunter 13 released Maghok to carry the iron cage, swiftly turning to depart. This mission was of utmost importance to them, particularly to Zhonglong. You shall not escape. Houndoom, use tackle. Miss Junsha, of course, could not allow their retreat, but Zhonglong's speed was greater. Come forth, Bankira. A flash of white light heralded the appearance of a Pokemon towering nearly 3 meters high, its monstrous stature imposing. With a powerful claw, it struck Houndoom, sending it flying and rendering it unconscious. Houndoom. Miss Junsha, filled with dread, recalled her Pokemon, her gaze betraying a hint of fear. The oppressive aura emanating from Bankira felt as if a 1,000-pound stone was pressing down upon her, nearly immobilizing her. This Pokemon is. Since Miss Junsha stood at the forefront, bearing the brunt of the pressure, Xiaoguang struggled to retrieve his Pokédex. Bankira, the armor Pokemon. Its formidable body is impervious to any attack, possessing the strength to shatter mountains with a single hand. Under the menacing glare of Bankira, Xiaoguang, Xiaoyao, and Xiaosheng could not help but swallow hard. Both the Pachima and the fire chicken retreated in terror to their trainer's side. Is that all it takes to frighten you this much? Zhonglong scoffed dismissively. He had expected the group brought by Miss Junsha to be formidable, only to discover they were nothing more than novices. How dare you meddle in matters beyond your understanding, thinking you are worthy to gaze upon me? Zhonglong, do not revel in your triumph. With formidable willpower, Miss Junsha pinched herself fiercely, using the sharp pain to momentarily shake off the oppressive aura of Bankira. She swiftly threw another Pokeball. Go, Rapidash. Chapter 30. Junsha's Despair, the powerful Bankira. Rapidash, unleash your Fire Blast. Miss Junsha was acutely aware of the enemy's strength, launching with a powerful Fire-type attack. Pachima, use Bubble Beam. Fire Chicken, unleash Spark. Xiaoguang and Xiaoyao coordinated with Miss Junsha to launch their assaults simultaneously. Is this the extent of your abilities? Zhonglong sneered coldly. Bankira, use Rock Wrecker. Countless sharp stones shot forth, colliding with the Fire Blast, dissipating the flames almost instantly. The Spark and Bubble Beam merely served to slightly weaken the force of the Rock Wrecker. The barrage of rocks came crashing down. Rapidash evaded the attack with its speed, but Pachima and Fire Chicken were struck directly, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. Pachima, Fire Chicken. The two girls were heartbroken, quickly cradling their fainted companions, who were in grave danger, nearly brought to tears as they frantically contemplated their next move. It was only thanks to Xiaosheng's reminder that they hastily returned their Pokemon to their Pokeballs. Miss Junsha trembled all over, gritting her teeth. The levels of bounty are primarily determined by the severity of one's wrongdoing, although those who commit heinous acts are often immensely powerful. She had never anticipated Zhonglong's strength to be at this level. Moreover, in their intelligence reports, there had been no mention of Bankira, only of Zhonglong's formidable Tyranitar. She had originally thought that with Rapidash's robust capabilities, complemented by Pachima's advantageous type, they could triumph over the Tyranitar. Even if they could not win, they would have been able to hold out until reinforcements arrived. The Alliance had dispatched a mobile force composed of numerous elite trainers to support them in Changhua Forest, including specialists adept in water and grass types. Yet, a single Bankira had shattered all her plans. Rapidash, use Fire Blast once more. Miss Junsha, in a state of disarray, could only command Rapidash to unleash its most potent attack. Bankira, unleash Hyper Beam. Zhonglong had lost patience, unwilling to linger any longer with Miss Junsha and her companions. For every moment spent increased his risk. In an instant, Bankira expelled a brilliant yellow beam of energy, piercing through the Fire Blast and striking Rapidash. Rapidash emitted a cry of agony, collapsing to the ground. Its body was riddled with wounds, the pain nearly numbing, only sustained by the willpower forged through relentless training. Still wishing to fight? Zhonglong scoffed. Bankira, continue with Hyper Beam. Bankira gathered another yellow orb of energy, and almost immediately, a fierce beam surged towards Miss Junsha and the others behind her. All four were mere mortals, devoid of any special constitution. Should Bankira's Hyper Beam connect, they would be obliterated. In that moment, Rapidash leaped selflessly, shielding Miss Junsha with its body to intercept the attack. The forceful beam slammed it into the ground. Rapidash's anguished cries abruptly ceased. Rapidash, Miss Junsha was plunged into despair, yet the energy of the hyper beam continued to wreak havoc, detonating upon impact with the ground. A violent surge of energy whipped up fierce winds, the aftershock sending the force sprawling onto the ground. The pain in her heart nearly caused Miss Junsha to faint, while the physical agony forced her to remain conscious. Rapidash, I will join you soon. Tears streamed down her face. Even the strongest among them could not withstand such heartache at that moment. You must flee. Miss Junsha forced herself to rise, positioning herself in front of Xiao Guang and the others. They were all brought along by her, and while Alliance trainers were obliged to assist in capturing, that obligation extended only to providing leads. In truth, battling Pokemon hunters was primarily the responsibility of the Alliance's Bureau of Security and trainers of elite rank or higher. Normally, after finding a lead, she should have sought Alliance reinforcements and sent Lin Dong and the others back to the Pokemon Center. Yet she had not done so, primarily due to her desire to utilize Pachima. Just recently, her sister had achieved a significant accomplishment, and she yearned to claim a similar honor. Thus, she refrained from calling for help before uncovering a lead and did not send Xiao Guang and her companions back to the Pokemon Center. But now, she could not bear to watch them perish. Earlier, the communicator had relayed information from the mobile team, indicating that most of them were obstructed by a squad of hunters numbering around 10, while another support team encountered hunters 9 and 13 en route. Reinforcements would not arrive anytime soon. Miss Junsha lowered her head, as if all strength had drained from her. She resolved to emulate Rapidash, sacrificing her body and life to buy time for the three. You must hurry and escape, Miss Junsha urged. Xiao Guang tried to rise, but the residual force from the earlier explosion had left her body nearly numb, rendering her completely unresponsive. Xiao Yao and Xiao Sheng were in the same predicament. The siblings' physical condition was even weaker than Xiao Guang's, their minds blank. With great difficulty, Xiao Guang managed to move her fingers, releasing her 3 Pokemon. You must flee for your lives. Raleigh, Muker, please take Pachima and escape. Mimi Bobo. The 2 Pokemon shook their heads repeatedly. Even under the gaze of that terrifying entity clad in green armor, they refused to abandon their trainer. Listen, Pachima, I am counting on you. Xiao Guang persisted. But Zhonglong would not grant them any more time. Oof, how touching. Then I shall send you all on your way. Bankira, deliver the final hyper beam. Ack. The intense yellow energy emitted a blinding light, combined with Bankira's overwhelming pressure, flooding every heart with despair. In that critical moment, a booming voice filled with fury suddenly rang out. Dragonite, Hyper Beam. The 2 beams collided instantaneously, resulting in a stalemate. The terrifying energy exploded, and a deep purple figure materialized before Xiao Guang and the others, erecting a protective barrier that shielded them from the impact of the aftershock. Ghost. Jingar. Could it be? Xiao Guang looked up in astonishment, and indeed, it was that familiar orange Dragonite descending, accompanied by the same handsome young man. Xiao Guang, are you all right? Lin Dong rushed to Xiao Guang's side, concern etched on his face. Hearing those almost identical words, Xiao Guang nearly broke down in tears. I'm fine. You certainly don't look fine, Lin Dong quipped, quickly checking on the others. Xiao Yao, Xiao Sheng, Miss Junsha, are you all right? Dragonite had landed, its expression turning grave, a glimmer of anger flickering in its eyes. An equally formidable pressure emanated from Dragonite, clashing against Bankira's presence. The weight that felt like a 1,000-pound boulder suddenly lifted, and everyone felt their bodies lighten, the numbing sensation from the earlier attack subsiding significantly, restoring some of their mobility. Chapter 31. Darkrai, we must become stronger. Xiao Guang gazed in astonishment at Dragonite. Although she had encountered Dragonite before, she had never felt such an overwhelming aura emanating from it. To her surprise, the usually gentle Dragonite exuded a presence as formidable as that of a terrifying beast standing nearly 3 meters tall. Lin Dong, however, was not at all taken aback. After all, who among them was not a potential deity? It was merely that Dragonite's inherent steadiness and kindness kept its might subdued, unlike the ostentatious display of power typical of Tyranitar. Wow, this is Dragonite. After their rescue, Xiao Yao and Xiao Sheng quickly recovered from their fear, reminiscent of their characters in the original animation. Xiao Sheng was filled with excitement, while Xiao Yao harbored a tinge of concern. The formidable presence of Tyranitar still loomed over her like a shadow. Could Dragonite truly defeat this Tyranitar? Nevertheless, Lin Dong had no desire to delve into that topic. This Tyranitar was clearly not the freshly evolved one from the original series. It was evidently an adult, with a well-established strength. Given the uncertainty of their situation, he sought a swift resolution. The Pokeball containing Darkrai had already expanded in his hand. Jengar, please protect Xiao Wang and the others. Arise, Darkrai. A flash of white light appeared, revealing a shadowy black Pokémon. Sensing Lin Dong's emotions, its bright blue eyes shimmered with an almost tangible fury. Zhonglong's heart sank, and a chill ran down his spine. Being from the Sinnoh region, he had certainly heard the legends of the nightmare Pokémon. However, he had never encountered the real Darkrai and could not ascertain if the Pokémon before him was indeed the fabled entity. Could it really be Darkrai? Yet, the terrifying aura exuding from Darkrai immediately overshadowed Tyranidar's presence, compelling him to believe. However, there was no retreat. The native cannon fodder he had arranged outside could not possibly hold off the Alliance's elite for long. Once they completed their encirclement, even he would find it impossible to escape. Zhonglong was indeed a ruthless individual. Gritting his teeth, he threw out all his Pokeballs. Come forth. Fearow, Toxicroak, Staraptor, and Mismagius, and also Megatyranitar. Roar. The 5 Pokémon unleashed a simultaneous roar, their menacing gazes sweeping across the crowd. Miss Junsha was utterly bewildered. She had naively thought she could tackle such foes alone. Even a mobile unit composed of elite trainers from the Alliance would require meticulous planning to confront him. To defeat Zhonglong in a one-on-one encounter would necessitate the intervention of a gym leader at the very least. Observing the luxurious lineup of 6 fully evolved Pokémon opposing him, Lin Dong felt his strength wane. Although he had also assembled 6 Pokémon, both Pidgeotto and Bulbasaur were nearly ineffective in battles of such magnitude. Moreover, he still needed to safeguard his companions behind him. Dragonite. Take Pikachu into the air to deal with Fearow and Staraptor. Pika. Roar. Lin Dong swiftly devised his strategy. Pikachu leaped onto Dragonite's back, and Dragonite soared into the sky, heading straight for Fearow and Staraptor. Fearow, Staraptor, keep Dragonite occupied. Zhonglong was delighted by this turn of events. As long as the 2 birds could delay Dragonite for a while, he could unleash his full firepower against Darkrai. As for Jengar, as long as he could direct his Pokémon to launch some attacks at those women, Jengar would be thoroughly occupied. Go, Toxicroak, use Mud Bomb. Mismagius, unleash Ice Beam. Tyranitar, employ Stone Edge. Taduku, Mismagius, roar. The 3 Pokémon initiated their respective attacks, sending 3 beams toward Darkrai. Darkrai, use Dark Pulse. Darkrai coalesced dark purple energy in its grasp, splitting it into 3 beams that countered the enemy's assault. The 2 sides clashed with explosive force, sending gusts of wind sweeping in all directions. Megatyranitar, use Horn Drill. The drill atop Megatyranitar's head began to spin, gathering energy and emitting a tawny glow as it charged toward Darkrai, seemingly intent on piercing through it. Darkrai, counter with Dark Pulse. Darkrai unleashed another black-purple beam, striking the tawny drill head of Megatyranitar. After a brief standoff, Darkrai exerted its strength, sending Megatyranitar hurtling backward. Just as Lin Dong was about to command Darkrai to unleash a black hole, Zhonglong's attacks resumed. Toxicroak, use Poison Jab. Mismagius, Metal Claw. Zhonglong seemed to realize that Darkrai was not adept at close combat. Seizing the opportunity while Megatyranitar and Darkrai were locked in confrontation to close the distance with Toxicroak and Mismagius. Toxicroak's palms glimmered with purple poison, while Mismagius's claws gleamed with a metallic luster. Darkrai evaded quickly. Even for a powerhouse like Darkrai, after consecutively using Dark Pulse, it was beginning to show signs of fatigue, forcing Lin Dong to instruct it to dodge temporarily. Zhonglong, however, pressed the advantage. Toxicroak thrust its jabs one after another, and Mismagius followed suit with its claws. The 2 Pokémon launched a relentless barrage of attacks, executing their moves with remarkable synergy. Darkrai darted and twisted, narrowly avoiding each strike. Suddenly, after evading another poison jab, Toxicroak and Mismagius swiftly leaped to either side. Tyranitar, unleash Hyper Beam. Tyranitar, having charged for an extended period, unleashed a thick beam of reddish-yellow light, more powerful than before. Meanwhile, Toxicroak and Mismagius were not idle, launching their Poison Jab and Metal Claw from either flank. Darkrai, defend. Darkrai promptly erected an energy barrier to block Tyranitar's Hyper Beam. Toxicroak and Mismagius's attacks collided against the barrier, continuously amplifying their force. Darkrai appeared to struggle more under the mounting pressure. Zhonglong's confidence surged. Although Darkrai's appearance had startled him, he now felt that 2 fists could not fend off 4 hands. With excitement, Zhonglong waved his hand and shouted, Megatyranitar, deliver the final blow, Rock Cannon. Megatyranitar extended its palms forward, launching 2 massive rocks glowing red from the cavities in its hands, like cannonballs fired from a cannon. Toward Darkrai, the rocks struck the energy shield. While they had yet to breach the barrier, they nonetheless caused Darkrai to stagger. As Darkrai's defense neared its limit, Xiaowang, Xiaoyao, Xiaosheng, and Miss Junsha were rendered speechless with tension. Fiero and Staraptor occasionally unleashed air slash attacks in their direction, only to be thwarted by Jengar's defenses. Despite Dragonite's immense power, Zhonglong's Fiero and Staraptor possessed far more practical battle experience. In the absence of Lindong's divided attention to command, Fiero and Staraptor effectively kept Dragonite occupied. Although Pikachu had attempted to unleash Thunderbolt against Tyranitar several times, Mega Tyranitar acted like a lightning rod, absorbing all the electrical energy. The outcome of this battle hinged almost entirely on Darkrai. Tyranitar continued to gather energy, relentlessly unleashing Hyper Beam. Toxicroak and Mismagius's expressions grew distorted, their power intensifying. Mega Tyranitar was gradually catching its breath, on the verge of executing the rare and powerful move, Rock Cannon. Watching Darkrai, which was nearly at its limit, and his injured companions behind him, feelings of unwillingness, fury, and hatred surged within Lindong, intertwining in his heart. In an instant, he seemed to hear the heartbeat of Darkrai. The frequencies of their hearts synchronized in that fleeting moment, as if they had become one. Lindong distinctly perceived a telepathic resonance emanating from Darkrai, the resonant voice echoing in his mind, prompting him to cry out. In unison, they proclaimed, "We shall become ever more powerful." Chapter 32, Bonded Evolution, seizing the great power of evil. The world transformed. Dark clouds loomed ominously over the orange forest. The last vestige of light at the horizon seemed to open an eye, casting its gaze upon Lindong. Waves of intangible energy surged into the bodies of Lindong and Darkrai from the ground, the sky, and all directions. Lindong felt as if his body were on the verge of exploding, each cell seemingly torn apart. Yet, whenever he felt he could no longer endure, a gentle force would mend his body. The blessing of the Phoenix King. Lindong was immensely grateful, marveling at the wondrous twists of fate. Had he not fortuitously gained the Phoenix King's recognition that day, even with such power, he would have had no life left to relish it. Though merely a minute had passed, Lindong felt as if a century had elapsed. Along with the surge of power, a formidable consciousness enveloped him. His soul seemed to plunge into a nightmarish realm, standing shoulder to shoulder with Darkrai in a dark purple void, confronting a pair of enigmatic eyes. In this standoff, both advanced, ultimately striking that pair of eyes with a punch. The strange eyes shattered explosively, transforming into two luminous orbs that merged into their beings. In that moment, fragments of information flooded Lindong's mind. When his soul returned to reality, his clothes were already drenched in sweat, and his eyes glowed a fierce crimson. His contorted visage resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Fortunately, at that moment, Lindong faced away from Xiaoguang and the others, concealing his disheveled appearance from their view. Zhonglong's Pokémon had also reached their limit, exerting every ounce of strength, yet failing to breach Darkrai's energy barrier. At that moment, Darkrai underwent a transformation, 3 rings of dark purple light materializing around its form, swirling and rotating. With its newly acquired power, Darkrai swept its hand, unleashing a torrent of energy that sent the attacking Poison Frog and Mismagius flying. The rocks emitting a crimson glow shattered into dust, and the deadly yellow energy was obliterated in the air. Having established a mental connection, the two needed no further words. Darkrai intuitively raised its hand and unleashed a wave of dark energy towards Bankura. This black-purple energy had become so dense that it seemed almost tangible, moving with a speed that transcended the limits of space, striking Bankura in an instant. The impact left horrific wounds on its armor-like green shell, sending the nearly 3-meter-tall giant hurtling nearly 100 meters, crashing through several large trees before hitting the ground. Zhonglong's expression shifted to one of terror, while Lindong, standing opposite him, regained his composure. The crimson hue in his eyes faded, replaced by a hint of purple luminescence within his black pupils. Sensing the change in its master's emotions, Fiero hesitated, exposing a vulnerability. In the sky, Pikachu leapt nimbly, landing precisely on Fiero's back. Harnessing the power of the dark clouds, it unleashed a close-range thunderbolt. Fiero was scorched and plummeted towards the ground. Dragonite dove down, catching Pikachu, who then leapt off Dragonite's back and landed firmly on the ground. Following this, Dragonite flapped its wings, suddenly appearing behind Muktree, executing another thunderbolt. Muktree followed in Fiero's footsteps. Damn it! Zhonglong cursed, witnessing the fall of both Fiero and Muktree, his expression growing increasingly deranged. Poison Frog, Mismagius, Tyranitar, all of you attack. Darkrai's presence had surged exponentially, the three Pokémon, though fearful, unleashed their ultimate moves upon Darkrai: Poison Sting, Metal Claw, and Horn Drill. Darkrai made no move to counter, allowing the attacks to come. Yet, a protective shield autonomously formed among the three rings. Fear flashed across the faces of the three Pokémon. Their once unassailable moves failed to even dent the shield. Instead, they were repelled by the backlash and thrown back. Darkrai slowly extended a hand, and energy chains burst forth from the shield, binding the three Pokémon tightly. Then, with a powerful motion, Darkrai lifted its hand and swung it downward. As Darkrai moved, the three Pokémon were first lifted into the air and then violently hurled downwards to the ground. The three Pokémon crashed heavily, losing all capability to battle. It's over. Lin Dong coldly regarded Zhong Long, who knelt helplessly, devoid of any thoughts of escape. Escape? Could he possibly flee? His Pokémon lay unconscious, and Bankira's fate was uncertain. Miss Junxiao approached with a furious expression, silver bracelet in hand. My sister is Pokémon Hunter Q. If you dare capture me, she will surely annihilate your entire family. And you, she will not spare. Zhong Long, cornered, even resorted to threats against Miss Junxiao's family. Lin Dong found it amusing. The Junxiao family was a formidable presence, wielding considerable authority across various regions. Just a mere Hunter Q? Then let her come and try? Miss Junxiao, enraged, twisted Zhong Long's hands behind him and shackled him. Ah! Zhong Long's scream echoed through the forest. Lin Dong couldn't help but chuckle at Zhong Long's predicament, and as he relaxed, the glow in his eyes faded. As the power within him dissipated, the rings surrounding Darkrai vanished, returning to their normal state. A wave of exhaustion flooded through Lin Dong's entire being. By the way, Miss Junxiao, on the path I took, there were 5 Pokémon hunters already subdued. I have released all captured Pokémon. Thank you all for your efforts. Please return. Lin Dong uttered those final words with his last ounce of strength, recalling his Pokémon into their Pokeballs before collapsing to the ground. Pika Pika. Lin Dong. Xiao Guang could no longer hold back her tears, rushing to Lin Dong's side with Pikachu, both nearly weeping uncontrollably. Xiao Yao, Xiao Sheng, and Miss Junxiao followed closely behind. At that moment, the dark clouds dispersed, sunlight once again gracing the earth, offering warmth to the youth's pale face. The roar of motorcycles approached as 2 Miss Junxiaos arrived at the scene, quickly rushing over upon witnessing the dire circumstances surrounding them. Lin Dong had endured a long nightmare. Just as he had faced those enigmatic eyes, Darkrai remained by his side. What has happened to me? Lin Dong shook his head, many memories growing hazy, yet fragments of information remained strikingly clear. The great power of evil, bonded evolution, seizing authority. Together with Darkrai, Lin Dong finally pieced together this information, unveiling the great secret of this world. The path to divinity is one that defies the heavens. Seizing the great power of evil, a transgression against cosmic order. Darkrai gazed at Lin Dong, its expression relaxed. Lin Dong smiled. Yet we have immersed ourselves in this struggle, gaining a foothold against destiny. Chapter 33, The Maiden's Thoughts, Lin Dong Awakens. Lin Dong had been unconscious for 3 days and nights. After the rescue, everyone was taken to the Pokemon Center in Linxin Town by the Miss Junxiaos. Indeed, the Pokemon Center was not only capable of healing Pokemon, but also trainers. As the principal contributor to this operation, Lin Dong naturally received special treatment, being placed in a single patient room. Over the past 3 days, Xiao Guang has kept vigil by Lin Dong's bedside almost around the clock, only occasionally retreating to her own room for brief moments of rest when Xiao Yao and Xiao Sheng arrived to assist her. Her heart was heavy with guilt. During this period, she had consecutively engaged in battles against the Rocket Team and the Fire Rock Team. Although she was acutely aware that Lin Dong was the true hero, her role as a supporter had inadvertently inflated her ego. When faced with Miss Junxiao's request, Xiao Yao hesitated momentarily, yet it was she who first succumbed to impulsive enthusiasm. Agreeing almost without a second thought, Lin Dong was not a cold-hearted individual. His silence clearly indicated he harbored different thoughts. Her decision had nearly cost her life and almost endangered Xiao Yao and Xiao Sheng, culminating in Lin Dong lying here, unconscious. In the stillness of the night, a sliver of moonlight poured into the room, and the young girl's eyes began to glisten with tears as she buried her face in her hands, sobbing quietly. I have always been overly confident, believing that everything would turn out fine. How naive, childish, and ridiculous of me. Without you, I might have perished in the forests of Zhensha Town on the very day I aspired to become a Pokemon trainer. Without you, perhaps one day, I would helplessly watch as my beloved Pachima was taken away. If it weren't for you. Xiao Guang spoke slowly, as if calling out to Lin Dong, or perhaps conversing with herself. She struggled to suppress her sobs, yet her voice remained clear in the silence of the night. Without you, I am incapable of accomplishing anything. Throughout my most perilous moments, it has always been you who provided me with strength. If only I could become your strength. 2. Xiao Guang leaned against Lin Dong's bedside, softly pouring out her heart. Outside the ward, Xiao Yao heard every word Xiao Guang spoke. After a long pause, she set down the flashlight she had been holding and silently turned to leave. Originally, she had merely risen for a drink of water, yet somehow, she felt an inexplicable compulsion to come and check on them. Deep within her heart, she had begun to harbor a confusing sentiment towards Lin Dong. Was he a revered mentor, a cherished friend, or something else entirely? She herself was uncertain. Yet upon hearing Xiao Guang's heartfelt confession, she felt an unexplainable sense of loss, sorrow, and heartache. Xiao Yao's mind was in turmoil. She hardly recalled how she made her way back to her room, but upon entering, she was startled by Xiao Sheng's voice. Sister, love is something you must strive for yourself. Xiao Yao's face flushed as if set ablaze, grateful for the darkness of the room that concealed her embarrassment. Xiao Sheng, what nonsense are you spouting? She retorted, irritation creeping into her voice. What are you? A mere child, understand? Sister, I'm not talking nonsense. I'm already 12 years old, having graduated from elementary school. I'm not a child anymore. Xiao Sheng pushed up his glasses, the lenses glinting in the moonlight. How can you not be a child? Xiao Yao, both flustered and exasperated, hoisted Xiao Sheng from his pose by the window onto the bed. Oof, I'm not mistaken. Sister, those in the situation are often confused while onlookers see clearly. Xiao Sheng protested, still unconvinced. Just go to sleep. Xiao Yao tapped Xiao Sheng's head, and he promptly complied. Under her pressure, he reluctantly removed his glasses and closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Xiao Yao found herself wide awake, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. It was unclear how much time had passed, but she seemed to have made a certain resolution. I, too, wish to become your strength. She murmured softly before gradually drifting into slumber. Below her, Xiao Sheng suddenly wore a triumphant smile. The first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the curtain seams, casting a gentle glow upon the young girl's face. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly as Xiao Guang drowsily sat up, rubbing her eyes. She had fallen asleep at the edge of the bed while speaking last night, having not rested properly for 3 days. She appeared quite haggard, her hair, usually well kept, now a disheveled mess. Xiao Guang, you're awake. You've been pressing on my hand. Lin Dong's voice startled her. Ah, Lin Dong, you're awake. Xiao Guang exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she rushed to his side. How long have I been asleep? Lin Dong queried, feeling a slight heaviness in his head and a lack of energy in his body. You've been unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. Just wait. I'll go fetch Miss Joy. With that, Xiao Guang dashed out of the ward. That night, Miss Joy and the doctor who had come to the Pokemon Center had informed them that while Lin Dong was not in immediate danger, it was highly likely he would not awaken from his coma. For 3 days, she had engaged in one-sided conversations with Lin Dong, desperately trying to rouse his consciousness. Before long, Miss Joy returned with Xiao Guang to the ward. You're awake. Do you feel any discomfort? Miss Joy inquired gently, aside from a slight sense of weakness. I feel fine, Lin Dong replied candidly. That sense of weakness was quite discomforting. Every part of his body felt unresponsive. That is to be expected. When you were brought in, your body was severely dehydrated, far below normal levels. Had you arrived any later, it could have been life-threatening. Miss Joy's tone was soothing, and she had already learned of the events from Miss Junsha, holding great admiration for Lin Dong as a hero. Miss Joy, where's this place? Xiao Guang had drawn back the curtains, revealing towering buildings outside, which surprised Lin Dong. This is the Pokemon Center in Linxin Town, the nearest town to where your incident occurred. That's why Miss Junsha brought you here, Miss Joy explained with a smile. I've heard from Miss Xiao Guang that you aim to challenge the Hoenn League. Why not rest here for a while? Linxin Town has a Pokemon gym as well. A gym? Lin Dong paused. Is there a badge? Indeed. The Linxin Gym passed the Alliance's inspection 3 months ago, becoming the 12th officially recognized gym of the Hoenn League. And the Bug Badget Awards can be used to qualify for the league competition. I see. The mention of the gym seemed to invigorate Lin Dong, as if the essence of his super true new human physique was at play, and he felt his strength returning significantly. Pika Pika. A yellow figure leapt onto Lin Dong with the speed of lightning. Xiao Yao and Xiao Sheng rushed in right behind. Lin Dong, you've finally awakened. Xiao Yao exclaimed with palpable relief, hurrying to his bedside. Yes, is everyone all right? Lin Dong inquired. Everyone is fine, and the Pokemon have all recovered as well. By the way, we've taken great care of your egg, so just focus on resting, Xiao Yao replied. That is wonderful. As Lin Dong spoke, He suddenly noticed the peculiar way everyone was looking at him, filled with lingering concern, prompting him to add, "You need not worry about me. This experience has not been entirely negative. If I must articulate my feelings, it would be that I am both pained and exhilarated." Chapter 34. Seizing Authority. The Secret of Evolution. Lin Dong's words were evidently beyond the comprehension of those present, yet he was currently reveling in the exhilarating secret of evolution he had uncovered. During that long, nightmarish ordeal, he and Darkrai pieced together all the fragmented information and finally grasped what had transpired within them. In essence, the bond between humans and Pokémon is an intangible energy that exists within both trainers and Pokémon alike. Certain Pokémon, when they share a profound closeness with their trainers, can harness this energy to achieve evolution, such as with the Fairy-type Pokémon. This energy also applies to Mega Evolution. The energy contained within a Mega Stone is fundamentally akin to divine power, which can be absorbed by Pokémon of the corresponding species. However, only when there is a powerful bond between the trainer and the Pokémon can the trainer utilize this energy to resonate with the Mega Stone and the evolutionary keystone, allowing the Pokémon to transcend its original limitations and attain further evolution. Pokémon undergoing Mega Evolution, having gained energy akin to divine power, can, for a short period, possess strength rivaling that of second-tier deities. However, these Pokémon, constrained by their species limitations, cannot withstand the immense pressure exerted by divine forces for prolonged periods. Thus, Mega Evolution typically lasts only a brief moment. The deeper the bond, the longer the duration of the Mega Evolution. Nevertheless, when it comes to the ultimate purpose of bond energy, it is undoubtedly bond evolution. According to the information previously provided by the system, the strength of both level 1 deities and those secondary deities endowed with divine roles lies in their possession of authority, along with the powers that accompany it. Bond evolution represents the means by which humans and Pokémon seize this authority. Ash's Greninja can perceive the negative energy core invisible even to Zygarde precisely because it has acquired a unique form of authority during bond evolution. While its power may not rival that of most secondary deities, in terms of rank, it is on par with those legendary Pokémon, manifesting genuine authority. Though the strength of different authorities varies, the unique abilities they confer are often unparalleled. Therefore, in the pursuit of vines, Zygarde seeks the assistance of Ash's Greninja. It can be said that bond evolution is fundamentally a path to divinity that defies the heavens. The authority seized leaves a seed within both the human and Pokémon, allowing them to communicate telepathically even when separated by vast distances. At that point, both parties can independently wield this power. Of course, the conditions for bond evolution are exceedingly stringent. Firstly, the Pokémon species must possess sufficient strength, and the trainer must also possess special abilities or physical traits. These are requisite conditions for invoking authority. According to the system's explanation, a Super Freshman is a special physique, and Ash, in the original series, also possesses the power of Aura. As a starter Pokémon, Greninja is considered relatively strong, thus fulfilling the first requirement for achieving bond evolution. Secondly, both the trainer and the Pokémon must attain complete resonance. Individuals with special physiques or abilities are rare. Yet there have been some psychics in the original series whose Pokémon were not weak. Their failure to achieve bond evolution was due to the lack of complete resonance. To meet this condition, timing, location, and harmony among people are all indispensable, even with profound bonds. The probability of achieving complete resonance in a single moment is likely only 1 in a billion. Lastly, the trainer must be able to withstand the sudden influx of divine power. Even with a special physique, this step is perilous. The strength of the seized authority is highly correlated with the Pokémon species. The power acquired by Greninja is already considered weak. After truly completing bond evolution for the first time, Ash promptly fainted. In contrast, the dark authority seized by Darkrai is powerful enough to rival that of a level 1 deity. Without Ho-Oh's blessing, Lin Dong would have surely been torn to shreds by that terrifying power in an instant. His journey through time nearly met an untimely end. Yet, he persevered. From then on, a smooth path lay ahead. However, although he had obtained authority, the power he exhibited that day barely reached a tenth of what the authority could truly unleash. The journey of bond evolution between him and Darkrai still has a long way to go. In addition to continuing to explore the power of bond evolution, Lin Dong also discovered many other shortcomings through his encounter with Zhonglong. Despite achieving a near-unscathed victory over Zhonglong, there were numerous areas that required improvement. For instance, he was still quite inexperienced in commanding Darkrai in battle. This was somewhat unavoidable, as his so-called combat experience primarily stemmed from his past life, and in the original series, Only one legendary Pokémon had commanded Darkrai, leaving little to learn from. In contrast, he found commanding Pikachu to be significantly more intuitive. Similarly, when deprived of his direction, both Dragonite and Pikachu failed to exhibit their full potential. During the aerial chase, they could not seize the appropriate moments to attack, missing their targets, Pidgeot and Staraptor. Although Pikachu had the intention of supporting Darkrai and identified the stationary weakness of Banjuru, which was commendable, he still failed to provide effective assistance. Dragonite, on the other hand, remained entirely focused on Pidgeot and Staraptor. In comparison, Zhonglong's two Pokémon simultaneously restrained Dragonite, while seizing opportunities to strike against Xiao Guang and her companions, all while also restraining Gengar, showcasing combat experience that Lindong's Pokémon could not match. Except for Gengar. That creature had practiced for 2,500 years and developed some human-like thought processes while learning human language, allowing it to battle independently. Hence, Lindong arranged for it to protect Xiao Guang and the others. However, such experience is not replicable, and enhancing both his and his Pokémon's combat experience in the future remains a significant challenge to address. In the afternoon, Miss Junsha also came to visit Lindong. "I am truly sorry for the severe injury you suffered because of me," she bowed. "It's all right. My situation is rather unique. You need not feel guilty." Lindong graciously brushed off the matter. He and Darkrai had not yet engaged in many battles, but had serendipitously achieved a state of complete resonance, which could be considered a blessing in disguise. However, Miss Junsha made a surprising decision. The speed dog has escaped life-threatening danger, but Nurse Joy informed me that its body has sustained irreversible damage and will no longer be able to fight. I feel I am not yet capable of fulfilling the role of a regional officer, so I have decided to resign. Afterward, I wish to travel with Speed Dog. Perhaps we will meet again in some corner of the world. Chapter 35. The Rin, Exine Gym, the Peculiar Bug Ichiro. Under the influence of the super freshman physique, Lindong's condition improved rapidly. After resting for another day, he was already able to take a couple of steps. Once he regained his mobility, he contacted Professor Oak at Nurse Joy's suggestion. "Ah, Lindong, you seem to be looking quite well. Is your health improving?" Professor Oak inquired with great concern, having designated Lindong as a top candidate. "Much better. I can already run," Lindong replied with a smile. "Professor, what did you need to discuss with me?" "Of course, you truly are remarkable. It wasn't long after our last conversation when you accomplished such a significant feat. The League informed me that nearly all Pokémon hunters in the southwestern region of Hoenn have been captured thanks to your efforts. Now, the League is preparing to offer you 3 substantial rewards," Professor Oak elaborated. "What are the rewards?" Lindong asked eagerly. "The first reward is that, although the League cannot officially classify you as an elite trainer, they have made a special exception for you to enjoy certain privileges of an elite trainer ahead of time. The most immediate benefit is that the number of Pokémon you can carry will increase by 3, meaning you can now carry a total of 12 Pokémon. The second reward is a considerable monetary prize. While I am unsure of the exact amount, I believe it will certainly satisfy you. As for the third reward, it hasn't arrived yet, so I'll refrain from discussing it. Just contact me when you reach Canas City. Now, please insert your Pokédex, and I'll help you increase your Pokémon slots." After the additional 3 Pokémon slots were granted, Lindong felt a mix of surprise and satisfaction, though not excessively so. For instance, could Zhonglong not manage to acquire 12 Pokémon? Certainly not. It was simply that he could not command them effectively. The vitality of individuals is inherently limited. Even the formidable 4 Heavenly Kings find themselves nearing their limits when simultaneously commanding 6 Pokémon in battle. The League's recent inclusion of double battles featuring 2 Pokémon is a deliberate initiative to cultivate the capacity of novice trainers to manage multiple Pokémon in combat. Furthermore, it is a universal consensus among Pokémon trainers that one cannot evenly nurture every Pokémon. Strength lies in quality rather than quantity. According to the League's classification of trainers, those possessing fewer than 4 badges are deemed novice, while those with 4 or more are classified as intermediate. Attaining over 8 badges and participating in any league conference elevates a trainer to the advanced tier. Trainers who reach the championship stage of the league conference may be recognized as elite trainers. However, even these contenders typically possess only 1 or 2 exceptionally strong Pokémon. Many struggle to assemble a full team of 6 fully evolved forms. Notably, even champions and masters often rely on merely 1 or 2 key Pokémon. In the Crisis of Kalos, for instance, opponents threatening world destruction compelled champions and gym leaders to deploy only their ace Pokémon in combat. In such high-stakes battles, releasing additional Pokémon would only serve to distract them and diminish their combat efficacy. The advantage of multiple Pokémon slots primarily lies in the ability to carry a diverse array of types, thus broadening one's offensive capabilities. For Lindong, the significance of these 3 Pokémon slots might be even greater. He mused that should he succeed in capturing the 3 pillars of creation, he could keep them with him at all times. After all, as a figurine of Regigigas, there would be no need for him to train it himself. Having concluded his conversation with Professor Oak, Xiao Wang also reassured Professor Yamanashi and her mother of her safety. Xiao Yao and Xiaoxing initially intended to inform their parents of their well-being, only to find themselves speaking with Jinji. Since Xiao Yao and Xiaoxing's departure, Qianli and Mizuko had seemingly vanished into their own world. Qianli's numerous disciples had left Jinji temporarily assuming the duties of the gym leader, while another junior had taken on the role of referee. Following Qianli's departure, challengers to the Orange Flower Gym had suddenly surged in number. Jinji was quite busy. After noting Xiao Yao and Xiaoxing's concerns, he returned to managing the challengers. Oh, poor senior brother, Xiaoxing sighed. Xiao Yao then called Dr. Otakawa. Once everyone had finished their calls, Lindong resolved to challenge the Rinshin Gym. He learned from Nurse Joy that it was a gym specializing in bug-type Pokémon. Lindong had a vague recollection of Rinshin Town, having seen it only briefly in the series during the episode featuring the Mushroom Mansion. On the way to the gym, he spotted a manner strikingly similar to the one depicted in the show, yet no events unfolded as they had in the original narrative. Upon arriving at the Rinshin Gym, Lindong announced his intentions. Is anyone here? My name is Lindong, and I am here to challenge the Rinshin Gym. The gym doors swung open, revealing a tall, grim-faced man. I am the gym leader, Choichiro, he stated, sizing Lindong up before inquiring, are you the challenger? Indeed. Then please come in. Choichiro gestured for Lindong and his companions to enter the gym, suddenly asking, are you from the Sinnoh region? Yes, is there a problem? Lindong instinctively sensed something peculiar about Choichiro. He was certain it was their first meeting, yet Choichiro's gaze seemed to harbor ulterior motives. Oh, it's nothing to be concerned about. I merely noticed that this young lady is holding a Pachama, which piqued my curiosity. After all, Pachama is a Pokémon gifted to newcomers from the Sinnoh region and is rather rare in Hoenn. Choichiro casually explained, then smiled. Since you are a guest from afar, I shall extend my hospitality. With a crash, a delicate glass cup shattered on the floor, splintering into countless shards that glinted ominously in the sunlight. The sound of high heels clicking on the floor announced the entrance of a young woman clad in a professional outfit and form-fitting skirt. Her legs encased in black stockings captivatingly eye-catching. She was stunningly beautiful, her presence overshadowing the fair-skinned, elegant young women seated on the sofa before her. Young master. At her gentle call, the swivel chair turned to reveal a young man with a foil-like hairstyle, his expression dark yet laced with lascivious intent as he regarded the woman. Have you clarified the situation? Yes, Lindong has defeated Zhonglong. The powerful Pokémon hunter organizations in the southwestern Hoenn region have been nearly eradicated by the League. Such persistent nuisances. I have come to Hoenn, and yet they still linger. Yihao slammed his palm on the table with a resounding bang, immediately regretting it as pain shot through his hand. Damn it, where is he now? Young master, he is in Rinshin Town, the woman replied. Rinshin Town? Yihao paused, contemplating his next move. What is he planning? He's preparing to challenge the Rinshin Gym. Excellent. Yihao leapt to his feet. Quickly, informed Choichiro to prepare for him. Chapter 36. To strike with malice? The battle against Choichiro. Lindong furrowed his brow. Choichiro appeared outwardly normal, yet he exuded an unsettling aura. Perhaps it was due to the recent tension, Lindong mused. The rules of the Rinshin Gym dictate a 3-on-3 battle. Do you have any objections? Choichiro declared as he approached the battle platform. None at all, Lindong replied, stepping onto the battlefield. The referee took their position. We are now prepared to commence the official gym challenge. Each side may utilize 3 Pokémon, and the match concludes when one side's Pokémon can no longer battle. Only the challenger may substitute Pokémon. Let the match begin. With the referee's signal, Choichiro was the first to throw a Pokeball. Go, Scyther. A Scyther, clad in a brilliant red exoskeleton that gleamed with metallic sheen, materialized in the arena. Xiao Wang immediately pulled out her Pokédex. Scyther, the mantis Pokémon. It brandishes its scythe-like claws, resembling eyes, to intimidate foes, and possesses incredible speed, striking with its swift pincers. It looks incredibly strong. Xiao Yao expressed her concern. Indeed. Scyther is a favored choice among those competing at the championship stage, Xiaoxing remarked. Scyther, huh? Lindong reflected on this familiar Pokémon for a moment before tossing out his own Pokeball. Murkrow, you shall be my choice. Murk. Despite Choichiro deploying Scyther first, Lindong was determined to allow Murkrow to gain experience. After all, While Scyther possesses 2 pairs of wings, it cannot actually fly. Flapping its wings serves merely to cool its body, much like a computer fan. However, Lindong soon regretted his decision. Upon seeing Murkrow, Choichiro immediately launched an assault. Scyther, use Quick Attack, then follow up with Cut to seize its wings. At Choichiro's command, Scyther's pincers opened wide, unleashing a barrage of star-shaped light toward Murkrow. Murk. The speed of the oncoming light was too swift for Murkrow to evade, resulting in a direct hit. In an instant, Scyther vanished from its position, charging toward Murkrow in a blur of red light, its pincers gripping Murkrow's wings with force. Murk! Murk! Murkrow cried out in agony. Lindong had yet to devise a method of resolution when he overheard Choichiro issue another command. Excellent. Scyther, hurl it to the ground, then unleash your metal claw. With a fierce exertion, Scyther violently flung the Murkrow towards the earth. The latter, having sustained wing injuries, was rendered incapable of flight and crashed heavily onto the ground. Although this was not the ultimate move known as Earth Throw, it bore a strikingly similar effect. Murkrow's eyes had taken on a spiral shape, indicating its incapacitation. Yet, Scyther was relentless, delivering a crushing blow with its metal claw, augmented by the force of gravity. The excruciating pain jolted Murkrow from its stupor, compelling it to emit a faint cry. What are you doing? Pika Pika. Lindong was simultaneously astonished and enraged, shouting alongside Pikachu as they turned to the referee. Referee. Why do you not call it? The referee appeared oblivious, silently observing Murkrow with an impassive demeanor. Scyther, use Hyper Beam. What? Upon hearing Choichiro's boisterous command once more, Xiaoguang, Xiaoyao, and Xiaosheng, seated in the audience, rose simultaneously, with Pachimo waving its little arms in indignation. What are you doing? Can't you see that Murkrow has lost its ability to fight? Xiaoyao exclaimed, filled with righteous fury. Attacking a Pokémon that is no longer capable of battle. Are you even a proper gym trainer? Do you not realize that Murkrow could die from this? Xiaosheng, equally incensed, felt a surge of anger as he considered his father, a distinguished gym trainer, and the disgrace Choichiro's actions brought upon all gym trainers. He could no longer endure it. Xiaoguang was equally furious. Unbeknownst to anyone, she had begun recording when Scyther struck Murkrow with its metal claw. With gritted teeth, Lindong glared at Choichiro, his movements unfaltering as he retrieved a Pokeball. Return, Murkrow. Just as the yellowish light from Scyther's claws was about to strike, the Pokeball emitted a red beam that enveloped Murkrow in a flash. Murkrow transformed into a sphere of crimson light and returned to the Pokeball, while the Hyper Beam struck the ground, erupting in a cloud of smoke. Seeing Lindong's decisive action in recalling Murkrow, both Choichiro and the referee displayed expressions of regret that quickly reverted to normal. Lindong's intuition had proven correct. He finally understood Choichiro's intentions. The spiral eyes of a Pokémon signified its incapacity to battle. However, in reality, this state did not equate to imminent death. It was merely a natural self-protective response that occurred when a Pokémon suffered significant damage. Hence, in many battles, even if a Pokémon succumbed to unconsciousness, it might awaken shortly thereafter. This self-protective state was precisely the foundation of Pokémon battles. If a Pokémon were to perish after a single fight, it would not last long in the world of Pokémon. Therefore, as long as a Pokémon entered this self-protective state, it should be declared defeated, effectively safeguarding the Pokémon and ensuring fairness in the battle. Choichiro and the referee were evidently exploiting this loophole. Yet, Lindong found himself utterly helpless. In gym battles and league tournaments alike, the determination of whether a Pokémon had lost its ability to battle was not left to the judgment of the combatants or the observing trainers, but was solely at the referee's discretion. Once the referee deemed a Pokémon incapable of battle, it was considered defeated, regardless of the actual circumstances. Conversely, as long as the referee asserted that a Pokémon had not lost, it remained in the fight. Unless one conceded, the battle would persist. Presently, Lindong faced this insidious manipulation of rules. As long as he refused to surrender, the referee would continue to refrain from declaring a loss, allowing Choichiro to relentlessly assault his Pokémon until it was potentially rendered lifeless. What a treacherous scheme! Fuming with indignation, Lindong clenched his fists. At that moment, the referee added fuel to the fire. Challenger, please select your next Pokémon. The implication was clear. Murkrow hadn't lost its ability to battle, and should he choose not to concede, it would eventually be called upon again after the defeat of his remaining 2 Pokémon. This was utterly outrageous. Xiaosheng's eyes blazed with fury. I will report you. Silence in the audience. Otherwise, you will be asked to leave at once. The referee barked at Xiaosheng, exacerbating his irritation. Choichiro and the referee shared a sense of exasperation toward the three observers. After all, there were explicit regulations stating that gyms must provide seating for spectators. And as long as the challenger consented, anyone could witness a formal gym match. Unless the spectators engaged in blatant interference, such as launching attacks from outside the arena. The gym had no authority to refuse entry. Qianli had previously barred Xiaosheng and the others from watching, fearing they might influence the challenger. However, companions brought by the challenger were always permitted to observe. Choichiro's reasoning was simple. If he couldn't prevent them from watching, he would let them be. After all, they were merely a few kids and posed no threat to his plans. He had heard from young Master Yi how that Lin Dong was just an ordinary rookie trainer without any background. It was likely that his traveling companions were similarly unremarkable. Although the girl had a Pachama, it surely could not wield any influence in the Hoenn region. With such a group, they could not threaten him in the slightest. Chapter 37. Companions are our Achilles heel. All right, Xiaosheng, Xiaoyao, Xiaowang, please take your seats. I can handle this. Lin Dong interjected promptly, quelling the impending outburst of anger from his friends. What follows will be my counterattack, and it would be a shame if you missed it. Xiaowang, understanding his intent, felt her anger dissipate significantly, her mood lifting as she smiled. Don't worry, Lin Dong will be just fine. Let us sit and watch closely. Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng exchanged knowing glances and sat down as well, brimming with anticipation for what was to unfold. They were well aware of Lin Dong's prowess. Pika, Pika. Pikachu was poised for action, ready to seek retribution for Murkrow. Lin Dong contemplated momentarily, but held it back. Pikachu, rest assured, you will have your chance on the battlefield. But dealing with this adversary requires someone more fitting. Pikachu looked puzzled. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes. Scyther was indeed a formidable Pokémon, boasting numerous highlights in the original series. With its bug and steel typing, it possessed remarkable resilience. However, it had one significant flaw. As a Pokeball enlarged in Lin Dong's hand, he declared, Dragonite, you're up. Roar. Upon sensing Lin Dong's emotions, Dragonite emerged with a fierce expression. Pikachu exchanged words with Dragonite, and the usually gentle Dragonite displayed an unexpected ferocity. Dragonite, let's avenge Murkrow together. Companions are our Achilles heel. Choichiro was momentarily taken aback, his composure shattered. Wasn't Lin Dong supposed to be a rookie trainer? Wasn't he meant to be without any significant background? How had he summoned a Dragonite? He would not naively assume that Lin Dong was merely lucky. Pokemon like Dragonite had an unofficial classification within the league known as quasi-legendary, referring to those that, while not part of the legendary species, possessed power rivaling that of typical legendary Pokemon. Such Pokemon were not only exceedingly rare, but also exhibited the tendency to mature late in their development. A miniature dragon aspires to ultimately evolve into a Dragonite, a process that demands considerable time and a vast array of resources, even with the guidance of a trainer. A trainer of ordinary background, despite the stroke of fortune in acquiring a miniature dragon, often finds themselves lacking the requisite resources. Of course, there exists another possibility, capturing a wild Dragonite directly. Yet, that prospect is undeniably daunting. Chongichiro found himself regretting his decision to target Lin Dong. He had trusted Yi Hao to a foolish extent. However, there was no turning back now. If he were to halt his actions, he would offend both Lin Dong and Yi Hao. Thus, he resolved to press on. Scyther, unleash your Hyper Beam, he commanded. Attempting the same move again, Lin Dong retorted. Dragonite, unleash Flamethrower. Immediately, Lin Dong issued a counterattack, and Dragonite expelled a torrent of searing flames. The star-shaped beam was swiftly incinerated, and the flames surged forth. Aimed at Scyther. Scyther evade. As an adept bug-type gym leader, Chongichiro was acutely aware of the devastating impact fire could have on Scyther. With a graceful leap, Scyther narrowly avoided the inferno. Yet, Lin Dong had anticipated this very moment. Dragonite, soar before it, and execute Fire Spin. With a powerful flap of its wings, Dragonite positioned itself right in front of Scyther. Scyther, lacking the ability to fly, found itself trapped with no means of evasion during that fleeting moment. Dragonite unleashed a spiraling vortex of flames, ensnaring Scyther within its grasp. Scyther emitted a tormented cry as the relentless flames scorched its body. It was rendered incapable of even the slightest movement, let alone executing any special moves. Scyther, Chongichiro gasped in horror. He had never faced Dragonite directly before. While he was aware of its incredible speed and diverse array of powerful moves, witnessing it firsthand was a different ordeal entirely, compounding his dilemma, despite his underhanded tactics. This was still an official gym battle, and as a gym leader, he was prohibited from substituting his Pokémon. Moreover, with Scyther ensnared in the crimson vortex of flames. Even if he wished to withdraw it, he could not. The anguish Lin Dong felt moments ago was now mirrored in his own heart. Ichiro discreetly signaled the referee. But this subtle gesture did not escape Lin Dong's notice. Scyther. Just as the referee was about to declare Scyther unable to battle, Lin Dong raised his voice, drowning out the official S words. Dragonite, use Blast Burn. With a resounding roar, Dragonite emitted a powerful dragon cry, forming a massive fireball shaped like a character and hurling it towards Scyther ensnared in the fiery vortex. Scyther had no means of defense and was struck by the ferocious fireball, sent hurtling away. The referee stood in shock, momentarily stunned and forgetting to raise the flag. Ichiro's face turned pale. Scyther was his strongest Pokémon, possessing a high level of prowess. Although it was susceptible to fire, a mere fire spin should not have incapacitated it. He had signaled the referee for an early judgment to minimize Scyther's damage. However, now, with that blast burn, it was not just a loss of combat capability. Scyther would likely require a stay at the Pokémon Center for a couple of days to recuperate. Dragonite. Follow up with Flamethrower. Noticing the referee still in a daze, Lin Dong launched another assault. Dragonite executed another Flamethrower, striking Scyther against the gym's wall, illuminating Ichiro's face, which had turned an alarming shade of purple. Stop! What are you doing? Ichiro shouted furiously at the referee. Referee, why are you dawdling? As Scyther teetered on the brink of defeat, Ichiro was beside himself with rage, shouting and berating the referee. Suddenly coming to his senses, the referee hastily declared, "Oh, Scyther is unable to battle. Dragonite is the victor." Lin Dong commanded Dragonite to cease its onslaught. Scyther lay charred and defeated. Scyther. Upon witnessing Scyther's tragic state, Ichiro's heart ached as he hastily returned it to its Pokeball and vehemently questioned, Lin Dong, what are you trying to achieve? I haven't done anything. Lin Dong calmly replied. The referee hasn't declared Scyther unable to battle, so I continued my attack. Is there something amiss with that? Ichiro could only grit his teeth in frustration. Who could blame the referee for faltering at such a critical moment? Ichiro, will you continue the battle? If you concede, then please hand over the badge, Lin Dong taunted, delivering a final blow. Of course, I will fight. Ichiro's face contorted with fury, his eyes glinting with a sharp intensity as he pointed an accusing finger at Lin Dong, roaring, as long as I, Ichiro, am here, you shall not claim the bug badge. With a flourish, he enlarged a Pokeball in his hand. My second Pokémon, Arise. Desert Dragonfly. Chapter 38, A Fierce Battle. Dragonite vs. Desert Dragonfly. It's the Desert Dragonfly. In the audience, Xiaosheng immediately recognized the light green and green-hued Pokémon. Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao eagerly consulted their Pokédex. Desert Dragonfly, a Pokémon of the bug type, is the evolved form of the Soundwave larva. It is known as the spirit of the desert due to the melodious wing beats that create a sandstorm. Desert Dragonfly? Quite intriguing, Lin Dong mused, his focus sharpening on the Desert Dragonfly before him. His impression of this Pokémon was deeply ingrained. Fearless of earthquakes when burrowing, unperturbed by thunder while soaring. Its ground and dragon types make it a true terrestrial dragon. What? You mean Garchomp? Guess who couldn't learn Dragon Dance later on? Even disregarding the game mechanics. The Desert Dragonfly had its moments of glory in the original series, despite not receiving due recognition in the anime. Its first appearance was during a grand celebration with Xiao Shun and Xiao Yao, later followed by a dedicated episode detailing its characteristics. However, its performance in the film was nothing short of legendary, carrying the storyline alongside the Bloodwing Aerodactyl, leaving a lasting impression on viewers. It was from that film that Lin Dong began to remember the Desert Dragonfly. Do you think you can run rampant here just because you have a Dragonite? Humph. I shall make you pay dearly today. Ichiro smirked, his expression chilling. While it was common knowledge that he was the bug-type gym leader in terms of strength, Scyther ranked only second among his Pokémon. His strongest ace was indeed the Desert Dragonfly before him. From the day he captured the Antlion, he had poured immense effort into its training. Now, every capability of the Desert Dragonfly had nearly reached its genetic limit, even against a Dragonite. He held confidence in his victory. Ichiro's mind was already calculating the odds. Dragonite was likely Lin Dong's strongest Pokémon. As long as the Desert Dragonfly triumphed over Dragonite, it would be a straightforward path ahead. Then, Lin Dong would either concede or watch as his Pokémon met a tragic fate. Imagining this scenario, a grin spread across Ichiro's face. Go, Desert Dragonfly. Use Sonic Boom. With a powerful flap of its green wings, the Desert Dragonfly unleashed a series of silver shockwaves towards Dragonite. This Desert Dragonfly was indeed exceptional. Its sonic boom attack exceeded even Hyper Beam in speed. Lindong barely had time to react as Dragonite was struck, stumbling backward 2 paces. Dragonite dived down and circled around to its back. Receiving Lindong's command, Dragonite swiftly descended, skimming the ground at high speed. Ichiro, naturally, would not squander the opportunity to strike. Desert Dragonfly, unleash Hyper Beam. The Desert Dragonfly unleashed a beam of reddish-yellow light, aiming directly at Dragonite. With a swift acceleration, Dragonite narrowly evaded the attack, while the Desert Dragonfly gathered energy, continuously emitting a devastating beam of destruction that swept along Dragonite's flight path. The destructive light struck the ground, causing a series of explosions, transforming the battlefield into a pockmarked landscape. Meanwhile, Dragonite had soared to the rear of the Desert Dragonfly. Rising into the air, Dragonite unleashed an ice beam. With a sharp turn of 90 degrees, it ascended rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, its form was now positioned behind the Desert Dragonfly. This maneuver was reminiscent of the flight techniques employed by Ash's Dragonite from the Orange League. A shimmering blue energy coalesced in Dragonite's mouth, and a beam shot forth at great speed. The Desert Dragonfly, having just expended considerable energy on the destructive beam, found itself momentarily drained and unable to evade the incoming attack. The ice beam struck with formidable force, sending the Desert Dragonfly careening backward. Desert Dragonfly, Ichiro shouted in desperation. Despite having raised a powerful Desert Dragonfly, he could not alter its inherent aversion to ice. He had never anticipated that this Dragonite, known for its fire-type prowess, would also wield an ice beam. Nevertheless, the Desert Dragonfly, being a formidable opponent, managed to stabilize itself before crashing to the ground by flapping its wings vigorously. Ascending once more to confront Dragonite. Well done, Desert Dragonfly. Use Sandstorm, Ichiro commanded. Suddenly, a massive swirl of sand and dust coalesced around the Desert Dragonfly, and with a powerful flap of its wings, it unleashed a ferocious sandstorm towards Dragonite. This was the real world, where all immunities to damage had their reasons. While many electric types had met their end against ground types, Lindong was not naive enough to believe that Dragonite's flying type would grant it immunity to such an assault. Dragonite, unleash Blizzard. It roared defiantly. Dragonite opened its mouth wide and flapped its wings, conjuring a fierce blizzard that surged towards the Desert Dragonfly. The two energies clashed violently at the center of the battlefield, creating a tumultuous spectacle that obscured the movements of both trainers, Lindong and Ichiro. Incredible. In the audience, Xiao Wang, Xiaoyao, and Xiaosheng were left in awe. Is Lindong all right? Xiaoyao expressed her concern. I believe in him. He will be just fine, Xiao Wang replied, her expression quickly firming as she silently cheered for Lindong and Dragonite. Yes, me too. Xiaoyao nodded emphatically, her worried demeanor vanishing as she joined in the support for Lindong. Xiaosheng, however, was gripping his pant leg tightly in anxiety. After a lengthy pause, the arena fell silent. Ultimately, Blizzard was not Dragonite's native skill, and it seemed somewhat unpracticed in its execution, coupled with its prior energy expenditure. It could only match the overwhelming sandstorm. Ugh, Dragonite panted slightly, while the Desert Dragonfly was not faring much better, its breaths heavier than Dragonite's. Though Ichiro was a cunning and ruthless individual, Lindong could not help but acknowledge that this battle against the Desert Dragonfly had been a remarkable contest, providing him with a clearer understanding of the true strength of a gym leader in this world. Desert Dragonfly, use the destructive beam. Ichiro, noticing the Desert Dragonfly's waning strength, resolved to finish the battle swiftly. Dragonite, counter with destructive beam. Lindong commanded in response. With the battle reaching this critical point, evasion was no longer an option. Two beams of reddish-yellow light collided at the center of the arena, their energies expanding and forming a vibrant orb of energy. Neither Pokémon yielded, each pushing with all their might. Desert Dragonfly, increased the power. Ichiro, sensing the precarious situation, made a decisive call to unleash everything. Dragonite, we must also intensify our efforts. Do not let it win. Lindong urged fervently. Roar. The two Pokémon unleashed their energies almost simultaneously, the reddish-yellow beams of destruction swelling in intensity. The energy orb at the center grew larger and larger until, finally, it erupted in a thunderous explosion. The shockwave surged across the battlefield, forcing everyone present to shield their faces against the onslaught. As calm returned to the arena, all eyes turned to see both Pokémon collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. However, in terms of stamina, Dragonite remained superior. As expected from a pseudo-legendary, it showcased its overwhelming prowess. Dragonite, deliver a final ice beam. Roar. Once more, A beam of icy blue light shot forth, and the desert dragonfly could no longer withstand the assault, being sent tumbling to the ground with a resounding crash. Perhaps fearing that Lin Dong would follow up with further attacks, the referee immediately raised the flag. The desert dragonfly is unable to battle. Dragonite is the victor. Chapter 39, Rain Battle, earning the bug badge. Ichiro was left utterly dumbfounded. If the crushing defeat of his Scyther could be attributed to his own oversight, then the desert dragonfly had been vanquished outright by Dragonite in a head-on confrontation, while Ichiro had been fully committed. As his strongest ace, the desert dragonfly's power was already on par with that of a champion's main forces. He had once had the fortune of competing in an unofficial match against Mr. Gyarados, one of the Elite Four of the Hoenn region, where his desert dragonfly had even triumphed over two of Gyarados' mainstays before ultimately falling to a Bloodwing dragon. Now, it had been defeated by an obscure rookie trainer. Ichiro found it difficult to accept this outcome. But what could he do? Lin Dong would not allow him to escape. Ichiro, please send out your final Pokémon. Or, you may choose to concede. A crack sounded from Ichiro's mouth as he bit down hard. His heart sank as he spat out a fragment of a broken tooth into his palm. Lin Dong stood at the opposite end of the battlefield, unable to see clearly. But he had a strong inkling of what had transpired. This guy had really bitten his own tooth off. Huh. Lin Dong couldn't help but laugh. Curse you. Curse you. Ichiro clenched his fists tightly. If it weren't for the ongoing gym battle, he would have relished the opportunity to confront Lin Dong in a real fight. Do not get too cocky. Even if your Dragonite has won, it is already at its limit. Ichiro, will never allow you to obtain the bug badge. Ichiro retrieved his third Pokeball and hurled it forcefully. My final Pokémon. I entrust you with this, Mega Yinma. A massive green dragonfly materialized in the arena, adorned with numerous red spots that only added to its fearsome appearance. Xiaoxin quickly searched his mind for information about Mega Yinma, but found that he had never encountered this Pokémon in any of his books. Xiaoguang instinctively pulled out her Pokédex. Mega Yinma, the dragonfly Pokémon, known for its extreme ferocity, is the evolved form of Yinma. It can inflict significant damage on opponents by utilizing shockwaves generated from its wing flaps. Just looking at it is terrifying, Xiaoyao remarked, astonished that Yinma could evolve into such a fearsome creature. Ichiro meticulously observed Dragonite's condition, filled with confidence in Mega Yinma. This Pokémon possessed an innate aggressive nature, and the prerequisite for Yinma's evolution into Mega Yinma was mastering the move Origin Pulse. This move could not only effectively attack Dragonite, but also enhance its own abilities. Ichiro was certain that Lin Dong only had Dragonite at his disposal, and as a rookie trainer, he must have exhausted all resources to raise such a powerful Dragonite. If he could train another Pokémon as strong as Dragonite, he would write Ichiro's name backward. Now, as long as Mega Yinma could defeat Dragonite, Lin Dong's third Pokémon would pose no threat whatsoever. Ultimately, Chuan Long is the master of the dojo, and the formidable lineup of Pokémon he commands is far beyond that of a mere novice trainer. At that moment, he planned to coordinate with the referee to ensure he could at least take down one of Lin Dong's Pokémon. Otherwise, he would not only fail to appease Yi Xiao, but would also be unable to quell his own anger. However, would Lin Dong allow him to achieve his wishes? Absolutely not. Mikey Yangma, use Rain Dance. With a resounding roar, the Dragonite soared into the sky, and dark clouds swiftly gathered overhead, unleashing a downpour. Rain Dance. Chuan Ilong was momentarily taken aback. After all, Mikey Yangma was not afraid of water. As for whether a dragonfly could fly high in the rain, what a joke. This was a Pokémon nearly 2 meters long, not an ordinary dragonfly. While he couldn't comprehend Lin Dong's intentions, Chuan Ilong was not one to let this opportunity slip by. Mikey Yangma, unleash ancient power. A silvery gray orb of energy formed before Mikey Yangma, which then used its 3 pairs of legs to propel the orb towards Dragonite. Thank you for your hard work. Return, Dragonite. Lin Dong promptly withdrew Dragonite into its Pokeball. The orb missed its target and detonated upon hitting the ground. Damn it. Chuan Ilong hadn't anticipated Lin Dong employing such a tactic, yet in a formal dojo battle, the challenger indeed had the right to replace their Pokemon. And Lin Dong's actions were beyond reproach. Go, Pikachu! Pikachu had long been eager to join the fray, leaping into the arena. Lin Dong's Rain Dance was precisely intended for Pikachu. Not good, Mikey Yangma, use Sonic Boom. Upon seeing Pikachu enter the battlefield, Chuan Ilong instantly grasped Lin Dong's plan and ordered a preemptive strike. Pikachu, dodge with quick attack, then unleash thunder. Pikachu accelerated, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. The silvery shockwaves emitted by Mikey Yangma shattered one after another, yet they could never capture Pikachu's elusive form. Just as Pikachu evaded the final shockwave, Arcs of electricity crackled from the pouches on its cheeks. Pikachu! A powerful thunder struck Mikey Yangma with pinpoint accuracy. Mikey Yangma emitted a cry of pain. Mikey Yangma. Chuanilong was infuriated. While Lindong's Dragonite was formidable, it was outrageous that even a commonplace electric mouse like Pikachu could master such a devastating move as Thunder. Pikachu. Use Iron Tail to strike it, then follow up with another Thunder. Lindong had no intention of letting Chuanilong off the hook. Had it not been for the need to accumulate energy in the real world, he would have commanded Pikachu to unleash thunder continuously. Pika Pika. Pikachu leaped into the air, utilizing its incredible jumping ability to soar above Mikey Yangma, delivering a crushing Iron Tail that slammed Mikey Yangma to the ground. Following that, another thunder followed suit. Having been struck by the first thunder, Mikey Yangma was already paralyzed, leaving it utterly defenseless against Pikachu's relentless barrage. Its eyes soon took on a spiral appearance. Mikey Yangma lost its ability to battle, and Pikachu emerged victorious. The referee, now psychologically scarred, hastily raised the flag, fearful that Lindong might unleash another attack. However, when announcing the final result, he stuttered, revealing a hint of bitter reluctance. Therefore, the winner of this formal dojo battle is Lindong. After uttering Lindong's name, the referee seemed to lose all strength, letting the flag fall to the ground. Chuanilong sat despondently on the ground, struggling to accept such an outcome. I've won. Lindong slowly approached Chuanilong, while Xiao Wang and the others descended from the audience. You can give me the dojo badge now. You. Chuanilong glared at Lindong with resentment, reluctantly producing a silver badge shaped like a ladybug, which shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors in the light. To be fair, the badge was quite beautiful. Tell those behind you that if they wish to contend with me, let them bring forth any tactics they desire. I, Lindong, shall accept. However, if they dare to lay a hand on my companions, I will ensure they experience a fate worse than death. Moreover, today's events shall not simply end here. I will report your actions to the League. Expect the League's retribution. Chapter 40. Setting off again to challenge the world's strongest. Upon leaving the Linshin dojo, Lindong promptly returned to the Pokémon Center. You're back. How did it go? Did you obtain the badge? Nurse Joy asked with a smile. I got it, but... Lindong handed over the Pokeball containing Muckbird to Nurse Joy. That Chuanilong, under someone's instruction, attempted to harm my Muckbird. Nurse Joy, could you please examine it? What? Nurse Joy was taken aback, immediately placing the Pokeball into the examination device. There is internal bleeding. It requires immediate treatment. However, please rest assured, its condition is not too severe. I will certainly heal it. Nurse Joy quickly identified Muckbird's issue, releasing it, and placing it on the examination bed. Lucky. Chansey wheeled the examination bed into the emergency room, and Nurse Joy followed closely behind. Soon the emergency room lights illuminated in red. At that moment, Lindong dialed Professor Oak's number once more. Lindong, didn't we just talk earlier today? What brings you to call me so late? Professor Oak inquired, puzzled. Lindong proceeded to recount the events that transpired at the Linshin dojo in full detail. Such a thing occurred. Professor Oak slammed the table. Do you have any evidence? Lindong felt a pang of embarrassment. In his fervor for revenge, he had overlooked that detail. At that moment, Xiao Wang approached. I have it, Professor. I recorded the battle between Lindong and Chuanilong today. Splendid. After reviewing the footage of the battle, Professor Oak's anger was palpable. This is simply outrageous. Lindong, rest assured, I will ensure that the Hoenn League provides an explanation for this matter. Professor Oak declared with imposing authority. After hanging up, Lindong let out a sigh of relief. With Professor Oak on the case, this matter should be resolved appropriately. Just then, the emergency room light turned off, and Nurse Joy emerged. Mr. Lindong, Muckbird's injuries have been stabilized. With another night's rest, it will return to health. That is truly wonderful. Lindong beamed with joy, handing over Dragonite and Pikachu to Nurse Joy. They have expended quite a bit of energy today. Please help them recover their stamina. Certainly, no problem. The night passed without incident. The following day, Lindong and his companions bid farewell to Nurse Joy and departed the Pokémon Center in Linshin Town. Once again embarking on the road to Canas City. It's so hot. Xiaoyao wiped the sweat from her brow, feeling somewhat fatigued. Shall we take a break in the upcoming town? Lindong spotted the bricks and tiles peeking through the greenery in the distance. Upon hearing that there was a town ahead, Xiaoyao felt rejuvenated. After walking for another quarter of an hour, the group arrived at an intersection in the town. A gigantic billboard stood at the crossroads, and Xiaoxing took a glance, astonished to read that it advertised the dojo housing the world's strongest Pokémon. The world's strongest Pokémon. What could that be? Xiaoxing inquired. Lindong looked at the somewhat familiar billboard in front of him, feeling rather speechless. This particular episode in the original series was quite entertaining, leaving a strong impression on Lindong. The so-called world's strongest Pokemon was, of course, not Arceus, but a Pelipper. However, it must be said that the effectiveness of this advertisement is remarkable. The curiosity of Xiaoguang, Xiaoyao, and Xiaoxing has undoubtedly been piqued. One cannot help but wonder what extraordinary Pokemon may await them. Xiaoyao feels a sense of anticipation. Shall we go take a look? Xiaoxing suggested. Absolutely. The trio agreed in unison. Lindong, do you wish to challenge? Xiaoguang inquired. I doubt this is an official gym, so I think I'll pass, Lindong replied, shaking his head. However, if you are interested, by all means, give it a try. Lindong was not like Ash. He wouldn't easily be swept away by the allure of battling a world-class opponent. Besides, he was quite aware of that guy's true abilities. It was merely a case of vanity, employing some underhanded tactics, but for Xiaoguang and Xiaoyao, it could serve as beneficial training. Then I shan't hold back, Xiaoguang exclaimed, her eagerness palpable. To become a force like Lindong, she mused, she must grow stronger. Soon, the four arrived at a gym, and upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of a standard battle arena. Is anyone here? My name is Xiaoguang, from Twin Leaf Town in the Sinnoh region, and I am here to challenge the world's strongest Pokemon, Xiaoguang declared loudly. Suddenly, a cheer erupted from an unknown source, and the door swung open to reveal a robust man accompanied by a Pelipper. Greetings, travelers. I am Anthony. Are you the one here to challenge my Pelipper? Indeed. Xiaoguang stepped forward. Is this an official gym? This is not an official gym, and I do not issue badges, for my Pelipper is utterly invincible, thus rendering badges unnecessary. Anthony replied. Is this Pelipper truly the world's strongest Pokemon? Xiaoxing questioned, perplexed. Of course. Anthony responded confidently. As Xiaoguang observed Anthony's unwavering self-assurance, she retrieved her Pokédex. Pelipper, the water bird Pokemon. It can carry small items in its beak while flying, and when fatigued, it rests on the water's surface to recuperate its wings. What are the rules of engagement? Xiaoguang asked. I will only utilize this world-class Pelipper in battle. You may use any type of Pokemon, Anthony stated with a confident smile. Lindong felt a twinge of concern for Xiaoguang, so before heading to the stands, he leaned in close and whispered, Xiaoguang, be wary of its signature moves. Xiaoguang and Anthony took their positions on opposite sides of the arena, while Lindong, Xiaoyao, and Xiaoxing settled onto a bench at the edge. What kind of signature moves could Pelipper possess? Xiaoyao wondered aloud. With a brother who resembles an encyclopedia, I suppose one ought to make use of that knowledge, she mused. Pelipper possesses both water and flying types, and it can execute moves from both categories. As a Pokemon trainer, you should know this, sister, Xiaoxing remarked. That encyclopedia has quite the sharp tongue, Xiaoyao retorted playfully, sticking out her tongue in an endearing manner. In the arena, Xiaoguang sent forth her first Pokemon. Go, Pachima. Pachima. Anthony predictably sent out his Pelipper. Let us go, Pelipper. Pelipper. On the sidelines, Xiaoxing remained baffled. How could the world's strongest Pokemon possibly be Pelipper? Xiaoyao shared his confusion. They were no longer the naive newcomers from the original story, not to mention the breathtaking Banjira from the Orange Forest. Even the three Pokemon from yesterday's battle with Chongyi were clearly far superior to Pelipper. Lindong, what are your thoughts? Xiaoyao inquired softly. Oh, you'll see soon enough. Lindong replied with a knowing smile. Anthony's ruse resembled a magic trick from a previous life. When the principles are unknown, it appears impressive, yet once revealed, one might simply exclaim, oh, is that all there is to it? Therefore, Lindong opted not to expose Anthony just yet. Allowing them to contemplate the process might be more beneficial. The battle commenced, with Anthony issuing the first command. Pelipper, use wing attack. Pelipper. Pelipper responded, diving downwards. Its massive wings poised to strike Pachima. Pachima, evade. Both Xiaoguang and Pachima reacted swiftly, leaping to the left just in time to dodge the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoguang countered, Pachima, use bubble beam. Pachima. Pachima unleashed a flurry of bubbles towards Pelipper, but the latter executed a graceful upward spiral, evading the assault. This Pelipper doesn't appear to be anything special, Xiaoxing remarked, scrutinizing Pelipper closely. Those who boast the loudest often possess the least strength, Xiaoyao added. However, before her words could settle, Anthony commanded, Pelipper, use Vine Whip. Vine Whip. Xiaoguang, Xiaoxing, and Xiaoyao were all taken aback. No way. It can't possibly know that move. Xiaoxing exclaimed in disbelief. Yet, Pelipper opened its beak, and to their astonishment, two greenish vines emerged. Pachima. Pachima looked utterly bewildered. The vines ensnared it and sent it flying. Pachima. Xiaoguang finally reacted, but Anthony's next attack was already underway. Pelipper, use Leaf Blade. What? Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng were left agape. Polyper opened its beak, sending forth numerous sharp leaves towards Pachima. Pachima dodged. Xiaoguang, having learned from her previous misstep, reacted quickly. And Pachima focused intently, leaping to the right and executing a roll to evade the leaf blade. Polyper, wing attack. Anthony seized the moment as Pachima struggled to regain its footing. Polyper's wing attack struck true, sending Pachima crashing backward. Pachima's eyes swirled in disorientation. Xiaoguang rushed forward, cradling Pachima and handing it over to Lindong. Please keep an eye on Pachima. I wish to give it another go. Of course, Lindong replied, accepting Pachima. This battle was merely a friendly spar. Although Anthony had resorted to cheating, he was careful not to go too far. Pachima had regained consciousness, albeit weakened. Xiaoguang returned to the battlefield, finally understanding why Lindong had cautioned her to be wary of the opponent's signature moves. This Polyper not only utilized unexpected attacks, but could multitask, executing Leaf Blade while simultaneously preparing for the wing attack. What a formidable adversary. Then, I shall entrust this to you, Mewker. Acknowledging Polyper's grass-type moves, Xiaoguang chose Mewker as her second Pokémon. Mewker was no longer the frail creature it once was. After being under Xiaoguang's care, its diet had improved significantly. Now, Mewker had visibly grown, its feathers gleaming under Xiaoguang's attentive grooming. With Mewker, grass-type moves will have diminished effectiveness. Xiaoyao exclaimed excitedly. I still cannot fathom how Polyper could possibly learn Vine Whip and Leaf Blade. Xiaosheng remained deep in thought. This indicates that Polyper is capable of utilizing moves beyond just water and flying types. It seems you still have much to learn, Xiaoguang retorted. Xiaoyao smiled, seemingly unconcerned. In the past, she had not held much interest in Pokémon. Her desire to become a trainer stemmed merely from a wish to travel. However, since bonding with her Torchic, she had gradually developed an affection for these creatures. To her, Pokémon were inherently extraordinary beings, capable of remarkable feats. Yet, Xiaosheng did not share this sentiment. What seemed impossible was simply impossible. There had to be something amiss with that Polyper. Xiaosheng adjusted his glasses, fixated intently on the Polyper. Xiaoguang decided to take the initiative. Murkrow, use quick attack. With a triumphant cry, Murkrow, feeling that it had achieved a semblance of success in its avian life, surged forth enveloped in a radiant white light, darting toward the Polyper with astonishing speed. Polyper, evade. The Polyper flapped its wings vigorously, ascending sharply to avoid Murkrow's assault. Now's your chance. Use Aerial Ace. Xiaoguang exclaimed with excitement as the opportunity presented itself. Murkrow executed a swift rotation, colliding with the Polyper's back. Bam! The Polyper winced in pain, momentarily losing its balance and staggering back several paces before regaining its composure. Well done, Murkrow. Now, unleash another quick attack. Xiaoguang gradually began to grasp the nuances of battle. Polyper, use Flamethrower. Confusion spread across the faces of the onlookers. Under Xiaosheng's astonished gaze, the Polyper opened its beak and unleashed a fierce torrent of flames. How could this be? Polyper could breathe fire? Xiaosheng was utterly flabbergasted. This contradicted everything he had learned. The Polyper executed another unexpected move, striking Murkrow directly. The injured Murkrow's speed faltered. However, it was determined not to concede. Within its original flock, it was one of the smallest and least gifted individuals. Although they lived in a community, competition was ever present. When food was found, the stronger Murkrow would always seize it first, leaving it to starve at the back. In the forest, it often witnessed human trainers capturing Pokémon. Though captivity meant losing some freedom, at least there would be no shortage of food. It yearned to be captured. Yet no one desired it. Trainers sought only the strong, and with its diminutive size, it could hardly compete with its peers. Thus, it continued to exist within its flock, grateful that the former leader looked after it, preventing it from perishing. However, one day, a rival flock of Murkrow appeared. The former leader fought valiantly against their leader to protect it, but ultimately lost. It could almost envision its bleak future. Yet, the arrival of two human trainers altered both its and the leader's fate. Murkrow felt a mix of gratitude and fear toward its new master. Grateful for the chance at a new life, yet fearful of being abandoned. It had witnessed two trainers battling in a clearing, one with purple hair abandoning a battle-worn Pokémon after defeat. In previous skirmishes, it had merely played a supportive role. This battle was its true first. The consequences of failure were too daunting to contemplate. As the flames seared its skin, memories of hunger sharpened, and fear flooded its mind, quickening its heartbeat. At this moment, a singular thought consumed it. It could not lose, absolutely must not lose. In that instant, a brilliant white light emanated from its entire being. Chapter 42. Sora Murkrow. The Secret of Polyper. What is happening? Xiaoguang stared in astonishment at Murkrow, unable to believe his eyes. What has transpired? Both Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng, witnessing such a phenomenon for the first time, were filled with curiosity. It was evolution. It was about to evolve into Honchkrow. Before Lindong could finish his sentence, the glowing cocoon surrounding Murkrow began to change. The light expanded and unfurled. Murkrow cried triumphantly, dispersing the flames entirely. It had evolved. I am so moved. Xiaosheng, witnessing a Pokémon evolve for the first time, could scarcely contain his excitement. That's wonderful, Murkrow. Xiao Guang was equally astonished. Murkrow's evolution had completely taken her by surprise. No. It should be Honchkrow now. Honchkrow responded affirmatively. There's nothing to fear now. Polyper, use Flamethrower. Anthony declared confidently, undeterred by Murkrow's evolution. Honchkrow, dodge with Quick Attack. Then use Aerial Ace. Xiao Guang commanded. Unlike before, after evolving into Honchkrow, its speed had significantly increased, allowing it to effortlessly evade Polyper's attack. It then executed a swift spin, delivering a decisive slash to Polyper. Bam! The impact of Honchkrow's strike was substantial. Polyper wavered, losing its balance and plummeting toward the ground. Observing this, Xiao Guang beamed with delight. Employing Quick Attack to evade attacks and combining it with Aerial Ace, a technique taught by Lindong. Now, executed by Honchkrow, its effectiveness was magnified. Polyper, hang in there. Fly up with all your might. Anthony, feeling the pressure, noted that Xiao Guang's skill surpassed his expectations. Fortunately, Polyper had been well trained, with a powerful flap of its wings. It regained its balance just before hitting the ground and soared once more. Well done, Polyper. Anthony praised, also acknowledging his opponent. Miss Xiao Guang, you have quite the talent. However, my Polyper shall not be defeated. That remains to be seen. Go, Honchkrow, use Quick Attack once more. Xiao Guang grew increasingly exhilarated, feeling as if she had discovered the essence of battling. The same moves won't work against us. Polyper, use Thunder. What? Thunder? Xiao Guang, Xiaoyao, and Xiaosheng were all left dumbfounded. Pikachu and Porygon were equally astonished. How could Polyper possibly use Thunder? It was a Pokémon notoriously weak against electric types. Xiaosheng's mind was nearly overwhelmed. Lindong buried his face in his hands, exasperated. This guy was too reminiscent of the original work. Polyper opened its beak, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck Honchkrow as it charged forward. Hit by the electric-type move at close range, Honchkrow could not withstand the assault, collapsing onto the ground, its eyes swirling. Honchkrow, you did well. Return. Xiao Guang called back her Pokémon. In truth, Honchkrow had overthought its circumstances. Regardless of whether it won this battle, or even if it never evolved into Honchkrow, Xiao Guang would never abandon it. In the original storyline, releases were always for a reason, often to allow Pokémon to pursue the lives they truly desired. Moreover, the risk of being released was greater for fully evolved Pokémon. Miss Xiao Guang, what do you say? Shall we continue the battle? Anthony crossed his arms, brimming with self-satisfaction. Your Polyper has already fought twice. Can it still go on? Xiao Guang inquired, a hint of surprise in her voice. Of course. My Polyper is the strongest in the world. It can easily handle 3 battles. Anthony replied confidently. All right then. For the final round, I entrust you with my Flababy. Flababy. Xiao Guang had only 3 Pokémon left. If Flababy were to lose, she would indeed have no choice but to concede. The final round? Very well. Polyper, we must give it our all. Anthony let out a quiet sigh of relief. Although the moves employed by the Swellow did not deplete its stamina, the 2 strikes from the Muckaroo had indeed inflicted some damage. If the opponent truly unleashed all 6 of their Pokémon, the Swellow would struggle to cope. With the title of the world's strongest already proclaimed, retreat was not an option. Now, with Xiao Guang voluntarily proposing a final match, it suited him perfectly. Jumpluff, use Ice Beam. Mimi, Swellow, unleash Flamethrower once more. Bailey. A clash ensued between a beam of azure ice and a stream of crimson flames. Perhaps due to exhaustion, the Swellow, despite the disadvantage in type, seemed to falter under the pressure of the ice beam. The energy erupted, and the Swellow, closer to the epicenter of the explosion, was knocked back several paces before regaining its footing. The Jumpluff, on the other hand, appeared largely unscathed. Observing this, Anthony's anxiety began to mount. Swellow, use Leaf Blade. Sensing the tension from its trainer, the Swellow was similarly affected. After releasing several razor-sharp leaves, it momentarily stiffened, revealing a gap in its defenses. Jumpluff, leap and use Sleep Powder. Mimi. The Jumpluff sprang into the air, utilizing its impressive jumping ability to evade the oncoming leaves, then delivered a decisive strike with its Sleep Powder against the Swellow. Bailey. The Swellow became disoriented. Swellow. Anthony felt a surge of panic. Although the Swellow's confusion did not impede its ability to execute its signature moves, Accumulating damage made it susceptible to defeat. Well done, Jumpluff. Finish it off with quick attack. Xiao Wang pressed the advantage. Swallow, use Vine Whip. Bailey. The Swallow opened its beak, and despite its confused expression, it executed the Vine Whip move without hesitation. Jumpluff, dodge quickly. Xiao Wang ordered urgently. The Jumpluff successfully avoided the first lash, but fell victim to the second. The Swallow ensnared the Jumpluff with its Vine Whip. Swallow, great job. Anthony began to command, but was interrupted by Lin Dong's voice from the sidelines. Xiao Wang, have Jumpluff grab the Vine Whip and pull hard. Huh, alright, Jumpluff. Do as Lin Dong says. Xiao Wang, though puzzled, trusted Lin Dong's judgment. She promptly instructed the Jumpluff to comply. Mimi, oh no, throw it off. Anthony sensed impending disaster and scrambled for a remedy, but it was too late. The Jumpluff seized the Vine Whip and yanked with all its might. In its dazed state, the Swallow opened its mouth, and a trumpet bulb was forcibly extracted. Ziba, huh, Xiao Wang, Xiaoyao, and Xiaosheng exclaimed in unison. It turned out this was the secret behind the Swallow's ability to use Vine Whip. Xiaosheng leaped up and rushed onto the battlefield, visibly angry. That's incredibly cunning. You concealed a Pokeball inside the Swallow's mouth, which is why it could execute so many diverse moves. That's cheating. Xiao Wang shared his displeasure. What is the meaning of this? I thought Anthony had trained well. It's no wonder Xiaosheng is upset. Mr. Anthony, I believe you owe us an explanation, Lin Dong approached. Chapter 43. Capturing the Swablu will be a breeze. I apologize. I merely wished for my Swallow to grow stronger. Initially, it was just for fun. But then I couldn't stop. Anthony lowered his head. Lin Dong, having exposed Anthony's trickery, felt no remorse. In a typical narrative progression, Anthony would fear his secret being uncovered and hand the Swallow over to Team Rocket. However, Lin Dong was not Ash. He would not wait idly for Team Rocket's arrival. Yet, if Team Rocket were to attempt to seize the Swallow now, Anthony would undoubtedly refuse. Moreover, the Swallow had been cultivated well, indicating that Anthony possessed some skill. If he channeled his efforts toward legitimate pursuits, he might achieve something noteworthy. Mr. Anthony, please refrain from such actions in the future, Xiao Wang stated with righteous firmness. I truly apologize. I won't do it again. Anthony reiterated his apologies. Mr. Anthony, your Swallow is quite impressive, even without resorting to such methods. I am confident that you can grow stronger through honest battles, Lin Dong remarked. Thank you. Anthony deeply bowed in gratitude. All right, Swallow, let us strive together. I will nurture you into the true world's strongest. After bidding farewell to Anthony, Lin Dong and his companions headed to the local Pokemon Center to restore the energy of Pachima and Mukaru. They spent the afternoon leisurely exploring the town and settled in for the night. The following day, as they resumed their journey, Lin Dong suddenly recalled something. Dog System, please mind your language. Dog System, what about my reward? What reward? I defeated Zhonglong, an S-rank wanted criminal, even higher than the Fire Village. The system fell silent for a moment before distributing the reward as usual. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task, defeating Pokemon Hunter Zhonglong. Reward obtained. Designated Pokemon Nurturing Package for a Dragon-type Pokemon 1. Note, this package includes all nurturing resources from egg hatching to final adulthood. Upon completion of the planned cultivation, the Pokemon's abilities will reach their racial limits. Sounds rather ordinary. The system felt exasperated. Host, take it or leave it. Lin Dong was taken aback. This system had a bit of a temperament. Of course I want it. But system, can you detect what kind of Pokemon my egg will hatch into? This system is all-powerful, but given the host's poor attitude, I refuse to provide this service. Lin Dong was rendered speechless. Great system, please help me with the detection. After much persuasion throughout the morning, Lin Dong finally convinced the system. Meanwhile, Xiao Wang and Xiaoyao, concerned about Lin Dong's well-being post-battle with Zhonglong, fussed over him, fearing he might have lingering effects. I really am fine, Lin Dong said with a hint of exasperation. Just as they approached a small pond where a round, blue Pokemon was gliding across the water's surface, Lin Dong's eyes lit up. Look at that. Huh. Xiao Wang and Xiaoyao's attention was immediately captured. What is that? Xiao Wang pulled out her Pokédex. Swablu, the water skimmer Pokemon. It inhabits wet areas like pools or lakes, moving across the water's surface by gliding. Wow, so cute. I want it. Xiao Wang gazed longingly at the Swablu, stars sparkling in her eyes. Then go capture it. You can do it. Lin Dong gave her an encouraging look. All right, I'm going. Xiao Wang hurried to the edge of the pond, retrieving a Pokeball. Noticing that Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng had followed her, Lin Dong took out the nurturing fluid he had obtained from the system and swiftly poured it into the incubator. The origins of this nurturing fluid were difficult to explain, and since Lin Dong was uncertain when the egg would hatch, It would be a significant loss if he couldn't absorb all the fluid before hatching. Ensuring no one was watching, Lindong casually strolled over after completing his task. The capture battle between Xiao Wang and the Swablu was nearing its climax. Muckaroo used quick attack. Muck. With a cry, Muckaroo charged towards the Swablu, its body glowing white and crashing into the ladder, sending it tumbling onto the shore. All right, I'm counting on you, Pokeball. This time, Xiao Wang didn't fumble. The Pokeball accurately struck the Swablu, shaking twice before emitting a satisfying click. Xiao Wang excitedly picked up the Pokeball, beaming as she raised it high. I've captured the Swablu. It's a done deal. Xiao Wang is no longer troubled, and Lindong is at ease. However, some individuals find themselves in discomfort. Crash. In a lavish office at the Fengyuan Pokemon League headquarters, a man with a mohawk hairstyle, clad in suspenders, furiously hurled his phone to the ground. This Junichiro is utterly insufferable. Lord Kagose, the secretary, quivered in fear at the sight of the man's outburst, timidly uttering his name. Speak. Kago's countenance darkened, as if it could exude ink. Lord Genji has returned. Please attend the meeting in 10 minutes, the secretary reported cautiously. What? Even Genji has returned. Kago's expression contorted further. As one of the Elite Four of the Fengyuan region, his subordinates were already few, and he had only just secured a gym leader position for his underling, Junichiro. However, just the day before, the League received a report from the Okido Laboratory. If it were from anyone else, it might not matter. But who is the head of the Okido Laboratory? Although Professor Okido did not personally intervene, his influence is exceedingly significant. As a result, this foolish Junichiro, in a foul mood due to the severe injury of his scyther, vented his frustrations on a challenger, only to be caught red-handed by an inspector from the Joy family. Now, with irrefutable evidence, Kagose found himself unable to assist Junichiro. It had barely been 3 months since he assumed the position of gym leader, and it seemed he was already on the verge of losing it. As for who would succeed him? It certainly wouldn't be one of his own. While the Elite Four would maintain a united front publicly, internal strife had never ceased. He was skeptical that those three would act with kindness. Indeed, upon arriving at the conference room, he found not only Genji present, but also the matriarchs of the Junsha and Joy families, all watching him with knowing smiles. Mr. Genji. Matriarch Junsha, Matriarch Joy, you all arrived quite early, Kagose greeted with a sardonic tone. Of course, with such a grave matter arising within the League, especially with the Okido Laboratory filing a report, how could we not act swiftly? Matriarch Junsha smiled. Genji, being a straightforward man, wasted no time in addressing the matter directly. Let us commence today's agenda regarding Mr. Junichiro's position as gym leader. My suggestion is to revoke it. Chapter 44, Junichiro's Despair, Kago's Headache. I disagree. Kagose knew the odds were slim, but he had to make a stand. It is well known that Junichiro has only recently been promoted to gym leader, just 3 months ago. To dismiss a leader so swiftly will surely draw the ire of the public. Oh, but Mr. Kagose, Matriarch Joy replied with a gentle smile, rest assured. As long as we clearly outline Junichiro's actions in the report and choose our words carefully, it is unlikely to cast any negative light upon us. It may even elicit applause. Her words were laden with implications. Kago's face paled. The notion of choosing words carefully did not imply downplaying the situation. Rather, it suggested inflating its severity. These seasoned schemers were playing a game of intrigue with him. Matriarch Joy, I cannot concur with your opinion. Junichiro is fundamentally an exceptional trainer. He merely erred in judgment this time. I believe we ought to grant such a talented trainer an opportunity for redemption, rather than condemning him outright. Kagose asserted. Matriarch Joy spoke with more restraint, while Matriarch Junsha was unflinchingly direct. Indeed, we must give him a chance, which necessitates revoking his position first, allowing him time for introspection and improvement. Once he has truly reformed, we can revisit the discussion of his role. Matriarch Junsha offered no leniency to Kagose. Under normal circumstances, she would not have acted so harshly. However, she had recently learned that the trainer Junichiro had targeted was Lindong, the very individual who had rescued her granddaughter in the Orange Forest. From her granddaughter, she had gathered tales of Lindong's prowess and was already considering the prospect of recruiting this formidable young man with immense potential. Her granddaughter was quite young, having only recently graduated from the Peacekeeper Academy, and was appointed as a local peacekeeper through her connections, barely 18 years old. Thus, her eagerness to prove herself had led to impulsive decisions. They say that a woman 3 years older than a man can be a golden opportunity, if only. Ultimately, due to this connection, Matriarch Junsha took on the role of the antagonist today. Kago's expression grew increasingly grim. The League's decision-making body was composed of 8 members. The League Committee, which included the regional chairman and league president, the Elite Four, the matriarchs of the Junsha and Joy families, and the regional champion. Every significant matter was subjected to a vote by these 8 individuals, with the champion holding 2 votes. Furthermore, not all members were required to attend every meeting. As long as one side secured a majority, decisions could be made even in their absence. The results would simply be communicated to those who were not present. Now, with Genji, Matriarch Junsha, and Matriarch Joy all opposing him, if they were to gain just 2 more votes, he would be powerless to change the outcome. However, Genji presented a letter of authorization. This document, signed by Mr. Daigo, expressed his outrage at the incident and his determination to expel a troublemaker like Junichiro from the ranks of gym leaders. Yet, Mr. Daigo had urgent matters to attend to, which is why he authorized Genji to vote on his behalf. Therefore, I propose, and on behalf of Mr. Daigo, I vote to revoke Junichiro's position as gym leader and appoint another to take over the gym. Those in favor, please raise your hands. As Genji spoke, he raised his hand. Matriarch Junsha and Matriarch Joy followed suit. 5 votes were now secured. Very well. I hereby declare that the motion to revoke Junichiro's position as gym leader has passed, and it shall take effect immediately. Please ensure the meeting's resolution is reported to the chairman and the other 2 elite members. This meeting is adjourned. Genji announced the outcome, rising immediately without casting another glance at Kago's as he exited the conference room. Matriarch Junsha and Matriarch Joy similarly departed, and the meeting recorder dared not linger, leaving Kago's alone to shout and bellow in the conference room. Genji was busy, and so were the others. Suddenly, with a formal gym leader position vacant, everyone was eager to vie for their own. Mr. Daigo had only authorized Genji to remove Junichiro, which did not imply his support for Genji's preferred successor. Historically, Mr. Daigo had always abstained from such matters. He was preoccupied with searching for stones around the world, leaving little time to concern himself with the league's personnel appointments. Thus, with only 7 individuals remaining, everyone's minds began to race. Even Kago's, who had calmed down, saw an opportunity. Junichiro was out, but he could still recommend another of his own. Kago's was beginning to see the light, but Junichiro's days were about to become considerably more difficult. It was unclear who had spoken too soon, but as soon as the meeting concluded, the league bank received word and promptly arrived to collect payment. At this moment, Junichiro found himself seated before 2 impeccably dressed gentlemen, their polished faces adorned with professional smiles. Yet, all Junichiro could feel was dread. Could you not collect so soon? He pleaded. I'm a bit tight on funds at the moment. I apologize, Mr. Junichiro, but your position as gym leader has been revoked by the league, and you will face significant penalties. You no longer meet our credit criteria, and per the relevant clauses of the contract, we have the right to demand early repayment. The 2 men were unmoved. Could you give me just one more day? Junichiro gritted his teeth, wishing he could silence these 2 men if they were not affiliated with the league. Very well, we shall return tomorrow. The 2 gentlemen understood that collecting payment today was unrealistic. Junichiro's promise sufficed to ensure he wouldn't flee. If he truly intends to flee, we can certainly seal the properties he acquired and auction off his other collateral, albeit such actions may be somewhat cumbersome. Once the Alliance Bank representatives departed, Ikaru promptly dialed Kazo's number. Within the Alliance headquarters, Kazo's furrowed his brow. He was reluctant to engage with Ikaru. Yet the thought that Ikaru was acting on behalf of a certain individual compelled him to answer the call. Kazo-sama, you must save me, Ikaru implored. You are aware that I borrowed a considerable sum to purchase those properties, and now that I have lost my position as the curator, the bank is demanding repayment. How am I to sustain my family? The instant the line connected, Ikaru's desperate pleas reached Kazo's ears, further aggravating his irritation. Enough, Ikaru. What do you expect me to do? Who instructed you to borrow so much money? I cannot assist you. Kazo's retorted. Kazo-sama, you cannot simply stand by and watch me perish. Ikaru attempted to interject, but Kazo's immediately interrupted him. Stop. Listen to me. This matter is not insurmountable, although I lack the means to resolve it myself. However, the individual who directed you possesses the resources to assist you. I will make an introduction to the Alliance Bank. You must seek him out without delay. Without awaiting Ikaru's response, Kazo's abruptly terminated the call. He rubbed his temples, feeling a growing headache. Given the gravity of the situation, it was only natural for Ikaru to report to him at the earliest opportunity. Kazo's was well aware that this predicament had been orchestrated by Yi Hao. To be frank, he held a deep disdain for this frivolous scion of the Yi family. Yet, he was acutely aware that his ascendance to the 4 heavenly kings of Hoenn had been facilitated by the support of the enigmatic figure backing the Yi family. In that mysterious realm, this individual, though publicly regarded merely as a king, was, in truth, the true master of the entire region. The regional champion was his son, and both the regional counselor and another king within the alliance were his loyal subordinates. It was evident that this individual's ambitions extended far beyond mere dominion. Kazos himself was a pawn positioned within the Hoenn alliance by this influential figure. Yet Yi Hao, this wayward heir, was not the son of that powerful individual. He was merely one among many nephews, and thus, he need not feel beholden to him. Nevertheless, this very scion had managed to eliminate one of Kazos' most capable subordinates, which was indeed a source of great vexation. Chapter 45. Who will win over Xiaoguang? Equally troubled was Xiaoyao. While the journey was undeniably fresh and exciting, her emotions were in disarray. On one hand, she had developed a close bond with Xiaoguang, akin to that of best friends. On the other, the shadow of Lin Dong lingered in her heart, refusing to dissipate. Two conflicting voices battled within her mind, and the turmoil was evident upon her countenance. Xiaosheng, intentionally lagging at the rear of the group, maintained a distance from Lin Dong and Xiaoguang. Xiaoyao had no choice but to follow her younger brother. Xiaojia, you ought to seize the moment, Xiaosheng whispered. What are you talking about? Xiaoyao, flustered, quickly replied in a hushed tone. Confess your feelings. Matters of the heart possess no right or wrong, Xiaosheng stated with an air of youthful wisdom. Where did you learn such things? Xiaoyao, slightly annoyed, felt an urge to thump her brother's head. In books. This is Waski's perspective, Xiaosheng declared earnestly. Waski, I haven't heard of him, Xiaoyao confessed. What? Sister, you are unaware of the illustrious romantic scholar, Mr. Waski? No wonder you seem so naive. Xiaosheng adjusted his glasses. In the orange forest. The group set up camp in a clear area. Well, today luck is on our side. We can prepare a proper dinner. Lin Dong remarked as he set up a pot, assembled a table, and unpacked a large bag of ingredients, bustling about with ease. Given his culinary prowess akin to that of a seasoned chef, both Xiaoguang and Xiaoyao wished to assist, but were at a loss as to where to begin. If you could, please fetch me some water, Lin Dong smiled, gesturing towards a nearby stream. Xiaoguang and Xiaoyao nodded in unison, grabbing a bucket and departing together. Lin Dong gave it little thought, while Xiaosheng, adjusting his glasses, noticed a peculiar gleam in them. At the crystal-clear stream, Xiaoguang bent down to fill a bucket. But upon rising, he noticed that Xiaoyao appeared troubled. Xiaoyao, what is the matter? You look unwell, Xiaoguang said, placing the bucket down. Concern etched on his face. Seeing this moment, Xiaoyao took a deep breath, as if resolving to make a decision. Xiaoguang, I want to compete with you. Compete with me? Xiaoguang's expression turned puzzled. She clearly did not grasp Xiaoyao's intent. Oh, you mean the grand contest? Have you made up your mind, Xiaoyao? Xiaoguang inquired, unperturbed by the prospect of an additional rival. As Xiaoyao had anticipated, their time spent together had allowed Xiaoguang to view her as a close friend. Traveling alongside a good friend, growing together, and participating in competitions was indeed a delightful experience. No, I'm not referring to the grand contest, Xiaoyao replied, her face flushing with embarrassment as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. What then? Xiaoguang questioned, her confusion deepening. After much hesitation, Xiaoyao finally spoke. Xiaoguang, you like Lin Dong too, don't you? Xiaoguang hesitated, her heart racing. I'm sorry. That night I happened to pass by the hospital room and accidentally overheard your words. Xiaoyao apologized, bowing slightly. That's all right, you mentioned it. But do you also? Xiaoguang's heart leaped. Yes, that night I heard what you said, and it helped me realize my own feelings, Xiaoyao replied earnestly. I see. So you have developed feelings for him as well. Xiaoguang managed a strained smile, her hands clenched tightly behind her back. I'm truly sorry, but I do not wish to give up, and thus, I wish to compete for him. Please forgive me. Xiaoyao bowed once more. Yet Xiaoguang extended her hand to help her up, her smile tinged with bittersweetness, infused with a sense of acceptance. All right, Xiaoyao. You need not have spoken of this to me. Turning her back, Xiaoguang wandered a few steps aimlessly before leaning against a tree, gazing up at the evening glow. Memories washing over her. The first time I met Lin Dong was in the forest of Zhensha Town. He rescued me from an attack by an Ariados. Then, we went together to Dr. Yamanashi's laboratory, where I encountered someone I truly despised, Yi Hao. Achoo. In a building in Kanaz City, Yi Hao sneezed several times in succession. Who is speaking ill of me? He grumbled, rubbing his nose. Young master, please take care of your health. His secretary, a woman clad in black, expressed her concern while standing respectfully nearby. How did the matter regarding Ikaru progress? Yi Hao inquired. Young master, Ikaru has failed, and the Alliance received a report from the Ohm Research Institute, resulting in the revocation of Ikaru's curator position, the secretary responded. By the way, Ikaru also called seeking your assistance. Useless fool. Feier, what do you think? Yi Hao gazed at Lu Feier, a fervent glint in his eyes. Young master, I suggest you extend a helping hand. Ikaru possesses considerable strength. He is merely cornered at present. Accepting him as either a minion or a bodyguard would be a worthwhile investment, Lu Feier advised. Yi Hao pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Very well. Let him come. Also, reach out to the water fleet. Zivik is impervious to reason. I shall allow him to experience the cutthroat world of high-stakes business. And thus, my story with him unfolds. Xiao Guang gazed at the vibrant clouds illuminated by the setting sun, her smile radiant. I find myself pondering. If even someone like Yi Hao has so many admirers, then Lin Dong, being far more charming, gentle, and capable, not to mention an excellent cook, is bound to attract even more female admirers in the future. He is my ideal, if he wishes to travel endlessly. I too long to accompany him as we explore every corner of the world. Being by his side is all I desire. Thus, if you are willing, we can journey together indefinitely. I have no objections. Xiao Yao was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Guang, do you truly feel this way? Xiao Yao struggled to believe it. Aren't you angry with me? I felt a bit upset at first, but that has since faded, Xiao Guang replied with a smile. You must also be prepared, though. The number of girls who will admire him will only increase, and if each one were to become upset, it would be quite disastrous. I would much prefer to travel alongside my friend, which is you, Xiao Yao. Thank you. Unable to contain her excitement, Xiao Yao rushed forward and enveloped Xiao Guang in a warm embrace. The two girls held each other in silence for a long while, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, resembling a breathtaking painting. Xiao Guang, Xiao Yao, you too. Lin Dong's voice broke through their moment, startling the girls into separation. Ah, Lin Dong, when did you arrive? Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. I just got here. I hope I didn't disturb you, Lin Dong said, looking at them with a peculiar expression. No, not at all. Xiao Guang waved her hand dismissively. What brought you here? I noticed you both hadn't returned for quite some time, and I was worried something might have happened, so I came to check on you, Lin Dong replied. My apologies. We were discussing some topics relevant to girls and lost track of time, Xiao Guang quickly explained. Yes, it's just a little secret among us girls. Xiao Yao chimed in. Oh, the sun is setting. We should hurry back to the camp, Lin Dong suggested. Chapter 46. The Shame of the Divine Beast? I captured it. Lin Dong sensed that the way the two girls looked at him was somewhat peculiar, but he brushed it off until he heard the system's notification sound. Ding. Task being issued. Long-term task. Pursue Xiao Yao. Reward. Aura of Wave 1. Lin Dong was taken aback. System, what is Xiao Yao's current favorability rating towards me? Goddess, Xiao Yao. Comprehensive charm value, 96. Favorability, 80. Lin Dong suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. He had already planned to confess to Xiao Guang on the beach of Martial Arts Island, with the entire scene meticulously crafted in his mind. Although it was rather commonplace for a transmigrator to build a harem, he hadn't initially intended that. Reflecting on the earlier glances exchanged between the two girls, Lin Dong suddenly grasped the situation. System, why is the task only being issued now? Since the host sincerely inquired, this system will benevolently provide an answer. To prevent the world from descending into chaos. Stop. Can you speak more seriously, system? Fine. The host finally asked the right question. I am quite pleased. The conditions for issuing such long-term tasks are: one party must express their feelings clearly, meaning the favorability must reach 80, and the other party's favorability must not be below 70. In simpler terms, this system does not issue tasks that a foolish host cannot complete. Lin Dong suddenly understood. He needed to prepare adequately after arriving on Martial Arts Island. Everyone released their Pokémon and shared a delightful dinner. The newly joined Lullaby Candy Ball was lively, quickly bonding with Pikachu, Boogaman, and Blaziken. Lin Dong ignited a bonfire, casting a warm glow on everyone's faces in the tranquil night, creating a heartwarming scene. After reaching an agreement with Xiao Guang, Xiao Yao felt suddenly that her younger brother was somewhat of an impediment. After all, isn't a brother just someone to prank? Xiao Sheng had no inkling of Xiao Yao's thoughts. Had he known, he would certainly devise some mischievous schemes for his sister. That night, everyone slept soundly. Even with Darkrai by his side, Lin Dong had a splendid dream. The next morning, a thin mist rose in the forest. Lin Dong was the first to awaken. Intending to wash his face by the stream and collect some water, the gentle sound of flowing water beneath the mist added an air of mystery to the scene. As Lin Dong approached the pond, a sudden gust of northern wind swept through, bringing a refreshing chill that instantly dispelled his drowsiness. As the mist cleared, a remarkably majestic Pokémon appeared before Lin Dong. Its blue gem-like adornment and two flowing white tails, along with its blue body adorned with white patterns, unmistakably signified its extraordinary identity. Suicune. Finally here, Lin Dong exclaimed, his hands trembling with excitement. The system's selection opportunity had been open for so long, and Suicune had finally arrived. In his previous life, he had always admired Suicune for its rich storyline, formidable strength, and stunning appearance. It had graced game covers and was once on par with the highest-tier deities. Alas, due to a certain character's downfall, it had tragically become a symbol of shame among divine beasts. Yet, what did that matter? The Suicune before him was striking and exuded an air of dignity. Lin Dong promptly summoned his gold medal translator, Gung Gue. Capturing a divine beast was less about brute force and more about communication, with the right emotional connection. It could willingly join him. Suicune, I know you can understand my words. Please become our companion. Suicune scrutinized Lin Dong closely, letting out a couple of sounds as if to communicate. Boss, it says that although you carry the aura of that great being, it will only follow you if you can defeat it. All right, no problem. What are the rules for the battle? Suicune's expression turned subtly disdainful. Suicune, resurrected by Ho-Oh and endowed with divine powers, would not be easily defeated. Boss, it says you can use any method. As long as you can throw the ball at it, you win. Oh, it's a deal. Lin Dong grinned. At this moment, Suicune still maintained the pride befitting a divine beast. It was unaware that one day, it would be captured by a fishing net. Nevertheless, Lin Dong had decided he would capture it today. Come forth, Darkrai, use Dark Pulse. As Darkrai emerged, it unleashed a beam of black-purple light. Suicune opened its mouth, causing the water surface to ripple as it countered with a light blue energy sphere. It was Water Pulse. The two energies collided, and surprisingly, Darkrai gained the upper hand, pushing back Suicune's Water Pulse several meters before it exploded, causing Suicune to take a step back and suffer a minor setback. After obtaining the divine authority, both Lin Dong and Darkrai bore a seed of extreme evil within them, perhaps due to Lin Dong lacking an evil attribute. The seed of extreme evil felt more like an external item to him, allowing him to harness its power with minimal enhancement to his own abilities. In contrast, Darkrai experienced a significant transformation. Under the nurturing influence of the seed of extreme evil, Darkrai's strength had reached a new pinnacle. Lin Dong had only recently discovered that his deep impressions of divine beast males had inadvertently hindered Darkrai's growth. However, now, Darkrai had finally regained the aura of a nightmare deity. Roar! Suicune, feeling irritated, realized it had held back earlier and unexpectedly suffered a loss. Its expression became serious as it unleashed a water gun attack towards Darkrai. Lin Dong too became serious, channeling the power of the seed of extreme evil. Darkrai, it's time to strike. Darkrai nodded vigorously. A terrifying energy surged from within, as if some force in the universe was being drawn to it, forming 5 tightly connected rings of light around Darkrai. These rings created a barrier that successfully blocked the water gun. Observing Darkrai's state, Lin Dong was overjoyed. After the infusion of divine power, Darkrai had finally completed its first stage of evolution, having deciphered the fragmented information pieced together from his nightmares. Lin Dong has arrived at a certain understanding regarding the classification of the strength of Pokémon species in this world. Under the premise of adulthood, they can be broadly categorized into 5 tiers from the lowest to the highest. The first tier encompasses ordinary Pokémon, the most commonly encountered by people. The second tier consists of quasi-divine beings and ordinary secondary gods. The third tier is comprised of secondary divine beings and ordinary primary gods. The fourth tier includes primary divine beings, while the fifth tier is represented by foundational divine beings. As for mythical creatures, their classification proves to be rather elusive. Even a mere alpaca could be considered a mythical beast, with that very alpaca potentially qualifying as a 6th tier entity. Furthermore, upon undergoing mega evolution, a Pokémon's strength can often leap to the next tier. However, quasi-divine beings and ordinary Pokémon lacking divine bloodlines can only ascend from the 2nd to the 3rd tier through bond evolution to seize power. Naturally, there are occasionally exceptional individuals within each species, highlighting the importance of nurturing. Lin Dong was momentarily awestruck by the wonders of the Pokémon world, a marvel that cold, unfeeling numbers could hardly encapsulate. He was pleased to note that the overall strength of the Darkrai species already resided at the 2nd tier, and having completed the first stage of bond evolution, Darkrai had firmly stepped into the 3rd tier. Suicune, being a secondary divine being, could naturally sense Darkrai's newfound power, his expression shifting from seriousness to astonishment before becoming even more grave. Lin Dong's eyes glimmered with a dark violet light. Suicune, behold our power. Chapter 47. Is the future in my hands? As Suicune assumed a serious demeanor, a cerulean glow enveloped him. A terrifying aura erupted forth, causing the northern winds to howl fiercely. Darkrai, unyielding, rose to the challenge as the two forces clashed, transforming the formerly placid stream into tumultuous waves. A sphere of black energy, shimmering with purple light, coalesced in Darkrai's grasp and was hurled towards Suicune. In response, Suicune conjured a blue protective shield, intercepting the black hole. The black hole expanded instantaneously, engulfing Suicune, yet the shield prevented any harm from befalling him. Seizing the opportunity as the black hole obscured Suicune's vision, Lindong signaled to Jengar, who promptly vanished into the shadows. The black hole could not contain Suicune for long, in but a breath's time. The blue shield shattered the black hole, restoring Suicune's sight. As he opened his mouth, a water cannon erupted forth. Unlike the previous blue water cannon generated solely by divine power, this one was strikingly clear, nearly transparent, yet imbued with a more terrifying momentum. Evidently a move infused with divine authority. Darkrai immediately countered with Dark Pulse, similarly infused with divine power. As the nearly tangible black-purple energy seemed to shatter the confines of space, colliding with the water cannon, a tremendous explosion erupted, sending torrents of mist into the air. The essence of evil stirred the divine power, forming a black-purple protective layer around Lindong's body, shielding him from the dissipating shockwaves. This sensation was truly peculiar. Lindong intentionally experimented with it and discovered he could actively wield this ability, a revelation that filled him with joy. However, now was not the time for exploration. Within the mist, a figure encased in a cerulean energy shield burst forth from the water, colliding directly with Darkrai. Caught off guard, Darkrai was fortunate that the protective aura swiftly formed a black-purple energy shield, absorbing most of the impact. Yet, even this simple collision sent Darkrai reeling back several meters before he could stabilize himself on the water's surface. Their thoughts intertwined more swiftly than words. Lindong's commands were conveyed through their mental link. The moment Darkrai regained his footing, he instinctively unleashed another Dark Pulse. Suicune immediately retaliated with a water cannon, and the two energies collided once more. The battle had evolved into a contest of pure strength, devoid of any flashy techniques. The blue and purple orbs clashed rapidly within the confined space, exchanging energy blasts in a relentless back and forth. This spectacle continued for a significant duration, drawing the attention of their companions in the camp. Xiaowang, Xiaoyao, and Xiaosheng rushed over, yet they dared not approach too closely, gazing in awe at the unfolding scene. The battle had reached a fever pitch. Suicune, being a seasoned divine beast, demonstrated a far more refined command of divine power, gradually gaining the upper hand. Although Lindong and Darkrai had made remarkable progress, it was evident that catching up to Suicune in such a short time frame was unrealistic. Their training time simply had not been sufficient. Nevertheless, Darkrai possessed an advantage. Through their mental bond, he could share Lindong's perspective. When Suicune prepared to unleash a powerful move, Darkrai would instinctively brace himself for the counterattack upon sensing Suicune's hind legs charging energy. Thanks to this foresight, they were not entirely overwhelmed by Suicune's might. The two continued to exchange blows, neither able to gain a decisive advantage. Suicune found himself momentarily perplexed. He was not the only trainer seeking to tame him. There was another named Mina who constantly pursued him with a hoodie. Yet, Lindong's unique approach was indeed the first of its kind. Suicune could feel a peculiar connection forming between Darkrai and Lindong. Their wielded divine powers transcending anything he had previously encountered. Most critically, Suicune realized that his own divine power was not combat-oriented. It primarily served to purify water sources. In contrast, Darkrai's power was inherently aggressive. Had these two not been novices in their application of divine power, the tables might have turned against Suicune. This momentary distraction led to an opening. After dodging a charge, Darkrai unleashed a powerful Dark Pulse. Suicune, unable to fly, found himself trapped mid-air with no means of evasion. Losing his footing, he faced the peril of being thrust into a more dangerous situation by forcing a counter. In that instant, Suicune chose to infuse his energy shield with divine power to withstand Darkrai's assault. The immense force crashed against the energy shield, causing Suicune to plummet rapidly, sliding backward several meters before barely regaining his footing. Darkrai continued his relentless assault, while Suicune was compelled to pour energy into his defense. The two sides remained locked in a stalemate. However, Suicune's attention was entirely focused on Darkrai. Lindong suddenly wore an enigmatic smile, his lips curling upwards, as a Pokémon with a similarly mysterious grin emerged from behind Suicune. Suokun's heart sank, a foreboding sense washing over him. But it was too late. Jengar now? Shadow Ball. The specter summoned a colossal amount of compressed energy, swirling chaotically before coalescing into a sphere the size of a palm. Although dubbed a Shadow Ball, the name merely reflected its form. It was not purely a ghost-type move. Essentially, it represented an extreme transformation of internal energy, and Jengar possessed more than one attribute. When energy was compressed to the point of forming a shadow ball, its inherent nature became less significant. To illustrate the principle, a drop of water falling on one's head may cause no harm, but compressing a liter of water into a single droplet would yield vastly different consequences. The shadow ball operated on a similar principle. Upon completing the move, Jengar thrust the highly compressed energy directly against Suokun's protective shield. The concentrated energy rivaled that of any divine power, exuding an unstoppable force. The majority of the power that Suokun had summoned was concentrated in front of him, and it was already too late to activate his abilities in defense. A massive breach was instantly created in the energy shield behind him, and the spiraling shadow orb directly imprinted onto Suokun. A howl of pain erupted as Suokun collapsed onto the ground. Even with a body nurtured by divine powers, it was challenging to disregard such an assault. Seizing the opportunity, Jengar swiftly retreated. The greatly shaken Suokun could no longer maintain the energy shield, which suddenly shattered. Fortunately, Darkrai was also struggling to sustain his output of power. The two energies exploded in front of Suokun, who was further buffeted by the shockwaves near the epicenter of the explosion. This was precisely the moment Lindong had been waiting for. A Pokeball was already firmly grasped in his hand. To increase the likelihood of a successful capture, Lindong uttered a rather dramatic phrase. "The future is in my hands. Go, Pokeball." Chapter 48. The Kanaz Conference, where Kinwu makes his appearance. The Pokeball struck Suokun perfectly, and in an instant, it transformed into a beam of red light and entered the ball. The Pokeball began to shake violently, and Lindong felt as though his heart was about to leap into his throat. Although Suokun had stated that he could be captured by any means, what if it refused to comply? Moreover, as per the system's assertions, such legendary Pokémon could easily break free if they did not submit. However, the intensity of the shaking gradually diminished, eventually stabilizing. With a crisp sound, Lindong's face lit up with joy as he raised Suokun's Pokeball triumphantly above his head. "I have captured Suokun. Pika Pika." Pikachu promptly scampered over, leaping onto Lindong's shoulder and striking a victory pose. "Pikachu, you're awake. Look, we have a new companion." Lindong chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Pikachu's little head. "Jengar." The ghostly Pokémon emerged from the ground. "Jengar, you've done incredibly well. Thank you for your efforts." Lindong crouched down to pat Jengar's head, the eerie light in his eyes fading as Darkrai returned to his normal form. Though his body felt somewhat fatigued, the elation of capturing Suokun invigorated Lindong. "Thank you, Darkrai. You were magnificent. Please return now and rest well." Darkrai nodded, weary from his first serious battle against a deity with divine powers, yet exhilarated by the experience. Lindong recalled Darkrai, and Xiaowang, Xiaoyao, and Xiaoxing gathered around him. The two girls gazed at Lindong with admiration, causing him to feel a tad bashful. "Lindong, what was that just now?" Xiaowang inquired, having only seen a blue orb from a distance and grasping the situation vaguely. "Come forth, Suokun, and greet everyone." Wu Awo Suokun looked intently at Lindong and called out a few times. "Boss, it says it acknowledges you. Among the trainers it has battled, none are stronger than you. Greetings, Suokun. From this day forth, we shall be comrades." Lindong gently stroked Suokun's head while introducing Xiaowang and the others. "Hello, I am Xiaowang. I look forward to working with you." "Hi, I'm Xiaoyao." "Hello, I'm Xiaoxing. I've heard many legends about you." Xiaowang and Xiaoyao remained relatively composed, but Xiaoxing struggled to maintain his calm. As a child who adored Pokémon, how could he not be fascinated by legendary creatures? "What? Legendary Pokémon?" Xiaowang and Xiaoyao were taken aback. "No way. You mean you didn't know? This is Suokun," Xiaoxing exclaimed, incredulous. Although Suokun is a legendary Pokémon, it had appeared before human trainers, and given its striking appearance, it was quite renowned among legendary creatures. Both Xiaowang and Xiaoyao quickly pulled out their Pokédexes. Suokun, the Aurora Pokémon. Possessing the power to purify water instantly, it is said to be the embodiment of the North Wind. Wow. Ultimately, Suokun voluntarily returned to the Pokeball. That night, it shared a light-hearted moment with Darkrai and Jengar, putting any previous grievances aside. However, Lindong felt a twinge of jealousy. Ever since capturing Suokun, Xiaowang and Xiaoyao had been fawning over it. That creature showed no pride befitting a legendary Pokémon. It lay still, thoroughly enjoying the grooming sessions the two girls provided. In a certain sense, this was a good sign, as it indicated that Suakun had genuinely accepted this little team and was unlikely to flee. The group drew closer to Canas City. Along the way, trainers became more prevalent, each practicing their Pokemon signature moves amidst a dazzling array of Pokemon. Wow, there are so many trainers here. What are they doing? Xiaoyao inquired curiously. They are preparing for the upcoming Pokemon showcase, which will serve as Xiao Wang's debut battle. Lin Dong explained, casting a cheerful glance at Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang, are you ready? Absolutely. Xiao Wang replied confidently. Throughout the journey, she had not slackened in her preparations for the showcase, embodying a state of ambition and determination. That's great. Just as Lin Dong was about to offer some advice, a male voice interrupted nearby. Xiao Wang. Upon hearing this name, Xiao Wang instantly became flustered. Xiao Wang. Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng looked at the newcomer in confusion. A boy with reddish-brown hair approached, waving at Xiao Wang. Hey, it's been a while, Xiao Wang. The boy was dressed in a green V-neck shirt, light-colored trousers, and green sneakers. Though his attire seemed casual, it was, in fact, quite valuable. Lin Dong guessed the identity of the newcomer and felt a wave of tension. Xiao Wang's next words confirmed his suspicions. It's Kenwu. I've told you not to call me Xiao Wang, she said, slightly annoyed. Indeed, it's him. All right, Xiao Wang, Kenwu chuckled, turning his gaze to the three companions behind her. Who are these individuals? Let me introduce you. This is Kenwu, my childhood friend from kindergarten. They are my traveling companions, accompanying me on this journey, Xiao Wang stated. Always. Kenwu paused, murmuring softly. This little gesture did not escape Lin Dong's notice. He was quite familiar with this character's storyline. In the original plot, Kenwu was Xiao Wang's childhood friend who harbored a crush on her and sought various ways to defeat Ash in battles to travel with Xiao Wang. Now, he was essentially Lin Dong's primary rival. With this thought, Lin Dong maintained a calm exterior and proactively introduced himself. Hello, my name is Lin Dong, from the Sinnoh region, Awang Town. I look forward to your guidance. Hello, I'm Xiaoyao, and this is my younger brother, Xiaosheng, from Changhua City. Please take care of us. Xiaoyao followed suit. However, Kenwu's gaze frequently darted toward Lin Dong, as he gleaned much information from Lin Dong's words. Sinnoh was quite distant from the Hoenn region. Xiao Wang's mention of always traveling together likely referred to Lin Dong. It was uncertain whether Lin Dong had intentionally phrased it that way. If everyone hailed from the Sinnoh region, it would be normal to acknowledge one another. Nevertheless, Kenwu sensed something peculiar in Xiao Wang's gaze directed at Lin Dong. You desire my Xiao Wang? You have sealed your fate, Kenwu thought, his expression shifting slightly as he looked at Lin Dong, though he maintained a smile in front of Xiao Wang. Hello, I'm Kenwu, also from Shuangya Town. I look forward to your guidance. As he spoke, Kenwu extended his hand. Lin Dong reciprocated, and their hands clasped together. In that instant, their eyes met, seemingly igniting a spark. Chapter 49, Envy? Lin Dong and Kenwu. Xiao Wang had first registered for the competition, and soon everyone settled down in the cafe of the Pokemon Center. Xiao Wang, I heard from Annie that you are also traveling. I can't believe we would meet here. Kenwu said. Yes, what a coincidence. Xiao Wang replied with a smile. By the way, Kenwu, you left Shui Town before me. How many badges have you collected by now? Badges. Kenwu appeared momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. No, I haven't challenged any gyms. My goal, like yours, is to become a Pokemon coordinator. Ah, you've become a coordinator too. Xiao Wang exclaimed in surprise, for she had known Kenwu for many years, and as a child, his dream was to become an outstanding Pokemon trainer. She had thought he would participate in the Hoenn League like Lin Dong. Yes, you probably missed my debut battle, Kenwu said, his tone slightly melancholic. Unlike gym battles, each grand festival is broadcast live. Since these festivals are held in just one region each year, they are also televised in other areas. Generally, aspiring coordinators pay close attention to these competitions. I'm sorry, I had no idea, Xiao Wang said, laughing awkwardly. However, it did seem rather uncharacteristic for Kenwu to choose the path of a coordinator. You really dare to say that? Kenwu scratched his head. So, how many competitions have you participated in? Have you won any ribbon badges? Indeed. Kenwu elongated his tone, producing a ribbon collection box. Look, inside lay a pink ribbon badge, glistening in the sunlight. I have participated in 2 competitions so far. I won this at the last Okada competition. Wow, that's impressive. Xiao Wang praised. By the way, the Canas competition is your debut battle, right? Yes. You will be competing as well, right? Of course. I am determined to earn my second ribbon badge, Kenwu declared confidently. Then let's work hard together. I want to earn my first ribbon badge. Xiao Wang replied. By the way, your friends will be competing too, right? Kenwu asked casually. Yes, Xiaoyao. Do you want to join us? Xiao Wang turned to Xiaoyao. No, actually, I haven't made up my mind yet, Xiaoyao replied, somewhat awkwardly. I think I'll watch a grand festival first before deciding what to do. This time, I will cheer for you. All right then. Xiao Wang understood that Xiaoyao had been indecisive and refrained from saying more. Kinwu, unable to glean the information he sought, inquired, what about Lin Dong? Will he be participating? Me? Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback. Kinwu, you misunderstood. Lin Dong is an aspiring trainer aiming to challenge the Hoenn League. He is quite remarkable. Since arriving in the Hoenn region, he has already acquired 2 gym badges. Not long ago, he had an impressive battle at the Linshin gym, Xiao Wang excitedly explained. Kinwu's smile faded, and a shadow crossed his eyes. What's wrong? Lin Dong noticed Kinwu's expression and asked deliberately. Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking that Xiao Wang must always be holding you back, Kinwu replied, forcing a smile and feigning indifference. Xiao Wang, however, was displeased. That's not true. You must not have heard the rather bizarre and absurd stories about Xiao Wang, Kinwu said, fearing his thoughts might be discovered, and quickly changed the subject. Bizarre? Absurd? Lin Dong had an inkling of what Kinwu was about to say and feigned curiosity. I'm quite interested, Xiaoyao chimed in, unwittingly providing support. She once disliked the hairstyle Auntie gave her and insisted on redoing it herself, resulting in a complete mess that resembled a little chimchar, Kinwu recounted. Chimchar? Xiaoyao curiously took out her Pokédex. Don't look. Xiao Wang realized too late. As Xiaoyao envisioned the resemblance, she couldn't contain herself. Ha. Even Bojiman and Pikachu couldn't help but laugh. Xiaoyao and Bojiman, don't think about those things. Xiao Wang scolded, and Xiaoyao reluctantly halted. That was something from kindergarten. Please don't bring it up again. Xiao Wang glared at Kinwu. But Kinwu couldn't stop himself. Speaking of kindergarten, during the graduation showcase, Xiao Wang performed as a slowpoke. Ha. Once again, they burst into laughter, especially Bojiman, who rolled on the floor, clutching his stomach. Xiao Wang felt both embarrassed and angry. If Lin Dong weren't present, it wouldn't matter. But with him around, she was particularly conscious of her image. I said no laughing. And there was that one time Xiao Wang came to school in her pajamas. Wearing mismatched shoes, Kinwu continued. That's it. Stop. Lin Dong interjected. That was your catchphrase, right? Huh. What? You know? Kinwu was somewhat surprised. Just a guess. It's Xiao Wang's catchphrase, Lin Dong chuckled. Enough already. Xiao Wang stood up abruptly. Kinwu, if you think I'm still the same as before, you are gravely mistaken, she declared, pounding the table. I will show you through Pokemon battles. Kinwu turned to Lin Dong. If we battle, I'd like to choose him and Pikachu. Oh, you want to battle me? Lin Dong was taken aback. In the original story, Kinwu had battled Ash. It seemed that even with a change of time and place, the same plot was unfolding once more. Xiao Wang was quite displeased. Hey, Kinwu, are you even listening to me? Kinwu, however, maintained a serious expression. I want to battle strong opponents. This way, my partner can become even stronger. Unlike the original story, Xiao Wang, Xiaoyao, and Xiaosheng regarded Kinwu with sympathetic eyes upon hearing him speak. Lin Dong's strength was simply extraordinary. He had overwhelmed the gym leaders' main teams, and he was merely a coordinator. The outcome was predictable. He's only half a year ahead in his journey, yet he acts all superior, Xiao Wang thought to herself, contemplating letting Lin Dong temper this guy's arrogance. All right, I accept your challenge, Lin Dong agreed. Then let us head to the training grounds. Kinwu exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 50, My Pikachu's level doesn't reset. Kinwu dared to challenge Lin Dong, specifically requesting Pikachu, fully prepared. Just like in the anime. He had devised a method with Bo Huangzi to block electric type moves using the alloy claw technique. Lin Dong was particularly impressed by this aspect. Kinwu was a clever and cunning individual. By recounting numerous embarrassing tales from Xiao Wang's childhood, he was deliberately demonstrating how close their relationship was. They were childhood friends. Then, he proposed a challenge to a strong opponent, even bringing forth a Pokémon with a type disadvantage and allowing the other to attack first. At that moment, he would use the alloy claw to block the very electric attack that counters him. This move would surely impress onlookers. Those watching would perceive him as immensely admirable. Indeed, in the original story, it had the desired effect. Xiao Wang's incredulous expression upon witnessing Bo Huangzi block a thunderbolt was proof of that. Although the emotionally astute Gan Yi recognized Kinwu's intentions, Xiao Wang inwardly acknowledged Kinwu's strength. However, in this life, Lin Dong would not allow him to succeed. His Pikachu's level would not reset. However, Pikachu embodies an entirely positive image. Aside from the deity of Pikachu, the rest of the Pikachu can hardly be remembered for anything but their virtues. At least, that is how Lin Dong perceives it. This has resulted in a Pikachu that not only possesses power akin to that of the Pikachu deity, but has also amalgamated the strengths of other Pikachus. According to fragmented information, Pikachu's inherent abilities are already at the pinnacle of the first tier, teetering on the brink of the second tier. In certain specific environments, it can unleash a remarkable attack that reaches the level of the second tier. Lin Dong interprets this as akin to the realms depicted in many immortal cultivation novels from his past life, where the gap between lower realms is not particularly vast, allowing many outstanding individuals to challenge those above their tier. Conversely, the disparity between higher realms is immense, rendering it nearly impossible to challenge them. The barrier between the first and second tiers is not impervious. Many formidable individuals within the first tier possess the potential to exhibit second-tier strength. However, the chasm between the second and third tiers is akin to an insurmountable canyon. If the power of the champions and elite trainers in this world resembles that of the animated series from his previous existence, then the champions' trump cards are indeed reflective of second-tier strength, while their other primary Pokémon are at least at the apex of the first tier. Naturally, this places them leagues above ordinary trainers. In any case, for Pikachu to defeat a Prince of Waves, who is hardly remarkable even within the first tier, would be as effortless as a mere formality. Thus, I shall employ this very Pikachu. In the training arena of the Pokémon Center, with a flick of his wrist, Lin Dong summoned Pikachu into the battle arena. Come forth, my partner, the very Pokémon I initially acquired. Kenwood tossed out the Pokeball, and a brilliant flash of light revealed a blue penguin approximately 1 meter tall. It was the Prince of Waves. Xiaoguang instantly recognized the Prince of Waves. Having diligently studied the evolution of Pachima, Xiaoyao then retrieved her Pokédex. Prince of Waves, a penguin Pokémon, the evolved form of Pachima. Its wing attacks are powerful and formidable, adept at searching for food in icy seas. Thus, Kenwu's initial Pokémon was indeed Pachima. Xiaoguang was taken aback. She had assumed Kenwu would prefer the fiery monkey instead. Kenwu caught a glimpse of Xiaoguang's expression and felt a sense of satisfaction, offering her what he believed to be a charming smile. He had indeed deliberated between Pachima and the fiery monkey for some time. In truth, he harbored a slight preference for the fiery monkey. However, considering that Xiaoguang would likely choose a water type, and coupled with the fact that the Emperor's Pachima was quite impressive, rivaling even the Master Brother, Kenwu ultimately opted for Pachima. In doing so, he effectively positioned himself as an upperclassman to Xiaoguang, making it only natural for him to guide her when they met again in the future. As for whether there would be any contact during this guidance, he had already contemplated that. Lin Dong took note of Kenwa's expression, feeling a surge of irritation. In his previous life, while watching the animated series, he had indeed overlooked this layer. An idea struck him. You wish to play the part? Allow me to give you a little push. Prince of Waves? Are you certain? Its attributes are quite disadvantageous against Pikachu. Lin Dong exclaimed. No problem. I shall take the initiative. Kenwu confidently replied. Yet, Lin Dong shook his head. Your attributes are unfavorable. You should attack first. Huh. Kenwu was momentarily taken aback. This was not the script he had envisioned. Wasn't he supposed to be hot-blooded, launching a thunderbolt attack first, then have the Prince of Waves counter with Metal Claw, showcasing his excellent training and formidable strength? That would naturally lead to a wave of admiration from the girls. This made it quite difficult for him to maintain his facade. However, with Lin Dong not attacking, the situation could not remain stagnant. Kenwu promptly issued his command. Prince of Waves, use Bubble Beam. Pikachu, use Quick Attack. The Prince of Waves unleashed a stream of bubbles aimed at Pikachu, who accelerated sharply, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages on the battlefield. The Bubble Beam could not possibly hit the rapidly moving Pikachu. Well done, circle around to its back, and use Iron Tail. Pika. In an instant, Pikachu darted behind the Prince of Waves in a graceful turn, striking with its tail, which gleamed with a metallic sheen. Prince of Waves, use Metal Claw. The Prince of Waves could not match Pikachu's speed. By the time it turned around, it was already too late, and it could only cross its wings defensively. Fortunately, its claws also shimmered with a white light, bolstering its defense. Pikachu's iron tail struck the Prince of Waves' wings, causing it to stagger backward, the metallic sheen on its wings fading away. Pikachu unleashed Thunderbolt. What? Prince of Waves, quickly use Metal Claw. Before Kenwu could finish his command, Pikachu had already released a powerful surge of electricity, striking the Prince of Waves directly. Kenwu was left dumbfounded, his carefully honed ultimate move never even getting the chance to manifest. The meticulously crafted scene had not come to fruition. He could only hope that the Prince of Waves could withstand Pikachu's Thunderbolt and regroup for another attempt. Unfortunately, there would be no second chance. The Prince of Waves' eyes spiraled, and it collapsed. Prince of Waves, Kinwoo rushed forward to check on its condition. Lin Dong had exercised restraint. The Prince of Waves merely lost its fighting capability momentarily. At least at this juncture, Xiaowang still held a deep friendship with Kinwoo as childhood friends. However, Kinwoo's aspiration to elevate this friendship into romance had fallen flat. Moreover, he had inadvertently stepped on a major landmine. Some boys, in their youth, enjoy teasing the girls they like, hoping to leave an impression and draw attention to themselves in front of their crush. While this method cannot be entirely dismissed, reminiscing about childhood mishaps during private moments could potentially strengthen their bond. However, in front of the girl's other friends, using nicknames or exposing embarrassing moments without her consent is decidedly a detriment. At the very least, Xiaowang would not appreciate such behavior. Chapter 51. Xiaowang's first grand contest. The Prince of Waves had regained consciousness, looking sheepishly at its trainer. "It's all right, Prince of Waves. You performed admirably," was all Kinwoo could muster in consolation. As he observed Xiaowang and her companions approaching, Kinwoo wished he could disappear into the ground. Just moments ago, he had exuded an air of seniority, only to be swiftly defeated without the ability to retaliate after merely 2 exchanges. What a significant embarrassment. Yet, in reality, Xiaowang, Xiaoyao, and Xiaosheng did not share this sentiment. The 3 found the outcome quite normal. Even the gym leader's primary Pokémon, Mika Yangma, had not fared much better against Pikachu. Similarly constrained, could the Prince of Waves have hoped for a fair exchange? This result was entirely predictable. Pachima. Upon seeing its evolved form, Pachima eagerly approached to greet the Prince of Waves. Poach. Whether out of embarrassment or frustration, the Prince of Waves flapped its wings and delivered a hefty slap to Pachima. "Wait, what is it doing?" Xiaowang felt a twinge of anger. "Do you realize how much damage a slap like that could inflict on Pachima?" My apologies. The Prince of Waves can be a bit proud. It doesn't warm up to others easily, except for me." Kinwoo scratched his head and quickly offered an apology. Pachima stood up, mimicking the Prince of Waves by placing its hands on its hips, standing on tiptoes, and puffing out its chest defiantly. "All right, Prince of Waves. You should return and rest now." Kinwoo hurriedly recalled the Prince of Waves. Firstly, it was due to being defeated by Pikachu, necessitating a restoration of strength, and secondly, in the event of any further conflict with Pokémon, it could potentially influence Shoko's perception of him. "I will take Prince Bo to find Miss Joy now. Let us reconvene at the grand contest tomorrow, Shoko," Kinwoo declared as he made his exit. "By the way, Shoko, I forgot to ask, why does he call you too light?" Lin Dong inquired, feigning ignorance. "Don't ask. Just don't," Shoko exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. "It's all Kinwoo's fault." Lin Dong and the others refrained from pressing further. Though Xiaoyao remained curious. Perhaps we should ask Kinwoo directly next time. The following day, the grand contest at the Kanaz Center officially commenced. Backstage, upon seeing Shoko emerge from the dressing room, Lin Dong was momentarily entranced. Shoko had adorned herself in a splendid gown, her skirt revealing 2 smooth, delicate legs, while a pair of pink sandals elegantly complemented her slender feet. Youthful, sweet, graceful, splendid, alluring. None of these descriptors could adequately encapsulate the beauty radiating from her at that moment. Shoko twirled gracefully before Lin Dong, generously showcasing her attire. "What do you think? Does it look good?" Her voice brimmed with anticipation. "Absolutely stunning. This outfit suits you perfectly." Lin Dong couldn't help but smile. "Pika." Pikachu chimed in agreement. "Wow, Shoko, you look magnificent today." Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with admiration, thinking to herself that if she were to participate in the grand contest, she would need to find an even more exquisite outfit. However, the grand contest meant to showcase the charm of Pokémon. Xiaosheng adjusted his glasses, appearing somewhat lacking in social finesse, yet considering he was still a child. The others dismissed it. "You see, in the Sinnoh region, it's fashionable for coordinators to present themselves in grand attire," Shoko explained with a smile, gesturing behind them. "Just take a look." Lin Dong turned to see Kinwoo stepping out from the male dressing room, clad in a bespoke green suit that fit him impeccably, complemented by a white shirt and dark tie, exuding an air of solemnity and formality. Kinwoo had even applied a light touch of makeup. If Shoko resembled a beautiful princess, Kinwoo now bore the noble charm of a prince. In comparison, Lin Dong, dressed ordinarily, appeared almost like a servant. Kinwoo's gaze was fixed intently on Shoko, his eyes nearly bulging. "Is something wrong?" Shoko teased, noticing Kinwoo's gaze. "Could it be that you're taken aback by my gown?" "In no way that's true," Kinwoo stammered, his face betraying a blush. Yet Shoko's attention had shifted away from Kinwoo. Upon observing the barely concealed jealousy and possessiveness in Lin Dong's eyes, she felt a surge of delight. Kinwoo, however, misinterpreted Shoko's joy as a reaction to his feelings for her. as an exhilarating melody filled the air. The host gracefully ascended the stage, prompting Lin Dong, Xiao Yao, and Xiao Sheng to take their seats in the audience. Under the host's introduction, Lin Dong spotted 3 familiar faces among the judges: Mr. Konkenstein, the director of the Grand Contest, Mr. Sumizuka, the president of the Pokemon Enthusiast Club, and Miss Joy from the Canas Center. Notably, since the Canas Center, serving as the venue for the Grand Contest, was situated in the outskirts rather than the city center, the league had established another Pokemon Center nearby for the convenience of coordinators. Miss Joy was the head of this establishment. The host presented the pink satin ribbon medal. The prize for the victor is this Canas ribbon medal. Those who secure 5 or more ribbon medals from contests held across various regions will qualify to participate in the ultimate stage for coordinators, the Grand Pokemon Coordinator Celebration. And now, the first round of evaluations shall commence. With the host's declaration, the first contestant stepped onto the stage, partnered with a Rockruff, performing a frisbee-catching act. The second contestant showcased a Deden, executing a charming piece of artwork. The third contestant presented a Ninetales, dazzling the audience with a fiery vortex. After a contestant featuring a Mothim concluded their performance, it was finally Shoko's turn. Standing on the Grand Contest stage for the first time, Shoko appeared somewhat anxious, her gaze darting across the audience in search of Lin Dong. He waved enthusiastically, offering a reassuring glance. "You've got this." Shoko felt a surge of confidence, inhaling deeply. "Pokemon, make a dazzling entrance. Use Bubble Beam." Pokemon unleashed a flurry of bubbles that floated into the air, shimmering beautifully under the stage lights. "Now use Peck." Pokemon concentrated energy in its beak, forming a long, radiant point. "Oh my!" exclaimed the host. The energy is all concentrated in Pokemon's beak. With a powerful leap, Pokemon soared high, bursting the bubbles in a spectacular display. The audience gasped at the momentary glistening beauty, captivated by the speed of the rapid Peck attack, so swift it was nearly imperceptible. "What elegance!" The host's voice resonated throughout the venue. "Pokemon!" Pokemon landed gracefully, extending its tiny arms. Simultaneously, Shoko performed a curtsy, bringing the performance to a flawless conclusion. Chapter 52. The first round of evaluations? No problem at all. Amidst the audience's cheers, Mr. Konkenstein was the first to offer his critique. This performance was truly poised. Pokemon's movements were not only adorably executed, but also showcased the power of its signature move. It was absolutely enthralling. Mr. Sumizuka's assessment remained his familiar phrase, "Ah, this is something I truly enjoy." Miss Joy remarked, Pokemon's enthusiasm and vitality were beautifully conveyed, allowing everyone to joyfully appreciate the performance. Wonderful indeed. There were moments that felt slightly unnatural, but the flaws do not overshadow the brilliance. Watching her daughter's performance from the television, Keiko offered a strict critique. "Meow?" The Meowth beside her chimed in agreement. It was Lin Dong's first experience witnessing the Grand Contest in reality, and after observing the majority of the contestants' performances, he harbored no further concerns regarding Shoko's advancement through the first round. Based solely on this performance, Shoko had nearly outshone all preceding competitors. After all, her mother, Keiko, was a top-tier coordinator. Under Keiko's guidance, Shoko had crafted her performance design remarkably well. All that remained was to nurture her Pokemon and deepen their bond and synergy. Lin Dong couldn't help but reflect that, regardless of the world, having a privileged background indeed conferred significant advantages. The perspective gained from such an upbringing was entirely different. The resources available from a young age were far greater. Xiao Yao, having been fearful of Pokemon in her childhood, lacked the extensive training that could have greatly improved her abilities from the start. But just how formidable were the resources of the Qianli family? Just look at Xiao Sheng to understand. With Xiao Sheng's profound understanding of Pokemon and the wealth of knowledge he had amassed, once he officially became a Pokemon trainer, his strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. Even Xiao Yao had made considerable progress recently under Qianli's guidance. Furthermore, being able to acquire a starter Pokemon of the 3 initial types already placed her ahead of over 90% of novice trainers. As for what it was like for trainers of more modest beginnings, there was no need to mention those bug-catching boys. Lin Dong himself had been a living example of that reality. Lin Dong pondered that even with his transmigrated self, without the existence of an external system, his initial development would be exceedingly slow unless he experienced extraordinary luck or stumbled upon a significant opportunity. Essentially, he would first rely on capturing a humble Caterpie, then seek out weaker creatures to battle, gradually accumulating experience until eventually evolving it into a Butterfree, at which point he could devise methods to capture other Pokemon. However, Lin Dong no longer needed to dwell on such matters. His current focus lay in transforming two enchanting young ladies of respectable backgrounds into his companions. More importantly, he was determined to support Xiaoguang. Following her performance, several contestants took the stage, and in comparison to Xiaoguang's captivating display, their efforts appeared lackluster, failing to garner high praise from the three judges. Next up was Jianwu. To everyone's surprise, he chose not to use his Prince of Waves, but instead summoned a Hypno. The Hypno began by twirling a spoon as if it were nunchaku, then executed a dazzling combination of Light Screen and Shadow Ball, concluding with a swift teleport followed by a wake-up call. The impact of his performance surpassed even that of Xiaoguang. The evaluations from Constantine and Miss Joy were also more favorable than those given to Xiaoguang. As for Su Muzwa, he simply echoed his usual sentiment, "I like this." Lin Dong was not particularly astonished by this. It was evident that Jianwu's family had a close relationship with Xiaoguang's mother, and their years of being classmates suggested that Jianwu hailed from an exceptional lineage. The bespoke suit he wore was something Lin Dong could never have afforded in the past. Even now, though he had received some prize money from the league, he hesitated to indulge. Even if Jianwu's family did not have a coordinating trainer, they could easily hire a tutor from elsewhere. Furthermore, Jianwu possessed a broader aesthetic sensibility compared to the average trainer. As for the Pokémon, a rare psychic type like Hypno was likely procured with familial support, nurtured with ample resources. As for wild Kadabras, well, those were notoriously difficult to catch in the game, let alone in reality. Before long, all contestants completed their performances. Xiaoguang, as expected, advanced to the second round of evaluations, known as the Grand Battle. Naturally, Jianwu also progressed. Lin Dong had some recollection of the remaining 6 contestants. If they had all utilized their primary Pokémon in the first round, he believed Xiaoguang's prospects were quite promising. Jianwu was her most formidable rival. In the original story, the other members of the main cast experienced slower growth, largely due to Xi's tendency to monopolize victories. Most encounters with Team Rocket saw Xi claiming the glory. Any challenges posed by other trainers were generally accepted by Xi as well. However, Lin Dong had chosen a different approach. Since the double battles with Yi Hao and Xiao Man, he had deliberately assisted Xiaoguang in gaining experience and leveling up. The same applied when battling Team Magma. In the wild encounters within the forest, Lin Dong frequently allowed Xiaoguang and Xiao Yao to hone their skills. Only when faced with Pokémon they could not handle would he permit Pikachu to intervene. As a result, the combat experience and levels of his Bagon were commendably high. In the realm of Pokémon, evolution is not confined to a specific level or moment, but rather occurs within a range. Bagon had yet to evolve simply because it did not wish to. Moreover, the Grand Battle was not merely a test of brute strength, it demanded finesse. It was not necessary to deplete the opponent's score entirely. As long as one held a higher score than the adversary when the 5-minute countdown concluded, victory was assured. Speaking of this, Lin Dong once entertained the idea of participating in the Grand Festival himself. He could easily utilize Jengar in the first round, leveraging its energy control to showcase dazzling techniques effortlessly. As for the second round of the Grand Battle, while the original intent of the festival was for coordinating trainers to battle while performing, demonstrating the charm of Pokémon in the process, there was a loophole. Should a Pokémon lose its combat capability, all remaining points would be nullified, resulting in an immediate loss. In such a commonplace Grand Festival, Lin Dong could effortlessly deploy a Dragonite to swiftly eliminate opponents. This strategy could potentially aid Xiaoguang and Xiao Yao in eliminating formidable foes. However, when facing them, sending out a Bulbasaur and relying on standard Grand Festival tactics, Lin Dong, unpracticed in elegant techniques, would likely suffer defeat. Nonetheless, he had long since dismissed this notion. While it posed no issue for him, Xiaoguang and Xiao Yao would undoubtedly object, and it would only diminish his reputation. Such a course of action was entirely unnecessary. With his abilities, he could assist the two girls in their growth through more suitable means. Chapter 53, The Grand Battle. Whose Ribbon Badge? During the drawing of lots, Xiaoguang and Jianwu were assigned to different halves of the bracket. Lin Dong glanced over and breathed a sigh of relief. The two opponents he deemed the strongest among the crowd had been placed in Jianwu's half, according to the rules of this Grand Festival. In the first match of the second round, contestants were required to use the Pokémon that participated in the first round of evaluations. As anticipated, Xiaoguang effortlessly secured victories in 2 matches with her Bagon and Murkrow, advancing to the final stage. Jianwu's journey, however, proved to be more arduous. In his first match, his Hypno faced a Ninetales. Due to overconfidence, he became careless during a crucial encounter and failed to dodge, resulting in his Hypno sustaining injuries despite ultimately defeating its opponent. Consequently, it was in no condition to participate in the subsequent matches. In the second round, he deployed his Prince of Waves against a Butterfree. His opponent was a gentle yet formidable young lady, and after an intense 5-minute battle, Jianwu emerged victorious by a slim margin of points. In the final stage, Jianwu and Xiaoguang stood at opposite sides of the arena. I never anticipated our first battle would be on this grand stage. I will not hold back, Jianwu declared, hands on his hips, exuding confidence. I intend to win and claim the first ribbon badge. Xiaoguang retorted defiantly. Jianwu tossed his Pokéball into the air, calling forth his partner. Despite having fought in the previous match and exhibiting signs of fatigue, Prince of Waves was still in a better state than Hypno. Given that Xiaoguang's strongest Pokémon was likely Bagon, and considering Prince of Waves was its evolved form, defeating a less experienced counterpart should be a straightforward endeavor. Thus, Jianwu confidently sent out his Prince of Waves, Bagon. Upon seeing the Prince of Waves, Bagon could hardly contain itself, leaping up and enthusiastically pounding its chest, eager to join the battle. The memory of their previous competition was still vivid, and Bagon was unable to restrain itself. Xiaoguang, realizing the situation, reluctantly recalled the Pokéball she had been holding. All right then, it's up to you, Bagon. Bagon. With a 360-degree spin in midair, Bagon leaped into the arena, brimming with determination. The announcer proclaimed, it's a showdown between Bagon and Prince of Waves. Pre-evolution versus evolution. The audience erupted in excitement. Jianwu smiled, convinced that the victory at this Canas conference was already secured. Bagon, use Bubble Beam. Knowing that Bagon faced a level disadvantage, Xiaoguang decided to strike first. Prince of Waves, let us also use Bubble Beam. Jianwu, confident in his Prince of Waves' superior level, opted for the same move. This tactic proved effective. The two bubble beams collided, with the bubbles ultimately bursting closer to Bagon, scattering glimmering droplets across the stage. Jianwu and Xiaoguang both faced a deduction of points. But due to Prince Bo's advantageous position, Xiaoguang's penalty was slightly more severe. Xiaoguang, feeling a sense of urgency, commanded, Bojamin, use Peck Attack. Bojamin charged towards Prince Bo, its beak glowing with a brilliant white light. Prince Bo deflected with Alloy Claw. Jianwu remained unfazed. Prince Bo's wings shimmered with a similar white light as they crossed in front of him, successfully blocking Bojamin's peck. Subsequently, Prince Bo tossed Bojamin into the air. Bojin. As a mere penguin, Bojamin was not equipped for flight, and being hurled skyward sent it into a panic, squawking frantically. This resulted in another deduction of points for Xiaoguang. Prince Bo unleashed the drill peck. Jianwu seized the moment, and Prince Bo lifted its head, aiming its sharp beak at the descending Bojamin, beginning to spin vigorously. Bojin. Bojamin's eyes widened in terror as it flailed its little arms in a futile attempt to escape. Bojamin, use Protect. Upon receiving Xiaoguang's command, Bojamin managed to regain some composure. Prince Bo's drill peck struck Bojamin, but since it had employed Protect, the impact was not as devastating as anticipated. However, due to Prince Bo's rapid rotation, Bojamin was also caught in the spin and was once again sent soaring into the air. This time, though, Bojamin released the accumulated energy from Protect, unleashing a cascade of white light upon Prince Bo, who was unable to evade the onslaught and was hit squarely. Bojabajin. After sustaining this blow, Prince Bo showed signs of fatigue, and Jianwu faced a significant point deduction, bringing his score nearly in line with Xiaoguang's. Observing the opponent's misfortune, Bojamin proudly struck a pose with its hands on its hips. Jianwu's expression shifted dramatically. Previously, during the battle against the hunting Butterfree, Prince Bo had depleted a considerable amount of energy, while Bojamin had won its first match with ease and had since rested, granting it an advantage in stamina. Most importantly, Bojamin's level exceeded Jianwu's expectations. Although it was still not a match for Prince Bo, the gap was not as wide as he had imagined. It was imperative to conclude this battle swiftly. Resolute, Jianwu commanded, Prince Bo, use Alloy Claw. Bojamin, evade. Prince Bo charged at Bojamin, its metallic wings striking repeatedly. Bojamin, however, danced gracefully, spinning and leaping in a rhythmic manner to dodge the attacks. Oh my, Bojamin's evasive maneuvers are akin to a beautiful dance, simply exquisite. The commentator's voice resonated throughout the arena, accompanied by the cheers of the audience. Jianwu found himself facing another substantial point deduction, while Xiaoguang, filled with confidence, felt no trace of anxiety. This strategy had been suggested by Lindong during their discussion the previous day. Certain Pokémon lose abilities upon evolving. For instance, Turtwig could initially be trained for swift speed, but once it evolved into Grotle, its velocity significantly declined. This was a lesson learned by Ash's Turtwig. Furthermore, when Grotle evolved into Torterra, high-speed movement became nearly impossible. Thus, trainers must devise more rational training plans and battle strategies during such transitions. In terms of aquatic speed, Pokémon could not rival Prince Bo, but on land, the situation was reversed. Pokémon, being smaller in stature, exhibited far greater agility than Prince Bo. Moreover, in the grand contest, executing splendid evasions was an effective method of diminishing the opponent's score. Yesterday, Pikachu had assisted Pokémon in honing this skill after their match with Prince Bo, and the results were now evident. As Prince Bo's speed began to wane, beads of sweat formed on its brow. Now's your chance, Pokémon, use Whirlpool. Pokémon. Pokémon leaped high, forming a massive whirlpool at the tip of its beak and then launching it toward Prince Bo. Just as Prince Bo attempted to evade, it found itself momentarily exhausted and was swiftly engulfed by the swirling waters. Although, as a water-type Pokémon, the damage inflicted by Whirlpool was not substantial. The impact on Jinwoo's score was significant. Prince Bo quickly used Bubble Beam. Jinwoo's intent to have Prince Bo counteract the Whirlpool with sheer power was thwarted as the 5-minute countdown reached its conclusion. Time was up, and the match had ended. The host exuberantly declared, "The champion of this final stage is none other than Miss Xiaoguang from Shuangya Town. Bravo, Pokémon. Pokémon. Xiaoguang, overwhelmed with joy, dashed onto the battlefield. And Pokémon, equally elated, leaped into her embrace. The two twirled joyously together. Prince Bo, I apologize, my skills as a coordinator are still lacking. Jinwoo walked into the arena, feeling dejected, yet he did not forget to console Prince Bo Boyan. Prince Bo shook its head, appearing remorseful, casting a guilty glance at Jinwoo. It's all right, it's my inadequacy. You should rest now. Jinwoo recalled Prince Bo and, glancing at the jubilant Xiaoguang, suddenly broke into a relieved smile. Perhaps this is for the best. Rather than approaching, he turned away and headed towards the backstage area. Mr. Kanken-Suten then presented Xiaoguang with the Kanaz Ribbon Medal. Congratulations. I see from your records that this was your debut battle? Indeed, Mr. Kanken-Suten. Xiaoguang replied as she accepted the ribbon medal. What a remarkable find. I eagerly anticipate your future performances. Mr. Kanken-Suten smiled. Thank you so much. Xiaoguang bowed gratefully. Thus, the Pokemon Grand Contest held by the Kanaz Center comes to a close. Until we meet again in the next town hosting the tournament, take care. As the host's voice echoed, the Grand Contest finally concluded. Lindong Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng arrived backstage to find the still excited Xiaoguang. Xiaoguang, congratulations. Thank you. I've obtained the Kanaz Ribbon Medal. Everything is perfect. Xiaoguang beamed, unable to take her eyes off her first ribbon medal. Make sure to give it your all in the next tournament. Lindong encouraged with a smile. Absolutely. Unable to contain her excitement, Xiaoguang rushed forward and embraced Lindong. Thank you. A fragrant breeze enveloped Lindong, causing his face to flush. Holding Xiaoguang's soft and fragrant form, he felt a certain part of him gradually lose its restraint. Fortunately, Xiaoguang, feeling a bit shy, released him just in time. Observing the playful exchange between the two, Xiaoyao felt a pang of envy but hesitated to act, especially with Xiaosheng nearby. She resolved to find an opportunity to send Xiaosheng home. Unbeknownst to Xiaosheng, he was already being judged by his sister and was soon to be sold off. Presently, he was more concerned about his sister's romantic prospects. Adjusting his glasses, he prepared to devise another scheme against his sister. Jinwoo, too, felt a twinge of envy. He had returned to the backstage area, initially intending to speak with Xiaoguang privately, only to discover that Lindong had also arrived. Consequently, he resorted to secretly observing from a corner. To his dismay, he witnessed Xiaoguang initiate an embrace with Lindong. Jinwoo's teeth nearly ground together in frustration. Jealousy distorted his features. This was in the presence of Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng. What would happen if they were alone? The more he thought about it, the angrier and more envious he became. He dared not contemplate further. Two lights. Jinwoo hurriedly stepped forward, exclaiming, Congratulations. Thank you, Jinwoo. You and Prince Bo also performed splendidly. Xiaoguang replied. However, Jinwoo turned his gaze towards Lindong and said, Next time we meet, let us determine a victor. Agreed. Lindong nodded in acquiescence, having discerned Jinwoo's true intention, yet feeling constrained by the circumstances. Xiaoguang still regarded Jinwoo as a comrade. He could hardly confront him with aggression. Indeed, Xiaoguang genuinely considered Jinwoo a good friend, unaware of the deeper implications behind Jinwoo's words. Next time, let us meet at another grand event. Very well, Jinwoo responded. It is truly wonderful to be a coordinator trainer, for it allows us the opportunity to battle once more. Farewell, Liangguang. Jinwoo waved goodbye as he departed from the venue. My name is Xiaoguang. The realization struck, and Xiaoguang made a face in the direction Jinwoo had left. Xiaoguang, why did he call you Liangguang? Xiaoyao inquired, her curiosity piqued. Dame, That is not a question to be asked. Xiao Wang had just received his first ribbon badge, and the four of them chatted and laughed. Swiftly arriving in the downtown area of Canas City, towering skyscrapers loomed, and the streets bustled with traffic. Wow, this truly is a metropolis. It rivals Changhua City. After spending so much time in Changhua Forest, Xiaoyao longed to experience the vibrancy of urban life. Xiao Wang and Xiaosheng felt similarly. Observing this, Lindong chose not to rush to the gym challenge, instead opting to accompany Xiaoyao and the others for a leisurely visit to the television tower. From the height of the tower, the breathtaking scenery of Canas City unfolded before them. Gazing into the distance, the sea shimmered under the sunlight, while fluffy clouds drifted lazily across the sky. The ocean and sky melded seamlessly at the horizon. Wow, how beautiful! Xiaoyao exclaimed, pondering why such a stunning place was seldom highlighted in travel magazines. Lindong shook his head in mild exasperation. In his previous life, the gym leader of Canas, Duwan, taught at a trainer school next door to the gym, not as a guest lecturer, but as a full-time instructor with his own class. This indicated that challengers visiting the gym were rather infrequent. Having observed the situation in Canas City, Lindong understood the reasons behind this. Firstly, Canas City was arguably the most remote metropolis in the entire Hoenn region. While it was indeed bustling, reaching it from other towns required a fair bit of detouring. For both trainers and coordinator trainers, making the journey to Canas City for challenges or competitions was not the most economical choice, especially considering that a region typically boasted more than 8 gyms. Unless one was genuinely unable to collect badges, the trip was hardly worthwhile. Secondly, despite its coastal location, the over 150 kilometers of shoreline consisted mainly of rocky beaches. The absence of soft sandy shores made it difficult to attract tourists. While Fighting Island might be slightly out of the way, it offered stunning scenery and served as a vacation paradise. Trainers could easily unwind there while also challenging a gym. The same applied to coordinator trainers during grand contests. Thus, Canas City gradually evolved into a port city, becoming a hub for maritime transport in the Hoenn region. Economically prosperous, it was, however, more suited for residency than tourism. Lindong shared these insights with Xiaoyao and Xiaoguang, garnering a wave of admiration in return. But why had Lindong chosen this location? His explanation was that such places often harbored hidden scenic treasures waiting to be discovered, and uncovering these beauties would yield a unique gratification. However, despite occasionally traveling in his previous life and enjoying the pursuit of lesser-known attractions, his choice of this route stemmed from the fact that it was traversed by the esteemed Jie team in his past life, offering certain fortuitous opportunities. While Lindong engaged in delightful conversation with the two girls, Xiaosheng found himself wandering alone at the television tower. Underneath a long bench, he stumbled upon a mosquito tadpole. Chapter 55, The Trainer Cultivation Academy. Ha ha ha, you must be Xiaoyao, and you must be Xiaosheng. Ah, it has been such a long time. In a spacious office, a middle-aged man beamed warmly, bursting into laughter. After discovering the mosquito tadpole, Xiaosheng encountered Du Wan, who was also there searching for the same creature, along with her students. They then extended an invitation for him to explore the wondrous Pokemon Trainer Cultivation Academy. Are you Uncle Han? Hello, Uncle. Xiaoyao recalled the middle-aged man before her, her face lighting up with surprise. Haha, it's me, Xiaoyao. Hu Yuan smiled widely. Sister, who is he? Xiaosheng tugged at Xiaoyao's sleeve, whispering his query. Quickly greet Uncle Hu Yuan properly. We mustn't be rude. Xiaoyao gently tapped Xiaosheng on the head, her tone serious. Hello, Uncle Hu Yuan. Xiaosheng still struggled to recall the identity of the middle-aged man, but he understood that it was appropriate to greet him at such a moment. Greetings, greetings. Xiaosheng, you don't remember me? I once held you when you were just a child. However, since I was appointed the principal of this academy in Canas City, it has indeed been many years since I last visited Qianli. Alas, Qianli has also been quite busy. Hu Yuan reflected with a smile. How are your parents? Thank you for your concern, Uncle Hu Yuan. Mom and Dad are well. They recently went on a trip, Xiaoyao replied. Oh, Qianli is traveling? Then what about the Changhua gym? Hu Yuan appeared somewhat surprised. This academy had only been established for about 8 years, and he had been appointed the first principal by the Alliance. Thus, even during holidays, there was a considerable amount of work to manage, leaving him little time for rest over the years. In fact, he had single-handedly built the academy to its current scale. Only in the last year or two had it finally stabilized and required less of his attention. He had just been preparing to take a winter break this year, and yet Qianli had already managed to go on a trip. Besides being surprised, he felt a bit miffed. The gym is currently overseen by brother Jinji, so there are no issues, Xiaoyao clarified. Oh, Jinji, how time flies. That lad has become a gym trainer. Hu Yuan chuckled. The roles of gym leader and gym trainer are not synonymous. The leader is an officially appointed position by the Alliance, while the trainer is a designation achieved through recognition. As long as one passes the Alliance's assessment, elite trainers can be promoted to gym trainers. Once a gym trainer is established, they can receive authorization from the gym leader to handle challenges from trainers and issue badges. However, this assessment is quite challenging to pass. To put it plainly, one must learn to temper their strength. In gym battles, one must apply appropriate pressure to challengers without being excessively harsh, achieving a balance of restraint and release. For instance, in gyms specializing in dragon-type Pokémon, if all the gym trainers simply used a Dragonite followed by a Salamence and then a Garchomp, how could ordinary trainers possibly stand a chance? The purpose of gym battles is to discover and cultivate promising new trainers, not to shatter their dreams. In this regard, Qianli indeed held an advantage. For instance, Jinji could first obtain a referee qualification, allowing him to officiate at the grand arena battles held in Qianli. This would present him with numerous opportunities to closely observe the fierce confrontations taking place, from which he could glean invaluable insights. However, he is not alone in his pursuits. He is equally impressive. The valedictorian of the inaugural graduating class from this esteemed academy, Duwan, reached the semifinals at the Hoenn League Conference at the tender age of 17 during her first participation. By the age of 18, she had successfully passed the league's gym trainer assessment. Following the retirement of the previous gym leader in Canaz, Duwan, at 19, and upon He Yan's recommendation, was appointed as the head of the Canaz gym by the league. Although she is still young, relatively inexperienced, and her strength somewhat lacking, her ascension to gym leader is merely a matter of time. He Yan feels an immense pride in her achievements. Subsequently, under the arrangement of Principal He Yan, Lin Dong and his companions attended various classes as auditors. Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao attended a course on the Grand Festival, while Lin Dong participated in a class focused on battle techniques. Meanwhile, Xiao Sheng found himself in Du Wan's specialized training class for trainers. Today, he was fortunate enough to catch a lecture by Professor Okido. Upon seeing the clear image of Professor Okido on the large screen, Xiao Sheng rushed forward to express his admiration. Haha, what an honor. Professor Okido beamed with joy. I remember you. Your name is Xiao Sheng, right? And what about Lin Dong? Isn't he traveling with you? Yes, Professor Okido, my older brother Lin Dong, is also at the academy. He went to audit a battle class. Speaking with his idol filled Xiao Sheng with excitement. I see. After this class concludes, have him get in touch with me. Sure. With that, Professor Okido commenced his lecture. And Xiao Sheng quickly took a seat, pulling out his paper and pen. The class soon came to an end, and it was evident that Professor Okido was indeed remarkable, delivering lessons that were both profound and entertaining. Xiao Sheng felt a lingering desire for more. Hey, you just claimed to be a staunch supporter of Professor Okido, stating you've read all his books. How about you answer my question? A boy with chestnut-colored hair approached Xiao Sheng, pride evident on his face. What is the most effective move against flying-type Pokémon? That question is quite simple. Xiao Sheng replied with a smile. Thunderbolt or Thunder, electric-type moves are very effective. However, the boy's expression shifted instantly. Then what move is most effective against Pokémon that use Dig to burrow underground? That's also straightforward. Just use Earthquake or Magnitude. Xiao Sheng answered effortlessly. It seems you possess quite a bit of knowledge. Well then, the boy seemed poised to continue, but was interrupted by Du Wan. That's enough from you both. Despite the interruption, the boy looked unsatisfied. But we haven't determined a winner. Xiao Tao, we are here to acquire knowledge, not merely to focus on winning or losing. Learning and growing together with friends is what truly matters. Chapter 56. The League's mysterious reward turns out to be? Xiao Tuo fell silent. At that moment, Principal He Yan and Lin Dong joined them. Haha, well said. Learning and growing together is the very essence of our Pokemon Trainer Academy. Principal He Yan chuckled, looking at Xiao Sheng. Xiao Sheng, do you enjoy being here? Absolutely. Xiao Sheng replied without hesitation. Then would you like to audit another day here tomorrow? Principal He Yan inquired. Sure, but... Xiao Sheng hesitated momentarily. Isn't Lin Dong going to challenge the Canaz gym tomorrow? I would love to witness the gym battle. Oh, is that so? Principal He Yan laughed heartily. You need not worry. Duwan is the gym trainer at the Canaz gym. What? Xiao Sheng was taken aback, unable to fathom that this young, beautiful teacher who resembled an older sister was indeed a gym trainer. Indeed, that's correct. Lin Dong, I will be teaching here until tomorrow. Could we postpone the gym battle to the day after? Duwan asked Lin Dong with a hint of apology. Of course, that is perfectly fine, Lin Dong readily agreed. Thank you. Duwan expressed her gratitude and then organized the students for the next class. Xiao Sheng continued to audit, but did not forget to relay Professor Okido's message to Lin Dong. Lin Dong, Professor Okito wanted you to contact him. Oh, I almost forgot. Lin Dong slapped his forehead, chuckling. Thank you for the reminder. I'll head to the Pokemon Center now. Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao accompanied Lin Dong to the Pokemon Center, while Xiao Sheng intended to attend all the remaining classes. Knowing he was safe with Principal He Yin and Teacher Duan present, Lin Dong dialed the number for Professor Okito's lab. Is that you, Lin Dong? You all are quite prompt. I was just teaching the children at the Kansas City Pokemon School when I saw Xiao Sheng and realized you had arrived in Kansas City. Yes, Professor. I apologize for not contacting you sooner. Lin Dong replied with a hint of embarrassment. Not at all. As I mentioned previously, there is still a reward from the League that has not been delivered to you. It just arrived here yesterday. As he spoke, Professor Okito retrieved a gift box. This is the present from the League, a set of 3 Ultra Balls. Professor Okito showcased the 3 balls, which were black on the upper half adorned with yellow stripes. Appearing on the screen, Ultra Balls. Some might consider the League rather stingy, offering only 3 Ultra Balls for such a significant achievement when one might expect Master Balls instead. However, Lin Dong felt quite satisfied. After arriving in this world, he discovered that Pokeballs with special effects were exceedingly expensive, and even those effective against specific types were beyond the reach of the average trainer. Ultra Balls, being the second best type of Pokeball after Master Balls, were already a rarity. Not only was their production limited, but they were virtually monopolized by the League, which consumed them internally. Purchasing them was out of the question in stores. One could only hope for luck at high-end auctions, or, if one had connections within the League's upper echelons, perhaps secure one at a high price. As for Master Balls, while records of Master Balls exist in this world, a crucial manufacturing technique has been lost to time, complicating their creation. A skilled craftsman requires nearly a month to produce a single Master Ball, and even among 100 made, only 1 or 2 might be functional, or none at all. In essence, today's craftsmen must rely on luck to succeed in crafting a Master Ball. The lengthy production time and low success rate have made the resources required for a Master Ball staggering. Even if one existed, only champions or seasoned Elite Four members might have access to them. And even they have become reluctant to invest resources into creating Master Balls due to the significant losses incurred. The claim of a Master Ball being able to capture any wild Pokemon with a 100 success rate applies primarily to Pokemon below the 2nd tier. Against 3rd tier entities, however, they can easily break free, rendering the Master Ball ineffective. Although the 2nd tier includes numerous legendary Pokemon, such as the legendary Bird Trio, these beings, despite lacking divine powers, carry an innate pride in their lineage. If they are not persuaded to comply, even if captured with a Master Ball, they cannot be commanded once released. However, is it worth capturing a pseudo-legendary with a Master Ball? Or perhaps aiming for a Catfish King? To be frank, it feels somewhat unwise. Hence, one must engage in battle with these legendary beings. Once they acknowledge your prowess, utilizing an Ultra Ball becomes indistinguishable from deploying a Master Ball. Certain legendary Pokemon, particularly those that hold you in high regard, can even be captured with a standard Pokeball. As long as the legendary chooses not to escape, the type of ball used becomes irrelevant. Suicune serves as a quintessential example of this notion. Of course, Suicune is merely an exception, for prudence's sake. It is still advisable to employ an Ultra Ball. As for the Great Ball, in this realm, its performance has not reached a transformative level. It occupies a mediocre space. In terms of effectiveness, both the Ultra Ball and Master Ball can reliably confine legendary Pokemon post-capture, and even some first-tier legendary species can be restrained. Provided there is no divine intervention, the Ultra Ball and Master Ball become invincible upon capturing. However, akin to the standard Pokeball, the Great Ball can only reliably restrain pseudo-legends after capture. Even when locked down, it fails to contain true legendaries. While it surpasses the standard Pokeball, its advantages are limited. Compared to the Ultra Ball, it is simply not in the same league. The Ultra Ball has fortuitously emerged as a coveted treasure in this world. Yet, crafting Ultra Balls is no simple task. Thus, they remain quite rare within this realm. The League's annual supply is scant, with most allocated to internal officials. To possess 3 at once, Lin Dong feels genuinely fortunate. This significantly enhances his chances of capturing the 3 legendary pillars. Once captured, he need not worry about restraining them. Thank you, Professor Oak. Lin Dong understands that acquiring these rare Ultra Balls within the League is undoubtedly due to Professor Oak's assistance. No need for thanks. If you wish to express your gratitude, strive to become a Pokemon Master. Professor Oak beams with joy. Now, I will transmit the Ultra Balls. Please receive them. Professor Oak is elated. Lin Dong not only possesses high talent and strength, but also excels in emotional intelligence, unlike the 2 boys he once favored. One is his grandson, Blue, who has now ventured into research. While there is nothing inherently wrong with research, Professor Oak feels something is amiss without the championship title from the league conference. The other is Ash, a boy who, though not his grandson, feels like a son to him. Chapter 57. The Egg Hatches. Lin Dong becomes a caregiver? Ash had been quite normal, having participated in both the Kanto and Johto League conferences. Although he did not secure the championship, his performance was commendable and steadily improving. He had initially planned to challenge the Hoenn League, but upon receiving a letter, he dashed off to Kalos. After a few phone calls, Lin Dong learned that he is currently in a promising relationship with a girl and might even marry her. However, whether they will return to Pallet Town after marriage or stay in Kalos, or perhaps alternate between both, remains uncertain. Ash also mentioned his intention to challenge the Kalos League's Mega Evolution Conference, which won't occur for another 3 years. Professor Oak is quite troubled, but for Ash's sake, he readily agrees. Despite this year's new trainers heading to the Hoenn region, it is uncertain how many will manage to collect all 8 badges. The previous batch of children showed no signs of future champions. Thus, Professor Oak is particularly attentive to Lin Dong. When there is an opportunity to seek rewards from the league, Professor Oak is unreserved. After all, it is the league's funding. Of course, Lin Dong is unaware of these intricacies. Even if he were informed, he would still be grateful to Professor Oak. Without him, those 3 Ultra Balls might have dwindled to 1. By the way, that Bug-type gym leader from the Rinshin Gym has been dismissed by the league. Rest assured, he will soon be invited for a chat. So, make sure to give your best at next year's league conference. I eagerly anticipate your performance. Professor Oak encourages before ending the call. Lin Dong safely stores the Ultra Balls and returns to his room, intending to rest. However, he notices the egg in the incubator glowing with a brilliant white light. What is happening? Xiao Yao exclaims, startled, fearing something might be wrong with the egg. It must be close to hatching. Quickly, let's find Nurse Joy. Lin Dong scoops up the incubator and dashes downstairs. While natural hatching can proceed without issues, having Nurse Joy present to assess the data with the Pokemon Center's equipment brings a sense of reassurance. Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao follow closely, their eyes filled with anticipation as they observe the egg's light pulsing more rapidly. I wonder what kind of Pokemon will hatch. Xiao Guang muses. Yes. I guess it might be a grass-type Pokemon. Xiao Yao adds. Listening to their discussion, Lin Dong merely smiles. Though Nurse Joy and Professor Oak have not disclosed the details, the system has already scanned the information for him. The dragon cultivation gift package he received that day is indeed remarkable. The white light radiating from the egg intensifies until it transforms into a luminous orb, scattering in all directions. As the brilliance dissipates, a small creature with a white body appears before everyone. Its green hair reveals tiny red horns. Nuru, the adorable little one, calls out, melting everyone's hearts. Congratulations. It's a female Ralts. Nurse Joy beams at the little Ralts, genuinely delighted. All indicators are normal. She is remarkably healthy. Lin Dong is overjoyed as he cradles the little Ralts, although he had already anticipated this outcome. The gift package included both the Mega Evolution Stone and the Evolution Keystone for Gardevoir. If it were a male Ralts, there would have been a chance for it to evolve into Galade. This is quite a clear indication. So cute. Xiao Guang's eyes seem to sparkle with affection. Forgetting to scan it with her Pokédex, it is Xiao Yao who pulls out the device. Ralts, a Pokemon that represents the pre-evolution form of Kirlia. It possesses the ability to sense human emotions through the horn on its head. Rarely does it appear before people, but it will approach when it senses positive feelings. Nuru. Ralts appears to be asking for something, waving its tiny hands. It must be hungry. Chansey, could you fetch some milk? Make sure it's from the large milk can. Nurse Joy requests. Lucky. Chansey happily scurries off to retrieve the milk, even bringing Lin Dong a baby bottle. Thank you, Chansey. Lin Dong accepts the bottle and begins to feed Ralts. The sight of the little one suckling the nipple is utterly adorable, evoking a sense of fatherly affection in Lin Dong. Nuru. Perhaps feeling full, Ralts releases the nipple and drifts off to a sweet slumber. Newly hatched Pokemon resemble infants in many ways. It is perfectly normal for them to be a bit sleepy initially, so there is no need for concern. It will likely take about a month to gradually reach the typical state of a Ralts. Nurse Joy steps forward to explain. Lin Dong nods, as the system has instructed him on this matter. The gift package includes a special nutrient solution for Ralts during its first month. Each subsequent growth stage is supplied with concentrated energy nutrients. The usage is straightforward. It can be consumed directly or diluted in a beverage for enhanced effects. The system has thoughtfully packaged these into small bottles stored in the system's warehouse, making it incredibly convenient to take one out each day. That evening, Ralts wakes once more, and Lindong feeds it milk mixed with the nutrient solution. Ralts visibly appears happier. The sweet and delicious milk from the large can, combined with the nutrient solution, nourishes its body gradually. Lindong is confident he will cultivate it into the strongest Gardevoir in the world. However, there was an undeniable reluctance to let it engage in battle. The following day, Xiaoxing attended a training academy as an observer, while Xiaowang and Xiaoyao sought to indulge in some retail therapy. Naturally, Lindong accompanied the two young ladies, yet he did not neglect to care for his little one. In the morning, he fed Rareless, and once it drifted into a deep slumber, he entrusted its care to Nurse Joy before the trio departed from the Pokemon Center. Along the way, Pikachu wore an expression of deep discontent. The trainer was clearly showing favoritism. Lindong noticed Pikachu's mood and found a shop, intending to buy a bottle of milk for his companion. However, Pikachu stood transfixed before a shelf of ketchup. Pika Pika. Pikachu extended its tiny paw, seemingly indicating, "I want that." It dawned on Lindong that in the original story, Pikachu had an affinity for ketchup. To his surprise, Pikachu had inherited its culinary preferences as well. "Let us buy it." Lindong was more than willing to indulge this small whim of Pikachu, though he felt the need to exercise some moderation. "Pikachu, you can't have too much of this. It's not good for you in excess." Pika Pika. Pikachu clutched the bottle of ketchup, squeezed a little out, and licked it with its tiny tongue, seemingly oblivious to Lindong's caution. Chapter 58. A fortuitous meeting with Amy. Challenge at the Canaz gym. It is often said that shopping is an inherent trait of girls, and Lindong found this to be undeniably true. At the outset, accompanying two beautiful young women on their shopping expedition filled him with enthusiasm, earning him a multitude of envious glances from other men. However, as time wore on, Lindong transformed into a mere robotic bag carrier, stuffing one after another into his backpack, which, despite its decent performance, began to feel rather burdensome. Fortunately, the technology in this world was commendable. Without the psychic backpack, Lindong shuddered at the thought of the ordeal. The physique of a super rookie seemed to only enhance his travel capabilities, while shopping brought nothing but mental fatigue. Yet, abstaining from retail was out of the question. Xiaoguang and Xiaoyao frequently tried on various outfits, showcasing them to him, which provided some motivation. At midday, the trio returned to the Pokemon Center, where Lindong tended to the little one before heading to another shopping mall for the afternoon. As evening approached, they collected Xiaoxing from the training academy and returned to the Pokemon Center, where Lindong resumed his duties. Xiaoxing appeared to be harboring something on his mind. "Xiaoxing, do you have something bothering you?" Lindong inquired, having noticed Xiaoxing's unusual demeanor. Not really," Xiaoxing replied awkwardly with a smile. "It's just that Teacher Duan mentioned today that they will be holding a summer camp in 2 weeks. Xiaoxing, do you wish to attend?" Xiaoyao seemed to sense something. "Actually, I really want to go," Xiaoxing confessed hesitantly. Today he had battled Xiaoduo 300 rounds at school, ultimately emerging victorious. His deskmate, Xiaomei, along with Haotai, who had often been bullied by Xiaoduo, held him in high esteem. Moreover, the academy nurtured hundreds of Pokemon that would obey anyone's commands, allowing them to learn combat tactics in advance. Although traveling with his sister and the others provided ample learning opportunities, encountering numerous Pokemon and even interacting with Suicune, those Pokemon were not truly his own. During the final practical Pokemon battle class today, he had used the selected Tadbulb to defeat Xiaoduo's Psyduck. Experiencing the thrill of participating directly in a match was entirely different from merely spectating. Commanding Pokemon in battle was extraordinarily exhilarating. After the summer camp, they would return to school, embarking on a 3-year preparatory program for aspiring trainers. Upon graduation, he would officially earn the right to train Pokemon. Plus, he would have a legion of admirers. He truly wished to stay. Initially, Xiaoxing expected his sister to outright refuse, having mentally prepared himself, but to his surprise. "In that case, let us call Mom and Dad and discuss it. If they agree, you can stay," Xiaoyao said with remarkable openness. "Xiaoxing, I support your decision." "Huh, sister, do you really support me?" Xiaoxing was somewhat incredulous. "Of course. Come on, let us make the call." Xiaoyao joyfully led Xiaoxing to the telephone. The Qianli couple had returned from their travels, and seeing how well Jinji had managed things, Qianli was already planning their next excursion. Upon learning of Xiaoxing's desires, the couple was quite astonished. However, when Xiaoyao revealed that the principal of the academy was Hoshikawa, Qianli and Mitsuko felt reassured and readily consented. As for whether there was an available spot, that was hardly a concern. Mitsuko offered a few more words of encouragement before ending the call. Immediately afterward, Qianli dialed Hoshikawa's number. The next day, Lindong and his companions arrived at the Canaz gym adjacent to the academy. "Good morning, everyone." Duan greeted them as she opened the gym doors, welcoming the four into the space. By the way, Xiaosheng, the principal has informed me about your situation. There are no issues with the summer camp or enrollment. Welcome aboard. Thank you, Teacher Duan. Xiaosheng exclaimed, elated, astonished by how swiftly his father had acted. The arrangements had unfolded remarkably quickly. Lindong, do you mind if we film the match? Duan inquired. I would like to record the entire contest for future instructional use, as these students will soon be advancing to the specialized class for aspiring trainers. A real gym battle would serve as their best educational material. Would that be acceptable? No problem, but I assure you, I will undoubtedly win this match, Lindong replied with a grin. Such confidence. Let us show the children how you earn a badge. Duan chuckled in response. Duan, the equipment is all set up. A melodious voice chimed in. Lindong turned to see a young woman who appeared to be in the bloom of youth, her exquisite features resembling a flawless work of art. She wore a white sundress and white sandals, revealing her fair, delicate arms and translucent feet. A charming orange hair accessory adorned her soft, light orange hair, adding an extra touch of youthful allure. Lindong immediately thought of someone. Duan's next words confirmed his suspicions. Amy, thank you for your hard work. By the way, let me introduce you all. This is my dear friend, the gym trainer from the Johto region, Amy. Hello, Miss Amy. Greetings, everyone. Amy's sweet smile and gentle demeanor quickly endeared her to all present, and they introduced themselves, solidifying their acquaintance. Lindong felt a surge of excitement. In his previous life, while watching the anime, Amy had been his favorite gym trainer, her beauty and grace rivaling that of any leading lady, even surpassing them in some respects. He never anticipated encountering her today at the Kanaz gym. Lindong, may I observe your match? As a gym trainer herself, Amy was well aware of the rules regarding spectators. Of course, I would be honored. Lindong did not decline. Having agreed to the filming, he had no qualms about being watched. Duan and Lindong quickly took their positions on either side of the arena, an assistant set up by the camera, and the referee took their place. Now, we commenced the gym battle between gym trainer Duan and challenger Lindong. The rules dictate a knockout match using 2 Pokémon, with only the challenger permitted to switch Pokémon. Let the battle begin. With the referee's command, Duan was the first to release her Pokémon. I'll make the first move, go Geodude. The Kanaz Gym's arena was no ordinary battlefield. It was a specially designed rocky terrain. Geodude floated above the ground, seemingly merging with the entire setting. Lindong, do your best. Xiaoguang, now clad in a cheerleader outfit she had purchased the previous day, waved pom-poms, cheering for Lindong. He had been so engrossed in the shopping that he hadn't even noticed. Xiao Yao gazed enviously at the poised and confident Xiao Guang beside her. She too had purchased an identical outfit, but with Xiaosheng still present today, she felt somewhat restrained, embarrassed to hold the bouquet. She opted instead to pick up the Pokédex, Geodude, the rock-type Pokémon. It possesses an exceptionally high defense, exhibiting remarkable durability against physical attacks. Indeed, it was Geodude. Lindong felt a surge of confidence and promptly threw his Pokeball. Bulbasaur, you shall be the one. Chapter 59, Evolution. The Astonished Goddess. It's Bulbasaur. In terms of attributes, this is advantageous for Lindong. Xiaosheng exclaimed excitedly. Sitting nearby, Ami smiled quietly, choosing to remain silent. Each gym in the league typically specializes in particular attributes, making it quite common for challengers to select Pokémon that counter these attributes. However, this only marked the initial step. Trainers who specialize in a certain attribute are undoubtedly aware of their Pokémon's weaknesses. It would be naive to assume they lack countermeasures. How to deal with these strategies is what truly tests the challengers. You've chosen a very favorable attribute, Duan remarked with a smile, but that alone is insufficient. Geodude. Use Rollout. Geodude curled into a ball and rolled towards Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, use Leaf Tornado. Dana. Upon hearing Lindong's command, Bulbasaur immediately launched a flurry of sharp leaves. Geodude was indeed fearful of grass-type moves. Yet, in the face of Bulbasaur's assault, Duan merely smiled. Geodude, leveraging the uneven terrain of the rocky field, soared into the air, evading all the incoming leaves. As Geodude descended, it landed right in front of Bulbasaur, unfurling its body. Use Fire Punch. At Duan's command, Geodude's fist was engulfed in flames as it struck towards Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, use Seed Bomb. In a moment of panic, Bulbasaur, unable to dodge, shot forth a seed from the garlic-shaped plant on its back. At such a close range, Geodude's Fire Punch connected, sending Bulbasaur flying, while the Seed Bomb also struck Geodude. Tendrils emerged from the seed, entangling Geodude. Despite taking a powerful Fire Punch, Bulbasaur endured the damage and managed to rise to its feet. Geodude. While not defeated by the mere Seed Bomb, felt discomfort as the tendrils drained its energy. Geodude used Dig. Bulbasaur used Swift. Duwan and Lindong spoke almost simultaneously, as Geodude prepared to burrow underground while Bulbasaur opened its mouth, unleashing a barrage of golden stars towards Geodude. The Swift attack was incredibly rapid, leaving Geodude no opportunity to evade, resulting in a direct hit. While the damage was minimal, the pain from the stars combined with the draining effects of the Seed Bomb rendered Geodude nearly immobile, halting its digging action. What? In the audience, Ami gasped in astonishment. Although she was a Steel-type gym trainer, her foundational knowledge was robust. Bulbasaur shouldn't be able to learn Swift. In truth, if not for Qianli's suggestion, Lindong had not considered teaching Bulbasaur this move, as Bulbasaur typically could not learn it in the games of his past life. However, Qianli had managed to do just that. At that moment, Lindong realized that no amount of gaming knowledge could serve as a substitute for practical experience. Relying solely on game theory would undoubtedly lead to significant setbacks. Did one truly believe that a sloth Pokémon would remain stationary, allowing you to strike? With a sufficiently high trainer level, Pokémon could indeed overcome their lazy natures. At Qianli's level, even a sloth Pokémon could sustain a relentless assault for 3 minutes. As for absolute immunity, that was a myth. Let us not forget that the ground-type Pokémon was not limited to just 1 or 2. When teaching Bulbasaur to learn Swift, Qianli had shared his theory with Lindong. In his perspective, all moves fundamentally revolved around the utilization of energy. As long as sufficient energy of the corresponding attribute was present and employed through a specific method, it manifested as a move. This aligned perfectly with Gengar's abilities. Moves like Phantom Whip and Shadow Ball were similarly created through this principle. Qianli discovered that while most normal-type Pokémon predominantly contain non-attribute energy, they also possess some energy of other attributes. For example, a Sloth Pokémon and a Snooze King possessed Ice-type energy, allowing them to execute Blizzard or Ice Punch. With Fire-type energy, they could unleash Flamethrower or Fire Punch. Lindong resonated with this theory, as it was corroborated by various other Pokémon. Pikachu, a pure electric type, could master Surf. Dragonite, primarily a dragon and flying type, could effortlessly wield moves of water, fire, grass, electric, ice, and more. Additionally, normal-type energy was inherently present within every Pokémon. Swift was not a move of immense destructive power like Hyper Beam, requiring only a minimal amount of normal-type energy. Theoretically, there should be no barrier to its usage. Thus, it left only one remaining question: the body parts involved in executing the move. Certain moves necessitated specific organs or body parts for activation. For instance, Ice Punch, Fire Punch, and Thunder Punch all required hands. But what if a Pokémon lacked hands? Take Vine Whip, for example. Trico was indeed a bona fide Grass-type Pokémon, yet who could claim it lacked sufficient Grass-type energy? However, due to the absence of a suitable organ for executing Vine Whip, it was unable to perform the move. Only plant-like Grass-type Pokémon could unleash such abilities. Many Pokémon often employed their mouths to launch moves, yet Bulbasaur's family was a notable exception, primarily utilizing the plants on their backs while their mouths remained almost idle. However, lack of habit did not equate to inability. With Qianli's guidance, Bulbasaur learned to harness normal-type energy and, employing the technique of Swift, release it through its mouth. Thus, Bulbasaur mastered Swift. Lindong then had a sudden epiphany. If a Pokémon possessed multiple body parts capable of executing moves, did that imply it could simultaneously use multiple techniques? Throughout their journey, Lindong had diligently trained Bulbasaur to multitask effectively. And now, Bulbasaur, let us showcase the results of our specialized training. Seed. Lindong did not need to articulate further. Bulbasaur understood implicitly. As it shot forth Swift to disrupt Geodude's actions, 2 vines swiftly extended, ensnaring Geodude. Meanwhile, the plant on its back unleashed a torrent of sharp leaves. Bulbasaur ceased its swift assault, gathering natural energy at the forefront of its mouth to form a verdant energy sphere. In the audience, Ami's expression hardened, astonished, as her gaze fixated entirely on Lindong. Geodude. Duwan called out anxiously, yet there was little she could do. Geodude, entangled by the vines, was rendered immobile, while the Seed Bomb continued to siphon its strength. The Leaf Tornado inflicted unbearable pain, culminating in a final energy sphere that knocked Geodude unconscious. Geodude's eyes swirled in a daze. The referee promptly raised the flag. Geodude had lost its ability to battle, and Bulbasaur emerged victorious. The Bulbasaur immediately ceased its assault, retracting its Vine Whip, while the Leech Seed detached from the Geodude and returned to the plant upon its back, rejuvenating it with the energy it had absorbed. Having triumphed in the battle, The damage inflicted by the fire punch gradually mended, and Bulbasaur felt a wave of refreshing vitality coursing through its body, radiating a soft white glow. The spectators in the stands stood in astonishment. Chapter 60, Multitasking. The Power of Ivysaur. The white aura enveloping Bulbasaur expanded as the light dissipated, revealing the blooming plant on its back, adorned with a pink bud. At the base of the bud, four banana-shaped green leaves unfurled in a cross pattern, extending toward the crown, behind, and on either side of its body. It had evolved into Ivysaur. Little Victory exclaimed excitedly. That is indeed Ivysaur, Xiaoyao remarked, pulling out her Pokédex to scan. Ivysaur, the seed Pokémon, is the evolved form of Bulbasaur. It carries a bud on its back, which will bloom into a magnificent flower once it has absorbed sufficient nutrients. Splendid. Ivysaur, you have finally evolved. Throughout this journey, Bulbasaur had amassed considerable experience, standing on the brink of evolution for quite some time. Yet, when the moment of transformation arrived, Lin Dong could not contain his exhilaration. Tada! Ivysaur also let out a jubilant cry, and beneath its feet, the ground began to shimmer with a gentle green light. Gradually, tender blades of grass sprouted forth, spreading outward from Ivysaur and covering a significant portion of the battlefield. My goodness, Ivysaur, you've learned the grass terrain. Lin Dong rejoiced. The grass terrain was a crucial element of his battle strategy for Bulbasaur. This ultimate move could be initiated through its limbs, combined with its mouth and the plant on its back, allowing Ivysaur to theoretically utilize 4 skills simultaneously. Having mastered the move Leaf Storm, Bulbasaur had already learned to unleash attacks from its mouth and quickly acquired Energy Ball. However, it had struggled to learn the grass terrain until now. Lin Dong had pondered whether Bulbasaur's energy levels were insufficient. To his surprise, after evolving, Ivysaur grasped it effortlessly. Once the grass terrain was established, Ivysaur's complexion quickly brightened, akin to wheat absorbing nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium from 2 meters underground, without loss or evaporation. Excellent. Ivysaur, let us secure this badge together. Return, Geodude, you've worked hard. Duan said, recalling Geodude and producing another Pokeball. Lin Dong, you certainly have a knack for this, but can you defeat it? Come forth, Nosepass. With a pop, a blue Pokemon resembling a large stone appeared on the field, its prominent red nose strikingly noticeable. Xiaoyao scanned it with her Pokédex. Nosepass, the compass Pokemon. Its large nose serves as a powerful magnet, allowing it to determine direction based on its orientation. Ivysaur, let's attack first with Leaf Blade. Nosepass, use Rock Slide. Sharp leaves shot forth from Ivysaur's bud, while Nosepass hurled countless small rocks toward Ivysaur. The two powerful moves collided fiercely in the center, ultimately neutralizing each other. Nosepass, use Rock Tomb. At Duan's command, Nosepass stomped heavily, causing massive rocks to erupt from the ground around Ivysaur, trapping it within their confines. Tada! The rocks surrounding Ivysaur began to constrict, revealing a pained expression. This is not good. If this continues, you'll be crushed. Ivysaur, use Energy Ball to break free. Tada! In no time, the rocks imprisoning Ivysaur shattered into pieces and flew away, though the explosion's force left Ivysaur with some additional wounds, and it was slightly gasping for breath. Nevertheless, with the grass terrain's benefits, Ivysaur absorbed nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, and its injuries gradually healed. Ivysaur, unleash Swift while simultaneously firing Leech Seed. Tada! Ivysaur opened its mouth, shooting forth countless stars, while its bud launched a Leech Seed toward Nosepass. Nosepass, block it with Rock Slide. Nosepass stomped again, and a large rock emerged before it, acting as a shield against the Swift and Leech Seed. Duan smiled. Lin Dong, the same tactics won't work on me. You'll need more than that to win. Lin Dong chuckled. Then let us employ something different. Ivysaur, charge up and prepare to unleash Solar Beam. Tada! Ivysaur responded, absorbing the energy of sunlight while gathering its power. Lin Dong wisely refrained from attempting to use Vine Whip again. If it were Venusaur, he would have employed Vine Whip to disrupt the opponent. However, Ivysaur's weight and strength were significantly inferior to Nosepass, and should the Vine Whip be captured, it would be detrimental. When Ivysaur was still Bulbasaur, Lin Dong had guided it in attempting to use Solar Beam, but due to its smaller stature, controlling such a powerful move had proven challenging, leading to a dismal success rate. Concerned for Bulbasaur's safety, he had gradually ceased its practice. One could only say that Ash's Pokemon was exceptionally overpowered, now evolved into Ivysaur. Controlling the move became considerably easier. As Ivysaur accumulated energy, Duan swiftly devised a countermeasure. Nosepass, use Magnet Bomb. With a pop, Lin Dong's reaction was equally swift. Ivysaur, utilize Energy Ball. Tada! Electrical arcs crackled from Nosepass's nose, intensifying until it emitted a brilliant white light. Then a powerful current surged toward Ivysaur like a cannon. What? Isn't Nosepass a rock type? How can it use electric type moves? Xiaoyao was astonished, but little Victory remained calm. Nosepass's nose is a powerful magnet. Electricity and magnetism can indeed convert into one another, so it is not surprising that Nosepass can employ certain electric type techniques. Ivysaur unleashed a green energy ball, which collided with the magnet bomb. The hastily launched energy ball lacked significant power and, after a brief stalemate, exploded, dissipating its energy into the air. Meanwhile, the magnet bomb retained some of its strength and continued its trajectory toward Ivysaur. Lin Dong gritted his teeth, deciding to go all in. Ivysaur now? Tada! The magnet bomb struck Ivysaur, but it was well prepared, focused on gathering Sunlight's energy. It also utilized the energy provided by the grass terrain to mitigate the damage from the magnet bomb. As a grass-type Pokémon, it inherently possessed some resistance to electric-type moves. And with the grass terrain's enhancement, although the magnet bomb caused a degree of pain, it remained within tolerable limits. At that moment, the bud on Ivysaur's back began to glow with white light, indicating that the energy for Solar Beam had fully accumulated. Now was the decisive moment. Solar Beam, fire. Tada! Ivysaur let out a cry as it unleashed its signature grass-type move. Nosepass, block it with Rock Slide. A powerful beam surged toward Nosepass, moving so swiftly that it had no time to evade. Stamping its foot, Nosepass conjured a rock akin to a shield, yet it proved insufficient to withstand the might of Solar Beam. The rock shattered under the force. Nosepass was struck by the Solar Beam, crashing heavily to the ground. Its eyes spiraled in defeat. The referee raised the flag once more. Nosepass is unable to battle. Ivysaur is victorious. Thus, the winner is Lin Dong. Chapter 61, Steel-type Goddess. Ami challenges Lin Dong. Lin Dong and Ivysaur celebrated their victory, while Duan stood momentarily in shock before recalling Nosepass into its Pokeball. Thank you for your efforts. Nosepass, now rest well. Even now, she still found it somewhat hard to believe that she had been outmaneuvered by the challenger. However, she quickly adjusted her demeanor, managing a wry smile before regaining her composure. The Pokémon League's gyms can be categorized into two types, those affiliated with the official league and those that are family-owned enterprises. The gyms that have been passed down through generations often retain a few Pokémon for the successors, even if the original gym leader is no longer present. Since they are, after all, one big family, and Pokémon are sentient beings, they can still coordinate with their trainers on a basic level. The strength of these gyms is generally assured through several preceding generations. However, family-run gyms face their own set of challenges if the successors do not live up to expectations. After the original gym leader's passing and the aging of their Pokémon, the gym's strength may plummet dramatically. Such gyms are at risk of failing to pass the league's inspections, resulting in the revocation of their official gym certification. Without this certification, their income would inevitably decline. This could lead to a vicious cycle of deterioration until they fade into obscurity. In contrast, the strength of official gyms largely depends on whom the league appoints as the gym leader or overseer. In reality, there are quite a few official gyms, and not all of them issue badges. After all, gyms are primarily venues for trainers to hone their skills. Gym battles are merely a fraction of the gym's functions. While gym battles are free of charge, enrolling in courses or utilizing gym equipment for training incurs costs. The downside of official gyms is that they do not belong to the gym leaders as personal assets and cannot be passed down to heirs. The leaders receive a salary from the league, which includes a commission, yet it is not as deeply invested as family enterprises. Of course, this can also be seen as an advantage, as they need not worry about profits and losses. At a young age, Duan had assumed the role of a gym leader at a formal gym, which had sparked a fair amount of dissent within the league. Those close to her were well aware that among all the officially certified gyms in the Hoenn region, the Canaz gym was likely the weakest. Duan felt troubled by this, yet found herself without any immediate solutions. All she could do was strive to perform her duties diligently. With a smile, she approached Lin Dong. Thank you, we had a splendid match. I believe this will serve as an excellent teaching material for the students. You are most deserving of this stone badge. Duan extended her hand, revealing a badge shaped like two interlocking golden triangles, connected by a brown rectangle, resting gently in her palm. Thank you. I have received the stone badge, exclaimed Lin Dong, taking the badge. Pikachu. At that moment, Xiao Guang and the others made their way down from the audience. Lin Dong, congratulations. That's your third badge now, Xiao Guang remarked with a smile. Indeed, I am one step closer to participating in the league conference, Lin Dong replied, tucking the badge away with a grin. May I ask you a question? Amy, who had been standing nearby, hesitated before shyly inquiring. Of course, Miss Amy, Lin Dong responded, his sunny smile causing Amy's heart to flutter. What am I thinking? He's so much younger than I am, Amy reflected, sensing her own discomposure. Yet what came out was, I'm not that much older than you, just call me Amy. I was wondering how your Bulbasaur can execute so many moves simultaneously. Amy continued. Well, that's a long story, Lin Dong chuckled helplessly. To put it simply, some Pokemon have multiple body parts capable of executing moves, and with some multitasking, it's possible. Amy's understanding faltered. Lin Dong recognized that his explanation sounded somewhat vague, akin to saying, you do this, then that, and it will work. However, clarifying it was not something that could be accomplished in a brief moment. By the way, Amy, I heard Duwon mention that you are the gym trainer of the Celadon Gym in the Johto region? Lin Dong inquired. Yes, but I am currently on a journey to visit various places for training, so my gym is being managed by my companions, Amy replied. Oh, but Amy, aren't you already a gym trainer? Xiao Guang asked, puzzled. Xiao Yao was equally confused. Yes, a gym trainer is already quite impressive. Do you still need to travel for further training? Amy smiled softly. The journey of Pokemon training is endless. To become stronger, I wish to learn every technique applicable in battles. I heard that Pokemon contests are particularly popular in the Hoenn region, and I believe those glamorous battle techniques would be immensely beneficial, so I am preparing to study for the contest. Is that so? What a pity. Lin Dong remarked to Xiao Guang. You missed out on a formidable opponent. Inwardly, he thought it was fortunate Amy had arrived late. If a gym trainer were to participate in a contest and be eliminated in the first round, it would be manageable. However, reaching the second round would be a different story. How many coordinators could withstand the competition? Gym battles might allow for some leniency with Pokemon of similar levels, but in other contests, that mercy would not extend. At least, Xiao Guang and Jianwu were far from being Amy's match, and Xiao Yao was even less so. Oh, Xiao Guang, are you a coordinator? Lin Dong's comment piqued Amy's interest. Yes, my goal is to become a top coordinator, Xiao Guang nodded. Haha, Amy. Xiao Guang actually won the final stage of the Kanaz conference and received a ribbon badge. Duwon interjected, having learned this during her visit to the Trainer Cultivation Academy. Wow, that's impressive. Amy exclaimed, excitement sparkling in her eyes. Xiao Guang, may I exchange some tips on contest techniques with you? Of course. I would love to learn from you as well. Amy, Xiao Guang responded with a smile, adding, by the way, Xiao Yao has also decided to become a Pokemon coordinator, so we can practice together. Really? That's wonderful. Amy beamed, then turned her gaze back to Lin Dong. However, I have one more request, Lin Dong. May we have a battle? A battle? Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback. Yes, not a gym battle, but a private match, Amy emphasized. What do you think, Lin Dong? You didn't use all your strength in the gym battle, did you? Duwon chimed in. I would also like to see your full capabilities. All right. Lin Dong replied with a smile, eager for the challenge. Let us do this. Chapter 62, 3v3, an all-out battle. On the battlefield of the Kanaz Gym, Lin Dong once again stood in the arena. His opponent was now Amy, while Duwon took on the role of referee. The cameras had also been turned off by Duwon. Aside from Xiao Guang, Xiao Yao, and Xiao Sheng, the other assistants had not remained. Amy, Lin Dong, what are the rules for this match? Duwon inquired, looking at both of them. This is a private battle, so the rules will be agreed upon by both parties. Amy stated. How about a 3v3? She suggested. Sounds good. Lin Dong readily agreed. He felt that a 3v3 format was more suited to his current capabilities than a 6v6. Then let me see your full strength. I'll go first. Come forth, Magneton. Amy, as the gym trainer, sent out her first Pokemon. Xiao Guang sat down. Pulling out his Pokédex, Magneton, the magnet Pokemon, is the evolved form of Magnemite. It typically hovers in the air, emitting powerful magnetic fields and high-voltage currents. Magneton, huh? In that case, I'll send out my Pokemon. Go, Pikachu, Lin Dong declared, releasing his chosen companion. Pikachu? Amy was clearly taken aback for a moment. But soon a smile graced her lips. This young man is indeed intriguing. On the spectators' bench, Xiaosheng was quite perplexed, given that he had the advantage. Why didn't he deploy his Dragonite, which was proficient in fire-type moves? Pikachu's electric attacks could hardly inflict significant damage on the Magneton. Xiaoyao, however, seemed to understand. Having attempted to comprehend Lin Dong's strategy, she felt as if she had grasped something essential. Perhaps he desired a direct contest of strength. Lin Dong indeed harbored such thoughts. By setting aside the advantages of type, he aimed to validate Pikachu's prowess. Amy, my Pikachu will not be defeated. Lin Dong, neither will my Magneton. Thunderbolt. Both Lin Dong and Amy issued their commands simultaneously, as Pikachu and Magneton unleashed their electric lights in unison. The two formidable currents collided. Yet it was evident that Magneton was at a disadvantage. What? Pikachu was capable of such immense electrical power. Amy was astonished, her curiosity about Lin Dong deepening. What kind of training regimen could cultivate Pikachu to such an extraordinary level? It was akin to a Raichu clad in Pikachu's skin. Magneton, do not falter. Upon hearing Amy's encouragement, Magneton's 3 eyes widened in determination, its body tensing as it surged to enhance its electrical output. It seemed to exert every ounce of strength to stabilize the current. The two energies erupted, illuminating the arena, and Lin Dong seized the moment when Magneton appeared fatigued. Pikachu. Quick attack. Pika. Pikachu transformed into a flash of white light, darting towards Magneton with lightning speed, forcing the latter to retreat several paces. Follow up with Iron Tail. Magneton. Evade. Amy urged Magneton to dodge, but having exerted itself too vigorously moments before, it was a fraction too slow to react. Pika. Pikachu swiftly pursued, its metallic tail striking Magneton, sending it hurtling several meters away. Yee. Magneton emitted a pained cry. Lin Dong pressed the advantage. Pikachu, deliver the final quick attack. Magneton. Unleash electric. Having witnessed Pikachu's swiftness, Amy opted for offense over defense, allowing Magneton to retaliate. Brilliant arcs of electricity shot forth from Magneton in all directions, and Lin Dong sought to prevent Pikachu from taking the brunt of the attack. Pikachu, use agility to evade. Pika. Pikachu complied, forsaking its offensive. And as arcs of electricity surged toward it, it dashed across the battlefield, moving so rapidly that it left behind flickering afterimages, successfully evading all the electrical strikes. Magneton. Do not rely on sight. Use magnetic force to detect Pikachu's electrical reactions and lock onto its position. Amy immediately orchestrated a counterattack. Yee. Following Amy's directive, Magneton did indeed pinpoint Pikachu's location. Fire the electromagnetic cannon. At Amy's command, Magneton unleashed a cannon-like burst of electricity aimed directly at Pikachu. Despite Pikachu's continued high-speed movement, the electromagnetic cannon seemed to possess a mind of its own, relentlessly tracking its target. Realizing escape was futile and unable to counter in time, Lin Dong had a sudden inspiration. Pikachu, grab hold of Magneton. Pika Pika. Pikachu circled behind Magneton, leaped high, and firmly grasped the screw atop its head, anchoring itself onto Magneton's back. The electromagnetic cannon struck Pikachu, but it also inadvertently hit Magneton itself. Pika. Yee. Though Pikachu sustained slightly more damage, Magneton had already been weakened prior to this. Now, it was on the brink of collapse. Pikachu, give it a powerful thunder. Pikachu beamed with determination, its electric sacs sparking with brilliant arcs. Pikachu, with a mighty thunder attack, the thick bolt of lightning engulfed Magneton, which could not escape Pikachu's grip. Magneton. Amy cried out in concern, but as the lightning subsided, the only response was Magneton lying motionless on the ground. Yee. Magneton's 3 eyes transformed into a singular gaze. Do one immediately raised the flag. Magneton is unable to battle. Pikachu is victorious. Amy hastily recalled Magneton into its Pokeball. Thank you, Magneton. Rest well. She then turned to Lin Dong. Lin Dong, your Pikachu is remarkably trained. Thank you. Your Magneton is quite impressive as well. Lin Dong felt a flush of embarrassment. He recognized that he could not claim full credit for Pikachu's prowess, as he had merely recalled the strengths of every Pikachu from the original series, which the system had then synthesized. In contrast, Amy's Magneton was a testament to her own diligent training. Thus, Lin Dong's compliment was sincere. If he were to train a Pikachu from scratch, even with the knowledge from the original series, it would require considerable time to reach a level capable of contending with Amy's Magneton. Now for my second Pokemon, go Bronzer. A large bronze bell appeared on the battlefield, adorned with intricate patterns and featuring red, ring-like eyes, with a mouth situated between them. A horizontal beam extended from its head, with a hole beneath and 2 hanging arms on either side. Faced with this unfamiliar Pokemon, Xiao Wang and Xiao Yao simultaneously consulted their Pokédexes. Bronzer, the bronze Pokemon. Having slumbered for over 2 millennia, Bronzer became a sensational discovery when excavated from a construction site. Pikachu returned. In the face of the imposing bell, Lin Dong promptly decided to withdraw Pikachu. Having already endured damage in the battle against Magneton, facing a Psychic-type Pokemon, which was akin to a bug in the real world, would result in a hollow victory, even if he managed to win. After the previous battle, Lin Dong had a clear understanding of Pikachu's capabilities and deemed it unnecessary to subject it to further harm. Pika? Pika Pika. Pikachu hesitated momentarily before swiftly returning. Amy, since you've brought out Bronzer, I shall respond with Chapter 63, A Direct Confrontation, Gengar vs. Bronzor. Gengar, it shall be you. Gengar appeared with its signature grin. Gengar, you say? Amy was once again taken aback. How should Lindong's choice of Pokemon be described? It was rather gentlemanly. In the first round, against her Magneton, Lindong had intentionally opted for a Pokemon without a type advantage, deploying Pikachu to engage in an electric battle of strength. In the second round, facing the Steel and Psychic-type Bronzor, he chose Gengar. Although Gengar's Ghost type had an edge over Bronzor's Psychic type, its Poison type was at a disadvantage against Steel. Furthermore, Gengar was known for its offensive strength but weak defense, while Bronzor boasted formidable defensive capabilities. Thus, it was uncertain who held the upper hand in this encounter. It promised to be an evenly matched spectacle, one destined to be quite captivating. Amy's curiosity about Lindong deepened, and unbeknownst to her, her fondness for the young man across from her began to blossom. Lindong's choice of Gengar was also deliberate. In past battles, he had rarely allowed Gengar to engage in a direct confrontation with an equally matched opponent. The formidable Kalava had not been his primary combatant. This was because, despite Gengar's extensive training over 2,500 years, its inherent fragility remained an unaltered truth. The attack power of this Gengar is comparable to that of its Mega Evolution. When factoring in its unique self-created move, it surpasses the vast majority of second-tier deities in terms of offensive capability. However, it is exceedingly fragile. Moreover, the spiraling Shadow Ball cannot be launched like a regular Shadow Ball until it enters its Sage mode. Given its inherent vulnerability, executing a powerful move necessitates being dangerously close to the opponent. This predicament remains unresolved even after Gengar's Mega Evolution. According to the descriptions in that book, the attack power of Mega Gengar is further enhanced, achieving a third-tier potency for its special move without any power enhancements. Yet, it remains just as fragile. Hence, Lindong's understanding is that Gengar is best suited for ambush tactics, especially in the wild, where one should not adhere strictly to the rules of combat. Just like when battling Suicune, it can yield remarkable results. However, Lindong also feels that his understanding might not be entirely accurate. After all, Gengar possesses a certain level of cognitive ability acquired during its language learning phase, enabling it to engage in autonomous combat. Today, in his battle against Ami, there is no concern regarding injuries. Everyone will hold back. Even if Gengar is accidentally hit, it won't sustain severe damage. Lindong has resolved not to direct this battle. Allowing Gengar to create its own strategies may prove more advantageous. Through this practical test, he might even gain insights to devise a more suitable combat style for Gengar. Lindong, I'm going in. Bronzong, use Psychic. Ami seizes the initiative, and Bronzong radiates a blue glow. Gengar, for this battle, I will not direct you. The choice of moves is entirely up to you. What? The five onlookers, Ami, Duwan, Xiao Guang, Xiao Yao, and Xiao Sheng, exclaimed in unison. It is well known that when a Pokemon loses the guidance of its trainer, its combat prowess significantly diminishes, even if it possesses full strength. Manifesting half of that capability would be remarkable. However, Gengar appears unfazed. A glimmer of red flashes in its eyes as it unleashes two beams of black light from its fingertips, completely nullifying the psychic attack. Ami is taken aback. Psychic types are deemed particularly troublesome due to the often invisible and intangible nature of their mental attacks, making them nearly impossible to evade. Yet this Gengar, Bronzong, once more, use Psychic. Ami assumes that Gengar was merely fortunate and attempts again. Yet Gengar remains unmoved, effortlessly dispersing the psychic attack with a mere flick of its hand. Lindong stands casually, observing Gengar's display with a nonchalant demeanor, exuding an air of mastery. Ami feels momentarily disoriented, as if the novice trainer Lindong before her has transformed into a formidable champion. Bronzong, use Flash Cannon. Realizing that psychic-type moves are ineffective, Ami swiftly alters her strategy, commanding Bronzong to employ a Steel-type move. Bronzong spins around, aligning its mouth towards Gengar, gathering metallic brilliance at its bell, and releases it with a thunderous roar. The Flash Cannon hurtles toward Gengar, yet it emits its signature laughter. Gong! In an instant, Gengar vanishes from its position. Ami is astounded. Gengar's speed is astonishing. When Gengar reappears, its deep purple form hovers in midair, exuding an aura of dominance with an almost regal grin. It extends its hand, summoning 10 Shadow Balls that materialize before it. Gong! With a swift motion, Gengar sends forth the 10 Shadow Balls, bombarding Bronzong all at once. Bronzong. 2 Shadow Balls strike Bronzong, eliciting a pained sound. Simultaneously, Gengar shoots 2 beams of black light from its eyes. Night Curse. Bronzong is struck again, and it simply shuts its eyes, collapsing to the ground. Gengar has ceased its assault, and Du-Wan, momentarily stunned, finally remembers to raise the flag. Bronzong has lost its ability to battle. Gengar is victorious. Ami stands frozen in place, unable to move. Ami. Du-Wan softly nudges her friend, who snaps back to reality. Oh, I'm sorry, Bronzong. Please rest well. Ami murmurs as she recalls Bronzong into its Pokeball. She then turns to Lindong, her expression softening into a relieved smile. Lindong, there's no need to continue. I concede. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Oh well. Lindong's face flushes. The truth is, Gengar's strength has little to do with his nurturing. After this battle, Lindong has recognized some of his own shortcomings. He had been overly preoccupied with Gengar's fragility, overlooking its speed and elusive maneuvers. Additionally, Gengar excels at bombarding opponents. Naturally, the tradition of ambush should still be preserved. Whether to engage in open bombardment or stealthy attacks can be dictated by the opponent's strength. If facing a formidable foe like Suicune, a direct confrontation would spell disaster. However, against ordinary Pokémon, Gengar's open bombardment suffices, negating the need for risky close-range attacks. Your Bronzong has also been trained exceptionally well. We merely benefited from type advantages. Lindong replies, eager to shift the awkward topic. Lindong, I'm genuinely curious about the methods you use to train your Pokémon, enabling them to become so remarkable. Ami praises sincerely. Observing Xiao Guang, Xiao Yao, and Xiao Sheng approaching, Ami hesitates for a long moment before finally mustering the courage to ask, Lindong, everyone, may I join you on your journey? Chapter 64, The Devon Manufacturing Corporation. The inner thoughts of the three women are exceedingly rich, enough to script a palace intrigue drama. I have no objections. Xiao Yao dismissively waves her hand, swiftly breaking the silence. Absolutely, absolutely. Xiao Guang replies without hesitation, perhaps caught up in the moment. Of course, welcome. Ami, from now on, we are companions. Lindong agrees with a smile, waiting for both Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao to respond before he does. Thank you. Then I look forward to your guidance. Ami smiles gently, offering a slight bow. Please take care of me. The three women exchange glances, their thoughts shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, a woman with raspberry purple hair and a man with peacock blue hair, accompanied by a Meowth, stand in a secluded phone booth in Kansas City, dialing a number across the ocean. On the video screen, a woman with long pink hair and a man with short blue hair appear, also accompanied by a Meowth. Hello, Musashi-senpai, Kojiro-senpai. Nancy and Shiraki greet eagerly. Is it Nancy and Shiraki? Did you reach out to us through headquarters for something? Musashi inquires, adopting an authoritative tone. It's like this. WEEDLE encountered a bit of trouble recently and would like to seek your advice. Seniors, Nancy explains. Oh, go ahead, but as you know, we're quite busy here in the Kalos region, Musashi replies. Of course, we wouldn't dare trouble you too much. We just wanted to ask if you have any moves to counter Pikachu. Nancy states. Counter Pikachu. Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth perk up instantly. When it comes to dealing with Pikachu, few possess more experience than they do. Although it's often rooted in failure, failure is the mother of success. To counter Pikachu, WEEDLE compiled. Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth take turns sharing their insights, speaking animatedly and without restraint. Nancy, Shiro, and Meow were momentarily taken aback by the revelations. In essence, the crux of the matter is to possess an unwavering belief, to steadfastly delve into the intricacies of electrical attributes, to arm oneself with theoretical knowledge, and to translate that into tangible actions. Do you comprehend? Nancy and Shiro exchanged glances, nodding slightly, albeit with an air of uncertainty. As long as you grasp the concept, that's sufficient. Given your promising attitudes, allow me to impart a bit of wisdom. Shiro, holding a rose with a flare, spoke eloquently. Please proceed, esteemed senior. Myself, along with Musashi and Meow, have managed to persevere thus far, largely due to our multifaceted talents and comprehensive development. Therefore, beyond excelling in our primary duties, it is imperative to continuously acquire various skills, be it washing dishes, cooking, cleaning, or engaging in small trades. But, senior, what purpose do these serve? Shiro queried, somewhat puzzled. Meow, how could you not grasp this? Meow retorted disdainfully. WEEDLE discussed at length how every component of a robot, from the motherboard to the insulating materials, incurs expenses. Meow, moreover, with headquarters failing to allocate us funds, we must ultimately gather resources ourselves. In this world, possessing diverse skills is advantageous. Shiro reflected deeply on this. If you find part-time work too cumbersome, we do possess a shortcut, Musashi interjected. After all, we are the notorious Team Rocket. Simply observe the affluent enterprises in the city and procure something valuable to sell. Now, we must commence today's operation. Best of luck to you, Musashi concluded. Severing the call, Nancy and Shiro exchanged prolonged glances, and suddenly, Shiro smacked his forehead. I understand. The secret weapon that seniors Musashi and Shiro employ against Pikachu is crafting a robot resistant to electricity. Hence, creating the robot necessitates funding. Indeed. Our foremost objective now is to generate revenue, grandmother. Precisely, our financial situation is rather bleak, Shiro remarked, glancing at his deflated wallet, his head drooping. However, Nancy was brimming with determination, than which enterprise in Canas City reigned supreme. Let me check, grandmother, Meow responded. After perusing the information on Canas City, Meow declared. It must be this one, Devon Corporation. Lin Dong and Xiao Sheng returned to the Pokemon Center, while Xiao Guang, Xiao Yao, and Ami remained at the Canas Gym, having arranged to shop together in the afternoon. As for Lin Dong and Xiao Sheng, the four girls unanimously decided against their company, claiming that the items they purchased would be inconvenient for the boys to see. Lin Dong thought little of it, and headed straight to care for the baby Pokemon. Upon Lin Dong's return, Larvitar ceased its wailing. Xiao Sheng sat idly on the bed, sipping a drink while fiddling with the Pokemon Navigator. Unfortunately, he accidentally spilled the drink all over the Navigator. The device short-circuited and shut down, refusing to turn back on, no matter the effort. Oh no! Xiao Sheng, acting furtively, glanced around to ensure no one was watching before concealing the damaged Navigator in his pocket. He then found Lin Dong, who was feeding Larvitar. Lin Dong. Today is free activity time, right? Xiao Sheng inquired. Yes, why do you ask? Lin Dong sensed something was amiss with Xiao Sheng. Suddenly, a memory struck him. In his previous life, after Ash finished the gym battle, Xiao Sheng had broken Xiao Yao's Pokemon Navigator. Could it be that this world's Xiao Sheng was similarly unfortunate? Indeed. Under Lin Dong's scrutiny, Xiao Sheng awkwardly remarked, Oh, it's nothing at all. I'm just going out to have some fun. With that, he dashed away. Lin Dong was nearly certain that Xiao Sheng remained as unfortunate as ever, likely with the Navigator now drenched in soda. Yet, Lin Dong had no desire to confront Xiao Sheng about it, as his departure would lead to an opportunity. If all went according to plan, he would encounter Mr. Zabichi, the president of Devon Corporation, on the street. This Mr. Zabichi was quite impressive. Not only the head of a major enterprise, but also the father of the Hoenn region champion, Wallace. In the original narrative, Xiao Sheng was rather favored by Mr. Zabichi. Meeting such a prominent figure would undoubtedly benefit him. Alone, Xiao Sheng wandered through the bustling streets of Canas City, uncertain of his next destination. I've often criticized my sister for being unreliable, urging her to be more cautious, yet here I am, carelessly damaging the Navigator. I'm doomed. She will surely laugh at me for ages and lecture me endlessly. Xiao Sheng lamented. No, I cannot allow this. I must find a way to repair the Pokemon Navigator. Resolute, Xiao Sheng made his decision. Just then, he heard an advertisement blaring from a nearby large screen. From clothing to food, from food to medicine, Devon Corporation manufactures everything that can assist you. Devon Corporation is here to support you. At the same time, cheers erupted from a nearby stall. Chapter 65, High-End Business Warfare. Xiao Sheng meets Zabichi. A man donned in a light purple suit, with a white round hat and gray hair, was animatedly presenting something. Xiao Sheng, intrigued, approached a boy of similar age beside him and inquired, Who is that person? Oh, him. He often sets up shop here, showcasing an array of peculiar inventions. The boy gestured toward a robot on the table. Look at that. Following the boy's direction, Xiao Sheng indeed spotted a robot resembling a stout, bald man with a round face. At that moment, the man enthusiastically introduced. This is a service robot that can automatically open juice cans. Really? Xiao Sheng exclaimed in astonishment. The man placed a can into the robot's hand, and the robot, gripping the can with one hand while pulling the tab with the other, exerted effort and shouted, Hey, appearing quite strenuous. Keep it up, keep it up. The man cheered for his invention. Consequently, the tab was pulled, the can was crushed, and soda burst forth, splattering the man's face. He shut his eyes. At that moment, the robot added, All right, please enjoy. The man's expression turned exceedingly awkward. Another failed creation, indeed. Yet again, a failure, the onlooking children chimed in. Soon dispersing, only Xiao Sheng remained, rooted to the spot. Suddenly, he recalled that this was hardly the time for distractions. However, he was at a loss for where to go. Sigh, this is no time to squander. He pulled out the broken Pokemon Navigator and sighed. The man noticed Xiao Sheng and approached, asking, Little brother, what troubles you? Why the sigh? My name is Xiao Sheng. You see, my sister's Pokemon Navigator is broken. Xiao Sheng replied. I see. The man smiled. Such a problem can be addressed at Devon Corporation. They manufacture everything and can surely help you repair your Pokemon Navigator. Devon Corporation? Xiaosheng queried, perplexed. Indeed, not only can they fix your Pokemon Navigator, but they also produce Pokemon. The man chuckled. Produce Pokemon? Xiaosheng was utterly astonished. How could that be possible? The man seemed poised to explain further, but caught sight of a luxurious black car approaching on the road. Inventors are honest and do not lie, Xiaosheng. Remember to visit Devon Corporation. The tallest building on this street is it. With that, the man turned and dashed away. A tall man clad in a suit emerged from a black sedan parked at the roadside. He hastily pursued, only to find the man had vanished from sight. He always escapes so swiftly, the man grumbled, pulling out a walkie-talkie. This is Kuroda. He is heading in your direction. The elusive figure was none other than Zivakich. Zivakich sprinted through 2 intersections, rounding a corner with a triumphant glance over his shoulder, relieved to see no sign of Kuroda. Still as cunning as ever. However, his moment of pride was short-lived, as another man in a suit had already circled around to confront him. Before long, Kuroda arrived to escort Zivakich back to the company building. Xiaosheng had arrived even earlier than Zivakich, but was informed by the beautiful receptionist that this was the headquarters of Devon Manufacturing, which did not offer repair services. Yet, Xiaosheng remained undeterred, for he found no other place capable of mending his Pokemon Navigator. Moreover, the man did not appear to be lying. He leaned against one of the pillars in the lobby, awaiting the man's return. At that moment, a Miss Junsha approached the front desk, engaging in conversation with the receptionist. Shortly thereafter, the automatic doors swung open, revealing Zivakich and Kuroda. Unwilling to concede, Zivakich sought another opportunity to slip away, but Miss Junsha, already waiting in the lobby, approached him directly. Miss Junsha, may I inquire about your business here? Kuroda asked. Miss Junsha offered a polite bow and replied, I apologize for taking up your time. The Public Security Bureau has received intelligence indicating that someone intends to target your company, so I came to inform you. Who is it? Kuroda's expression turned serious. The details are still under investigation. I will join in the security preparations, and I urge your company to reassess its security systems. Replied Miss Junsha. Kuroda, you shall oversee this matter, Zivakich instructed. Miss Junsha, please coordinate with Kuroda. Understood. I shall promptly issue orders to all departments to enhance our defenses. Kuroda and Miss Junsha discussed the particulars while Zivakich seized the opportunity to slip away. The notion that someone sought to undermine his company did not surprise Zivakich in the least. After all, it was an everyday occurrence. With a vast empire encompassing numerous industries, Devon Manufacturing had its fair share of competitors, and the cutthroat nature of business was an unceasing reality. Missing one day of vigilance would hardly matter. However, Miss Junsha's visit indicated that the situation was somewhat grave. Yet, he remained aware that no amount of vigilance could prevent every eventuality. The most critical asset within the Devon headquarters was the research department's data. As long as that remained secure, damage to other areas would be of limited consequence. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Xiaosheng, who had been lurking behind a pillar, and made his way over. Hey, Xiaosheng, you arrived so quickly. Xiaosheng began to speak, but was silenced by Zivakich's hand over his mouth. Zivakich gestured for silence, saying, I am quite familiar with this company. Follow me. Xiaosheng complied and entered the elevator with Zivakich. In the corridor of the building, Xiaosheng curiously inquired, Where are we headed? Show me your Pokemon Navigator, Zivakich requested. Given the circumstances, Xiaosheng had no choice but to trust Zivakich and handed it over. Zivakich examined it closely and quickly identified the issue. It has encountered water damage. Hasn't he it? How did you know? Xiaosheng asked, astonished, while his confidence in Zivakich grew. Zivakich led Xiaosheng to an office. Upon Zivakich's arrival, the researchers in white lab coats immediately stood to attention. Zivakich quickly cautioned them. Kuroda is pursuing me. You must keep this a secret. Understood. We'll face the consequences together later, replied the nearest researcher with resignation. Zivakich approached him and handed over Xiaosheng's Pokemon Navigator. I apologize for the inconvenience, but could you please repair this? It has likely short-circuited due to water exposure. Yes, President. We will have it ready before evening. President? Xiaosheng exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. It was no wonder he was skeptical. Zivakich's antics were rather mischievous. Indeed, he is the esteemed leader of Devon Manufacturing, clarified a female researcher nearby, dispelling Xiaosheng's doubts. However, he often sneaks away, making it difficult for Mr. Kuroda to find him, resulting in frequent reprimands. Wait, the president gets reprimanded? Xiaosheng found it hard to comprehend. After all, the president was the highest authority in a company, while the secretary was meant to serve him. This seemed quite backward. The researchers, however, appeared unfazed, accustomed to Zivicich's antics and Kuroda's diligence. Zivicich, with a penchant for mischief, often dashed off to the research department to tinker with odd inventions, later showcasing them to children. Thus, Kuroda had learned to either track him down in the research department or scour the vicinity of the headquarters for his pop-up stalls. Little did they know, Kuroda possessed another layer to his identity. Not only was he a highly competent secretary, but he was also a formidable elite trainer. Lacking a strong background, he had faced challenges within the league. However, after a serendipitous encounter with Daigo, who was quarrying stones, Daigo recognized Kuroda's talent and responsibility, deeming him an exceptional trainer. Nonetheless, disheartened, Kuroda had little interest in climbing the ranks within the league. Thus, Daigo introduced him to Zivicich. Zivicich initially trusted Daigo's recommendation, and over time, he grew increasingly at ease. He entrusted Kuroda with much of his workload, allowing him more time to pursue his inventions. Zivicich scratched his head. Forget about that. Come, let me show you our inventions. Zivicich ushered Xiaoxing into a spacious laboratory, arriving at the first machine. This device can project the dreams of Pokémon. Really? That is amazing. I want to see. Xiaoxing exclaimed excitedly. However, it is still incomplete, Zivicich added. They moved to the second machine, where Zivicich continued. This one enables communication between humans and Pokémon. Really? That is incredible. What Pokémon can we talk to? Xiaoxing's enthusiasm surged once more. Apologies, this machine is also unfinished. Zivicich replied. Xiaoxing tilted his head and sighed. So it's not done either. At the third machine, Zivicich declared, this one can transform people into Pokémon. Is it complete? Xiaoxing had little hope left. Of course not, Zivicich responded nonchalantly. Xiaoxing's frustration boiled over. So none of these machines are finished. Haha, Xiaoxing. Take a look at this. Zivicich chuckled, leading him to his central machine. What is this machine? Xiaoxing inquired. This is the Pokémon production machine that our company is vigorously developing. Zivicich proclaimed proudly. Pokémon will emerge from this device. Really? Xiaoxing appeared somewhat incredulous. For the absurdity of this machine rivaled that of the previous ones. Do you see these sealed canisters within the machine? Zivicich gestured towards the test tube-like containers inside. Xiaoxing nodded in response. Zivicich continued. These sealed canisters contain a specialized culture solution. By placing Pokémon fossils within, we can analyze the data through the computer, subsequently determining the genetic arrangement. Ultimately, by cultivating this material, we can resurrect the Pokémon from the fossils. This is my latest invention. To be precise, it has been fully developed and is ready to enter the testing phase at any moment. I plan to commence testing soon. And the mere thought of it fills me with exhilaration. Zivicich brimmed with confidence and pride. So this is what you meant by producing Pokémon. Xiaoxing's earlier disappointment vanished, replaced by an exuberant smile. Indeed, as long as we have fossils, this machine can bring extinct Pokémon back to life. Zivicich chuckled. For while others might struggle to acquire fossils, he was not lacking in that regard. His son, Dahu, spent each day excavating stones, amassing not only evolution stones, but also numerous fossils. How splendid! Xiaoxing exclaimed. This means we might witness Pokémon that are currently unseen, right? How remarkable. Haha, indeed. I can see how much you adore Pokémon, Zivicich replied with a smile. Yes. I wish to possess my very own Pokémon soon and aspire to become a gym leader in the future. Xiaoxing declared with enthusiasm. Could my sister and friends come here to see this as well? He inquired eagerly. Of course, I would be delighted to welcome them, Zivicich responded with palpable joy. However, a tinge of grievance suddenly washed over him. He had a fondness for children, yet what of Dahu? At over 20, he still had not sought a girlfriend. Zivicich had arranged introductions with several potential partners, all of which Dahu had declined, citing his busy schedule. As a father who knows his son best, Zivicich was aware of Dahu's daily activities. It was rare to catch a glimpse of him at the alliance meetings, as he would only appear 2 or 3 times a year, spending the rest of his days digging for stones. Zivicich could not fathom the fascination with stones. Nevertheless, with such a singular hobby, Zivicich, bereft of grandchildren, could only showcase his inventions and interact with young ones like Xiaoxing. My sister is named Xiaoyao. She should still be at the Kanaz gym. I also have a friend named Lindong, currently at the Pokemon Center, Xiaoxing said. President. Just as Zivicich and Xiaoxing were engrossed in their conversation, Kuroda, dressed impeccably in a suit, appeared before them. There you are. Please return to the president's office. You have many arrangements pending. Oh, haha, discovered once more. Those can wait. Zivicich waved dismissively. By the way, allow me to introduce you. This is Xiaoxing. Hello. Xiaoxing greeted. Greetings, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Kuroda, the president's secretary, Kuroda replied. Xiaoxing recognized Kuroda as the man who had exited the luxury car on the street earlier. So you are the secretary. I initially thought you were a villain plotting against the uncle, he remarked. Zavuki laughed heartily. Haha. Kuroda, I have a favor to ask. Could you please fetch Xiaoxing's sister and friend from the Kanaz gym and the Pokemon Center? Certainly, I shall go at once. Chapter 67. A Stealthy Maneuver. The Stolen Culture Solution. After Kuroda departed, Zavuki resumed showing Xiaoxing around the laboratory. At that moment, a researcher with brownish-yellow hair and clad in a white lab coat caught Zavuki's attention. Xiaoxing, would you accompany me for a moment? Sure. Xiaoxing agreed, unaware of the unfolding situation, but Zavuki's demeanor had turned serious. As the president of Devon Manufacturing, Zavuki claimed to remember the faces of every employee, though that was surely an exaggeration given the thousands in the main office. However, he was well acquainted with all the staff in the RD department, having spent more time there than in his own office. The RD floor, being one of the most crucial departments in the company, was off-limits to regular employees. Yet, Zavuki was certain he had never encountered this brown-haired man before. Xiaoxing, do not speak. The man ahead seems suspicious, Zavuki whispered, urging Xiaoxing to stealthily follow the individual. He brought Xiaoxing along to serve as a diversion. I know the appearance of every employee in RD, yet this man is a stranger. Could he be the rumored corporate spy? Rather than feeling fear, Xiaoxing was filled with excitement as he whispered back, I wonder. In any case, let us follow him. Meanwhile, Lindong and 4 others arrived at the Devon Company building in a business vehicle. Upon learning that the president had invited them for a tour, the group promptly abandoned their shopping plans. Shopping could be done anytime, but the opportunity to visit the Devon Manufacturing Laboratory was truly rare. Even though one had never had the chance to tour the Devon building. Kuroda explained the situation to the group, and Xiaoyao was astonished, not expecting that the seemingly arrogant Xiaoxing would catch the attention of President Zavuki. Haha, your brother seems quite clever and lively, Kuroda said, leading them upstairs. At that moment, 2 peculiar individuals, donning white lab coats and sunglasses, walked past the employee passageway with a Meowth in tow. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Please continue your diligent efforts. One of them exclaimed. Oh dear, so busy, so busy. They conversed in a manner that seemed to mask their anxiety. Miss Junsha, stationed on the first floor, immediately sensed something amiss and called out to them. Excuse me, could you please wait? What is your purpose here? At this point, unable to ascertain if the 2 were indeed suspicious, she maintained a courteous demeanor. Oh, we have no particular business here. Yes, the weather is lovely today. We merely took Meowth out for a stroll, they replied. The more Miss Junsha observed, the more she felt something was off. Her gaze swept over their chests, and she noticed they were not wearing employee ID badges. May I inquire why you are not wearing your employee ID badges? ID badges? The 2 were taken aback, having gone to great lengths to disguise themselves, yet they had forgotten this crucial detail. What can I say? Zayasiru muttered, half answering and half speaking to himself. Are you referring to the ID badge issue? We simply forgot to bring them with us. Yes. We worked late last night, so we must have left our ID cards on our desks, Naxia quickly added to Zayasiru's explanation. Is that so? Miss Junsha scrutinized them further, pressing on with her inquiries. Then how do you intend to access the employee passage? Without ID cards, you cannot enter. Zayasiru felt his brain overheating. At that moment, Kuroda, now in the laboratory, was surrounded by frantic researchers. Secretary Kuroda, it's terrible. 2 sealed bottles containing the culture solution have been stolen. What? Kuroda rushed to inspect the cabinet. Quick, check the surveillance. Lindong and the others followed Kuroda to the monitoring room, where they witnessed a man in a white lab coat and sunglasses pilfering the 2 sealed bottles. Kuroda immediately took out his walkie-talkie and switched to the building-wide intercom. To all employees of the company, I am Kuroda. An urgent situation has arisen. An unidentified individual has infiltrated the premises and absconded with a sealed vial containing our research. The perpetrator was donned in a white outfit akin to that of our researchers, sporting sunglasses and possessing brownish-yellow hair. Though it remains uncertain whether others were complicit in this act, I urge everyone to apprehend any stranger exhibiting such attire immediately. Upon hearing this, Nancia and Shiro quickly shed their lab coats and discarded their sunglasses. Miss Junsha swiftly reacted, her voice laced with authority. Who are you? This inquiry seemed to trigger a response from the 2 individuals, as if a switch had been flipped. Since you have asked with such sincerity, we shall graciously provide an answer. In order to prevent the destruction of the planet and safeguard its peace, we embody the love and ultimate evil of charming yet pure villainy. Nancia, Shiro, we are the rocket team traversing the galaxy. A rainbow, a colorful tomorrow awaits us. Meow, that's how it is, Granny. Although Nancia and Shiro could not contain their theatrical introduction, clarity soon returned, prompting them to dash towards the exit. The rocket team. Miss Junxiao exclaimed in astonishment. Was this not the notorious evil organization that plagued the Kanto and Johto regions? Do not run. She brandished a silver bracelet and pursued them. Meanwhile, the brownish-yellow-haired man, having overheard the broadcast throughout the building, felt a pang of alarm. He had long sensed that Zufki and Shokin were tailing him. However, in a bid to avoid alarming them, he feigned ignorance and gradually made his way to the rooftop. Yet, Kuroda's announcement left him no room for pretense. The man bolted. Stop. Zufki immediately gave chase, only to be surprised when Shokin followed suit. Aren't you afraid? Zokin inquired. I find it exhilarating. Trainers must grow through adventure. Shokin replied while running. Well said. Let us pursue together. Zufki declared, simultaneously retrieving his phone to contact Kuroda. Kuroda, it's me. That fellow is currently in the fire escape. Heading to the rooftop. Understood. Kuroda acknowledged Zufki's intel and took a shortcut, riding the fire elevator straight to the rooftop. Lin Dong and his companions swiftly followed him to the rooftop. Duwan, being the head of the Kanaz gym and tasked with ensuring the city's safety, could not turn a blind eye to the unfolding events. However, as they vacated the laboratory floor, a man wearing a mask revealed a sinister glint of hatred in his eyes. He produced a precious Pokeball from his possession. Arise, Motham, and unleash sleep powder. Chapter 68. The Resurrection of Fossils. The stolen data. One by one, the researchers collapsed to the ground. The malevolent man displayed a triumphant smile as he retrieved a small USB drive from his pocket and plugged it into a computer in the laboratory, subsequently pulling out a compact mobile phone. Hello, we can commence. The technological advancements of this world differ markedly from those of Lin Dong's previous life. In the realm of Pokemon, technology is exceptionally advanced, having developed remote teleportation systems and even civilian-grade spatial technology in the form of ultra-energetic backpacks. Yet, in other sectors, it resembles the early 2000s. Mobile phones exist, albeit in a rudimentary form, primarily functioning as basic button-operated devices with scant features beyond texting and calling, often restricted to local areas. Signal reception is practically non-existent in forests, and the exorbitant prices deter all but the city dwellers from purchasing them. Fixed telephones are far more common. Other technological means are similarly outdated. At this moment, as the man inserted the USB, several bespectacled technicians in a remote residential building in Kanaz hastily accessed the data from the Devon Manufacturing Corporation's RD network. A hacker, nervous yet swift, typed on the keyboard, leading this team. Initially reluctant to take on such a perilous task, he was eventually swayed by the lucrative offer. Devon Manufacturing is a celebrated enterprise in Kanaz and the entire Hoenn region, and Zufki, its president, is highly respected. However, the offer presented was too enticing to refuse, promising them a life of leisure should they succeed. Having gained remote control over the Devon Manufacturing RD department's mainframe, the hacker's heart swelled with glee. For confidentiality, Zufki had meticulously separated critical research data from ordinary data, encrypting it layer by layer. This arrangement, however, greatly facilitated the hacker's task. Under normal circumstances, breaching the system would be impossible, but with the USB inserted, the dynamics changed entirely. 10 minutes later, the hacker leader bore a satisfied grin, tenderly caressing an external hard drive while responding to the man. It's done. Receiving the hacker's confirmation, the sinister man swiftly removed the USB but did not leave immediately. The water fleet's incompetence had drawn Zufki's full attention, and at the young master's behest, he planned to create chaos within Devon Manufacturing to assist the water fleet. Thus, he retrieved a sealed vial containing a culture solution with a fossil submerged within and placed it into the Pokémon production machine. Under the guidance of a mysterious man on the phone, he produced a vial of peculiar liquid from his pocket and poured it into the machine, activating it. As the machine whirred to life, emitting a cacophony of sounds, the man hastily vacated the scene. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Zufki and Kuroda finally cornered the brownish-yellow-haired man. Surrender the stolen items and submit. Kuroda commanded sternly. Impossible. The man retorted with a smirk. You won't catch me easily. Arise, Kingler. He hurled 2 Pokeballs, summoning 2 star-adorned lobsters before the onlookers. Kingler unleashed Bubble Beam. The 2 Kinglers extended their pincers and unleashed a barrage of bubbles toward the group. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pachima, Bubble Beam. Lin Dong and Shokin commanded simultaneously, their Pokémon poised for battle. The 4 beams of energy collided in an instant. Yet, the man had no intention of continuing the fight. Even as he commanded the Kinglers, he dashed toward an inconspicuous box at the edge of the rooftop. Don't let him escape. Duwan and Ami recognized his intention and immediately pursued him. Kingler used Bubble Beam to obstruct them. The man, not looking back, issued commands to his Kinglers while swiftly retrieving a rocket wing from the box. In the next moment, he leaped from the rooftop. The wings unfurled, igniting the fuel within, propelling him skyward with a plume of gas. Boom. Simultaneously, a resounding explosion echoed from within the Devon Corporation building. Zufki's phone erupted with notifications. "This is bad, President." An assistant's frantic voice broke through. "An explosion has occurred in the RD laboratory." Zivich was taken aback, exclaiming, "How could this happen?" "President, I'm on my way." His assistant rushed to the laboratory. Upon bursting through the door, he was met with a scene that left him breathless. A monstrous creature, towering over a human, clad in blue armor, was wreaking havoc. Numerous machines lay in ruins, shattered by its rampage. "President, there's a monster," the assistant shouted in terror. Scattered across the floor were several researchers, sprawled in disarray. Fortunately, there were no bloodstains, and the assistant could even hear the sound of heavy snoring. However, if the monster continued its destruction, the researchers would surely meet a grim fate. "President, please think of a way to provide support. Several researchers are down, and their lives are at stake." "I'm on my way," Zivich promptly replied. "Ami, Secretary Kuroda, please pursue the fleeing individual. I'll handle things here." Duwan swiftly laid out her plan. "Lindong, could you accompany President Zivich to the laboratory?" "Understood." As a gym leader from Kansas City, Duwan's command was met with unanimous agreement. She had her own considerations. The man had stolen confidential items from the Duwan Corporation, and it was only fitting that someone from the company followed. Although she specialized in rock-type Pokémon, she felt confident that dealing with two untrained crustaceans wouldn't pose a problem. Knowing that Lindong could defeat Ami, Duwan was assured of his superior strength. Regardless of the monster lurking downstairs, even if they couldn't win, they could at least hold out until she arrived for a 2-on-1 confrontation. "Come forth, Armored Bird. I entrust you, Tropical Dragon." Ami and Kuroda mounted their flying-type Pokémon and set off in pursuit of the escaping man. Lindong, Xiao Guang, Xiao Yao, and Xiao Sheng hurriedly followed President Zivich towards the laboratory. Duwan, facing the two massive crustaceans, threw out her Pokeball. "Arise, Mega Blastoise." Chapter 69, A New Member. Professor Ohm is thrilled. As Lindong followed Zivich back to the laboratory, he immediately spotted a member anxiously fixated on a creature completely ensconced in blue armor, which was violently smashing unknown machinery. "What is the situation?" Zivich's immediate concern was for the researchers lying on the ground. "President," the assistant exclaimed, as if seeing a savior. "They are unharmed, but the creature, it's a prehistoric armor." Lindong instantly recognized the creature's identity. "That's the prehistoric armor?" Xiao Sheng exclaimed with excitement. "That is a Pokémon thought to be extinct." Upon realizing the researchers were safe, Zivich sighed in relief, but upon hearing Xiao Sheng's words, he quickly glanced towards the Pokémon production machine. "My machine has been activated." Zivich gasped. "How is this possible? That's not something an amateur could operate." "President, perhaps this isn't the time for such considerations," the assistant cautiously reminded him. Although the individuals accompanying Zivich referred to it as a Pokémon, this particular creature was unlike any he had ever seen, resembling a dinosaur and exuding an intimidating presence. Xiao Guang promptly took out his Pokédex and scanned the creature. Prehistoric armor, an armored Pokémon. It possesses a hard shell capable of withstanding any attack, and its powerful claws can demolish even the sturdiest of stones. This Pokémon has been extinct for eons. Extinct? Xiao Guang gasped in astonishment. "Then what is this one?" "It's my Pokémon production machine. Someone has utilized it to resurrect a Pokémon from fossils," Zivich briefly explained. "Come forth, Jengar." As he observed the towering prehistoric armor, easily measuring 2 meters in height and significantly larger than normal, Lindong summoned Jengar. "Jengar, use Shadow Clone to encircle it, then unleash the ghostly whip." Jengar immediately conjured numerous duplicates, surrounding the prehistoric armor. The creature attempted to unleash a water gun, but was brutally interrupted by a whip of ghostly energy. The arriving staff members seized the opportunity to rescue the researchers and hurried them to the hospital. "President Zivich, how do you intend to handle this prehistoric armor?" Lindong inquired. Zivich hesitated for a moment. This prehistoric armor has an aggressive temperament and immense strength. Confining it may prove challenging. Yet to slay it, even if it was artificially created, it is still a life form. I believe, as a Pokémon, it can be captured. You are a Pokémon trainer, correct? Please, capture it. Although, in a sense, this prehistoric armor belonged to his company, Zivich resolutely made his decision. Very well. Lindong nodded. He certainly would not refuse such an opportunity that had presented itself. "Jengar, Continue to suppress it. Interrupt all its moves. Pikachu, leap up and unleash Steel Tail. Gengar acknowledged. While the prehistoric armor endured a relentless assault. Fortunately, Pikachu acted swiftly. Pikachu. With a powerful leap, Pikachu's tail glimmered with a silver metallic sheen, delivering a devastating blow to the prehistoric armor. Struck by this formidable steel tail, the prehistoric armor collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Go Pokeball! Lin Dong threw the Pokeball, hitting the prehistoric armor squarely. Just like its ancient counterparts, this Pokémon transformed into a beam of red light and entered the Pokeball. Perhaps the impact from Pikachu's steel tail was too severe. The prehistoric armor merely shook once within the ball before it emitted a decisive click. Lin Dong picked up the Pokeball, celebrating alongside Pikachu. Excellent. I have captured the prehistoric armor. Pika Pika. Zivich approached, stating earnestly, although it may be the loneliest life on this planet, every being has the right to live. Since someone has already demonstrated the possibility of reviving Pokémon from fossils, perhaps one day it may find companions. Please, treat it kindly. Who knows, the prehistoric moth and the prehistoric armor might once again showcase their splendor in this world. With that, Zivich bowed to Lin Dong. Lin Dong quickly bowed in return. Rest assured, President Zivich, I will provide the prehistoric armor with the finest living conditions. After waiting a while longer at the Duin Corporation, Duwan, Ami, and Kuroda returned in succession. The two crustaceans had been subdued and taken away by the security personnel. Kuroda brought back the 2 vials of cultivation liquid that had been stolen. As for the man with brownish-yellow hair, he had been defeated by Ami and was subsequently handed over to Miss Junsha. Miss Junsha even revealed a hint of this man's identity. He was actually a cadre of the water team. Today, they had captured 2 individuals claiming to be from the rocket team and detained a cadre from the water team. Miss Junsha offered a few more words to Kuroda before hastily returning to the Security Bureau for interrogation. Following this series of events, the interior of the Duin Corporation building was fraught with anxiety, suffering significant losses, and the laboratory lay in ruins, making it an unappealing sight for visitors. As time passed, the group lost their enthusiasm for shopping, agreeing to postpone their plans until the next day. Duwan and Ami returned to the Kanaz gym, while Lin Dong, Xiao Guang, Xiao Yao, and Xiao Sheng headed back to the Pokemon Center. Upon returning to the Pokemon Center, Lin Dong's first act was to call Professor Ohm. Hello. This is Lin Dong. How did your gym battle go? I trust you fared well. Professor Ohm inquired. Duwan is also acquainted with him, though an exceptionally skilled trainer. He pales in comparison to Lin Dong, who has triumphed over established masters like Worm Ichiro, defeating the main team of Worm Ichiro head-on. Currently, it is quite a challenge for Duwan to conquer Worm Ichiro. Not a problem. I have already acquired the stone badge. However, Doctor, there is a matter on which I seek your assistance, Lin Dong stated. What is it? Do not hesitate to speak. I shall do my utmost to help you. Professor Oak readily replied. I would like to request your help in caring for a Pokemon. Is that all? Professor Oak exhaled in relief, having anticipated a more serious issue. Caring for a Pokemon is a simple matter. Just transmit it over, he said nonchalantly. Very well, Doctor. Additionally, I would appreciate it if you could help me gain some insight into its lifestyle, particularly its dietary habits, Lin Dong added. Rest assured, that is no trouble at all. Professor Oak assured him, finding it a trivial task. Doctor, it is a prehistoric armor. I will transmit it shortly. Thank you in advance. That will suffice. I have a research project to attend to, so I shall contact you next time, Professor Oak concluded, hanging up the phone. Immediately, a beam of white light flashed from the nearby transmission device. Wait a moment. What Pokemon did he just mention? Professor Oak suddenly jolted awake, his voice rising an octave. Prehistoric Armor. Chapter 70. The Touching Prehistoric Armor. A new journey begins. Professor Oak's voice echoed throughout the laboratory. As his assistant, a young man in a short-sleeved green shirt and deep red shorts, with an orange headband, rushed in, clutching a sketchpad. Oak's 2 longtime associates poked their heads through the window. The Pokeball that had been transmitted automatically opened, and a white light enveloped the area as the prehistoric armor materialized before Professor Oak. This is truly remarkable, Professor Oak exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by the sight of the prehistoric armor. What? The young assistant was taken aback, hastily retrieving a pencil to sketch the scene. This is incredible. Professor, isn't the prehistoric armor a Pokemon believed to be extinct? Indeed. Where on earth did Lin Dong manage to capture it? Professor Oak was utterly astonished by the surprise Lin Dong had bestowed upon him. Unbeknownst to Lin Dong, in the timeline of this world, it was Zivik who had first created the machine capable of resurrecting fossil Pokemon. At this moment, Professor Zhuxing had yet to acquire such a machine. making this prehistoric armor the only one of its kind in existence. Its rarity rivaled that of legendary Pokémon. Hence, Professor Oak's exhilaration. Moreover, while legendary Pokémon, though rare, are indeed real and alive, and Professor Oak had encountered several, the prehistoric armor existed solely based on inferences drawn from fossil data within the Pokédex. No one could guarantee absolute authenticity. For instance, one could prove the existence of more than one Lugia, as sightings of a Lugia baby had been documented. Similarly, the ability of Suicune to purify water had been witnessed. However, when it came to the prehistoric armor, how could one substantiate its claims? After being extinct for so many years, no one had truly seen one. Thus, it was generally accepted to be written as such. Now, it was different. Professor Oak truly had a living prehistoric armor. Were he a less scrupulous scholar, he could easily spin this single topic into countless papers, charging fees. Of course, Professor Oak would never stoop to such levels, but the recognition and prestige from this discovery were certainly his to claim. Greetings, prehistoric armor. Allow me to find you a comfortable abode, Professor Oak said excitedly as he approached to soothe the prehistoric armor, which, however, was less than cooperative. The prehistoric armor glared at Professor Oak with disdain, vividly recalling the scene of being whipped by Jengar and receiving a formidable attack from Pikachu. Its resentment towards Lin Dong, the one commanding Jengar and Pikachu, only intensified. Accursed bipedal creature. One of the prehistoric armor's claws shimmered with a silvery metallic sheen. Just then, two powerful presences enveloped it. Turning towards the source of the imposing aura, the prehistoric armor beheld a stout orange Dragonite and an orange-red Charizard, both glaring fiercely at it. As if to say, what seems to be the matter, young one? Professor Oak's two longtime associates had long since surpassed the prehistoric armor in strength. At this moment, under the pressure exerted by Dragonite and Charizard, the prehistoric armor trembled, its claw's luster fading away. Ah, that's more like it. My yard is quite spacious. I will ensure you have a splendid place to stay, Professor Oak reassured, gently patting the prehistoric armor. Initially reluctant, the prehistoric armor quickly complied after receiving a stern look from Dragonite and Charizard. Dragonite and Charizard, young one, are you touched? Prehistoric armor, I dare not move. I dare not move. Seeing the prehistoric armor's newfound docility, Professor Oak was quite pleased. Xiao Jian, let us alter our recent research topics to focus on the prehistoric armor. Yes, Professor, Xiao Jian responded, equally excited. From this day forth, I shall observe you closely, prehistoric armor. Meanwhile, Lin Dong, having sent off the prehistoric armor, felt a sense of lightness, while someone else was drenched in sweat. In a remote residential building in Canas City, a sinister man had acquired a hard drive containing all the research data from the Devon Company. Everything is here, boss. When can we expect the remaining payment? The hacker leader inquired, grinning. Is it just the remaining payment? No problem. Summon your people over. You've done well this time. The young master has decreed that. In addition to the remaining payment, each of you will receive a generous red envelope. The sinister man replied, though his smile held a chilling undertone. The hacker leader, oblivious to the ominous tone, quickly called everyone over, exclaiming, Brothers, the boss has good news for everyone. He will be giving out red envelopes as a token of appreciation. Thank you, boss. The hackers chimed in unison. Boss, everyone is here. Your red envelopes, the hacker leader said eagerly. Not a problem, the sinister man smirked. Come forth. Motham and Ariados. In a luxurious office on a high floor of a building in Canas City, Xiao Man lay disheveled by the floor-to-ceiling window. Two essential articles of clothing having fallen to the ground, revealing a generous view. Behind her, Yihao was caught up in his endeavors, though the struggle was brief. The joy of success was exhilarating. Yet, upon reaching the pinnacle, Yihao was left with a sense of emptiness. How lonely it is at the top. A nearby girl, clad in hot pants and a tank top, hurried over to tidy up. Lu Feier looked at Yihao's demeanor with disdain. Were it not for that esteemed individual sending me here, I would never stoop to engage with someone as frivolous as you. However, this disdain flickered briefly, well concealed as she flashed a charming smile, complimenting, Young Master Yi, you're quite remarkable. Ha ha ha, Feier, you should come and experience it yourself someday. Yihao laughed heartily. Yet, a flicker of disgust crossed Lu Feier's eyes before she quickly regained her composure. Young master, let us discuss serious matters. All right, let us get down to business. Yihao gestured for the girl beneath him to leave, then proceeded to dress. Was Wormichiro handled? Indeed, the hard drive is secured, and those fellows have already gone to sleep, Lu Feier reported. Excellent. Yihao beamed, feeling invigorated. Feier, how about? Young master, allow me to call someone for you. Lu Feier feigned shyness, Her cheeks flushed as she scurried out. This woman, Yi Hao thought, a hint of irritation coursing through him. One day, I shall have my way with you. However, it was not long before two cheerleaders entered the room, and Yi Hao, with a lascivious grin, lunged towards them. After spending a full week in Canas City, Lin Dong and his companions were finally ready to embark on their journey once more. During this week, Ralts had matured to a point where it could score goals, and it had developed a profound bond with Lin Dong. When Lin Dong retrieved the Pokeball, Ralts pressed the button on its own accord and eagerly dove inside. Outside the Pokemon Trainer Cultivation Academy, SHINY waved goodbye to everyone, as Duan guided him onto the bus heading to summer camp. Meanwhile, Lin Dong's party welcomed a new, enchanting gym leader into their midst. After a week of dining and shopping together, Xiaowang, Xiaoyao, and Ami had forged a close sisterly bond. Let us set forth. Chapter 71, Battle Island, a new challenge. With azure seas and cerulean skies, the scenery of the island was nothing short of picturesque. Lin Dong and his companions arrived at the idyllic resort known as Battle Island, resembling a paradise on Earth. At the Canas City dock, they opted for a luxurious cruise lasting 2 days and 1 night, eschewing the original story's encounter with the elderly man accompanied by a Wingull. The 4 of them directly booked a lavish suite, converting the 2 double beds into 4 single beds, with Xiaowang naturally sharing a room with Lin Dong. Xiaoyao felt a twinge of envy but hesitated momentarily and chose not to contest. Ami watched as Xiaowang and Lin Dong entered their room, and inexplicably, a slight feeling of disappointment washed over her. Although it was but a fleeting emotion, Ami found herself in a state of inner conflict. What are you thinking? You are several years older than Lin Dong. Yet, what did age matter? Ami's thoughts were tumultuous, but upon seeing Xiaoyao donning a slightly short nightgown, it seemed to solidify a certain resolve within her. I have a similar outfit. As they returned to the living room to chat, they discovered Xiaowang had also changed into a similar attire. The gazes of the 3 women collided instantaneously. This would certainly delight Lin Dong. 3 pairs of radiant legs drew attention, while their delicate feet captivated the heart. For most of the time, Lin Dong found himself bent over, experiencing both pain and pleasure. Surprisingly, Ami, who typically appeared unassuming, possessed considerable allure herself. Fortunately, this journey was not lengthy. Otherwise, it might have led to complications. Ami noticed Lin Dong stealing glances at her, and, rather than feeling anger, a peculiar sense of joy blossomed within her. Xiaowang felt a tinge of jealousy. This fickle heartthrob falls for every girl he meets. Thankfully, they were all friends. Xiaoyao, however, began to feel insecure. Previously, she was the weaker member of the team, and now she felt even more diminished. Xiaowang had already secured her first ribbon badge and shared the closest bond with Lin Dong, while Ami, a gym leader, was stunningly beautiful, pure, sweet, and exuded an exceptional aura. Xiaoyao felt devoid of any advantages. If there was one advantage, it was that she had become close friends with Xiaowang. As they walked towards the hotel, Xiaoyao silently resolved to make a significant decision. A man pursues a woman over mountains, while a woman pursues a man through veils. Ami had already sensed the thoughts of her 2 sisters, yet she herself could not articulate her own feelings. After much deliberation, the 3 women adamantly refused to stay at the Pokemon Center, opting instead for a 5-star resort. Welcome to the Battle Island Sky Hotel. Upon entering the hotel, they were greeted by 2 rows of elegantly dressed receptionists who bowed in greeting. Each one was strikingly beautiful, clad in professional skirts, their alluring legs accentuated by black stockings. However, the combination of Lin Dong and his companions captured even more attention. Several men in the lobby cast envious glances at Lin Dong. The suite, exceeding 100 square meters, was designed with 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, already arranged with 4 double beds, as per Xiaoyao's request. Of course, the price of over 6,000 per night was considerable. Nonetheless, for 3 affluent young ladies, it was merely a trifle. Having recently secured multiple lucrative prizes from the league, Lin Dong could finally indulge in a bit of luxury without feeling the same constraints he had experienced in Sinnoh. Lin Dong, when do you plan to challenge the battle gym? After placing his backpack down, Xiaowang sprawled on the bed, stretching lazily. Lin Dong glanced out at the increasingly overcast sky and replied, "It looks like it might rain. I think I'll go this afternoon." "That is fine. A cloudy beach isn't much fun." Xiaowang nodded in agreement. After lunch, the 3 women accompanied Lin Dong to the battle gym. Passing beneath a gleaming sign, Lin Dong rang the doorbell. The afternoon lacked sunlight, casting a somber atmosphere over Battle Island, as cool breezes swept through, and the waves grew perilous. As Lin Dong had anticipated, it was unlikely that Fujiwara would be at the beach surfing in such weather. However, this did not imply that Fujiwara was devoid of activities. In the previous animation, when Ash challenged the gym, a throng of beautiful women had emerged from within. At that moment, Fujiwara was engaged in training with a group of lovely ladies at the gym while showcasing his physique. Feeling interrupted, Fujiwara was somewhat displeased. He hadn't expected anyone to come in such seemingly imminent downpour. Yet, as a gym leader, he had to remain open for challengers. Hello, I am Lindong, a rookie trainer from the Sinnoh region, here to challenge the battle gym. Is the gym leader available? Lindong stated directly. Oh, I am Fujiwara, the gym leader here. Nice to meet you, Fujiwara greeted the challenger. It was simply part of his duties as a gym leader. However, upon noticing Ami behind Lindong, his excitement surged. Greetings. Beautiful lady. Are you the gym leader Ami from the Tsubaki gym? Yes. Ami was taken aback that Fujiwara recognized her and quickly returned the greeting. I am Ami. Hello, Fujiwara-san. Today SC, with its rhythmic ebb and flow, foretold of a delightful occurrence. And it turns out it is the visit of the esteemed Miss Ami, which truly graces our battle gym, Fujiwara remarked, subtly puffing out his chest to display his physique. It must be noted that as a specialist in fighting-type Pokémon, Fujiwara possessed an impressive physique, a set of well-defined abs being standard. His light blue hair added to his youthful vigor. To describe him would be akin to an idol brimming with masculinity. It was no wonder he was so adored by the beautiful ladies. Oh, Fujiwara-san, you flatter me. I'm quite honored, Ami responded with a smile. Regarding Fujiwara's subtle gestures, Ami felt neither fondness nor dislike, merely indifference. However, as colleagues, they could certainly engage in some friendly exchange. But Fujiwara had other thoughts. On Battle Island, he had nearly become the idol of every young woman. Meeting today must be fate. I wonder if I have the honor of inviting Miss Ami to dinner? We could discuss gym-related topics. Ami awkwardly chuckled. Actually, I'm traveling with Lindong and the others. I'm primarily accompanying Lindong on this trip. Perhaps after your gym battle concludes, we could chat? Her response was quite clear, yet it was evidently not what Fujiwara wished to hear. His gaze towards Lindong shifted. Could it be that Miss Ami has taken a liking to this kid? Fujiwara mused inwardly. Chapter 72, Fujiwara's Thoughts, Challenging the Battle Gym. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Fujiwara swiftly dismissed his own conjecture. In his eyes, Lindong was merely a little brat, still in the throes of youth. Miss Ami, however, was a universally acknowledged beauty and a skilled gym trainer, possessing both looks and grace, alongside formidable strength and a prestigious background. How could such a nearly flawless paragon of femininity possibly take an interest in Lindong? Furthermore, as the son of a gym leader himself, Fujiwara was neither lacking in wealth nor experience. A mere glance allowed him to ascertain that Lindong's entire outfit hardly exceeded 1,000 yuan. Save for a backpack that was somewhat presentable, it was evident that he hailed from a modest family. In stark contrast, the two other girls were dressed quite extravagantly, clearly indicative of an affluent upbringing. Fujiwara surmised that Lindong had merely stumbled upon luck by befriending one of them. Nevertheless, upon hearing Ami's words, Fujiwara felt a twinge of irritation towards Lindong. There's no way you're getting that boxing badge. Yet, he maintained a facade of composure, his voice resonating with charm as he stated, I see. That's quite commendable, Lindong. If you're looking to challenge me, there's something I must clarify first. The rules of the martial arts gym dictate a 6-on-6 battle. Are you prepared for that? Having weathered some storms himself, Lindong was perceptive enough to detect Fujiwara's underlying emotions. His words confirmed that Fujiwara, having failed to woo the girls, now harbored resentment towards him. In the original narrative, the gym battles were 2-on-2. However, Lindong had his own grievances. During their time together, he had developed feelings for Ami as well. Moreover, there were at least 10 older sisters in Fujiwara's gym, and he was merely a small fry in comparison. That said, readers were aware that, as a transmigrator, harboring thoughts of a harem was quite natural. Yet, it wasn't only Lindong who felt aggrieved. Ami was also somewhat vexed. According to the rules, the format of gym challenge matches could be freely selected from the officially recognized competition methods, as long as no more than 6 Pokémon were used. Different formats could be freely combined. For instance, in the Lapis gym, after tag battles were included as a formal competition method. The gym challenge rules were creatively manipulated by Adam. However, a 6-on-6 battle was undoubtedly the highest standard, rarely employed by gyms. The reason was simple: it was time-consuming, exhausting, and often unappreciated. The purpose of gym challenges was to sift through potential trainers. A standard 2-on-2 or 3-on-3 match could adequately gauge a trainer's strength. A 6-on-6 was not only unnecessary, but could almost be considered an unfair challenge for the contenders. Each gym specialized in certain attributes. and any trainer aspiring to participate in the league must have captured at least 10 Pokémon, making it relatively easy to select 2 with advantageous attributes. However, in a 6-on-6 scenario, challengers were often forced into unfavorable matchups against a gym trainer specializing in a particular attribute. Challengers who lost their elemental advantage were virtually guaranteed to be steamrolled. Fujimura sensed Ami's scrutinizing gaze and inwardly panicked. He was indeed intentionally making things difficult for Lin Dong within the confines of the rules, but Ami was a legitimate gym trainer. How could she not see through his ruse? Realizing this, he mentally chastised himself. But the words had escaped his lips, and there was no taking them back. Lin Dong, you ought to be cautious. Ami, recognizing Fujimura's underhanded tactics, promptly whispered a warning. Don't worry, Ami, I've got this under control, Lin Dong replied with a reassuring smile, casting her a glance full of confidence before turning back to Fujimura. 6-on-6? I accept. Lin Dong responded calmly. Fujimura was taken aback. He had anticipated Lin Dong to either shy away from the 6-on-6 rule or create a scene. To his surprise, Lin Dong accepted with such tranquility. Admirable courage. However, what was with the intimacy displayed between him and Ami? There's no way you're getting my badge, Fujimura thought to himself. Lin Dong and Fujimura took their positions in the trainer area. In the audience, Xiao Wang and Xiao Yao donned cheerleader outfits, brandishing pom-poms. Go, Lin Dong! They cheered. Lin Dong returned their encouragement with a smile. The referee took their place. The gym match between gym trainer Fujimura and challenger Lin Dong is now commencing, with a 6-on-6 rule in place. Only the challenger may substitute Pokémon. Let the battle begin. All right, for my first Pokémon, I choose. Fujimura declared as he released his first Pokéball. Macop, come forth. Macop. A small, gray Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Macop, the superpower Pokémon, possessed muscles that never tired. Said to be capable of tossing 100 adults with ease. Xiao Yao and Xiao Wang exchanged glances at the Pokédex. Macop, huh? Then I'll go with Pidgeotto. Lin Dong summoned his Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto. The bird Pokémon entered the arena, displaying signs of trepidation. Fujimura noticed Pidgeotto's unusual behavior and burst into laughter. Lin Dong. It seems your Pidgeotto is afraid of battling. Although utilizing a flying-type Pokémon against a fighting type was indeed a sound strategy, such a timid Pidgeotto stood no chance against my Macop. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong felt a chill. Since the last confrontation with Chichiro, Pidgeotto's condition had been less than ideal. During their travels, Lin Dong had sought out wild Pokémon to help restore Pidgeotto's confidence. Yet, standing in the battle arena once more, the shadows of that previous encounter lingered in Pidgeotto's heart. Pidgeotto, my oversight in the last battle caused this. Trust me, this time, we will emerge victorious. Pidgeotto. Lin Dong's encouragement had a positive effect. While Pidgeotto might not have completely regained its confidence, it was no longer fearful of the battle. Quite the strategy you've devised. I shall allow you to attack first. Fujimura stood opposite with an expression that said, I'm the master. I'll let you have the first move. Lin Dong could hardly contain himself. Is that truly an allowance? It's evident that your Macop lacks aerial capabilities. I believe it's best if Mr. Fujimura attacks first. Lin Dong mirrored Fujimura's nonchalant demeanor. Fujimura's frustration flared. He certainly did not want to attack first. Just as Lin Dong suspected, his Macop lacked aerial moves. Of course, this had never posed a problem in the past, as there were few long-range attacks from flying types. Even if there were, Macop could avoid them. However, once a flying-type Pokémon exhausted its long-range attacks and descended in altitude, Macop could simply leap up and strike it down. To put it plainly, it was a battle of endurance, and there was no doubt that fighting-type Pokémon excelled in physical prowess. If a flying-type Pokémon attempted close combat, it would play directly into Fujimura's hands. His Macop had developed a specialized combat method tailored to counter flying-type Pokémon. In truth, every gym trainer had a set of strategies for dealing with type disadvantages. Yet, Lin Dong's refusal to attack was a scenario Fujimura had never encountered before. What on earth is happening? Chapter 73, Battling Fujimura. Evolve Pidgeotto. Hee, Mr. Fujimura, if I'm not mistaken, your Macop lacks any aerial techniques, correct? Lin Dong unflinchingly exposed Fujimura's strategy. Fujimura's face flushed with rage, and when he caught a glimpse of Ami's questioning gaze from the audience, he lost all composure. How can a man declare defeat? With sheer strength, he leaps skyward, executing a cross-slice. Behold, with a powerful bend of his legs, he vaults into the air, arms outstretched in a cross, aiming to cleave at the Muku bird. Muku bird, soar higher and evade it. With a swift flap of its wings, Muku bird ascends even further. In midair, lacking a point of leverage, The man can only watch helplessly as the Muku bird hovers above him. However, Lin Dong will not squander this opportunity presented by the man suspended in the air. Muku bird, unleash your air blades. Muku bird flaps its wings repeatedly, sending a barrage of sharp winds slicing towards the man. Unable to evade while airborne, he can only shield himself with his hands. Hold firm. The vine tree, aware of the dire situation, offers words of encouragement. Struck by the wind, he plummets rapidly to the ground, pain coursing through his body. Yet the instincts honed through years of training enable him to roll upon impact, dissipating some of the force. The vine tree breathes a sigh of relief. It seems that the muscle memory cultivated through rigorous training has indeed proven effective. Yet Lin Dong's onslaught knows no respite. Muku bird, execute a wing attack. Then follow up with a spinning strike. Muku bird darts toward the man, who has only just regained his footing, and before he can react, Muku bird is upon him. He has no time to counter. The vine tree perceives this and immediately commands, remember the techniques we practiced during training, intercept it. Behold, struck by the wing attack, the man deftly employs his footwork to spin aside, utilizing a clever maneuver to roll on the ground, dissipating some of the impact. However, as he rises, Muku bird is already charging from behind. The powerful wings slash down once more, and this time, he cannot employ his clever technique in time. Sent flying away, once again relying on his trained muscle memory, he rolls upon landing, sustaining only minor injuries. But Lin Dong will not relent. Muku bird, ascend and launch air blades while swiftly moving. Following Lin Dong's directive, Muku bird begins to circle rapidly in the air, unleashing air blades each time it enters the man's blind spot. Initially, he manages to keep pace, utilizing his techniques to mitigate the attacks, but gradually, his movements slow and become somewhat rigid. Observing the unfolding scenario, Lin Dong smiles. Everything is proceeding according to his plan. He began by provoking the vine tree to attack, knowing that the man's lack of ranged capabilities would compel him to leap into the air with his robust muscles. This, in turn, would allow Lin Dong to unleash a barrage that the man could not evade. Although the man's techniques possess merit, they do not guarantee invulnerability. In truth, the initial fall and the subsequent spinning strike have inflicted real damage upon him. Had he not been injured, he might have been able to outlast the flying Pokémon with sheer stamina, but with the first wave of injuries sustained, the situation has drastically changed. At first, he may have been able to withstand the assaults, but as these injuries accumulate, his ability to move effectively diminishes, leading to even greater damage from subsequent attacks. Thus, a vicious cycle is created. Meanwhile, Muku bird remains airborne, and with no means of countering, should the man leap again, it would only exacerbate his injuries. The vine tree's expression darkens. The crux of the matter is that, as a gym leader, he cannot substitute in another Pokémon. Lin Dong, you. The words despicable and shameless nearly escape his lips, yet he grits his teeth and swallows them down. Lin Dong's tactics are entirely legitimate. In fact, for this battle alone, his strategy could be deemed worthy of inclusion in a textbook. However, the vine tree struggles to comprehend how Lin Dong has discerned the combat characteristics of his Pokémon. Yet, that is of little consequence. He has employed the same Pokémon in battle countless times over the years, and the fact that a significant portion of his gym challenges have featured this Pokémon is hardly a secret. Another air blade strikes the man, and he finally collapses. His eyes spiral into a daze. The referee immediately raises the flag. The man has lost combat capability. Muku bird is victorious. Hooray, Lin Dong, keep it up. Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao cheer exuberantly. Lin Dong has secured this battle without a scratch. Come back, man, you've done well. The vine tree recalls his Pokémon, glancing at the Muku bird resting on the field as he retrieves his next Pokeball. However, at that moment, a radiant light envelopes Muku bird. Could it be? Xiao Guang exclaims excitedly as they witness the transformation of Muku bird, realizing that Lin Dong's Muku bird is about to evolve, and one day, her own Muku bird will take that step as well. It is evolving. Ami also rises, for the evolution of Pokémon is always exhilarating. The luminous sphere encasing Muku bird expands, and then the white light bursts forth. A majestic eagle spreads its wings before the gathered crowd. Xiao Guang consults her Pokédex. Muku eagle, the raptor Pokémon, the evolved form of Muku bird. It is fierce in nature, unhesitatingly challenging even opponents larger than itself. Evolved. The vine tree's heart jolts, and he returns the Pokeball he had drawn, retrieving another from the opposite side. Ami notices his actions and furrows her brow. After switching Pokeballs, the vine tree displays a relaxed expression. The Pokeball he now holds contains his ace Pokémon, of an exceptionally high level. Moreover, The vine tree throws the Pokeball. Your Muku Eagle is impressive, but can you contend with it? Come forth, Charm. Lumeng. A flash of light. And Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao immediately check their Pokédex. Charm, the meditative Pokemon, is the evolved form of Masana. Through yoga practice, it has learned to harness psychic powers, allowing it to merge with nature and conceal its presence. Upon seeing this rotund Pokemon with slender arms, Lindong instantly comprehends the vine tree strategy. Judging by the aura it exudes, this must indeed be the vine tree's principal Pokemon. In light of this, he decisively recalls Muku Eagle. Charm possesses both fighting and psychic attributes, and Lindong is acutely aware that he cannot allow Muku Eagle to face an opponent with such overwhelming psychic abilities. Thus, the Pokemon he chooses becomes evident. Gungue, it is you. Chapter 74. A 6v6 Showdown. Go Gungue. Gue. The deep purple Gungue materializes on the field, adorned with its characteristic eerie smile. Gungue. The vine tree internally curses his luck. At this moment, public understanding of ghost-type Pokemon is still rudimentary. Much of the information, like that in the Pokédex, remains unclear. The origins, reproduction, and growth of ghost-type Pokemon, along with their lifestyles and behavioral logic, are still subjects of significant research. He never anticipated that Lindong, an unassuming trainer, would possess such a rare ghost-type Pokemon. What is more, this creature is particularly effective against him. Fighting techniques are virtually ineffective against ghost-type Pokemon, and Charm's psychic abilities are also countered by the ghost type. How to combat this? Charm, use psychic. Lumeng. Charm sits cross-legged, levitating, surrounded by a blue glow. The vine tree resolves to leverage the level advantage of his ace Pokemon for a decisive strike. But does he truly possess a level advantage? Evidently, he does not. A crimson glimmer flickered in Gungue's eyes as it waved a hand, unleashing a thread-thin wisp of ghostly energy that effortlessly dispersed the psychic force. Lindong summoned the malevolent seed within him, a faint blackish-purple glow emanating from his eyes. Empowered by the might of evil, he finally discerned Gungue's movements. However, Teng Shu, devoid of any extraordinary abilities, remained oblivious to the ghostly thread of energy. To his perception, Gungue merely gestured, rendering his attack ineffective. How could this be? Teng Shu was utterly bewildered by Gungue's tactics, and panic seized him. Gungue, unleash Shadow Ball. Gue. Gungue acknowledged, raising a hand to conjure 10 shadow balls that floated before him, then casting them forth in a sweeping motion. Charm, evade quickly. Teng Shu commanded instinctively, having never encountered such an uncanny Gungue before. Charm exhibited impressive agility, darting between the shadow balls, yet there were simply too many. And amidst the onslaught, one struck true. Lumeng. Gungue, deliver the final curse of the Dark Night. Gue. 2 beams of black light shot from Gungue's eyes, directly impacting Charm, who collapsed to the ground, his eyes swirling like spirals of incense. The referee promptly raised the flag. Charm is unable to continue. Gungue is declared the victor. Ami watched the battle unfold, reminiscent of her own match with Lindong, where the Bronze Bell had succumbed to Gungue in a nearly identical manner. However, the Bronze Bell had suffered an additional hit due to its lack of speed. Yet, Charm's defenses were inferior to those of the Bronze Bell, resulting in a similar outcome. Charm, return, Teng Shu murmured, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. The ability to capture and train Gungue to such a formidable level indicated that Lindong was no ordinary trainer. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. Teng Shu regretted his decision to challenge Lindong. Although he held a genuine affection for Ami, renowned as the goddess of beauty and wealth within the second-generation gym circle, it was unwise to provoke a promising newcomer out of jealousy. On the flip side, given Lindong's prowess, it was no mystery why Ami would be drawn to him. Teng Shu felt a growing desire to reconcile, yet backing down now seemed impossible. He resolved to probe further into Lindong's capabilities, if they proved unfathomable. Surrendering later would not be too late. Thus, he retrieved a prized Pokeball from the rear of his belt. Blaziken, I entrust you. Teng Shu threw the ball, clasping his hands together in a beseeching gesture, as if Blaziken were not his Pokemon at all. Shemo. Blaziken stood proudly in the arena, flames erupting from its wrists. Its white feathers cascaded like hair down its back, and the V-shaped comb on its head added to its imposing presence. That is Blaziken. Xiao Yao gazed at the fierce and spirited Blaziken, a look of anticipation gleaming in her eyes as she quickly consulted her Pokédex. Blaziken, the Blaze Pokemon, is the evolved form of Torchic. When facing strong foes, flames erupt from its hands and feet, granting it the ability to leap over skyscrapers. So cool. My Torchic will look like that someday. Xiao Yao eagerly envisioned the future. However, something felt amiss. Ami scrutinized Blaziken closely and noted Teng Shu's expression, suddenly piecing things together. What's wrong, Ami? Xiao Guang, noticing Ami's furrowed brow, grew anxious. This Blaziken likely does not belong to Teng Shu. Ami quietly articulated her conclusion. What? Xiao Yao was taken aback. That's impossible. If it doesn't belong to him, it wouldn't obey him so well. How would he command it? Ami shook her head. There are exceptions. In family-run gyms like ours, elders often leave behind 1 or 2 Pokémon to assist their juniors when they travel far. Pokémon are sentient beings. In the absence of their rightful trainer, they generally comply with family instructions. Though coordination may lack a bit of finesse, it suffices. After all, the elders' Pokémon are significantly stronger than the average challenger can contend with. Suddenly, Ami's tone shifted, but Lindong isn't here to disrupt the match. His actions are somewhat excessive. Upon hearing Ami's reasoning, Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao cast furious glances at Teng Shu, unaware of their glares. Teng Shu's focus remained steadfast on Lindong and Gung Gue. Lindong, be careful. Go for it. Despite the speculation, Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao refrained from voicing their concerns, opting instead to cheer Lindong on while cautioning him. Rest assured, Lindong flashed a smile at the 3 girls. The aura emanating from Blaziken was evidently far superior to that of Charm, and he surmised that this must be a Pokémon left behind by Teng Shu's elder to maintain order. Has he already sensed it? At that moment, Ami's gaze was entirely fixed on Lindong, her curiosity for this enigmatic and formidable youth deepening. As she watched, a smile unconsciously graced her lips. By sheer coincidence, Teng Shu glanced towards the audience and caught sight of Ami smiling at Lindong. Though he had begun to come to terms with it, he could not suppress a surge of jealousy. Humph. If I win, I'll steal her away. If I lose, I'll quietly wish him well. Having made up his mind, Teng Shu promptly commanded, Blaziken, unleash Flamethrower. As Blaziken opened its mouth, a torrent of flames surged forth, swiftly targeting Gung Gue. Gung Gue, dodge and unleash Shadow Ball. Gue. Just as the Flamethrower was about to strike, Gung Gue's form flickered into the air, raising a hand to unleash another 10 Shadow Balls towards Blaziken. Blaziken, evade quickly. Shemo. Chapter 75. Turning back is the shore. Securing the punch badge. Blaziken executed 3 consecutive backflips, artfully evading the barrage of Shadow Balls. This maneuver, if performed in a dazzling competition, would undoubtedly cost Lindong points. Gung Gue landed back on the ground after hurling its Shadow Balls, while Blaziken, having retreated, wore a serious expression. Blaziken exchanged a glance with Teng Shu, nodding in unison. In that moment, it committed to following Teng Shu's directives without question. Having witnessed Gung Gue's speed, Teng Shu quickly devised a new strategy. Blaziken, use Heat Wave. Shemo. Blaziken exhaled a searing gust of air, generating a powerful heat wave that swept toward Gung Gue. Given Blaziken's level, the attack's range nearly encompassed the entirety of the battlefield, leaving Gung Gue with no avenue for escape. If that is the case, we shall not evade. Gung Gue, hold your ground. Gue. Gung Gue promptly erected a protective barrier. Shielding itself, the scorching wind battered against the barrier, failing to create even the slightest ripple. Gung Gue stood unwavering, wearing that uncanny smile as it gazed at Blaziken. Teng Shu, having already witnessed Gung Gue's strength, was not naive enough to believe that a single heat wave could vanquish it. However, forcing it into a defensive stance, restricting its mobility, was an achievement in itself. Blaziken, maintain the heat wave, close in on Gung Gue, and then unleash your most powerful flame kick. Teng Shu commanded, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as though victory was within his grasp. This was his strategy. Although many lacked understanding of ghost-type Pokémon and often suffered significant losses when facing them, Teng Shu had some knowledge. After all, one of the Elite Four in the Hoenn region specialized in ghost types. He had been fortunate enough to attend a lecture by that esteemed champion. Due to the inherent advantage that ghost-type Pokémon possess over fighting-type Pokémon, he paid particular attention during that class and meticulously took notes. Upon returning, he devoted considerable time to further study. He understood that Pokémon like Gengar, despite their remarkable speed, elusive maneuvers, and formidable offensive capabilities, are not particularly sturdy. A single strike could easily incapacitate them. Moreover, Gengar excels in long-range combat, but is ill-equipped for close-quarters battles, which is precisely where Blaziken shines. Although fighting-type moves are ineffective against Gengar, Blaziken's fiery special attacks pose no such limitations. Thus, he devised a strategy to afford Blaziken the opportunity to engage at close range. Blaziken executed this plan flawlessly. As it advanced with a scorching wind, it suddenly bent its legs, closed its mouth, and leapt into the air with such speed that it left a blazing crimson afterimage in its wake. Harnessing the potential energy of gravity, Blaziken unleashed a powerful flame kick. Its robust legs enveloped in a massive fireball, as though it could ignite an entire summer with a single kick. Of course, Lindong would not remain passive. At the moment Blaziken sealed its mouth, the fierce wind abruptly ceased, prompting Jengar to retract its protective shield and conjure a ball of energy. Were it an ordinary Jengar, this tactic might have proven highly effective. However, Lindong's Jengar was anything but ordinary. Following Lindong's command, Jengar unleashed a spiraling shadow ball, propelling the highly compressed, rapidly rotating energy sphere towards its target. The confrontation unfolded far more swiftly than Fuyuki had anticipated. In an instant of collision, Blaziken was sent hurtling backward at an astonishing velocity, crashing violently against the wall behind Fuyuki, its head tilting at an odd angle, eyes spiraled like incense coils. In stark contrast, Jengar appeared utterly unscathed, beaming with a mischievous grin. With a gleeful hee-hee-hee, Jengar had effortlessly vanquished two of Fuyuki's main combatants, one of which belonged to the esteemed gym leader, yet it showed no signs of fatigue, remaining as vibrant as ever, even playfully pulling faces. The referee, momentarily taken aback, raised the flag with a slight delay, swallowing hard. Blaziken is unable to continue. Jengar is the victor. Fuyuki quickly came to terms with the reality of the situation and fully relinquished any thoughts of thwarting Lindong's progress. With such prowess, it seemed likely that Jengar could hold its own against even the Elite Four's strongest Pokémon. His current objective was to mitigate any negative impressions Lindong might have of him. "Come back, Blaziken, you've done well. Please take a well-deserved rest," Fuyuki said, recalling Blaziken into its Pokeball before turning to Lindong. "Lindong, your strength truly exceeds my expectations. You are deserving of this fighting badge. Now, let us enjoy the remainder of the match." Fuyuki tossed forth his fourth Pokeball. "Mankey, come forth." This was, after all, an official gym challenge, and Fuyuki had no intention of conceding. Instead, he chose to see it through, albeit with his next three Pokémon primarily serving to grant Lindong experience. Mankey, the punching Pokémon, is renowned for its incredible punching speed, so swift that it can scarcely be perceived. Xiaoyao consulted her Pokédex, scanning the red-gloved Pokémon. While the description sounded impressive, its demeanor lacked the intensity of even the previously defeated Chimcho. It seemed he had given up. Considering Fuyuki's earlier remarks, Ami understood that he no longer wished to contend with Lindong. Xiaoguang and Xiaoyao, upon hearing Ami's words, immediately brightened. This indicated that the fighting badge was now firmly within Lindong's grasp. "Mankey, Lindong mused, briefly concealing a smile before returning to his usual composure. "Come back, Jengar." He recalled Jengar and sent forth Ivysaur. With Fuyuki now conceding and entering experience-gaining mode, Lindong graciously accepted the opportunity. Ivysaur executed its multitasking combination technique once more, this time with greater finesse and ease. First, it launched a rapid starfall, forcing Mankey to raise its fists in defense, while simultaneously ensnaring its lower body with two vine whips, rendering it immobile. Following this, a leaf blade attack was swiftly executed, transitioning from starfall to charging an energy ball. The final energy ball eliminated Mankey before it could even muster a counterattack, collapsing to the ground, its eyes spiraled like incense coils, unable to continue fighting. The referee, having grown somewhat desensitized, promptly raised the flag. "Mankey is unable to continue. Ivysaur is the victor." Fuyuki recalled Mankey, increasingly convinced that his decision to retreat was indeed the right one. Although he intended to provide Lindong with a generous dose of experience, Mankey, typically employed against challengers, was not particularly low in level. The ease with which it had been defeated was no act. In an instant, Fuyuki comprehended that under the usual 2v2 rules of the fighting gym, should he refrain from deploying his true powerhouse Pokémon, Lindong, be it with Ivysaur or the initial Pidgeotto, could easily dismantle his team. Such strength could almost certainly propel him towards championship glory, especially with that Jengar. It was conceivable that he could challenge the Elite Four after claiming victory. Reinforcing his resolve to grant experience, Fuyuki subsequently unleashed a Shuckle, which Ivysaur swiftly dispatched. Finally, Fuyuki released a Machoke. After being toppled by Ivysaur, Machoke astonishingly rose once more, fueled by sheer willpower, evolving into Machamp. Lindong then recalled Ivysaur and sent forth Pidgeot. To Lindong's surprise, Pidgeot had learned the powerful special move, Brave Bird, seizing the opportunity to take down Machamp in a single blow. Macamp is unable to continue. Pidgeot is the victor. Thus, the victor of this battle was declared Lindong. Chapter 76. Our love is written on the azure coast. Remarkable, Fuyuki approached Lindong, extending his hand. I concede this match with full respect. Lindong reciprocated, shaking Fuyuki's hand. Fuyuki's competitive spirit was merely a fleeting jealousy. As a rival, he posed no significant threat compared to Jinwoo. This is proof of your triumph over the fighting gym. The fighting badge. Fuyuki presented the badge to Lindong. Then sincerely invited, how long do you plan to stay on Fighting Island? In 4 days, there will be a special Pokemon contest in Fighting Town, which promises to be quite engaging. A special Pokemon contest? Lindong pondered, slightly caught off guard, but the 3 girls had already approached, inquiring with curiosity. Yes, the special Pokemon contest is a unique variant of the regular contests, held at irregular intervals, often organized by the Grand Event Bureau, with renowned coordinators participating and showcasing their talents at the opening ceremony. For instance, the Macaulay Cup, hosted by the illustrious Master Macaulay, is a type of special event. Victors of the special contests are awarded ribbon badges, which are notably versatile. The ribbon badge obtained at Fighting Town can also be utilized in other regions such as Johto, Hoenn, and Sinnoh, provided it is not employed for the grand celebrations in the Hoenn region. Fuyuki provided a brief overview of the special contest's characteristics before extending yet another invitation. This time, the esteemed coordinator, Ms. Sakurai Miho, will serve as a judge and will also perform a special demonstration at the opening ceremony. What do you think? Would you care to attend? Mr. Fuyuki, how does one register for this special Pokemon contest? Xiao Wang interjected suddenly. Mr. Fujiki, you may not be aware that both Xiao Wang and Xiao Yao are coordinators, diligently striving towards the goal of participating in next year's grand festival. I, too, am immersed in the study of dazzling techniques, Amy elucidated. Haha, I see. It would be remiss to merely spectate. One must certainly participate, Fujiki remarked with a chuckle. There are no special requirements for entering the special tournament. One can simply register as one would for any other grand contest. Registration opens tomorrow and will remain available until the day before the event. Fujiki's information was remarkably timely. Initially intending to take a vacation before heading to Kana City for the grand contest, the trio of girls found a new objective. Subsequently, Lindong departed from the fighting dojo. The move, known as the Divine Bird Strike, is a powerful technique that damages both the opponent and the user, thus it demands considerable energy. He resolved to visit the Pokemon Center to help his Pokemon recuperate. Once Fujiki had settled down, Amy did not decline his request for an exchange of experiences. After all, they were both part of the second-generation gym leaders circle. Although they hailed from different regions, there remained ample opportunity for mutual learning, and there was no need to foster a strained relationship. In a sense, Xiaoyao was also a member of the second generation. Thus, she chose to stay temporarily at the fighting dojo to listen to Amy and Fujiki's discussion. Xiao Wang accompanied Lindong to the Pokemon Center. Half an hour later, the Pokemon had regained their vitality, and Lindong and Xiao Wang returned to the hotel ahead of schedule. The sky had cleared. The setting sun adorned the clouds with golden edges, casting a gentle glow. The azure sea shimmered, with waves blooming and intertwining with the evening light to create a dreamlike tableau. The white sands of the beach displayed a riot of colors, as nature, the finest of artists, painted a breathtaking scene. Unable to contain herself, Xiao Wang slipped off her sandals, her delicate feet sinking into the soft white sand as she raced towards the sea. Xiao Wang, wait for me. Lindong scooped up Bojiman and hurried into the hotel lobby, seeking out the receptionist. Could you lend me a guitar, please? The receptionist, smiling, readily obliged. She remembered this guest well and quickly fetched a guitar. Such a common instrument was indeed available at their upscale resort. Thank you. And could you please look after Pikachu and Bojiman for me? Pika? Bojiman? Pikachu and Bojiman's little eyes were filled with great confusion. Exiting the hotel, Lindong took a deep breath, attempting to calm his racing heart. Yet, just the thought of what he was about to do set it racing once more. Lindong. Xiao Wang stood on the beach, waving energetically. Her youthful beauty radiated under the sunset, rendering her breathtakingly lovely. Xiao Wang. Lindong approached her, slinging the guitar over his shoulder and gently strumming the strings. As the melodious notes filled the air, Lindong began to sing softly. The sea breeze tastes like a salty cone. Whoever is tempted by the allure travels miles to this serendipitous encounter. A cloud meanders over the sea. Who is shy? After all, the sunlight is so gentle, I would willingly wait, never seeing you. Our love is inscribed upon the azure coast. The white sands, too, are vibrant under the setting sun. A fairy tale dream transforms my affection for you into a cherished habit. Our love spills across the azure coast. 2 rows of footprints gently swirl in the sunlight, riding the rhythm of the waves, composing my fondness for you. Though the seas may dry and the rocks crumble, stars may shift in the heavens, the only constant remains my everlasting love for you. Our love is inscribed upon the azure coast. The white sands, too, are vibrant under the setting sun. A fairy tale dream transforms my affection for you into a cherished habit. Our love spills across the azure coast. 2 rows of footprints gently swirl in the sunlight, riding the rhythm of the waves, composing my fondness for you. As the melody gradually faded amidst the crashing waves, Lindong placed the guitar on a nearby chair, his gaze tenderly fixed upon the beautiful girl. Xiaoguang, I have something to say to you. Xiaoguang seemed to sense something, staring at Lindong, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. This was the moment she had long awaited. I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Those myriad words coalesced into the simplest and most direct of declarations. Xiaoguang could no longer contain her excitement. Reaching out to embrace Lindong. I would love to. Lindong reciprocated her embrace, their gazes locking, so close they could feel each other's breath. Lowering his head toward Xiaoguang's soft, rosy lips, he leaned in. With the azure sea and blue sky in mutual gaze, the slanting sun cast their shadows as a pair. Their first kiss suspended time, wrapped in a tender longing, creating a world meant for only the two of them. As the rhythm of the waves surged and fell, their voices blended into a beautiful love song. Just as the tides of the world ebb and flow, so too do connections form and dissolve. After countless cycles of separation and reunion, a crystal thread finally snapped, and the two stood hand in hand, gazing toward the horizon where the sea meets the sky. As the sun dipped below the horizon, what remained on the beach were 2 sets of intertwined footprints. Chapter 77. Let the sea breeze bring the courage of love. Happiness arrived so suddenly that Lindong, hand in hand with Xiaoguang, could scarcely believe it. At that moment, the system's timely notification confirmed to Lindong that all of this was indeed real. Detected that the goddess Xiaoguang's affection for the host has reached 100. Congratulations to the host for completing a long-term task. Reward, random level 1 divine Pokémon. Would you like to claim it immediately? Note, given that the host already possesses over 6 Pokémon, subsequent Pokémon rewards will be dispensed in a rational manner. The specific method will involve the system providing a Pokéball, which the host can retrieve the corresponding Pokémon from at a designated location. A beaming smile spread across Lindong's face. He had acquired his first girlfriend, and the system had grown rather considerate. Even the distribution of Pokémon was conducted in a more reasonable manner. Since that's the case, why hesitate? Claim it immediately, Lindong replied mentally to the system. A Pokéball quietly appeared at his waist. As the last rays of the sun disappeared beneath the horizon, a full moon took its place high in the sky. Suddenly, the vast sea split in two, and a colossal silvery figure soared into the air. Under the brilliant moonlight, its form seemed to shimmer. The immense silhouette appeared both fearsome and somewhat sacred. Lindong, what is that? Xiaoguang leaned closer to Lindong, a hint of fear in her voice. Fear not. That is an old friend of mine. With their relationship now established, Lindong naturally wrapped an arm around Xiaoguang, offering her comfort with a smile. Lugia, come meet our companion. Upon hearing Lindong's call, Lugia descended, its eyes locking onto Lindong for a moment before adopting a friendly demeanor. Boo! Lugia greeted Xiaoguang, retracting its sharp teeth and leaning its head forward. Your name is Lugia? Hello, I'm Xiaoguang, she said, extending her hand to gently pat Lugia's head. Lindong retrieved the Pokéball given to him by the system, extending it toward Lugia. Return, Lugia. In an instant, Lugia transformed into a beam of red light and entered the Pokéball. Lindong couldn't help but marvel at the system's power. Pikachu, Dragonite, Darkrai, and Gengar seemed to know him as if from a past life, and even Lugia felt like an old friend. Yet, in his previous life, he had merely been a recluse. Even if he had been acquainted with them, it was only he who recognized them, not the other way around. Lindong had previously posed a question to the system, only to receive an ambiguous response in return. He shook his head, deciding to cast the thought aside. As the evening lights began to flicker on, Lindong and Xiaoguang returned to their hotel, where they dined in the buffet restaurant. After their meal, Xiaoguang suggested a stroll along the beach. The night beach was tranquil, devoid of any disturbances, and Xiaoguang gazed earnestly at Lindong, feeling compelled to clarify something important. Lindong, do you know, actually Xiaoyao? What about Xiaoyao? Lindong's heart skipped a beat at the sight of Xiaoguang's hesitant demeanor. Oh no, she couldn't possibly be aware of his mission to pursue Xiaoyao, could she? Had his intentions been uncovered? Just as Lindong was engulfed in anxiety, reality unfolded in a manner more surreal than any novel. Xiaoguang spoke, she likes you too. Perhaps fearing Lin Dong would overthink. She added, "She told me herself." Lin Dong was at a loss for words. "Actually, that night by the creek, Xiao Yao and I were discussing this," Xiao Guang continued. "She explicitly told me she wanted to compete for you." Sudden realization dawned upon Lin Dong. It made sense why he found Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao's behavior peculiar that day, right before the system assigned him the task to pursue Xiao Yao. It was Xiao Yao's confession during her conversation with Xiao Guang that triggered the system's mission. And then what? When I arrived, I found the two of you embraced. Lin Dong inquired cautiously. "I told her I wanted to travel with you and her," Xiao Guang replied. "That's our little secret." "Why?" Lin Dong was utterly astonished. Xiao Guang's words clearly implied that she had no qualms about being with Xiao Yao as well. After all, there are many powerful men in this world with more than one woman, Xiao Guang remarked, her expression tinged with bitterness. "Like my father, that scoundrel. My mother only discovered, while pregnant with me, that he already had a dozen women in his real home. And then there's that Yi Hao, who has a whole cheerleading squad of girlfriends. You are not like them." As she spoke, Xiao Guang's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she buried her face into Lin Dong's embrace, choking back her emotions. "When I was in Linqing town, I shared so many thoughts by your bedside. But you probably didn't hear me, did you? I want to say it again. I was always overly confident, believing everything would be fine. How naive, childish, and laughable. Without you, I might have perished in the forest of Zhensha town on the day I became a trainer. Without you, perhaps one day, I would have helplessly watched as my beau Jamin was taken away. It was my promise to Miss Junsha that led everyone into peril. And once again, it was you who saved me. You saved me twice. I owe you a debt I can never repay in this lifetime. You are my ideal. You surpass all the men I have ever encountered. A person like you will never lack for admirers in the future. If I were to be jealous of each one, I would surely wither away." Then, Xiao Guang released Lin Dong, wiped her tears, and playfully blinked, breaking into a smile. "You big oaf. Do you really think you can withstand the test?" Lin Dong awkwardly scratched his head. Before he could finish, Xiao Guang playfully placed her finger over his lips. "No swearing. I truly don't mind. Xiao Yao and I are best friends. Rather than risk losing our friendship, I'd prefer to gather a few allies to secure you. You big pig." In this way, Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao would become true sisters. "Unless you tell me you don't like Xiao Yao." Lin Dong was cornered, for he could not utter those words. If he remained silent, it would be an admission, right? Xiao Guang mischievously stuck out her tongue. "I knew you were a big oaf." Lin Dong found himself at a loss for words. "All right, let us head back." Xiao Guang took Lin Dong's hand, assuring him, "Don't worry, this really is no problem." Meanwhile, in their hotel room, Xiao Yao and Ami opened the window. Upon returning, they had spotted the two walking along the beach but chose not to intrude. The sea breeze brushed against Lin Dong and Xiao Guang, as well as Xiao Yao and Ami's faces. May the sea breeze carry the courage of love and guide their future together. Chapter 78. A reunion with Jian Wu. A grand gathering of experts. As they returned to the hotel, Lin Dong finally remembered to retrieve Pikachu and Beau Jamin from the front desk. The candid revelations of the night not only failed to strain their relationship, but acted as a catalyst, intensifying their feelings. With one party free of worries and the other unburdened by doubts, what remained was the fierce spark of love, ready to ignite. Upon entering their room, Lin Dong and Xiao Guang placed Pikachu and Beau Jamin in the living room. Once the door was closed, the young couple inevitably engaged in some romantic activities. Lin Dong somewhat regretted opting for 2 beds. The hotel's original layout would have provided a grand bed. Of course, joy is a subjective experience, and material constraints could be overcome. Xiao Yao and Ami felt a mix of curiosity and impatience, yet with each other present, neither dared to eavesdrop. They did, however, vaguely hear the sound of running water from the bathroom twice. Xiao Yao sighed in relief. It seemed they were taking turns showering. The first shower was longer, while the second was quicker. Xiao Yao didn't think much of it. It was normal for a girl to take longer and a boy to finish faster. The next morning, when Lin Dong and Xiao Guang opened their door, they were greeted by Pikachu and Beau Jamin, arms crossed, glaring at them with indignation. "Pika Pika, Beau Jamin." Lin Dong quickly scooped Pikachu into his arms, massaging its electric pouch, while Xiao Guang hurriedly groomed Beau Jamin. Last night, they had nearly forgotten about Pikachu and Beau Jamin, aside from not having broken through that final barrier. After freshening up, the 4 of them headed to the venue of the Grand Contest special event, located in the center of Wudo town. At the venue, Lin Dong spotted several familiar faces. Xiao Guang. Jian Wu approached briskly. "What a coincidence." And Lin Dong. "Xiao Yao? I didn't expect to see you all again so soon." Jian Wu. Xiao Guang was slightly taken aback. but then recalled that this grand contest special event had attracted many coordinating trainers from various regions, so Jianwu's presence here was not surprising. However, this time, Jianwu was accompanied by a striking girl with short, orange-red hair. Let me introduce you. This is Miss Xiao Wang from the Sinnoh region, an exceptionally talented coordinating trainer. Hi, everyone. Just call me Xiao Wang, she greeted cheerfully. Hello, I'm Xiao Guang from the Sinnoh region, Twin Leaf Town. These are my companions. Xiao Guang introduced them in turn. This is Lin Dong from the Sinnoh region, Yiwang Town. This is Xiao Yao from Changhua City. And this is Ami from the Jiado region, Azalea Town. Nice to meet you. Ami, seeing Jianwu and Xiao Wang for the first time, waved in greeting. Xiao Wang quickly bonded with Xiao Guang, Xiao Yao, and Ami. After all, they were either already established coordinating trainers or currently practicing for the grand contest. And being all girls, they had plenty of common topics to discuss. Jianwu managed to interject a comment or two, while Lin Dong found himself merely an observer. He chose to focus on those familiar figures nearby. One was a young man with long purple hair, clad in a Dream Song Naya cosplay outfit. The other was a boy with forgiving green hair, wearing a black long-sleeve t-shirt over a purple short-sleeve shirt and light green trousers. Additionally, there was a yellow-haired man adorned in a purple suit. For those familiar with the anime, their identities would likely be clear. These three were none other than Harry, Shun, and Rob, all top-tier competitors in the grand and splendid festival of Hoenn. Among them, Rob and Shun held the titles of champion and runner-up, respectively. Of course, Xiao Wang and Xiao Guang were also the champions of the Sinnoh Grand Festival. This martial arts special tournament truly attracted a remarkable assembly of talent. A veritable den of hidden dragons. Lin Dong couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety for Xiao Guang. Ken Wu, Xiao Wang, Xiao Guang, and Xiao Yao had all registered for the competition, while Ami chose not to participate. She merely wished to observe the splendid battles in person, hoping to glean useful techniques to apply in future contests. Moreover, she was unprepared for the performance segment of the first round of evaluations. After chatting for a while longer, as more contestants arrived to register, the group began to disperse. Ken Wu and Xiao Wang were staying at another luxurious hotel, which was not on the way for Lin Dong and his companions. Upon returning to their hotel, Ken Wu and Xiao Wang unexpectedly encountered someone remarkable in the lobby. A young woman, sporting sunglasses and cascading golden waves, entered the hotel. Her high-heeled sandals accentuated her fair complexion, while her daringly minimalistic attire showcased her curvaceous figure, attracting the gazes of numerous admirers. "Excuse me, are you Miss Mihue?" Ken Wu bravely approached to introduce himself. "My name is Ken Wu, from the Twin Leaf Town in the Sinnoh region, and I am a coordinator. I greatly admire you." Mihue gracefully removed her sunglasses and nodded slightly. "Hello, I am Sakurai Mihue. Are you here to participate in the Grand Tournament's martial arts special event?" "Yes," Ken Wu replied immediately, his body stiffening with excitement. This young boy, in the presence of the mature and beautiful Sakurai Mihue, swiftly succumbed to shyness, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Sensing his discomfort, Mihue offered a gentle smile, encouraging him. "Do your best. I look forward to your performance." "Thank you." Ken Wu had so much he wished to convey to his idol, but in his flustered state, only 2 words escaped his lips. Xiao Wang, exasperated, playfully tapped him on the back of the head. "Haven't you seen enough? She's already left." I just got too excited upon seeing my idol," Ken Wu protested. Xiao Wang sighed inwardly. She and Ken Wu had met in the Sinnoh region during their travels together and later journeyed to Hoenn, ultimately participating in a grand festival where they both reached the final stage, with her emerging victorious. Ken Wu likely felt that continuing to travel with her would prevent him from winning any ribbon medals, leading to their amicable separation. Ultimately, Ken Wu achieved victory in his second grand festival. As for his third, it was the Kanto tournament. Their paths crossed again on Martial Arts Island. In truth, during their previous travels, Ken Wu had confided in Xiao Wang about Xiao Guang. Chapter 79, Xiao Wang and Ken Wu, the mysterious guardian family. However, Xiao Wang had her own thoughts. Though she typically donned a neutral, tomboyish appearance, which masked her femininity, every girl harbors a romantic heart, does she not? Ken Wu, while not exceptionally handsome, possessed a clean and charming demeanor, exuding a certain elegance and generosity. After traveling together for an extended period, it would be impossible for her to claim she felt no affection for him. Today, upon seeing Xiao Guang in person for the first time, she was indeed vivacious, adorable, and strikingly beautiful. Finally, Xiao Wang understood why Ken Wu had been so enamored with her. Yet, as a fellow girl, Xiao Wang astutely noticed that Xiao Guang harbored no feelings beyond friendship for Ken Wu, merely regarding him as a good buddy. Instead, she seemed to share a spark with the quiet Lin Dong. It appeared that Xiao Guang had already captured someone's heart. In this light, Xiao Guang felt her own chances were still considerable. As she pondered how to broach this topic with Qin Wu, she noticed him approaching Miss Mihui again. She began to comprehend that Qin Wu was drawn either to sweet and charming girls like Xiao Guang or to stunning and alluring women like Mihui. As for herself, perhaps a change was in order? Xiao Guang wrestled with these thoughts, momentarily forgetting what she intended to say to Qin Wu. Xiao Guang, what are you thinking about? Qin Wu waved his hand in front of her eyes, snapping her back to reality. Oh, nothing much. Shall we practice together shortly? Sure. Not long after Lin Dong left the venue, he encountered someone unexpected, Xiao Man. To be precise, it was Xiao Man who proactively intercepted him. Lin Dong, long time no see. Lin Dong frowned, not having the chance to retort before Xiao Guang interjected. How dare you show your face to Lin Dong? We don't welcome you. Please step aside. Is this also your sentiment, Lin Dong? Xiao Man bit her lip, on the verge of tears. Yes, Lin Dong responded without hesitation. Please move aside. I truly have something to discuss with you privately. Xiao Man's voice quivered with emotion. Your matters are not my concern, and we have nothing to discuss, Lin Dong replied, attempting to sidestep her. This matter is related to you. Xiao Man refused to yield, blocking his path once more. Her voice softened. I know I've wronged you, and I was mistaken. Lin Dong, I know you still love me, right? If I leave him, can we return to how things were? Lin Dong was taken aback. Her self-importance was astounding. Who are you? Xiao Yao could no longer contain herself, echoing Xiao Guang's earlier sentiments at Professor Yamazaki's research institute. What is your relationship with Lin Dong? Xiao Guang grew even more displeased, revealing Xiao Man's identity. Humph, she is Lin Dong's ex-girlfriend. Xiao Guang deliberately emphasized the word ex, intertwining her arm with Lin Dong's to remind Xiao Man of her position. Upon learning that Xiao Man was Lin Dong's ex-girlfriend, Ami cast a disapproving glance. Xiao Yao, irate, grasped Lin Dong's other arm. Oh, so you're the ex-girlfriend. Can we leave now? Why should I leave? Xiao Man exclaimed. Lin Dong, listen to me. I don't mind if you have other girlfriends in the future, as long as we are together. Xiao Man was visibly panicked. Silence. Xiao Guang glared at her. I don't care if Lin Dong has other girlfriends, but I do care about you. Ex-girlfriend. Lin Dong, do you find this amusing? Xiao Man lifted her chin, gazing intently at Lin Dong. I know you still love me. You must still love me. Are these two just actresses you've hired to provoke me? Lin Dong, however, regarded her with pity. I suggest you quickly see a doctor and get your brain checked. This condition cannot be ignored. Lin Dong, are you saying I have a problem with my mind? Xiao Man immediately became hysterical. I just wanted to share some news related to you. If you don't accept me, you won't have it easy either. Isn't it just about serving that young master from the Guardian family? I'll go right away. Lin Dong, may you meet a tragic end. Today began with joy, but the commotion caused by Xiao Man swiftly extinguished everyone's spirits. On the way back to the hotel, Xiao Yao wore a face of indignation. In contrast, Xiao Guang and Ami were shrouded in a cloud of solemnity, their expressions grave. By the time they returned to their room, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. Even Xiao Yao, who usually relishes gourmet food, had lost her appetite. The four of them sat on the sofa in the living room for quite some time, until Xiao Guang finally broke the silence. Lin Dong, we should leave Battle Island as soon as possible. Why? Lin Dong asked in confusion. You and Xiao Yao still need to participate in the grand tournament. Xiao Yao, equally perplexed, sensed something amiss from the grave expressions of Xiao Guang and Ami. Just now, Xiao Man mentioned the Guardian family. I mean, if she truly finds someone from the Guardian family to deal with you, that would be perilous. Xiao Guang looked at Lin Dong with utmost seriousness. Guardian family? What is that? This was a realm of ignorance for Lin Dong. In his previous life, the portrayals of this world in animations were predominantly utopian, with only a few evil organizations and no real villains to speak of. Death seemed to be an inconceivable concept. How could that be possible? This is a tangible world. Since his arrival, Lin Dong had been diligently striving to understand more about this world. Yet, apart from the memories of his past life, the information accessible to him was still scant. For instance, he had no knowledge of this Guardian family. Do you recall what I mentioned about my father last night? Xiao Guang paused momentarily. He is a member of a Guardian family in the Shinai region and apparently holds the title of family head. However, our relationship is far from cordial. We have little to no interaction. Therefore, my understanding of the Guardian family is limited. I only know that they are incredibly powerful and shrouded in mystery. Xiao Guang spoke with a hint of helplessness. Lin Dong, Ami suddenly turned to him, as if having made a significant decision, and astonishingly declared, I know a bit about the Guardian family. Ami, what exactly is it? Xiao Yao could no longer contain her curiosity. The Guardian family is a collective term for ancient clans that have existed for eons, transmitting their lineage through generations. Each guardian family venerates a deity. These deities are the legendary Pokémon said to protect the regions, and thus the name guardian family originates. It is said that the ancestors of the guardian families received blessings from these deities, endowing them with unique abilities unattainable by ordinary individuals. This extraordinary capability has been passed down through bloodlines, granting the members of the guardian family's powers that far exceed those of the average person. For instance, I once encountered a member of a guardian family who could conjure flames from thin air. Although the guardian families tend to remain hidden alongside the legendary Pokémon, any appearance warrants extreme caution, even from the Elite Four. After all, it is the deities behind them that serve as the ultimate force safeguarding an entire region. Chapter 80. The Secrets of the Guardian Family. Is that all? Me, do you know which legendary Pokémon they venerate? Lin Dong inquired. I only know of one individual I've met from the Qigong family, which venerates the legendary Pokémon Moltres. The last time they appeared was to deliver flames from Moltres to the president of the Dama Lanchi Association as a sacred fire for the tournament. Ami explained. Lin Dong pondered. Isn't the sacred fire of the Johto Alliance the flame of Ho-Oh? Ami realized she might have inadvertently revealed a significant truth. Well, actually, the flames of Moltres and Ho-Oh are quite similar, Ami replied, slightly embarrassed. You may not be aware, but although Ho-Oh is the legendary Pokémon that protects the Johto region, 300 years ago, due to an incident, it ceased to trust humans and has not appeared since. Consequently, the president had no choice but to use Moltres' flames as a substitute. However, to maintain stability, it is still publicly claimed that the flames used are those of the ancient Ho-Oh. In any case, you must not disclose this information. Lin Dong was taken aback by the hidden secrets of the Johto Alliance. However, considering that the Johto League and its president were essentially the same entity, sharing the sacred fire was not particularly surprising. As for whether it was Moltres or Ho-Oh, the average person would find it indistinguishable. Regardless, it was clear that the guardian families indeed venerated deities and possessed the ability to communicate with them, rendering their power formidable. Lin Dong, I believe Xiao Guang is correct. We should depart swiftly, Ami suggested. Lin Dong began to comprehend that the sacred fire masquerading as Ho-Oh's was likely not just any ordinary Moltres flame. This indicated that the Qigong family revered a legitimate deity, one of the true legendary birds. In other words, the deity worshipped by this family was indeed a bona fide level 2 divine being, an entity of the third tier in fragmentary information. Yet, Lin Dong remained curious about whom the guardian family mentioned by Xiao Man might venerate. Although he felt somewhat reassured, he deemed it prudent to confirm. Ami, has this guardian family already captured Moltres? Capturing Moltres? That is certainly a possibility, Ami replied with a smile. In truth, there is not just one Moltres. While they are all powerful, only the one that is worshipped is particularly special, although the League officially refers to them as legendary Pokémon in private parlance. We often refer to the others as divine beasts, while the one being worshipped is called a deity. Divine beasts can be captured, and trainers possessing divine beasts are referred to as divine beast tamers within the League. Though few in number, they certainly exist. And what about deities? Lin Dong asked. Can the guardian families command them? I'm not sure, Ami admitted with a hint of resignation, unless we could ask someone from the guardian family. But such questions concerning their family's most crucial secrets would likely go unanswered. I see. An idea suddenly struck Lin Dong. By the way, are there any guardian families in the Johto region? Ami smiled wryly. There used to be. There was a family that had worshipped the legendary Ho-Oh for generations. However, as I mentioned earlier, after that incident, Ho-Oh ceased to trust humans and no longer accepted their worship. Thus, the guardian family lost its significance. Nonetheless, the family still has descendants. The current leader of the Yuanzhu Dojo, Xiao Song, is a descendant of that once esteemed guardian family. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong nodded, recognizing the alignment with the plot of the animation. By combining these elements, one could roughly gauge the strength of the guardian families. Were there guardian families that venerated level 1 deities? Indeed, but they primarily engaged in worship and sacrifice and could communicate their requests to the deities. Small matters, like borrowing flames, would certainly not pose an issue. If treated well, they could receive power or special abilities from the deities. As for commanding them, that was a mere fantasy. Lin Dong surmised that families venerating level 2 deities were likely not much different. They merely had to be catered to a bit more. Moreover, he felt little fear toward families venerating level 2 deities, especially since he himself possessed 3 entities of the third tier. Xiao Man's appearance on Battle Island raised questions about whether Yi Hao had also arrived in Fanyuan. If that young master from the guardian family did not seek trouble with him, Lin Dong had no intention of engaging with them. However, should they, alongside Xiao Man or Yi Hao, come looking for a confrontation, Lin Dong would not hesitate to respond. I understand now. It seems the guardian families are not as formidable as they appear. Lin Dong smiled as he glanced at the concerned faces of Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao, producing a treasured ball and giving it a gentle shake. Xiao Guang, Xiao Yao, surely you haven't forgotten about this? Suddenly, realization dawned upon them. Indeed. What was there to worry about? While the opposing party may have the backing of a deity, Lin Dong possessed one as well, one that accompanied him at all times. Xiao Yao blushed and scratched her head. Oh, how could I forget it? Xiao Guang, transforming his anxiety into joy, chimed in, right. With it by our side, everything will be perfectly fine. That little man, thinking that being a descendant of a guardian family could intimidate Lin Dong, now seemed rather laughable. Yes. I imagine she isn't faring too well these days. Listening to the conversation between the two girls, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile. If little man was struggling, then he felt a sense of relief. What are you two talking about? Ami asked in confusion, glancing at her two companions before turning her gaze back to Lin Dong. Ami, I have a few Pokemon you haven't encountered yet. Let us introduce them today. Sure. Ami expressed her interest, curious about the Pokemon that could evoke such a transformation in the sisters. Come forth, Suicune. Ami was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the blue Pokemon before her. As a gym leader from the Johto region, she certainly recognized Suicune. Suicune. Oh woo. Suicune acknowledged Ami with a glance, before lying down motionless. Suicune had undergone quite a transformation recently, especially after Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao groomed its fur. Its skin now gleamed with luster, appearing not only more majestic but also imbued with an air of nobility. Lin Dong felt a twinge of nostalgia, reflecting on how this splendid creature had unwittingly attracted the attention of the scriptwriter, being toppled by a fishing net, and subsequently losing its combat capabilities due to a single kick. The majesty of this divine beast had been utterly diminished. Lin Dong released Jengar as well. Suicune, I have a question for you. Jengar, could you please translate? Of course, boss. Ami was once again taken aback. She had encountered this Jengar before, but was unaware that it could speak. Her curiosity about Lin Dong was reaching its peak. Suicune, do you know about the guardian families? Oh woo. Boss, it says it knows. I may have caught the attention of someone from a guardian family. Please elaborate. Oh woo. Chapter 81. Huang Yimigong. The Chosen of Zapdos. As Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao had surmised, little man had indeed been facing a series of misfortunes lately. The reason was rather simple. She had failed in her palace intrigue. Once upon a time, she and Lin Dong were childhood friends, but in the town of Yuan, the Yi family was the foremost clan, wielding absolute authority. By a twist of fate, she encountered the direct heir of the Yi family, Yi Hao, who swiftly expressed his interest in her. Little man found herself in a quandary. How had Lin Dong treated her back then? With silence. He never spent a dime unnecessarily, always striving to provide her with the best. Yet, Yi Hao offered far more. A mere trifle from him surpassed all of Lin Dong's possessions combined. Thus, after a brief moment of indecision, she chose Yi Hao. She had thought that with her virtues still intact, if she performed well, she could at least secure a position as a favored concubine, if not a legitimate wife. However, she failed. Initially, her position seemed quite secure, as Yi Hao had an odd penchant for courting other men as girlfriends. Given his status and looks, he could have any partner he desired. Yet, he fixated on this rather pathological hobby. If Lin Dong were aware, he would surely have commented, the spirit of Jianan still lingers, the legacy of Wei Wu endures. Originally, little man had Lin Dong, a devoted admirer, perfectly aligning with Yi Hao's peculiar taste. Everything was progressing smoothly, even when Lin Dong was left incapacitated by anger. She felt that she was half a step into the Yi family's grand estate. Yet for reasons unknown, Lin Dong suddenly regained consciousness. His demeanor was one of indifference, as if it were not his girlfriend being taken away. Yi Hao was not pleased. When they were at Dr. Yamanashi's research institute, Lin Dong inexplicably became formidable, nearly overpowering Yi Hao, leaving his face bruised. Enraged, Yi Hao took out his frustrations on her that very night. Then came the incident at the Sinnoh port, where she and Yi Hao teamed up against Lin Dong and Xiao Guang, only to become mere experience fodder, leading to Yi Hao's investigation by the League. Although he was eventually released, the pent-up fury he harbored was unleashed upon her. After that, Lu Feier arrived. Lu Feier was directly dispatched by the Yi family to be by Yi Hao's side, and upon her arrival, little man lost her position entirely. In other words, she had become nothing more than a mere tool. She had sacrificed her most precious possession only to receive a Nidoran and a Gloom in return. Although she eventually managed to obtain a Moonstone, allowing her Nidoran to evolve into Nidoqueen, from that point on, she had nothing else. Just a meager allowance each month and a stack of reward money after being used. Transitioning from frugality to luxury is easy, but the reverse is quite challenging. Accustomed to a life of opulence, how could she possibly be satisfied with her current state? Yesterday, Yihao encountered someone named Huang Yimigong and returned, suggesting she accompany him today. As for Yihao's grand promises, she held no faith in them. Her only remaining advantage was that she had only been touched by Yihao, once given to Huang Yimigong. Any possibility of entering the Yi family would vanish entirely. Feeling wronged, Little Man set out early to clear her mind, only to spot Lin Dong at the martial arts arena. Suddenly recalling how well Lin Dong had treated her, she was overcome with regret. Furthermore, upon reflection, Lin Dong had indeed grown stronger. Perhaps he could carve out a name for himself in the future? Even if he didn't, he could always work as a bodyguard for the wealthy, earning enough to sustain her. Thus, she resolved to approach him. Little Man believed that by generously returning to his embrace, Lin Dong should feel overwhelming gratitude and immediately agree, perhaps even swear an oath. Yet, Lin Dong surprisingly. Little Man thought Lin Dong was more despicable than Yihao. In a fit of anger, she rushed back to the hotel to find Huang Yimigong. Coincidentally, the hotel where Yihao and Huang Yimigong were staying was also the heightened seaside hotel, where Jin Wu and Xiao Wang resided. The more Little Man thought about it, the angrier she became, even attributing Yihao's bullying of her to Lin Dong. Why didn't you, Lin Dong, stand up to Yihao back then? If you had just endured or flattered him a bit, perhaps you could have secured a position as Yihao's favored concubine. However, little did she know that Yihao hadn't dared to cross Lin Dong lately. What she didn't realize was that Yihao was not unwilling but rather unable to act. Unfortunately, the most formidable subordinate in Yihao's command was the recently allied bug Ichiro. How did Ichiro end up serving Yihao? It was simply because he couldn't defeat Lin Dong. Lu Feier was acutely aware of this and continually advised Yihao to prioritize the bigger picture and avoid provoking Lin Dong. The results were immediate. This was evident in Canas City. Little Man truly had no idea of the underlying reasons, as Yihao only called her for personal matters, discussing serious business solely with Lu Feier. Nevertheless, she understood that she could not rely on her for revenge against Lin Dong. Thus, she decided to test her luck with Huang Yimigong. However, she quickly found herself regretting that choice. Yesterday, she merely caught a glimpse of a silhouette in the distance. Today, upon closer inspection, she discovered that Huang Yimi had grown several sizes larger than she had anticipated. Particularly striking was the fact that he had just concluded an encounter with an exceedingly alluring woman and was still unclothed. His round, jowly face was exceedingly unattractive, especially his mouth, which made Xiaoman feel quite nauseated. Huang Yimi's expression shifted instantly. His pudgy hand ceased its wandering on Xiaoman's body, squeezing her with such force that tears welled up in her eyes. What sort of expression is that? He glared menacingly at her. Young Master Yimi. I don't have any particular expression, Xiaoman forced a smile. Humph. Huang Yimi snorted coldly, and a spark of electricity surged from his fingertips, penetrating Xiaoman's body. She convulsed momentarily, racked with pain. I am a favored acolyte of the great deity, the lightning bird. Do you dare to scorn me? And no, a man as robust as young Master Yemi is the epitome of masculinity. Xiaoman managed to regain a semblance of composure, her fear of Huang Yimi having reached its zenith. She could scarcely believe that a mere human could emit electricity akin to a Pokémon. Yet, this only underscored Huang Yimi's extraordinary nature. No wonder Yihao was willing to offer himself to him. Did this not imply that should Huang Yimi take action, Lin Dong would be doomed without a doubt? With this realization, Xiaoman's demeanor transformed into one of allure. No matter how repugnant Huang Yimi might be, she could endure it. Observing Xiaoman's submission, a smile crept across Huang Yimi's plump face, his flesh quivering. The alluring woman, sensing the shift, promptly bid her farewells. With Xiaoman as his new companion, Huang Yimi saw no need to detain her, waving her off. You may attend to your business. I shall be sufficiently entertained by her for the next few days. Once your grand tournament concludes, I shall indulge you thoroughly. Chapter 82. The Grand Tournament of Glamour Martial Arts special event commences. The woman felt as though she had been granted a reprieve, hastily departing, though her smile lingered until the door shut behind her. Indeed, this woman was Sakurai Meihui. Upon returning to her room, she rushed to the bathroom and vomited. After some time, leaning against the door, a profound fear flickered in her eyes. Although she had temporarily escaped, the thought of Huang Yimi's methods sent chills down her spine. Yet, what could she do? Huang Yimi was the heir of the Guardian family, a favored acolyte of the lightning bird deity. He held considerable influence within both the Alliance and the Glamour Tournament Bureau. To vie for the position of Deputy Director in the Glamour Tournament Bureau office, she would need Huang Yemi's endorsement. She longed for advancement. Meanwhile, Lin Dong and his companions enjoyed a cheerful lunch, took a brief respite, and then ventured to the seaside. It was during this outing that Lin Dong learned from Shui Jun that he had overestimated the Guardian family. He had presumed that the Guardian family maintained a close relationship with the deities and possessed powerful divine beasts. However, Shui Jun revealed that creatures like the legendary birds were merely accustomed to serving a select few families. True intimacy was far from their reality. Within the clan, those with pure bloodlines, exceptional talents, and formidable strength held little regard for the members of the Guardian family. However, the vastness of the clan allowed for some members to engage in indiscretions, resulting in descendants with diluted bloodlines. Such individuals, who ranked low in all aspects within the clan, might be offered to the Guardian family by the clan leader. On one hand, this served to rid the clan of these disgraceful bloodlines. On the other, it fostered gratitude and increased offerings from the Guardian family. The Guardian family was essentially left with the dregs of the divine beast clans. Yet, despite this, the Guardian family treated them as if they were esteemed. Overall, it could not be said that the Guardian family was weak. After all, regardless of blood purity, divine beasts remain divine beasts, capable of reaching second-tier strength when cultivated. The second tier still counted as a tier. However, should the trainer's level be excessively inferior, even a first-tier Pokémon could breach the second tier's defenses. Furthermore, according to the world's timeline, the power of Mega Evolution would soon become an open secret within the Alliance. By that time, even if the Guardian family managed to keep pace with the times, their strength would be indirectly diminished. The only solace was the presence of a divine neighbor. It was unlikely that the Guardian family would face external threats, ensuring relative safety. Even if they temporarily fell into obscurity, there remained opportunities for resurgence. Lin Dong shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Having donned his swim trunks early on, he now noticed that Xiaoguang, Xiaoyao, and Ami had emerged from their tent, clad in their swimsuits. Upon seeing them, a rush of blood surged to his face. Ami donned a striking white two-piece swimsuit, with an eye-catching bow adorning the center of her upper body. Xiaoguang wore a sky-blue version of the same swimsuit, complemented by a sheer overlay. Xiaoyao sported a floral one-piece, appearing modest from the front, yet daringly revealing from the back. Who could withstand such a sight? The four of them released their smaller Pokémon, allowing them to frolic freely. Juju ran over to Pikachu, bashfully covering her face. They splashed about and frolicked. And the afternoon passed in joyous abandon. Just as they were preparing to return to the hotel, Xiaoyao's Caterpie suddenly unleashed a torrent of silk, enveloping itself. In an instant, its body radiated a brilliant white light. Caterpie was evolving. Xiaoyao was filled with anticipation. Would it evolve into Metapod or Butterfree? As the light faded, a Pokémon encased in fine silk appeared before them, its large red eyes visible through the cocoon. That seems to be Metapod, Lin Dong observed. Metapod? Let me check the Pokédex, Xiaoyao exclaimed as she scanned it. Metapod, the cocoon Pokémon, is the evolved form of Caterpie. It secretes silk to wrap its body, supporting itself as it awaits further evolution. When thirsty, it drinks rainwater that collects on the silk. How wonderful! Xiaoyao rejoiced. It will evolve into Butterfree, right? I can't wait. The evolution of Caterpie was an unexpected delight, and during dinner, everyone congratulated Xiaoyao. In the following days, Lin Dong settled into a routine. While Xiaoguang and the others practiced their glamorous techniques, he would idly pass the time, and when they weren't training, they would bask in the sun at the beach or play in the water. Throughout these days, the three girls showcased several different swimsuits, insisting that Lin Dong offer his opinions. At night, they would close the door and cozy up together with Xiaoguang. Finally, the grand tournament of glamour martial arts was upon them. Backstage, Xiaoguang donned a blue gown paired with white translucent sandals. Xiaoyao had also exchanged her attire for an orange crop top and skirt ensemble, complemented by orange strappy sandals. The two impeccably dressed girls surrounded Lin Dong, and with Ami in her white dress, he instantly garnered envious glances from several men. How do I look? Is it good? Xiaoguang twirled before Lin Dong, showcasing her new gown. Xiaoyao, not to be outdone, similarly displayed her outfit with a playful twist. You both look splendid. Let's do our best in today's competition. Lin Dong smiled. Two beauties. Though late to the party, I, too, have donned formal attire. However, standing beside him in a white gown with a neutral flare, Xiaoguang appeared even more striking than Jinwu. Jinwu, Xiaoguang, let's give it our all. Lin Dong encouraged. Xiaoguang, Xiaoyao, I eagerly anticipate our encounters in the glamour battle. Let's do our best. Xiaoguang replied with a smile as Lin Dong surveyed the scene. Dressed in a splendid purple suit, adorned with a rose pinned to his chest, The composed and self-assured Shun leaned gracefully against the wall. In contrast, the cosplaying Harry, donned in Dream Song Naya's attire, was nestled in the corner of the hallway, casually surveying the competitors with a smile. Lindong's attention was captured by Rob, who sat elegantly on a chair, his gaze fixed intently on the monitor. However, it was Lindong's glance that revealed an unexpected figure. Xiaoman, known for her penchant for showcasing her legs, she had unexpectedly donned a pair of denim long pants, featuring only a few strategically placed rips that accentuated her fair skin, provoking curiosity. Complemented by white sneakers, a short-sleeved t-shirt, and a pristine white baseball cap, she exuded a youthful campus vibe. Her stunning beauty and statuesque figure also drew the attention of numerous admirers. Yet, Lindong noticed that her complexion was pallid. Her eyes were puffy and red, and her hair appeared dry and disheveled. Despite her efforts to mask her appearance with makeup, donning the cap and tying her hair in a low ponytail, the signs of distress were evident. Xiaoman caught sight of Lindong and his companions, and as Xiaowang and Xiaoyao followed Lindong's gaze, they locked eyes with her. Humph! Xiaoman let out a cold huff, her gaze revealing a fierce intensity. Yet she chose not to engage further and turned to leave. At that moment, the host's voice resonated through the speakers. Chapter 83, The First Round of Judging. An unexpected strong adversary? Esteemed guests, greetings. I am your host, Vivian. On this delightful, sun-drenched day, we gather at the Martial Arts Island Stadium to witness the grand opening ceremony of the Pokémon Gorgeous Contest Special Tournament. I extend my heartfelt welcome to all of you present today. Now, allow me to introduce our distinguished guest for this special event, the renowned coordinator trainer, Miss Miho Sakurai. As Vivian's voice faded, a cerulean-hued bird with fluffy, cotton-like wings descended gracefully from above. Simultaneously, Miho Sakurai made her dazzling entrance, clad in a sheer lavender ensemble. Her alluring attire instantly captivated the attention of the entire audience. Go, Miho. You are the best. Miho Sakurai, I love you. The men clamored to show their support. Amidst the deafening cheers, Miho Sakurai gracefully swayed her body, synchronizing with the celestial bird. As the bird began to sing, an inexplicable enchantment filled the air, rendering the melody devoid of any hypnotic effect. Miho Sakurai's dance resembled an intoxicating elixir, each step perfectly timed, as if she were treading upon the hearts of those watching. The celestial bird simultaneously unleashed a mysterious protective aura, enveloping the stage in a radiant, mystical glow. Soon, as the performance concluded, Miho Sakurai placed a delicate hand upon her chest, modestly concealing her allure, and elegantly bowed in gratitude. The captivated men, still yearning for more, clamored for an encore. However, Miho Sakurai merely offered a gentle smile before gracefully making her way to the judges' panel. Miss Miho Sakurai's performance was truly poetic and picturesque. I trust you all share my sentiment of wanting more. Next, Miss Sakurai will serve as a judge for this Pokémon Gorgeous Contest Special Tournament, offering invaluable insights and suggestions to our coordinator trainers. Joining her on the panel are Mr. Yu Sujimori, Vice President of the Pokémon Enthusiasts Club, and Miss Joy from the Pokémon Center of Marshalltown. With Vivian's concluding remarks, the audience erupted into applause. Amidst the cheers, the first contestant made his entrance, presenting a duo, which playfully entangled its three heads in a comical scuffle. Miho Sakurai swiftly intervened, and Mr. Sujimori echoed her sentiments. Miss Joy expressed her agreement as well. It wasn't until the eighth contestant that Lindong recognized a familiar face, Kinwoo. Kinwoo once again showcased his hoodie, beginning with a display of his dual chopsticks, followed by a combination of light wall and shadow ball techniques, culminating in a swift teleportation and a wake-up call. The performance mirrored his previous one at the Canalave conference. Miho Sakurai instantly recognized the shy young man who had approached her at the hotel, and noting his impressive attire and fervent admiration, she offered him a few encouraging remarks that flushed his face with excitement. Lindong was not the least bit surprised by Kinwoo's decision to repeat his routine. In fact, when Xiaowang sought his advice over the past 2 days, Lindong had encouraged him to utilize the same combination of techniques from the Canalave conference. If today's judges were the same trio from the Canalave event, such repetition would undoubtedly be inappropriate. The first round of judging is inherently subjective. Even a splendid performance that captivates the audience may not be favored by judges when it involves redundancy. However, today was different. The 3 judges of the special tournament were entirely distinct from those of Canalave, and the audience comprised a different crowd as well. Therefore, employing previously showcased techniques was entirely acceptable. In fact, given the experience gained from performing on stage and a refined mastery of the moves, the execution could be even more impressive than before. Many contestants made similar choices, contributing to the heightened competition of this special tournament. Not only were skilled performers present, but they were also utilizing routines that had garnered high scores in the past. Such performances, which would typically secure a place in the second round of a standard gorgeous contest, appeared rather ordinary in this special tournament. Following Kenwa's turn, Lindong soon spotted Xiaoman making her entrance. "Go, Electivire, make your dazzling debut," Xiaoman exclaimed as she threw her Pokeball. Summoning a Pokémon standing at a height of 6 feet, its body shimmering with yellow electric energy. With a robust yellow physique adorned with black patterns and powerful arms that seemed capable of immense strength, Lindong furrowed his brow. "Electivire, use Swift, and then unleash Thunder," Xiaoman commanded, but Electivire hesitated before responding. Observing the throngs of spectators, Electivire appeared uncertain for a moment. Eventually, it launched a flurry of stars into the sky, followed by a powerful electric discharge that shattered the star-shaped energy. Finally, it executed Thunder. Xiaoman's confidence was palpable, yet Electivire faltered once more. As the brilliance of the fallen stars began to fade, Electivire finally delivered a potent thunder, creating a pillar of electric light that spread outwards, reigniting the audience's enthusiasm. Was this performance remarkable? To be frank, it was quite good. The sheer potency of that thunder showcased Electivire's formidable power. Its strength should not be underestimated. However, the hesitation exhibited by Electivire after Xiaoman's command was a critical point deduction. What did this indicate? It suggested a lack of synergy between the Pokémon and its trainer, revealing a discord between the coordinator and their Pokémon. With such dissonance, how could one still claim to be a coordinator? Mr. Sujimori's frowns during the performance spoke volumes. However, according to the order of the judges, Miho Sakurai was expected to speak first. To everyone's surprise, she commended Xiaoman. A truly spectacular performance that showcased both Electivire's immense power and technical prowess. "I eagerly anticipate your future displays." Miho Sakurai smiled warmly at Xiaoman, yet inwardly she was cursing. If judged by the standards of a typical gorgeous contest, this performance might have had a slim chance of advancing to the second round. However, in this special tournament, it had no chance whatsoever. However, she must devise a plan, for she had encountered Xiaoman once, in the room of Huang Yimigong, and it was a meeting characterized by near candor. Furthermore, this electric shock beast does not belong to Xiaoman. She recognizes it as Huang Yimigong's primary Pokémon. The intentions of Huang Yimigong have become abundantly clear, not to mention that he had already greeted her. Thus, no matter how poorly Xiaoman performs, she must strive to protect her. Fortunately, the electric shock beast possesses sufficient strength, allowing the performance to somewhat satisfy an audience unfamiliar with the rules. Chapter 84. A gathering of heroes, each displaying their talents. Sumuyu discreetly glanced at the score that Sakurai Miki had given to Xiaoman, frowning for the third time. In truth, he was quite displeased with this performance. He had long discerned that this electric shock beast was not Xiaoman's Pokémon at all. Of course, there are no regulations in grand contests, gym battles, or league conferences forbidding the use of another's Pokémon. In the original series, Ash had once lent his Apom to Musashi for a grand contest, although that was not a particularly formal event. Even official competitions allow it. Prior to the battles at the Nibi Gym and the Quartz Conference's Water Arena, Kasumi had proposed lending her Water-type Pokémon to Ash. The league and contest administrative bodies have yet to implement a prohibition on borrowing Pokémon, partly because such borrowing is difficult to define in practice, and partly because it retains a semblance of a loophole. However, while such a loophole exists, prominent figures, such as gym leaders or other mid-level officials within the league, would not allow their successors or disciples to take advantage of it in this manner. The Elite Four, needless to say, would never resort to such tactics. After all, if everyone were to do so, the league conference would descend into chaos. This is an unspoken rule within the league. Everyone still has a sense of dignity. For someone like Xiaoman, who is so brazenly taking advantage of this loophole, it borders on a breach of decorum. To borrow another's Pokémon and perform in such a manner is utterly shameless. In a grand contest, a situation where a Pokémon does not heed commands would undoubtedly result in significant point deductions. Despite his disdain for Xiaoman, in this grand contest of martial arts, one could argue that Sakurai Miki is the true protagonist. After much deliberation, Sumuyu awarded a score that was neither too high nor too low. When providing his comments, he noted, "I take pleasure in this electric shock beast." The subtext being, this Pokémon has been well trained, but the coordinator? What a farce. When it was Miss Joy's turn, her usually gentle demeanor was marred by a frown. Fortunately, Sumuyu's critique offered her a viable direction. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for words. This electric shock beast has been raised remarkably well, successfully showcasing its formidable moves. Miss Joy focused her remarks on the electric shock beast, making no mention of the coordinator, Xiaoman. In the end, she covertly glanced at Su Muyu's score and awarded a similar rating. Soon, those familiar faces from Lin Dong's circle began to complete their performances one after another. Xiao Shun utilized a Rosalia, executing a beautiful and graceful flower dance that instantly garnered applause from the audience. Following that, a combination of Stun Spore and Magical Leaf culminated in a finale of flower dance paired with Magical Leaf. Both Rosalia and Xiao Shun bowed in unison, the elegance of the Rosalia perfectly complementing Xiao Shun's noble demeanor. In the face of such a performance, even if Sakurai Miki intended to lower the scores of other contestants to favor Xiaoman, she found herself powerless. Moreover, Xiao Shun had some background as well, and Sakurai Miki did not wish to offend him, promptly awarding a high score. Su Muyu first applauded, then remarked, "I take pleasure in this," before concluding his evaluation. However, when it came to scoring, he granted a perfect score. Miss Joy likewise praised the performance, giving it a high score as well. After two more ordinary contestants, Rob made his appearance, instantly eliciting cheers from numerous women with his noble demeanor. The moment Milotic emerged, it left the audience in awe. The synergy and coordination between Rob and Milotic were impeccable, the exquisite techniques mesmerizing all in attendance. Lin Dong found himself entranced. Even with the memories of the entire animated series from his past life, witnessing the performance of what is said to be the most beautiful Pokémon still captivated him. It must be said, this grand contest was undoubtedly Milotic's stage. Sakurai Miki sighed inwardly. If she could still offer pointers to the previous contestant, Xiao Shun. In her capacity as a judge, now before Rob, she felt she could only engage in equal exchange. This left her in a quandary. Simultaneously, she harbored resentment toward Xiaoman. Even though the two might become allies in the future, she could not fathom what kind of enchantment Xiaoman had cast upon Huang Yemigong. Huang Yemigong's greeting was not merely a gateway for Xiaoman to enter the second round of evaluations. It was clearly aimed at the ribbon medal. Sakurai Miki had already deemed Rob one of her greatest obstacles. Yet, facing such an impeccable performance, she could only offer a high rating while assigning a perfect score. Too perfect. I take pleasure in this. Su Muyu also awarded a perfect score. Finally, Miss Joy similarly extolled Rob's performance, granting him a perfect score as well. The first contestant to achieve a perfect score emerged. Following Rob was an ordinary contestant whom Lin Dong found somewhat familiar. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly slapped his thigh. Wasn't this the individual who had used Ninetales during the last Kanaz conference, battling Kinwa's Alakazam to exhaustion? The ordinary contestant looked as if he might burst into tears. How unfortunate it was for him to be positioned right after Rob. He continued to use Ninetales, and although his performance was rather splendid, suitable for advancing to the second round in a typical competition, Rob's brilliance overshadowed him, rendering his performance dull in the eyes of the audience. Nevertheless, Ami and Lin Dong both felt that his performance was still superior to Xiaoman's. In truth, Su Muyu shared this sentiment. However, following Rob, he found it difficult to muster any enthusiasm. One could only say that luck is a part of skill. Sakurai Miki seized this opportunity to lower the scores of this contestant. Su Muyu and Miss Joy could only offer standard evaluations and neutral scores. Sakurai Miki cast a furtive glance, immediately feeling relieved that this contestant's final score did not surpass Xiaoman's. The next two ordinary contestants likely became disheartened after witnessing the judges' comments on the previous contestant, resulting in significant blunders during their performances. One Great Dane slipped and fell during its routine, while a Galarian Meowth accidentally struck itself with its own boomerang bone. Following these two was Xiao Yao. Lin Dong couldn't help but marvel at how fortunate Xiao Yao remained in this life. Xiao Yao chose to use a Torchic as her Pokémon. Although in her past life, Xiao Yao had never used a Torchic in a grand contest, Lin Dong couldn't offer much advice in that regard. Yet the performances of Xiao Guang and Pachima had provided her with some inspiration. The combination of Ember and Peck, though not particularly powerful, was visually appealing. After consuming all the embers, Torchic unleashed a flame spin, dazzling the audience. Even the three judges found it refreshing. Chapter 85. Advancing to the second round of evaluations. At times, many things are daunting when subjected to comparison. Had Xiao Yao performed after Rob, she would have had virtually no chance. However, following the two contestants who made enormous blunders, Xiao Yao's performance found an unexpected opportunity for triumph. The performance was truly novel, and I found myself filled with joy. Perhaps it was due to the pangs of guilt I felt regarding the coordinator trainer who had utilized the Ninetales and ultimately scored high that led Usugiki to express his sentiments before Miho Sakurai, could utter a word. Miho Sakurai had initially intended to suppress Xiaoyao's score, but at this moment, she deemed it unwise to disregard Usagiki's feelings. After all, the societal influence of the Pokemon Enthusiast Association was colossal, while they could not directly interfere with the appointments within the Pokemon Contest Affairs Bureau. Offending them was simply out of the question. Otherwise, they could easily generate a negative headline. The Bureau was also obligated to consider social impact. Thus, after furtively glancing at Usagiki's score, Miho Sakurai awarded a score that was adequately respectable without being offensive. Usagiki also discreetly peeked at Miho Sakurai's score, letting out a sigh of relief. In truth, his initial decision to step forward was motivated by guilt on one hand, and on the other hand, he recognized Xiaoyao's true identity, Mr. Qianli's daughter. As a prominent gym leader, Qianli had substantial interactions with the Pokemon Enthusiast Association. At the very least, their various publications in the Hoenn region had frequently featured Mr. Qianli as the cover star. Hence, aware that Miho Sakurai would fiercely protect that Xiaoman, Usagiki chose to stand up for Xiaoyao first. Mr. Qianli never engaged in such underhanded dealings, yet he could not allow his daughter to be subjected to them. Thus, his score was not outrageously high. The final scores from the three judges were indeed reflective of what Xiaoyao deserved. Yes, his sole aim was to ensure that Xiaoyao received a fair evaluation. As for whether Xiaoyao benefited from the misfortunes of the first two contestants and gained some impression points, even if that were the case, it was merely fortunate. He had not orchestrated those two contestants' blunders. Nevertheless, Miho Sakurai's mood soured slightly. Xiaoyao's final score had already surpassed Xiaoman's. The subsequent appearance of Xiaoguang left Miho Sakurai feeling even more helpless. The combination move of Bubble Beam and Peck had been perfected by Pachima. Following that, Pachima executed a whirl, leaping into the air, and with the spin of the whirl, unleashed bubble beams in all directions. At that moment, the stage transformed into a dreamlike realm, akin to a fairyland. Amidst the resounding cheers, Miho Sakurai could not, in good conscience, speak falsely and was compelled to give a fair review, awarding a commendably high score. Remarkable, this delighted me. Usagiki also bestowed a high score. Perhaps this performance resonated more with Miss Joy's preferences, for she rendered an even higher evaluation, nearing a perfect score. Following this, Xiaowang and Meowstic's performance was impeccable, showcasing the speed, power, and technique of Meowstic with elegance. Miho Sakurai had no choice but to grit her teeth and assign another high score. At this point, Kenwu, Xiaoman, Shun, Rob, Xiaoyao, Xiaoguang, and Xiaowang had all completed their performances. It was now time for lunch. Vivian announced a break. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the event resumed, and the subsequent performance by Harry and his dream singer was also commendable. However, to err on the side of caution, Miho Sakurai made efforts to suppress the scores of all the contestants who performed in the afternoon. Consequently, among all the afternoon contestants, only Harry advanced to the second round of evaluations. The final list of 8 who passed the first round and advanced to the second round included Kenwu, Xiaoman, Shun, Rob, Xiaoyao, Xiaowang, and Harry. Vivian announced that the second round would officially commence the following morning at 9 o'clock, and the groupings for the grand battle would be determined by a draw prior to the start of the second round. Upon learning that she had passed the first round, Xiaoyao leaped with joy. This was her first participation in a grand contest, and in such a prestigious gathering of talent. Making it to the second round of the grand battle was already a source of immense happiness and pride for her. Xiaoguang was equally exhilarated. The new combination move she had been practicing with Pachima had finally succeeded splendidly. Congratulations to you, Xiaoyao and Xiaoguang. Ame approached to offer her congratulations. Congratulations. And do your best in the second round. Lin Dong added his well wishes. Thank you. On their way back to the hotel, the two girls purchased a large serving of ice cream to celebrate. Milk, vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, mango, and matcha. Excitedly, they selected their flavors at the ice cream stand. Suddenly, Xiaoguang recalled the song Lin Dong had sung for her and added, "Let's get a sea salt flavor too." Observing the girls' joyful expressions, Lin Dong could not bear to dampen their spirits at that moment. Yet Xiaoman's unexpected participation still left him with an unsettling premonition. The hesitation of the electric beast was evident to him and Ame when they were in the audience. How could the renowned coordinator trainer Miho Sakurai possibly overlook it? Moreover, it happened twice. Yet, Miho Sakurai had given a high evaluation, and now reflecting on Usagiki's assessment, it seemed to carry a hint of irony. Following this, Miho Sakurai began to intentionally lower the evaluations of other contestants, significantly reducing the scores she bestowed. It appeared that as the lead judge of this special event, Miho Sakurai was clearly aiding Xiaoman in orchestrating some underhanded tactics. Suddenly, a bold hypothesis flashed through Lin Dong's mind, causing his expression to darken momentarily. Lin Dong, what's wrong? Xiao Wang handed him a mix of vanilla and chocolate ice cream, only to notice the unusual look on his face. It's nothing, Xiao Wang, Xiaoyao. During the second round of evaluations tomorrow, if you encounter that Xiaoman, be cautious. Lin Dong lowered his voice. I don't know what her connection is with Miho Sakurai, but I'm concerned she might employ tactics similar to those of Choichiro against you. Choichiro. At the mention of his name, Xiao Wang and Xiaoyao immediately grasped the implication. Ame was initially a bit perplexed, but soon recalled that not long ago, the Johto League had circulated a report concerning a case with Choichiro as a negative example. Although he was long gone, he would serve as a lasting cautionary tale. Yet, it was unexpected that Choichiro would target a rookie trainer like Lin Dong. What should have been a serious matter suddenly struck Ame as somewhat amusing. However, the affairs of the two sisters warranted serious attention. The four of them deliberated for a considerable time, but could not devise a satisfactory plan. This was because the rules of the Hoenn region's grand contest stipulated that the first match of the second round must feature Pokémon that had performed in the first round. In other words, everyone would be revealing their cards in the first match. It was even possible to glean insights into the moves their opponent's Pokémon would employ from the performances in the first round. If the draw for the second round were fair, it would all come down to luck, and Lin Dong would have nothing to say. But if someone were to manipulate the situation behind the scenes, for instance, deliberately placing Xiao Wang and Xiaoyao in the same half as Xiaoman. Chapter 86. The Ruthless Xiaoman. The Death of Fire Chick? Young Master Miko. Xiaoman, with a coy voice, clung to the robust arm of Huang Yi Miko, playfully pleading, I want to be in the same half as those two wretches. Young Master Miko. You and Sister Miho should help me out. At this moment, Huang Yi Miko reclined comfortably on an extravagant, oversized bed, surrounded by indulgence. One hand was mischievously exploring in front of Xiaoman, while the other was wrapped around Miho Sakurai, also engaging in untoward behavior. Oh, and what do you wish to achieve? Huang Yi Miko inquired, squeezing her playfully. Xiaoman winced in pain, yet unlike the previous days, she did not burst into tears. Instead, her face radiated allure as she responded. I want to turn their Pokémon into charred remains. Xiaoman spoke, her eyes betraying an unmistakable venomous resentment. She attributed all the humiliation she had endured over the past few days to Lin Dong, Xiao Wang, and Xiaoyao. Yes, she had succumbed to vanity, abandoning Lin Dong for Yi Hao. Yet, aside from the facts, did Lin Dong and the others bear no blame? And that woman in the white dress, whose name eluded her, had also become a target of her ire. Anyone associated with Lin Dong would taste her vengeance. Such cruel words, uttered in a delicate tone, sent chills down the spine of Sakurai Miho, who stood nearby. Yet, Huang Yemi was completely taken in by this act. Very well, Miho, do assist your little sister Xiaoman, he instructed, turning his rotund face towards Sakurai Miho. Of course, young Master Yemi, replied Sakurai Miho, a cheerful smile plastered on her face, while inwardly cursing Xiaoman's ancestors repeatedly. This was the Pokémon Grand Festival's special tournament. Although the audience count remained unrecorded that day, she estimated there must be over 10,000 spectators. Xiaoman had audaciously declared her intent to eliminate her opponent's Pokémon in front of all those eyes. Sakurai Miho had aligned herself with Huang Yemi for the sake of progress. However, if such a disgraceful incident occurred under her oversight, what chance did she have for advancement? She might be fortunate merely to avoid being cast into obscurity by the Grand Festival's bureau. Miho resolved silently that, should it come to that, she would do everything in her power to intervene. Severe injuries were acceptable, but death was absolutely out of the question. The next day, Lin Dong and his companions rose early, arriving punctually at the venue. At 8:45 a.m., under the voice of the host, Vivian, the large screen began to flicker. Lin Dong, feeling a twinge of nervousness, gazed at the screen. He had spent the previous night casually researching his opponents, with the experience of calculating scores for the national football team in his past life. This was hardly a challenge for him. According to the advancement list, the matchups were as follows: Xiaoman versus Xiaoyao, Xiao Wang versus Xiao Wang, Harry versus Jinwu, Xiaoshun versus Rob. Among them, Xiaoyao's favorable draw was against Xiaoshun and Harry. Although her Fire Chick was currently at a lower level than the Poison Rose and Dream Singer, she still held a type advantage and a chance to win. In contrast, Xiao Wang faced a difficult situation. Aside from Xiaoyao, she held no advantages against the others. If forced to choose, her chances were slightly better against Xiao Wang. Thus, the ideal matchups were Xiaoyao against Harry or Xiaoshun, and Xiao Wang against Xiao Wang. Meanwhile, backstage, Xiaoman wore a cruel smile. The groupings for the second round had been determined. As Vivian announced the final matchups, Lindong's expression hardened. The groupings displayed Xiaoman, Xiaoyao, Xiaowang, and Xiaowang in the upper bracket, while Harry, Jinwu, Xiaoshun, and Rob were placed in the lower bracket. The first round matchups were Xiaoman versus Xiaoyao, Xiaowang versus Xiaowang, Harry versus Jinwu, and Xiaoshun versus Rob. Vivian began to announce. The first battle features Miss Xiaoman against Miss Xiaoyao. The atmosphere ignited instantly with the clash of two beautiful young women. Amidst the audience's cheers, Xiaoman and Xiaoyao took their positions in the trainer's area. Didn't he expect your opponent to be me, did you? Xiaoman fixed her gaze fiercely on Xiaoyao. The latter's mocking words from the other day echoing like a haunting melody in her ears. It matters not who it is. Go, fire chick, Xiaoyao declared. Despite her nonchalance, she remained acutely aware of Lindong's reminder from the previous day, focusing intently on the unfolding battle. We shall see whether it matters, Xiaoman retorted as she tossed her Pokeball. Come forth, Electric. Xiaoyao was fully alert now. She and Xiaowang, Lindong, and Ami had spent considerable time last night studying Electric's data. This Pokemon was among the most formidable in terms of electric abilities. Xiaoyao resolved to seize the initiative. Fire Chick, use Spark. The Fire Chick unleashed a burst of sparks, charging towards Electric. Electric, use Thunder, Xiaoman commanded with smug confidence. Yet, Electric's robust arms crackled with arcs of electricity, enveloping its limbs in a radiant yellow glow. It raised its paw to shield itself, standing its ground as it absorbed the Fire Chick's spark effortlessly. Such a casual dismissal of the opponent's attack should have resulted in a significant deduction of points for Xiaoyao. Yet, paradoxically, Xiaoman found herself penalized even more. The reason was simple. While Xiaoman had commanded Thunder, Electric had executed Thunderfang instead. In the context of gym battles or league tournaments, a Pokemon's disobedience was often inconsequential. Just like Ash's Charizard, who had failed to heed commands during the battle at the Red Lotus Gym, it was merely a matter of Ash cheering on his Pokemon. The Pokemon acted on its own accord, following its instincts. In essence, when they were in agreement, Charizard would follow Ash's commands, but when they diverged, it would act independently. However, it was evident to the audience that Ash's Charizard was not under his command. As long as victory was achieved, that was all that mattered. But in the case of a grand festival, such leniency was unacceptable. Elegance and beauty were paramount. If one's Pokemon disregarded commands, it would tarnish one's reputation, leaving no room for grace. At this moment, Vivian added, "Oh, Electric is using Thunderfang. It is not following its trainer's orders." Sakurai Miho maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, but her hands trembled with suppressed rage beneath the table. "Xiaoman, you incompetent fool. Electric, use Thunder again." Xiaoman issued the same command once more. Perhaps this time, there was a consensus, for Electric let out a powerful cry and unleashed a tremendous thunder. "Fire Chick, dodge quickly," Xiaoyao commanded urgently. But the bolt of lightning was too swift, leaving the Fire Chick no chance to evade. The ferocious lightning engulfed the Fire Chick entirely. The thunder from Electric persisted for an extended duration. When the radiant light subsided, the Fire Chick's once smooth feathers were now charred black. Its eyes closed as it succumbed to unconsciousness. With the Fire Chick incapacitated, Xiaoyao's score plummeted to 0 in an instant. Victory was decided. Fire Chick. At that moment, Xiaoyao was far more concerned about her Pokemon's well-being than the outcome of the match. She rushed to check on the Fire Chick's injuries, but Xiaoman wore a cruel smile. "Excellent. Electric, use Thunder once more." Chapter 87. Fierce Rivals Clash. Xiaowang versus Xiaowang. What? Nurse Joy had already risen from her seat at the judge's table, recognizing the severe injury inflicted upon the Fire Chick. Should it be struck by thunder again, its life would surely be in jeopardy. "Fire Chick, return." Xiaoyao hastily retrieved her Pokeball, the red beam of light from it racing faster than the yellow lightning, to retrieve the Fire Chick. "Xiaoman, what are you trying to do?" Yuzuki exclaimed, slamming his fist down. Whether there had been any manipulation during the draw was uncertain, but he recognized Xiaoman's malicious intent to eliminate the Fire Chick. "My apologies. I thought the match was still ongoing," Xiaoman responded flippantly, offering her nonchalance as an explanation. Yuzuki seethed with indignation. The background of Xiaoyao became irrelevant at this moment. He simply found Xiaoman utterly intolerable. Infuriatingly intolerable. The competition has concluded, and the contestant is instructed to withdraw their Pokemon and return to the backstage. Sakurai Miho rose, her tone stern, yet subtly aimed at alleviating the crisis for Xiaoman. Noticing the concerned glances exchanged between her and the unfriendly expressions on the faces of Sujimori Yu and Nurse Joy, Xiaoman hesitated, swallowing her words, and recalled her electrode before departing the stage. In the backstage area, Chansey administered treatment to the fiery Fyro, fortunate that Xiaoyao had acted swiftly, stabilizing Fyro's condition. Further treatment would need to occur at the Pokemon Center, but there was no immediate rush. Unable to leave her post, Nurse Joy remained occupied, prompting Xiaoyao to change back into her regular attire and join the audience, where she found Lindong and Ami, both wearing grim expressions. Upon Xiaoyao's arrival, they immediately inquired with concern, "How is Fyro?" "Rest assured, it's stable now. Once the tournament concludes, we can make a trip to the Pokemon Center," Xiaoyao reassured. Settling beside Lindong. "That's a relief," both Lindong and Ami sighed in unison. "Now let us watch Xiaowang's match together. I believe she will avenge my Fyro," Xiaoyao declared. Feigning lightheartedness, Lindong and Ami nodded in agreement. At that moment, Xiaowang and Xiaowang had taken their positions in the trainer's area. Xiaowang had witnessed Xiaoman's attempt to harm Fyro and was still seething with anger, her expression resolute. "Xiaowang, let us have a fair match," Xiaowang called out loudly. "Absolutely. I shall not lose," Xiaowang responded with equal fervor. Then, Meowstic, ready, go? Go, Pachima. Meow. Pachima. Pachima, unleash Bubble Beam. Xiaowang, eager to take the initiative, commanded. Meowstic. Use Shadow Claw. Xiaowang countered calmly. Meowstic's Shadow Claw punctured each bubble, successfully blocking Pachima's Bubble Beam, earning Xiaowang a deduction in points for the elegant defense. "In that case, let us attack with Peck," Xiaowang ordered again, and Pachima concentrated energy at its beak, launching it towards Meowstic. Meowstic dodge, as Pachima executed its Peck attack rhythmically. Meowstic skillfully evaded with graceful footwork, resulting in another point deduction for Xiaowang. "Xiaowang, calm down," Lindong shouted from the audience, though his voice was barely audible amidst the crowd of thousands. Nevertheless, Xiaowang caught a glimpse of Lindong's words. Although unclear, it was sufficient to bring her back to her senses. However, Xiaowang was not inclined to grant her any further time to adjust. Sensing Xiaowang's faltering mindset, Xiaowang immediately commanded, "Meowstic, use Fury Swipes." Meowstic lunged at Pachima. At that moment, Xiaowang made a bold decision. "Pachima, use Protect." Meowstic's claws raked fiercely against Pachima, causing Xiaowang to feel a pang of anxiety. Yet, finding herself at a disadvantage, she had little choice but to take risks. Pachima endured the onslaught, gathering energy as it recalled the plight of Fyro. Having formed a strong bond with Pikachu and Fyro, Pachima could not remain indifferent while seeing its companion threatened. It knew that only by defeating its current adversary could its trainer seek vengeance for a friend in the next round. Not only did Xiaowang have a reason to win, Pachima did as well. With each claw strike from Meowstic, Pachima sustained further damage, causing Xiaowang to lose points. However, Xiaowang deemed this too slow. Even with Protect, damage still persists. "Meowstic, use Iron Tail," Xiaowang commanded, preparing to inflict significant harm on Pachima. With a resounding meow, Meowstic's tail shimmered with a silvery metallic sheen as it struck Pachima fiercely, forcing it to stagger backward. At that moment, the energy gathered by Protect peaked. "Go, Pachima! Pachima!" Pachima unleashed a powerful beam of white light, swiftly targeting Meowstic. The latter failed to evade in time, getting struck by the energy and sent flying. Pachima, again with Bubble Beam. Pachima launched another Bubble Beam, and Xiaowang instantly countered. Meowstic, Shadow Claw. Meowstic's claws glimmered with ghostly energy once more. But having sustained damage from Protect, its movements were slightly delayed. The Bubble Beam struck true. Xiaowang lost substantial points, bringing her score nearly level with Xiaowang's. Now it was Xiaowang's turn to panic. "Meowstic, use Shadow Claw," she commanded, raising its claws toward Pachima. "Pachima, use Whirlpool," Xiaowang calmly instructed, allowing Pachima to lie in wait. As Meowstic lunged towards Pachima, a whirlpool formed, ensnaring Meowstic within. Xiaowang lost points again, and the countdown clock reached 0. "The match has concluded. Advancing to the next round is Ms. Xiaowang," announced Vivian. Xiaowang dashed onto the stage, and Pachima joyfully leaped into her embrace. "Pachima!" It waved its small arms, seemingly reminding Xiaowang not to forget about avenging its dear friend. "You performed splendidly, Pachima. Rest assured, the next round is all mine," Xiaowang replied, casting her gaze toward the audience. Lindong, Ami, and Xiaoyao cheered and waved at her. Xiaowang nodded gently and returned backstage with Pachima. Chapter 88. A Smile from Gingawei. Xiaowang's advancement was entirely within Lindong's expectations. In the original story, Xiaowang's first battle against Xiaowang ended in defeat, though the margin was not particularly vast. Xiaowang had launched a commendable offensive with her Furfrou. This time, however, with Lindong's assistance in training, Xiaowang had gained substantial experience battling various wild Pokémon. Pachima's level surpassed that of her previous Furfru. Moreover, Lindong had imparted many dazzling contest techniques and battle strategies from his past life to Xiaoguang. Otherwise, she could not have debuted at her peak, securing her first ribbon badge. At this moment, Xiaoguang's strength was on par with Xiaoguang's. And with the boost from her and Pachima's fervent spirit, it was unsurprising that they managed to turn the tide with Protect. The upcoming 2 matches promised to be equally captivating, steeped in intrigue. Sakurai Miho, in her relentless pursuit to fulfill the mission of Huang Yimigong, had exerted her utmost efforts, employing every stratagem. Not only did she respond to Xiaoman's request by placing Xiaoyao and Xiaoguang in the same half of the bracket, but she also meticulously orchestrated the matchups of the other 5 contestants to suit her designs. She first arranged for Xiaoyao to face Xiaoman, as she recognized Xiaoyao's insufficient strength and Firo's inadequate level. Even against Shun's Roseraid or Harry's Dream Eater, victory was not assured. Thus, Xiaoyao had to compete first. Otherwise, Xiaoman would never encounter her. Furthermore, Grass-type Pokemon had certain resistances to Electric-type moves. If Shun and Harry were to surpass Xiaoyao, Miho believed that despite Xiaoman wielding Huang Yimigong's primary Pokemon, she would not necessarily stand a chance against either of them. Then, to ensure Xiaoguang's victory, among the remaining 5, it was precisely Xiaoguang's Meowstic that proved most suitable. But would it end there? Surely not. Due to the formidable threats posed by the Poison Rose and the Dream Song Naya, as well as that Alakazam, Sakurai Mihue harbored no confidence in Xiaoman. She feared that should Xiaoman confront such a powerful opponent wielding extraordinary abilities, she would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Thus, she orchestrated a battle between Kenwu and Harry, and another between Xiaoshun and Rob. Her strategy was to have Harry eliminate Kenwu, followed by Xiaoshun defeating Rob, leading to a fierce clash between Harry and Xiaoshun, ultimately allowing Xiaoman to reap the benefits, despite the subsequent allowance for them to utilize any Pokemon at their disposal, given the prowess they had displayed. This arrangement was deemed necessary. Indeed, Sakurai Mihue's plan proved effective. For instance, Kenwu was already drenched in sweat. Unbeknownst to him, he was embroiled in a scheme. Had he been aware, he would have been the first to confront his idol in a furious bid for vengeance. The frustration he felt was palpable. Dream Song Naya, possessing both grass and dark attributes, was utterly immune to Alakazam's psychic abilities. Conversely, Harry watched Kenwu with a smug grin, his voice dripping with condescension as he remarked, "Oh dear, what unfortunate luck. My Dream Song Naya is perfectly suited to counter you." Thus, he claimed victory in this battle. Although the Grand Festival did not necessitate rendering an opponent incapable of fighting, victory could also be attained through point deduction. Harry was nonetheless a skilled coordinator. With such a significant advantage in attributes, how could he possibly grant Kenwu any opportunity? Throughout the match, Kenwu found himself utterly dominated. Harry emerged victorious. In another bout, however, Sakurai Mihue's machinations took an unexpected turn. Rob's strength was entirely beyond her expectations. His Milotic not only held a decisive level advantage, but also wielded Steel Tail, Hurricane, and other formidable moves. Both offensively and defensively, it was flawless. Throughout the match, Xiaoshun scarcely had a chance to retaliate. Even with a purported advantage in attributes, he too was thoroughly overwhelmed. Sakurai Mihue felt a chill in her heart. Rob's Milotic had likely reached the strength comparable to that of the primary Pokemon of typical gym leaders. Moreover, its dazzling techniques bore the unmistakable mark of a master. This made it nearly invincible in the Grand Festival. As Sakurai Mihue racked her brain for ways to further undermine Rob, Xiaoman and Xiaoguang arrived at the battleground. "Xiaoguang, just wait. The next match will be your Pokemon's downfall." Xiaoman glared fiercely at Xiaoguang. "I ought to say just wait. I shall exact justice for my fire chicken." Xiaoguang returned her stare with equal intensity. Even before the battle commenced, tensions were already palpable. "Huh, you think you stand a chance?" Xiaoman scoffed and threw her Pokeball, declaring, "Come forth, Electabuzz." At that moment, Xiaoman brimmed with confidence. In pursuit of Yellow Migong's assistance over the past few days, she had endured countless trials and humiliations. This led her to borrow this very Electabuzz. Xiaoguang had only recently become a trainer. How could she possibly possess a Pokemon more powerful than Electabuzz? "You shall witness my prowess." Xiaoguang flashed a confident smile and tossed a Pokeball. "I entrust you, Gengar." "Gengar? What?" Xiaoman gasped in shock. As she beheld the deep purple creature with its enigmatic smile, a wave of terrifying memories surged through her mind. The recollection of being toyed with during a doubles match caused her expression to falter. "You, how could you?" Xiaoman's words faltered on her lips. She could not articulate them. After all, her Electabuzz was not even her own. Ignoring Xiaoman's hysteria, Xiaoguang crossed her arms before her, closing her eyes as if attuning herself to something. Was she perhaps channeling a psychic connection? Yuyuki's interest peaked. He was almost eager for someone to teach Xiaoman a lesson. However, Xiaoman remained undeterred. Humph, stop pretending. Electabuzz. Use Thunderbolt. Perhaps the aura irradiating from Gengar instilled immense pressure upon Electabuzz. This time, it obediently unleashed a powerful bolt of electricity towards Gengar. Hey! Upon hearing Electabuzz cry, Xiaowang opened her eyes. In that instant, Gengar seemed to understand, vanishing from sight. The electric bolt struck the ground where Gengar had stood, scattering harmlessly into the air. Go, Gengar! Xiaowang commanded with a wave of her hand, yet she did not issue any specific directives. Gengar's form appeared in midair, raising a hand to summon several shadow balls. Gengar. With a downward motion of Gengar's arm, the shadow balls shot forth like cannonballs towards Electabuzz. Electabuzz, defend. Xiaoman steeled herself. Though Gengar was formidable, her Electabuzz was also a mainstay borrowed from Yellow Megong. Surely it possessed the strength to hold its own. Hey! Electabuzz hesitated to meet the attack head-on, yielding to Xiaoman's command and erecting a green barrier. However, it failed to notice that, at the moment the shadow balls approached, Gengar's form once again vanished. The next instant, it beheld a sinister smile, Gengar's smile. Chapter 89. The Martial Arts Special Tournament concludes. An anomaly. Electabuzz's strength was indeed commendable. It successfully endured the onslaught of Gengar's bombardment with its full-power defense. Though it was a strenuous effort, and its robust body trembled from the extensive energy expenditure, it remained standing. Yet, the subsequent attack proved to be another matter entirely. With a smile, Gengar launched a spiraling shadow ball towards Electabuzz. As the spiraling shadow ball made contact with the green energy barrier, it shattered with a resounding crash. Electabuzz's face drained of color. It could no longer withstand the assault. Quick, use Thunder Punch! Xiaoman screamed, for she had sacrificed greatly to earn this opportunity for victory. Hey! Electabuzz, with no time to contemplate alternatives, hurriedly concentrated all its electrical energy into its arm, shielding itself. However, this proved futile. The spiraling shadow ball continued unabated, crashing forcefully into Electabuzz. A surge of cataclysmic energy erupted, sending Electabuzz hurtling across the arena, crashing into the wall like a cannonball. When it fell from the wall, the specially constructed surface bore the imprint of its shape, a large dent carved into the material. Electabuzz lay unconscious, devoid of fighting capability. Naturally, Xiaoman's score plummeted to 0 in an instant. What an exhilarating match! Gengar's thunderous strike has rendered Electabuzz incapacitated, and advancing to the final stage is Miss Xiaoguang. Vivian's announcement struck Xiaoman like a dagger to the heart. Her face turned ashen, forgetting to recall her injured Electabuzz. It was only when Nurse Joy, unable to bear the sight, spoke up that Xiaoman finally retrieved Electabuzz and exited the stage. Conversely, Sakurai Mihue breathed a sigh of relief, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief wash over her. Though she had failed to accomplish Yellow Megong's task, leaving her somewhat pale, the primary responsibility was no longer hers. Xiaoman's inability to rise to the occasion had nothing to do with her. As for Yuyuki, had it not been for his position as a judge, he would have been applauding and cheering at this moment. Well done. Brilliantly executed. Delightful to witness. Of course, this special tournament was far from over. In the next match, Harry continued to employ Dream Song Naya, while Rob remained steadfast, deploying Milotic for the encounter. Harry had initially believed this battle to be in the bag. Yet Rob's strength far exceeded his expectations. He and Minganaya, much like Xiaoshun and Poison Rose, found themselves bereft of any effective opportunities, being relentlessly dominated by Rob and Minaz throughout the match. As the 5 minutes elapsed, Harry's score was nearly depleted, while Rob's score had only diminished slightly. Rob successfully advanced to the final stage. At long last, they arrived at the grand stage of this dazzling tournament's martial arts special event. The two contenders poised for decisive combat on this final stage were none other than Miss Xiaoguang and Mr. Rob. Vivian's voice ignited the audience's fervor instantaneously. Amidst the resounding cheers, Xiaoguang and Rob ascended the stage. Miss Xiaoguang, I shall continue to utilize Minaz for the final stage, and if possible, I would like to request that you also persist with Gingawei, Rob unexpectedly proposed. Mr. Rob, actually Xiaoguang hesitated momentarily. This Gingawei was, of course, Lindong's. The previous night, considering that Xiaoman might employ underhanded tactics during today's dazzling battle, Lindong entrusted his 2 Pokémon to himself and Xiaoyao. He received Gingawei, while Xiaoyao received Quailong. Although the first round mandated the use of Pokémon that appeared in the initial screening, substitutions were permitted in subsequent rounds. Thus, if they did not encounter Xiaoman in the draw during the first round, Either of them could easily triumph over her later on, even if Xiaoman manipulated the draw results. The other could retaliate in the second round. However, using Gengawei to avenge a comrade seemed reasonable, and Xiao Wang bore no psychological burden. Yet, employing Gengawei on the final stage felt somewhat inappropriate to her. She had initially intended to use Wan Yuan and Mukabird. Never mind, Rob interjected with a gentle smile, interrupting Xiao Wang's impending explanation. Please continue to utilize Gengawei. It has been quite some time since I faced such a formidable opponent, and I am eager to engage in battle with it, Rob stated earnestly. All right, Xiao Wang nodded. Rob had already stepped into the trainer's area, and with his keen insight, he had already surmised that Gengawei was not Xiao Wang's Pokémon. Her earlier meditation and command were merely a smokescreen. But what did it matter? This did not contravene any rules, and battling such a powerful adversary would prove beneficial for him, far preferable to facing Xiaoman and her Electroman. Those two truly exhibited a complete lack of synergy and technique. Xiaoman advanced solely due to the inherent strength of her Electroman. Besides, that Electroman was merely a clumsy giant. While its electrical prowess was impressive, its techniques were significantly lacking. Conversely, Gengawei was different. Should he glean any new techniques from battling Gengawei, the value of this encounter would far exceed that of the ribbon badge itself. He already possessed 4 ribbon badges and only needed 1 more. With over half a year until the grand celebration, there was no need for haste. Thus, the outcome of this battle became inconsequential, and he genuinely wished to witness Gengawei's full strength. Rob unleashed Minus, and Xiao Wang promptly summoned Gengawei as promised. Subsequently, amidst the host's continuous gasps of astonishment, Gengawei and Minus engaged in an explosive clash. Under Xiao Wang's direction, Gengawei refrained from employing any lethal force and fought with ease, reminiscent of its battle against Ame's bronze bell at the Kanaz gym. In less than 3 minutes, Minus collapsed, its eyes spiraling into a dizzying pattern. Naturally, Rob's score was reduced to 0. Prior to this, however, Rob's score had still been slightly ahead of Xiao Wang's. This outcome was entirely within Lin Dong's expectations. Rob's Minus was indeed formidable, and its techniques were undeniably exquisite. Yet, its overall strength was comparable to Ame's bronze bell, making the battle a 50-50 proposition. Against Gengawei, it was virtually devoid of opportunity. Minus has lost its fighting capability. The victor of the Pokémon Dazzling Tournament's martial arts special event final stage is Miss Xiao Wang. Vivian passionately announced the results of the match. Following this, the award presentation commenced. Due to Xiao Wang's victory over Xiaoman, Susumu and Miss Joy were both elated. However, Sakurai Miho forced a semblance of a smile, presenting a box containing the ribbon badge to Xiao Wang. Congratulations, this is the special ribbon badge of Sea and Sky. With her smile stiff and unwilling to utter another word, Sakurai Miho formally awarded the ribbon badge, completed the remaining formalities, and departed the venue. Backstage, Xiao Wang gazed at the sea blue and sky blue ribbon badge, adorned with wave patterns and the name of the special event, lost in contemplation until Lin Dong and the others arrived. Congratulations, Xiao Wang, the trio cheerfully congratulated. Lin Dong, Xiao Wang began to explain, but was interrupted by Lin Dong. It was Rob's request, wasn't it? Xiao Wang nodded. I knew it. Don't worry, it's no problem, Lin Dong reassured with a smile. The 4 of them first went to the Pokemon Center to heal Huazigio and Bojiaman, and did not return to the hotel until evening. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As they approached the hotel, a bone-chilling gust swept across the entire martial arts island. The 4 of them involuntarily shivered, dressed still in their summer attire. They quickened their pace. Chapter 90, An Island Frozen in Ice. Ominous dark clouds enveloped Martial Arts Island, and amidst the rumble of thunder, flashes of lightning illuminated the sky. Torrential rain pounded against the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows, the cacophony startling. Upon returning to the hotel, the first order of business for Lin Dong and his companions was to take turns enjoying a hot shower. No one could fathom that in just 1 hour, the island's temperature had plummeted from 30 degrees to a mere 10. Yet the icy wind continued to howl, and over the next 2 hours, what struck the windows was no longer raindrops, but hailstones. The hotel's air conditioning was set to heating mode, yet the 4, lacking warm clothing, could only huddle under blankets. Fortunately, they all squeezed into one room, allowing for conversation. Xiao Yao and Ame shared a bed, which made it convenient for Lin Dong, who, while holding Xiao Wang, found his hands becoming a tad adventurous. Xiao Wang, flustered yet annoyed, playfully swatted Lin Dong but did not stop him, merely reminding him to be mindful of his boundaries. Xiao Yao and Ame are still here. The strange occurrences on Martial Arts Island soon alerted the higher-ups of the Alliance. In the conference room of the headquarters, the leader of the Junsha clan, the leader of the Joy clan, a golden-haired noblewoman clad in a purple dress, and a bronze-skinned girl dressed in a blue crop top had taken their seats. Of course, lounging beside them was a man with a chicken crest and overalls, one of the elite four, Kaguz. As the sound of boots echoed outside the conference room, Kaguz immediately straightened his posture. Shortly thereafter, Genji and another elderly man with graying hair burst in with haste. The assembly promptly stood to greet Chairman Hoenn, King Genji. The elderly man with graying hair was indeed Hoenn, the chairman of the Hoenn region and president of the Hoenn Alliance. Hoenn settled into the middle right seat, with Genji taking his place to the right. To Hoenn's left was an empty chair. However, its occupant had already dialed into the conference room. The call connected, and Daigo's voice resonated from the other end. "Hello, Chairman Hoenn, and greetings to everyone." "Hello, Mr. Daigo. Let us get to the point. I happen to be on Martial Arts Island at the moment, and I will explain the situation." Inside the Pokemon Center on Martial Arts Island, Daigo, wrapped in a cotton coat, shivered slightly from the cold, yet his voice remained composed. Heaven knows how he managed to run back to the Pokemon Center from the cave. As Daigo recounted the events, the expressions of the 7 individuals in the Alliance headquarters meeting room gradually grew solemn. The situation was dire, under the extreme weather conditions. The medical pressure on the entire Battle Island surged, and ensuring the supply of essential goods became a priority for the next steps. Furthermore, I wish to establish a special task force to thoroughly investigate the causes of the extreme weather on Battle Island. As Daigo's voice fell, Hoenn let out a sigh. In truth, the occurrence of such extreme weather had long been anticipated. The Hoenn Meteorological Station had issued a red alert for low temperatures, and experts at the Meteorological Center had promptly engaged in research and discussions. The outcome, however, was predictably fruitless. Humanity stands minuscule before the forces of nature, and many mysteries of this world remain unknown to us. After a moment of silence, Hoenn proceeded to assign tasks. Mother Joy, regarding the medical resources, I asked that the Joy family organize a support team. For the transportation of supplies, I request that Champion Yuenji take charge, with Champion Kaguz assisting. Mother Junsha, please have the Junsha family dispatch capable law enforcement personnel to Battle Island to regulate traffic, maintain order, and fully assist Mother Joy and Champion Yuenji. As for the special task force, Champions Bonnie and Florinia, both experts in Ice-type and Ghost-type Pokemon respectively, I request that you proceed to Battle Island to aid Mr. Daigo. Does anyone have any objections? Hoenn's arrangements were quite reasonable, comprising tasks within everyone's purview, and thus received unanimous agreement. Then, Mr. Daigo, apart from Champions Bonnie and Florinia, the Meteorological Center will also dispatch 2 young experts to participate. Additionally, Dr. Otamaki has sent word expressing his desire to join this investigation. What are your thoughts? Hoenn inquired. Dr. Otamaki wishes to join? No objections on my part, Daigo replied, elated. He had a vague feeling that the anomalies on Battle Island were closely linked to Pokemon, and Dr. Otamaki's involvement would undoubtedly be a significant asset. Meanwhile, in Guchin Town, a stunning woman with waist-length blonde hair gazed towards the direction of Battle Island. Professor Miai's, do you think this could be? Professor Miai's, with a serious expression, responded, it is possible, but have you made your decision, Miss Julan? Julan stood in quiet contemplation for a long while before finally resolving, yes, I wish to see it for myself. As the night passed, the icy rain gradually ceased. Yet the heavy clouds remained, and the cold on Battle Island intensified. In previous years, the island had maintained temperatures above zero even at their lowest. But now it was experiencing the biting chill of sub-zero temperatures. Fortunately, the hotel's heating system was operating at full capacity, and the room's temperature gradually returned to a level suitable for short-sleeved attire. Dining services continued as normal, however. Few people felt inclined to dine in the restaurant under such weather, opting instead for room service. The hotel even temporarily offered a service for purchasing winter clothing, and the 4 from Lindong each ordered a set. The hotel's efficiency was commendable, delivering the winter attire alongside lunch, though the final price was rather unwelcoming. On the sofa in the living room, the 4 enjoyed their meal while watching television. Unsurprisingly, the bizarre weather on Battle Island had indeed become a hot topic of discussion. Recently, the abnormal weather phenomena on Battle Island have garnered widespread attention both regionally and beyond. We have invited the renowned meteorological commentator Mr. Haowu to the scene to share his insights. Mr. Haowu, greetings, the host began. Hello, host, Mr. Haowu replied. Please share your thoughts. Before the host could finish, Mr. Haowu launched into a lengthy monologue. Well, since everyone wants to hear my perspective, I shall succinctly share my views. Where to begin? I have summarized it into 3 points. Although I believe the third point to be the most significant, we shall commence with the first. Firstly, how can one ever fully predict the phenomena of nature? It is simply impossible. Thus, many conclusions drawn are rather hasty. For example, if I say it will rain today, it may not rain. Conversely, if I say it won't rain, it may very well rain. I believe this point should be clearly understood. If it is not, then it is a matter of comprehension. Mr. Hao rambled on endlessly, with nothing of substance, causing Lindong to feel an overwhelming urge to leap into the television and confront him. The group swiftly changed the channel, finally landing on the official news channel, which detailed the Alliance's series of measures. This seemed more credible. Lindong, do you have any thoughts? Amy queried, unconsciously beginning to regard Lindong as their cornerstone. Actually, I do have a few thoughts, Lindong replied, retrieving a manuscript from his backpack. Xiaowang, Xiaoyao, do you remember this? Chapter 91, Breaking the Shackles. Regis. Xiaoguang immediately recognized it as Professor Miai's manuscript. Indeed, take a closer look, Lindong urged, handing the manuscript to the three women. As they examined it, Xiaoguang and Xiaoyao grew increasingly alarmed. They had initially thought the murals were merely artistic expressions of ancient peoples, but now it seemed they might be genuine. And the likelihood appeared substantial. Regis, the legendary Pokémon, Amy remarked, her brow furrowing. If this weather is indeed a consequence of Regis awakening, its power is likely to be formidable. Exactly, which is why I plan to go alone, Lindong stated candidly, revealing his intentions without reservation. Lindong. Xiaoguang's expression reflected concern, though it quickly morphed into a smile. Then go ahead, we'll wait for your return. Yes, be sure to take care, Xiaoyao added, nodding in agreement. They understood that, given their own abilities, they could barely contend with even a single Electabuzz, and in a battle of such magnitude, they would only be a hindrance. I've got this. You can count on me, Amy reassured them, not attempting to dissuade him. After their encounter with Suakun, she recognized that Lindong's strength far surpassed her own. Therefore, rather than become a liability, it would be better to safeguard their base while Lindong ventured forth. Amy suddenly realized the shift in her mindset, a flush creeping to her cheeks. All right, I'll be back soon, Lindong declared, donning thick cotton pants and a down jacket before departing the hotel. Come forth, Dragonite. Roar. Dragonite lowered itself, and Lindong, with Pikachu, leaped onto its back. With a powerful flap of its wings, Dragonite soared into the sky, rapidly heading towards a distant small island. Lindong remained vigilant, awakening the essence of the dark aura within him, and his eyes glimmered with a black-purple hue. With the aid of this dark power, he could faintly perceive the flow of energy in the air. He observed trails of light blue energy converging on a small island approximately 100 nautical miles from Battle Island. Over there, Dragonite. Roar. As they approached the island, the bone-chilling cold began to affect Dragonite, causing Pikachu's ears to droop and Lindong to feel increasingly stiff. Come forth, Lugia. Lindong summoned Lugia, who, upon noticing Lindong's discomfort, immediately conjured a protective shield to ward off the frigid winds and the icy energy carried in the air. Thank you for your efforts. Return now, Dragonite. Lindong and Pikachu hopped onto Lugia, recalling Dragonite. Lugia continued onward, swiftly reaching the island's vicinity. At the center of the island stood a magnificent temple, with ice energy converging from all directions, centering around it. It is breaking the shackles. A voice echoed in Lindong's mind, a telepathic message from Lugia. Breaking the shackles? Lindong furrowed his brow. Indeed, it is absorbing the energy of nature, completing its own evolution. Moreover, it seems to be on the verge of completion. Upon hearing this from Lugia, Lindong suddenly recalled something. The fragmentary information had previously mentioned the super-evolution of divine beasts. Ordinary second-tier deities are inherently situated at the second level, while the representatives of the third level are the second-tier authority deities and ordinary first-tier deities. These two paths represent the means by which ordinary second-tier divine beasts can break their shackles to attain the power of the third tier. The first path involves inheriting the powers belonging to their respective clans. The second path entails achieving super-evolution, thereby sublimating the second-tier divine power within them into first-tier divine power. However, for Regis, the first path is evidently unrealistic. In a sense, the three pillars are merely figurines crafted by Regigigas. Just as Suakun, Inti, and Reiku's powers were conferred by Ho-Oh, Regis can only seek power from Regigigas. Yet, who knows how many figurines Regigigas has crafted over the ages? It is likely that even it has lost count. Thus, Regis chose the second path, opting to advance through its own efforts. It yearned to progress by relying on its own strength. However, just as it was about to take that crucial step, it sensed Lugia's presence above the temple. Realizing that its territory had been invaded, Regice was filled with wrath and immediately emerged from the temple, its aura intensifying. It has come forth. With Lugia's reminder, Lindong quickly turned his gaze toward the temple's entrance. A colossal figure composed entirely of ice materialized before him, its body adorned with a pattern of 7 yellow dots forming a plus sign, unmistakably identifying it as the legendary Pokémon, Regice. Regice's mechanical voice carried a trace of fury, and an overwhelming surge of energy flooded into its being in that instant. Under Lindong's watchful gaze, its form was enveloped in a radiant spectrum of colors, subsequently expanding in size, its hue shifting from light to dark. As the colorful glow dissipated, its already sturdy form was clad in a shimmering blue armor composed of ice crystals, appearing both smooth and indomitable. The spines on its back increased from 4 to 8. Is this the Super Regice? Sitting atop Lugia, Lindong could already feel the pressure emanating from Super Regice. However, with the great authority of evil at his disposal and riding a first-tier deity, the pressure from Super Regice had little effect on him. In fact, with Lugia as protective shield, Lindong merely felt a slight chill, without experiencing any significant cold. Nevertheless, as this was a state he had never encountered in his past life, he knew caution was paramount. Come forth, Suicune and Darkrai. Lindong summoned both Suicune and Darkrai, urging Darkrai to undergo bond evolution immediately. 5 closely intertwined black-purple rings encircled Darkrai, and its aura surged, subtly countering Super Regice. Suicune and Lugia likewise unleashed their auras, pressing down on Super Regice. Despite Regice having completed its super evolution and becoming a formidable entity of the 3rd tier, each of the figures before it, Darkrai, Suicune, and Lugia, was no less powerful. Regice was taken aback. It had slumbered for nearly a millennium to amass strength, aiming to shatter the constraints of its power and ascend further to summon storms and rain, achieving a status akin to the divine. Yet, the scene following this advancement was not what it had envisioned. However, there was no time for contemplation. The human perched atop the colossal bird in the sky declared, Regice, become our ally. Chapter 92, The Unfortunate Regice. Regice lifted its head, locking eyes with Lindong's pair of black-purple glimmering orbs. Despite being capable of wielding frigid air at temperatures plunging to -200 degrees, it shivered. Seizing upon Regice's moment of trepidation, Lindong swiftly commanded an assault. Suicune, Lugia, unleash Hydro Pump. Meanwhile, Darkrai had already launched a nearly tangible black-purple energy. Dark Pulse. Regice's response was slightly delayed, and this fleeting moment of distraction thrust it into a state of extreme passivity. It released 2 ice beams from its hands, barely managing to fend off the hydro pumps. However, Dark Pulse struck fiercely against its chest. Even with the protection of its deep blue, resilient armor, Regice staggered back several dozen meters, struggling to regain its stance. Lindong would not afford it any respite, instructing Darkrai, Suicune, and Lugia to continue their relentless assault, pinning Regice down firmly. The previous maneuver was something Lindong had recently devised. It is well known that this world harbors individuals with extraordinary abilities. For instance, there is Natsum from the Kanto region, whose powers are so formidable that she can transform people into dolls. Instant teleportation is merely a trivial feat for her. Beyond that, there are many others with similar extraordinary capabilities. Some possess innate strength, rendering them akin to humanoid fighting Pokémon, like the guardians of families mentioned by Ami, who can emit flames from their palms. Additionally, there are powers like Aura, Vital Spirit, and Overcoming Power. One undeniable fact is that regardless of the type of ability, whether inherited or acquired, at its core, it is a blessing from some existence. Or, in other words, the origins of these abilities are the evolution of certain powers. But what did Lindong acquire? It is, in its purest form, the great authority of evil, the most primordial and untainted power. He had every reason to wield extraordinary abilities. Hence, during this time, he has been exploring. Lindong discovered that when the authority is concentrated in his eyes, he can perceive things ordinarily invisible, such as the flow of energy. Furthermore, once the authority accumulates to a certain extent, it exerts a formidable deterrent effect on opponents, instilling fear. After numerous attempts, Lindong finally mastered the optimal amount of authority to utilize. Above this threshold, even a slight excess causes significant discomfort to his eyes, while a deficit diminishes the impact. He named this skill the Eye of Dread. Additionally, akin to how he fought Suicune, Lindong can envelop himself in a layer of authority, forming a simple shield to withstand the aftermath of battles. As for conjuring Dark Pulse by hand, That remains an arduous task. Even with his enhanced physique, it is challenging to manifest the authority into a signature move. Furthermore, he is not a Dark-type Pokémon, lacking any ordinary energy within him, which is rather regrettable. He possesses the authority derived from the seeds of extreme evil, yet lacks a formidable body to support his combat. If only he were endowed with a body akin to Ultraman's for battle, or an armor capable of integrating with him as an external organ for wielding authority. How splendid that would be. Nevertheless, Lin Dong remains content. Even the singular Eye of Dread can prove immensely effective. Though against an entity like Regice, it may only cause a brief hesitation. Such a moment is still significant. In battles of this caliber, a mere instant can dictate the course of the entire engagement. Despite Darkrai, Suicune, and Lugia embarking on their first battle together, under Lin Dong's leadership, their coordination gradually grew seamless. Each time Regice attempted to counterattack, an assault would strike forth, compelling Regice to abandon retaliation in favor of defense. Energy beams collided with tremendous force, causing the small island to tremble violently. While the dissipating shockwaves stirred up towering sea waves beneath the ominous clouds, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Lin Dong felt it imperative to resolve the situation swiftly. He had learned from the television that the Fanyuan Alliance had formed a special task force to investigate the anomalies on Battle Island. The leader of this task force was none other than the Fanyuan champion, Dawu, who could very well trace the disturbance back to this very location. Seizing the moment when Regice was distracted, Lin Dong stealthily released Gengar. Although their connection was not as profound as that with Darkrai, a mere glance was sufficient for Gengar to comprehend the mission at hand. An ambush. This was not their first endeavor of this nature. Darkrai, Suicune, and Lugia prepared to deliver the final blow. Lin Dong declared loudly, prompting the three Pokémon to commence their charge. Suicune focused its powers. The water cannon it was gathering shimmering with a completely transparent hue. Darkrai wielded a nearly corporeal black-purple energy, seemingly capable of transcending the confines of space. Lugia opened its mouth wide, channeling divine energy into a radiant orb of myriad colors. Recognizing the impending danger, Regice began concentrating the primal divine energy it had acquired through mega evolution into its hands. In the next moment, four terrifying energies clashed together. Clearly, Lin Dong's side held the advantage. The three Pokémon appeared effortlessly in control, while the point of collision continuously edged closer to Regice. Regice strained to amplify its divine energy output, barely managing to withstand the pressure a mere 10 meters in front of itself. The ice-encased body, akin to a relic from the Ice Age, was already drenched in sweat. However, Lin Dong had two more tricks up his sleeve. Pikachu was not merely a spectator. This prolonged duration had allowed it to amass its electrical energy to the utmost limit. Pikachu unleashed thunder. As the dark clouds roiled, a bolt of lightning, thick enough for 5 people to embrace, descended from the heavens, enveloping Regice entirely. Regice quickly leaned forward, its 8 spines igniting with an icy blue luminescence, forming a semicircular shield above itself to block Pikachu's thunder. This momentary distraction allowed the point of energy collision to advance nearly 5 meters closer. Regice roared in defiance, but failed to notice a deep purple shadow creeping from behind. Gengar, sporting its signature eerie smile, had conjured a shadow ball and launched it at Regice with a swift motion. 1,000-year kill. Regice's spirit soared in alarm, but it was already too late to intervene. Gengar's spiraling shadow ball struck Regice squarely on its rear. Regice, feeling the pain, saw its protective shield shatter almost instantaneously, unleashing a torrent of lightning. In front of it, the freezing beam, which had been conjured with all of its divine energy, abruptly ceased. Darkrai, Suicune, and Lugia's combined assault crashed mercilessly upon it. Meanwhile, Gengar, having executed its sneak attack, was already recalled into its Pokeball by a beam of red light. Under normal circumstances, Gengar's Shadow Ball, while formidable, would struggle to breach Regice's Mega Evolution armor, at most inflicting minor external damage and provoking discomfort. But now, it was the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Chapter 93, Capturing Regice. A grand assembly. The 4 attacks ignited a violent explosion, and as the dust settled, Regice was compelled to revert from its Mega Evolution form, half kneeling upon the ground. Lin Dong, on the other hand, observed Darkrai, Suicune, and Lugia, all exhibiting expressions of ease. With their numbers, they had not exerted their full strength, what one would normally accomplish by running 3 laps. They had collectively achieved by each running a lap and a half, more than sufficient to subdue Regice. The energy expenditure was trivial. easily recoverable after a meal and a night's rest. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Dong threw forth the prepared Ultra Ball. The Ultra Ball struck Regice squarely, instantly transforming it into a beam of red light and drawing it inside. Almost immediately, the Ultra Ball began to shake violently. Within, Regice experienced a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Gone was the arrogance it had felt during its mega evolution, where it looked down upon the world. Now, it was filled with bitterness. It sensed the immense binding force of the Ultra Ball. Primal divine energy was not the same as true power. Once captured, escape was an impossibility. If it wished to flee, the time was now. In truth, escaping would not be overly challenging, but the question remained, what then? Facing Suicune, Lugia, and the enigmatic Darkrai. Any one of them was a match for its mega evolution. How could it contend with them? Not to mention, that human trainer lacked any sense of martial ethics. He initiated a group assault and employed sneak attacks. After a prolonged silence, Regice sighed internally and relinquished its resistance. If it could not prevail, it might as well join them. Thus, the Ultra Ball stabilized and emitted a confirming click. Lin Dong held the Ultra Ball in his hand, beaming with joy. I have captured Regice. Pikachu. Pikachu leaped in celebration alongside him. Arise, Regice. Lin Dong released Regice from its confines. Much like how the serpent-like traits of Gyarados would diminish in the presence of those it felt a bond with, Regice no longer felt the chill after being captured. Instead, a gentle coolness enveloped it, far more pleasant than air conditioning. Everyone come forth. Lin Dong, confident that Regice had been thoroughly captured, released all of his Pokémon on this deserted island. Pikachu, Dragonite, Darkrai, Venusaur, Gengar, Staraptor, Suicune, Ralts, and Regice. They exchanged greetings and quickly became acquainted. As for the 1,000-year kill, Regice had let it go. One smile was enough to dissolve any lingering grievances. What else could it do? Observing the harmonious gathering of Pokémon, Lin Dong felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He had accomplished much to expand his carry capacity to 12 Pokémon, and it was nearly full once again. Suddenly, Lin Dong felt as though something was amiss. There was still an ancient armor back at Professor Oak's place. I wonder how it is faring. Meanwhile, in the backyard of Professor Oak's lab, the ancient armor sneezed. Oh no, could it be that it caught a cold after being caught in the rain yesterday? Xiao Jian set aside the artwork he had just completed and approached to check on the ancient armor. Over time, the ancient armor had grown accustomed to life at the Oak Research Institute. Initially feeling a sense of humiliation, it gradually found comfort in its new existence. There were a few individuals who would gather around it daily. It wanted for nothing in terms of food and shelter. In the beginning, if it expressed dissatisfaction with its meals, those people would go to great lengths to provide a variety of dishes for it to choose from. Now, having settled in, every meal was to its liking. As for its living arrangements, it could choose from a plethora of options. Quite pleasant indeed. On the deserted island, after spending some time playing with his Pokémon, Lin Dong recalled them into their Pokeballs. Subsequently, he hopped onto Dragonite's back with Pikachu once more. Returning to Battle Island. Lin Dong, you're finally back. Xiao Guang was the first to rush over, with Xiao Yao and Ami not far behind. I'm back. In times of triumph, one often holds hands with a companion. Lin Dong naturally opened his arms wide. Without hesitation, Xiao Guang leaped into his embrace. The warmth and softness stirred Lin Dong's heart, but with Xiao Yao and Ami watching, he could only savor the moment briefly. Xiao Yao and Ami exchanged hesitant glances before stepping forward to offer Lin Dong a hug as well. Welcome back. As Lin Dong embraced Ami for the final time, the sudden chime of the system resonated in his mind. Ding. Task activation in progress. Long-term task, pursue Ami. Reward, 1 random phantom beast. Lin Dong's heart raced with exhilaration. The reward was of little consequence. It was the task itself that mattered. What could a phantom beast possibly compare to the sweetness of Ami? The system had previously elucidated that it would not issue tasks it could not fulfill. The mere act of publishing this task indicated that Ami harbored a certain degree of affection for him. As for the random phantom beast reward, Lin Dong held no grand expectations. Unlike divine beasts, which at least offered a guaranteed outcome, phantom beasts were an entirely different matter. They could be formidable, such as a certain alpaca. Even without considering the alpaca, there were other powerful contenders like Mew, Dialga, and Darkrai among the phantom beasts. Naturally, Lin Dong had never held out much hope for acquiring either the alpaca or Mew. If he were to draw a Dialga capable of arm wrestling with Rayquaza, that would be a monumental windfall. Moreover, phantom beasts with special abilities, like Shalebi, would also be quite commendable. Yet, if he were to draw a Jirachi, it would merely serve as a good luck charm, for it only awakens once every 1,000 years. Who could say if he would live to see it awaken in his lifetime? The weather on Battle Island soon returned to normal. The dark clouds dissipated quietly overnight, and by the following morning, the sun rose majestically from the horizon, painting the clouds in resplendent golden hues, adorning the brilliant sky. However, the rise in temperature would require a day or two more. The cool air was invigorating, though the waters along the coastline remained somewhat chilly. Such days were most suited for exploration. Acting upon Xiao Yao's suggestion, the Xiao Yao expedition team set forth into the island's forest. Within the woods, Lin Dong pointed out a path, and the four companions arrived at the banks of a river, where they began to ascend against the current. After a while, a waterfall obstructed their path. Armed with the memories of his past life, Lin Dong possessed a fair understanding of the resources available on Battle Island. Some opportunities, after all, should not be overlooked. For instance, just above this waterfall lay a breeding facility for leap fish. There resided a wild leap fish, boasting impressive strength. In the animated series, it ultimately followed Brock. This time around, Lin Dong felt a certain affinity between the leap fish and Xiao Yao. Of course, if Xiao Guang or Ami were inclined to adopt it, that would be perfectly acceptable too. Should none of the three ladies wish to claim it, Lin Dong himself would not be averse to the idea. The leap fish's final evolution, Swampert, possessed both water and ground attributes as a Pokémon. It had few weaknesses aside from its vulnerability to grass-type moves, and it no longer feared electric-type attacks. Moreover, it could mega-evolve. However, Lin Dong believed that Xiao Yao and Xiao Guang's current strength was still somewhat lacking. If Xiao Yao were to possess a Swampert, she would easily obliterate that Electabuzz. Furthermore, sentimentally speaking, if he were to acquire a water-type starter, Lin Dong would undoubtedly prefer Squirtle. Chapter 94, Hunting for Butterfree. Capturing the leap fish, the four ascended the waterfall, continuing upstream. At the riverbank, they spotted a group of leap fish babies. Xiao Yao felt a wave of nostalgia. The first time she encountered a leap fish, she found it quite endearing. Yet that encounter had left her with some rather unpleasant memories. Nonetheless, the leap fish babies were undeniably adorable. This was a splendid opportunity. I shall capture one. Here I come, Xiao Yao declared as she moved forward, only to be confronted by a robust leap fish that immediately unleashed a water gun, recreating the scene from the back of Professor Okito's research facility. At that moment, a leap fish baby tumbled into the rushing current, prompting Xiao Yao to release her Metapod, which used its silk-spitting technique to rescue the baby leap fish. Subsequently, Numida appeared, and Xiao Yao mistook him for the leap fish's elder. I am Numida, the one responsible for breeding leap fish in this marshland. You may call me Grandpa Numida. This area is off limits. Did you not notice the railings and signs at the marsh's entrance? He inquired. Actually, we climbed the waterfall and came upstream, Xiao Yao explained. I see. You are all Pokemon trainers engaged in your training. No matter, since you saved my leap fish here, why not have a cup of tea before you leave? After clearing up the misunderstanding, Numida invited the four into the leap fish breeding facility for a tour. While he referred to it as a facility, it was merely a wooden cabin. The larger leap fish followed them inside. Within the cabin, Lin Dong and his companions beheld numerous leap fish eggs. Through Numida's introduction, they learned that he had been commissioned by the Pokemon League to specifically oversee the hatching of leap fish eggs here. They then observed the leap fish babies up close. However, as Xiao Yao approached, one leap fish baby retaliated with a water gun. By the way, Grandpa Numida, is this leap fish also one of your breeds? Xiao Yao inquired, glancing at the larger leap fish that had been following her. Oh, that one. It is actually a wild leap fish. It suddenly arrived here one day and decided to stay, seemingly adopting the leap fish babies as its companions. If possible, I hope you can take it with you. Once the leap fish babies reach a certain level, they must be sent to the League, and if it remains here, it cannot have companions, Numida earnestly expressed. That's wonderful. Leap fish, would you like to come with me? Xiao Yao extended her invitation to the leap fish. Although it frequently shot water guns at her, from another perspective, it could also be seen as a form of fate. Gala Gala. The leap fish nodded but jumped back a distance. Xiao Yao, it wants to battle you, Ami chuckled. Commenting to Xiao Yao, perhaps due to the absence of Team Rocket's assistance, the leap fish did not immediately agree, as it had with Brock in the original anime. Xiao Yao had no choice but to summon her Metapod. Come forth, Metapod. Metapod, use your silk-spitting technique. Metapod opened its mouth and unleashed a white thread towards the leap fish. Gala. The leap fish leaped to the side, evading Metapod's thread, and immediately retaliated with a water gun. This water gun was swift and powerful, striking Metapod directly. The leap fish's strength was indeed impressive, indicating it had reached a significant level. Though Metapod had evolved once, bug-type Pokemon often evolved early, so its true level might not be as high as that of the leap fish. Metapod, harden and use tackle. Xiao Yao rallied, commanding Metapod to attack once more. The leap fish, not to be outdone, responded with its own tackle. The two Pokémon collided. Despite the leap fish's slightly higher level, the hardened Metapod still held a physical advantage. In this clash, Metapod stumbled back 3 steps while the leap fish retreated 5. Metapod, harden again and tackle. Xiaoyao saw a glimmer of victory on the horizon, employing the same strategy once more. The leap fish, appearing determined, tackled back. This time, the leap fish felt as though it had struck a steel wall, causing it to recoil repeatedly, feeling both pain and dizziness. Excellent. Metapod, harden again and tackle. Xiaoyao was caught up in the thrill of the clash, but this time the leap fish had learned. It refrained from tackling head-on again and instead fired a water gun. Metapod was hit by the water gun and was forced to retreat. At that moment, whether it was a stroke of experience or a surge of emotion, the body of the shell larva radiated a brilliant white light. Xiaoyao was taken aback by this sudden transformation. It was about to evolve. Xiaoguang, having witnessed numerous Pokémon evolutions along the journey, quickly discerned the situation. Xiaoyao, overwhelmed with concern, momentarily failed to react. Yet, a flicker of worry lingered in Xiaoyao's mind, but it has only just recently evolved. Is it truly safe to undergo a second evolution so soon? Xiaoyao's apprehension was not unfounded. Some Pokémon, despite their boundless potential, may prematurely evolve due to external stimuli, thereby exhausting their capabilities and failing to reach their true heights. Such a situation would indeed be counterproductive. However, it is quite normal for bug-type Pokémon to evolve at a faster pace. In the games of the past, Caterpie seemed to evolve into Butterfree around level 10. The same could be said for Huntail. Xiaoyao, there's no need to worry. The evolution speed of bug-type Pokémon is inherently rapid, Lin Dong reassured, alleviating Xiaoyao's concerns. As the white light dissipated, a striking black and gray butterfly emerged before everyone, its vividly colored wings shimmering under the sunlight. Wow, is this the Huntail? How adorable! How beautiful! Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with delight. Xiaoguang promptly retrieved the Pokédex. Huntail, the butterfly Pokémon, the evolved form of Cocoon. Its favorite food is sweet pollen, and it often flits about collecting it. Gala, Shuiyu, witnessing its current opponent, or rather, its future companion, successfully evolve, wore an expression of astonishment. Well then, Huntail, I look forward to your guidance. Xiaoyao, brimming with excitement, intended to issue a command but hesitated, turning back to ask, what is Huntail's signature move? Xiaoguang glanced at the Pokédex and replied, it says here that it's Silver Wind. Alright. Without a thought for whether Huntail could perform it, Xiaoyao commanded, Huntail, use Silver Wind. To her delight, Huntail indeed possessed the ability. With a graceful flap of its wings, it unleashed a silver whirlwind laced with shimmering powder toward Shuiyu. Gala, caught off guard. Shuiyu was struck by the silver wind, and seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyao threw a Pokeball. The ball struck Shuiyu, which immediately transformed into a beam of red light and was absorbed within. Shuiyu had already been inclined to join Xiaoyao, thus it offered only a token resistance before acquiescing. The Pokeball emitted a satisfying click. Xiaoyao rejoiced, rushing to retrieve Shuiyu's Pokeball. Wonderful. I've captured Shuiyu. Chapter 95. The Cave of Stones. Who is buying ice cream? The next day, Lin Dong and his companions continued their adventure on Wudo Island. This time, Lin Dong led the 3 girls to a cave, the very site where Dawu had been excavating stones, and where Xiaoji had first encountered Dawu. The treasures of this place were evident, as there was a large congregation of Cocodora. Speaking of Cocodora, it was quite renowned in the past games, famously recognized as a level 1 god. Of course, games are games, and reality is reality. The notion of a level 1 Pokémon behaving recklessly would not hold true in the real world. Lin Dong had no such intentions. However, when one door closes on Cocodora, another window opens. Setting aside the concept of a level 1 deity, Cocodora's final evolution, Boscador, is indeed a formidable presence in reality. After all, this Pokémon was designed with semi-divine standards aside from its base stats in the previous life. Its appearance was comparable to that of Banjira, leading many to deem it semi-divine as well. Moreover, it could mega-evolve. Although Lin Dong believed that the Mega Boscador in the past games had some wasted stats, resulting in subpar final strength, in reality, one could assert that being able to mega-evolve prevented it from being too weak. The 4 of them gradually explored deeper into the cave, with Lin Dong diligently marking their path. After walking for a while, they indeed encountered a Cocodora. It must be said that while Boscador, designed with semi-divine aesthetics, could appear somewhat intimidating, Cocodora remained undeniably adorable. With its round body, short stout legs, and a large round head paired with big light blue eyes, it was utterly kawaii. Not to mention, this little creature had an impressive appetite, able to munch on iron ore with ease, and could consume bridges, tracks, and vehicles without a second thought. Xiao Wang and Ami were both intrigued. Ami, as a Steel-type gym leader, naturally held a fondness for this relatively rare Steel-type Pokémon in the Johto region. Xiao Wang found Cocodora incredibly cute, and its evolved form boasted impressive strength. After the incident with Xiaomon's electric shock monster, she was eager to bolster her own prowess. After all, she couldn't rely on Lin Dong for help every time trouble arose. Initially, the two girls hesitated to make a move, but as they saw Cocodora preparing to flee, Lin Dong quickly informed them that Cocodora typically lived in groups, suggesting that many more were likely present in the cave. Whether they truly lived in groups was uncertain. Yet it was undeniable that the Cave of Stones housed a considerable number of Cocodora. Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, the girls decided to put aside their reservations. Ami sent out her bronzer first. Xiao Guang closely observed Ami's capture process, taking the opportunity to learn which moves Cocodora could perform. To her surprise, this particular Cocodora was of a relatively high level and had already mastered moves like Iron Head and Rock Tomb. No wonder it dared to wander about alone. However, it was up against Ami's Bronzer, her main Pokemon, which was considerably higher in level, coupled with Ami's strategic guidance, making it no trouble to defeat a wild Boscador. Cocodora fell swiftly. Ami threw a Pokeball, and Cocodora did not put up much of a fight. Cocodora had its own thoughts, given its intimidating final evolution. It often encountered burly trainers. Why resist against a capable and charming lady? It was better to enjoy a relatively successful Pokemon life. With a satisfying click, Ami joyfully picked up the Pokeball. Wonderful. This Cocodora seems to hold great potential, Ami exclaimed with a smile. Subsequently, the four continued deeper into the cave, and as Lin Dong had predicted, Cocodora was abundant within. Another solitary Cocodora appeared, and this time, Xiao Wang wasted no time. She sent out her Gummy Ball. Throughout their travels, Xiao Wang had not forgotten about Gummy Ball, having helped it gain some experience along the way. Now, facing Cocodora, she felt completely confident. This Cocodora was slightly weaker than the one Ami had just faced, possessing fewer moves, and while it effectively utilized Metal Claw, it could not match Gummy Ball's speed. Under Xiao Wang's command, Gummy Ball successfully dodged each of Cocodora's attempts. However, Cocodora could not evade Gummy Ball's water gun. In the midst of battle, Cocodora executed a defensive maneuver, but such moves, if overused, were bound to falter. After another water gun struck true, Xiao Wang also threw a Pokeball. It seemed that Cocodora shared a common mindset, as it too offered minimal resistance. With another satisfying click, Xiao Wang excitedly retrieved the Pokeball. I've captured Cocodora. Everything is going splendidly. Would ya? Bojiaman jumped with joy in celebration. Xiao Guang was preparing to retrieve his Lilitankyu, but perhaps due to the exhilaration of having triumphed over Cocodola, Lilitankyu's body began to emanate a radiant white light. Wow! It's about to evolve. This time, it was Xiao Yao who gasped in astonishment. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the luminous sphere gradually expanded and ascended into the air. As the brilliance faded, a splendid blue-bodied colorful moth appeared before everyone, with four diamond-shaped wings fluttering gracefully. Its rosy cheeks and round black eyes rendered it both exquisite and endearing. Xiao Yao promptly took out her Pokédex. Yuhuan Moth, a remarkable Pokémon, is the evolved form of Lilitankyu. It intimidates foes with eye-like patterns on its antennae and soars through the skies with helicopter-like wings. Xiao Guang turned to Yuhuan Moth and said, "From now on, I look forward to your guidance." Subsequently, Lin Dong inquired of Xiao Yao whether she wished to capture a Cocodola as well. Lin Dong himself had no such intention, especially after having secured Regice. His aspirations had certainly risen. Even though Boss Koda could Mega Evolve, with Ralts ultimately evolving into Gardevoir and Bulbasaur into Venusaur, alongside Jengars, Lin Dong had quite a number of Pokemon capable of Mega Evolution at his disposal. Moreover, if he were to capture a Blastoise or other semi-divine offspring, he simply lacked the resources and energy for training. Besides, in the realm of Steel-type Pokemon, Lin Dong believed Registeel would suffice. After all, if Regice harbored dreams, perhaps Registeel did as well. Furthermore, as a figurine of Regigigas, it required no training on his part. Upon discovering that Xiao Yao had no intention of capturing a Cocodola, the four departed from the stone cave. By evening, Lin Dong and his companions returned near their hotel. With the temperature rising slightly, the number of roadside vendors had increased. At an ice cream stall, Lin Dong spotted a somewhat familiar figure. A beautiful woman clad in a black coat, with waist-length golden hair, stood lost in thought. Chapter 96, Champion of Sinnoh. Nancia and Xiao Xiling were feeling a bit overwhelmed. Ever since receiving guidance from the esteemed Musashi and Kojiro, the duo had been exploring the path to commercial prosperity. After finally escaping from Canalave City to arrive at Battle Island, they found themselves caught in a cold wave. However, this also presented them with a business opportunity. Seizing the moment, they purchased an ice cream stall at a low price, anticipating substantial profits once the temperature increased. The original owner was quite pleased as well, having sold his equipment to two novices at a high price, enough for him to buy a new set with some surplus. Nevertheless, he felt he could easily pursue a career as an actor, given the exaggerated expression he wore as if he had made a decision contrary to his ancestors. While the two fools thought they had struck a great deal, unbeknownst to Nancia and Xiao Silang, they had indeed been taken advantage of. They were simply eager to start making money. However, after waiting an entire day, they had only managed to attract a single customer. Yet, this customer had been deliberating over ice cream flavors for over an hour. Her ethereal and noble demeanor clearly indicated that she was no ordinary person. Observing her serious selection process, Nancia and Xiao Silang felt compelled to remind her, you should probably place your order soon. Julien glanced around before finally smiling. I've decided. I'll have a mint chocolate, strawberry, and cream cone. Thank you for your patience. Nancia, fearing Julien might change her mind, hastily prepared the ice cream she had ordered. Thank you. Julien paid and took her cone as she departed. Xiao Silang and Nancia quickly bowed, expressing their gratitude. Thank you for your patronage. Lin Dong had already recognized the ice cream selling Team Rocket. He was not like Ash. It was peculiar not to recognize such a strange duo accompanied by a Meowth, especially with their striking hair colors. Even if they disguised themselves and wore masks, it was still quite evident. However, Lin Dong was not inclined to fulfill his daily task at that moment. A mere 1,000 league coins paled in comparison to the presence of the golden-haired beauty. Please wait a moment. Lin Dong hurriedly approached. Upon hearing his voice, Julien instinctively paused and turned around, finding Lin Dong standing before her, accompanied by three other girls. Hello, my name is Lin Dong, hailing from the Sinnoh region's U-Town, and I am a novice Pokemon trainer. May I ask if you are Miss Julien? Lin Dong inquired. Certainly, it was impossible to mistake her identity. This classic ensemble combined with her iconic golden locks made her easily recognizable. Yes, hello, Julien. Surprised to encounter a trainer from Sinnoh so far away in the Hoenn region, smiled warmly in greeting. Miss Julien, hello. My name is Xiao Guang, also a novice trainer from Sinnoh's Twinleaf Town. Xiao Guang expressed her excitement. Although Lin Dong's sudden dash toward a golden-haired beauty had stirred a hint of jealousy within her, any residual animosity had dissipated entirely. Being a native of Sinnoh, how could she possibly be unaware of the illustrious champion, Julien, renowned in her region? Such a figure could never be associated with someone like Lin Dong. Hello, Miss Julien. I am Ami, from the Azalea Gym in Johto. Ami quickly introduced herself. Though from a different region, there were only a handful of champions, and as someone within the circle, Ami had certainly heard of Julien's name. Hello, Miss Julien. I am Xiao Yao from Orange City. Xiao Yao remained composed, somewhat perplexed as to why Lin Dong, Xiao Guang, and Ami were so excited. Miss Julien, may I challenge you to a battle? Lin Dong asked. Of course. It's been ages since I've received such a personal challenge, Julien replied with a smile. I gladly accept your challenge. Without hesitation, she agreed. Since becoming a champion, few had dared to challenge her privately. Most formal matches were against Sinnoh's Elite Four. Who would have thought that a newcomer trainer from Sinnoh would dare to challenge her in the Hoenn region? Truly, a case of a young calf not fearing a tiger. Nevertheless, she was willing to offer guidance to her juniors from Sinnoh. There is a standard training facility at the hotel where I am staying. Let us head there. Julien indicated toward the nearby hotel. Upon glancing in the direction Julien pointed, Lin Dong and his companions were taken aback, realizing that they were all staying at the same hotel. What a coincidence! We are staying there too, Xiao Guang exclaimed, filled with excitement. They had been residing in the same hotel but only encountered each other today, making her feel as though they had missed out on a fortune. How serendipitous. After our battle, shall we dine together at a restaurant? Julien suggested with a gentle smile. Absolutely. The five engaged in light chatter as they made their way to the hotel's training facility. At this hour, the training ground was devoid of people, providing an ideal setting for a private battle. Lin Dong, how would you like to compete? Julien inquired. It is getting late, Miss Julien. Shall we use one Pokemon each? Lin Dong proposed. He would have preferred a 6-on-6 battle, but that would inevitably require him to deploy Darkrai and his other formidable Pokemon. After all, facing the champion Julien, his current team of Bulbasaur, Staravia, and Ralts was clearly insufficient. The only ones truly capable of battling were Pikachu, Dragonite, and Gengar. Upon reflection, A 3-on-3 battle would indeed be an intriguing prospect. However, the evening meal hour has arrived, and it would be inconsiderate to prolong Zhu Lan's time. Thus, Lindong ultimately opted for a one-on-one encounter. A one-on-one, you say? Very well, Zhu Lan assented, stepping into the trainer's area and promptly tossing out her Pokeball. Let us commence. Soar through the skies, Garchomp. Lindong swiftly retrieved his Pokédex, scanning the Pokémon that bore resemblance to a hammerhead shark. Garchomp, the mock Pokémon. An evolved form of Gabite. By contorting its body and spreading its wings, it can soar at supersonic speeds. As if reminiscent of the animated series where Shinji faced a challenge, Zhu Lan indeed summoned her ace, Garchomp. Lindong could distinctly feel the formidable aura radiating from Garchomp, igniting a fervor within him as he enlarged a Pokeball in his hand. Dragonite, you shall be our champion. With a mighty roar, Dragonite emerged, its gaze locking onto Garchomp, instantly adopting a serious demeanor. A powerful presence enveloped Dragonite, matching that of Garchomp. Zhu Lan, sensing Dragonite's strength, couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh? This Dragonite has been exceptionally well trained." Chapter 97, Dragonite vs. Garchomp. Dragonite, unleash Ice Beam. Garchomp, possessing both dragon and ground attributes, faced an immediate onslaught as Lindong initiated the attack with an effective Ice-type move. Garchomp, leap to evade, then execute Dragon Dive. Zhu Lan calmly commanded. Just as Ice Beam was about to strike, Garchomp soared into the air, evading the attack and emanating a terrifying aura, surrounded by a blue-white glow. As it dove down towards Dragonite, Dragonite, fly low to its rear, then ascend and unleash Blizzard. Roar. Dragonite complied, employing a flying technique designed by Xiao Yong, skimming the ground to slip beneath Garchomp, then flapping its wings to make a sharp 90-degree turn, ascending rapidly. With its mouth agape and wings unfurled, a fierce blizzard surged towards Garchomp. Garchomp, defend. At Zhu Lan's command, Garchomp erected a green protective shield, successfully fending off the blizzard. Observing Garchomp withstand Dragonite's assault, Lindong was reluctant to prolong the stalemate. After all, Ice-type moves were not Dragonite's forte, and the sustained use of such an energy-draining move would take its toll. Lindong swiftly altered his strategy. Dragonite, utilize Dragon Pulse. Garchomp, we shall respond with Dragon Pulse as well. The two colorful shockwaves collided, erupting in a brilliant explosion, scattering energy in all directions. This exchange appeared to be evenly matched. However, this was merely the perspective of the three spectators. On the battlefield, Zhu Lan wore a smile, while Lindong's expression grew increasingly grave. Despite the apparent equality of the Dragon Pulse, Garchomp inherently excelled less in long-range attacks compared to Dragonite. In a sense, Garchomp had already gained the upper hand. Yet, this realization only heightened Lindong's caution. Dragonite, employ Ice Beam. Lindong resolved to maintain the standoff, seeking an opportunity to determine the victor. Zhu Lan seemed to perceive Lindong's intentions, grinning as she commanded, Garchomp, take to the skies to evade, then unleash Dragon Pulse. Thus, the two Dragon-type Pokémon engaged in a fierce aerial battle. Each unleashed a barrage of icy beams and colorful shockwaves. Occasionally, their attacks clashed, remaining evenly matched. Yet, Garchomp's flying prowess appeared to surpass that of Dragonite. Unbeknownst to them, the distance between the two was gradually diminishing. Oh no, Lindong realized, but it was too late. Zhu Lan seized the opportunity. Garchomp, execute Dragon Dive. With gritted teeth, Lindong resolved to take a risk. Dragonite, use Outrage. As the spikes on Dragonite's back rose, its gaze transformed. Although Outrage was Dragonite's signature move, Lindong's decision to employ it at this moment was fraught with peril. For a brief period, Dragonite would unleash tremendous power, but once the duration concluded, it would succumb to a state of confusion. If Dragonite failed to defeat its opponent while in this state, defeat was inevitable. Zhu Lan's demeanor grew serious. Despite Dragonite's impressive presence as a champion, she had faced countless situations and felt no fear. Bite! Bite! Garchomp roared twice, its strength amplifying further as it charged towards Dragonite, enveloped in a radiant glow. The two dragons collided fiercely. This confrontation was again evenly matched. However, such parity was decidedly more disadvantageous for Dragonite. Dragonite could not cease its assault, continuing with Outrage, while Zhu Lan remained steadfast, with Garchomp executing another Dragon Dive. Once more, the clash ended in a stalemate. Yet, as Dragonite unleashed Outrage for the third time, Zhu Lan issued a command. Garchomp, utilize Giga Impact. A kaleidoscope of yellow, red, and pink light enveloped Garchomp as it surged toward Dragonite with all its might. This was Garchomp's ultimate attack. Dragonite could not withstand it, and was sent hurtling to the ground. With a thunderous crash, Dragonite fell, its outraged state dissipating. Though it entered a state of confusion, Dragonite struggled to rise. Meanwhile, Garchomp landed on the ground, also panting heavily, bearing several battle scars. The numerous collisions had taken their toll. In this moment, Lindong hesitated to issue further commands, while Zhulan remained calmly poised. Garchomp, too, was unable to resume its offensive. After a brief standoff, Garchomp regained some strength. Garchomp, deliver one final dragon dive. Zhulan understood that regardless of the outcome, this would be the decisive blow. Dragonite, use Ice Beam. Dragonite shook its head vigorously, forcing itself to regain a semblance of clarity, and with its last vestiges of strength, unleashed a beam of icy blue light. Garchomp did not evade. Instead, enveloped in a deep blue glow, it charged directly into the ice beam, enduring the blow as it collided with Dragonite. Dragonite's formidable frame was toppled, while Garchomp staggered back. Ice-type moves were inherently effective against Garchomp, and absorbing an ice beam had gravely impacted it. Dragonite struggled to rise once more, yet ultimately, it was Dragonite that succumbed first. With a low growl, Dragonite swayed and fell, its eyes spiraling into a daze, having lost the ability to continue battling. I concede. Lindong acknowledged graciously, recalling Dragonite. You have worked hard, Dragonite. Return and rest well. However, in that very moment, Garchomp initially faltered before kneeling, and within the next second, it too collapsed to the ground. While its eyes did not spiral into a daze, its condition was nearly as dire. Enduring an ice beam had proven too taxing. Zhulan felt a twinge of regret. Dragonite's state had been precarious enough that it could have opted to forego attacking, instead evading and striking again later. Zhulan approached, gently stroking Garchomp's head, before recalling it into its Pokeball. Garchomp, you have done well. Return and rest. Subsequently, she approached Lindong, discreetly assessing him. The recent battle had undeniably left a significant impact on her. One must understand that the Mega Charizard was her absolute trump card. Even when facing the Elite Four of the Sinnoh region, she had never been so thoroughly overwhelmed in a one-on-one confrontation, although she made a slight misstep towards the end. Prior to that, very few had managed to push her Mega Charizard to such an extent. Lindong's commanding prowess was far from that of a novice trainer. The techniques he exhibited with his Dragonite were clearly those of an elite. Suddenly, Zhulan seemed to recall something. By the way, Lindong, did you capture a Pokemon hunter named Zhonglong in the Hoenn region? Chapter 98, The Power of the Hunter Association. Indeed, Lindong began. But before he could finish his sentence, a mechanical arm reached over the iron wire fence and snatched Pikachu from his shoulder. Ahahaha. WEEVE succeeded. A triumphant laughter echoed as they followed the retracting mechanical arm's direction to see a hot air balloon gently ascending into the sky. On board were a man, a woman, and a Meowth. Who are you? Zhulan instinctively inquired. Lindong couldn't help but facepalm. He was about to hear the same old spiel again. The duo seemed to have triggered some sort of automatic response, launching into their opening lines. Since you have sincerely asked, we shall graciously provide you with an answer. To prevent the destruction of this planet. To safeguard its peace. To uphold love and the utmost evil. We are the adorable yet pure villains. Nancia, little Shiro. We are the Team Rocket, traversing the galaxy. A colorful rainbow awaits us. Meow, that's right, Granny. Meow, we shall take this Pikachu. Xiao Guang and the others rushed over. With Xiao Guang exclaiming, Miss Zhulan, they are a bunch of villains who specialize in stealing others' Pokemon. Upon hearing this, Zhulan frowned. To steal someone else's Pokemon is utterly unforgivable. Miss Zhulan, I can handle this. You need not worry, Lindong declared, not waiting for Zhulan to act. As he retrieved a Pokeball, go Talonflame. With a cry, Talonflame took to the skies. Its wings shimmering with a white light as it soared towards the Team Rocket's balloon, swiftly slicing through it upon contact. As the balloon began to deflate, the basket plummeted to one side with a resounding crash, sending the Team Rocket trio tumbling out, clutching their sore heads. The mechanical arm that held Pikachu was also damaged, losing its grip, allowing Pikachu to escape effortlessly. Curse it. If that's the case, let us engage in a Pokemon battle, Nancia said, clutching two Pokeballs in her hands. Indeed, we just witnessed your strongest Pokemon utterly exhausted. Let us see how you deal with us. Little Shiro chimed in, producing two Pokeballs. Come forth, Gengar and Servine. Arise, Weezing and Dusknoir. For beams of light flashed, revealing three fierce Pokemon, with Weezing displaying a rather disinterested expression. Meow? It's not just you who has been growing stronger. Team Rocket has made progress too, Granny. Meowth proclaimed with pride. Humph, I advise you to hand over Pikachu obediently, lest you suffer the consequences, Nancia warned. Sighing in resignation, Lin Dong decided against summoning more Pokémon, believing that Pikachu and Talonflame would suffice to deal with Team Rocket. Moreover, he noticed Julan had already summoned a Pokeball. Utilizing Pokémon for nefarious deeds is truly reprehensible. Go, Milotic, Julan said angrily, her tone indicating the gravity of the situation. As Julan's mainstay, Milotic stood at the pinnacle of the first tier, rendering Gengar and Servine utterly defenseless as they were mercilessly defeated. On Lin Dong's side, Pikachu swiftly dispatched Weezing in a matter of moments. Talonflame, on par with Dusknoir in terms of level, maintained the advantage due to its type, and with Lin Dong's guidance, the battle concluded effortlessly. Team Rocket was left utterly dumbfounded. They could hardly fathom that the stunning beauty who had hesitated for over an hour to buy ice cream just moments ago was so formidable. Not only had she defeated the main Pokémon of the young trainer, but she also commanded other equally terrifying Pokémon. Had they heard Lin Dong's earlier conversation with Julan, they would have known that this golden-haired beauty was the Sinnoh champion, and even with 1,000 boldness, they would never have dared to approach her. However, at this moment, escaping took precedence. Nancia and Little Shiro swiftly recalled their Pokémon and jumped into the hot air balloon basket alongside Meowth. Not good. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Lin Dong realized Team Rocket's intention in an instant, and Pikachu unleashed a bolt of electricity. Team Rocket was shocked, their bodies tingling from the electric jolt. But the mechanism at the bottom of the basket had already been activated. The emergency escape device promptly launched them skyward. What an annoying feeling. With this classic line, Team Rocket vanished into the horizon. Congratulations, host, for completing the daily task. Defeat Team Rocket. Task reward, 1,000 Alliance coins. Lin Dong had not anticipated that he would accomplish the daily task after all. He couldn't help but silently lament, Team Rocket, what drives you to such lengths? Julan finally connected the dots between Lin Dong and the name she had heard before. It became increasingly difficult for her to view Lin Dong merely as a junior. Her perspective shifted to that of a peer. Hence, the four of them began to refer to her as Sister Julan instead of Miss Julan. Simultaneously, Julan's curiosity deepened. She was genuinely intrigued about how Lin Dong had honed his skills. First, he had captured a Team Rocket group in the Sinnoh region, then apprehended a strike team from Team Magma in Hoenn, even capturing the action leader Huitsuan, and now, he had managed to capture Zhonglong, a senior cadre of the Hunter Association. These accomplishments were such that even some of the elite members of the Alliance could not boast of them, particularly concerning Zhonglong. He was no ordinary character. As the Sinnoh champion, Julan had a considerable understanding of the Hunter Association. After all, it was an evil organization within the Sinnoh region, and the Alliance had long since conducted thorough investigations. The Hunter Association was formed by 3 leaders, each known by the codenames J, Q, and K. Each of these hunters possessed at least elite-level strength, with Hunter K's power being particularly unfathomable. Beneath these 3 leaders were 6 prominent figures, all high-ranking members of the Hunter Association, each boasting at least near-elite strength, equivalent to that of seasoned gym leaders. Zhonglong was one of them. Below them were dozens of elite hunters, the backbone of the association, with strengths ranging from elite to gym leader level. In addition to these officers, there were likely hundreds of ordinary association members. Under the organization of the 3 leaders, the Hunter Association's activities had gradually expanded across various regions of the world. It could be said that if it weren't for severe internal strife draining their resources, the Hunter Association might have had the opportunity to develop into the most formidable evil organization in the world. After dinner, Julan invited the 4 to her room to share all the intelligence she had on the Hunter Association. The individual captured by the latter, Zhonglong, is not only a senior official of the Hunter Association but also the younger brother of Hunter Q, one of the 3 prominent leaders. This makes him highly susceptible to retaliation from the Hunter Association. In Chapter 99, Lin Dong accompanies Julan on an archaeological expedition. After listening to Julan's account, Lin Dong found himself somewhat bewildered. He had a rough idea of Hunter J's strength, yet the might of the Hunter Association genuinely astonished him. As a champion of the Sinnoh region, Julan's intelligence from the League was undoubtedly reliable. Even if there were inaccuracies, they would stem from the inherent tendency of malevolent organizations to conceal their true capabilities. No nefarious organization reveals its hand outright. Even with 4 twos, one must still play carefully to secure multiple rounds of power. This implies that the actual strength of the Hunter Association is likely to exceed the information available, rather than fall short. However, this level of power is undeniably terrifying. Setting aside Mutuo, the combined strength of the Hunter Association rivals that of Team Rocket. Moreover, their technological advancements are equally formidable. In the animated series, Team Rocket managed to create Mutwo but lost control of it, allowing Mutwo to escape. In contrast, Hunter J is audacious enough to target Regigigas. Furthermore, with the presence of Hunter Q and Hunter K, the overall strength becomes even more enigmatic. Lindong, however, found himself at a loss for solutions, resorting to the adage of meeting force with force. Zhulan and Lindong, along with their companions, conversed until nearly 9 in the evening, ultimately inviting them to explore a relic on Fighting Island the following day. During their earlier battle, Xiao Yao had learned of Zhulan's identity through Xiao Guang and had no objections. The four unanimously agreed to the invitation. The next day, after breakfast, Lindong and his companions met Zhulan in the hotel lobby, and they set off together. The location of the relic was in the opposite direction of Wudo Town, near the coast, conveniently allowing them to stop by the Pokemon Center. As they stepped outside, no one noticed the glint of a telescope reflecting from the distant treetops. "Hey, old 17, did you see that? The man over there is our target," Hunter 16 remarked, lowering the telescope and sprinting towards a nearby tree. Beneath the tree, 3 men were lounging. The leader, a burly figure with a fierce and piercing gaze, caught Hunter 16's attention. "Lord Xiongjian, we have identified the target." "Oh, he is indeed on Fighting Island," Xiongze replied, rising to his feet, followed by the other 2 men. "Hunt 2, Hunt 11, come with me to take a look." "Yes." Hunt 2 and Hunt 11 responded immediately. Hunter 17 relinquished the telescope, and Xiongze, along with Hunt 2 and Hunt 11, took turns observing, quickly confirming Lindong's identity. "It's him. Let's prepare. Today we shall eliminate him." Xiongjian cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing ominously, radiating a palpable aura of menace. "Lord Xiongjian, I have a question," Hunt 2 inquired earnestly, lowering the telescope to meet Xiongjian's gaze. "Zhonglong has always been arrogant, relying on his sister Hunter Q, treating us with disdain. To be honest, I almost feel like celebrating his capture. Moreover, what is Hunter Q compared to Lord K? Just a mere plaything. Why should we avenge Zhonglong?" Xiongjian glanced at Hunt 2, then surveyed the expressions of Hunt 11, Hunt 16, and Hunt 17, all reflecting a similar sentiment. He sighed deeply. "Alas, I too have little regard for Zhonglong, and our relationship has never been amicable, as you all know. However, our mission from Lord K is not merely to avenge Zhonglong. Our primary objective is to ascertain the whereabouts of that Bandura and bring it back. Currently, we are isolated in the Hoenn region, and our previous connections have been severed. It is impossible to gather intelligence from within the League. Lindong and those girls are the last individuals to have battled Bandura, making them our sole lead. Thus, our true task is to extract information about Bandura from Lindong. The elimination of Lindong is merely incidental." After Xiongjian spoke, Hunt 2 and his 3 companions exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment. "Why?" Hunt 2 asked, perplexed. "Lord Xiongjian, while Bandura is a pseudo-legendary Pokemon, we could easily capture another with our capabilities. If we were to capture a Yveltal to raise, it wouldn't be impossible to obtain even a double-digit number. Why take such a significant risk for a Bandura that has likely already been taken by the League?" Xiongjian sighed again. "You are right, but this particular Bandura is unique. To be frank, Lord K and Lord Fladarly from the Kalos region are collaborating on a secret experiment. And that Bandura is one of the subjects. You have seen that Bandura. It is larger than the average one because it has been infused with the energy of Zygarde." Zhulan led Lindong and his companions to a cave, traversing a tunnel and navigating several twists and turns until they finally arrived at a relic. Gazing at the towering, ancient structure before them, Lindong's memories of scenes from the animated series flooded back. Indeed, this was the battleground where Team Magma and Team Aqua clashed in the show. Zhulan, brimming with excitement, prepared to examine the site. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the mountainside, and a hole was forcibly drilled into the rock. Members of Team Magma, clad in deep red uniforms, streamed in, utilizing machinery to descend onto the ground before the relic. "It's Team Magma." Lindong quickly recognized the newcomers. However, since Fire Village had been shut down, the current leader was someone he did not know. "Team Magma? They are indeed Team Magma?" Zhulan refrained from rushing in, instead joining Lindong and the others behind a large boulder, quietly observing the bustling activities of Team Magma. "Yes, indeed. Zhulan, I feel Team Magma is not to be underestimated," Lindong remarked. "What do you mean?" Zhulan queried, somewhat puzzled. "The Hunter Association aims to poach Pokemon for profit. Yet during their last operation, Team Magma took an entire Pokemon Center hostage but only managed to extract Professor Mez. Their objective was merely to coerce Professor Mez into assisting them in opening a relic's door. This time, their appearance in the relic suggests they are searching for something of great significance. Team Magma's goal is certainly not trivial, Lindong asserted. I concur with your assessment. In fact, I just came from Professor Mez's location. I suspect Team Magma's target is the legendary Pokemon Groudon from the Hoenn region. Zhu Lan shared her thoughts. Lindong was taken aback. He was well aware of Team Magma's intentions, but he viewed it from an omniscient perspective, while Zhu Lan had to rely solely on her judgment. Nevertheless, Zhu Lan's hypothesis was entirely accurate. Zhu Lan, what you say about Groudon makes sense. Should we stop them immediately? Lindong inquired. Let's wait a moment. Their members have not all emerged yet. To engage recklessly could jeopardize the integrity of this tower. Zhu Lan decided to hold off for a little longer. In Chapter 100, as Zhu Lan and Lindong awaited the emergence of Team Magma, they were instead greeted by another unexpected arrival. The voice of Team Magma's leader crackled through the earpiece. This is flame number 2. No G reactions detected on the first floor. This is flame number 3. No G reactions detected on the 4th floor. We continue our exploration. Here lies the flame No. 4. Within its lower tiers, the first and second levels yielded no signs of G's presence. However, the reflective waves discerned several moving entities swiftly approaching from the external sea. What? Captain Firehawk's heart raced with alarm as he hurriedly exited the ruins. At the periphery of the ruins, bubbles erupted from the subterranean river, as 5 individuals broke through the surface and gracefully ascended the shore. Great Wolfhound, deploy Shadow Ball. Firehawk commanded, launching an immediate assault. Utilize Water Cannon. Leading the group was a mature and alluring woman, her crimson curls cascading to her waist, adding an alluring touch to her demeanor. Yet, the smile she wore concealed a sinister edge, and her enchanting eyes glinted with malice. At her behest, a Fongfish leaped from the water, unleashing a water cannon that collided with the Shadow Ball. The 2 attacks detonated upon impact, resulting in a stalemate. Thank you for your assistance, Team Fire Rock. The female leader smiled at Firehawk. Team Fire Rock consistently outpaced them in the quest for relic keys. Had it not been for their early arrival, entry would have been far more challenging. The Water Fleet, I never anticipated you would trace us to this location, Firehawk acknowledged, a hint of surprise in his tone. Very well, I shall manage the situation here. You all should depart for now. Let us prioritize the execution of our mission and avoid unnecessary conflict, the female leader commanded. At her signal, the Water Fleet members dispersed, hastening towards the ruins. Turning to Firehawk, she remarked, Assault Team Leader Firehawk, I never expected it would be you. Your personal involvement suggests that Team Fire Rock holds this relic in high regard. Ah, Miss Izumi, the operations captain, I believe this is our first encounter, Firehawk replied. Indeed. However, our water fleet is well acquainted with your records. Previously, it was your operations leader, Hozumi, who undertook these missions. I have heard he was captured? Izumi inquired. No comment. Firehawk's expression darkened slightly. It was indeed embarrassing for Hozumi, the proud operations leader of Team Fire Rock, to be bested by a novice trainer. Nevertheless, due to differing pursuits of power and ideologies, they maintained an adversarial relationship with the water fleet. Such matters were not to be acknowledged, lest they tarnish Team Fire Rock's reputation. Captain, we have an intruder. A voice crackled through Firehawk's earpiece. This is Flame Number 1. Members of the water fleet have infiltrated, but it is of no consequence. Continue with your mission, Firehawk calmly instructed, displaying no intention of engaging in a full-scale confrontation with the water fleet. A wise decision indeed. Izumi smirked. However, Captain Firehawk, I believe only the power we seek resides here. I suggest it would be prudent for you to withdraw. Firehawk scoffed, is that so? But what if, instead of what you desire, only the power we pursue remains? Even if such power exists, do you possess the means to harness it? Izumi retorted. Oh, I too wish to pose a similar question. Did you bring the red orb with you? Firehawk squinted, his suspicion rising. And if I did, what would you do about it? Izumi's expression grew more serious. Humph, that would certainly be. Firehawk took a few steps forward, his great wolfhound baring its teeth and growling fiercely. The Fongfish surfaced, revealing its fangs and glaring menacingly at Firehawk. Suddenly, Izumi raised her hands in resignation, regrettably. I am not yet qualified to handle that artifact. I doubt you hold the requisite level to present the blue orb either. At her words, Firehawk's face twitched, acutely aware of her truthfulness, yet he could not accept her subsequent assertion. Why do you pursue the power of the earth? The power of the ocean we seek can wash away all in its path. Before us, your chances of victory are virtually non-existent. Izumi proclaimed. Only the feeble-minded, ignorant of the earth's power, would utter such words, Firehawk retorted coldly. At that moment, another voice crackled through the earpiece. This is Flame Number 2. All levels have been thoroughly searched, and no signs of G have been detected. Disappointment etched across Firehawk's face as he issued a command. Understood. All personnel, immediate withdrawal. What did I tell you? I said there would be no power you sought here. Izumi crowed triumphantly. It seems you've come up empty-handed. However, the very next moment, her team member's voice interrupted. This is Tornado C. No signals of K have been found within the ruins. It appears this is not the Awakening Shrine, but merely a tower erected by ancient peoples for blessings. Understood. You are to disengage immediately, Izumi ordered, her tone laced with resignation. It seems you two have struck out. Who would have thought this wasn't the Awakening Shrine? Firehawk remarked. Izumi, now devoid of the will to banter, conceded, it appears so. What a waste. Why did these ancients construct such an ambiguous structure? Firehawk scoffed. Members of Team Fire Rock and the Water Fleet vacated the ruins, returning to their respective leaders, all producing their Pokeballs. Tension surged as a confrontation loomed. Just as a battle seemed imminent, Izumi recalled her Fongfish. Firehawk followed suit, retracting his great wolfhound. Retreat, Izumi commanded, and the Water Fleet members promptly donned their diving gear, preparing to plunge into the water. However, a deep purple Pokémon suddenly materialized before them, unleashing hypnosis. For members of the Water Fleet succumbed to slumber almost instantly. Izumi's expression changed dramatically, while on the other side, Team Fire Rock fell victim to a stealthy attack, enveloped by shadowy tendrils. Soon, they too succumbed to sleep, their faces contorted in nightmares. In that moment, both Firehawk and Izumi, despite their adversarial history, recognized they had been ambushed. Who goes there? The erstwhile foes stood united, gazing at the intruder. Lindong, well done. I never imagined you possessed such a remarkable Pokémon. Zhulan beamed, emerging alongside Lindong. She certainly recognized Darkrai. In fact, she was acquainted with a trainer who owned one. Yet, Lindong's Darkrai exuded an aura far surpassing that of the previous trainer. From a strength perspective, while that trainer boasted champion-level prowess, he often fell short in private bouts against the Elite Four. In contrast, Lindong, Zhulan mused, was such that with her current capabilities, no Pokémon could hope to rival this Darkrai. Chapter 101, Capture Firehawk. Seize Izumi alive. Lindong remained oblivious to Zhulan's musings. Yet he was exceedingly pleased with Darkrai's transformation. Reflecting on the past, while Darkrai initially possessed second-tier strength, it merely aligned with the average capabilities of its species. However, it was significantly superior to that of the prior trainer's Pokémon. Lindong's assessment was not without merit. During the time of that trainer, the Pokémon League tournaments were far removed from the animated portrayals of the Kalos League, where every trainer possessed a mega evolution. The tournaments then resembled the present-day scenario, essentially a novice selection contest. Even those trainers who advanced to the final stages were merely recognized as elite. Trainers at this stage typically had their main Pokémon at mid-level of the first tier, with their champions possibly reaching the latter stages. The champions of the league often boasted peak first-tier Pokémon, a remarkable feat given their age. Even with quasi-divine Pokémon, it was difficult to attain second-tier strength at this stage. This was because, at the outset, quasi-divine Pokémon bore little difference from ordinary Pokémon, save for their superior physical attributes and greater energy reserves. During the course of their growth, they naturally compress the immense energy within themselves, gradually reaching a level akin to secondary divine power, which allows them to ascend to the second tier. This phenomenon gives rise to the saying that great talents often emerge late. However, unlike Darkrai and Latios, these mythical or legendary creatures inherently possess divine power. Thus, upon reaching maturity, even if they are relatively weak, they are still considered to be at the baseline of the second tier. In the Alliance Conference, the presence of second-tier beings is virtually non-existent, and gym battles rarely involve the main forces. Observing Dactyl's prowess, there is even less reason for the main forces to engage in a fierce struggle. Hence, Dactyl is indeed capable of showcasing an overwhelming advantage. Yet even so, he was still defeated by Ash on 2 occasions. As for Darkrai, although he triumphed over 3 of Ash's Pokémon, the Coal Turtle could arguably contend for the title of Ash's weakest Pokémon, while another Pokémon, the Landshark, was merely in its pseudo-divine infant state. Moreover, the Alliance Conference's combat style resembles that of the gourd baby saving grandpa, where Pokémon battle one by one, without being allowed to attack the trainers. However, at that moment, Lindong found himself facing one of the 6 titans of the Hunter Association, Zhonglong. According to Zhulan's intelligence, he was undoubtedly a master at the Quasi-King level, with each Pokémon being the final evolutionary form, and the lowest being at the late stage of the first tier. The slightly larger Banjira was a clear embodiment of the second tier. Furthermore, this type of battle does not adhere to the rules of martial ethics, allowing direct attacks on trainers. Although Darkrai faced a barrage from 4 of the opponent's Pokémon and was somewhat restrained in defense, he remained unscathed before activating his bond. At that time, Lindong, lacking experience in outdoor combat, and particularly averse to trading injuries for injuries, always aimed to resolve battles without harm, which led to his disadvantage. However, things have improved. Under the nurturing of authority, even without activating his bond, Darkrai's strength has already reached the pinnacle of the second tier. When a Pokémon of such caliber suddenly launches a surprise attack, the Fire Rock team stands no chance of retaliation. As for Gungue, he is a master of ambush. Who are you, and what do you want? Izumi asked sharply, though in her heart, she was exceedingly anxious. You are from Team Aqua and the Fire Rock team, aren't you? Zhulan retorted before continuing. We are Alliance trainers, and it is our duty to deal with those who exploit Pokémon for malevolent deeds. Nanny, Firehawk and Izumi were both taken aback. While the statement was accurate, how many trainers genuinely acted in such a manner? They were, after all, an evil organization. Shouldn't they be feared by all? What do you mean, Nanny? Lindong stepped forward, addressing Firehawk and Izumi. I have a few questions I would like to ask you. You shall not extract any information from us. Not a word. Firehawk declared resolutely. Zhulan, do you see this? Lindong observed the defiant duo with a hint of exasperation. Could you please keep an eye on them for a moment? I will fetch Miss Junsha. After Zhulan departed the ruins, her intention was unmistakable. Lindong could engage in a thorough discussion with the two leaders during this time. Firehawk and Izumi exchanged glances, and their concealed hands simultaneously retrieved Pokeballs. They had resolved to abandon their teammates and escape alone. It wasn't that they lacked loyalty. Rather, as high-ranking members of Team Aqua and the Fire Rock team, they possessed far more information than the ordinary members. Humph. Do you think you can turn us over to the Security Bureau? You might find that more challenging than you anticipate. Firehawk scoffed, preparing to make a move. At that moment, a whip composed of ghostly energy struck his wrist like lightning. Firehawk felt a sharp pain, causing him to loosen his grip on the Pokeball, which fell to the ground. Izumi received a similar treatment. However, fortuitously, when her Pokeball dropped, it accidentally activated the switch, allowing the lurking fish to leap out. Izumi was overjoyed and was about to command the lurking fish to attack when Pikachu, charged and ready, leaped up and unleashed a thunderbolt, incapacitating the lurking fish instantly. Hey, what are you doing? Izumi exclaimed in annoyance. Just wanting to have a chat with you too, Lindong said, cracking his knuckles as he approached Firehawk and Izumi. In my homeland, there is an ancient saying, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. As he advanced, Lindong activated the evil seed within him, channeling a sliver of authority into his gaze. Intimidation Eye. Firehawk and Izumi met Lindong's gaze, which glowed with a dark purple aura, their faces instantly paling. Mountains of corpses, seas of blood, remnants of broken armor. Blood stains the earth, reflecting the crimson sky. Upon a mountain of corpses, a black silhouette emerges. With just a glance, the chilling aura of malevolence seemed to transcend time and space, rushing forth. The terrifying pressure bore down on Firehawk and Izumi's minds. Both Firehawk and Izumi screamed in unison, their expressions contorting in fear. This was a new technique developed by Lindong, conjuring a mental image and projecting it into the minds of his opponents through the Intimidation Eye. In his past life, he had read many cultivation novels, some of which were rather cliched, yet at this moment, the effect was surprisingly potent. However, perhaps due to the differing sensory constructs of Pokémon and humans, these images were invisible to Pokémon. They could only sense the oppressive aura of malevolence. Yet, the impact on humans seemed to be overwhelmingly effective. Now, Firehawk and Izumi appeared utterly terrified, unable to absorb any information. Lindong, feeling helpless, quickly dispelled the authority, but the two remained in a daze, making it impossible to interrogate them. Lindong, what has happened to them? Xiao Guang approached, visibly puzzled. It's nothing. They probably can't accept reality and have gone a bit mad, Lindong replied, scratching his head before turning to Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao, could you please tie them up? Chapter 102, Encountering the Hunter Association Again. All right, Xiao Yao promptly agreed, releasing her Hunting Butterfree. Hunting Butterfree, use your string shot. Hunting Butterfree emitted white silk, ensnaring both Firehawk and Izumi. The two were now considerably more compliant. However, their mental state remained a cause for concern. Lindong was too indifferent to inquire further. He already knew the intentions of the Fire Rock team and Team Aqua. Furthermore, he possessed the ultimate technique to quell the battle between Groudon and Kyogre. Just then, Miss Junsha and the security team arrived, immediately spotting the two individuals bound in bug silk. Scattered across the nearby ground were the fallen members of the Fire Rock team and Team Aqua. Hello, may I ask? Before Miss Junsha could pose any questions to Lin Dong, Fire Hawk and Izumi, as if seeing a savior, blurted out in unison. Miss Junsha, quickly capture me. I am Fire Hawk, the assault captain of the Fire Rock team. I have committed countless wrongs. Please apprehend me. Miss Junsha, grab me first. I am Izumi, the combat captain of Team Aqua. I am guilty of numerous crimes. Please take me into custody. Fire Hawk and Izumi not only revealed their identities, but also clamored to be captured, leaving Miss Junsha utterly bewildered. What is going on? Miss Junsha looked at Lin Dong in confusion. She had initially assumed Lin Dong had subjected them to some form of torture, yet their clothes remained intact, and they bore no visible injuries or blood. It seemed their mental state was simply unwell. They might just be a bit frightened, Lin Dong explained. But they are indeed members of the Fire Rock team and Team Aqua. Zhulan had also returned with Miss Junsha and immediately added, I overheard their conversation earlier. It seems they have some significant plans. Yes, I trust you. Thank you, Miss Zhulan. Miss Junsha replied without hesitation. Given that Fire Hawk and Izumi were high-level wanted criminals, she had some recollection of them. Confirming their identities later with photographs and other documentation would not be difficult. Moreover, it is none other than the esteemed champion of Sinnoh, Miss Zhulan, who has personally come to report the incident. No need for thanks. If gratitude is to be expressed, it should be directed towards Lin Dong, as he was the one who intervened, Zhulan remarked with a smile. Miss Junsha was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly regained her composure. The name Lin Dong was indeed well known. You are Mr. Lin Dong? She exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as if she had encountered a celebrity. I have long heard of your illustrious name. I never anticipated meeting you in such a manner today. Lin Dong, slightly embarrassed, felt the admiration of the security personnel surrounding him. There was no escaping the fact that he had become quite the figure in the security system. After today, the ranks would swell with the addition of Hua Ying and Quan Mei alongside the already renowned Hua Siyuan and Zhong Longhei. Hey, hurry up and arrest us. What are you waiting for? Both individuals, Hua Ying and Quan Mei, were incensed by the delay in their apprehension, crying out in frustration. The expressions of the security personnel were rather peculiar. Unbeknownst to them, Hua Ying and Quan Mei would rather face confinement than remain in Lin Dong's company any longer. Very well then, let's proceed with the arrest, Miss Junsha said, a hint of resignation in her voice. Hua Ying and Quan Mei complied readily, hastily donning silver bracelets after the threads of the hunting butterflies were undone. The members of the Hua Yin team and Shui Jin team were also escorted away. I shall take my leave now. I have an interrogation to conduct, Miss Junsha acknowledged with a courteous nod before departing. With her vast experience, she could discern that Hua Ying and Quan Mei were at a moment of psychological vulnerability. Questioning them now would yield full disclosures. With the absence of the Hua Yin team and Shui Jin team, Zhulan merrily set out to explore archaeological wonders. Throughout the day, Lin Dong and his companions absorbed a wealth of knowledge pertaining to archaeology. As dusk fell, the five of them finally exited the ruins. Upon emerging from the cave, the sun had long since disappeared, leaving the world bathed in the silvery glow of the moon. Just as Lin Dong stepped beyond the cave's mouth, 5 figures clad in black encircled him. Are you Lin Dong? The foremost of the group, a robust man in black, inquired. Sensing ill intent, Lin Dong furrowed his brow. Who are you? Xiao Guang interjected, positioning himself beside Lin Dong. Zhulan, Xiao Yao, and Ami soon followed, standing protectively by Lin Dong's side. Well. This lad seems to have quite the luck with the ladies, remarked a tall, gaunt man beside the muscular leader, his gaze lecherous as it flicked over the women. You can't deny it, kid, we recognize you. Come with us, or else what? Lin Dong stepped forward, Pikachu poised for action. A man of honor does not change his name or surname. I am indeed Lin Dong. Who are you? The muscular man resumed speaking. As long as you acknowledge you are Lin Dong, that suffices. If you refuse to accompany us, we'll have no choice but to take you by force, and as for them, they will suffer dire consequences. His words drew forth malicious laughter from the other 4 black-clad figures, particularly the gaunt man whose grin was the most repugnant. Oh, I am quite curious to hear your plans for dealing with me, Zhulan interjected, her expression turning frosty, her gaze laced with menace as it swept over the 5 intruders. The muscular leader's attention shifted to Zhulan, who had previously eluded his notice amidst his fixation on Lin Dong. However, upon beholding Zhulan's breathtaking visage, any nefarious thoughts evaporated, replaced by dread. It's Zhulan. We must retreat, he stammered, turning to flee while producing a precious ball, summoning Mukahawk to his side. Mukahawk seized his shoulder and whisked him away into the depths of the forest. The leader, Xiongjian, was an upper echelon member of the Hunter Association, an organization rooted in the Sinnoh region, and he certainly recognized the champion Zhulan. He had been too preoccupied with Lindong to anticipate encountering her in such a place. Zhulan, the champion of Sinnoh, run. The gaunt man, known as Liegi, swiftly realized the gravity of the situation, albeit a moment too late. He also turned to flee, releasing a Daytarn to follow closely behind Xiongjian. The remaining three black-clad figures, Liegi, Lai Shi, and Lai Qi, wasted no time in activating their escape, unleashing their own Pokémon in pursuit of their fleeing comrades. However, Zhulan, Lindong, and Ami were equally quick to respond. Almost instantaneously, as the hunters turned to flee, they launched their precious balls. Let the skies be graced by the fierce biting land shark. Dragonite, you are the one. Come forth, armed. Simultaneously, Pikachu unleashed a thunderbolt, striking Liegi, who had been the most repulsive with his laughter. At this juncture, Xiongjian and Liegi had barely covered 100 meters when Liegi and Daytarn were struck by the electric discharge, plummeting to the ground. Meanwhile, the fierce biting land shark surged forth at supersonic speed, delivering a devastating blow to Mukahawk's back. Mukahawk, unable to withstand the assault, relinquished its grip on Xiongjian. Despite his extensive combat experience, Xiongjian rolled several times upon impact to mitigate the force of the fall. Yet he still felt the sharp pangs of pain throughout his body. On Dragonite's front, it first dispatched Liegi and Daytarn with a thunderbolt, before mimicking the fierce biting land shark's technique to strike another Daytarn, sending yet another black-clad figure crashing to the ground. Nonetheless, Hunter 11, equally seasoned in battle, managed to roll and absorb the impact, finding himself in a better state than Xiongjian. Meanwhile, Hunter 17's Mukahawk was swiftly overtaken by Armed, which delivered a steel wing attack, forcing it to descend. Though this Mukahawk retained some spirit, it clung to Hunter 17 as they both fell. Xiongjian and the remaining 4 hunters regrouped. Their flying Pokémon were injured and could no longer transport them, and they were at a loss to match the speed of the fierce biting land shark and Dragonite. Humph, think you can escape? Zhulan had closed the gap, pointing directly at Xiongjian. You are from the Hunter Association, are you not? I believe I have seen your wanted poster. Xiongjian gritted his teeth. There was no doubt that upon being recognized by Zhulan, he faced the gravest peril of his Pokémon hunting career. He was acutely aware of his own limitations, finding himself outmatched even against the 4 Heavenly Kings, let alone Zhulan. Lindong, Ami, Xiaoguang, and Xiaoyao also arrived, their expressions menacing as they regarded the 5 members of the Hunter Association. Upon hearing Zhulan's words, Lindong understood the motive behind their attack. Zhonglong was one of the 3 main leaders of the Hunter Association, and being the brother of a captured individual, it was only natural for them to seek retribution. Yet, what was there to fear? They would simply deal with this group. And today, they had Zhulan by their side. Curse you, Zhulan. Are you intent on ensuring mutual destruction? Xiongjian glared fiercely at Zhulan, his eyes filled with a desire to tear her apart. Mutual destruction? I fear you lack the qualifications for such a notion, Zhulan replied with commanding confidence. Allow me to show you. Come forth, my trump card. Xiongjian hurled a precious ball, revealing a 3-headed, blue-black dragon Pokémon before the onlookers. 3-headed dragon. Lindong was somewhat taken aback. He never anticipated that Xiongjian would actually bring forth this creature. Xiaoguang and Xiaoyao promptly began researching. The 3-headed dragon, a ferocious Pokémon, is the evolved form of the biting land shark. It perceives moving objects as foes and devours everything in sight with its 3 heads, making it a terrifying entity. The oppressive aura and brutal energy emanating from the 3-headed dragon caused Xiaoguang and Xiaoyao to tremble involuntarily. Leave this to me, Zhulan declared, positioning herself in front of the group. She had heard tales of the formidable quasi-deity from the Unova region, known to be quite challenging to confront. However, upon assessing its ferocity, she noted that the 3-headed dragon was not as imposing as the biting land shark, and in fact, it paled in comparison to Lindong's Dragonite. Nevertheless, its savage presence was deeply unsettling. The biting land shark unleashed its own aura, effectively suppressing the 3-headed dragon's menacing energy. Xiaoguang and Xiaoyao felt a wave of relief wash over them. Ami sighed in relief as well. Although she was merely a gym leader with slightly more battle experience, none of her Pokémon possessed the strength to rival that of the 3-headed dragon. If she were to face it, she would undoubtedly be in grave peril. All right. Xiongjian repeated the word thrice with increasing intensity, gritting his teeth as he glared at Zhulan. With a wave of his arm, he commanded, "Brothers, let us go all out." Saying this, Xiong tossed out 2 Pokeballs. Come forth, Dusknoir and Ursaring. Realizing that there would be no easy resolution, Lai Si immediately threw out 3 Pokeballs. Arise, Infernape, Toxicroak, and Dragonite. Lai Shi, Lai Shirley, and Lai Shichi followed suit, each releasing 3 Pokeballs. Come forth, Electrode, Mismagius, and Beedrill. Go, Electivire, Macamp, and Beedrill. You too. Tyranitar, Nidoking, and Metagross. The Hunter Association had laid all their cards on the table, counting the previously released Flying-type Pokémon. Each member now had 4 high-level Pokémon at their disposal. Though they were merely elite hunters, their counterparts were elite trainers from the league, making these Pokémon their absolute main forces. While they had a few other Pokémon, their effectiveness was diminished in the absence of water. Meanwhile, Pidgeot, Swellow, and Staraptor rallied, soaring above the hunters as they faced off against Lindong's side. Lindong, it seems a grand battle is imminent, Zhulan said, unperturbed, even sporting a smile. A grand battle? Perhaps, Lindong replied with an easy smile. Sister Zhulan, I see a group of experience packs. What did you say? The hunter's expressions darkened at being referred to as experience packs. At that moment, however, Lindong suddenly snapped his fingers. With a sharp crack that echoed in the night, a shadowy Pokémon materialized behind the 5 hunters, enveloping them in 5 black holes. As they were engulfed, the hunters instantly fell into a deep slumber, plagued by nightmares. Without their trainer's guidance, the hunters' Pokémon were left leaderless, darting about in confusion and fear. The only exception was the 3-headed dragon, which, freed from its trainer's control, reverted to its savage nature, unleashing a dark pulse aimed at the biting land shark before it. In that moment, it sought only to annihilate all moving objects. Biting land shark, unleash dragon pulse. Bite. The biting land shark retaliated with its own dragon pulse, and in this clash, it gained the upper hand. The explosion occurred nearer to the 3-headed dragon, causing a shockwave that disrupted its movement, and Zhulan seized the opportunity. Biting land shark, use dragon rush. Bite. The biting land shark leaped forward, emanating a terrifying aura, its body aglow with blue and white light, crashing into the 3-headed dragon with tremendous force. The impact knocked the creature to the ground, which then bounced back up and skidded several meters before finally regaining its footing. Meanwhile, Lindong, Ami, Xiaoguang, and Xiaoyao sprang into action. Chapter 104, Night of Experience. A great battle unfolds. On Lindong's side, the recently successful ambush by Darkrai had returned to his side, while Gengar emerged from the shadows. Indeed, Lindong had released both Darkrai and Gengar during the chase. However, Darkrai had executed its task so effectively that Gengar's backup was rendered unnecessary. Through this outdoor skirmish, Lindong had gleaned a valuable lesson: the importance of ambush. The foremost strategy was to eliminate the opposing trainer. The vast majority of Pokémon struggle to exhibit their power without the guidance of their trainers. Thus, Lindong had intentionally waited for the hunters to release their Pokémon before allowing Darkrai and Gengar to strike. Now, these high-level Pokémon of the hunters had become their experience packs. Besides Suicune, Lugia, and Registeel, Lindong released all his other Pokémon, including Ralts. These experience packs were exceedingly rare, and it was essential for Ralts to gain as much experience as possible. Xiaoguang, Xiaoyao, and Ami also released their Pokémon. Ami called forth Steelix, Bronzong, Magnezone, Metong, and Cacnea. She assigned Steelix and Bronzong to safeguard the safety of the 4, while Magnezone accompanied Metong and Cacnea to accrue experience. On Xiaoguang's side, he sent out Piplup, followed by Staravia, Buniri, Butterfree, and Cacnea. Xiaoyao released Blaziken, Vivillon, and Swampert, concerned that Lindong might struggle. Zhulan even dispatched Milotic to assist. Consequently, the battlefield on the ground was presided over by Darkrai, Gengar, and Milotic, who would intervene if their allies' Pokémon came under attack. Lindong instructed Staraptor to carry Pikachu aloft, joining forces with Skarmory, Dragonite, and Staravia to confront the hunters' flying Pokémon. The aerial battlefield was anchored by Dragonite's presence. The grand battle was on the brink of erupting. In the sky, due to the initial injuries sustained by the hunter's Pokémon, Pikachu thrived, hitting its targets with remarkable precision. Pidgey and Swellow soon fell to defeat. After Pikachu had severely weakened them, Staraptor and Staravia claimed their victories. Ami Skarmory, clearly at a higher level, single-handedly defeated Xiongjian's Staraptor. Unfortunately for Xiongjian, his Staraptor had been weakened by the biting land shark's previous assault and had not yet recovered its strength, leading to its swift downfall against Skarmory. Subsequently, another Staraptor attempted to flee but was swiftly knocked back by Dragonite, allowing Skarmory to secure yet another experience pack with a steel wing. On the ground, Dong instructed Ralts to face off against Toxicroak, with Gengar providing cover. Toxicroak could do little but endure the blows. Despite its dual poison and fighting types, which granted it a level advantage over Ralts, it fell victim to Ralts' psychic prowess. After defeating Toxicroak, Ralts, brimming with excitement, sought out Machoke. Similarly, under Gengar's protection, Machoke was rendered defenseless and succumbed to a combination of psychic and shadow ball attacks. Bulbasaur did not opt to challenge the especially advantageous Tyranitar, but instead approached Electivire, as it was less intimidated by electric attacks. However, Electivire posed a significant threat to Piplup and Swampert, while the latter two had a favorable matchup against Tyranitar. Upon witnessing Bulbasaur engage Electivire, it was Blaziken who first exhaled a sigh of relief, having been previously traumatized by Electivire's electric assault. The Bulbasaur executed its skills almost instinctively. First, it unleashed a barrage of swift stars, compelling the electric beast to adopt a defensive posture. Subsequently, it ensnared the electric beast's legs with its vine whip, disrupting its balance. The Parasite Seed was launched, followed closely by Leaf Blade. Then it ceased the barrage of swift stars, channeling energy into a solar beam, while simultaneously spreading a grassy terrain beneath its feet to absorb nutrients from the earth. This fluid sequence of attacks left the electric beast utterly defenseless. It seethed with frustration, possessing immense electrical power, yet unable to utilize it effectively. Occasionally, it managed to unleash a feeble electric shock amidst the pain, but its inability to perform its ultimate move had little effect on Bulbasaur. Soon enough, the electric beast succumbed to the ground, its eyes spiraling into a daze. The Parasite Seed returned, channeling the absorbed energy back to Bulbasaur, replenishing its strength. Had the electric beast been awake to witness this, it would have been infuriated. On Amy's side, the Medong engaged Nidoqueen. This Nidoqueen was of a low level and, lacking the guidance of a trainer, appeared rather dim-witted, persistently employing poison-type moves against Medong. Under Amy's strategic command, Medong swiftly dispatched Nidoqueen and then turned its attention to Scizor. Scizor, equally lacking in intelligence, continued to utilize poison-type moves. Those psychic-type attacks were ineffective against Scizor. Metang's Steel-type moves were formidable. Thus, Medong effortlessly overcame Scizor as well. Two Corsola, alongside Torchic and Vivillon, confronted Mismagius, Beedrill, Golem, and Meowstic. Darkrai arrived to exert its presence, immediately intimidating Mismagius upon entering the fray. Sensing Darkrai's aura, Mismagius trembled uncontrollably, paralyzed by fear. Mismagius thought, "I dare not move. I simply cannot move." Amy's Corsola unleashed Rock Tomb upon Meowstic, and Xiaowang's Corsola, imitating the move, also learned the technique. This proved troublesome for Meowstic, as it found itself trapped and pressured by the protruding rocks. Just as it attempted to utilize Origin Pulse to break free, Xiaowang's Corsola thickened the rocky prison further. The added weight rendered Meowstic unable to execute its ultimate move. As Meowstic was immobilized, Torchic promptly unleashed Spark, followed by Vivillon's Hurricane. The combination of fire and wind intensified, striking Meowstic with remarkable efficacy. Meowstic's head tilted as it collapsed, losing its ability to battle. The two Corsola retracted the Rock Tomb, leaving Meowstic to lie motionless on the ground. Without a trainer's guidance, Beedrill and Golem exhibited no cooperative instincts, merely observing Meowstic's plight, their hair standing on end in fear. However, they too could not escape the fate that awaited them. Corsola's Rock-type moves, Torchic's Fire-type moves, and Vivillon's Flying-type moves were all formidable to them. With both Corsola advancing to the forefront, Beedrill and Golem found themselves utterly helpless. Corsola excelled in frontline control while Torchic and Vivillon coordinated their offensive efforts. The outcome was all but inevitable. Beedrill and Golem soon followed Meowstic into defeat. Afterward, Darkrai released Mismagius. The two Corsola, Torchic, and Vivillon immediately surged forward. In another battlefield, Xiaowang's Piplup, Buniri, and Butterfree joined forces with Xiaoyao's Frogadier to confront Infernape, Dusknoir, Tyrantrum, and Teddiursa. Tyrantrum was the first to face misfortune, primarily due to its arrogance, as it boldly launched its ultimate move, firing two Rock Wreckers. However, Julien's Milotic countered with a Water Pulse, extinguishing the Rock Wreckers. As Tyrantrum faltered, unable to evade the onslaught, Piplup's Bubble Beam, Buniri's Ice Beam, and Butterfree's Water Gun struck simultaneously. How could it withstand such an assault? Tyrantrum collapsed, unable to endure. Dusknoir and Infernape showed no intention of rescuing Tyrantrum. Teddiursa, however, exhibited some cooperative instincts, unleashing a beam of Dark Pulse, but Darkrai effortlessly countered with a Dark Pulse of its own. Dusknoir soon became the second unfortunate casualty, as this earnest creature was struck by a powerful blow. In response, Milotic extinguished the flames with a water pulse, bubble beam, ice beam, and 2 water guns hit Dusknoir simultaneously, leaving it chilled to the core. Yet, it managed to hold on. As the 4 little creatures launched a final barrage, Dusknoir succumbed, falling unconscious. However, when they turned to seek out Infernape, they found it had already fled, having been rather cowardly in its pursuit of escape. While everyone's attention was focused on Dusknoir, Infernape seized the opportunity to slip away. Yet, Dragonite, observing the situation from above, swooped down, striking Infernape with its tail. Stunned, Infernape found itself momentarily dazed. Nevertheless, Piplup, Buneary, Butterfree, and Frogadier seized the moment, launching a concerted attack that left Infernape thoroughly chilled. Buneary followed up with a series of confusion punches, knocking Infernape completely unconscious. Lastly, Teddiursa found itself overwhelmed, much like Mismagius, as Piplup and its allies swarmed it, initiating a collective assault. Darkrai stood sentinel over Mismagius, while Milotic provided support for Teddiursa. The 2 elite Pokémon were rendered ineffective, quickly losing their battle capabilities in the face of overwhelming numbers. Thus, the battle concluded with Dusknoir, Teddiursa, Infernape, Toxicroak, Scizor, Mismagius, Beedrill, Electabuzz, Machoke, Golem, Tyrantrum, Nidoqueen, Meowstic, Swellow, 2 Spearows, and 2 Staraptors all incapacitated. At this moment, only the last remaining Electrode was engaged in a fierce battle with Amy's Magnezone. After Amy discovered that Medong required no protection, she sent Magnezone to intercept Electrode. This was particularly crucial as Electrode possessed both electric and steel types, and its level posed a significant challenge for Amy's team. The confrontation incited Electrode's wrath, as it was the evolved form of Magnezone, despite its unique evolution method not necessarily indicating a higher level. Nonetheless, the pride of its final evolution was undeniable. What status did Magnezone hold to dare impede it? Thus, the 2 magnetic creatures clashed. Although Amy's Magnezone was indeed of a higher level, Electrode, with its evolved physique, managed to hold its ground. However, once the battles in other arenas concluded, Amy took charge, directing the fight. With her guidance, Electrode quickly fell to the disadvantage, ultimately succumbing to a single thunderbolt from Magnezone, its eyes spiraling into an X shape. Meanwhile, Julian's battle also reached its climax. While the 3-headed dragon was formidable, it was no match for Julian's Garchomp. The 3-headed dragon suffered severe humiliation. It remained uncertain what Julian had done, but now the 3-headed dragon behaved as docile as a pet, nuzzling against Julian's shoes. Subsequently, the 3-headed dragon unleashed a devastating beam, followed by a crunch, shattering its Pokeball into fragments. This signified its return to the wild as a feral Pokémon. With a couple of calls, the 3-headed dragon inquired, "Do you wish to accompany me?" Julian smiled as she gently stroked the head of the 3-headed dragon. The dragon nodded continuously in response. Without hesitation, Julian produced an empty Pokeball. There was no need to throw it, as the 3-headed dragon instinctively leaned forward and activated the switch. In an instant, its entire body transformed into a red light and entered the ball. Skipping even the struggle phase, Julian successfully captured the 3-headed dragon. "Congratulations, Julian," Lindong exclaimed with a smile. "Thank you. How about you all? The Pokémon have made significant progress. Just look over there." Lindong pointed to a nearby group of Pokémon resting. Suddenly, 2 of them began to emanate a white light. It was Amy's Metagross and Kakuna. These 2 were already on the brink of evolution, and after the recent battle, they broke through their limits. As the white light dissipated, a blue, disc-shaped Pokémon appeared before everyone, Metagross. The other Pokémon, clad in steel armor with a deep gray complexion, was Kakuna. Metagross had evolved from Metong, and Kakuna had evolved into Beedrill. It was a double celebration, and Amy was overjoyed. "Congratulations, Amy." "Thank you." Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao joined in the congratulations. Quickly checking their Pokédexes, Metagross, the Iron Leg Pokémon, is the evolved form of Metong. It possesses 4 brains and exhibits intelligence comparable to that of a supercomputer. Kakuna, the Iron Armor Pokémon, is the evolved form of Kakuna. It strengthens its steel body by drinking nutrient-rich spring water. Amy smiled as she patted Metagross and Beedrill. "Metagross, Beedrill, I hope to count on your guidance in the future." Just then, a white light began to envelop Ralts. A Pokémon resembling a pure-hearted maiden appeared before everyone. Ralts had evolved into Kirlia. Kirlia. At that moment, another white light shone nearby, drawing everyone's attention to Pachima. "Pachima, are you evolving too?" Xiao Guang exclaimed excitedly. However, Pachima seemed to struggle against the evolution. The glowing white light flickered dimly, then brightened again, only to fade once more. What is happening? Xiao Guang was alarmed. She had witnessed many Pokémon evolve, but never had she seen such a situation with Pachima. Pachima, are you alright? Don't scare me. Pachima. With great effort, Pachima suppressed the evolution light. Don't worry, Xiao Guang. I believe Pachima simply prefers not to evolve, Lin Dong reassured her, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. Why? Isn't evolution a wonderful thing? Xiao Guang questioned, puzzled. If it evolves into Prinplup, its body will grow larger, and it will learn even more powerful moves. Many Pokémon have their own choices, Julian said softly as she approached. Not evolving, I think, is Pachima's choice. Is that so? Xiao Guang gazed intently at Pachima. Pachima, Pachima. Pachima waved its small arms energetically, nodding vigorously. Just then, a white light enveloped its body once more. Pachima again exerted its will, suppressing the sensation of evolution. All right, I understand your feelings. Xiao Guang smiled as she gently picked up Pachima. Pachima, let us promise to always be partners from now on. Pachima will always be Pachima, so let us work hard together. Pachima, Pachima. In that case, I have something for you, Julian said with a smile. Let us head back. Chapter 106, The Champion Challenge? Daigo versus Bonnie. This battle was indeed fruitful. Julian captured the three-headed dragon. Lindong's Ralts evolved into Kirlia, bringing it one step closer to evolving into Gardevoir. Amy's Metagross evolved from Metong, and Kakuna evolved into Beedrill. Xiao Guang's Pachima chose not to evolve, yet it reached the level of Prinplup. Additionally, Lindong's Ivysaur, Xiao Yao's Blaziken, and Swampert were all on the brink of evolution. Xiao Guang's Kakuna learned a new move, and Mukro, Fluffy Ears, and Xiao Yao's Butterfree all leveled up significantly. Julian went to find Miss Junsha again, leaving Lindong and the others to guard the area for a while. Miss Junsha soon returned with the officers, swiftly apprehending the 5 hunters and their Pokémon. Afterwards, she and the officers drove the 5 back to the hotel. Upon returning to her room, Julian presented Xiao Guang with an exquisite little box. Inside lay a gray-blue stone. This is an Everstone. It prevents Pokémon from evolving. If Pachima wears it, it can maintain its form without exerting itself to suppress evolution, Julian explained. I see. Thank you, Julian. Xiao Guang and Pachima were delighted. That night, while Xiao Guang was taking a bath, Lindong mixed the remaining nutrient solution for Ralts with milk for Kirlia to drink. This was in accordance with the system's instructions. When a Pokémon evolves to the next stage, it is advised to consume the previous stage's nutrient solution in one go to help stabilize its strength and enhance its energy. Starting tomorrow, Kirlia would begin taking the nutrient solution for its stage. With its eyes closed, Kirlia absorbed the energy from the nutrient solution, and Lindong decided to put it back into its Pokeball. After a while, Xiao Guang emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe. The subsequent scenes are best left to the imagination. The next day, Lindong and the others, along with Julian, gathered for breakfast at the restaurant. As they engaged in light conversation about various topics, they overheard a nearby table discussing a significant event. Hey, have you heard? Tomorrow afternoon at the Battle Frontier Stadium, there will be a champion challenge. A champion challenge? Which champion? Who else could it be but the esteemed champion Daigo? Daigo? Who's his opponent? I heard it's Bonnie, the Elite 4 member. Is that for real? Where can I buy tickets? I want to go. There's no need to buy tickets. I heard this time it's completely free. All seats at the Battle Frontier Stadium will be open for use. However, the best spots are first come, first served. This champion challenge was indeed free, but it was motivated by the Hoenn League's broader considerations. Following the recent disturbances, the number of tourists on Battle Island had plummeted. In the tourism industry, there was a vital pillar of the local economy, significant even for the Hoenn region as a whole, to safeguard Battle Island's economy. And with Daigo and Bonnie both present, this champion challenge was organized. As a result of this free challenge, many trainers and tourists decided to stay. Numerous visitors from nearby areas flocked to Battle Island for recreation. With each additional day these guests stayed, their expenditures on accommodation, dining, and local products would contribute substantially to the economy. The effectiveness of this initiative was evident. Originally planning to leave Battle Island for Slateport City the following day, Lindong and his companions opted to extend their stay. Following Lindong's suggestion, they enjoyed another day of water activities. Even Julian donned a black swimsuit. Though it was a more modest design, the black fabric accentuated Julian's porcelain-like fair skin. Her long, beautiful legs and delicate feet glistened under the sun. Initially hesitant, Julian gradually revealed her youthful spirit as they played, showcasing that beneath her icy demeanor lay a heart full of youthful exuberance. All that was needed was someone to awaken it, Lindong mused. Having traversed this extraordinary journey, I shall not shy away from my destiny. The following afternoon, the five of them once again arrived at the battle sports arena. This venue was familiar to Lin Dong and his companions, as it had previously hosted the grand tournament of spectacular proportions. The arena was already filled to capacity. Sister Zhulan, over here, a girl with bronze skin, clad in a blue crop top and a half skirt, waved at Zhulan. Lin Dong, Xiao Wang, Xiaoyao, Ami, allow me to introduce you to Furong. Furong, let me present to you, Lin Dong. Zhulan led the four towards Furong, introducing each of them in turn. Hello, everyone. Furong greeted Lin Dong and his companions. Lin Dong discreetly assessed Furong. From her attire, he could surmise her identity. Zhulan's subsequent words confirmed his suspicions. Lin Dong, do not be deceived by Furong's youth. She is already one of the four heavenly kings of the Hoenn League. The four heavenly kings, Xiao Guang and Xiaoyao gasped in astonishment. Furong appeared hardly older than they, yet they were mere fledgling trainers, while she had already ascended to such heights. Not at all, Furong said, scratching her head. Sister Zhulan, shall we head inside now? Under Furong's guidance, the five entered a private box. The box was already laden with an array of snacks and beverages. Through a large floor-to-ceiling window, they could clearly observe the entire battleground. This specially crafted glass provided an impeccable view from within, while concealing the interior from outside eyes. Such boxes typically catered to distinguished guests who preferred to remain incognito. Accompanying Furong and Zhulan, Lin Dong and his friends indulged in the experience. Amidst the cheers of the audience, Daigo and Bonnie made their entrance onto the battleground. The announcer's voice resonated throughout the arena. Welcome to the Hoenn League Championship Challenge. Today's battle features Ms. Bonnie, one of the four heavenly kings, against Mr. Daigo, the reigning champion. Wow! The crowd erupted with fervor. Amidst the applause, Daigo and Bonnie smiled and waved to the audience as they approached the trainer area. The referee was already in position. This championship challenge will follow the 3v3 battle rule. The match concludes when all Pokémon from one side are unable to continue fighting. Now, let the battle commence. With a wave of the flag, Daigo was the first to throw out his Pokéball, as was befitting a champion master. Go, Boscodora. Chapter 107. Boscodora vs. Frostless. A Pokémon, entirely encased in armor and resembling a colossal beast, materialized on the field. Its silver helmet extended outward with a sharp horn, exuding immense strength. It was no wonder that a king had once donned a helmet fashioned after Boscodora's head. Roar! Boscodora's fierce roar ignited the audience once more. Inside the box, Ami watched Boscodora intently, notebook in hand. As a steel-type gym leader, she was keen to seize the opportunity to observe the champion master in action. Xiao Guang was equally engrossed, having also captured a Kakadora, the previous evolution of Boscodora. Why not let Kakadora and Kakadora take a look as well? It would be beneficial for their future, Zhulan suggested. Right, Ami exclaimed, realizing the merit of the idea, and promptly released Kakadora. Xiao Guang followed suit, letting out her Kakadora. The two Pokémon gazed at the imposing Boscodora on the battleground, their blue eyes filled with admiration. Bonnie made her move as well. Dressed in a regal purple gown, she exuded grace and elegance, her coiled golden hair adding to her aura of sophistication. With a delicate gesture, she threw her Pokéball, emanating the poise of a coordinator. However, to underestimate her strength would be a grave mistake. She was indeed one of the four heavenly kings of Hoenn. A flash of white light revealed a Pokémon that appeared to be clad in a kimono, gracefully floating onto the battlefield. Frostless. The icy crystals atop its head sparkled brilliantly, and beneath the helmet seemingly made of melted snow, a pair of blue eyes gazed outward. The moment it appeared, a flurry of snow enveloped the arena, shrouding it in a misty haze. Its slender form became almost ethereal. Xiaoguang consulted her Pokédex. Frostless, a snow country Pokémon, the evolved form of Snoret. It can exhale frigid air at -50°C to freeze its opponents. Frostless? The prowess of a heavenly king is truly formidable, Lin Dong contemplated, impressed. Boscodora possessed immense strength and high defense, with its steel-type advantage against Bonnie's ice-type Pokémon. Yet, Bonnie utilized Frostless's snow cloak ability and ghost-type prowess to render it nearly invisible amidst the mist, coupled with Frostless's superior speed, making it exceedingly difficult for Boscodora to land a hit. Daigo, too, recognized this challenge. Observing the elusive Frostless intently, he refrained from a hasty assault. Boscodora, strengthen your defenses with Iron Defense, then use Rock Tomb. Roar. Boscodora roared, its entire body gleaming with a metallic sheen, as if enveloped in an additional layer of armor. It then stomped the ground, causing rocks to erupt and surround Frostless from all directions. Is it Rock Tomb? Will Frostless's movements be restricted? The commentator's voice echoed throughout the arena. However, Bonnie merely smiled calmly. Without any command, Frostless's form dissolved into nothingness, seemingly teleporting away just before the rocks could close in. Then came Bonnie's counterattack. Frostless, use Ice Shard. Frostless. It appeared as though it had practiced a flawless combination for 2.5 years, vanishing from its initial position, only to reappear at Boscadora's right side, swiftly conjuring sharp ice shards to hurl at Boscadora. Absolutely spectacular. Frostless's speed is astounding. It has breached the Rock Tomb. It's unleashed the Ice Shard attack. The commentator exclaimed, filled with excitement. What will Boscadora do to defend itself? Daigo's actions would soon provide the answer. Boscadora, defend yourself. Roar. Boscadora raised its metallic glimmering arm to shield its face. Frostless continued to generate ice shards, relentlessly bombarding Boscadora. Yet, the seemingly sharp ice shards shattered into tiny fragments upon impact with Boscadora's armored arm. Frostless swiftly redirected some ice shards towards Boscadora's body. But the armored giant remained largely unfazed. Nonetheless, the offensive had an effect. Bonnie quickly altered her strategy. Frostless, use Icy Wind. With Bonnie's command, Frostless vanished once more, appearing at Boscadora's left side, exhaling a chilling breeze directed at Boscadora. Boscadora raised its arm to block again. However, this icy breath was not something that could be easily warded off with mere arm defense. Fortunately, Boscadora had a natural resistance to ice-type moves. The icy breath felt as harmless as a gentle breeze to it. However, Bonnie did not relent in her assault. Although each individual attack proved less than effective, the cumulative damage gradually accumulated, illustrating the adage that many ants can indeed fell an elephant. Subsequently, the Snowy Lady maintained her strategy of striking and relocating, while Boscadora remained unhurried in counterattacking, silently enduring the onslaught. In the private box, Xiao Guang expressed his confusion. Why doesn't Mr. Daigo retaliate? Zhulan refrained from providing a direct answer, instead turning to Lin Dong. What are your thoughts, Lin Dong? I believe Mr. Daigo is not unwilling to counterattack. Rather, he is biding his time for an opportune moment. After breaking free from the rocky confinement, the Snowy Lady has gained the upper hand with her icy projectiles. Lin Dong articulated. Her speed surpasses that of Boscadora by a significant margin, and her agility within the mist further enhances her evasiveness. Even if Boscadora were to retaliate now, landing a hit on the Snowy Lady would be exceedingly difficult. Therefore, Mr. Daigo must capitalize on Boscadora's strengths by focusing on defense. The Snowy Lady's rapid movements and attacks must be taxing her stamina. Once her energy wanes, her speed will inevitably decline, presenting Mr. Daigo with a prime opportunity for a counterstrike. At this juncture, both sides are engaged in a battle of endurance, waiting to see who falters first. Zhulan nodded in agreement. So, who do you predict will emerge victorious? Lin Dong candidly replied. I believe Mr. Daigo will win. Boscadora's stamina should surpass that of the Snowy Lady. Lin Dong's assessment was sound. After all, Boscadora had been designed based on the quasi-divine template. Although ultimately not achieving the standards of a quasi-divine, in terms of sheer physicality, it was already a formidable presence in the animation. However, Furong offered a different perspective. I actually think Sister Bonnie will prevail. The Snowy Lady possesses not only ice attributes, but also ghostly ones. Furong continued with a smile. Ghost-type Pokémon have skills specifically tailored for War of Attrition. Chapter 108, Metagross vs. Dugong. It was evident that Furong, the champion, had a keen insight. No sooner had she spoken than the battlefield witnessed Bonnie changing tactics once more. Snowy Lady, unleash Phantom Fire. In a flash, the Snowy Lady vanished from one side of Boscadora and reappeared on the other, conjuring two eerie blue-green flames that she hurled toward Boscadora. Roar! Boscadora was struck by the Phantom Fire, the strange flames clinging to him like a festering wound, inflicting relentless agony that he could not dispel. Boscadora. Daigo grew anxious. The Phantom Fire was no trifling matter. He had initially hoped to engage in a war of attrition with the Snowy Lady, but now he was compelled to seek a swift resolution. Excellent, Snowy Lady. Continue to harass it with ice breath. Upon witnessing the effects of the Phantom Fire, Bonnie felt a weight lift from her heart. Yet, just as the Snowy Lady disappeared once more, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Boscadora, use Metal Claw toward your front right. Daigo commanded decisively. Without hesitation, Boscadora bore the discomfort wrought by the Phantom Fire and delivered a formidable Metal Claw to the right front. As Boscadora's arm swung through the air, the next moment, the Snowy Lady materialized directly beneath the Metal Claw. Gotcha! Struck by the powerful metal claw, the snowy lady was sent reeling backward, and Daigo seized the opportunity to press the attack. Boscadora, execute Steel Tail. With a brief sprint, Boscadora twisted its body, its metallic tail crashing into the snowy lady, sending her flying. Now, snowy lady, share the fate. As Daigo turned the tide of battle in his favor, Bonnie's expression shifted, though she maintained her composure and issued her final command. The snowy lady's eyes emitted an otherworldly, ghostly energy, impacting Boscadora. Shortly thereafter, her eyes transformed into spirals, and both Pokémon collapsed to the ground. What? Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao were bewildered, as were many spectators present. Fortunately, the commentator quickly clarified, Shared Fate is a unique ability. What an exhilarating battle. The snowy lady executed Shared Fate at the last moment. Now both the snowy lady and Boscadora have lost their combat ability. Return, Boscadora, you performed admirably. Rest well. Daigo recalled Boscadora without a hint of bitterness. After all, Boscadora had been afflicted by phantom fire, making it arduous to endure another battle. Starting anew was an acceptable outcome. Daigo produced his next Pokeball. Come forth, Skarmory. It's Skarmory. Ami exclaimed excitedly, for Daigo had once again summoned a Pokemon she possessed. This time, she felt she had gained the most. Ami returned Boscadora and released Skarmory to watch Daigo's battle unfold. Return, Snowy Lady. Please rest well. Bonnie recalled her Snowy Lady and dispatched her second Pokemon. Go, Frostless. Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao quickly researched Frostless, and upon discovering that it was an evolution of Snorunt, they expressed their surprise. The battle between Skarmory and Frostless was equally thrilling, yet Lin Dong continued to ponder the previous confrontation. What's on your mind, Lin Dong? Do you have a question? Zhulan inquired, noticing Lin Dong's furrowed brow. Zhulan, I'm pondering how Mr. Daigo deduced that the Snowy Lady would appear at Boscadora's front right. That metal claw was exceedingly precise, Lin Dong remarked. Hee. Well, it comes down to observation, Zhulan explained. While the Snowy Lady seems erratic, her movements follow a pattern. Pokémon often develop fixed habits when practicing certain attack strategies. These habits are difficult to alter, and with keen observation on the battlefield, one can discern and exploit these patterns. Mr. Daigo saw through the Snowy Lady's movement patterns, though of course, no one can claim to be infallible. There is an element of chance involved. I see, Zhulan. Thank you. Lin Dong nodded, realizing that this was an ability honed through extensive practical experience. He understood that reaching such a level of perceptiveness would take time, yet it served as a reminder. His own multi-purpose battle strategy, designed for Bulbasaur, bore similarities to this tactic. If he encountered an opponent like Daigo, could some of his habits become exploitable weaknesses? Suddenly, Lin Dong felt numerous areas for improvement lay ahead, although he already possessed several third-tier beings. And as long as he did not act recklessly, he should face no significant threats. However, elevating his command skills would enhance his ability to unleash the true potential of those legendary Pokémon, wouldn't it? Who wouldn't he desire to progress? While Lin Dong contemplated, the second match concluded. Daigo's Skarmory had triumphed over Bonnie's Frostless. Bonnie's final Pokémon was her ace in the hole, the Dugong. Dugong, an ice-type Pokémon, is the evolved form of Celio, capable of shattering enormous ice blocks with its tusks. With its ample fat reserves, it remains unfazed even in freezing temperatures. Lin Dong gazed at the Dugong, which stood taller than a person, astonished. This Dugong was markedly larger than the average adult Dugong, likely signifying a leader within its species. The aura emanating from it was truly extraordinary. Lin Dong could discern that this Emperor Seal Lion possessed the strength of the second tier. This was precisely what the fragmented information had alluded to, indicating that even within the first-tier species, there exist individuals with particularly exceptional abilities. Clearly, this Emperor Seal Lion belonged to that category. Upon its emergence, it swiftly vanquished the armored bird. Dawu recalled the armored bird, as it had hardly managed to exhaust the Emperor Seal Lion. Subsequently, Dawu opted for a showdown of champions. Come forth, Metagross. The instant Dawu's Metagross made its entrance, it ignited the arena with a fervor. This Metagross differed strikingly in hue from the norm. While typical Metagross exhibit a cyan blue body adorned with a silver X-shape on its face, Dawu's Metagross boasted a body of shimmering silver with a metallic sheen. Its visage marked by a golden X-shape, a shiny Metagross. It was curious, while others traversing the Pokemon world seemed to effortlessly capture shiny Pokemon one after another. This was Lin Dong's first encounter. The Metagross radiated a similarly formidable presence. The clash between the two second-tier Pokemon swiftly elevated the atmosphere to a crescendo. Chapter 109, Fateful Encounters, Meeting Xiao Man again. Metagross, unleash Meteor Beam. Emperor Seal Lion, deploy Aurora Beam. Dawu and Bonnie struck simultaneously, silver energy converging before Metagross. While the Emperor Seal Lion gathered a vibrant sphere of light within its maw, the silver beam and the rainbow-hued Aurora collided with tremendous force, resulting in a spectacular explosion. The energy dissipated, sending shockwaves that whipped up a fierce wind, rustling the garments of Dawu and Bonnie. It has been unleashed. The collision of Metagross's Meteor Beam and Emperor Seal Lion's Aurora Beam has caused a violent explosion, with neither side backing down. The commentator exclaimed passionately. Lin Dong shook his head. He clearly observed that Metagross's Meteor Beam held the upper hand. Perhaps the commentator was inclined towards dramatics. From the vantage point of the VIP box, both Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao could discern that the explosion occurred significantly closer to the Emperor Seal Lion. On the ground, Bonnie's perspective was even more immediate. There was still a disparity in power. Bonnie sighed inwardly. However, this did not signify her intent to concede the battle. Emperor Seal Lion. Unleash Blizzard. As the Emperor Seal Lion opened its mouth, it expelled a fierce blizzard that surged towards Metagross. The potency of this ice-type move seemed to ascend to new heights as Bonnie's Emperor Seal Lion executed it with apparent ease. Lin Dong envied this. As his Dragonite required a conspicuous charging motion to perform Blizzard, unable to match such effortless execution, and even then, its power was somewhat diminished. Lin Dong began to understand why Yuan Ji, despite possessing formidable strength, remained unable to ascend to the champion master position, perpetually confined to the Elite Four. With such a powerful Ice-type monarch present, it was likely that any Dragon-type champion would find themselves overshadowed. Metagross, use Meteor Fist. Dawu actively countered, energy coalescing before Metagross as numerous meteoric fists launched towards the Emperor Seal Lion. The blizzard battered against Metagross while the meteor fist surged defiantly into the storm, striking the Emperor Seal Lion. Both sides' moves were somewhat diminished in power, yet the damage remained significant. Following this, they transitioned into an all-out assault, showcasing a breathtaking display of offensive prowess for the audience. However, Zhulan appeared somewhat disenchanted. Rather than a challenge, this resembled more of a performance exhibition. Apart from the initial bout which showcased some dazzling tactics, this match between the champion Pokémon had devolved into the mundane. It could be said that this encounter had entirely shed its strategic elements, reducing itself to a mere exhibition of Pokémon strength. Yet, such a display of skills in a fierce clash was precisely what the audience craved. The cheers from the crowd surged like tidal waves, their enthusiasm palpable. Many fledgling trainers were invigorated, envisioning a day when they too could cultivate their Pokémon to such heights. Lin Dong noted that both Dawu and Bonnie were concealing portions of their true abilities. However, this was understandable. This championship challenge was likely orchestrated by the league to sustain the economic allure of Battle Island, aimed at retaining tourists. Therefore, a performance match was destined to be as spectacular as possible. The confrontation between Metagross and the Emperor Seal Lion ultimately culminated in Metagross's triumph, an outcome entirely anticipated by Lin Dong. Dawu's shiny Metagross possessed a significantly superior strength compared to the Emperor Seal Lion, ensuring victory in the absence of Bonnie revealing her full capabilities. The Emperor Seal Lion has lost its combat capability. Therefore, the victor of this match is Mr. Dawu, master of the Champion League. As the commentator's voice resonated, the match reached its conclusion. Having witnessed this battle, Lin Dong gleaned considerable insights, which also served to calm his spirit. His consecutive victories in the gym battles had indeed led him to feel somewhat invincible, particularly after triumphing over Buggy Churo's main squad and Fujiki's revered Pokémon. Much like Ash in the animated series, Lin Dong found himself schooled by Dawu and Bonnie. Not to mention Zhulan. His battle with Zhulan had also tempered his overconfidence. Lin Dong had begun to believe he could easily overpower the Elite Four. But could he truly? In fact, he could, as long as he deployed any one of his powerful Pokémon, Darkrai, Suicune, Lugia, or Registeel. He could deliver a decisive blow to the current champion and Elite Four. The chasm between the second tier and the third was akin to an insurmountable divide, one which even Zhulan and Dawu could not currently bridge. Yet, Lin Dong remained resolute in his pursuit of progress. He understood that he could not always rely on overwhelming his opponents. Having read numerous novels in his past life, Lin Dong recognized that such a journey often came with its share of enmity. The very nature of traversing into another world seemed to attract antagonism. It was as if one were born with a propensity to evoke the ire of villains. Secluding oneself in a remote forest would not suffice to escape this fate. Lin Dong felt a sense of resonance with this notion. Initially, he believed that simply sending Yi Hao into the fray would suffice. Yet, He soon found himself inadvertently attracting Team Magma while residing in a Pokemon Center, encountering Hunter Q's brother during casual travels, and being targeted by Bug Ichiro during a gym battle. Fujiki, too, although they ultimately reconciled, had subjected him to some minor targeting. After finally confessing his feelings, he thought his fortunes had turned, only for Xiao Man to emerge, accompanied by some individual claiming to be from a protective family. That fellow had yet to show his face, likely lurking in the shadows, keeping a close watch on him. The future remained uncertain. Thus, Lin Dong concluded that he must enhance his abilities. In facing opponents of the same third tier, or even fourth tier in the future, he needed to possess greater confidence. As he pondered this, he departed the box with Zhu Lan and the others. However, fate played a cruel trick at that moment. The door to the adjacent VIP box swung open. Emerging from within were none other than Xiao Man and a rotund, bespectacled man. This hefty fellow sported a head of yellow hair, appearing quite fashionable, though his ostentatious attire seemed a size too small. He likely couldn't even see his feet. Moreover, he bore an air of disdain, perhaps due to his small eyes that could hardly accommodate anyone else. Lin Dong, what a small world, to encounter you here. Upon seeing Lin Dong surrounded by two additional beauties, Xiao Man's ire flared. Oh, so you are Lin Dong? Huang Yemi narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized Lin Dong, making his already small eyes even harder to discern. Who are you? Lin Dong returned the gaze, assessing Huang Yemi. This is young Master Huang Yemi, Lin Dong. You injured young Master Yemi's electric Pokemon through cheating. Apologize at once. Xiao Man interjected. Yemi. Lin Dong nearly burst into laughter. The name, the taste, it was evident he was no ordinary person. Huh. Lin Dong, a seasoned traveler of worlds, had encountered countless amusing anecdotes in his past life and considered himself well-trained to withstand humor. Yet this time, he simply could not hold back. What are you laughing at? Huang Yemi glared fiercely at Lin Dong. Nothing, Lin Dong replied earnestly, forcing himself to suppress thoughts of that phrase. How could I be accused of cheating? Chapter 110, The Arrogant Huang Yemi. Lin Dong, do you dare claim that Ghastly is not yours? Xiao Man seethed, glaring at Lin Dong. Well, what if it is? Lin Dong retorted with an air of defiance. Firstly, there are no rules in the Grand Tournament prohibiting the use of another's Pokemon. Moreover, do you dare assert that electric Pokemon is yours? It hesitates to follow your commands. Xiao Man's expression darkened. Don't speak nonsense. That electric Pokemon is indeed my Pokemon, given to me by young Master Yemi. Lin Dong glanced at Xiao Man and found himself somewhat convinced. Given her current state, with hair so dry it resembled straw, it was clear she had endured considerable hardship. It was entirely plausible that Huang Yemi had gifted her the electric Pokemon. Claim what you will, but it would be wise for you to avoid us in the future. If I encounter you in the wild, I shall ensure you understand the wrath of a fire chicken. Pikachu glared menacingly at Xiao Man as well. How dare you be so arrogant before me? A mere electric mouse. Huang Yemi roared, his fists clenched, and a yellow arc of electricity crackled around him. You lowly peasant, kneel and apologize to me and Xiao Man at once, or even before we reach the wild. I shall make your life a living hell. At the spectacle, the girls gasped in shock. Having grasped the concept of the Guardian clan, they quickly deduced Huang Yemi's identity. He was indeed the young master of the Guardian clan that Xiao Man had mentioned. Lin Dong instinctively took a step back. It wasn't fear that prompted him to retreat, but rather the foulness of Huang Yemi's words, both in a literal and figurative sense, rivaling the unpleasantness of his name. Lin Dong disdainfully covered his nose, feeling a newfound respect for Xiao Man. To endure such a presence was truly remarkable. Impressive. A special ability user? Zhu Lan's brows furrowed as she stepped forward, placing herself in front of Lin Dong. Yet, the nauseating odor compelled her to cover her mouth and nose. Huh? Are you frightened? Xiao Man gleefully exclaimed. Let me tell you, young Master Yemi is a favored servant of the great deity Zapdos. Lin Dong, kneel and apologize quickly. If I feel benevolent, I might let young Master Yemi show you some leniency. Lin Dong, Xiao Wang, Xiao Yao, and Ami all burst into laughter, unable to contain themselves, especially Xiao Wang, who laughed the hardest. Lin Dong's prowess was well known to her in every regard. Being a favored servant of Zapdos was impressive, but Lin Dong was the master of Darkrai, Suicune, Lugia, and Registeel. However, there was no need to divulge this to Huang Yemi. What are you laughing at? Xiao Man fumed, seeing that Xiao Wang and the others not only showed no fear, but openly mocked her. She clung to Huang Yemi's arm, rubbing against him. Young Master Yemi, look. They clearly look down on you. Humph. Huang Yemi scoffed, his gaze sweeping over Zhu Lan, Xiao Wang, Xiao Yao, and Ami, quickly filling with lewd desire. Each of these women possessed their own unique allure, yet all were breathtaking beauties. Even the girl with bronze skin, though not to his taste, had striking features and an enviable figure. The sight of them surrounding that impoverished boy from Sinnoh ignited a burning jealousy within Huang Yemi. Dear ladies, I presume you have all heard. I, Huang Yemi, am a favored servant of the great deity Zapdos. I was born to transcend the lowly masses. How about this? You all come spend a night with me, and we can discuss life and aspirations while indulging in some delightful activities. There is nothing in this world I cannot accomplish. Even the ribbon trophy from the grand tournament, I can procure for you, as long as you accompany me. All your wishes shall be fulfilled. And as for this lowly peasant, I shall generously let him off the hook. What do you say? Not a chance. Xiao Wang retorted furiously. Have you looked in the mirror? With your appearance, you're no better than a botched surgery. Indeed. I would love to teach you a lesson in retribution for my fire chicken, but then I would risk improving your looks, which would be a loss for me. Xiao chimed in. Ami couldn't help but add, since you were born, we might as well treat you as a human. But if you insist on behaving like a beast, we have no objections. The three women directly countered his advances, prompting Furong, standing nearby, to stifle her laughter, clutching her stomach. Ha ha, well said, sisters. Ha ha. Such a lack of quality to be found here. Ha? You lowly. Huang Yemi began to shout, only to be silenced by Zhu Lan's stern voice. Be silent. Zhu Lan glared at Huang Yemi. If you dare utter another word, I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson on behalf of your esteemed family. A tremor ran through Huang Yemi, inexplicably shaken by Zhu Lan's formidable aura. However, he failed to detect any unique energy fluctuations from her. An ordinary person. Huang Yemi's rage boiled over. He, the favored servant of Zapdos, the chosen one with the power of lightning, was intimidated by the presence of a mere commoner. Impudence. You, a lowly maid, dare threaten me. Huang Yemi shouted, electricity crackling around him once more. You are the impudent one. Furong stepped forward, her voice filled with indignation. I am Furong, one of the elite four of the Hoenn region. To insult my esteemed guest in my presence is to seek your own demise. A Pokéball had already expanded in Furong's hand. Zhu Lan, being the champion of the Sinnoh region, refrained from taking action in the Hoenn region. But Furong had no such reservations. She would not allow Zhu Lan and her friends to suffer indignities. Moreover, while the Guardian clan was formidable, being the favored servant of Zapdos was an entirely different matter. Huang Yemi, a young master of the Guardian clan from the Kanto region, strutted about in Hoenn as if it were a mere trifle. What? Huang Yemi was taken aback, never anticipating that this bronze-skinned girl before him was none other than the Elite Four's Furong. Despite his possession of a Zapdos, Furong was a master of ghost-type Pokemon. Zapdos might not fear, but Huang Yemi's paltry abilities were only effective against ordinary folk. Should she unleash her powers, he would be doomed. Ghost Pokemon were elusive, and no matter how arrogant Huang Yemi was, he would never wish to provoke such a formidable presence. At that moment, Xiaoman seemed to sense Huang Yemi's discomfort. She suppressed her disgust and leaned closer, whispering a few words. Huang Yemi's eyes lit up, excitement coursing through him as he clapped a hand behind Xiaoman. Slap. The sharp sound echoed, and a sinister smile crept onto Huang Yemi's lips. Elite Four Furong, please calm down. It does not serve either of us to escalate this further. Young lady, you must be a Pokemon trainer, am I right? Since we are trainers, let us resolve our issues in the manner befitting trainers. Through a duel, shall we? Chapter 111. The Divine Beast, Zapdos. Huang Yemi's frivolous behavior naturally caused both Zhu Lan and Huiyun to furrow their brows. However, Zhu Lan indeed wished to teach Huang Yemi a lesson, hence she acquiesced. I accept your challenge. Let us engage in a one-on-one battle with a Pokemon. Very well. Should I emerge victorious, you will have to submit to my demands. Huang Yemi's unbridled desires were evident, with the lust in his eyes and a lewd smirk on his lips, eliciting a sense of nausea in those who beheld him. Nevertheless, the wagers so frequently encountered in such narratives could not be entertained here. Before Zhu Lan and Huiyun could respond, Lin Dong stepped forward. Huang Yemi, have you lost your mind? Can't you see the prevailing circumstances? Submit to your whims? Huh. If you hadn't issued this challenge, do you truly believe you could walk out of this stadium upright? Sisters, I propose we cease all further discourse with him and simply put an end to his insolence. Lin Dong brandished a Pokeball, with Pikachu prepared for battle. At a mere command from Lin Dong, Steel Tail would strike without hesitation. Huiyun suddenly realized the precariousness of their previous banter, nearly falling into Huang Yemi's trap. Thanks to Lin Dong's timely reminder, she discerned the imbalance of power. Indeed, Huang Yemi was currently at a distinct disadvantage. How could he dare to issue commands? Huang Yemi's expression soured instantly. He was, in fact, the one at a disadvantage. drawing his confidence solely from the might of his family, or rather, the deity that loomed behind it. Yet, in the Hoenn region, they were still quite a distance from Kanto. What are your intentions? Zhu Lan and Lin Dong, along with Huiyun, conferred briefly before she articulated her terms. Huang Yemi, we shall settle today's affairs through a duel. If you win, we shall not pursue this matter further. However, should you lose, unless Lin Dong and the others choose to overlook it, I assure you, you will leave here on a stretcher. Do you agree? Huang Yemi gritted his teeth, but ultimately nodded. I agree. Huiyun recognized that Zhu Lan's stipulations still afforded Huang Yemi an avenue for retreat. While he would need to concede significantly to satisfy Lin Dong and the others, given the context of the Sinnoh region, Huang Yemi's words would not merely cost him, but would severely impact his family's honor. What is Zhu Lan's status? She is a master of the Pokemon League champion in the Sinnoh region. Does she need to show deference to the Huang family? Let alone the insignificant Huang family. Even the legendary birds would not dare act recklessly in the Sinnoh region. Zhu Lan ultimately preserved her own dignity, not wishing to attract the enmity of the Huang family. Huiyun cast a grateful glance at Zhu Lan, appreciating the concessions made by Lin Dong and the others. She understood that they were the ones bearing the brunt of this situation. This favor, she etched deeply in her heart. Unbeknownst to Huiyun, Lin Dong and the others did not feel particularly wronged. Xiaoguang and Xiaoyao, being protagonists from the animation, along with Ami, an upright gym leader from the same series, were indeed resolute in their disdain for evil. They would not hesitate to confront Team Rocket, yet the notion of taking a life was utterly foreign to their principles. Considering the target audience of the original work, casualties seemed virtually non-existent. Moreover, Lin Dong, having grown up under the sun in a bustling metropolis, had only ever taken the lives of flies, mosquitoes, ants, and other minor pests. He had never even harmed a chicken. Perhaps due to his reincarnation, he carried over many ideals from his past life. He had no inclination to simply eliminate Huang Yemi. He was only contemplating a good thrashing. However, protecting the family, a venture overflowing with wealth, would yield far greater returns than merely beating him up. The stadium stood empty, the once bustling arena now enveloped in profound silence. With Huiyun present, temporarily occupying the stadium was hardly a challenge. The cleaning duties were postponed until the following day, with staff joyfully departing for home. In the vast emptiness of the stadium, only the four of them remained. Huiyun took her position as referee, while Zhu Lan and Huang Yemi approached the trainer's area. As the battle was about to commence, Huang Yemi remained oblivious to Zhu Lan's identity. Lin Dong sensed that he was about to indulge in yet another advantageous situation. How delightful! However, Huang Yemi was brimming with confidence. In his eyes, Zhu Lan was merely an ordinary individual, completely unworthy of being his opponent. He produced a high-grade Pokéball, cradling it with care. Humph, just an ordinary person daring to challenge me. Huang Yemi first glanced at Zhu Lan, then swept his gaze over Lin Dong and the others before arrogantly proclaiming, "You, and all of you lowly peasants. Today I shall open your eyes to the grandeur of my existence. If it were not for me, you would never have encountered such a legendary presence in your lifetimes. Arise, great deity." Zap! Dose! Huang Yemi hurled the high-grade ball into the sky, and with a flash of blinding light, a magnificent yellow bird materialized in midair. The great bird flapped its wings, generating arcs of lightning that crackled through the air. In an instant, arcs of electricity illuminated the surroundings, and the sound of thunder resonated ominously. A terrifying pressure descended upon everyone present. Had it been an ordinary person, they might have been bent low under the weight of such formidable oppression, paralyzed by fear. However, Lin Dong merely summoned a fraction of the malevolent energy within him, and the oppressive aura dissipated instantaneously. He stepped forward, absorbing the pressure emitted by Zapdos. In that moment, the three women behind him felt a considerable sense of reassurance. Huiyun's demeanor improved significantly. This was merely an ordinary Zapdos, not one of the legendary bird deities. In terms of strength, her ace Pokemon would not cower before this Zapdos. Nonetheless, being a divine beast, it did exude a certain pressure stemming from its bloodline, which still instilled a modicum of apprehension. Zhu Lan, however, remained entirely unaffected. Her expression was unchanging as she enlarged a Pokeball in her hand. Soar through the skies, Garchomp. Garchomp materialized on the battlefield, emanating a powerful aura to confront Zapdos. As a Pokemon of semi-divine lineage, having reached its peak, it would not be intimidated by an ordinary divine beast. Lin Dong could barely suppress a chuckle. Possessing the authority of malice, he could easily perceive the true capabilities of this Zapdos. It was truly laughable. As a fully grown divine beast, it possessed only the strength of a second-tier baseline. Lin Dong was left speechless. Although this second-tier strength might represent the pinnacle for ordinary Pokémon and would require semi-divine beings considerable time and resources to transcend for a divine beast, it was merely the baseline strength expected upon maturity. Indeed, this Zapdos exemplified that threshold. Its ability to flaunt its status was solely due to its divine heritage. Some Pokémon, after all, were born into greatness. Chapter 112, Thunder. Huang Yimi's strategy. The concept of bloodline suppression still holds true in the realm of Pokémon. For instance, while Darkrai and Bangira could be compared, one cannot definitively state that Darkrai is stronger than Bangira without considering the individual nuances involved. However, even if a Darkrai's strength is slightly inferior to that of a certain Garchomp in terms of aura and pressure, as long as the disparity in strength is not exceedingly vast, Darkrai possesses the ability to suppress Garchomp. Alternatively, it may be said that Garchomp's imposing presence might not intimidate some mid to late stage Pokémon of the first tier, yet Darkrai can certainly achieve this. This is due to Darkrai's lineage as a mythical beast. Lin Dong comprehended this concept as akin to many immortal cultivation novels in his past life, where protagonists often had to acquire a divine beast as a companion, such as a dragon. It is frequently mentioned that this dragon, being of pure dragon bloodline, can instill fear in other spiritual creatures. However, the dragons possessed by protagonists are typically raised from infancy. Thus, when it comes to actual power and realm, they are often outclassed by various other spiritual creatures. The pressure of bloodline is one thing, while the realm of strength is another. The two cannot be equated. The relationship between the pressure exerted by divine beasts and their strength is quite similar. Of course, this Zapdos can still flaunt its prowess against ordinary Pokémon. After all, bloodline suppression can significantly affect standard Pokémon. Therefore, according to the classification of trainer strengths, Huang Yimigong can barely be considered a pseudo-champion level. As for distinguishing between gym leaders and pseudo-champions, it is quite simple. Any trainer capable of bearing the title of champion, even if merely a pseudo-champion, must possess Pokémon of at least second-tier strength. Although the official stance does not explicitly state this, trainers within the league generally refer to those who have reached the gym leader level and possess Pokémon of second-tier strength as pseudo-champions. The electrode that Huang Yimigong threw to Xiao Man is, in fact, quite formidable, which is why Lin Dong made this judgment. However, even as a pseudo-champion, he is of the weakest kind. At the very least, either Zhong Long or Xiong Jian could easily overpower Huang Yimigong. As for now, the situation of Zapdos facing off against Garchomp is even more disheartening. Huang Yimigong's complexion had turned a sickly green. I refuse to believe it. Zapdos used Thunder. Zapdos, equally skeptical, summoned its secondary divine power, causing dark clouds to gather ominously. The scene resembled that of an impending apocalypse. Beneath the thick, dark clouds, an exceedingly powerful bolt of lightning surged towards Garchomp, as if intending to char it into cinders. Yet, Zhulan, too disinterested to issue commands, found Garchomp unwilling to move. It merely enveloped itself in energy from the ground, redirecting the electrical force entirely underground. It sustained no damage whatsoever. Does Huang Yimigong even know how to battle? Xiaoyao, while aware that Zhulan was bound to win, was still astonished by Huang Yimigong's lack of intellect. Even she recognized that Garchomp possesses both dragon and ground attributes, rendering electric type moves ineffective against it. Indeed, Ami initially believed that Huang Yimigong, with the divine beast Zapdos, could at least struggle before succumbing. Yet, this maneuver was no different from delivering oneself to death. Upon witnessing Garchomp emerge unscathed, Huang Yimigong broke into a cold sweat, realizing that Lin Dong's group was likely mocking him. However, he too had his grievances. Although Zapdos shares the flying attribute, its aerial techniques are limited to simple moves like peck. It would be absurd to have Zapdos engage in pecking like a common hen. Moreover, the great Zapdos wielded secondary divine power. This is a force capable of transcending attribute limitations. I refuse to believe it. The magnificent divine power of Zapdos shall not be constrained by such attributes. Go forth, Zapdos, unleash thunder. Zapdos executed thunder once more, the spectacle grander than before. Yet the thunderous sound belied its pitiful impact. As Huang Yimigong remained obstinate, Xiaowang, Xiaoyao, and Ami could not help but chuckle. Zhulan found the entire affair dreadfully tedious. Despite her absolute confidence in her own strength, she had hoped for a more engaging contest against the divine beast. Yet this was far too feeble. Enough of this. Finish it, Garchomp. Dragon Meteor. Garchomp let out a mighty roar, unleashing a torrent of energy skyward. The energy scattered in the air, descending like a meteor shower upon Zapdos. This Dragon-type ultimate move was both resplendent and potent. Under the overwhelming bombardment, several meteoric blasts struck Zapdos. Zapdos winced in pain, faltering in its movements. Julan seized this prime opportunity, commanding, Garchomp, use Dragon Dive. Garchomp leaped into the air, surrounded by energy, transforming into a blue-white orb of light, crashing forcefully into Zapdos. Compared to Garchomp's imposing might, Zapdos appeared somewhat frail. It was immediately sent spiraling downwards, crashing into the ground before bouncing back up, skidding backwards for several meters before barely regaining its balance. Zapdos. Huang Yimigong found it difficult to accept such a result. Get up, Zap. Struggling, Zapdos managed to rise, emitting a sharp cry as it flapped its wings and soared once more into the sky. After all, being of divine beast lineage, its endurance surpassed that of ordinary Pokémon. Alright, Zapdos, use Origin Pulse. After consecutive failures with Thunder, Huang Yimigong finally faced reality. Zap! Zapdos! Zapdos let out a long cry, opening its sharp beak as a silvery gray energy coalesced within. This orb of silver gray energy emanated an ancient and vast aura, instilling a sense of awe among the onlookers. What terrifying power! Xiaowang stood behind Lindong, feeling a twinge of fear. Xiaoyao inched closer to Lindong. In truth, this Origin Pulse move was not new to the two girls. During their time at the Linshin Gym, Bug Yuichiro had previously commanded Mekayama to utilize this move. By all accounts, Origin Pulse is not an ordinary technique. Generally, those capable of harnessing Origin power belong to some of the older Pokemon species, such as fossil Pokemon, Omanite, Kabuto, and so forth. The ancient armor Lindong had previously captured also naturally learned Origin Pulse. Some Pokemon even evolve upon awakening their Origin power. For instance, Yinma can evolve into Mekayama after mastering Origin Pulse. Mekayama is also known as the ancient giant dragonfly. Similarly, Mamoswine evolves into Piloswine after awakening its Origin power. Meanwhile, Venusaur evolves into Meganium after learning Origin Pulse. Some Pokemon scholars are quite intrigued by this evolutionary phenomenon, and a perspective has been proposed within academia suggesting that this phenomenon might be more aptly termed devolution rather than evolution. Lindong personally finds this assertion quite reasonable. Naturally, this subject intersects with various fields of study, and there is currently no consensus within academia. Chapter 113, Garchomp vs. Zapdos. Besides the aforementioned Pokemon, those capable of mastering Origin power are primarily legendary Pokemon. These divine beast species have endured the passage of time, and their powerful bloodlines grant them an Origin power that is incomparable to that of ordinary ancient species. The Zapdos before us is already at the bottom tier of its lineage's strength, yet the Origin power it now unleashes, derived from that vast ancient aura, is undeniably formidable. Garchomp, use Dragon Pulse. Garchomp unleashed a colorful shockwave from its mouth, countering the silver-gray orb of energy emitted by Zapdos. The two forces collided intensely, neither yielding to the other. The fierce confrontation ignited an explosion, scattering energy in all directions, while the shockwaves from the battle stirred up a tempest, causing the edges of their garments to flutter wildly. Very well, Zapdos, let us unleash the primal force once more. For the first time since the battle commenced, a collision of equal might was achieved, significantly boosting Huang Yimi's confidence. He understood that to wield this primal power, Zapdos must awaken the innate energy coursing through its veins. As it struck its opponent, this primal energy would surge throughout Zapdos, enhancing its abilities across the board. However, this came at a cost. Even for Zapdos, the primal energy within its lineage was finite. Overextending it would render the legendary bird weak, unable to harness its full potential for an extended period. Yet, Huang Yimi was too preoccupied with the immediate battle to ponder such consequences, focusing solely on securing victory. Zapdos opened its golden beak, unleashing a burst of silvery gray energy, further amplified by the primal force. Garchomp, use Dragon Pulse. Julan responded with the same technique. This time, Garchomp charged up slightly, unleashing a shockwave that was stronger than before. The clash of primal energy and Dragon Pulse resulted in yet another stalemate. How can this be possible? Huang Yimi exclaimed in disbelief as he witnessed the unfolding scene. Zapdos, channel all your primal energy and unleash your strongest attack, he shouted frantically. From his prior training, he knew that Zapdos could effectively harness its primal power in 5 increments, a method that would not overly burden its body and would facilitate a quicker recovery. However, he could not afford to wait any longer. Julan would not grant him that luxury. Garchomp, despite the ongoing battle, showed no signs of fatigue, not even a bead of sweat. Huang Yimi resolved to take a bold gamble. Zapdos, With a resounding cry, Zapdos's call transformed into a mournful wail as it unleashed its primal energy. The energy coursing through it heightened the pressure on its body, making it feel as though it were an overinflated balloon on the verge of bursting. A massive silvery gray orb of thrice the primal energy formed, nearly matching the size of Zapdos itself. Its body trembled, beads of sweat indicating its struggle to maintain control over the orb. Thunder. With a fierce cry, Zapdos hurled the orb towards Garchomp. In the face of the overwhelming force of thrice the primal energy, Zhulan remained unperturbed, calmly instructing, Garchomp, hold your ground. The simplicity of her command prompted Garchomp to raise a verdant energy barrier. The colossal silvery gray orb collided with the barrier, erupting in a thunderous explosion, yet merely causing ripples upon the shield. This indicated that Garchomp evenly distributed the impact throughout the barrier. As the energy dissipated, the shield remained intact, showing no signs of fracture. The overwhelming force of thrice the primal energy was thus nullified by a simple act of defense. This is impossible, Huang Yemi thought in despair. With thunder and primal energy proving ineffective, all that remained was Zapdos, temporarily enhanced by the primal force. In a fit of madness, he commanded Zapdos to engage in close combat. Zapdos, go in for the attack. In his mind, Huang Yemi felt he had made the right decision. With all its primal power invoked, Zapdos's physicality received a substantial boost. Zapdos shared Huang Yemi's confidence. After all, it was a divine beast. How could a mere Garchomp pose any real threat? A fierce glint shone in its eyes as it charged towards Garchomp. Watching from the sidelines, Lin Dong chuckled. Indeed, the enhancement from the primal energy had bolstered Zapdos's attack, defense, and speed, but it merely elevated it from the second tier of strength. Its current prowess was comparable to that of Xiong Jian's three-headed dragon, leaving it vulnerable to Garchomp's relentless onslaught. Garchomp, employ our new technique, Zhulan commanded. Garchomp nodded, then surprisingly took to the ground, soaring just above the surface. As Zapdos swooped down from above, Garchomp deftly darted beneath it, evading the attack. Does this scene seem familiar? Xiao Guang pondered aloud. Indeed, it feels like a déjà vu, Xiao Yao and Ami echoed, sharing a similar sentiment. As Zapdos missed its target, it felt as though Garchomp had toyed with it, igniting its fury. With its enhanced body, it forcefully turned around and flapped its wings, propelling itself like a cannonball towards Garchomp. The reinforced Zapdos was now swifter than Garchomp, almost upon it. Yet, just as Zapdos was about to close the distance, Garchomp executed a sudden 90-degree turn, ascending vertically into the sky. The three girls at the sidelines suddenly realized, this is the very technique Lin Dong used against Zhulan. Lin Dong recognized the maneuver as well and glanced at Zhulan, who met his gaze with a charming smile and a playful wink. Lin Dong felt a wave of warmth wash over him, as if struck by electricity. While many viewed Zhulan as an icy beauty, few had the privilege to witness her youthful charm. Once more, Zapdos lunged and missed, its frustration boiling over. Ignoring the risk of injury, it twisted its body and shot straight up into the sky. Garchomp unleashed Dragon Dive. Garchomp roared, enveloped in a blue-white glow, descending with a weighty force akin to a mountain bearing down, executing the Dragon Dive. Zapdos, still accelerating upwards, collided head-on with Garchomp, sent plummeting towards the ground with increased velocity. With a resounding crash, Zapdos landed awkwardly, face first into the dirt. Yet Zhulan had no intention of letting Zapdos off the hook. Garchomp, use Brick Break. Garchomp dove down, harnessing the momentum of gravity, delivering a powerful chop to Zapdos's back. Zapdos let out a piercing cry. Fortunately, it had not consumed any food before the battle. Otherwise, it would have expelled its last meal. After executing the Brick Break, Garchomp retreated slightly, creating distance from the beleaguered Zapdos. The legendary bird was in dire straits, and Zhulan and Garchomp simply observed, awaiting its inevitable collapse. Chapter 114, The Weakest Region? Huang Yemi's defeat. Zapdos, you cannot lose. Stand up, Huang Yemi shouted anxiously. He could scarcely fathom the consequences of losing this battle. Amidst his fervent cries, Zapdos, like an indomitable cockroach, rose once more. The divine beast's lineage enabled it to withstand immense damage, still retaining a sliver of strength to rise again. Lin Dong thought to himself that such perseverance was commendable. However, for the adversary, the opportunity to strike was ripe. Zhulan shared this sentiment, and upon witnessing Zapdos trembling to its feet, she commanded, Garchomp, use Dragon Pulse. Garchomp unleashed a multicolored shockwave that struck Zapdos directly. Already at its limit, the impact sent Zapdos hurtling backward, crashing against the stadium wall before sliding to the ground. Its eyes finally spiraled into a dazed state. Zapdos has lost its fighting capability. Garchomp is the victor. Furong announced the result, turning her gaze to Huang Yemi. Lin Dong and his companions gathered around. Huang Yemigong's face flushed a deep shade reminiscent of liver, yet his greatest reliance had succumbed to unconsciousness, rendered utterly oblivious. However, how could Huang Yemigong simply concede defeat? Instantly, he summoned the electric energy within him, arcs of electricity crackling around his form. This, however, displeased the fierce Garchomp, which, under Zhu Lan's command, did not withdraw. Seeing Huang Yemigong's underhanded tactics, Garchomp unleashed an aura of terrifying murderous intent, locking onto him with lethal precision. Ensnared by this menacing presence, Huang Yemigong felt as if plunged into an icy abyss, a chilling sensation enveloping him. Sensing the threat to his life, Huang Yemigong panicked and retreated, exclaiming, "You cannot treat me this way. I am a direct descendant of the Huang family. You cannot act against me. The Tianwang of Furong. How dare you, a mere leader from the weakest region, raise your hand against me? Do you not fear the wrath of the Guandu Alliance?" Throughout this ordeal, Huang Yemigong remained convinced that this encounter had been orchestrated by Furong from the shadows. After all, how could those commoners dare lay a hand on him, the scion of a noble family? Yet, Furong was merely a Tianwang of the Fanyuan region, which was widely acknowledged to be the weakest among all regions. Upon hearing his words, her expression shifted slightly, revealing her discomfort. The assertion that Fanyuan was the weakest region was a truth even the four heavenly kings of Fanyuan acknowledged. The overall strength of a region is determined not only by its alliance, but also by its families. From the alliance's perspective, although Guandu and Qingdu are nominally two distinct regions, the Guandu Alliance and Qingdu Alliance operate as a singular entity, effectively wearing the same trousers. Thus, these two regions could be considered as one. In theory, the four heavenly kings could number 8, despite Guandu and Qingdu lacking champions. This was merely due to their specialized attributes, with the dragon-type Tianwang, Edu, unable to surpass Kina's trials. In reality, Edu's prowess was hardly inferior to that of Dawu's. As for the Tianwang of Fanyuan, aside from the seasoned leader Yuan Ji, the others were of rather average capability. Bonnie claimed her strength was evenly matched with Kina's, while Furong knew she was no match for Jiuzi. As for Kagozi, he was adept in the realm of power struggles, yet his combat skills left much to be desired. Under conditions of absolute attribute superiority, he could barely hold his own against opponents of his own caliber. The prowess of Pokémon was commendable, yet his personal strength was undeniably lacking. Furthermore, the Fanyuan region was nearly devoid of influential families. Only guardian families could substantially impact a region's overall strength, while most other prominent families were affiliated within the alliance. Although the Qingdu region had lost its guardian family due to the wrath of the Phoenix King, the Guandu region still had one. In contrast, Fanyuan had never possessed a guardian family throughout history. Furong was acutely aware of this, as her grandparents were among those closest to the divine. As for the Shin'eo region, the champion master Zhu Lan possessed extraordinary strength, and the four heavenly kings were at their zenith. Even the weakest bug-type Tianwang, Aliu, could easily overpower Kagozi in battle. The guardian families of Shin'eo were even more formidable than those of Guandu, with rumors of a family that continues to venerate the legendary Arceus, said to have created all things. When regional strength faltered, even Furong, as one of the four heavenly kings of Fanyuan, found it challenging to assert herself. However, today was an exception, as it was the champion of Shin'eo who had intervened to discipline Huang Yemigong. The one teaching you a lesson today is I. This has nothing to do with Furong, Zhu Lan asserted, stepping forward with an air of authority. I am Zhu Lan of Shin'eo. Should your family seek retribution, they may come to me. Zhu Lan of Shin'eo. Introducing herself with both her region and name, Huang Yemigong, albeit reluctantly, recognized that the master of Garchomp was no ordinary individual. As he contemplated her name, his complexion turned ashen. You are the champion of Shin'eo, Zhu Lan? Though he had never met her, he had certainly heard of her. The champion of Shin'eo was indeed not someone he could provoke. It is I, Zhu Lan responded succinctly, her two words instantly deflating Huang Yemigong's bravado. It appears I have offended you, Lady Zhu Lan. I beg your forgiveness. He bowed his head in submission. My forgiveness is of little consequence. As I made abundantly clear before the battle, it is Lin Dong and his companions you must seek forgiveness from, Zhu Lan remarked indifferently, knowing that the Huang family had little to offer her. As the champion of Shin'eo, she had access to nearly all resources of the entire alliance. The only thing she might desire from Huang Yemigong's family was a Zapdos. However, could the Huang family present her with even a single Zapdos? Unlikely. The Huang family were merely servants of the Zapdos lineage. Would they dare gift their master to an outsider? That would be an outrageous affront. Furthermore, any Zapdos in the possession of the Huang family was likely deemed a disgrace by the Zapdos lineage, essentially discarded as refuse by the esteemed master. With inferior bloodlines and limited potential, they would waste resources over a lifetime, unable to even contend with the three-headed dragon they currently possessed, which still had considerable room for growth. Nevertheless, some resources held by Huang Yemigong could indeed prove useful to Lin Dong and his companions. Realizing this, Huang Yemigong understood that he must part with a significant sum today. If he did not suffer a financial loss, he would face a more severe physical consequence. With the Huang family's foundation, apart from the Zapdos, surrendering everything else would not be catastrophic. Huang Yemigong quickly resolved to endure the financial sting. It was far preferable to a physical wound. Lin Dong, what must I do for you to spare me? He inquired. Well, we are uncertain of what you possess. How about this? Lin Dong paused deliberately, speaking as if to provoke further outrage. Perhaps you could demonstrate your sincerity first, young Master Huang. Chapter 115, Huang Yemigong's Assets. Very well, very well. Huang Yemigong glanced at Zhu Lan and the watchful Garchomp beside her, swallowing hard as he retrieved a delicate box from his satchel. Inside lay a yellow orb. This is an electric gem, a treasure bestowed upon us by the great deity Zapdos. It contains the purest electric energy infused by Zapdos, which can significantly enhance the strength of electric-type Pokémon upon absorption. As he spoke, Huang Yemigong cast a meaningful glance at the Pikachu resting on Lin Dong's shoulder. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong discreetly activated the Dark Seed, channeling a hint of power into his eyes to scrutinize the electric gem. It resembled the electric orbs from his past gaming experiences, yet there was a distinction. In those games, electric orbs were items carried by Pikachu, whereas Huang Yemigong claimed that this electric gem's energy was infused by Zapdos, available for absorption by all electric-type Pokémon. However, a careful examination revealed that Huang Yemigong was not lying. The energy within the electric gem was indeed pure electric energy devoid of impurities, concentrated to the pinnacle of secondary divine power. To ensure accuracy, Lin Dong even consulted the system in his mind. System, are you there? Please scan this item for me. Detected item, electric gem, contains the electric energy of the secondary deity Zapdos, exceedingly pure. Based on its energy content, if Pikachu fully absorbs it, it will ascend to a new level of strength. Lin Dong was astonished. He had initially thought that such a small orb, while containing high-quality energy, would ultimately lack in quantity. Yet, to his surprise, this energy was sufficient to enable Pikachu to break through its limitations. A brand new tier of power, doesn't that equate to the second tier? In truth, this particular Pikachu is fundamentally based on the deity Pikachu, endowed with the unique abilities of other Pikachus from the animated series, placing its combat prowess at the pinnacle of the first tier. Moreover, its level will not reset, leading to a more stable performance. Should it employ its exclusive skill, Volt Tackle, it could indeed achieve the offensive might characteristic of the second tier. This implies that with Volt Tackle, Pikachu could contend with certain legendary Pokémon on equal footing. However, achieving second-tier power through such a mutually destructive move pales in comparison to the allure of a genuine breakthrough into the second tier. Once this occurs, this Pikachu would ascend to become a true deity Pikachu. Lin Dong felt exhilarated within, yet maintained a facade of calmness. That sounds promising. What else do you have? Upon hearing this, Huang Yemi's lips twitched. Lin Dong's expression was as inscrutable as a still pond, evidently indicating that this electric orb had yet to sway him. What an insufferable fellow. Huang Yemi cursed inwardly, lamenting Lin Dong's lack of appreciation for such a precious item, of which their family possessed only a limited stock. As the most favored heir of the Huang family in this generation, he had only acquired two, one of which had already been used, leaving this one pristine. Were it not for the fear of incurring substantial physical losses, he would not have been the first to present such a treasure. It must be that the gift from the great Zapdos is too exquisite for these mundane commoners to comprehend. Had he known Lin Dong would be so unappreciative, he could have offered something lesser to placate him. But regret was futile now. With no alternative, Huang Yemi continued to retrieve items. Under the gaze of Lin Dong and the others, he produced yet another box. This time, it contained a dozen Ultra Balls, half black with yellow stripes, luxury balls. Lin Dong was astounded. Xiao Wang and Xiao Yao were equally taken aback, and even Ami was noticeably surprised. Lin Dong had not anticipated Huang Yemi to unveil such a wealth of equipment. In this world, luxury balls were exceptionally rare. The Alliance had scant supplies. He had struggled and relied on Professor Oak's assistance to procure only 3. Yet, Huang Yemi had produced 12 in a single flourish. What more could he desire? Naturally, he accepted them without hesitation. However, Lin Dong suspected that Huang Yemi's resources were far from depleted, thus he maintained his impassive demeanor. Huang Yemi's heart raced, sensing that something was amiss. Lin Dong's expression suggested dissatisfaction. Gritting his teeth, Huang Yemi retrieved 3 eggs from his backpack. 2 were brown at the top and bottom, adorned with serrated cream patterns in the middle, while the third was a pale purple. These 2 brown ones are EV eggs, carefully selected from my family. Don't underestimate them. They possess excellent qualities. Huang Yemi exclaimed, anxious that Lin Dong might not recognize their value. Lin Dong nodded. EV was primarily adored for its cuteness. Though not exceedingly rare, its presence in the wild was infrequent. Lin Dong had gathered some knowledge that in the Pokemon egg market, EV eggs consistently held their value due to their suitability as pets. Their prices remained perpetually high. Furthermore, the EV family had made brief appearances in the animated series. Being a commercial family in the Kanto region predominantly focused on EV and various evolution stones. Given the Huang family's unique status, the EV eggs traded to them would undoubtedly be of exceptional quality. Thus, they seemed quite favorable. What about this one? Lin Dong inquired, pointing to the pale purple egg. This was a gift from someone. I've forgotten which Pokemon it belongs to, Huang Yemi replied. He had received many gifts and sometimes couldn't he be bothered to remember, allowing them to collect dust. The donor had mentioned it, but it had slipped his mind. Fine then, Lin Dong said, not wanting to dwell on it. Do you have anything else of value? Present it. Huang Yemi felt like he might vomit blood. Was this not satisfactory? He truly had little else of worth left. I have this, an electric stone with a unique magnetic field. Do you want it? Huang Yemi produced another box. Its sole distinction is that it allows electrode to evolve into electrode. Take it if you wish. Huang Yemi regarded it as largely useless. Why would one capture a magnemite and raise it just for a stone? It felt akin to making dumplings just for vinegar. Nevertheless, Lin Dong and Ami exchanged glances and unceremoniously accepted it. Huang Yemi felt his lips twitch again. These people truly lacked discernment. Yet, Lin Dong remained with arms crossed, staring intently at him. What do you intend? Huang Yemi snapped, his temper flaring despite being under the watchful gaze of the fierce Garchomp. I say, young Master Huang, are you accustomed to throwing money around? Lin Dong fixed his gaze upon him. Our fundamental conflict arises from your Electabuzz nearly harming my Torchic. Furthermore, that Sakurai Miki is one of yours, is she not? The drawing for the second round of the grand contest. You dare claim there was no foul play involved? Huang Yemi's eyes widened in shock. Regaining his composure, he wished he could slap himself. Wow, he had indeed become accustomed to throwing items around. In his habitual manner, he had laid out the electric orb, luxury balls, and Pokemon eggs without a second thought. Yet, he had never anticipated that Lin Dong and his companions were merely seeking justice for Torchic. This meant he had no need to present those items at all. He could have resolved matters by addressing his prior assistance to Xiaoman and plotting against Torchic and Porygon. But now that the items were out, there was no retrieving them. Nonetheless, the situation needed addressing. Huang Yemi clenched his teeth and reached out to Xiaoman. Hand it over. What? Xiaoman hesitated, contemplating feigning ignorance. Electabuzz now? Huang Yemi bellowed. Xiaoman shivered, still intimidated by Huang Yemi's authority, and handed over Electabuzz Pokeball. Come forth, Electabuzz, use strength. Huang Yemi first severed Electabuzz bond, worried that Lin Dong and the others might misunderstand, then released Machoke, tossing Electabuzz Pokeball aside. Machoke unleashed its power, shattering Electabuzz Pokeball into smithereens. There you have it. It is now a wild Pokemon, free for your disposal. Huang Yemi declared coldly. Hey, what? Electabuzz initially appeared puzzled, but upon seeing Xiaoyao and Xiaoguang, it began to comprehend. It had been abandoned. Is this satisfactory? Huang Yemi inquired. Well, it's nearly acceptable. But there remains one final matter, Lin Dong said, his tone somber. We intended to depart from Battle Island tomorrow, but your antics have left us rather fatigued. However, if we were to stay another day, accommodations are rather expensive. Would 3 million alliance coins suffice? Huang Yemi, weary of further discussion, realized that at this juncture, alliance coins were practically worthless. Xiaoyao, what is your take? Lin Dong specifically sought Xiaoyao's opinion, as Torchic was the true victim. Let him go, Xiaoyao decided. As the heroine of the series, she could not demand a life. Seeing that Huang Yemi had faced consequences, Xiaoyao chose not to pursue the matter further. Since Xiaoyao was no longer pressing the issue, Lin Dong and his companions naturally followed suit. Seeing Zhulan nod, Huang Yemi and his companions swiftly retracted their formidable powers and the fainted Zapdos, fleeing the arena as if to escape. Unbeknownst to anyone, atop the stadium, Two figures accompanied by a Meowth withdrew their heads from view and hastily followed Huang Yemi. "Hey, Nancia, isn't our target that Pikachu?" inquired Meowth, somewhat perplexed. "Did you not notice? In that person's hand lies the legendary Pokémon, Zapdos." Nancia's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Indeed, with Zapdos in our grasp. Why would we pursue a mere Pikachu?" remarked Shiro. "If we capture Zapdos, we shall surely ascend to leadership positions and take on the role of division heads. Furthermore, that blonde woman is the champion of the Sinnoh region, Zhulan. With her in proximity to those youngsters, our chances of success are non-existent," Nancia stated earnestly. After being defeated by Zhulan's Milotic that day, she had taken the effort to research, and the findings had left her in a cold sweat. Unlike Musashi and Kojiru, they possessed a keen self-awareness. Opposing a champion is akin to courting death. Yet, capturing Zapdos is no easy feat. It is a legendary Pokémon after all. Meowth expressed its concerns. "There is no need for worry. One of the reasons Musashi-senpai and Kojiru-senpai often fail is their tendency to act alone. We, on the other hand, can call for support from headquarters." Nancia waved her hand dismissively. "While it may diminish our glory somewhat, the vital information we secure will still be of paramount importance. Moreover, unlike capturing a Pikachu, a Pokémon like Zapdos will undoubtedly be prioritized by headquarters. Besides, that Zapdos has been severely injured by Zhulan. It will require time to fully recuperate," Shiro added. That evening, Nancia and Shiro dialed the number of Boss Sakaki. "Hello?" A deep male voice resonated from the other end. Boss Sakaki, Nancia, Shiro, and Meowth reporting in. The duo and their Meowth squeezed in front of the phone, addressing the microphone. "Ah, it's you two." Sakaki mused for a moment before recalling their identities. They were somewhat akin to Musashi and Kojiru. Nancia, the daughter of a wealthy tycoon, had fled to join Team Rocket to escape an arranged marriage. Shiro was the son of an elite who had made significant contributions to Team Rocket, only to lose his father during a mission. Since Nancia had brought a wealth of jewels when she escaped, contributing substantially to Team Rocket's finances. And Shiro was the son of a hero. Sakaki took special care of them, allowing them to form a special team. Although termed a special team, they were essentially left to their own devices and rarely permitted to engage in core Team Rocket projects. Naturally, their salaries remained unaffected. Even if they did nothing, they could still live off Team Rocket for a lifetime. Later, Team Rocket's partner, Granny Jean, encountered a talking Meowth. It remains unclear what the Meowth conveyed, but Granny Jean, believing that Team Rocket desperately needed such a Pokémon, acquired another Meowth, taught it to speak, and presented it to Sakaki as a gift. Naturally, since it was trained by Granny Jean, this Meowth also adopted her mannerisms. Sakaki had no choice but to graciously accept the gift from his partner and subsequently passed it on to Nancia and Shiro. The two were deeply moved, shedding tears as they believed they were being valued just like Musashi and Kojiru. Value indeed. In truth, they were no different. Both were either brought in with resources or were children of heroes. Sakaki felt a surge of frustration. Several of his plans had been thwarted due to the well-meaning interference of Musashi and Kojiru. "Why don't you two simply enjoy a vacation?" Sakaki asked in a stern tone. However, compared to Musashi and Kojiru, Nancia and Shiro are somewhat more reliable. "You called me late at night. Is there something urgent?" Sakaki inquired gravely. "We have crucial intelligence to report. On Battle Island in the Hoenn region, we discovered the legendary Pokémon, Zapdos." "What?" Sakaki immediately perked up. "Please elaborate." Nancia and Shiro swiftly recounted their observations from the stadium that day. Although they could not hear the dialogue between Zhulan and the trainer of Zapdos from afar, it was evident from the scene that the relationship between the two parties was strained. "Excellent. Keep a close watch on the individual with Zapdos. I will dispatch reinforcements at once. Someone will contact you shortly. Remember, do not raise alarms." "Understood, Boss Sakaki." Chapter 117, Xiaoyao's Decision. The thoughts of Electabuzz. Within the arena, Lindong and the others swiftly divided Huang Yemi's compensation. Each received 2 Ultra Balls and 500,000 League Coins. Although Zhulan and Furong were not in need of Ultra Balls or League Coins, they accepted their share as a statement of solidarity, indicating that they too had a stake in today's events. Should the Huang family seek retribution against anyone in the future, they would not remain uninvolved. However, they firmly declined the other items. Consequently, the special Thunderstone that could evolve Magneton into Exploud was naturally bestowed upon Ami. Lindong claimed the Electrium Z. As for the 2 EV eggs, Xiaoyao and Xiaoguang each took one. EV was simply adorable, and they were both particularly eager to hatch a Pokemon egg after witnessing Lindong's Ralts hatch. As for the remaining egg, Ami declined it, being a gym leader. If she wished for a Pokemon egg, She could easily request one from the league's breeding center. This egg, the identity of which was unknown, was not particularly suited for her. Hence, Lindong graciously accepted it. At this point, the only source of concern for the group remained the Electabuzz. Having lost its trainer, Electabuzz appeared disoriented, its robust physique seeming somewhat fragile in the vast arena. The ultimate decision regarding this Electabuzz naturally fell to Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao, you shall decide. Whatever choice you make, I shall support you, Lindong stated. Thank you, everyone. Xiaoyao gratefully surveyed the faces of her companions and took a deep breath. Electabuzz was gripped by extreme fear, for the next words from this girl would determine its fate. It had previously been commanded by its former master to attack this girl as companions. Hey. Electabuzz wished to plead for mercy, but found itself at a loss for how to convey its intentions. At this moment, it longed to learn human speech. Alas, such a feat was impossible. Zhulan and Furong had already prepared to act, although the League prohibits the abuse and deliberate killing of Pokémon. In the case of those belonging to evil organizations, particularly the obstinate ones, outright elimination during confrontations is not uncommon. They were not so naive as to risk their comrades' lives to persuade those Pokémon to renounce their wicked ways. Furthermore, some individuals, emboldened by their power, like Huang Yemi, would dare to act even in grand competitions. If the Torchic were to be killed during the League's investigation, as long as Xiaoman maintained that it was an accident, with Huang Yemi's backing, the matter would surely be swept under the rug. Therefore, this regulation comes with a caveat. It applies only under normal circumstances. Situations like today's Electabuzz are not rare in this world. The vast majority of trainers encountering an enemy's Pokémon would opt to take them into the wild and dispose of them in a secluded area. And how would they deal with them? It certainly would not be through release. Torchic, what do you think? Xiaoyao released the fire chick and inquired about its opinion. Chamo. The fire chick appeared a bit perplexed, but when it laid eyes on the electric shock beast, it instinctively recoiled a couple of steps. However, the electric shock beast seemed to have spotted a savior and began to speak fervently. Hey. The fire chick recognized this as the very creature that had nearly electrocuted it. In an instant, fury eclipsed fear, and the fire chick, ablaze with rage, prepared to attack. The electric shock beast hastily waved its hands and, with a thud, knelt down. Chamo. The fire chick approached with curiosity. The electric shock beast hurriedly began to explain. It was only then that the fire chick comprehended the situation. The electric shock beast had been abandoned by its previous owner and was now facing judgment. After a moment of hesitation, the fire chick's gaze hardened with anger, and it pecked at the electric shock beast, reminiscent of the time it had pecked at Xiaosheng in the Changhua gym. The electric shock beast, cowering and cradling its head, offered no resistance. After a flurry of pecks, the fire chick's ire subsided, and it scampered back to Xiaoyao's side. Chamo. The fire chick uttered something softly, shaking its head. Are you trying to say that you've forgiven it? Xiaoyao asked. Chamo. The fire chick nodded affirmatively. Very well, since the fire chick has chosen to forgive it. Let it be, Xiaoyao declared as she picked up the fire chick. Are you certain? Furong asked, a hint of disbelief in her voice. I am certain. Xiaoyao replied. All right, I shall heed your decision. Furong smiled and returned the Pokeball to her possession. Zhulan also withdrew her Garchomp. The six turned and made their way toward the exit of the stadium. The electric shock beast, left behind, felt a pang of desolation. It gazed enviously at the fire chick cradled in Xiaoyao's arms, acutely aware that, to Huang Yemi, it was merely a disposable item, and to Xiaoman, it was nothing more than a tool to be obediently commanded, a mere servant to fulfill tasks. During the grand tournament, when it had attacked the fire chick, the concern evident on Xiaoyao's face stemmed from her worry and empathy for the fire chick. Conversely, when it was attacked by Gonggue, Xiaoman's panic was solely due to the fear of losing the match. When it was injured, Xiaoman's sorrow was merely for her own inability to achieve the desired outcome. With tears brimming in its eyes, the electric shock beast, driven by an unknown sentiment, rose and pursued Xiaoyao. Hey! The sudden movement startled Lindong and the others. Pikachu was already poised for action. Zhulan, Furong, and Ami had their hands hovering over their Pokeballs. Hey! The electric shock beast attempted to convey something, but Xiaoyao couldn't comprehend. However, the fire chick understood and leapt from Xiaoyao's embrace, pointing at the Pokeball at her waist with its beak. Chamo, you wish to join me? Xiaoyao finally grasped. Hey! The electric shock beast nodded vigorously. This. Xiaoyao hesitated. While she could forgive the electric shock beast, the idea of capturing it was another matter. Chamo. The fire chick, seeing Xiaoyao's indecision, posed another question to the electric shock beast. Hey! The electric shock beast nodded repeatedly while responding. The encrypted conversation was lost on everyone else. And Lin Dong had no desire to summon Gung Gui for translation, for the fire chick had already persuaded Xiao Yao. Chamo, you wish for me to accept it? Xiao Yao inquired. Chamo. The fire chick nodded. Xiao Yao cast a complex gaze at the electric shock beast before making her decision. Holding a Pokeball, she extended her hand. If you wish to travel with us, I hope you will guide us well in the future. Without a moment's hesitation, the electric shock beast touched the Pokeball as switch, transforming into a beam of red light that entered the ball without any resistance, followed by a definitive click. Chapter 118. The Birth of a True Deity. In the Johto region, in the city of Judo, within the Judo gym, Sakaki wore a look of satisfaction. At last, one of the teams he had set free had proven itself worthy of his esteem. Although these teams had average strength, their unwavering loyalty to Team Rocket rendered them individuals he could trust implicitly. Otherwise, he would not have directly overseen them. This was evidenced by the frequent communications between Musashi and Kojiro with Sakaki. For truly mediocre members, how could they dare to contact Sakaki directly? He would have gone mad. Regarding the information about Zapdos, Sakaki placed great importance, and after hanging up the phone, he summoned his secretary, Manbird, to bring Lance over. When this high-ranking officer of Team Rocket, referred to by the members as one of the 4 Heavenly Kings, heard of the mission to capture Zapdos, he did not furrow his brow but instead expressed excitement and set off without delay. Team Rocket, entrenched in both the Johto and Kanto regions, had nearly unified the underground worlds of both areas. How could they be unaware of the existence of the Guardian family? But did that matter? While others feared the Guardian family, Team Rocket was certainly unafraid. Of course, at this stage, Team Rocket would not directly encroach upon the territory of the Guardian family. But in the future, including the deities behind the Guardian family, they would all be targets for conquest. Sir, Manbird began to speak, but was interrupted by Sakaki. How many times must I reiterate? In the gym, address me by my title. Sakaki insisted. Yes, gym leader. About Nancy and Shikuro, those two. Manbird hesitated. I know you have never thought highly of them. However, if the intelligence is accurate, they have indeed made a significant contribution this time. Sakaki paused briefly before calmly stating. They are utterly loyal to Team Rocket, and what they desire is merely the organization's recognition. Should this operation succeed, I will grant them what they seek. Mark my words. Upon success, Nancy and Shikuro will be promoted to officers and appointed as the division heads of the Hoenn region. Upon hearing Sakaki's words, Manbird was momentarily stunned. But gym leader, we have no division in the Hoenn region? Then we shall establish one, Sakaki replied. Yes, gym leader. How many personnel should we deploy? And what scale should we use to construct the Hoenn division? Please advise. Manbird promptly took out a notebook and pen. No personnel will be dispatched. Just the 2 of them, Sakaki responded. Manbird instantly understood. So it would merely be a nominal title. The 2 would be mere figureheads, operating alone in the Hoenn region. Unbeknownst to Nancy and Shikuro, who remained oblivious to the rewards Sakaki had in store for them, they were still driven by their dreams of ascending to officer status and becoming division heads, lurking in the shadows, keeping a watchful eye on the Sherdon Seaside Hotel. Meanwhile, within the hotel, Huang Yemi had just vented his anger on Xiaoman. Xiaoman was still convulsing, her body racked with pain that twisted her features in agony. Huang Yemi's electric abilities had been wholly utilized for that purpose. In public, he had turned into a paper tiger. Xiaoman mentally scoffed, though she dared not show a hint of dissatisfaction outwardly. In contrast, Huang Yemi was contemplating another matter that might bring him joy. When he handed over the electric orb, he had deliberately cast a glance at Pikachu, intending to suggest to Lin Dong to use this item to enhance Pikachu's strength. If Lin Dong succumbed to this temptation, then the energy contained within this electric orb was that of the great deity, Zapdos. Even for a Pokémon of the electric shock beast caliber, it could only absorb a fraction at a time, needing a day or 2 to digest before it could absorb more. For Pikachu, the ubiquitous electric mouse of the Kanto region, even a modicum of energy could prove fatal. Moreover, when discussing the utilization of the electric gem, he deliberately refrained from specifying the quantity. Should Pikachu absorb an excessive amount of energy, it could lead to a catastrophic explosion of its body, akin to an overinflated balloon. Huang Yemi seemed to foresee that cruel scene in Lin Dong's contorted expression. Meanwhile, in the open space near the Haoyan Hotel, Pikachu was already absorbing the energy from the electric gem. As the energy reached halfway absorbed, Pikachu's demeanor remained relatively relaxed. Lin Dong had not anticipated Huang Yemi's clandestine malice. The act of absorbing the electric gem had been validated by the system, which would never permit him to undertake the impossible. Given that Lindong's Pikachu already possessed the prowess of a divine Pokémon, it could withstand the electricity of Zekrom, let alone that of Zapdos. Soon, Pikachu absorbed the remaining half of the energy, and a flicker of anguish finally crossed its face. The formidable energy surged through Pikachu's body, continuously augmenting its strength. Much like what Lindong had experienced, enduring this trial would lead to boundless horizons. Certainly, the torment Pikachu faced at this moment was but a fraction of the agony Lindong endured then. After approximately 15 minutes of suffering, a warm current enveloped Pikachu entirely. Feeling invigorated, it could not help but unleash a dazzling burst of electricity. In that instant, night transformed into day. Pika. After releasing the excess energy, Pikachu felt a refreshing clarity. Pikachu, you have succeeded, Lindong exclaimed, celebrating alongside Pikachu. Meanwhile, Ami had also allowed her special Thunderstone to be absorbed by her Magneton, which successfully evolved into an Electrode after a flash of white light. The duo realized the commotion had been considerable and hurried back to the hotel. Due to the late hour, their original plan to depart from Wudo Island the following day was postponed by a day. The next day, everyone indulged in a final sunbathing session on Wudo Island, frolicked in the water for a while, and then began to pack their belongings. They also took stock of their bountiful harvest from Wudo Island. It must be noted that this journey had proven exceptionally fruitful for all. For Lindong, the most significant gain was solidifying his relationship with Xiaoguang, with whom he had shared many memorable nights. Additionally, he had acquired the boxing badge, received a Lugia as a system reward, captured Regice, witnessed the evolution of his Murkrow into Honchkrow, and his Ralts into Kirlia. While Pikachu had broken through to his second-tier strength, his Bulbasaur also gained experience, and he obtained 2 Ultra Balls along with a Pokemon Egg. The 500,000 League coins seemed trivial in comparison. Xiaoguang had secured a ribbon medal from the special tournament, captured a Cacnea, evolved her Swablu into Altaria, and her Piplup received an Everstone. Her Flareon and Murkrow also gained experience, netting her 2 Ultra Balls and an EV Egg. Xiaoyao captured a Feebas and an Electabuzz, while her Caterpie underwent 2 evolutions to become a Butterfree. Although her Torchic faced a challenge, it too gained experience and secured 2 Ultra Balls and an EV Egg. Ami captured a Cacnea, which evolved into a Cacturne, and her Medong evolved into a Metagross, while her Magneton evolved into an Electrode, yielding 2 Ultra Balls. Lindong's gains did not end there. On the last night at Wudo Island, he received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task. Defeat the Team Magma in the ruins, defeat the Team Aqua in the ruins, and defeat the Pokemon Hunter Bear Jian's team. Rewards merged. 2 Mega Evolution Packs, 1 designated Pokemon Training Mega Pack. Lindong felt the rewards were somewhat meager the last time he had captured a Pokemon. The system had granted him a chance to attract a mythical Pokemon. The system, however, provided an explanation. Due to the host's enhanced strength, the difficulty of completing the tasks has diminished. Furthermore, considering the assistance from skilled allies in this task and the absence of hostages like Professor Maple in the enemy ranks, rewards have been adjusted accordingly. What could Lindong say? He accepted it. He promptly selected the egg and eagerly opened the training mega pack. Upon doing so, Lindong was filled with immense joy. He quickly poured the incubation liquid into the incubator. Chapter 119. Arriving in Canaz City. The grand festival commences. The following day, at the Wudo Island dock, the sun shone brightly over the vast azure sea. Lindong and his companions bid farewell to Zhulan, who had come to the Hoenn region for archaeological purposes and planned to continue her exploration of ancient ruins related to Groudon and Kyogre. Ferron also came to see them off, sharing an intriguing piece of news. In addition to the grand festival taking place tomorrow at the Canaz Conference, there is now an officially recognized gym in Canaz City. This revelation surprised Lindong. Unbeknownst to him, the establishment of this gym had significant ties to him. It was due to his reporting of Insect Ichiro to Professor Oak that this opportunity arose for the Canaz gym. However, that was of little consequence. Lindong was delighted at the prospect of having both the Rinshin gym and the Canaz gym, 2 that did not exist in the anime, accelerating his badge collection. He had already obtained the Balance badge from the Orange Flower gym, the Bug badge from the Rinshin gym, the Rock badge from the Canaz gym, and the Boxing badge from the Wudo gym. After securing the gym in Canaz City, he could conveniently challenge the Purple Iris gym in ZG City. Given that Regice was indeed located on Wudo Island, corroborating the information in Professor Maple's manuscript, it was certain that he would visit MT Yin2 and Inu City. As Fuyin Town lay at the foot of MT Yin2, visiting these 2 locations would also allow him to challenge the Fuyin Gym and Inu Gym, thus gathering all 8 badges. If he expedited his efforts, he could potentially complete this within the year. As for his capability to defeat the gyms, Lin Dong harbored no concerns. The half-day voyage passed serenely as they savored the scenic beauty of the sea. By midday, the quartet arrived in Canas City. Canas City, a bustling metropolis rivaling Canas City, was far more modern compared to Wudo Island. Skyscrapers loomed, and the tourism industry thrived. Unlike Canas City boasted beaches. Vibrant, lively, and open. That was Lin Dong's impression of Canas City. Having thoroughly enjoyed their time on Wudo Island, the four opted to stay at the Pokémon Center in Canas City. Although the accommodations could not compare to a luxury hotel, the Pokémon Center in this economically prosperous tourist city met a 3-star standard, a benefit extended to trainers by the league. At the Pokémon Center, Lin Dong and his companions successfully obtained information about the Grand Festival and the Canas Gym. There was little to divulge about the Grand Festival, with the competition commencing the next day. Xiao Wang and Xiao Yao could not possibly alter their meticulously prepared performances at the last minute. However, the Canas Gym was intriguing. It was a poison-type gym. In fact, poison-type gyms were relatively scarce throughout the Pokémon world, significantly fewer than their water, fire, and rock counterparts. The reason being, the poison attribute lacks an appealing connotation. Even ghost types evoke a sense of mystery when mentioned. Yet poison? There seems to be no redeeming quality to it. The same misfortune befell the dark type. These two unfortunate attributes were often looked down upon wherever they went. Mayors across various regions are quite concerned about the first impression their cities leave on others. In smaller locales, one might endure certain inconveniences for the sake of development. However, it is rather unexpected for a tourist city like Cana to host a poison-type gym, which raises eyebrows. Lin Dong refrained from rushing to issue a challenge. He needed to deliberate carefully on who should take the spotlight. After all, battling at a gym signifies a substantial opportunity for experience, and allowing Pikachu to take the lead would be somewhat wasteful. In the afternoon, Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao first attended the venue to complete their registration, followed by a final simulation practice. The results were quite promising, leading Lin Dong to believe that advancing to the second round would pose no significant challenge. That evening, Lin Dong exhibited a rare sense of restraint and refrained from any nighttime raids. The following morning, Xiao Wang and Xiao Yao rose early, brimming with enthusiasm as they arrived at the venue. Esteemed guests, greetings. Welcome to the beautiful coastal city of Cana. I am Vivian, the host of this grand event, the Cana contest. Now, allow me to introduce the judges for today's competition. Mr. Constance, Director of the Grand Contest Affairs Bureau. Mr. Sumikazu, President of the Pokemon Enthusiasts Club. Ms. Joy from the Cana Pokemon Center. Let us extend a warm welcome. The audience erupted in applause as the three judges took their seats. The first contestant was introduced by Vivian to the cheers of the crowd. It was none other than Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang, you can do it. Xiao Wang, I love you. Xiao Wang is the best. It must be noted that since her victory at the Grand Contest's martial arts special event, Xiao Wang, although still a novice coordinator, had garnered a modest degree of fame, unknowingly attracting a loyal fan base. This, of course, was a positive development, albeit some of the male admirers made Lin Dong feel a bit irritable. Today, Xiao Wang donned a pink gown, her hair elegantly styled into twin ponytails adorned with creamy yellow accessories, exuding both grace and charm. My wife is truly beautiful, Lin Dong mused. On stage, Xiao Wang released her Pokéball. Fluffle, make your charming entrance. Given that Constance and Sumikazu had already witnessed the performance of Pachima, Xiao Wang chose Fluffle for her first round. The audience was taken aback to find that Xiao Wang's hair accessories bore a striking resemblance to Fluffle's ear tufts. Fluffle, execute a jump. Under Xiao Wang's guidance, Fluffle performed the meticulously practiced maneuvers with precision. It leaped into the air, executing a somersault at the apex of its jump. At the peak, Fluffle unleashed an ice beam, creating a curved ice path on the ground before gracefully landing atop it and gliding down the arc. On the flat straightaway, Fluffle began a display of figure skating. Midway through, Fluffle inverted, employing the move Confusion Punch, using its ears in place of feet to perform an upside-down glide. Subsequently, Fluffle executed a splendid upside-down spin, leveraging its skating momentum to lift off the ground. Ultimately, Fluffle spiraled back down, and at that moment, Xiao Wang raised her arms skyward, extending her hands, with her right hand skillfully catching Fluffle. Fluffle, seated upon Xiao Wang's right hand, reciprocated the audience's applause with a charming smile. It was a splendid performance that showcased Fluffle's adorableness to perfection. Constance was the first to deliver a high praise. He recalled Xiao Wang, the victor of the Cana contest, who had triumphed in her debut battle to earn a ribbon badge. He had heard that she had recently clinched another victory at the martial arts special event. Constance, impressed by her talent and the flawless execution of her performance, awarded her a perfect score. I quite like this. Sumikazu's assessment followed closely. His impression of Xiaowang surpassed even that of Constance, as his brother, Sumikazu Yu, was one of the judges at that martial arts special event. Sumikazu Yu had sung Xiaowang's praises for her defeat of Showman, and with such familial bias, Sumikazu's perception of her was exceptionally favorable. Coupled with the performance's undeniable perfection, he too awarded a perfect score. How delightful to see them enjoying themselves, Ms. Joy remarked, her smile warm and gentle. Although she recognized the subjective nature of Constance and Sumikazu's scores, she believed that the performance, particularly its conclusion, epitomized the essence of coordination. If this did not secure a place in the second round, it would suggest foul play unless the subsequent competitors were of the caliber of 8 master coordinators. Upon witnessing Constance and Sumikazu both bestow perfect scores, she too awarded a full mark. Chapter 120. The Kana Contest. Xiaoyao vs. Xiaoshan. Following that, a series of ordinary contestants took the stage. Their performances could only be described as mediocre, resulting in low scores. Lin Dong found himself drowsy, as it was clear that the quality of a standard contest paled in comparison to a special event. The next familiar face was Xiaoshan. True to his animated portrayal, he summoned his poison rose. His entrance was marked by a stunning floral dance that captivated the audience. He executed the same combination of paralysis powder and magical leaf from the martial arts special event, culminating in a finale of floral dance paired with magical leaf. However, as the judges for the Kana contest differed from those of the martial arts special event, Xiaoshuan's impressive display not only drew applause from the audience, but also garnered high scores from the 3 judges. Several more ordinary contestants followed, some of whom demonstrated occasional brilliance. Soon, it was Xiaoyao's turn. She also opted for the routine from the martial arts special event, deploying her Fire Chick. With her Pokemon's enhanced abilities, this time the Flame Vortex appeared more powerful and spectacular. Xiaoyao's performance received unanimous praise from the 3 judges. After Xiaoyao, many more contestants took the stage. Yet Lin Dong did not catch sight of Rob's appearance. He sighed with relief. In the original animation, the principal antagonist of the Kana contest was Rob, who effortlessly defeated Xiaoshan to claim a ribbon badge. In his absence, Lin Dong surmised that the victor would likely emerge from among Xiaowang, Xiaoyao, and Xiaoshan. Before long, Vivian announced the list of those advancing to the second round. As expected, Xiaowang, Xiaoyao, and Xiaoshan were all included. The remaining 5 contestants were those whom Lin Dong had noted for their slight brilliance, yet they posed little threat. The draw for the grand contest battles swiftly concluded. Xiaowang's upper bracket faced 3 ordinary contestants, while Xiaoyao and Xiaoshan were set to clash in the first round. Xiaowang's first opponent utilized a Tylo. With a significant advantage in both level and skill, Fluffle easily defeated Tylo in just a minute and a half. The match between Xiaoyao and Xiaoshan commenced shortly thereafter. As it was the first round, both trainers employed their Pokemon openly. Xiaoyao's Fire Chick faced off against Xiaoshuan's Poison Rose. Poison Rose used Floral Dance. Xiaoshan, aware of his type disadvantage, took the initiative. Pink petals swirled through the air, aiming at Fire Chick. This move was exceptionally beautiful. If it struck Fire Chick, Xiaoyao would surely incur a penalty. However, Xiaoyao did not flinch, resolutely preparing to counter. Fire Chick, unleash Flame Vortex. With an overwhelming number of petals, evasion was futile. Fire Chick conjured a Flame Vortex, forming a barrier before it. The pink petals were drawn into the fiery maelstrom, swiftly reduced to ashes. This defensive maneuver was executed splendidly, resulting in a deduction of points for Xiaoshan. The fiery whirlpool unleashed by the Fiery Chick is not merely a defensive maneuver. After incinerating the petals, it swiftly redirected its assault toward the Poisonous Rose. Poisonous Rose, evade quickly, Xiaoshan exclaimed, his body and spirit involuntarily tensing in alarm. This opponent was familiar to him. He had witnessed it falter against the Electric Beast during the martial arts special tournament. Thus, Xiaoshan had approached this battle with a degree of overconfidence. Despite acknowledging the elemental disadvantage, he believed he had taken adequate precautions and struck first. However, it became evident that his preparations were insufficient, particularly as he had not devised a strategy to counter the fiery whirlpool. In the present moment, he had no choice but to evade in a less than graceful manner. Fortunately, the whirlpool's speed was not overwhelming, allowing the Poisonous Rose to leap to the left and effortlessly avoid the flames. Yet, captivated by the fiery whirlpool, neither Xiaoshan nor the Poisonous Rose noticed that the Fiery Chick was gathering power. Just as the Poisonous Rose emerged from behind the whirlpool, Xiaoyao promptly commanded, "Fiery Chick, unleash your spark technique. The fiery chick opened its beak and expelled the accumulated sparks with precision. The poisonous rose had no chance to evade. The spark struck home with remarkable effect. Xiao Shun's score suffered a significant deduction. His expression soured, as Xiao Yao's prowess far exceeded his expectations. He was filled with self-reproach for not preparing more thoroughly before the match. Yet, this did not deter Xiao Shun from continuing the contest. On the contrary, he resolved to fight with all his might. Poisonous Rose, use Solar Flare. Upon hearing Xiao Shun's command, the poisonous rose began to gather solar energy. Radiant points converging upon its left hand's blue rose and right hand's red rose. During their journey, Lin Dong had taught the Bulbasaur this powerful grass-type technique. Thus, Xiao Yao naturally understood the solar flare. Most Pokémon are unable to move while charging such an attack. Therefore, Xiao Yao ordered an assault. Fiery Chick, deploy Fiery Whirlpool. The Fiery Chick unleashed another Fiery Whirlpool, sweeping toward the poisonous rose. Xiao Yao's assumptions proved correct. Not every Pokémon possessed Lin Dong's strength. Even the Bulbasaur would find it difficult to move while executing Solar Flare, and the poisonous rose was unable to multitask, rendering it incapable of mounting a defense. The Fiery Whirlpool struck the poisonous rose head-on, ensnaring it within the conflagration. Go, poisonous rose! Xiao Shun could do little more than cheer. His only hope for a breakthrough lay in successfully launching Solar Flare, utilizing its overwhelming power to pierce through the Fiery Whirlpool. Within the whirlpool, the poisonous rose endured continual damage, the searing pain inflicting great distress. At last, it had accumulated sufficient solar energy. Poisonous Rose, Solar Flare, launch! Xiao Shun exclaimed with elation. The poisonous rose, eager to unleash its attack, brought its hands together before it. The two energy components fused into a single, powerful beam that shot forth. Just as Xiao Shun envisioned, Solar Flare penetrated the Fiery Whirlpool and struck the Fiery Chick with unrelenting force. Xiao Yao did not wish for the Fiery Chick to evade, but the speed of Solar Flare was too swift, and the Fiery Whirlpool obscured her vision. By the time she realized it, it was too late. With a resounding impact, the Fiery Chick was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Xiao Shun's score was reduced due to the poisonous rose being caught in the Fiery Whirlpool, while Xiao Yao faced a substantial deduction for the Fiery Chick being struck after the whirlpool was broken. Nevertheless, she still maintained a lead in points. However, victory would not be determined solely by scores. The Fiery Chick rose to its feet. Despite the formidable power of Solar Flare, being a Fire-type Pokémon granted it a degree of resistance against Grass-type attacks, and thus this blow was insufficient to incapacitate it. Conversely, the poisonous rose, although it had shattered the Fiery Whirlpool, appeared to be on the verge of collapse. Fiery Chick, Spark Technique. Xiao Yao launched another offensive. Poisonous Rose, use Magical Leaf. Xiao Shun retorted defiantly. The Fiery Chick released a barrage of sparks, but the poisonous rose, raising its hands, weakly knelt to the ground. The pain from its burns hindered its ability to execute its move. It turned out that after being struck by the sparks the first time, it had already sustained injuries. Once more, the sparks found their mark. The poisonous rose collapsed, its eyes swirling in defeat. With its combat capability extinguished, Xiao Shun's score inevitably fell to 0. Xiao Yao emerged victorious. Chapter 121. The conclusion of the Cana Conference. An unexpected familiar face. At that moment, a brilliant white light enveloped the Fiery Chick. Elated from its victory over the poisonous rose, the Fiery Chick began to evolve. In matters of evolution, the Fiery Chick's attitude starkly contrasted with that of the Piplup. The Piplup had resisted evolution until it could barely contain its energy, while the Fiery Chick embraced the sensation of evolution as soon as it emerged. Once the white light dissipated, the Fiery Chick evolved into a Blaziken. Though it appeared less adorable than before, it now carried an air of majesty. Riding the momentum of its evolution, Xiao Yao and Blaziken swiftly defeated a passerby. Meanwhile, Xiao Guang also encountered no difficulties in vanquishing another passerby. The two girls met on the final stage, a scenario they had evidently anticipated. Xiao Guang sent forth her Beautifly, while Xiao Yao deployed her Butterfree. With no elemental disparities, the two engaged in a harmonious and splendid battle. Skills flew in abundance, with techniques executed flawlessly. The swirling water gun and silver whirlwind clashed, illuminating the entire arena with brilliance. When time expired, Xiao Guang emerged victorious, having accumulated a higher score. The duel between the two contenders was nothing short of magnificent. Vivian could not help but exclaim in admiration before announcing the results. The winner of this splendid Cana Conference is Miss Xiao Guang. Xiao Guang received her third ribbon badge, bringing her closer to qualifying for the grand celebration. Xiao Yao, however, did not feel disheartened. After all, She had only begun participating in the splendid contests after embarking on her journey, while Xiao Guang had been influenced by Keiko and had started learning about splendid contests long before becoming a trainer. Standing on the final stage today had already surpassed her expectations. Xiao Yao encouraged herself inwardly. Next time, I will surely earn a ribbon badge. With the splendid contest concluded, the time was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Thus, Lin Dong and his companions made their way to the Kana gym. Is anyone there? Lin Dong rang the doorbell. Coming. A staff member promptly opened the door. Hello, how may I assist you? Greetings, I am Lin Dong, a trainer from the Sinnoh region's U town. I wish to challenge the Kana gym, Lin Dong stated. Ah, a challenger. The staff member replied while perusing the schedule book. Unfortunately, this afternoon, another trainer has already booked a challenge, so the gym leader may not be able to accept your challenge today. I see, Lin Dong said, slightly disappointed, yet acknowledging that the prior reservation was beyond his control. Then I would like to schedule a time for tomorrow, if possible. The staff member consulted the schedule once more and nodded. Tomorrow works. Would the morning be suitable? Yes, tomorrow morning it is. After scheduling the appointment with the staff member, Lin Dong turned to leave. At that moment, a luxurious motorcade came to a smooth halt outside the Kana gym's entrance. A group of young individuals clad in cheerleading attire disembarked from the rear vehicle, forming 2 lines at the front car's door. It was evident that the occupants of this lead vehicle were individuals of considerable wealth. Lin Dong felt an unsettling sense of déjà vu. However, it is unlikely to be that fellow Yi Hao, for this cheerleading squad boasts both enchanting beauties and handsome men, while Yi Hao's team is exclusively composed of leggy beauties. Unless he has developed a taste for something different. Indeed, a maid opened the car door, revealing a foot clad in white socks and wooden clogs. Out stepped a girl dressed in a striking red kimono. She approached the dojo with quiet grace, her elegant steps accompanied by the maid scattering petals into the air behind her. Thus, amidst the petals and the cheers of the cheerleaders, the girl made her way before the gathered crowd. Even the staff member at the dojo, who had never witnessed such a spectacle, was taken aback when the girl lifted her gaze to him, causing him to blush at her breathtaking beauty. She was truly exquisite. Such a classical beauty, if placed in ancient times, would surely be a captivating presence that could topple kingdoms. Lin Dong scrutinized the girl, yet felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. Wait, is that you, Ami? Upon seeing Lin Dong and the others, the girl's face lit up with excitement at the sight of Ami. It's you. Sunzi. What a coincidence to find you here. Ami greeted her with a smile. Upon hearing the name, Lin Dong immediately recalled the girl's identity. No wonder she looked familiar. She was none other than Miss Sunzi from the anime. Some may have forgotten this character, but many would surely remember the trump card who mastered martial arts, the Budu. It was that very Budu who, during the court's conference, had skillfully challenged a Bulbasaur and a Pikachu, only to ultimately succumb to a Mook. Seeing Sunzi in person, Lin Dong finally understood the terror certified by Xiaojiang. Her beauty and poise were even more striking than in the animation. It was no wonder Xiaojiang had defected on the spot to cheer for her. However, Lin Dong had not anticipated that Sunzi and Ami were acquainted. Indeed, Ami, I never expected this. But won't there be any issues with the dojo with you here? Sunzi inquired with some concern. The dojo is currently being managed by a friend on my behalf, as I am traveling around. These are my companions. Ami introduced Lin Dong, Xiao Wang, and Xiao Yao to Sunzi. Hello, I am Sunzi, a girl from the Kanto region, pleased to make your acquaintance. Sunzi gave a slight bow as she greeted Lin Dong and the others. Lin Dong, Xiao Wang, and Xiao Yao reciprocated the greeting and introduced themselves. Upon learning that Lin Dong and Xiao Wang hailed from the Sinnoh region, Sunzi's eyes sparkled with curiosity, especially regarding the Pachama held by Xiao Wang, a Pokemon she had heard of but had never encountered. Is that your Pokemon? So adorable. Thank you. Pachama puffed out its chest proudly at the compliment from the beautiful girl. As for Pikachu, Sunzi was no stranger to it. 2 years ago at the court's conference, a rookie trainer with a Pikachu had defeated her using a Mook. Budu had taken an extensive bath to wash off the lingering odor. That scent was something she still vividly remembered. Lin Dong, are you also traveling with the goal of next year's Hoenn League in mind? Sunzi, unwilling to dwell on that dark history, sought to divert her thoughts. Yes, Lin Dong nodded. Sunzi, speaking of which, have you decided to challenge the Hoenn League? Ami asked. Yes, Ami, I wish to showcase the fruits of my training over the past 2 years at the Hoenn League, Sunzi replied. The dojo staff member, gathering his courage, interrupted their conversation. You are the Miss Sunzi who scheduled the dojo challenge, correct? Oh, yes, my apologies for the oversight. I was momentarily distracted by friends. Sunzi turned to bow to the staff member. The staff member, flustered, had no inclination to hold a grudge. The gym leader is waiting for you. Miss Sunzi, please follow me. Chapter 122. The handsome Kazama Itsuki. Sunzi's challenge. Sunzi and Ami arranged to dine together in the evening, and naturally, Lin Dong, Xiao Wang, and Xiaoyao received an invitation as well. Thus, the four of them made their way to the spectator area. Across the seating, Sunzi's cheerleading squad was fully outfitted for the occasion. Victory, victory. Miss Sunzi for the win. Sunzi entered the trainer's area, where the dojo trainers awaited her on the opposite side of the field. Hello, Miss Sunzi, I am Kazama Itsuki, the gym leader of the Hoenn League's Kana Gym. The rules of the dojo state that it is a 3-on-3 match. Is that acceptable? Kazama Itsuki's voice was clear and gentle, imbued with a respectful demeanor that was quite pleasant to hear. The four friends turned their attention to Kazama Itsuki, and upon doing so, they were momentarily taken aback. Kazama Itsuki was exceptionally handsome. To say he resembled the famed Pan and or Song Yu would be an understatement. Though Lin Dong was uncertain how accurate that comparison was, having never seen either figure himself. Nevertheless, Lin Dong could confidently assert that if he were placed in the world of his past life, he would easily be the most sought-after male idol. What a source of envy. Among Sunzi's cheerleading squad, there were already several handsome men, yet in the presence of Kazama Itsuki, they all seemed to pale in comparison. Some of the cheerleading girls even had hearts in their eyes. This left the handsome men feeling quite disgruntled, prompting them to cheer for Sun Zi even louder. Xiao Guang Xiaoyao and Ami merely cast a couple more glances before averting their eyes. Lin Dong could hardly blame them. After all, when faced with beauty, he too would be unable to resist stealing a few glances. Yet, he still felt a twinge of jealousy. Sunzi could not help but gaze at Kazama Itsuki for a moment longer. Kazama Itsuki, fully aware of her attention, held a firm confidence in his looks. Meanwhile, a few long-legged beauties from the cheerleading squad were also casting flirtatious glances his way. While Kazama Itsuki enjoyed the attention, a flicker of sinister resentment glimmered in his eyes, though he masked it well, and no one noticed. I have no objections, Gym Leader Kazama. Let the match commence, Sunzi declared. With her affirmation, Kazama Itsuki turned his gaze to the referee, who nodded in understanding and commenced the proceedings. The official gym challenge between gym trainer Kazama Itsuki and challenger Miss Sunzi is about to begin. Each side is permitted to use 3 Pokémon, and the match concludes when all Pokémon from either the gym trainer or the challenger can no longer battle. During the match, only the challenger is allowed to substitute Pokémon. Begin. No sooner had the referee's voice faded than Kazama Itsuki swiftly produced a Pokeball. Attention, Miss Sunzi, my first Pokémon is Go Trubbish. Trubbish, a Pokémon that Team Rocket possesses, was already quite familiar to Lin Dong and the others. Lin Dong was eager to see how this pure Poison-type Pokémon would perform under the expertise of a gym leader specializing in that type. Winning will lead to blooming success, while losing will result in wilting away. Let us strive together. Go, Sizer. Sun Zi's opening statement seemed to have undergone slight modifications compared to the anime. Yet this was inconsequential. Lin Dong was aware that Sun Zi possessed a Scyther. He simply hadn't expected it to have evolved into a Sizer. In this light, it seemed that the outcome of this gym match was already determined. Sizer, being a dual bug and steel-type Pokémon, was only vulnerable to fire-type moves and was completely impervious to poison-type attacks. Sizer, an excellent choice. Kazama Itsuki acknowledged Sun Zi's strategy before shifting his tone. But my Trubbish is not solely reliant on poison-type moves, so be cautious, Miss Sun Zi. Trubbish, use poison gas. Trubbish's eyes glowed blue as it unleashed a menacing aura that caused Sizer to falter in fear. Caught off guard by Trubbish's intimidating glare, Sizer found itself ensnared in a state of paralysis. Excellent. Now unleash tackle. Sizer dodge. The spoon snake charged towards the Scyther with astonishing speed, but the latter, attempting to dodge, found its movements sluggish due to paralysis, resulting in a fierce collision that sent it sprawling. The Scyther staggered back several paces before regaining its footing. Shuzi was quite vexed. Had the Scyther been in its prime, it would undoubtedly have outpaced the spoon snake. Yet, she failed to notice the Scyther's paralyzed state, which led to its significant misfortune. Had she opted for a more direct confrontation earlier, the damage could have been considerably lessened. Scyther, use Hyper Beam. Shuzi initiated her counterattack. The Scyther unleashed star-shaped beams from its pincers, striking the spoon snake directly. Remarkably, the spoon snake did not evade, charging forward once more. Scyther, use Metal Claw. The Scyther did not shy away either, its pincers gleaming with metallic sheen as it met the spoon snake head-on. From that moment forth, both sides engaged in an unending series of brutal collisions. Xiao Guang and Xiaoyao were left in stunned silence. Unable to fathom how the seemingly refined Kazama and the gentle and graceful Shuzi exhibited such a fierce fighting style, Kazama found himself in a bind. Facing a steel type with a poison type was nearly a foregone conclusion for this type of battle. Shuzi, on the other hand, was filled with regret. Her initial oversight had unwittingly drawn her into this relentless clash. Although the Scyther appeared to maintain an upper hand, from a trainer's perspective, she had already suffered a resounding defeat. It must be noted that as a challenger, she had the advantage of selecting Pokémon that countered those of the gym leader. The advantage of steel over poison was immense. Moreover, the Scyther not only held a type advantage, but also boasted superior speed compared to the Spoon Snake. With a body as resilient as steel, its offensive and defensive capabilities surpassed those of the Spoon Snake. Yet, even when the Spoon Snake's primary offensive strategies were neutralized, it could not secure a decisive victory. This was a monumental failure. Ultimately, the Scyther emerged victorious. Kazama sighed. There was no alternative, just as Shuzi had previously contemplated. The Scyther's superior attack and defense rendered the Spoon Snake's moves nearly ineffective, forcing it to rely solely on brute force. This battle had been fated for failure from the outset. However, the Scyther was now heaving heavily, its stamina flickering like a candle in the wind. Those present, including Shuzi's cheer squad, deemed Kazama the true victor. A splendid battle, Miss Shuzi, Kazama remarked as he recalled the Spoon Snake and sent forth his second Pokémon. Go, Zubat. Xiaoguang and Xiaoyao quickly consulted their Pokédex. Zubat, the bat Pokémon, is the evolved form of Golbat. It possesses sharp fangs and, like Golbat, can unleash ultrasonic attacks. Kazama initiated his assault. Zubat, use Air Cutter. The near-towering Zubat flapped its wings, sending two razor-sharp gusts slicing towards the Scyther. Scyther, use Double Team. Shuzi was gradually regaining her composure. In this match, she needed to draw Kazama into her rhythm. The Scyther began to move rapidly, creating two indistinguishable clones. The Air Cutter sliced through the two illusions, dispersing the Scyther's copies. The Scyther narrowly evaded the attack. However, Shuzi's expression grew increasingly grave. 2 years prior, when it was still a metapod, it could easily master two clones. After its evolution, it should have been able to create at least 4. The fact that it could barely manage 2 now spoke volumes about the Scyther's dire condition. Scyther, use Metal Claw. Shuzi resolved to end the battle swiftly. Zubat, use Double Team. Kazama remained unperturbed. Zubat executed Double Team, causing the Scyther's attack to miss while maneuvering behind it. This is troublesome, Shuzi thought to herself. While the Scyther was quick, it couldn't fly. In midair, evasion was impossible. Zubat, use Heat Wave. Kazama commanded, and Zubat opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of scalding air that engulfed the Scyther. The scorching wind battered the Scyther, which grimaced in pain before collapsing, its eyes spiraling like incense coils. The referee raised the flag. The Scyther has lost its ability to battle. Zubat is the victor. Return, Scyther, you did exceptionally well. Shuzi recalled her Scyther, yet her heart was tumultuous. She understood that every gym leader typically had strategies to counter type disadvantages. However, encountering a Zubat that could utilize fire-type moves right from the start was one thing. The majority of her Scyther's stamina had already been depleted by the Spoon Snake. Ultimately, this was the trainer's responsibility. There's still the next one. There's still the next one. Shuzi's cheer squad continued to rally, yet in her disordered state. Shuzi found it increasingly difficult to regain her composure. Go, Beedrill. Shuzi sent forth her second Pokémon, Beedrill, 2 years ago at the Quartz Conference. Beedrill had been one of her mainstays. Faced with a formidable opponent, Shuzi instinctively called upon her trusted companion, hoping to leverage its level for victory. However, she overlooked a crucial point. Zubat had already demonstrated both flying-type and fire-type moves. Ultimately, Beedrill could not triumph over Zubat, falling prey to an Air Cutter. In her utter disarray, Shuzi sent out her last Pokémon, Mewtwo. Yes, the one that could perform martial arts. However, Mewtwo's evolution techniques failed to materialize. Under Kazama's command, Zubat kept its distance, launching attacks from afar. Although Mewtwo was agile enough to dodge the Air Cutters, it was helpless against the wide-ranging Heat Wave. Zubat's Heat Wave enveloped most of the battlefield, leaving Mewtwo with nowhere to hide, ultimately exhausting its energy. As Mewtwo collapsed onto the ground, Shuzi's challenge came to an end. Mewtwo has lost its ability to battle. Zubat is the victor. Thus, the referee announced Kazama as the winner of this match. Shuzi felt disheartened. During her time in the Kanto region, she had faced no defeats in her gym challenges, successfully conquering 8 gyms in a row. Yet, after 2 years of diligent training, she found herself facing her second defeat in the Hoenn region. Miss Shuzi, we engaged in a magnificent battle. Kazama approached her, extending his hand. Thank you. Shuzi recognized that Kazama was merely offering consolation, yet she could only express her gratitude and shake his hand. Unexpectedly, Kazama subtly tickled her palm. Miss Shuzi, you actually performed very well. You just struggled to maintain your rhythm. If you are willing, might you join me for dinner tonight? We could delve deeper into this matter. Kazama suggested. Whether intentional or not, he emphasized the word deeper a tad too heavily. I'm sorry, Gym Leader Kazama. I have prior engagements this evening. Shuzi swiftly withdrew her hand and decisively declined. Her maid and cheer squad gathered around, especially a few handsome members of the cheer squad, casting unkind glances at Kazama. What a pity. Kazama sighed inwardly. It was a rare encounter with such an exquisite beauty, yet his usual methods had proven ineffective. When challengers came to his gym, male trainers of notable background would receive leniency in an effort to forge connections, while those without such pedigree would be swiftly defeated. As for female trainers, he would assess their attractiveness. Those deemed less appealing would be vanquished without hesitation, while those of striking beauty would first witness his formidable prowess and skill in battle, subsequently leading to an invitation for dinner. Naturally, the evening would culminate in a more intimate exchange. After about a week of such interactions, he would graciously accept another challenge, allowing them to win a badge. Although he had only recently become the official gym leader, with his outstanding looks and superior abilities compared to the average trainer, Kazama Ito had already charmed several girls through these tactics. However, Kaori was genuinely of noble lineage. While Kazama's appearance had indeed captivated her momentarily, it was far from sufficient to win her heart. In fact, Kaori found herself somewhat repulsed by this sanctimonious gym leader. Lin Dong and his companions arrived a bit later, unaware of Kazama's ulterior motives. Nevertheless, a fleeting glimmer in Kazama's eyes did not escape Lin Dong's notice. This fellow harbored intentions towards Kaori. However, Lin Dong deemed it irrelevant to himself, especially since Kaori had already turned him down. Moreover, with so many protectors in Kaori's cheering squad, Kazama would hardly dare to overstep his bounds. Thus, he merely exchanged pleasantries. Mr. Kazama, greetings. I eagerly anticipate our match tomorrow. Tomorrow? Kazama was taken aback for a moment. At that instant, a staff member from the gym stepped forward to explain. Ah, so you are the challenger scheduled for tomorrow. I hope we can have a splendid match. Kazama and Lin Dong shook hands, maintaining an air of naturalness. Watching this scene, Kaori perceived Kazama's duplicity more acutely. A pure hypocrite. His acting was indeed commendable, and with his handsome visage, he could easily make a name for himself in the film industry, perhaps even earning an Oscar. Kaori was reluctant to linger any longer, so she took Amy's hand and left the gym, followed closely by Lin Dong, Xiao Guang, and Xiao Yao. Chapter 124. The Married Man, Kazama Ito. What? This is utterly outrageous, Amy exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table. Fortunately, the private dining room was soundproof, shielding them from the ruckus of the dining hall, so the sharp sound went unheard outside. All right, Sister Amy, I have already made my refusal clear. Once I defeat him next time, we shall no longer have any further interactions, Kaori quickly reassured Amy. After her defeat to Ash at the court's conference, she had initially intended to challenge the Johto League the following year. However, repeated failures in the gym challenges in Johto had left her feeling lost. It was during this time that she arrived at the Aobashi gym and met Amy. Under Amy's tutelage, she discovered numerous shortcomings within herself, leading her to decide against challenging the Johto League and instead focus on her training for a period of time. Thus, she spent nearly a year honing her skills at the Aobashi gym, and soon they had become close friends. She was genuinely concerned that Amy might storm back to the Kaori gym. Although Amy possessed the strength not to fear Kazama, she was still a gym trainer from the Johto region, and an outright confrontation at the Kaori gym could potentially provoke discord between the Hoenn and Johto leagues, which would undoubtedly have adverse effects on Amy. However, Amy also understood that rushing over to beat Kazama would lead to undesirable consequences. Yet, the more she pondered, the angrier she became. Her initial impression of Kazama had been quite favorable, as his looks were indeed exceptional. But precisely because of that, her aversion deepened once his true nature was revealed. A hypocrite is even more detestable than a true villain. How about this, Amy? Tomorrow, I will help you vent your frustrations. How does that sound? Lin Dong chimed in, attempting to soothe her. Upon hearing this, Amy's eyes brightened. Yes. How did I not think of that? Really? That would be fantastic. I'll show him a thing or two. Amy pumped her small fist, eager to give him a thorough lesson. However, Kaori found herself puzzled by Amy's words. What? Sister Amy, did you just say 1 against 3? You're not actually considering lending him your Pokémon, are you? Kaori pondered, and that was the only possibility she could conceive. Though she had not yet celebrated her 20th birthday, Having reached the 4th round of the court's conference, she was a relatively well-known trainer. Moreover, after 2 years of training, her abilities had significantly improved compared to her time at the court's conference. Yet, she had been unable to defeat Kazama, even with her Scyther, which had a distinct type advantage. Borrow? Absolutely not. Lindong doesn't need that at all. Amy replied with a mysterious smile. Hee, you'll see tomorrow. Amy had not even considered whether Lindong could defeat Kazama, not to mention the legendary Suicune. Even the seemingly harmless Pikachu that Lindong was currently holding could likely trounce Kazama's Pokémon. She had witnessed Pikachu absorbing the energy from the electric gem that night, and it was now at a level of power that surpassed even the legendary Zapdos. Lindong, please do not underestimate Kazama. Despite his unremarkable character, he possesses considerable strength. Kaori couldn't help but warn. Rest assured, it will be fine, Lindong replied with a smile. By the way, Lindong, since you are also aiming to challenge the Hoenn League, may I ask how many badges you have collected so far? Kaori inquired. Badges. Lindong produced his badge collection case to show Kaori, revealing that he had already acquired 4. 4? Wait, what is this? Kaori's eyes widened as she spotted a truly remarkable badge among them. This is the Balance Badge. You defeated Mr. Cheery. Kaori was astonished. She had just come from Orange City, where she had suffered her first defeat in the Hoenn region at the hands of Cheery. Indeed, I witnessed that match. Lindong defeated my father's Kingler with a single move. Even now, it feels quite unbelievable. Xiao Yao reminisced, her eyes reflecting nostalgia. Father? You are. Kaori was taken aback. Xiao Yao is Mr. Cheery's daughter, Lindong clarified. Now, Kaori could not help but believe it. Being defeated in one move was a tale that would likely haunt any gym trainer. And with Mr. Cheery's daughter confirming it, along with the glaring Balance Badge, it had to be true. To defeat Cheery's Kingler in a single move was something Kaori could scarcely fathom. The despair that Kingler had instilled in her was still vividly etched in her memory. Lindong, may I inquire how you managed to accomplish that? Kaori couldn't suppress her curiosity. Ah, that was a self-created technique, not replicable. Lindong thought it best to quash Kaori's hopes right away. The Spiral Shadow Ball was a unique move that had no equal. Very well, Kaori conceded, understanding that a self-created technique was something not easily divulged. At the league conference, she might even find herself as Lindong's opponent someday. Kaori fully comprehended. So, what are your plans moving forward? I've heard that Kinizumi City has many unique delicacies. Not to mention a museum, she remarked. As the conversation flowed, the group of girls quickly became more familiar with one another, especially Xiao Yao, who found common ground with Kaori in discussing food. Xiao Guang occasionally chimed in as well. It seemed that food, travel, and shopping were indeed universal topics among girls. On the other side, Kazama Itsuki returned home with a furrowed brow. At the threshold, he took a deep breath, donning a facade of cheerfulness. In truth, with Kazama's strikingly handsome visage, melodious voice, exceptional prowess, and status as the dojo master, he was far from lacking in female admirers. Yet, the very reason he employed such tactics to woo female trainers was that he was already wed. Dinner in the evening could be deemed a social obligation. By day, his role was to mentor young trainers. Naturally, his so-called mentoring bore a striking resemblance to a character from a drama Lindong had seen in his past life, where a certain dean taught foreign languages. However, these justifications were necessary. Otherwise, how could he deceive his wife? Moreover, a significant portion of his current standing was attributed to his wife's influence. With a smile, Kazama opened the front door and stepped inside. A woman was seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television. Standing at 5 feet tall and weighing around 200 pounds, this was Kazama's wife, Rika. Yet, this woman possessed an unusual identity. Her brother, Cargos, was one of the elite 4 of the Hoenn League. Back already? Rika glanced at Kazama. Hurry up and take a shower. We have business to attend to afterward. Of course, Kazama replied with an exceedingly gentle tone, promptly changing his shoes and heading straight for the bathroom, neglecting to bring a change of clothes. He was acutely aware of what awaited him shortly. It would all need to be shed anyway. After all, he would have to cleanse himself again afterward, so it mattered not. Upon entering the bathroom and shutting the door, Kazama filled the tub with steaming water. The air became thick with steam, and as he gazed into the mirror, his handsome features gradually contorted. Did he harbor feelings for Rika? The answer was a complex mix of affection and indifference. He admired Rika for her brother, Cargos, for it was through him that he had ascended to his current position. Beyond that, he held no fondness for Rika whatsoever. From his school days, he had been the undisputed heartthrob, the epitome of charm. Countless girls, including the class and school beauties, were enamored with him. Yet he never engaged in a single romantic endeavor. This was largely due to Rika, who was 8 years his senior and already a school instructor, keeping a watchful eye on him. Any girl who dared to approach him was met with Rika's relentless tactics. Rika's possessiveness was nearly suffocating. In this world, children matured early. At 14, Kazama was already cognizant of Rika's intentions. He was unwilling to concede or submit. Thus, he devoted himself to his studies with fervor. By the age of 15, through his exemplary academic performance, he earned the opportunity to select a starter Pokémon. Kazama was elated, for from that point onward, he could officially become a Pokémon trainer. As long as he achieved success at the league conference, he could secure a position within the league and ascend to the pinnacle of his life. However, he had underestimated the challenges ahead. While fate had bestowed upon him a flawless visage, it was both a blessing and a curse. His family's financial situation was precarious, evident from his need to strive for the top to earn the chance to choose a starter Pokémon. Yet, despite the relentless pursuit of this opportunity, it ultimately eluded him. Upon visiting the local Pokémon center responsible for distributing starters, he was informed that his name was absent from the official list. He took a considerable amount of time to recover from the shock, and as he emerged from the center, despondent, the first person he encountered was Rika. That statement he would never forget. Did you think your efforts would suffice? Little Itsuki, you know my intentions. Of course, Kazama was aware. Yet he remained resolute in his refusal to yield. Consequently, he became a bug catcher, capturing his first Pokémon, a Caterpie, with a self-made net. In the subsequent endeavors to elevate Caterpie's level, he faced numerous challenges, being pursued by bee drills, having his meager food supplies pilfered by rattatas, and being driven away by flocks of swablu. Eventually, he succeeded in evolving Caterpie into a Butterfree, with a solid theoretical foundation and experience accumulated through countless adventures. Kazama captured several more Pokémon, including a Lotad and a Zubat. As his strength grew, Kazama resolved to challenge the Hoenn League. Armed with his Hoenn techniques, he triumphed in gym battles, successfully collecting 8 badges. At the age of 16, he participated in his first league conference. Believing that his struggles were finally over and that he would distance himself from the nightmare that was Rika. However, fate played another cruel trick on him. At the conference venue, he encountered Rika once more, who greeted him with a chilling smile. In the preliminary round, he faced an exceptionally formidable opponent, a flamboyantly dressed young man. He sent forth his initial Pokémon, Butterfree, while his opponent unleashed a powerful Metagross from a luxury ball. Kazama gritted his teeth, enduring for a brief period, but ultimately Butterfree succumbed to Metagross. Thus concluded his journey at the league conference. His performance astonished his adversaries, and the young man approached him, whispering, "Brother, don't blame me. Blame yourself for crossing the wrong person." In that instant, Kazama comprehended. This was Rika's doing. As he exited the venue, Rika awaited him. "Well, little Itsuki, can you provide me with an answer now?" "Not at all," Kazama replied, not looking back as he departed. Subsequently, his opponent became the runner-up of that year's tournament, while Kazama, despite having the potential to reach the top 16 and earn the title of elite trainer, remained unyielding. He planned to venture to the Kanto region to participate in their league conference, convinced that once he left Hoenn, Rika's influence could not reach him. Yet again, he miscalculated. While Rika could not exert control over the Kanto League, she ensnared Kazama's family in a web of misfortune. His parents lost their jobs, were swindled out of their savings, and fell into debt. When creditors came knocking, a heated altercation caused Kazama's mother to faint from anger, leaving her with a chronic illness. With no choice but to cease his travels in Kanto, Kazama returned home to care for his parents. Alongside this, his dream of becoming a top trainer shattered. To fund his mother's treatment, he applied for a grassroots position with the league as a high-ranking trainer. With his solid foundation, he passed the examination and became a league staff member. He felt a glimmer of hope, as it seemed Rika had finally forgotten him. However, he was too naive. Initially, he had been slated for a 9-to-5 job in the locality, but the final appointment by the league assigned him the role of an island guardian. What is an island guardian? The Hoenn region boasts vast oceanic expanses, with numerous isolated islands serving as extensions of the league's influence. An island guardian, as the name suggests, is stationed on these uninhabited islands. Once more, Rika sought out Kazama. How is the work of an island guardian? Little Itsuki, if you wish to change your fate, it is not too late. Rika's obsession with Kazama had escalated to an alarming degree. I will guard the island. Kazama hesitated but ultimately declined Rika's advances while accepting the position of island guardian. Though the work was arduous, the salary was equivalent to that of a city job, enabling him to afford his mother's treatment. Thus, he had no choice but to comply. Kazama ventured to the islands, enduring the elements day after day. Perhaps it is the last flicker of mercy from the heavens that has bestowed upon him this role as the guardian of the island. The burdens of his task have etched a profound weariness upon his demeanor, yet they have left but faint traces upon his visage. The vengeance of Rico has not yet ceased. Throughout this year, the supplies on this desolate island have dwindled to an alarming extent, ultimately leading to a complete cessation of provisions. Kazama's access to fresh water and sustenance has been severed. Initially, he managed to endure, but soon, he found himself compelled to return to the city and beseech the Alliance for aid. To his dismay, not only did the Alliance neglect to investigate the withholding of supplies, but they also issued him a reprimand for negligence, threatening his dismissal. This decree struck him like a thunderclap, utterly shattering Kazama's spirit. Gazing upon his mother, pale and frail upon her sickbed, and his father, stooped and graying, Kazama's dignity and resolve were obliterated in that moment, leaving no remnant of their former existence. Kazama returned to the familiar halls of his school, where on the playground, he arranged petals into a heart shape, cradling a rose as he knelt. Chapter 126, The Promotion of Kazama. This year, Kazama turned 18. That kneeling act altered the trajectory of his fate. The reprimand was swiftly rescinded by the Alliance, which, upon investigation, discovered that Amir in turn had inadvertently committed an error. The intern was dismissed. Kazama's mother received the finest medical care and gradually regained her health. His father's posture straightened considerably. In light of the unjust treatment he had endured, the Alliance granted Kazama a substantial compensation, and he was reassigned from the island back to the city. Kazama resolved to resign from his position and pursue his dream of becoming a top-tier trainer. At the age of 20, Kazama once again participated in the Hoenn Alliance conference. This time, with Rico's assistance, he navigated the competition with ease, swiftly advancing to the top 32. In the subsequent rounds, he seized the opportunity to showcase his prowess, achieving 3 consecutive victories and reaching the final 4. Although he fell short in the semifinals, this accomplishment was commendable. That year, he ascended to the rank of elite trainer and took a position at the Alliance headquarters. At 21, he obtained certification as a gym leader. Under the auspices of Kagose, he arrived in Kanezumi City, assuming the role of gym leader. Though Kanezumi Gym was not yet officially recognized, this position was still quite an achievement. By the age of 26, he was appointed as the official gym leader, fully embracing the responsibilities of the title. However, Kazama bore no gratitude towards Rico or Kagose. He could have led a more illustrious life, but having reached this juncture, his only ambition remained to ascend further. He yearned for progress. Yet, when Kagose received the opportunity to elevate a gym to official status, he chose the Rinshin Gym, led by Mashichiro. In that moment, Kazama was engulfed by fury. His perspective shifted once more. He no longer wished to be merely Kagose's subordinate, nor to remain Rico's plaything. He refused to be directed by others. He aspired to be the one who commanded. Thus, upon becoming the official gym leader and commencing the formal gym challenge, he instituted a new rule. Male trainers with connections would receive favors from him, as they could potentially become valuable resources in the future. For those without connections, he would demonstrate his might, showcasing his abilities to the outside world. This would ensure that the affluent scions would appreciate the favors he extended. As for female trainers, his intentions were even more intricate. At 27, he remained strikingly handsome. If he could entice a wealthy heiress, he could cast Rico aside. Now that he held the title of gym leader, even without a champion's background, with the support of a prominent family, Kagose would find it impossible to undermine his position. Of course, in the case of beautiful female trainers without connections, Kazama was also inclined to offer a badge, enjoying light-hearted interactions to ease his mind. However, for those lacking both beauty and connections, he would treat them as he did male trainers without resources, easily defeating them with his main team. Regrettably, finding a wealthy heiress was no simple task. Kazama had only recently become the official gym leader. Kuno was the first candidate who met his criteria as a wealthy heiress. At this juncture, one might wonder why Kazama sought to defeat Kuno. The answer is straightforward. Kazama understood that wealthy heiresses were not easily captured. Rico, with her unique appearance, had utilized her brother's influence to compel attractive suitors to yield. Yet Kuno was surrounded by handsome admirers. While Kazama possessed considerable confidence in his looks, he was also self-aware enough to realize that his modest advantage in appearance would merely garner him some favorable opinions. To make an heiress of Kuno's caliber fall for him at first sight would undoubtedly be insufficient. Thus, he needed to create more opportunities for encounters. Winning against Kuno was the most effective strategy. This way, at least Kuno would likely challenge him again in pursuit of a badge. If fortune favored him, they might even share a dinner that evening. Upon contemplating this, Kazama chastised himself. How could he have let his mind wander to such trivialities? Today was a promising occasion. Yet he had allowed base instincts to cloud his judgment, treating Kuno as he would any ordinary girl. Now, not only had he jeopardized any goodwill, but he had likely tarnished his impression. Acknowledging his diminishing chances, Kazama resolved that when Kuno next challenged him, he would deliberately lose, granting her the badge to mitigate any lingering resentment. As for Lin Dong, who would challenge him the following morning, Kazama intended to have every challenger make an appointment, during which time his gym staff would investigate their backgrounds. However, Lin Dong's background required no scrutiny. That name resonated profoundly with him. In fact, he owed Lin Dong a debt of gratitude. Had Lin Dong not reported Mushichiro to Professor Okido, resulting in Kago's losing his foremost subordinate, how could Kago's have resorted to such measures to expedite Kazama's ascension to an official gym leader position? In truth, after Mushichiro's dismissal that day, Kago's began contemplating his next course of action. Ultimately, he relinquished the Rinshin gym while also conceding additional benefits. In exchange, the Alliance approved his proposal to revoke the formal gym certification of the Shinpu gym. This gym had been a family legacy after the passing of the former leader. Its strength had plummeted. Previously, it had barely managed to sustain itself due to the presence of the former leader's signature Pokémon. However, recently, that Pokémon had also succumbed to illness, rendering Shinpu Gym incapable of maintaining its status as a formal gym. Nevertheless, many within the Alliance had retained fond memories of the former leader, preventing the revocation of its certification. Yet, once Kago's proposed it, others found it difficult to oppose. Thus, Shinpu Gym's certification was rescinded, and under Kago's influence, Kanazumi Gym successfully attained its official status. This encapsulates Kazama's rise to prominence. Therefore, Kazama genuinely feared provoking Lin Dong. He was already devising ways to expedite the departure of this troublesome entity. However, while he was preoccupied with these thoughts, his bath extended longer than anticipated. In the bedroom, Riko, having awaited him without success, knocked impatiently on the bathroom door. "Kazama, are you not ready yet? Hurry up. Almost there, just a moment." Kazama swiftly composed himself, adopting a gentle tone as he opened the door, wearing a smile. Whether he was internally cursing, however, remained a mystery. Under the oppressive influence of Rikuan, Kazama Ito adeptly lowered his head. Chapter 127, Kyryulian challenged the Kana Gym. The following day, Lin Dong and his companions arrived at Kana Gym. Kaneko accompanied them, bringing along her cheerleading squad. Xiao Wang and Xiaoyao joined the cheerleaders as well, all there to cheer for Lin Dong. Kaneko and Ami settled into the audience seats, Ami appearing quite relaxed, while Kaneko exhibited signs of anxiety. Although she was aware that Lin Dong had triumphed over Qianli, Kazama Ito's strength was not to be underestimated. Kaneko felt that achieving a 1 vs 3 victory was indeed a formidable challenge. Kazama Ito and Lin Dong stood firm in the trainer area. Lin Dong had already devised his strategy the previous night, now displaying an air of composure and mastery. His plan remained steadfast, to enhance Kyryulian's experience. According to the gym challenge rules, the gym leader must attack first. Should Kazama Ito deploy a high-level main Pokémon, Lin Dong would initially send out Pikachu or Gungawa to weaken the opposing main Pokémon, subsequently bringing out Kyryulian to claim the knockout. Conversely, if Kazama Ito introduced a standard mid-tier Pokémon to counter challengers, Lin Dong would directly unleash Kyryulian. The Kyryulian, nurtured with the provided training package, was more than capable of handling those opponents. Kazama Ito appeared equally calm and composed, having also resolved to hold back. He intended to let Lin Dong win, handing over the badge to expedite this troublesome star's departure from Kana City. With the cautionary tale of Chu Yi in mind, Kazama Ito was reluctant to engage with Lin Dong. The referee had taken their position. The formal gym challenge between gym leader Mr. Kazama Ito and challenger Mr. Lin Dong was about to commence. Each side was limited to 3 Pokémon. The match would conclude when one party's Pokémon were rendered incapable of battle. During the match, only the challenger could substitute Pokémon. The match begins. No sooner had the referee's voice faded than Kazama Ito hurled a Pokeball. "I shall lead with my first Pokémon. Go, Toxicroak." Lin Dong's spirit soared. Toxicroak was an old friend. Kazama Ito's choice of Toxicroak did not surprise Lin Dong. After all, Kana Gym specialized in poison-type Pokémon. And if there were a type that poison Pokémon dreaded facing, it would undoubtedly be steel types. As the poison-type gym leader, Kazama Ito surely possessed means to counter steel types. The heat wave from yesterday was one such tactic. Toxicroak, being a dual poison and fighting type, while poison moves were nearly ineffective against steel Pokémon, its fighting moves proved quite effective. One could not deny Kazama Ito's prowess. However, this arrangement conveniently favored Lin Dong. "Poison and fighting, is it? You shall not escape." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Dong enlarged Kyryulian's Pokeball in his hand. "Kyryulian, it shall be you." Shiryu. Kazama Ito was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Lindong would summon a non-steel Pokémon, although he had planned to hold back. The presence of Kaneko and her cheerleading squad watching made him hesitant to be overtly lenient. Thus, he intended to engage in a fair fight, only to lose by a narrow margin later. Nevertheless, this was also favorable. Kyriulian's psychic abilities were the bane of Toxicroak, and a loss would leave no room for criticism. Kyriulian used Poison Jab. Kazama Ito sought to take the initiative. However, Lindong had already devised his strategy. There was no need for verbal commands. The Ralts hatched from the egg had long since formed a telepathic bond with Lindong. The power of telepathy lies in its immediacy. Typical commands, when shouted by trainers, consume time. Even with utmost synergy, Pokémon require a certain reaction time. Perhaps the audience wouldn't perceive any noticeable delay when trainers and Pokémon shared a strong bond. Yet the subtle difference was palpable to the trainers in battle. Telepathy always stayed a step ahead. The moment Toxicroak approached Kyriulian, the latter executed teleport. Toxicroak lost its target, while Kyriulian had already maneuvered behind it. A psychic blast struck. Despite Toxicroak's substantial level, it revealed a pained expression under the psychic assault. Nevertheless, it drew upon its robust foundation to break free from the psychic grasp. Well done, Toxicroak. Again, use Poison Jab. Kazama Ito commanded another attack. Meanwhile, Kyriulian executed the same maneuver. Teleporting behind Toxicroak, it unleashed another psychic strike. Playful. The thought suddenly crossed Kaneko's mind. To her, Lindong was toying with Kazama Ito. Up to this point, Lindong hadn't issued a single command. Even with Kazama Ito's intention to hold back, he found himself quite irked by this development. Yet, whether to hold back or not was no longer his decision to make, as he realized he had no means to counter Kyriulian's unreasonable strategy. Toxicroak soon succumbed. The psychic assault's damage was overwhelmingly potent. It simply couldn't withstand it. As Toxicroak's eyes turned spiraled, the referee promptly raised the flag. Toxicroak is unable to battle. Kyriulian is the victor. Well done, Toxicroak. Return. Kazama Ito recalled Toxicroak and swiftly retrieved his second Pokeball. Go, Venomoth. He sent forth his first partner. This Venomoth was of considerable level. In front of the audience, even if he were to hold back, he couldn't suffer a complete defeat. However, Lindong showed no signs of fear. Venomoth was merely a Pokémon. Such creatures ranked low within the first tier. The Kyriulian, nurtured with the training package, held abundant energy. Venomoth, use Bug Buzz. Kazama Ito commanded his Pokémon to unleash its ultimate move. Having previously witnessed Kyriulian's extraordinary teleport, Kazama Ito opted to saturate the battlefield with attacks. What good is your teleport? Can you evade sound waves? Venomoth began to flap its wings, sending sonic waves radiating outward. Yet, Lindong had a countermeasure ready. As Venomoth commenced its wing vibrations, Kyriulian initiated its psychic grip. The sonic assault abruptly ceased. Despite Venomoth's high level, it could also break free from the psychic binding. However, as soon as it was momentarily disturbed by the psychic force, its wing vibrations halted, rendering it unable to execute Bug Buzz. Kazama Ito's heart raced. Lindong's prowess exceeded his expectations. Suddenly, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Could the rumors circulating within the league be true? Had Lindong not only reported to Professor Okito, but also defeated Chui-Chang? Kazama Ito had never truly believed these rumors. Moreover, Chui-Chang himself had denied the incident. Kazama Ito harbored grievances against Cargos and hadn't been in contact with him recently, leaving him unaware of the happenings at the Rinshin Gym. However, this situation suggested the rumors might hold some truth. Could it be that Chui-Chang was indeed defeated and, fearing embarrassment, chose to deny it? Yet, Kazama Ito had no time to verify this matter, for Kyriulian was already launching an attack on Venomoth. Chapter 128, 1 against 3. Kyriulian. As Kazama Ito's mind raced with thoughts, Kyriulian unleashed a phantom beam that struck Venomoth. Kazama Ito couldn't help but grimace. This young man shows no regard for martial ethics. Seizing the opportunity while he was momentarily distracted and unguarded, the attack came swiftly. However, Kazama's reflexes were remarkably sharp, quickly stabilizing his stance. Toxic Powder Butterfly, unleash Silver Cyclone. Kazama was aware that the bug cry had already been countered by Lindong, prompting him to change tactics immediately. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the advantage of psychic connection became evident. As Kazama's command for the Silver Cyclone was uttered, Lindong anticipated his intention, directing Kyriulian to lock onto the Toxic Powder Butterfly's wings with a psychic grip. The Silver Cyclone, requiring the flapping of wings to be executed, faltered under this psychic interference. Meanwhile, Kyriulian began chanting, and simultaneously released a beam of illusionary light. The toxic powder butterfly, hindered by the psychic force, was rendered incapable not only of launching its ultimate move, but also of evading the attack, as it needed to flap its wings to maneuver swiftly. Once again, the toxic powder butterfly was struck. Thus, Kazama found himself ensnared in a relentless cycle of defeat. He had attempted to have the toxic powder butterfly counter with its own illusionary light, yet the moment it did, Caterpie responded with a combination of teleportation and psychic force, mirroring the previous encounter with the toxic skeleton frog. The only difference was the integration of illusionary light with psychic force. The toxic powder butterfly's wide-range ultimate attacks all depended on its wings. But those attacks had been dismantled by Lindong. Ultimately, the toxic powder butterfly succumbed with reluctance, as it plummeted to the ground, its eyes transforming into a spiral pattern. The referee promptly raised the flag. The toxic powder butterfly has lost its fighting capability, granting victory to Caterpie. Return, my old companion, toxic powder butterfly. May you rest well. Kazama retracted the Pokémon, his expression dark as coal, while he had allowed some leeway. Being defeated in such a manner was a blow to his pride. This young lad is utterly disregarding the rules. In the realm of battles, one must know their limits. Do you understand? Kazama clenched his teeth, shifting his hand at his waist to retrieve the final precious Pokeball. Go forth, cross-bat. A bat of considerable height appeared on the battlefield, exuding a somewhat intimidating aura. Lindong's expression turned slightly grave. This cross-bat was unlike the toxic powder butterfly. The two were incomparable. The latter species was considered inferior even within the first tier, whereas the cross-bat could even hold its own against the elite trio. Some formidable individuals among the cross-bats had the potential to transcend into the second tier. Of course, this particular cross-bat was far from that level. Yet it remained a formidable adversary. Cross-bat, employ poison attack. The cross-bat opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of venom towards Caterpie. Teleport. In an instant, Caterpie vanished, the poison splattering harmlessly onto the ground. Kazama, seizing the moment, commanded the cross-bat to turn and attack. However, as the command was only half-formed, he was left speechless. Caterpie had not teleported behind the cross-bat. Instead, it merely moved to the side. Kazama was taken aback. Due to the cross-bat's innate understanding of him, it had already turned to face the rear, poised for attack. Yet this inadvertently exposed its back to the opponent. A beam of illusionary light struck true, hitting the cross-bat. Kazama's expression darkened once more. Why was Lindong deviating from the expected course? He realized that his command and the cross-bat's action would appear utterly comical to the spectators. Furious, Kazama bellowed, "Cross-bat, unleash poison attack." The cross-bat, influenced by Kazama's rage, expelled its venom with ferocity, akin to a swift arrow aimed at Caterpie. However, it was futile. No matter how rapid the attack, it could not surpass the seemingly overpowered teleportation. Caterpie effortlessly evaded the strike. This time, as Caterpie vanished, Kazama issued a new command. Crossbat, execute airblade. Though Kazama's crossbat had yet to master the art of multitasking, the seamless connection between its skills was nearly instantaneous. Two blades of air swept towards Caterpie's flanks. Yet, Caterpie reappeared behind the crossbat, locking it with psychic force while simultaneously firing an illusionary beam that struck home. WOC. Kazama erupted with expletives. His composed demeanor shattered. Despite the crossbat's high level, it could not endure an onslaught of this magnitude. The critical issue was that his strategies to counter Lindong's teleportation, turning to attack from behind and sweeping the sides, were mutually exclusive. This represented the strategic contest between trainers. Theoretically, it should have been a 50-50 chance. However, Kazama had unwittingly fallen into Lindong's rhythm, who had continuously anticipated his every move. Entrapped in the opponent's tempo, escape was no simple feat. Kazama suddenly sensed a sense of déjà vu. That's right. Just yesterday, he had drawn Su Zi into his rhythm, securing an effortless victory. He cast a glance at Lindong, only to find him wearing an enigmatic smile. Cold sweat broke out on Kazama's brow. Seizing the opportunity while Kazama was momentarily dazed, Lindong unleashed another illusionary light upon the crossbat. The creature displayed signs of pain, yet Lindong was not without his own struggles. Having noticed that Caterpie was beginning to tire. After all, it had yet to achieve its final evolution. And facing a high-level opponent like the crossbat was proving to be quite taxing. However, Kazama, already thrown into disarray, failed to recognize this. His mind fixated solely on one thought. He could not be defeated so thoroughly. All-out attack. Kazama made the most irrational decision. The crossbat launched a frenzied barrage of attacks, skills flying in every direction. Lian, in contrast, abandoned offense entirely, focusing solely on teleporting to evade each skill. Its energy reserves were dwindling, making every attack precious, and it could not afford to miss. Kazama, in a fit of madness, had the crossbat mirror his reckless emotions, spiraling into chaos. In the audience, many women expressed their concern for Lindong. On the surface, it appeared that the crossbat was overwhelming Lian. Yet, from Lian's perspective, the crossbat had nearly forsaken defense, leaving itself wide open. Finally, Lian seized an opportunity, launching an illusionary light that struck the crossbat's vital area. Already fatigued, the crossbat was further weakened by this strike and immediately fell to the ground, its eyes spiraling into oblivion. The referee was momentarily stunned, but soon regained composure and raised the flag. The crossbat has lost its fighting capability, and Lian emerges victorious. Thus, the victor of this match is Lindong. Chapter 129. Suzy seeks to become a disciple? Kazama was left dumbfounded by the outcome. This was undoubtedly the most humiliating battle since he had officially become a gym leader. It was no longer a matter of deliberately holding back. He found himself unable to win even if he wished to. A gym leader, reduced to this state by a novice trainer. He could hardly bear such disgrace. Yet, acknowledging that his opponent was Lindong, he internally cursed while maintaining a smile on his face, presenting a purple, teardrop-shaped badge. A truly splendid match. This is proof of your victory over me, the poison badge. Lindong accepted the badge but did not extend his hand for a handshake. Kazama, unperturbed, thought to himself, what significance does a handshake hold? It is of utmost importance to expel this villain from the city of Kana. Lian swiftly teleported onto Lindong's shoulder. After a brief embrace, Lindong returned Lian to its Pokéball. This battle had yielded significant experience for Lian, and the energy absorbed through the nutrient solution had stabilized. If this trend continues, becoming the world's strongest Shinado is not merely a dream. The efficacy of this nurturing package has been validated, and Lindong's anticipation for that egg has grown immensely. The system scan revealed that the egg is, in fact, a sticky Pokemon egg. The sticky Pokemon, which evolves into the formidable Megaseptile, a quasi-legendary Pokemon. Although in the animated series, Megaseptile did not enjoy particularly glorious moments, even being countered by Ash's Fairy-type Slurpuff in the Kalos League, resulting in a one-for-one exchange, a quasi-legendary is still a quasi-legendary. Lindong would not be foolish enough to pit Megaseptile against Fairy-types. The prospect of the world's strongest Megaseptile is beyond imagination. Furthermore, with the nutrient solution provided by the system, it would take no more than 9 months for the sticky Pokemon to evolve into Megaseptile. This implies that if training commences now, it could potentially compete in next year's league conference. This thought exhilarated Lindong. Initially, Lindong was reluctant to start nurturing a quasi-legendary from scratch, as it is an arduous endeavor. Quasi-legendaries typically exhibit their true strength only after reaching their final evolution. In their juvenile stages, their capabilities are merely average. The evolution process is lengthy and resource-intensive. For instance, the sticky Pokemon is arguably the weakest Dragon-type Pokemon. It is challenging to endure during this phase. With the same resources, the starter Pokemon would have likely achieved their final evolutions, while the sticky Pokemon might not even evolve into Megaseptile. Thus, from an economic standpoint, nurturing a quasi-legendary is truly unwise. However, the nurturing package provided by the system changes the game. The nutrient solution functions much like experience potions from past games. As long as one consumes the nutrient solution regularly, one can grow stronger. This convenience is remarkable. With the dream of the world's strongest Megaseptile in mind, Lindong exited the Kana gym. Upon stepping outside, Xuanzi hurried a few paces to stand before Lindong. Today, Xuanzi was not clad in a kimono but wore a delightful pea-green dress. In truth, she did not wear a kimono every day, as that outfit was not particularly convenient. She reserved it for very formal competitions. Lindong had never seen this side of Xuanzi before. She remained elegant, yet with a touch of youthfulness and vivacity. Her porcelain-like skin glimmered in the sunlight, accentuating her graceful figure. Lindong, Xuanzi hesitated. What is it? Lindong inquired, puzzled. I wish to become your disciple, Xuanzi declared, startling him. What did you say? Lindong was grateful he hadn't been drinking water, or he would have surely spat it out. I said I wish to become your disciple, Xuanzi reiterated with utmost seriousness. Are you joking? I'm not even older than you, Lindong replied helplessly. Age does not determine wisdom. Mastery comes from experience, Xuanzi insisted earnestly. You defeated Winchim's 3 Pokemon using only 1 Lian, without being hit by a single attack. This clearly indicates that your prowess surpasses Winchim's. Therefore, I wish to learn from you. Please accept me as your disciple. She bowed deeply. Please don't do that. Lindong quickly helped her up. Even with his thick skin, he felt unworthy of accepting Xuanzi as a disciple. His greatest advantage lay merely in having watched the animated series and learned various battle tactics from several masters. Furthermore, he possessed a modest understanding of the games, which granted him some insight into Pokémon. For example, the battle strategy employed by Cerulean today was designed based on the fighting style of Kalo's champion Karuna Shinado. Such a strategy is undeniably strong. Similarly, for Dragonite, Lindong had drawn upon the battle techniques of numerous Dragonite trainers from his past life. As for Pikachu, he was thoroughly familiar with it. However, for Pokémon with limited reference materials, Lindong's proficiency would significantly diminish. Take Darkrai, for instance. The tactics of the legendary Pokémon were hardly informative, though Lindong had begun to develop some personal insights regarding battles. He felt it was still too early to take on a disciple. Nevertheless, he had noticed certain issues that arose during Xuanzi's battle yesterday and believed discussing them would not be problematic. After helping Xuanzi to her feet, he quickly released his grip. Despite the delightful feel of her skin, the eager gaze of her cheer squad was intensely scrutinizing him. There's no need for a formal apprenticeship. You merely wish to understand where you faltered in yesterday's match, right? We can discuss that. Really? That would be wonderful. Xuanzi beamed. In truth, Xuanzi's issues were quite straightforward. She had failed to adhere to her established strategy and lacked a distinctive battle style. Her initial selection of Scyther indicated her prior research on the Kana gym. However, the energy consumption when battling against the Snivy was unexpectedly high, which likely caught her off guard. Consequently, she became flustered. In her subsequent Pokémon choices, she relied solely on level superiority. While this is understandable, it was precisely this mindset that led to her defeat. Adapting during battle is essential, but her improvisation resulted in sending out a Budew, which held no advantages in any regard. Thus, she lost. Another issue was her failure to cultivate her unique battle style. Take Ash, for example. His battle style is characterized by sheer aggression. He strikes first without hesitation, seeking opportunities within his offensive maneuvers. Is this style effective? Not particularly, as he often disregards type advantages, recklessly engaging against unfavorable matchups. Yet he perseveres, establishing a rhythm that is distinctly his own. In doing so, he avoids confusion during battles, resorting to an instinctual attack when opportunities elude him, gradually searching for openings through his aggression. Therefore, his decisions are always decisive, and he exudes confidence throughout battles, a quality that transfers to his Pokémon, allowing them to perform at their fullest potential. Unlike Xuanzi, who failed to showcase her capabilities and consequently lost the match. Chapter 130. Hitching a ride to Zijing City. Lindong was also in the process of developing his own style. However, his approach varied according to the Pokémon he employed. For instance, his plan for Bulbasaur was to cultivate multitasking abilities, transforming it into a steadfast, balanced artillery platform. If it lacks speed, then evasion is unnecessary. Bulbasaur possesses ample means to restore stamina and heal injuries. This strategy would optimize Bulbasaur's potential rather than waiting for its evolution into Venusaur while still contemplating high-speed maneuvers. Similarly, for Cerulean, Lindong adopted Karuna's strategy, teleporting to evade attacks and utilizing ranged assault techniques to defeat opponents. This combat style is especially well-suited to Lindong's Cerulean, as the energy contained within it, thanks to the nurturing package, far exceeds that of other individuals of the same species. The evolution into Shinado follows suit. This represents Cerulean's advantage, and such a tactic can maximize that advantage. It is often said, skills come without cost. This style must be adhered to steadfastly. Though Lindong would not employ a Venusaur against a Charizard, if circumstances necessitated such a confrontation, his strategy would remain unaltered. It would be unreasonable to expect his Venusaur to learn agility simply because it faces a fire-type Pokémon. Upon hearing Lindong's explanation, Sunzi experienced a sudden epiphany. Was it not this very style that she lacked? Regarding Scyther, one could either capitalize on its type advantage to adopt a steady defensive counter-strategy or embrace a swift, aggressive approach characterized by the striking red hues of its shiny form. However, her indecision between these two tactics led her to engage in a head-on confrontation with Kazama Y. If she had been more resolute, launching a relentless assault would have ensured that the speed of the Snivy could not keep pace with Scyther. Alternatively, a strategy of retreating while engaging would have mitigated Scyther's resource depletion. The same principle applies when selecting Pokémon. Although Scyther is resource-intensive, it indeed emerged victorious. She ought not to have so hastily abandoned her pre-battle strategy in favor of sending out Budew. While Mewtwo possesses its own distinctive combat style, it proved ineffective in the presence of Zubat, which would not engage it in close quarters. Despite Mewtwo's higher level, as Lin Dong stated, it held no advantage against Zubat. Sun Zi swiftly comprehended her missteps. With this newfound understanding, her gaze towards Lin Dong shifted significantly. Though they bore no formal master-disciple relationship, she felt a genuine bond akin to one in her heart. Thank you, Master. Sun Zi bowed once more. No need for thanks, and please, do not call me Master. Lin Dong replied, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with the title. However, this girl seemed quite insistent on the matter. All right, Master. By the way, where are you headed next? Really? Do not call me Master. We are planning to go to Amethyst City next. Amethyst City? Then, Master, may we travel together? Sun Zi inquired. Lin Dong, somewhat exasperated, realized that correcting her would be futile, so he acquiesced. Fortunately, Ami noticed Lin Dong's discomfort and intervened. All right, Sun Zi, stop teasing. Look, you've made Lin Dong blush. Are you also headed to Amethyst City? Yes, Sister Ami. I wish to challenge the Amethyst Gym first to hone my skills before returning to challenge the Kana Gym. Sun Zi replied. Thus, on the following day, Lin Dong and his companions set off alongside Sun Zi's caravan. There were still many vacant seats in Sun Zi's convoy, allowing Lin Dong to experience a taste of the preferential treatment usually reserved for Xiaomao. Traveling by car proved quite enjoyable. In less than half a day's time, they arrived at Amethyst City, and this was with the caravan not traveling particularly quickly. Of course, while traveling by vehicle saves time, it also comes with drawbacks. Many adventures along the way are inevitably lost. However, upon reflecting on the journey from Kana City to Amethyst City, Lin Dong recalled no particular opportunities, making the time saved all the more valuable. Upon arriving in Amethyst City, the group first visited the Pokemon Center. Sun Zi specifically changed into formal attire, and after utilizing the Pokeball transport device to exchange Pokemon, they proceeded to the Amethyst Gym together. The notion of battling a gym each day felt rather surreal to Lin Dong. The Kana Gym had been an unexpected affair, had it not been for Furon's reminder. He would have been unaware that Kana City even had a formal gym. However, the Amethyst Gym had been a part of his plans from the outset. Lin Dong intended for his Bulbasaur to evolve into a Venusaur here. In fact, Bulbasaur was already quite close to evolution after its battle on Fighting Island against the Pokemon Hunters. After defeating the Amethyst Gym, the timing would be just right. Upon entering the gym, they experienced Tieshuan's homemade roller coaster, only to be halted by a Raikou. Aware of Raiku's capabilities, Lin Dong refrained from instructing Pikachu to use Iron Tail and instead called out, I am Lin Dong, a trainer from the Sinnoh region, here to challenge the Amethyst Gym. I request the gym leader to reveal themselves. As anticipated, after Lin Dong's proclamation, a hidden door in the wall opened, revealing a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, how delightful. You, young man, possess great spirit. You truly have something about you. An elderly gentleman with graying hair emerged, followed by a refined young man. Welcome to the Amethyst Gym, the young man announced. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Taishian, the gym leader, and this is my assistant, Walter. Greetings. I would like to engage in a formal gym battle, Lin Dong stated. Ha. It has been quite some time since I encountered a challenger with such spirit, joyful and full of life, much like a Volt tackle. Ha. Taishian readily accepted the challenge. Walter took on the role of referee. Now, the official gym challenge at the Amethyst Gym is about to commence. Each trainer may use a maximum of 3 Pokemon, and the battle concludes when all Pokemon on one side are unable to continue. During the match, only the challenger may substitute Pokemon. Let the battle begin. A notable distinction from other gyms was that, before the battle commenced, Taishian released all 3 of his Pokemon. I shall battle with Electrode, Magnemite, and Magnezone. Be cautious, for I have worked with these fellows for a long time. Disclosing his Pokemon in advance might be deemed foolish elsewhere, but for a gym leader, it was merely forthrightness. Many gym leaders harbor their own ulterior motives, such as giving favored trainers an easier time or presenting greater challenges to those without connections. However, Taishian treated all challengers equally, a hallmark of his approach. This forthrightness earned him a modicum of respect from everyone present. Facing such an honest gym leader, Lin Dong felt a measure of admiration. The Pokemon Taishian released were clearly specially prepared to counter challengers, rather than his primary team. Go, Magnemite! Taishian commanded, and Magnemite floated onto the battlefield. Lin Dong had already settled on his Pokemon as well. A Pokeball enlarged in his hand. Bulbasaur, you shall be the one. Chapter 131, Challenging the Amethyst Gym. Bulbasaur, unleash your ultimate move. Lin Dong's command lacked specificity regarding the exact technique. Yet for Bulbasaur, the sequence of fluid combinations had almost become muscle memory. Bulbasaur opened its mouth and unleashed a star-shaped beam. Magnemite, use Swift, Taixian simultaneously ordered, and Magnemite fired its own star-shaped beam, colliding with Bulbasaur's attack. Amidst the explosion's cover, two vines ensnared Magnemite. While Magnemite was engaged in firing its swift attack and clashing with Bulbasaur, Taixian observed the unfolding scene with clear astonishment. The ability to execute a vine whip while simultaneously launching a swift attack, and with no loss in the quality of either move, was indeed remarkable. It is well known that even humans struggle to maintain quality when multitasking. However, there was no time for contemplation. Taixian immediately commanded, Magnemite, quickly evade. Despite Tieshuan's sound judgment, Magnemite's actions fell slightly short. After all, attempting to dodge while executing a move requires a moment of adjustment. It was this brief lapse that allowed the vines to secure a firm grip on Magnemite. In a bid to evade, the Magnemite ceased its barrage of high-speed stars. This turn of events prompted the Bulbasaur to similarly refrain from using high-speed stars, instead unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp leaves that sliced through the air like blades. Leaf Tornado. A seed was also propelled from the bud upon Bulbasaur's back. Simultaneously, a verdant energy sphere began to coalesce within Bulbasaur's maw. Iron Spin was taken aback, exclaiming internally, "How many moves is this? Is it really necessary to be this outrageous?" Despite Magnemite's dual electric and steel typing, granting it a degree of resistance against grass-type moves, it was still untenable to endure such an onslaught. While Iron Spin had yet to fully decipher Bulbasaur's strategy, he understood that he could no longer afford to wait. The Leech Seed had already sprouted tendrils, ensnaring Magnemite. A counterattack was imperative. Iron Spin promptly commanded, Magnemite, discharge electricity. Though the tendrils hampered its aim, Magnemite was still capable of releasing a burst of blue electricity in all directions. Iron Spin recognized that Bulbasaur, being a grass-type Pokémon, would likely not suffer significant damage from the electric discharge. However, he did not anticipate this attack to secure victory, but merely to disrupt Bulbasaur's momentum. As long as he could interrupt a few of Bulbasaur's moves, Iron Spin was confident he could find an opportunity for a counterstrike. Thus, he remained fixated on Bulbasaur, ready to seize any shift in the tide of battle. However, the outcome was disheartening. While two arcs of electricity struck Bulbasaur, they appeared to merely tickle it. Bulbasaur was hardly fazed, continuing to unleash the energy sphere while the Leaf Tornado persisted unabated. Yet, Iron Spin observed a remarkable phenomenon, a faint green glow emanating from beneath Bulbasaur's feet. As a seasoned gym leader, he swiftly deduced the nature of the move. Grass terrain. This creature is drawing nutrients from the nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium in my gym's underground. Iron Spin's thoughts spiraled as a cold sweat trickled down his brow. Suddenly, he glanced towards Lin Dong on the opposite side of the arena. Could this extraordinarily youthful trainer truly be just a novice? Such tactics were beyond the capabilities of many elite trainers specializing in grass-type Pokémon within the league. No, that couldn't be right. Even among elite trainers, he had never heard of anyone training a grass-type Pokémon to such an extent. With Vine Whip, Energy Ball, Leaf Tornado, Leech Seed, and Grass Terrain all executed simultaneously. It was a feat that even the elite form might struggle to achieve. With Magnemite's electrical discharge proving ineffective, the outcome of the battle became glaringly evident. Under the explosive force of the Energy Ball, coupled with the ongoing damage from Leaf Tornado and Leech Seed, Magnemite collapsed, its eyes swirling into X's. Walter, watching in stunned silence, quickly recalled his duties as a referee and raised his flag, declaring, Magnemite is unable to battle. Bulbasaur is victorious. Magnemite, return and rest well. Iron Spin said, suddenly bursting into hearty laughter. Ha! What a delightful challenge. I haven't encountered such a formidable opponent in ages. Raichu, it's your turn. At that moment, Iron Spin appeared relaxed, yet internally, he was fully alert, having raised his focus to 200%. He could no longer regard Lin Dong as just an ordinary challenger, a mere novice trainer. On the battlefield, Leech Seed returned to Bulbasaur's bud, replenishing the energy it had absorbed, coupled with the nutrients Bulbasaur had drawn from the underground. The minuscule damage it had sustained was fully restored, and its energy levels surged back to optimal condition. Once again, Bulbasaur stood ready for battle. Upon seeing Iron Spin send out Raichu, Lin Dong remained unfazed, instructing, Raichu, unleash your ultimate move. The simplicity of his command struck Iron Spin as amusing. He had previously criticized Lin Dong for his lack of specificity. Yet, he now understood that this ultimate move was genuinely formidable. It was not a single skill, but rather a complex combination of techniques, each intricately linked. The sequence began with high-speed stars to disrupt the opponent's actions, followed by Vine Whip to control the adversary, while Leaf Tornado inflicted consistent damage and restricted counterattacks. Energy Ball supplemented the damage, and Leech Seed continuously siphoned the opponent's vitality. Furthermore, it had established the grass terrain, creating an impenetrable fortress of offense and defense. As a seasoned gym leader, Iron Spin quickly analyzed Lindong's combination of moves and devised a counter-strategy. Raichu rolled to evade the Vine Whip. As Bulbasaur unleashed its high-speed stars, 2 Vine Whips lashed out, but Raichu, obeying Iron Spin's command, forsook resistance against the high-speed stars and rolled forward, even utilizing the momentum of the attack to accelerate further. It successfully evaded the binding tendrils. Excellent, Raichu, keep rolling. Iron Spin issued a somewhat comical command, which drew laughter from onlookers, yet it was evidently an effective strategy. Go, Lindong! Xiao Guang cheered from the sidelines, waving her pom-poms in encouragement. Meanwhile, Sun Zi's cheerleading squad began to drum and shout, go for it, in such an electrifying atmosphere. The sound of cheers ignited excitement and joy within Lindong, who quickly devised a countermeasure. Let us not forget that when Bulbasaur was still a Bulbasaur seed, it had learned a particularly special move. Bulbasaur, use Magical Leaf. Upon hearing Lindong's command, Bulbasaur retracted its Vine Whip and refrained from launching Leech Seed, instead sending forth an array of glimmering pinkish-purple leaves. These unique leaves seemed to be equipped with tracking devices, homing in on Raichu with unwavering precision. No matter how Raichu rolled, the leaves would not be evaded. Oh no, Raichu, activate light screen. Raichu halted its rolling and erected a light screen. The magical leaves penetrated the barrier, their pinkish-purple glow diminishing significantly as they struck Raichu, inflicting minimal damage. However, Lindong's intention was not to deal harm through Magical Leaf. Just as the 2 Vine Whips were about to catch up to Raichu, they darted forward once more with great speed. This is bad. Iron Spin realized he had been outmaneuvered. His attention had been drawn to the Magical Leaf, leading him to overlook Lindong's most potent move. The Vine Whips ensnared Raichu once again, and there would be no further developments. Leech Seed, Leaf Tornado, Energy Ball. Raichu lay on its back, eyes spiraled into a daze. Leech Seed returned to Bulbasaur, replenishing its energy once more. Ultimately, Iron Spin did not allow Raichu to execute its ultimate move, as it would have been excessively destructive and detrimental to Raichu's well-being. Iron Spin believed that any trainer who truly cared for their Pokémon would never permit them to resort to such a technique. Walter raised his flag once more, declaring, Raichu is unable to battle. Bulbasaur is victorious. Witnessing Lindong defeat 2 of Iron Spin's Pokémon with just a single Bulbasaur, and with barely any damage sustained, Walter could not help but feel a twinge of concern for his mentor. It is worth noting that, in the past, challengers, regardless of whether they utilized Grass-type Pokémon, or even Ground-type Pokémon, which possess a distinct advantage over electric types, never faced such difficulty as Taishian did. You've worked hard, return now, Raichu. Go, Magneton. Taishian, feeling a sense of urgency, recalled Raichu and immediately summoned Magneton to the battlefield. He realized he had been overly complacent. However, Lindong indeed displayed remarkable prowess. He had even taught his Bulbasaur the move Magical Leaf, an exceptional technique to counter situations where Vine Whip could be dodged. With the existence of both Swift and Magical Leaf, as long as he remained patient, opportunities would inevitably present themselves. Thus, in this battle, Taishian resolved to give it his all. Magneton, showcase the true might of electric-type moves with your Thunder Cannon. Bulbasaur opened its mouth and unleashed Swift, while Magneton, though slightly delayed, still managed to fire off the Thunder Cannon before the star-shaped light struck. A pale blue-white beam instantly engulfed the starry projectiles, continuing forth with unyielding force towards Bulbasaur. Lindong furrowed his brow but did not falter. Bulbasaur, hold strong. Use Vine Whip to catch it. Lindong understood that the success of his strategy hinged on this moment. After all, Swift was hardly a powerful move, especially when faced with the caliber of Thunder Cannon. It was as fragile as paper in comparison. In his previous battle against the electric-type Pokémon, he had managed to weaken the Thunder Cannon's power using Energy Ball. But such opportunities would not arise in every future confrontation. Moreover, the electric-type Pokémon he faced previously was not as potent as Magneton, which was of a higher level than Bulbasaur. Lindong's strategy involved completely abandoning evasive maneuvers. Thus, it was inevitable that he would sustain some damage in future battles. If Bulbasaur could not withstand the onslaught, this tactic would be easily dismantled by formidable opponents. The Thunder Cannon engulfed Bulbasaur. Lindong and Taishian could not discern the situation within the radiant white light. Yet, Lin Dong noticed a faint green glow emanating from the ground, prompting a smile. Indeed, two vine whips swiftly shot out, taking Magneton by surprise under the cover of the Thunder Cannon's brilliance. The two tendrils firmly ensnared Magneton. As the energy from the Thunder Cannon dissipated, Bulbasaur's silhouette emerged. Even with a degree of resistance to electric-type moves, Bulbasaur had not yet reached the point of being able to disregard the power of a Thunder Cannon entirely. Bulbasaur indeed sustained some damage. However, the presence of the grassy terrain continuously replenished its strength, and its condition remained largely unaffected. Leaf Blade quickly followed. The Leech Seed had already been shot forth from its bud. Energy Ball was also gathering power. Tai Xian let out a quiet sigh, knowing that the tide of the battle had turned against him. The bud on Bulbasaur's back was even absorbing the energy of sunlight. Bulbasaur, unleash Solar Beam. Lin Dong commanded passionately with a wave of his hand. Bulbasaur promptly executed this grass-type super move. The fierce beam similarly engulfed Magneton, and when the energy subsided, Magneton lay helplessly on the ground, its three eyes crossed in defeat. Walter raised the flag and announced the battle's outcome. Magneton has lost its fighting capability. Bulbasaur is victorious. Therefore, the winner of this match is Mr. Lin Dong. Return, Magneton, and rest well, Tai Xian said after a moment of silence, recalling his Pokémon. Yet, he seemed to have completely shed the weight of defeat, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, what an exhilarating battle. I accept my loss wholeheartedly. Tai Xian approached Lin Dong, and the audience gathered around. At that moment, a brilliant white light suddenly emanated from Bulbasaur. What is this? Tai Xian quickly realized that Bulbasaur, having triumphed over his 3 Pokémon in succession, was on the verge of evolution. In the glow of evolution, Bulbasaur's size expanded exponentially. The bud on its back blooming into a magnificent flower, supported by a slender brown stem. Tada! As the white light faded, Venusaur greeted the crowd. Ha ha! Witnessing a Pokémon's evolution firsthand is truly delightful. Congratulations, Lin Dong, for Bulbasaur has evolved into Venusaur. Tai Xian heartily congratulated him. You won splendidly. Here is the electric badge. I eagerly anticipate your performance at the League Conference. Tai Xian presented a golden badge to Lin Dong. Thank you, Mr. Tai Xian. Lin Dong replied respectfully to the gym leader as he accepted the badge. Pikachu leapt with joy, exclaiming, Pika Pikachu. At that moment, Xuanzi stepped forward. Mr. Tai Xian. I am Xuanzi, a Pokémon trainer from the Kanto region's Kiri town. May I request a challenge from you as well? Oh, no problem. The arena is ready. So let us begin now. Tai Xian, somewhat surprised, readily accepted Xuanzi's challenge. Although Walter was concerned about Tai Xian's state, he understood his teacher's character and refrained from dissuading him, quietly returning to his position as referee. Now, the formal gym challenge at the Ziyun Gym was about to commence. With the use of Pokémon limited to 3 per participant, the match would conclude once all Pokémon on one side were rendered unable to battle. Throughout the contest, only the challenger could substitute Pokémon. The match begins. Tai Xian promptly sent forth his Pokémon. For this battle, I will utilize Electabuzz, Raikou, and Raichu. Do not underestimate them. Their prowess is no less than that of Magneton. Thank you, Gym Leader Tai Xian. Xuanzi stood elegantly in the trainer's area, smiling with her hands crossed in front of her, bowing slightly, embodying the poise of a true lady. Walter, being younger, couldn't help but steal a few glances. Tai Xian, too, paid her some attention, but his perspective differed from Walter's. He could tell at a glance that Xuanzi hailed from a distinguished family. Of course, this did not imply he would let his guard down. He treated all challengers equally. Unlike some gym leaders who might go easy on those with connections while being merciless to others, he was more inclined to offer guidance to courteous challengers. Then be careful. Go, Electabuzz. Electabuzz. Tai Xian was the first to send out Electabuzz. Go, Mewtwo. Mewtwo. Xuanzi sent forth her ace Pokémon, Mewtwo. On the sidelines, Xuanzi's cheer squad began to chant energetically. Victory, victory, Miss Xuanzi for the win. If anyone else claimed Mewtwo as their ace Pokémon, it would surely invite laughter. Yet, Xuanzi's Mewtwo was no joke. Lin Dong had a fair understanding of Mewtwo's strength. It had effortlessly defeated Ash's Bulbasaur and Pikachu without sustaining any damage. Moreover, it seemed to have grasped some ground-type abilities, rendering it completely immune to electric-type moves. Even the electric-type Pokémon that could easily defeat Geodude and Onix found themselves unable to affect this Mewtwo. It was indeed a remarkably fitting choice to challenge an electric-type gym. Electabuzz, use Thunder Wave. Tai Xian decided to strike first, as Electabuzz swiftly unleashed a Thunder Wave, sending a bolt of yellow electricity towards Mewtwo. Without the command of Xuanzi, the Bellsprout took root directly into the ground, absorbing the electric shock waves. As the lightning dissipated, the Bellsprout remained unscathed. Bellsprout, use Leaf Tornado. With a swift motion of its two leaf-like appendages, two blades of foliage shot forth, aimed at the Electabuzz. Unlike Lindong's Bulbasaur, Bellsprout possessed only two leaves for this attack, yet their power was not to be underestimated. In the animation, these blades effortlessly cleave through the rocks on the battlefield. Taishan was unaware of this detail, mistakenly believing that Bellsprout's lower level limited it to launching only two leaves. He commanded the Electabuzz to defend. Electabuzz, use Swift. The Electabuzz unleashed star-shaped beams of light, but failed to block Bellsprout's onslaught, as anticipated. The two blades sliced through the stars effortlessly and struck the Electabuzz, sending it flying to the ground with a thud. Hey, Electabuzz! Taishan quickly realized his misjudgment, a blunder that should never have occurred. It seemed that his previous defeat had indeed affected him, he mused. However, he swiftly regained his composure. Electabuzz, use Thunder Punch. Taishan was determined. Since the long-range attacks were ineffective against Bellsprout, and its Leaf Tornado was formidable, engaging in a distant battle was unwise. He aimed to close the distance and secure victory through physical assault. Little did he know, this played right into Xuanzi's hands. Bellsprout, throw it. With a nod, Bellsprout executed a maneuver it had practiced for over 2.5 years with utmost proficiency. Clasping the Electabuzz's fist with its hands, it bent backward and flung the Electabuzz away. Hey, Electabuzz! Once again, the Electabuzz landed on its rear, a sight that was painful to behold. Yet, this pain ignited a surge of anger within the Electabuzz. Without waiting for Tieshuan's command, it charged back at Bellsprout with a raised fist, using softness to conquer hardness. The subsequent battle showcased this principle to perfection. The Electabuzz's fierce assaults were effortlessly neutralized by Bellsprout, which repeatedly sent the Electabuzz flying. Taishan could only watch in frustration from the sidelines. With his keen observation, he discerned that this Bellsprout had undergone extraordinary training. Currently, the Electabuzz's ranged attacks were outmatched by Bellsprout, and it was utterly constrained in close combat. Had the Electabuzz evolved into an Electivire, he might have attempted to break through with brute force, but the Electabuzz lacked that capability. The outcome of this match was all but determined. Indeed, after being thrown once more, the Electabuzz could not rise again, its eyes swirling like incense coils. Walter felt a pang of sympathy for his teacher. It seemed that today, the challengers were increasingly formidable. First, there was the unreasonable Bulbasaur, and now an equally despair-inducing Bellsprout. Nevertheless, Walter did not forget his duties as the referee and promptly raised his flag. The Electabuzz is unable to continue. Bellsprout is the victor. Come back, Electabuzz, you did well. Taishan recalled the Electabuzz. Despite its defeat, it had gleaned valuable insights into Bellsprout's tactics. In Tieshuan's eyes, while Bellsprout was indeed challenging, it was not as unreasonable as Bulbasaur, which unleashed multiple moves simultaneously. Go forth, Raikou. Hey, Raikou dashed into the battlefield. On the sidelines, Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao did not forget to scan with their Pokédex. Raikou, the thunder Pokémon. It stores electricity in its long fur and uses it to stimulate its leg muscles, producing tremendous explosive power. Xuanzi gazed at Raikou, hesitating slightly. Although Raikou was relatively common in the Hoenn region, it was rare in the Kanto and Johto regions, and she was not entirely familiar with it. However, noticing Raikou's small size, akin to that of a typical small dog, she decided to continue battling with Bellsprout. Her Bellsprout was not afraid of electricity, which was her advantage. Yet Taishan was aware of this, and he resolved to strike first. Raikou, use Quick Attack to close in. Hey, Raikou responded, electricity crackling beneath its feet as it lunged towards Bellsprout with lightning speed. Bellsprout, watch out, Xuanzi urgently warned, while Bellsprout was already focused and prepared for combat. As soon as Raikou lunged, it would use its technique to throw it off balance. However, just as Raikou was about to collide with Bellsprout, it suddenly halted. Taishan smiled. Raikou, use Flamethrower. Chapter 134, Xuanzi's Victory. Raikou opened its mouth, unleashing a fierce flame that engulfed Bellsprout in an instant. At such close range, Bellsprout had no chance to evade. Bellsprout, Xuanzi exclaimed anxiously, deeply concerned for its condition. She scolded herself for being too careless. After all, her opponent was a seasoned gym leader, and how could a Pokémon like Bellsprout, capable of resisting electric attacks, lack any countermeasures? On the battlefield, as the flames subsided, Bellsprout's body was partially charred, yet it managed to rise again, still capable of fighting. After all, Flamethrower was not Raikou's primary type move, and its power was inferior to that of a true fire-type Pokémon. However, Bellsprout's stamina was now dwindling, and it could not withstand another Flamethrower. Come back, Bellsprout. In that moment, Shiwenzi calmly made the most prudent decision to recall Bellsprout. This was a privilege afforded to challengers in gym battles, and it was the perfect time to utilize it. Having learned from her experience at the Kana gym, she now understood that Raikou could utilize fire-type moves, making it unwise to deploy a Pokémon vulnerable to flames. Shiwenzi threw out her second Pokeball. It's time, Nidoqueen. Upon seeing this Nidoqueen, Lin Dong in the audience nodded approvingly. This choice was indeed quite astute. Nidoqueen, being a ground-type Pokémon, was completely impervious to electric attacks and not particularly susceptible to fire moves. As Shiwenzi dispatched Nidoqueen, she instinctively glanced toward Lin Dong, and upon seeing him nod, she felt a wave of reassurance. Nidoqueen was specifically traded for this purpose, to counter the Violet Gym. Nidoqueen, Raikou use agility. Taishian, experienced as ever, immediately commanded Raikou to accelerate. Raikou moved with such speed that it left behind afterimages, circling Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen was more robust than Raikou, with greater strength, and was immune to electric attacks. It could only rely on speed to secure victory. However, Shiwenzi was aware of this and had prepared in advance. Nidoqueen, use Earthquake. Nidoqueen stomped its foot, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. Thanks to the League's technology, the standard battle arena protected trainers from such area attacks, which allowed Shiwenzi to confidently instruct Nidoqueen to unleash this move. The effect was unmistakable. The ground shook violently, and Raikou could no longer maintain its speed, collapsing to the ground, clearly affected by the tremors. Seizing the opportunity, Shiwenzi commanded, Nidoqueen, use Fissure. With another powerful stomp, the ground beneath Raikou erupted with intense energy, striking it and sending it airborne before crashing back down, its eyes swirling in defeat as it lost the ability to fight. Walter raised his flag once more. The Thunder Beast has lost its fighting capability, and Nidoqueen emerges victorious. Witnessing the favorable turn of events, the cheerleading squad led by Kaori reached a delightful crescendo. Victory, victory. Miss Kaori triumphs. Come back, Thunder Beast. Tetsu quickly recalled the Thunder Beast, finding himself once again in the awkward position of having only one Pokémon left to battle within a single day. However, the situation was slightly better this time, as he had at least seen two of his opponent's Pokémon. Yet, Tetsu was not one to concede defeat. Go, Raichu, use Quick Attack. This Raichu was evidently not the type that had been forcefully evolved immediately after capture. Having mastered Pikachu's swift techniques, this Raichu exhibited remarkable speed, leaving a trail of afterimages as it circled around Nidoqueen. Will you use the same move again? Useless. Nidoqueen, unleash Earthquake. Kaori, brimming with confidence, believed that this time the outcome would remain unchanged. However, Tetsu was far from easy to handle. Lin Dong's Ivysaur was exceedingly peculiar, leaving Tetsu somewhat bewildered as he had never encountered one like it before. Nevertheless, he had witnessed Earthquake's devastating effects numerous times. It was just that the Thunder Beast lacked effective countermeasures. Tetsu promptly commanded, Raichu jump. Use Heavy Slam. Nidoqueen stomped its foot, channeling energy into the ground. The battlefield trembled violently in an instant. As Raichu leaped into the air, it became impervious to the quaking ground below. Conversely, Nidoqueen, in the midst of executing the Earthquake attack, found itself unable to evade momentarily. With gravitational potential, Raichu delivered a heavy slam upon Nidoqueen's body. Nidoqueen cried out in pain. Fortunate that it was not a Snorlax. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire. However, Raichu was not faring well either, as Nidoqueen's hardened scales resembled sharp spikes. Raichu inadvertently sustained several cuts from the scales. This was problematic, for Nidoqueen was a poison-type Pokémon, and Raichu had become poisoned. Observing Raichu's complexion darkening, Tetsu silently cursed his misfortune, but since the damage was done, the battle must continue. Raichu use Iron Tail. Despite the discomfort caused by the poison, Raichu struck again with its Iron Tail, landing a hit on the Nidoqueen pinned to the ground. Nidoqueen found it increasingly difficult to endure. Raichu, deliver the final Thunderbolt. Following the command, Raichu executed another Thunderbolt, crashing into Nidoqueen. This time, Nidoqueen fell to the ground, its eyes swirling like a spiral. Walter immediately raised the flag. Nidoqueen has lost its fighting capability. Raichu is victorious. Kaori's cheer squad quickly rallied. There's more to come, there's more to come. Miss Kaori prevails. Come back, Nidoqueen, you deserve a good rest. Kaori did not feel disheartened by Nidoqueen's defeat, for the tide of battle had turned greatly in her favor. Raichu, having engaged in close combat with Nidoqueen, was now poisoned. As long as she maintained composure, she could outlast Raichu until it could no longer fight. Moreover, she still had two Pokémon at her disposal. Naturally, given the circumstances had entirely shifted in her favor, She had no intention of deploying her Tropius again. A Pokeball in Kaori's hand expanded. Come forth, Vileplume. The final Pokemon Kaori chose was Vileplume, decisively sealing the match. After a few exchanges with Vileplume, Raichu's movements became sluggish due to the poison. Vileplume then unleashed a solar beam, effortlessly striking Raichu. Hit by this powerful grass-type move, Raichu collapsed, its eyes spiraling. Walter promptly raised the flag. Raichu has lost its fighting capability. Vileplume is victorious. Hence, the winner of this match is Miss Kaori. Chapter 135, Farewells. Misfortune strikes. Kaori successfully obtained the electric badge. The gloom stemming from her previous 2 consecutive gym challenges vanished in an instant. Looking back at her performance at the Kana gym, it could only be described as a series of blunders. However, she felt renewed confidence that during her next challenge, she would undoubtedly secure the poison badge. After departing from the Kana gym, Lindong's group bid farewell to Kaori. Their next destination was Aoki Town, where a grand contest was to take place, followed by a challenge at the Fuyin gym. Yet Kaori had already challenged the Fuyin gym, and with her spirits soaring, it was the perfect opportunity to return to the Kana gym. Well then, Master Lindong, Sister Ami, Little Kaido, and Little Haruka, this is where we part ways. Kaori waved at everyone. Goodbye, Kaori. Wishing you success. Ami embraced Kaori and said, Thank you. As Kaori's convoy departed, Lindong's group replenished their supplies in Zhejiang City before resuming their journey. Walking along the forest path, Lindong felt somewhat dazed. Things had been remarkably smooth lately. As if wherever he went, a gym would open just for him. With the acquisition of both the Poison Badge and Electric Badge, he was now only 2 badges away from participating in the Hoenn League. The Fuyin Town and Inu City were essential stops for Lindong. And with a bit of luck, he might even capture Regirock and Registeel. In terms of Pokemon, Ivysaur had evolved into Vileplume, and Murkrow had long since evolved into Honchkrow. Both were formidable entities among the first tier. Especially Vileplume, with its formidable tactics, could easily crush opponents of the same level. Dragonite, Gengar, and Pikachu were all at the second tier, proving formidable opponents at the league. Chimecho and the still egg-shaped Swablu posed no concerns, with the training package from the system. As long as he followed the guidelines, they would not be weak. The Shinado species could be considered one of the stronger first-tier species, and the standout individuals among them could reach the second-tier strength, not to mention the megastones provided by the system. As for Swablu, being a near-legendary species, once cultivated with the system's gifts, reaching second-tier strength was assured. Thus, Lindong had a total of 5 Pokemon at second-tier strength. This lineup was more than sufficient to contend in the league, even against the Elite Four. Lindong envisioned a bright and promising future ahead, yet some were less fortunate. Ever since that day when Lindong had outsmarted him, Huang Yemi found himself increasingly frustrated, unable to quell his anger even by violently confronting Xiaoman. Huang Yemi resolved to leave the heart-wrenching Wudo Island and head towards Changhua City. His journey was not purely for leisure. He preferred to call it a training expedition. He intended to travel while aiming to secure a championship at the league. Therefore, he still needed to go through the process of challenging gyms. Additionally, the family had assigned a bodyguard to await him in Changhua City. The reason he came to Wudo Island was to rendezvous with Meihui Sakurai and indulge in some romantic pursuits. Bringing along a bodyguard felt rather uncomfortable, which is why he left them in Changhua City. However, Huang Yemi began to regret not bringing the bodyguard with him. Had he done so, he wouldn't have been outsmarted by Lindong that day. Although the family's expert would certainly not be a match for Zhulan, they would definitely recognize her. For them, knowing who to avoid was paramount. Otherwise, how could they protect their master? Those they could defeat, they would bully mercilessly, while those they couldn't would be quickly appeased. Adaptability was the hallmark of a prestigious family. Furthermore, Huang Yemi knew he had to leave. Staying would be futile. After all, Lindong had taken his EV egg. Others may find it peculiar that the heir of a prominent family carries multiple EV eggs with him. However, the truth is that when he departed from home, he was not limited to just 2 eggs. These eggs serve as his charming tools. After all, even a wealthy heir must offer something enticing to attract the attention of young women. It is not as if a mere display of authority will draw them in. The EV eggs are intended as gifts, and no one can ever have too many of them, while an excess of other Pokemon may prove cumbersome to care for. Eevee presents no such dilemma. Its cuteness and versatility, with numerous evolution forms and varied attributes, make it an ideal choice. Prior to this, Sakurai Miho had already received 2 EV eggs from Huang Yemi, and upon receiving another, her delight was palpable. Naturally, Xiaoman also received one. Thus, even though the electrode was taken away by Lindong and his companions, Xiaoman still walked away with something of value. Yet, without the EV eggs, Huang Yemi would struggle to woo anyone. Although he is adept at spinning tales, lacking even this small bait would surely deter any potential catch. He is no Jiang Taigong. The modern woman is astute. Without eggs, who would believe in his fanciful promises? Hence, Huang Yemi felt no motivation to linger on Fighting Island. He needed to quickly find his guardians to replenish his stock. Consequently, Huang Yemi departed from Fighting Island. Naturally, as the scion of a prestigious family, he chartered a luxurious yacht for his journey. However, once at sea, things began to feel amiss. The first thing Huang Yemi did upon boarding was to embrace Xiaoman. With the sky as their canopy and the sea as their bed, they engaged in a discourse on the origins of life. Lost in their revelry and oblivious to the fact that the vessel was sailing in the opposite direction of Changhua City, Huang Yemi's escapade concluded rather swiftly. In less than 3 minutes, he was drenched in sweat and could continue no longer. Nevertheless, he did not forget to employ his unique skills, leaving Xiaoman still trembling on the deck. Half an hour later, she finally steadied herself against the wall as she entered the cabin. As time ticked by, the sun ascended into the sky, its rays casting short shadows. Huang Yemi began to feel a sense of unease. According to his calculations, they should have reached the port within half a day at most. Yet, as he gazed around, the ship continued to navigate through a vast expanse of ocean. With no sign of land in sight, the peaks of Fighting Island had vanished from view. Enraged, Huang Yemi slammed his hand on the table. Bang! A competent crew member rushed in at the sound. "Young master, how may I assist you? What kind of navigation is this? Why have we not yet arrived at the port?" Huang Yemi demanded angrily. "Young master, we are nearing our destination. If you are concerned, you may come and take a look," the crew member explained. "Fine, let us see," Huang Yemi retorted, rising in a huff and storming onto the deck, with Xiaoman trailing behind him. However, upon reaching the deck, he found not the port but a group of crew members quietly encircling him. At the forefront sat a man with light green hair, lounging confidently in a wooden chair, gazing at him with a smile. Even someone as intellectually challenged as Huang Yemi could discern that he had fallen into a trap. Indeed, many heirs from noble families cannot escape such predicaments. After all, there are numerous nefarious organizations and desperate individuals willing to resort to kidnapping without a second thought. Yet, Huang Yemi remained composed. These individuals are typically motivated by greed. Once a ransom is paid, matters are usually resolved. As long as he cooperated, he would likely be safe. Everyone desires to survive, and kidnappers are often reluctant to harm their captives. The power of noble families is not to be trifled with, should they decide to take action. Even fleeing to the ends of the earth would not guarantee survival. Moreover, Huang Yemi was no ordinary heir. He possessed the legendary Pokémon, Zapdos. Such formidable strength is not something mere thieves can contend with. With this thought in mind, Huang Yemi calmly inquired, "Who are you? What do you want?" The light-haired man applauded. "Ha ha ha. As expected of the Huang family heir, you are indeed a dragon among men. Since you are so forthright, let us speak plainly. We are after the Zapdos in your possession. Surrender it, and I assure you, you will remain unharmed." "Impossible," Huang Yemi retorted without hesitation. "How dare you covet the mighty divine Zapdos? Such delusions. If you are wise, you will quickly return me to shore. Otherwise, the wrath of the divine will turn you to ashes." "Ha ha ha." The light-haired man laughed heartily. "Young Master Huang, it seems you have yet to grasp the gravity of your situation. Our objective is the Zapdos in your hands, which means we certainly possess the means to deal with it. While your family may regard Zapdos as a deity, to us, it is merely a unique Pokémon. Now, hand over the Zapdos, lest we be compelled to act, and the consequences will not be pleasant." Huang Yemi's expression finally revealed a hint of fear. These rogues dared to disregard the might of the divine Zapdos. It is no wonder Huang Yemi felt this way. The Huang family has always revered Zapdos as a god. The power it wields instills terror in ordinary trainers. This created an odd illusion for him. He believed that aside from a few formidable individuals he could not provoke, the rest would naturally fear Zapdos's might and submit to its authority. Thus, the words of the light-haired man deeply unsettled him. This group had the audacity to target Zapdos. "Who are you really?" Huang Yemi repeated his inquiry. "Enough. Since you refuse to cooperate, we shall proceed." The light-haired man waved his hand, understanding the principle that villains often perish from excessive chatter. With the lack of cooperation, they had no choice but to seize him by force. The surrounding crew members unleashed their Pokémon. A swarm of Gardevoir and Weezing appeared on the deck. Indeed, these crew members were disguised Team Rocket operatives, and the man leading them, the light-haired one, was Lance, a high-ranking officer within Team Rocket. Nancy and Xiaoling were also busy, entrusted with important tasks, one steering the ship, the other keeping watch. Upon seeing the Garbodor and Weezing, Huang Yimi swallowed hard, recognizing the dire situation. He swiftly produced a Master Ball. Come forth, mighty divine. Zapdos. He hurled the ball into the air, and at its apex, the Master Ball opened, revealing a magnificent yellow bird soaring into the sky. Zapdos. Indeed it is. Lance squinted his eyes, confirming Zapdos' identity before enlarging a Pokeball in his hand. All units, prepare to act. Come forth, Golbat. With Lance's command, two mechanical arms suddenly emerged from the water, each holding a semicircular iron cage, descending upon Zapdos. The two halves combined to form a circular prison, and Zapdos, caught off guard, was ensnared within. Simultaneously, an array of venomous liquids and poisonous needles assailed the Zapdos, as if they were of no cost whatsoever. Enraged, the deity-like Zapdos, accustomed to reverence from humanity, felt deeply humiliated by such treatment, even if it was considered the weakest among its kin. The Huang family, despite its shortcomings, should have revered it like a divine being. Never had it endured such indignity. In retaliation, Zapdos unleashed a powerful surge of electricity, only to discover that the metallic cage had been engineered to absorb all of its electric energy. Not a single spark escaped the confines of the cage. Instead, the toxic substances and needles penetrated through the gaps, striking Zapdos repeatedly. The creature's visage contorted in anguish. Huang Yimegong was struck with a sudden dread. Zapdos was his greatest asset in his ruthless escapades, yet in an instant, it had become a captive beneath the whims of a man with green hair. Before this group, Zapdos resembled a mere chick, utterly devoid of the capacity to resist. Among the assaults directed at Zapdos, the greatest threat emanated from a massive Golbat, estimated to exceed 2 meters in height, towering over the average of its species. Indeed, this was Lance's trump card, a Golbat that had attained the second tier of power. Having recently battled against Bamboo Orchid's fierce Garchomp, Zapdos had not fully recovered from its injuries and had temporarily regressed to the peak of the first tier due to the excessive exertion of primal power. Even in its weakened state, facing Lance in direct combat would be a daunting challenge, especially with the advanced weaponry at his disposal and the multitude of allies at his side. Zapdos' cries grew increasingly feeble and desperate. As it teetered on the brink of defeat, Huang Yimegong implored, I beg you, I beseech you, cease this assault. Yet, Lance paid no heed to Huang Yimegong's pleas, signaling 2 Team Rocket members with a glance. Understanding his intent, one released an Arbok while the other unleashed a Weezing, redirecting their assaults from Zapdos to Huang Yimegong. Arbok opened its gaping maw. I shall fight to the end, Huang Yimegong bellowed, channeling his despair into a surge of determination. Electric currents surged through him as he leaped to evade Arbok's bite, using his weight to collide with Weezing. Chapter 137. Yihao takes action. Huang Yimegong was saved. Ouch! Inevitably, Huang Yimegong was knocked to the ground, the force of Weezing's impact causing stars to dance before his eyes. However, Weezing was not entirely unscathed. The electric charge coursing through Huang Yimegong was enough to inflict some discomfort. Seizing the opportunity, Arbok lunged once more, but Huang Yimegong rolled away, narrowly avoiding a lethal strike. Weezing charged again, and with no other option, Huang Yimegong raised his hands defensively, not forgetting to unleash his electric attack. This time, he was sent flying. Meanwhile, Arbok, in perfect synchronization with Weezing, soared upward and sunk its fangs into Huang Yimegong's back. A chunk of flesh was torn away, blood gushing forth, as Arbok's venom seeped into his system, causing a purple hue to spread from the wound. Xiao Man was paralyzed with fear, even forgetting to scream, too terrified to move lest she draw attention to herself. A smirk crept upon Lance's lips. This was the true visage of the nefarious Team Rocket. These pampered children of the Alliance must have believed they were in a fairy tale. The harsh reality was unyielding. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, remained ever constant. Suddenly, Nashia dashed to Lance's side. Master Lance, an unidentified vessel approaches us. Lance furrowed his brow. This development was somewhat unexpected. He gestured for everyone to hasten. Huang Yimegong's right arm twisted grotesquely at a 90-degree angle, a result of Weezing's impact, while his left arm was a mangled mess, bruised and bloodied from Arbok's assault. As death loomed near, Zapdos lay helpless within its cage, devoid of the strength to resist. Xiao Man had long since fainted, lost to unconsciousness. Just as Arbok was about to deliver a fatal bite to Huang Yimegong's neck, a voice rang out, Desert Dragonfly. Unleash Destruction Beam. Scyther, use Fury Cutter. Accompanied by the roar of engines, another yacht appeared within the sight of Team Rocket. A Scyther stood at the bow, firing star-shaped beams that swiftly struck Arbok, rescuing Huang Yimei at the last moment. In the skies above, a desert dragonfly soared, spewing forth a torrent of orange energy. Directing a fierce beam towards Team Rocket, Golbat used Destruction Beam. Lance commanded nonchalantly, and Golbat reciprocated with its own attack, resulting in a collision of energies, neither side yielding. Oh, a formidable opponent, Lance mused, noting the skill of the desert dragonfly, though it was evident that it could not match Golbat's prowess. Its foundation was solid and commendable. Capturing it would necessitate considerable effort. Who are you? Release young master, Huang Yimei. A man with a sinister expression shouted from the yacht. Lance understood immediately. These were the reinforcements for Huang Yimei. Although he was unaware of when Huang Yimei had summoned assistance, it would be unwise to linger. After all, one could never know how many more allies might be on their way. His mission was solely to capture Zapdos, and Huang Yimei could serve as a convenient diversion. Retreat. Toss him and that girl into the sea. Lance ordered decisively. 2 Team Rocket members promptly hurled Huang Yimei and Xiao Man overboard. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Team Rocket's vessel, a submarine surfaced, retrieving the cage containing Zapdos. As the Team Rocket members sequentially boarded the submarine submerged, vanishing from sight. Desert Dragonfly, Mecha Yinma, hurry, save them. Huang Yimei was rescued, and Xiao Man was also brought aboard. Having suffered no injuries, merely experiencing shock, Xiao Man regained consciousness more swiftly. Upon opening her eyes and seeing the first person, her vision blurred. Young Master Yi Hao. However, Yi Hao paid no mind to Xiao Man's emotional state, coldly inquiring, I ask you, what is the background of that group? I don't know. Xiao Man stammered, trembling in fear. Don't know? Yi Hao frowned, then relaxed his expression. Forget it. You performed adequately this time. You may rest. With that, Yi Hao exited the room. Xiao Man felt a surge of joy, contemplating that perhaps, judging by Yi Hao's demeanor, she might still have an opportunity to return to his side. Although she had obtained an EV egg by following Huang Yimei, the experience had been utterly repugnant, both physically and psychologically. Especially during those moments, she had been subjected to relentless torment. It would be far better to be with Yi Hao. Just as Xiao Man reveled in her thoughts, she overheard a conversation between Lu Fei'er and Yi Hao outside the door. Young master, should we bring this Xiao Man back to your side? Lu Fei'er inquired softly. Of course not. That Huang Yimei reeks worse than excrement. I would never want his cast-off shoe, Yi Hao replied with unwavering certainty. Shoo, young master, keep your voice down. Don't let her hear you. She still has her uses, Lu Fei'er cautioned. Lu Fei'er hastily reminded him. All right then, I'm leaving. Yi Hao departed without a backward glance. Although Yi Hao believed his voice was not loud, Xiao Man clearly heard every word. In that moment, her heart was doused in a chilling despair. Within the confines of the hospital room, Xiao Man began to sob softly. What had she betrayed Lindong for? Was it not merely to marry into the Yi family? Even if she could not become the legitimate wife, being a concubine would suffice. But now, she had been reduced to a mere plaything in Yi Hao's eyes, easily discarded and offered to others. She had foolishly thought this was merely a task assigned by Yi Hao. As long as she completed the task, she would return to his side. Now it was evident that Yi Hao no longer regarded her as a person, but rather as a possession with some value, to be used as a bargaining chip. Xiao Man gradually found it impossible to suppress her emotions, her weeping intensifying to the point of being inconsolable. However, it must be said that, in reality, she had effectively demonstrated the value expected of a mere plaything. For Huang Yimei had also awakened. Upon opening his eyes, the first sight he beheld was Yi Hao, and he was immediately overcome with emotion, weeping profusely. In his eyes, Yi Hao was akin to a brother, bound by more than just blood. Brother Yi Hao, I shan't say a word more. Whatever you require, do not hesitate to ask of me. A wave of weakness washed over him, rendering Huang Yimei speechless. At that moment, Yi Hao was exceptionally considerate. Brother Yimei, do not speak. You are gravely poisoned and have lost considerable blood. Rest is what you need most. I shall return to see you later. Huang Yimei nodded faintly, and then succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 138, A Storm Approaches. Indeed, it was Yi Hao who intervened to rescue Huang Yimei. The skilled individual who rescued him was none other than Chong Along. Yi Hao learned of the situation through a tip-off from Xiao Man. Initially, Yi Hao had intended to encounter Huang Yimei upon the sea, in the solitude of the vast ocean, to discuss certain matters. Yet, by a stroke of serendipity, he ended up saving Huang Yimei, who was under attack by the rocket team. He promptly transported him to the hospital on Wudo Island. Throughout the journey, witnessing Huang Yimei's dire condition, Yi Hao found himself somewhat envious of him. Not that he was a masochist wishing to endure the same treatment from the rocket team, but rather, he envied Huang Yemi's constitution. It was undeniable that the bloodline blessed by the Zapdos had its merits. Had it not been for the electrical energy within his veins, which repelled the toxins threatening his heart, Huang Yemi would have long since met his demise. Moreover, without such a formidable lineage, mere blood loss could have claimed his life. Surviving this ordeal was indeed a testament to his strength. However, one cannot covet the matter of bloodlines, so Yi Hao directed his focus toward the pressing issues at hand. With this incident, Yi Hao felt bolstered in confidence regarding the matters he was about to discuss. Huang Yemi's guardian soon arrived at WEEDLE Island. Upon witnessing Huang Yemi's condition, the guardian was overcome with sorrow. In truth, he did not share a profound bond with Huang Yemi. However, as his protector, failing to safeguard him would undoubtedly incur punishment. While it was true that Huang Yemi had not permitted him to accompany him, family guardians are seldom granted leniency. If Huang Yemi were unharmed, no one would question it. However, with his injury, the guardian would inevitably bear the brunt of the blame. "Dog uncle, you have arrived," Huang Yemi greeted, now fully conscious. This guardian had been raised by the Huang family since childhood, lacking a surname, and was affectionately referred to as Dog by everyone, a name he gradually grew accustomed to. Yet, during identity registration, the Huang family deemed Dog unappealing and changed it to Go, preserving the phonetics while enhancing its appearance. "Young master, who is responsible for this? Speak, and I shall ensure they pay," Goda said, wiping away his tears. "I do not know. Their target was my Zapdos," Huang Yemi replied, his eyes vacant. The Zapdos had always been his pillar of support. Now that it had been captured, he felt utterly lost. "What? The Zapdos?" Goda exclaimed, astonished. As someone raised within the Huang family, he held a natural reverence for the Zapdos. Goda's capabilities were not particularly extraordinary. He was merely at the level of an elite trainer, significantly weaker than a gym leader. Chongyalong could easily overpower him. Of course, this was the standard for guardians among the various families. Chongyalong was an exception. Had it not been for Lin Dong's betrayal, he would undoubtedly be the gym leader at the Linxin gym, rather than serving as Yi Hao's bodyguard. "It has been captured," Huang Yemi murmured, gazing at the ceiling. Goda was struck with horror. If Huang Yemi had merely been injured, perhaps he could negotiate leniency, allowing them to settle matters privately without reporting to the family. However, with the Zapdos captured, concealment was impossible. The family had to be informed. Otherwise, Huang Yemi would bear the consequences. That very night, Huang Yemi contacted the family, relaying the entire incident regarding the Zapdos' capture to his father, the current head of the Huang family. Simultaneously, the head also witnessed Huang Yemi's injuries. What father would not feel anguish for his son, especially when Huang Yemi was his most cherished child? The head of the Huang family erupted in fury. "Goda, what have you done?" His rage was justified, for the Zapdos had been captured, and Huang Yemi lay gravely injured, nearly losing his life, while Goda remained unscathed. Such a situation would naturally incite the head's wrath. Goda's wife and child were brought before the head of the Huang family, subjected to punishment in his presence. The Huang family's methods of discipline were quite notorious: electrocution. Goda's wife and child were tormented mercilessly, leaving him to plead desperately through the video call. "Head, please spare them." Goda cried, "I beg you." As his wife and child succumbed to unconsciousness, it was clear that if they endured any further, they might not survive. At that moment, Huang Yemi spoke up. "Father, it was I who did not allow Dog Uncle to accompany me. He cannot be held entirely responsible. Please spare them." Upon hearing this, the head of the Huang family gestured for the punishment to cease, allowing Goda's family to escape with their lives. Unbeknownst to Goda, he began to bow repeatedly in gratitude to Huang Yemi, exclaiming, "Thank you, young master. Thank you. Your kindness shall not be forgotten. I will serve you faithfully." The video call concluded, but the head of the Huang family was far from satisfied. Punishing Goda was one matter. Rescuing the Zapdos was imperative, and Huang Yemi's grievances must be avenged. Thus, the ancient and formidable machinery of the Huang family sprang into action. Meanwhile, in a clandestine base within the Sinnoh region, a strikingly beautiful woman shattered her wine glass upon the floor. The sharp sound rendered those before her silent with trepidation. Beside her stood a man exuding authority, his grip tightening around his wine glass, veins bulging on his hands. How infuriating! First Zhonglong, now Xiongjian. Does the Fangyuan region harbor nothing but peril? The woman's voice carried a hint of hysteria. "Q, please calm yourself," the man urged, exerting such force that he crushed the wine glass in his grasp. "K, my brother Zhonglong has been imprisoned for so long, and there has been no news. How can you expect me to remain calm?" The woman was none other than Q, one of the three leaders of the Hunter Association, and the man beside her was K, the foremost among the three leaders. Hunter K gazed at his subordinate before inquiring, "Pray tell, what exactly transpired? Has Lin Dong's prowess ascended to the level of a monarch?" His tone was remarkably serene. However, beneath that calm facade, his heart was anything but tranquil. This was evident from the furrowed lines upon his brow. Such a reaction was hardly surprising, for the Hunter Association had never suffered such a grave setback since its inception. 2 colossal figures and 7 elite members had been captured in rapid succession, all at the hands of a singular individual, a novice trainer, no less. Yet, his subordinate managed a wry smile as he reported, "Lord K. The incident involving Xiongjian appears to be only tangentially related to the newcomer, Lin Dong. According to our intelligence, a recent anomaly occurred on Battle Island, prompting the Hoenn League to dispatch numerous reinforcements, including the champion Master Daigo, as well as 2 of the Elite Four, Bonnie and Florina. Moreover, there have been sightings of Sharona on Battle Island." Hunter Q abruptly slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Sharona? You mean the champion of Sinnoh?" "Indeed, Lord Q," the subordinate replied. Hunter K's brow knitted into a pronounced frown. "Are you suggesting that Xiongjian's predicament may very well be the result of Sharona's intervention?" "There is a considerable likelihood, given that Lin Dong hails from Sinnoh as well," the subordinate elaborated. "However, we cannot discount the possibility of the Hoenn League's involvement. After all, Battle Island is a significant stronghold for the Hoenn League. It would be difficult for Lin Dong to stir up any commotion without alerting the upper echelons of Hoenn. Whether it be any of the Elite Four or Daigo himself, Xiongjian would find it exceedingly difficult to escape unscathed." Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Hunter K succinctly remarked, "That makes sense." Hunter Q, however, was visibly agitated. "Are we to simply let this slide? I shall personally venture to the Hoenn region." "Sit down." Hunter K interjected before Q could continue. "I will not be appeased until Lin Dong is flayed alive." Hunter Q wished to argue further, but he caught a glimpse of the sinister smile that crept across Hunter K's face. "Of course we shall send someone, but it cannot be you. Our paramount concern at present is to continue our collaborative experimental project with Flodali." Chuckling softly, Hunter K continued, "I have heard that Hunter J has recently arrived in the Johto region, perhaps." On a starry night, Pokemon hunters seethed with frustration. While Huang Yumi lay in a hospital bed, groaning softly, and Xiaoman tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Another individual was also sleepless, none other than Lin Dong, the very person who incited such ire among the others. Lin Dong and his companions were currently camping in the forest. As they calculated their journey, they were nearing the desert expanse. It wasn't trepidation about the journey ahead that kept him awake, but rather the absence of intimacy with Xiao Guang for some time. Such experiences are either non-existent or plentiful. Once the first occurs, it becomes increasingly difficult to resist. Lin Dong stealthily exited his tent. The dimming light made visibility challenging, and he was cautious not to awaken anyone as he navigated towards Xiao Guang's tent, relying solely on memory. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the tent's zipper had been left ajar. Lin Dong's heart raced, assuming it was an invitation from Xiao Guang, and without hesitation, he pulled the zipper open slightly wider and slipped inside. Inside the tent, Xiao Yao lay with her back turned to Lin Dong, her heart racing in anticipation. What was he up to? Xiao Yao pondered, feeling a flutter of anxiety. Earlier that evening, she had consumed a bit more water than usual and had just returned from a late-night trip, inadvertently leaving the zipper inadequately closed. Just as she was settling down to sleep, she heard a commotion outside. She had already grasped the Pokeball of her mighty Pokémon, ready to defend herself if an intruder were to breach her sanctuary. However, upon realizing it was Lin Dong, she set the Pokeball aside, her heart racing. Feigning sleep, she tried to appear calm, though her heart raced fervently. Lin Dong, oblivious to her inner turmoil, assumed he had entered Xiao Guang's tent. He gently lay down and wrapped his arms around her from behind. His hands, however, wandered inappropriately, grazing an area that should remain undisclosed, eliciting a soft squeeze. Xiao Yao's face flushed crimson, embarrassment flooding her senses. Lin Dong quickly sensed something amiss. The sensation beneath his hands felt different, firmer, and more elastic. Breathing in the fragrant scent of her hair, he suddenly jolted to clarity. He had entered the wrong tent. A cold sweat broke out on his brow as he swiftly withdrew his hands, only to have Xiao Yao unexpectedly grasp his wrist. "You," she whispered, her voice barely audible, her cheeks burning like ripe apples. "Have you and Xiao Guang done this too?" Lin Dong was at a loss for words, his mind racing. A misstep in this moment could lead to catastrophic consequences. Xiao Yao's heart was tumultuous. With their bodies so close, She could distinctly hear the rapid beating of their hearts, unsure if it was his or her own. In the stillness of the night, tension hung thick in the air, a dangerous yet intimate atmosphere enveloping them. Xiao Yaoi. Lin Dong attempted to speak, but was interrupted by her resolute declaration. After a moment of inner conflict, she finally uttered 2 words, continue. What? Lin Dong was taken aback, momentarily bewildered. I said continue, Xiao Yao reiterated, her voice diminishing, as if fearful that Lin Dong might not comprehend, adding clumsily, just like you did with Xiao Guang. At this juncture, if Lin Dong remained oblivious, he would truly be a blockhead. Xiao Yao, I like you. Xiao Yao turned to face him, their gazes locking in an electrifying moment. As their emotions entwined, they naturally gravitated towards one another. The sounds of chirping insects and trickling water filled the air. After what felt like an eternity, they parted their lips. You. Xiao Yao's voice was a mere whisper, an unusual sensation, making her feel both uncomfortable and yet expectant. In this charged moment, Lin Dong could no longer restrain himself, leaning in once more. That night, aside from the final barrier that remained, they explored every other facet of their connection. Their voices hushed to avoid awakening Xiao Guang and Ami. When Xiao Yao discovered that Lin Dong had not yet consummated his relationship with Xiao Guang, she felt an immense sense of relief. Though she had already chosen Lin Dong, she believed that their most significant moment should be reserved for their wedding day. The following morning, Lin Dong rose early, seizing the opportunity to slip away from Xiao Yao's tent before Xiao Guang and Ami awoke. However, as he emerged, he found Xiao Guang awaiting him with a beaming smile. Well, Lin Dong stammered, wishing for a crevice to hide in. Did you go to the wrong tent? Xiao Guang inquired. Yes, he admitted, lowering his gaze. Looks like you had a successful night, huh? Xiao Guang remarked with a teasing tone. Lin Dong was at a loss for how to respond. Well, I'm not upset with you. What about my share? Xiao Guang took his hand with playful earnestness. Now you can have it back, Lin Dong exclaimed, pulling Xiao Guang into his tent. Despite the previous night's exploits, he was still brimming with vigor. After another round of passionate entanglement, Xiao Guang hastily made her exit, her meticulously styled hair now disheveled. By the time Amy woke up, Lin Dong had already prepared breakfast, while both Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao remained absent from view. Amy found it rather peculiar that her 2 younger sisters, who were usually full of energy, had both overslept on this particular day. It was indeed a strange occurrence. She proceeded to rouse Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao. Meanwhile, Lin Dong received a notification from the system. Detected that Goddess Xiao Yao's affinity for the host has reached 100. Congratulations to the host for completing the long-term mission. Reward obtained, Power of Wave. Would you like to claim it immediately? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Dong declared, claim it. In the next instant, a wondrous force surged throughout his entire being. Chapter 140, The Requiem of the Desert. The Power of Wave. Lin Dong meticulously attuned himself to this newfound and extraordinary energy within, feeling utterly invigorated. The renowned system truly lived up to its reputation. This power of wave felt as if it had always been a part of him, devoid of any discomfort. It was a stark contrast to the time he had seized the malevolent power, where, without the blessing of the Phoenix King, he would have surely met his demise. With a mere thought, Lin Dong unleashed the power of wave in all directions, perceiving everything within his reach. The sensation bore resemblance to the divine consciousness depicted in the immortal cultivation novels of his past life. Moreover, the power of wave could also manifest as wave bullets, providing him with a means of offense. The mere thought of this sent a thrill of excitement coursing through him. He had often lamented the lack of potent skills despite wielding considerable authority. Though his body had undergone enhancement, it still remained human and could not endure or control excessive power. It was akin to possessing a fortune of 1 million, yet being too timid to spend a single cent. However, the power of wave was different. This energy was significantly gentler compared to the malevolent authority he had previously encountered. Given Lin Dong's super-enhanced physique, coupled with the Phoenix King's blessing and the fortification from the seed of ultimate evil, he was more than capable of experimenting with wave bullets. A humanoid Pokémon was on the verge of emergence. Yet, now was not the time for experimentation, as Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao had both emerged. The trio tacitly chose not to mention the events of the previous night. After finishing breakfast, Lin Dong and his companions set off. They arrived at a quaint town situated at the junction of forest and desert, which boasted a sizable second-hand vehicle market. This market specialized not in ordinary cars, but exclusively in desert off-road vehicles. The owner of the market, Torquay, was a towering figure at nearly 2 meters tall. Through their conversation, Lin Dong learned that he had a brother named Kanjiji, who operated a similar second-hand vehicle market on the other side of the desert, also dedicated to desert off-road vehicles. Vehicles purchased from Torquay could be sold to Kanjiji, effectively making it a rental arrangement, albeit with all risks assumed by the traveler. Should any mechanical failure or damage occur during the journey, the resale price would likely suffer considerably. In the case of total destruction, Kanjiji would only offer scrap value. How about we buy a vehicle? Lin Dong suggested enthusiastically. He recalled how, in the animated series of his past life, Ash and his companions had fainted in the desert due to lack of water, only to be rescued by a passing fire camel. They subsequently found themselves in a battling family, where they engaged in a contest. However, Lin Dong had no desire to reenact such a perilous scene. In reality, how many could survive after succumbing to dehydration in the desert? Ash and his friends were merely beneficiaries of the protagonist's halo, and in the utopian world of animation, death was an impossibility. Yet, upon his arrival in this world, the system had made it clear, this was reality. If you don't court death, you won't die. Lin Dong's promising life was just beginning, and he had no intention of jeopardizing it. His proposal garnered unanimous approval from the three girls. The desert was inherently hot and treacherous to traverse. Unlike the forest, where Pokémon were abundant, the desert's Pokémon were scarce, rendering it rather dull. Since they had the option of a vehicle, why suffer the hardships of walking? Moreover, while the vehicle's price might seem steep to an average person, all present were readily able to afford it. Xiao Wang was a little heiress, while Xiaoyao and Amy were both second-generation affluent individuals. Even Lin Dong, who had once been the poorest, now enjoyed the privileges of an elite trainer, with several bonuses from the league in his account. Purchasing a vehicle was well within their means. After acquiring the vehicle from Torquay, the quartet replenished their supplies in town, particularly water, which was of utmost importance. With all preparations complete, Lin Dong drove off, racing through the golden sands. He felt exhilarated. After all, speeding through the desert was a dream many men from his past life had harbored, though most lacked the time or energy to pursue it. Lin Dong had not anticipated that he would finally indulge in such a thrill after his reincarnation. However, out of consideration for the three girls, he drove cautiously. Yet it was still sufficiently thrilling. After all, Lin Dong was no professional racer. He was merely an ordinary individual with a driver's license. Driving too fast would compromise his safety as well. A little excitement was all he sought. The desert landscape was indeed enchanting. Although the three girls were reluctant to walk on the scorching sand under the blazing sun, they found joy in sightseeing from the vehicle. As they leaned against the windows, they gazed in wonder at the scenery. Look over there. Suddenly, Xiao Wang seemed startled by something, pointing urgently to the left. Lin Dong turned his head to glance and immediately slammed on the brakes. In the distance, swirling sands obscured everything, as stones scattered about, and the sky was painted a vivid yellow. It was said that the sands of all directions could obscure the heavens, and the winds from all sides swept through, leaving nothing alive in their wake. Such a sandstorm was unlike anything Lin Dong had witnessed in his previous life. If caught in its grasp, one would likely vanish without a trace. Amidst the tempest, however, a woman's voice emerged, singing a hauntingly beautiful melody that transcended the chaos, momentarily erasing all fear from Lin Dong and his companions. In an instant, they were entranced, forgetting to evade the impending danger. Just as they were about to succumb to the storm, the terrifying aura emanating from the seed of ultimate evil within Lin Dong surged forth, penetrating his very soul and jolting him back to reality. WOC. Lin Dong, now fully aware, felt a wave of dread wash over him. Had it not been for the powers he possessed, he might have met his end in the yellow sands today. Gazing at the approaching wall of sand, towering over 10 meters high, he hastily retrieved a Pokéball. Come forth, Lugia, I implore you. In that moment of clarity, Lin Dong understood that this sandstorm was not a natural phenomenon, but rather a manufactured one, channeling the seed of ultimate evil. A dark purple light flickered in Lin Dong's eyes as he discerned that no power resided within the storm. If that were the case, Lugia's might would surely suffice. The ethereal melody continued to weave its enchanting spell, lulling Xiao Wang, Xiaoyao, and Amy into a deeper trance. However, as Lugia conjured a protective barrier, the mesmerizing song abruptly ceased. In the wake of Lugia's resonant cry, the three girls were instantaneously roused from their stupor. The first sight that greeted them was the towering sand wall, threatening to engulf them. They all screamed in unison, only to realize that a massive shield had encased them and the vehicle in a protective embrace. The sand surged like a torrent, yet it could not budge the barrier in the slightest. Don't be afraid. It's all right now, Lin Dong quickly reassured them. The girls, having danced on the precipice of death, now safe, could no longer contain their relief and rushed to him, enveloping him in a heartfelt embrace. Chapter 141. Sovereign of the Desert. the desert dragonfly. What on earth is happening, Lindong? Ami quickly realized her lapse in composure. In her moment of desperation, genuine emotions had inadvertently surfaced, yet upon regaining her senses, she found herself engulfed in a wave of shyness. Thus, she hastily sought a new topic to discuss, taking the opportunity to release Lindong from her grasp. Internally, Lindong reveled in his triumph. It seemed that winning over Ami was merely a matter of time. The mere thought of it sent waves of exhilaration coursing through him. After all, she was the goddess of his childhood. From the days of watching animated series, he had been particularly enamored with this enchanting gym leader. In reality, she was even more captivating, radiating an ethereal beauty. However, this was hardly the moment for such musings. As they were still ensnared within the tempest of the sandstorm, Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao also released Lindong, only then realizing their precarious predicament. While they were momentarily free from mortal danger, the oppressive darkness enveloped them, with the world around cloaked in a suffocating yellow haze. Continuing in this manner was simply untenable. This sandstorm must have been conjured, Lindong asserted. I suspect it is the work of the desert dragonfly. His conviction deepened, particularly after hearing the ethereal melody that resembled a woman's song. This was a hallmark characteristic of the desert dragonfly. It would stir up the tempest with its wings, concealing itself at the storm's epicenter. The sound of its flapping was akin to a siren's song, enchanting yet perilous. Those who succumbed to its allure would inevitably become prey for the desert dragonfly and its nefarious companions, the rogue crocodiles. Naturally, the latter part of this narrative could never be depicted in animation. As a devoted enthusiast of Pokémon, Lindong may not have claimed to know every creature, but he certainly possessed an intimate understanding of the ones he adored, having thoroughly absorbed their official lore. In truth, the desert dragonfly's plight was rather tragic. For this defining trait was not showcased in its appearance during the Advanced Generation series, which featured limited screen time, although it eventually received its own dedicated episode. It was unfortunately set amidst a journey, culminating in its capture by a certain powerful trainer. Many viewers likely missed that installment, given its rather glaring shortcomings. Lindong himself had developed an ability to mentally obscure those parts, enduring the viewing experience solely for the sake of completion. Is that the desert dragonfly? Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao were no strangers to the creature. During their time at the Linshin Gym, the ace Pokémon of Insectichuro was indeed a desert dragonfly. After consulting their Pokédex, they confirmed its information aligned perfectly. The woman's song was, in fact, the sound of the desert dragonfly's wings. What should we do now? Ami inquired. Quite simply, we shall subdue it. Lindong responded, his frustration palpable. Had he not awakened in time, they might have all become sustenance for the desert dragonfly and rogue crocodiles. Thus, Lindong turned to Lugia and asked, Lugia, can you quell this sandstorm? With a definitive call, Lugia nodded in affirmation. It soared gracefully into the air, and with a powerful flap of its wings, the swirling sands were subdued. A tremendous surge of psychic energy erupted, forcefully striking the heart of the storm. With a mournful cry, the sandstorm ceased. The sky rapidly regained its cerulean hue, and as tranquility returned, the four of them directed their gazes toward the source of the lament. There, they beheld a magnificent dragonfly, a harmonious blend of light and dark green, fixated on the colossal silvery figure above. Lindong's heart raced upon sighting the desert dragonfly. This specimen was considerably larger than the one owned by Insectichuro, exuding an aura that was strikingly different. Its presence rivaled that of a quasi-divine entity at the second tier. Could it be the sovereign of the desert dragonfly clan? A spark of realization ignited within Lindong. It is well known that each species possesses individuals of extraordinary capability. Such Pokémon often ascend to lead as kings or sovereigns. Many leaders or sovereigns among the first-tier species possess strength akin to that of their second-tier counterparts, paralleling the might of fully grown quasi-divine beings. Lindong had encountered such entities before, like Bonnie's Empoleon. However, acquiring such Pokémon was inherently challenging. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that, during their juvenile phase, it was impossible to discern which individuals bore the potential of a great emperor. Many Pokémon that exhibited rapid growth early on would ultimately fade into obscurity. Only a select few could maintain their swift advancement alongside significant enhancements in strength. Therefore, capturing a Pokémon with the potential of a great emperor and nurturing it was largely a matter of fortune. Thus, the most effective strategy for acquiring a leader or sovereign was to capture an adult specimen. Yet, therein lay another conundrum. These creatures were already established as leaders or sovereigns of the second tier. How could one hope to subdue them? To capture such beings, one would either need to unleash a multitude of first-tier Pokémon of peak performance to overwhelm them or employ a fellow second-tier entity. Utilizing the former method would risk the likelihood of the leader or sovereign refusing to heed commands in the future. After all, these Pokémon were the rulers of their clans, often possessing formidable temperaments. Sending a group of weaker Pokémon to triumph through sheer numbers would hardly engender loyalty. It was a futile endeavor. Fortunately, Lindong's Regice did not present such complications, as none of the Pokémon he would dispatch to contend against it were inferior in strength. As for the latter method, one would first need to possess a second-tier entity. Ultimately, this would lead back to the necessity of training a quasi-divine Pokémon. Yet Lindong pondered a third approach. Xiaoguang, Xiaoyao, Ami, would you like to attempt to capture this desert dragonfly? He proposed. The three women exchanged glances, with Xiaoguang and Xiaoyao shaking their heads in unison. They understood that they were not a match for the desert dragonfly at present. Although Lindong had extended the offer to lend them his Pokémon, the ramifications of capturing it and subsequently failing to command it were daunting. Ami, on the other hand, was eager to make an attempt, yet out of respect, she felt it prudent to consult Lindong first. I would like to try, but do you not intend to capture it yourself? In the past, I did entertain the thought of capturing one, but that inclination has since dissipated, Lindong replied, shaking his head. He had indeed harbored a fondness for the desert dragonfly, particularly recalling its climactic battle with the Bloodwing dragon in the theatrical release. However, he now recognized that capturing the desert dragonfly no longer held any practical value. If it were merely for collection purposes, he could easily procure a large-jaw ant or a soundwave larva instead. As for high-level combat prowess, Lindong was destined not to lack second-tier entities. What he truly sought were those capable of reaching the pinnacle of the second tier. Thus, the desert dragonfly presented a significant dilemma. It could not undergo mega evolution. Chapter 142, Capturing the Desert Dragonfly. The inability to mega evolve was undoubtedly the desert dragonfly's greatest shortcoming. Lindong recalled that in his previous life, all dragon-type Pokémon of the third generation received the ability to mega evolve, save for the desert dragonfly. Rumors circulated that it was initially slated to receive a mega evolution, but the designers ultimately lacked inspiration, leading to its abandonment. The specifics of this were beyond Lindong's knowledge, but it remained a fact that until his reincarnation, the desert dragonfly had yet to be afforded its mega evolution. A regrettable circumstance, yet one that could not be altered. This signifies that the potential of the desert dragonfly has reached its limits. Although its early-stage power at the second tier is currently sufficient to dominate its peers, this may not hold true in the future, especially after the forces of mega evolution are discovered by the Alliance and become widespread among trainers. Numerous Pokémon can achieve such power. For instance, Charizard, provided its foundation isn't subpar, can reach this level with a mere mega evolution. Similarly, Dragonite and Sceptile, despite lacking mega evolution, inherently possess capabilities that surpass the mid-tier of the second level. Moreover, Lindong's Kirlia, benefiting from a systematic training package, has improved its potential from the egg stage. As it evolves into Galade, it will inherently possess second-tier strength, and with a mega evolution, it may even challenge the peak of that tier. Additionally, Pokémon like Banchu's Garchomp, once it mega evolves, is guaranteed to reach the pinnacle of the second tier. Thus, the desert dragonfly, now devoid of any potential, holds no allure for Lindong. However, for the three women at this stage, it remains a rare asset in battle. Consequently, Ami hurled a Pokeball. Come forth, Metagross. Metagross and the desert dragonfly confronted each other midair. A fiery orange light coalesced within the desert dragonfly's mouth, followed by a fierce beam shooting towards Metagross. Metagross, unleash your meteor mash. Metagross gathered metallic radiance before retaliating with a beam aimed at the desert dragonfly. The two beams collided, resulting in a violent explosion. A gust of wind stirred up dust, obscuring visibility. Ami, unable to see the situation of the desert dragonfly and Metagross, found herself unable to issue commands. Metagross could only rely on instinct, exchanging a couple of blows with the desert dragonfly. In truth, Metagross had only just evolved and had yet to break through to the second tier. It required time to accumulate more energy and compress it to a certain mass to genuinely exhibit its quasi-legendary prowess. However, it was currently only able to hold its ground against the desert dragonfly because the latter had sustained injuries, specifically from Lugia's earlier strike. To stop the sandstorm, Lugia had held nothing back. Although the desert was the desert dragonfly's domain, granting it the advantages of time, place, and population, it was utterly powerless against absolute strength. Even now, Lindong had yet to recall Lugia, whose overwhelming pressure continued to bear down on the desert dragonfly. While Lugia did not directly engage, its mere presence exerted significant influence. At the very least, The desert dragonfly found it challenging to unleash its ultimate move, often glancing at Lugia's movements in fear of a sudden attack. This distraction made it increasingly difficult to showcase its true power. As the dust settled, Ami seized an opportunity and decisively commanded, Metagross, use Bullet Punch. Metagross immediately unleashed a barrage of punches, each resembling bullets as they sped towards the desert dragonfly. The desert dragonfly, caught off guard, failed to evade and was struck by the barrage. In that moment, Ami threw a Pokeball. The Pokeball struck the desert dragonfly, which transformed into a red light and was drawn inside. The Pokeball began to shake violently. The desert dragonfly was reluctant to be captured. After all, it was the undisputed sovereign of this desert. Being captured would mean following orders and losing its freedom, far less enjoyable than reigning supreme in this domain. However, it harbored concerns, as Lugia still soared above. Should it break free from the ball, what would happen if Lugia attacked? Although the origins of the silvery bird were unknown, the desert dragonfly sensed an incomprehensible and terrifying power emanating from it. A single strike had already wounded it. Further aggression could indeed prove fatal. Any Pokemon capable of becoming a sovereign is far from foolish. The desert dragonfly recognized that the alluring woman attempting to capture it was connected to the master of that silvery bird, possibly even sharing a special bond. If it were to be captured, the silvery bird would surely refrain from attacking. At least it would be safe and secure, free from harm. The desert dragonfly found itself in a profound internal struggle, torn between conflicting thoughts. As the desert dragonfly wavered, Ami anxiously observed the Pokeball's condition. Noticing the intensity of its tremors, she felt the odds were against her. Lindong shared her sentiment. While Bullet Punch had caught the desert dragonfly off guard due to its rapid speed, the move's power was not particularly high, resulting in minimal damage. Furthermore, the desert dragonfly's pride was unmistakable. Not only was it a dominant creature, but its very essence was that of a dragon, a true terrestrial dragon. What dragon lacks a modicum of arrogance? Thus, Lindong believed it was necessary to apply additional pressure on the desert dragonfly. He turned his gaze skyward, using telepathy to convey a message to Lugia. Lugia let out a resounding cry. This sound caused the desert dragonfly within the Pokeball to shudder, leading to a decisive moment. It chose not to resist. Whatever will be, will be. Consequently, the Pokeball stabilized and emitted a confirming sound. It was successful. Ami was elated and hurriedly picked up the Pokeball. Metagross expressed its joy, having initially lacked confidence. Had the desert dragonfly escaped from the Pokeball, it might not have been able to defeat it. However, all was well now. The capture was complete, and the desert dragonfly was now an ally. Come back, Lugia. With the desert dragonfly captured, Lindong recalled Lugia, not forgetting to congratulate Ami. Thank you, Lindong. Ami recognized that her ability to capture the desert dragonfly was entirely due to Lindong's influence. Since their acquaintance, she had felt as though her journey had been smooth sailing. Pokemon had evolved as they should, and she had captured all that could be captured. If this continued, she would be left with no means to repay him, save for offering herself in gratitude. The thought of offering herself brought a blush to her cheeks. Ami, that's wonderful. Congratulations. Xiaoguang and Xiaoyao approached to offer their congratulations, interrupting Ami's contemplations about her offer. Thank you. Ami was genuinely delighted. Her initial goal for traveling was merely to enhance her strength and better develop the Aoi Dojo. Yet now, she found herself with new aspirations. She had learned of a significant development within the Alliance. A major event was about to occur in the Kanto and Johto regions, and she might just have the chance to rise through the ranks. Chapter 143, Aromatherapy, Capturing Esper. After the brief interlude in the desert, Lindong and his companions swiftly departed from the sandy expanse. At a small town on the edge of the forest, they found Kanji, the brother of the owner of the truck, Taruki, and successfully sold the vehicle. Since the truck had sustained no damage during their journey, the rental fees ended up being quite minimal. Subsequently, akin to an episode from the anime, Xiaoyao discovered a sick Esper in the forest and brought it to the Green Pavilion, the research institute for Pokemon aromatherapy. Here, Lindong encountered an unexpected individual. Lindong, Xiaoguang Xiaoyao? What a coincidence. I never expected to meet you here. A Miss Junxiao approached. Who are you? Lindong inquired, slightly bewildered, for to him, Miss Junxiao appeared to be an exact replica of someone he had encountered before. Lacking Xiao Gang's discerning ability, he could not distinguish between the two Junxia. The Junxia before him introduced herself, and Lindong soon realized that she was indeed the one he had met in the Orange Forest. My name is Junxia Yan, but you may call me Xiao Yan, she smiled. I am no longer affiliated with the Security Bureau, so there is no need to address me as Miss Junxia. Lindong nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, Junsha Yin was not clad in uniform, but rather in casual attire, a white t-shirt paired with jeans that accentuated her long legs. One must admit, the women of the Junsha family were all stunningly beautiful. However, due to their status, few dared to openly admire them. In this regard, Lin Dong held great admiration for Xiao Gang. Xiao Yin, may I ask what brings you here? Xiao Guang inquired, still grappling with the transition, as he was accustomed to calling her Miss Junsha. Oh, I am here to seek treatment for my speedy dog, Junsha Yin replied with a smile. It turned out that after departing from Linxin town, she had never relinquished her hope of healing the speedy dog. Despite Miss Joy's assertion that the dog's injuries were irreparable and that it could no longer battle, Junsha Yin continued to search for remedies. While the Joy family represented the pinnacle of Pokemon healthcare, she was aware that some folk remedies possessed remarkable efficacy. The possibility of healing the speedy dog's wounds was not entirely devoid of hope. Upon hearing that Miss Elisa was researching aromatherapy that might prove effective, she promptly brought her speedy dog to seek assistance. Oh well. Lin Dong and his companions glanced at the speedy dog undergoing aromatherapy, surprised to find that it still remembered them. Standing to greet them. Hello, speedy dog. It's been a while, Xiao Guang said, petting its head, noticing its lively demeanor. Xiao Yan, how is its condition now? Xiao Yao inquired. While it still cannot perform any signature moves, as you can see, its spirit has largely returned. It is quite energetic, isn't it? Junsha Yin replied joyfully. Deep down, she understood that the speedy dog's injuries were likely beyond recovery, but witnessing it regain its spirit and vibrancy was already a significant triumph. With her capabilities, caring for the speedy dog for a lifetime would not be an issue. However, she wished for it to live joyfully rather than in sorrow. Everything seemed to be progressing positively. Xiaoyan, may I ask who these individuals are? At that moment, a beautiful woman clad in a white lab coat entered. Her long blue hair flowed gracefully over her shoulders, exuding a subtle fragrance that was quite pleasant. Elisa, Junsha Yin greeted her warmly. Allow me to introduce you. This is Lin Dong, and these three are Xiao Guang, Xiao Yao, and Ami. This is Miss Elisa, the owner of this green pavilion. Hello, Miss Elisa, Lin Dong greeted her, taking a moment to appraise her. Indeed, she was a stunning elder sister certified by Xiao Gang, radiating an extraordinary aura. Xiao Guang, Xiao Yao, and Ami also exchanged pleasantries with Elisa. Oh my, I often hear Xiaoyan speak of you all. Please, have a seat, Elisa responded with genuine warmth. Miss Elisa, could you assist me in examining my Meowth? Xiao Yao suddenly recalled the purpose of their visit and quickly inquired. Of course, please follow me. Elisa led them to the adjacent treatment room, where she placed Meowth on a mat for examination. This Meowth appears rather lethargic. However, it is not unwell, merely fatigued. Elisa proceeded to a nearby medication room filled with numerous test tubes. Rest assured, I will concoct a scent that is suitable for it. Just leave it to me. Lin Dong and his companions watched curiously from the sidelines. This treatment method was unfamiliar even to Ami, who was already a gym trainer. Although Lin Dong had seen it before, it was merely in animated form. The reality was far more impressive. He could actually perceive many of the fragrances. Elisa's research into Pokemon aromatherapy was indeed remarkable. After she prepared a scent for Meowth to inhale, it immediately perked up a bit. Lin Dong felt uplifted as well after inhaling the fragrance, and the others shared a similar sentiment, having experienced the aromatic therapy firsthand. Elisa then suggested taking Lin Dong and his companions on a tour of the research facility. However, Xiao Yao chose to remain in the treatment room to accompany Meowth. In the garden of the research institute, Lin Dong and the others encountered numerous grass-type Pokemon. Through Elisa's explanations, they learned that many of the scents used in the concoctions were derived from these Pokemon. By the time they returned to the treatment room, Meowth's spirit had significantly improved, and it began chasing Pikachu's tail. After a brief playtime between the two Pokemon, Xiao Yao picked up Meowth and expressed her desire to capture it. Meowth had already internally agreed, but the process still needed to be followed. Thus, Xiao Yao and Meowth went to an open area outside the research institute. Come forth, Machoke. Machoke waved its arms, focusing intently on Meowth. Undeterred, Meowth unleashed a powerful attack. With its vitality restored, the impact was considerable, causing Machoke to stumble backward. Machoke, now serious, retaliated in kind, eager to establish dominance over the newcomer. As expected, Machoke emerged victorious in this bout. Xiao Yao threw a Pokeball, successfully capturing Meowth. There was a satisfying click as the ball sealed the Pokemon inside. I did it. I have captured my new friend Meowth. Chapter 144. The glorious contest of Autumn Leaf Town begins. After bidding farewell to Junsha Yin and Elisa, Lin Dong and his companions swiftly arrived at Autumn Leaf Town. The Pokemon contest was about to commence. At the venue, Lin Dong spotted two familiar faces. One was the green-haired Shun, and the other was Grace, who sat cross-legged in a yoga pose. Beside Grace floated a Chimcho, its body aglow with a gentle blue light. "Wow, look over there, it's Chimcho," Xiao Yao exclaimed, instantly recognizing the unique Pokémon, as it had been used by Tenzai against Lin Dong during their gym battle, albeit it had been thoroughly defeated by Jengar. "Be cautious. Chimcho can utilize psychic moves and will be a formidable opponent," Lin Dong cautioned, slightly concerned. He worried that his previous easy victory over Tenzai might lead the two girls to mistakenly believe Chimcho was easily handled. In truth, Chimcho was anything but easy to deal with, and its trainer, Grace, was an exceptionally skilled coordinator. According to the original animated storyline, Grace had effortlessly defeated Shun. Moreover, Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao had little experience facing psychic-type Pokémon. If they underestimated their opponent, they might find themselves in serious trouble. "I understand. I will be extra careful." Xiao Guang nodded in comprehension. At that moment, Shun noticed Xiao Yao registering and approached her. "Hey, Xiao Yao, nice to see you again." Xiao Shun took the initiative to greet her. He could not quite fathom why, ever since his defeat to Xiao Yao that day. Her figure had lingered incessantly in his mind. Thus, driven by an inexplicable impulse, he approached her once more. "Xiao Shun." "Hello." Xiao Yao responded courteously. "You two are here for the Autumn Leaf Conference of the Gorgeous Contest, I presume? I look forward to our rematch." "Me too," Xiao Shun replied with a smile, and then turned towards Lin Dong and the others. "These must be your friends, right?" "Greetings, I am Xiao Shun, a Pokemon coordinator." "Indeed. They are my traveling companions. Allow me to introduce them," Xiao Yao said, proceeding with the introductions. It was then that Xiao Shun discovered to his surprise that Xiao Guang was also one of Xiao Yao's companions. "What a pleasure to meet you, Miss Xiao Guang. I still vividly remember your performance at the Martial Arts Special Conference. I eagerly anticipate our encounter." Xiao Shun instinctively regarded Xiao Guang as a senior, despite their similar ages, due to her remarkable achievements since her debut. She had clinched the ribbon medal at the Kana's conference in her very first battle and subsequently triumphed at the Martial Arts Special Conference. Her victory at the subsequent Kana conference was also effortless. What newcomer could boast such prowess? Typically, a novice coordinator is considered exceptionally talented if they reach the final stage at least once during their first 3 gorgeous contests. Yet Xiao Guang had achieved a clean sweep, securing 3 ribbon medals, one of which was from the special conference. Xiao Shun felt that the chances of overcoming Xiao Guang were slim unless they faced each other in the first round of the gorgeous battle, and he managed to secure a significant type advantage. "Hello, Xiao Shun. I am also very much looking forward to it," Xiao Guang replied politely, despite appearing formidable in the eyes of others. She herself did not share that sentiment. During the Kana's conference, she had benefited from favorable draws. Her section contained relatively weak opponents, while Jin Wu encountered formidable foes, rendering his Alakazam unable to continue battling. Xiao Guang believed that had she faced Jin Wu's Alakazam in the first round, she likely would not have prevailed. As for the martial arts special conference, she had relied on Lin Dong's Jengar, whose strength would have guaranteed victory regardless of her presence. She merely complemented Jengar's performance, making it appear more intricate. Regarding the Kana conference, she had coordinated with Xiao Yao to use bug-type Pokemon for their practice. Thus, Xiao Guang genuinely did not feel particularly exceptional. However, in Xiao Shun's eyes, this modesty was admirable. He had always prided himself on his abilities, feeling that only 2 individuals had ever seemed truly invincible to him, Rob and Xiao Guang. After a brief exchange, the group dispersed. Xiao Shun intended to practice his signature move, while Xiao Yao urged Lin Dong and the others to sample the local delicacies of Autumn Leaf Town. As Xiao Shun turned back to observe the departing quartet, his gaze gradually fixed upon Lin Dong. This boy, who was of similar age, was indeed fortunate to travel alongside so many beautiful companions, particularly Xiao Yao, who seemed to share an unusually close bond with him. A pang of jealousy welled up within Xiao Shun. Suddenly, he found himself questioning this feeling. Why was he envious? This perplexity lingered in his mind. Time passed swiftly, and on a splendid, sunny morning, the Autumn Leaf Conference of the Gorgeous Contest commenced. Esteemed guests, greetings. On this beautiful morning, we welcome you to Autumn Leaf Town. I am Vivian, the host of this gorgeous contest. Now, please allow me to introduce the panel of judges for this event. Mr. Kankansutan, Director of the Gorgeous Contest Affairs Bureau, Mr. Sumizuka, President of the Pokemon Enthusiast Association, and Ms. Joy from the Autumn Leaf Town Pokemon Center. Let us extend a warm welcome. The familiar trio took their seats at the judges' table amidst the applause of the audience and participants. Of course, Ms. Joy was a new addition, not the same as the previous one. However, to everyone, They bore a striking resemblance and shared similar voices, making it genuinely challenging to tell them apart. Lindong once again marveled at how impressive Xiaojiang was for being able to distinguish all the joys and Junshas. If he were in his previous world, he would have been perfect for a brain-teaser variety show, as his ability to identify Ms. Joy and Ms. Junsha would undoubtedly mark him as a prodigy. The host's voice resonated again. The Autumn Leaf Conference of the Gorgeous Contest is about to begin, and the first round of thrilling performances is set to unfold. No sooner had the host finished speaking than the first contestant appeared. It was Xiao Shun. He once again summoned his Roserade and executed the familiar move, Flower Dance. However, this time, the performance was far more splendid than before, showcasing the heightened synergy between Xiao Shun and Roserade. The three judges awarded high scores. Following him, several passers-by took to the stage, but their performances were rather mediocre. Particularly at the outset, Xiao Shun had ignited the atmosphere, leaving these participants at a distinct disadvantage. Their abysmal scores effectively signaled the end of their journey at the Autumn Leaf Conference. Before long, Miss Grace took the stage. Her personality resembled what Lin Dong had learned about her in his previous life. She bore some resemblance to Musashi, yet this lady was quite upright, giving her a particularly cheerful demeanor. Chakram, use Flying Knee Strike. The Flying Knee Strike executed by Chakram was powerful and, thanks to her frequent yoga practice, its movements were exceedingly coordinated, offering a visually captivating spectacle. Following her performance, she too garnered high praise from the three judges, ensuring her score would not be low. After several more anonymous contestants, it was finally Xiao Yao's turn. This time, she sent forth her Vivillon. Vivillon performed Silver Wind, playfully engaging with Xiao Yao like a frisbee. Their synergy was impeccable. The beauty of Vivillon, the power of its move, and the control over its technique were all perfectly displayed, earning unanimous acclaim from the judges. Lindong felt confident about her prospects. After a few more performances by lesser-known contestants, it was finally Xiao Guang's turn. Kanken Suten and Sumizuka were now particularly focused on her. Xiao Guang donned a vibrant floral dress and sent forth her Rain Moth. The Rain Moth began with Bubble Beam, filling the air with bubbles, and then executed a combination of Hurricane and Water Gun, swirling to burst the bubbles. Under the stage lights, the shimmering droplets danced like a dream. This performance naturally received commendations from the judges. However, backstage, Xiao Shun's expression was far from pleasant. Having come to Autumn Leaf Town for the Gorgeous Contest, he was undoubtedly aiming for a ribbon medal. Yet the current scenario was decidedly unfavorable for him. Both Xiao Yao's Vivillon and Xiao Guang's Rain Moth possessed bug and flying types, making it a daunting task for his Roserade to contend with them. While it's true that the Gorgeous battle differs from typical Pokémon battles, where even if a move is entirely ineffective, one can still win by dazzling movements and impacting the opponent's performance to deduct their points, the advantage of type still holds significant weight. With a type advantage, one can often act boldly and unleash their full potential. Conversely, when faced with a disadvantage, even the most elegant techniques may falter under hesitation, preventing one from performing to their utmost ability. Once all the competitors completed the first round of evaluations, the list of those advancing to the second round was unveiled. The 8 contestants progressing in the Autumn Leaf Conference of the Pokémon Showcase are as follows. Accompanied by Vivian's voice, the big screen displayed the photographs of all the qualifying participants. As anticipated, both Xiao Shun, Grace, Xiao Yao, and Xiao Guang advanced to the next stage. In the subsequent grouping, Xiao Guang, Xiao Shun, and Grace found themselves in one half bracket, while Xiao Yao was placed in the other. The first dazzling battle commenced with a showdown between Xiao Guang and Xiao Shun. Both participants revealed their Pokémon without hesitation. Rainwing Moth and Poison Rose faced each other on the battlefield with great caution. Although Xiao Guang had the advantage in terms of type, she was acutely aware of Xiao Shuan's capabilities and did not underestimate him in the slightest. Poison Rose, use Petal Dance, Xiao Shun commanded, prompting Poison Rose to unleash its signature move. Despite Petal Dance being one of the most powerful grass-type moves, it was unlikely to inflict significant damage on Rainwing Moth. However, its sheer flair could potentially earn considerable points. Rainwing Moth, unleash Hurricane, followed by Air Slash. Xiao Guang responded promptly. Rainwing Moth flapped its wings vigorously, summoning a tempest that swept toward Poison Rose. Following this, it executed a swift motion, sending 2 sharp blades of air hurtling towards its opponent. Poison Rose was initially caught in the hurricane, its petal dance thrown into disarray as petals scattered chaotically, losing their previous elegance. The 2 air slashes cut through the air, severing the petals that had been aimed at Rainwing Moth. While some scattered petals struck Rainwing Moth, they failed to inflict any substantial impact, as Rainwing Moth possessed a formidable resistance to grass-type moves. Conversely, Poison Rose found itself in a precarious situation. Though the power of Air Slash was diminished by Petal Dance, it still struck true. The impact caused Poison Rose's Petal Dance to abruptly cease. At that moment, Poison Rose appeared dazed, swaying unsteadily, as if disoriented. Xiaoshun lost a significant number of points, nearly half of his score plummeting at once. Damn it! Xiaoshun gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, fully aware that the odds were heavily stacked against him. However, he had not anticipated Rainwing Moth's flying-type move being so overwhelmingly powerful. This was quite contrary to the norm. Xiaoshun could never have imagined that the Pokémon he practiced with, Rainwing Moth, initially trained alongside Xiaowang's Murkrow, had later sparred with Lindong's Honchkrow. The training method was straightforward, simply practicing against Hurricane, much like their previous encounter against the Magma team in Guqing Town. Such rigorous training undoubtedly resulted in extraordinary prowess. With Xiaowang already enjoying an advantage in type, she capitalized on her dominance in the battle, delivering a series of fluid and seamless attacks that ultimately eliminated Poison Rose. At the moment Xiaoshun's score hit 0, Xiaowang's score had only slightly diminished. While Xiaoshun felt a wave of dejection, he quickly regained his composure. To him, it was only natural that Xiaowang possessed such strength. He never truly considered himself her equal. His desire for the ribbon badge was merely a fleeting wish. Thus, he accepted his defeat with little struggle. The next match featured Xiaoyao, who faced a bystander and effortlessly secured victory. The first round of dazzling battles concluded swiftly, with Grace also achieving an easy triumph. The first match of the second round was the spotlight battle between Xiaowang and Grace. Go Charm! Grace opted not to switch her Pokémon, and instead sent forth her ace, Charm. Rainwing Moth, make a charming entrance. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaowang decided to deploy Rainwing Moth, as its flying type offered a distinct advantage against Charm's fighting type. Furthermore, Rainwing Moth excelled in ranged attacks, allowing for greater tactical versatility during the match. Charm, use Psychic. Grace commanded, and Charm immediately unleashed its psychic abilities. Lacking experience in countering such moves, Rainwing Moth was promptly ensnared by Charm's Psychic. Lindong's greatest fears had materialized. In the animated series, Psychic-type moves often appeared overpowered, capable of resolving nearly any conflict. Since arriving in this world, Lindong realized that countering Psychic required either sheer strength to break free or the ability to perceive the fluctuations of psychic energy, both of which were exceedingly challenging, particularly the latter. Naturally, the latter approach was the most effective and economical, as all attacks rely on energy, and Psychic was no exception. However, while Psychic utilized mental energy, which is nearly invisible, Psychic-type Pokémon would still emit a faint blue glow around their bodies or eyes when executing their moves, serving as evidence of energy utilization. Just because it was invisible did not mean it was entirely non-existent. Chapter 146, the final stage. Xiaoyao's victory. This insight was something Lindong had observed during the battle between Gengar and Grace's Charm. At that time, Lindong had activated the Evil Seed, using its power to perceive the psychic energy emitted by Charm. Ghost-type Pokémon like Gengar presumably possessed a similar ability to detect psychic energy. However, he was uncertain if other types of Pokémon shared this capability. Understanding this principle, Lindong had shared it with Xiaowang and Xiaoyao, as he anticipated they might face Grace's Charm. However, knowing the theory and applying it effectively in battle against psychic Pokémon were two entirely different concepts. Xiaowang now felt this acutely. Despite her awareness that mental energy was at play, she lacked the ability to perceive it. Faced with this invisible onslaught, she found herself at a loss. Thus, she resorted to the most rudimentary approach. Rainwing Moth, try to break free. Rainwing Moth, ensnared by Psychic, shimmered with a blue glow around its body. While Charm's energy radiated outward, Rainwing Moth's energy contracted inward. Upon receiving the command, Rainwing Moth summoned all its energy in an attempt to push outward, striving to shatter the Psychic's grip. As Rainwing Moth exerted itself, Charm began to struggle, sweat beading on its forehead. Nevertheless, Charm maintained its meditative posture, floating effortlessly while gradually approaching Rainwing Moth. Rainwing Moth, you can do it. Xiaowang cheered, though her encouragement was all she could offer. Unfortunately, Charm's level was not inferior to Rainwing Moth. In fact, it was slightly superior. Though it was exerting effort, it still managed to maintain control over Rainwing Moth. With Psychic continually suppressing Rainwing Moth, Xiaowang's score continued to dwindle. As Charm drew nearer to Rainwing Moth, Grace swiftly commanded, Charm, use Ice Punch. Charm's fist became enveloped in a layer of frigid ice energy, striking fiercely toward Rainwing Moth. Captured by Psychic, Rainwing Moth had no means of evading the attack, and was hit squarely by the ice punch. Despite Rainwing Moth's considerable resistance to fighting-type moves, it was ill-equipped to withstand ice-type attacks. The blow inflicted substantial damage upon Rainwing Moth. Rainwing Moth! Xiaowang cried out in alarm, her anxiety causing her to lose focus. Simultaneously, she suffered a significant loss of points. In the ensuing battle, Grace maintained a decisive upper hand, with Charm relentlessly assaulting Rainwing Moth. However, Xiaowang also discovered some opportunities, one of which included 2 air blades striking Charm's right knee. Nevertheless, as the 5-minute mark arrived, Xiaowang's score dwindled to a mere remnant, significantly lower than Grace's. However, Grace's score had also been halved. The victor was determined. Advancing to the final stage was Miss Grace. Vivian announced the results of the match. Xiaowang did not feel disheartened by her defeat. In the latter half, she had gradually begun to grasp how to counter the psychic Pokémon. The initial disadvantage had simply been too great, rendering any comeback impossible in the end. In another bracket, Xiaoyao successfully triumphed over a passerby contestant, securing her place in the final stage. To everyone's surprise, Grace once again sent out Charm for the final battle. This decision appeared somewhat irrational to outsiders. Yet from Grace's perspective, she felt she had no choice. Charm was her strongest Pokémon, and now that she had reached the final stage, victory in the last match would grant her the coveted ribbon badge. Anyone in her position would instinctively choose their most powerful and trusted Pokémon. Furthermore, Charm's injuries were not particularly severe and did not impede its ability to battle. Thus, propelled by this habitual inclination, she deployed Charm. Xiaoyao, on the other hand, sent out the Electrike. Yes, the very Electrike that had once defected to her side. Electrike unleashed a thunderbolt. Xiaoyao, having observed Xiaowang's battle, immediately launched an aggressive attack, determined to prevent Grace from utilizing Psychic first. It must be said that this Electrike, nurtured by the Huang family's resources, exhibited considerable prowess, standing as a formidable presence within its tier, especially since it genuinely desired to accompany Xiaoyao, having recognized her as its trainer. Electrike promptly executed the command without the delays that had plagued its previous handler. A surge of potent electricity erupted from Electrike, swiftly striking towards Charm. Charm, evade and use Flying Knee Strike. Grace, sensing the formidable power of the thunderbolt, dared not allow Charm to withstand the blow head-on. Faced with the imposing Electrike, she opted to let Charm engage closely and win through martial prowess. Charm skillfully dodged the thunderbolt with elegant yoga-like techniques before delivering a powerful Flying Knee Strike. This fluid sequence of movements resulted in a deduction of points for Xiaoyao. However, Xiaoyao remained unfazed and commanded Electrike to retaliate. Electrike, use Thunder Punch. Electrike's sturdy limbs surged with fierce electricity as it clenched its fist, striking fiercely against Charm's Flying Knee Strike. Habitually, Charm retaliated with its right knee. Yet, upon clashing with Electrike, Charm suddenly felt a wave of weakness in its right knee, which resulted in being sent flying by Electrike's powerful assault. Electrike stood steadfast, unyielding. This turn of events led to a significant point deduction for Grace. How could this happen? Charm, how do you feel? Grace gazed at the scene in disbelief. The Flying Knee Strike was Charm's signature move, one that had aided her in overcoming numerous opponents in the past. Yet now, it had been sent sprawling by Electrike. Xiaoyao, however, wore a smile. Her plan had succeeded. Earlier, while observing Xiaowang's battle, she noted that the 2 air blades had struck Charm's right knee. Given Charm's physique, its full combat potential relied heavily on its stable lower body strength. An injury to its habitual kicking leg would inevitably hinder its mobility, affecting its speed, reaction time, and power. Xiaoyao held firm confidence in Xiaowang's Butterfree. Despite Charm's seeming lack of impairment, she was certain that those 2 air blades had inflicted some damage. Thus, when she saw Charm approaching with a Flying Knee Strike, she unhesitatingly instructed Electrike to confront it head-on. Sure enough, the Thunder Punch exacerbated the injury to Charm's right knee, unleashing the hidden damage that had been simmering beneath the surface. As the hidden injury flared, Charm found even standing to be a challenge. Charm, use Psychic. Grace clearly had no intention of conceding. This was the final stage, after all. Electrike, counter with Thunderbolt. Xiaoyao swiftly countered. A beam of lightning enveloped Electrike, as the blue psychic energy was instantly repelled into nothingness. Subsequently, a moving bolt of lightning surged towards Charm. Attempting to evade, Charm's right knee faltered once more, leaving it vulnerable to the Thunderbolt strike. Grace faced another significant point deduction. However, it was not long before Charm collapsed to the ground, its eyes swirling in dizziness. Vivian's voice resonated throughout the arena. Charm has lost its ability to battle. Let us congratulate Miss Xiaoyao on her victory in the final stage. Chapter 147. Lindong's Concerns. The earthquake at Yinta Mountain. Kankansutan presented Xiaoyao with the ribbon badge. As she walked, the pink ribbon badge in her hand drew her gaze, accompanied by a silly smile. It was evident that receiving her very first ribbon badge filled Xiaoyao with immense excitement, even surpassing Xiaowang's earlier enthusiasm. This was entirely understandable. After all, Xiaowang had been immersed in the world of coordination since childhood, with her mother, Kaizi, possessing an abundance of ribbon trophies. It goes without saying that she had accumulated numerous ribbon badges, likely filling an entire box with them. Thus, Xiaowang had anticipated the significance of obtaining a ribbon badge. In essence, this ribbon badge served merely as the key to a grand celebration, akin to the function of a gym badge. Xiaowang had always been intrigued by the grand competitions, and with her talent, it was only a matter of time before she secured a ribbon badge. Xiaoyao, however, was different. She had embarked on her journey only recently and made the decision to become a coordinator after some time. Entering the field without a foundation, she essentially started from scratch. Therefore, acquiring the ribbon badge was a moment of uncontainable joy for her. Nevertheless, it should be noted that Xiaoyao also possessed considerable talent, being the daughter of Mr. Qianli. Regardless of whether one was a trainer or a coordinator, there were commonalities between the two. Xiaoyao gradually began to cultivate her own style. Lindong, on the other hand, grew somewhat concerned for Xiaowang. The styles of Xiaowang and Xiaoyao in the grand battle competition were markedly different. Xiaoyao's approach was almost akin to treating the grand battle competition as a standard match, merely incorporating elements of a coordinator's methodology. While her Pokémon tended to lean towards those with greater strength, it was foreseeable that her Combuskin would evolve into Blaziken, and her Marshtomp would eventually become Swampert. Coupled with Electrike, Xiaoyao was set to possess a formidable roster of fully evolved Pokémon with substantial combat prowess. According to the original anime's storyline, Xiaoyao would later capture a Bulbasaur. It was highly likely that her EV would evolve into a Glaceon, just as in the original narrative. Considering the prospect of Blaziken, Swampert, Electrike, Beautifly, Venusaur, and Glaceon, such a lineup would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge at the League Conference. In contrast, while Xiaowang's Pokémon excelled in graceful techniques, they fell short in terms of raw power. Pachama's decision not to evolve, while it did not hinder its level progression, inherently placed it at a disadvantage compared to its evolved counterpart, Empoleon. In future encounters against fully evolved Pokémon of the same tier, Xiaowang would likely face considerable challenges. Additionally, her Flababy was also of the cute variety. Although it is said that the long-eared rabbit can undergo mega evolution, it remains, at best, an average entity within the first tier of its kind. When facing an opponent that has also undergone mega evolution, it would undoubtedly find itself at a disadvantage. As for the muck bird, there is no need to elaborate. Even in its juvenile form, it is quite frail and holds a relatively weak position within its species. The muck eagle shares a similar fate, also ranking merely as average within the first tier. Regarding the rainwing moth, its species is even weaker than the previous two. However, due to the water-type abilities of its pre-evolution, the rolling candy ball, it excels in utilizing moves from the bug, flying, and water types, showcasing a commendable array of skills. Upon careful consideration, it appears that the only truly formidable Pokémon in Xiaowang's current arsenal is the future Boscodora. Nonetheless, it is worth mentioning that without mega evolution, Boscodora's prowess is rather unremarkable. Furthermore, cultivating Xiaowang's Kecleon to its final evolution will likely require a considerable amount of time. Currently, its potential does not seem to match that of Amy's Pokémon. Thus, Lindong harbors some concern about Xiaowang encountering bottlenecks in the future. Of course, there is no rush. Lindong merely intends to keep an eye out during their upcoming travels for any suitable high-quality Pokémon for Xiaowang. After departing from Shiya Town, Lindong and his companions swiftly arrived at the foot of Smoke Peak. As night had already fallen, they decided to rest at the Pokémon Center at the base of the mountain. Later that night, Lindong stealthily slipped out from under his covers. As he pondered whether to sneak up on Xiaowang or Xiaoyao, the ground suddenly trembled violently. A series of thunderous booms resonated, and Lindong quickly abandoned his original intentions. Urgently waking the three girls, an earthquake had struck. The three girls awoke, hastily emerging from the Pokémon Center clad in their pajamas. Nurse Joy was already busy maintaining order. After a restless night with no aftershocks, everyone returned to their slumber. The following day, when Lindong and the others reached the cable car station, they discovered that the previous day's earthquake had damaged the cable car lines. Relevant authorities were already on site for emergency repairs. Unfortunately, ascending the mountain that day was impossible. Lindong was not overly concerned, as it merely meant extending their stay at the Pokémon Center. They could leisurely explore the nearby area in search of rare Pokémon. While wandering around the hillside, Lindong noticed that the earthquake had surprisingly opened the entrance to a cave. A cave? An instinctive urge compelled him to venture inside. Shall I go in? You all can return to the Pokémon Center first? Lindong decided to follow his intuition. We'll go with you, Xiaowang and Xiaoyao responded in unison. Upon exchanging glances, both girls began to feel slightly embarrassed. Hee, then let us all go together, Amy interjected, sensing their awkwardness. Lindong did not press the matter further, simply releasing Darkrai and Gengar from their Pokeballs. Come forth, Darkrai and Gengar, please infiltrate the shadows. If any danger were to arise, their abilities would be sufficient to handle it. The four of them retrieved flashlights and ventured deeper into the cave. The further they progressed, the stronger Lindong's premonition became. Could it be Regirock? Lindong mused. The strange phenomena conjured by Regice during their time on Battle Island still lingered vividly in his memory. In comparison, this minor earthquake seemed trivial. The more he contemplated this direction, the more peculiar the cave appeared. It seemed devoid of any signs of Pokémon habitation. That is rather strange, Amy remarked, her brows furrowing. Typically, caves harbor Pokémon like Zubat. However, Smoke Peak is a volcano. Perhaps Pokémon are deterred by the environment here, Xiaoyao suggested. Lindong nodded in agreement. Their current location was merely the periphery of the mountain range, and Smoke Peak itself was indeed a volcano. As they delved deeper into the cave, the temperature gradually began to rise. Suddenly, after an indeterminate amount of time, the group heard a painful wail emanating from behind a boulder ahead. Be cautious, Lindong warned. Having grown wary from their journey thus far, he instinctively positioned himself in front of the girls and communicated telepathically with Darkrai. At the same time, he shared a meaningful glance with Gengar. Darkrai and Gengar silently began to channel their energy, prepared to act at a moment's notice. As they stealthily approached, the girls tread lightly, while Darkrai and Gengar remained utterly silent. The pained cry echoed again, more distinctly now that they were near the rock. Upon rounding the boulder, they discovered a small, dog-like Pokémon lying on the ground, injured. How pitiful, Xiaowang exclaimed, immediately kneeling to retrieve some healing ointment from her backpack. Bojum. To ease the Pokémon's apprehension, Bojum stood beside Xiaowang to provide reassurance. The wounded creature glared at Xiaowang, its expression initially hostile and wary. However, seeing that Xiaowang exhibited no intentions of harm, coupled with Bojum's explanation, it gradually began to relax. Yet, the pain was evidently overwhelming, causing the Pokémon's expression to morph into one of distress. Do not be afraid. I will tend to your wounds, Xiaowang gently reassured the small beast, applying the best healing ointment to its injury. The creature winced at the initial sting, but the soothing sensation that followed alleviated much of its agony. Realizing that this beautiful girl was genuinely attempting to heal it, the small beast lowered its guard and ceased to resist Xiaowang's touch. By the way, what kind of Pokémon is this? I don't think I've seen it before, Xiaowang inquired while continuing to comfort the little creature. The group observed the Pokémon closely, and upon doing so, Lindong's expression shifted to one of intrigue. The little beast was adorned with bright orange fur, while the hair on its back resembled wispy white smoke. A red star-shaped motif adorned its cheeks, and a golden clover-shaped ornament rested upon its forehead. This image was quite distinctive. However, the creature's diminutive size seemed rather incongruous. The once majestic and imposing visage appeared surprisingly endearing. Lindong hesitantly replied, "This Pokémon seems to be NTI?" NTI? Amy gasped, astonished. As a gym trainer from the Johto region, she could hardly be unaware of the legendary Pokémon NTI, renowned throughout the region. But this NEI is far too small. Shouldn't it be about the same size as Suicune? Xiaoyao promptly retrieved her Pokédex. NTI, the volcano Pokémon. It is said that when it roars, a volcano somewhere in the world will erupt. The Pokédex entry was brief, providing no further details, but it confirmed the creature's identity as NTI. Upon hearing the name, the small beast suddenly became agitated, warily fixing its gaze upon Lindong and the others. Do not fear. They are all my companions and will not harm you. Xiaowang quickly reassured it. Indeed, do not be afraid. We are merely curious, Lindong added in a soothing tone. The small creature still appeared somewhat skeptical. Still cautiously observing Lindong and his companions, it was only towards Xiaoguang that it bore little suspicion. It remained terrified from being pursued. Moreover, the two dark Pokémon beside Lindong, one with a frosty expression and the other sporting a rather sinister grin, hardly appeared benevolent. Lindong, watching the still wary Xiao Yindi, felt somewhat helpless. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Gengar, could you inquire if it recognizes Suicune? Suicune, along with Inti and Reiku, was resurrected by Ho-Oh. And Inti must surely be familiar with Suicune. This little Inti likely has a special connection to Inti. Perhaps it knows Suicune as well. Gengar. It responded, promptly engaging in conversation with Xiao Yindi. Boss, it claims to know Suicune. Gengar's ability to speak was no longer a secret to the three girls. They had grown accustomed to it. In contrast, Xiao Yindi was astounded. Wow, this Pokemon can actually speak human language. Gengar's image in Xiao Yindi's eyes transformed into one of elegance. Even its peculiar smile now held a hint of concealed depth. Upon hearing Gengar's words, Lindong took out a Pokeball and released Suicune. Come forth, Suicune. A flash of white light revealed an extraordinarily majestic Pokemon before Xiao Yindi. Lindong's action left Xiao Yindi utterly shocked for a century. Its jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. This person was, after all, the trainer of Uncle Suicune. Arg! Suicune called out as it emerged, glancing at Xiao Yindi before striking a dignified pose, maintaining the demeanor befitting an elder. Suicune conversed with Xiao Yindi while Gengar translated for the group. Uncle Suicune, what brings you here? I'm traveling with my companions. How did you end up here? I sneaked out to play but was targeted by a human. She brought others to hunt me down, and I had no choice but to flee, hiding as I went. I lost track of where I ended up. Outrageous. Who would do such a thing? Upon hearing of his nephew's predicament, Suicune was instantly filled with fury. I don't know. I've been hiding here for 3 days. Yesterday, during the earthquake, a large rock injured my leg, so I've been taking refuge here. Xiao Yindi explained candidly. Thanks to Gengar's translation, Lindong quickly grasped the situation. Essentially, Xiao Yindi had snuck out without informing NEI. Succumbing to the allure of freedom. A solitary, juvenile NEI was undoubtedly an enticing target for humans. Whether it be the nefarious Team Rocket or specialized Pokemon hunters. None would overlook it. Even unscrupulous trainers would see the little Inti as a prize. To be honest, Lindong himself felt a twinge of temptation. After all, it was Inti, and a juvenile one at that, with limited strength. Lindong could sense that Xiao Yindi's current prowess was slightly inferior to that of his own Pikachu. For powerful organizations or individuals, capturing it would be exceedingly effortless. However, Lindong was also curious about how Xiao Yindi came to be. As previously mentioned, Suicune, Inti, and Reiku were all resurrected by Ho-Oh at the Burn Tower. It would not be an exaggeration to say they were created by Ho-Oh's power. Furthermore, only these 3 were revived. Unlike the legendary birds which are known to have established populations, these 3 were somewhat akin to the legendary titans. Albeit Suicune and its counterparts were transformed into their current forms post-resurrection, while the titans were directly conjured by Regigigas. Has anyone ever witnessed the titans laying eggs? The imagery is too beautiful to fathom. Chapter 149, Capturing Xiao Yindi. Is there a little Suicune? Suicune, what is the relationship between this little Inti and NEI? Lindong posed his most curious question. Although reality surely diverged from game lore, it did not hinder Lindong's inquisitiveness. Arg. Boss. Gengar says that Xiao Yindi is NEI's second son. Oh. Despite his prior suspicions, Lindong was still quite taken aback. Ami also appeared shocked, her curiosity ignited. This was gossip about a legendary beast, after all, and few were privy to such knowledge. Then who is its mother? Lindong inquired eagerly. Arg. Boss. It says that Inti is with a Houndoom, and Xiao Yindi is their offspring. Wow. Lindong's imagination conjured a surprisingly normal scene. Speaking of Houndoom, many might immediately think of Miss June Xia, as her family owned numerous Houndooms. Houndoom undoubtedly formed their backbone. However, in the early episodes of the anime, Houndoom was once depicted as a legendary Pokemon. To simplify, it was regarded as a mythical beast. When Ash first arrived at the Pokemon Center in Pewter City with Pikachu, he noticed 4 stone tablets on the wall, one of which bore a resemblance to Ho-Oh. However, Lindong always believed Ash was mistaken. That particular figure must have been Moltres. As for Zapdos and Articuno, their appearances were unmistakably distinct. The stone tablet in the lower right corner depicted Houndoom, indicating that in the initial anime lore, Houndoom was on par with the legendary birds. The subsequent shift to Houndoom being commonplace is a mystery to Lindong. Nevertheless, in the games, Houndoom is fairly prestigious, boasting high base stats, ranking above the secondary legendary tier. In the current world, Houndoom is among the elite of the first tier. The number of Houndoom capable of reaching the second tier within its lineage far surpasses that of other first-tier species. Thus, it is no wonder the Junsha family has thrived. With so many Houndooms of either second-tier or peak first-tier strength, it is impossible not to be formidable. If Inti were to mate with a powerful Houndoom, then the genetically superior Xiao Yindi could undoubtedly be considered a creature of limitless potential. Lin Dong had no doubt about it. Just look at how even the impure-blooded Zapdos in Huang Yemi's hands can easily reach second-tier strength. This little NTI, however, bore the genuine lineage of NTI. If it were to develop normally, it could easily attain peak second-tier strength. Had Lin Dong not witnessed the close bond between Xiao Yindi and Xiao Guang, he would have considered capturing it. After all, NEI was untouchable. The system had indicated that among the legendary beasts, only Suicune could be captured. Therefore, this little NTI must be the most promising fire-type Pokémon among those that could be captured, destined to be the strongest in the future. Lin Dong felt that even if he were to start from scratch with a Charizard and acquire a Mega Evolution Stone, he might still not match the growth potential of Xiao Yindi. How do you feel now? Does it still hurt? Xiao Guang meticulously tended to each of Xiao Yindi's wounds, some of which were already nearing healing. It was evident how long Xiao Yindi had been on the run. Despite suffering such injuries, it had managed to traverse from the Johto region to the Hoenn region, attesting to the strength of its legendary bloodline. Had it been an ordinary Pokémon, it would have likely been captured long ago. Arg! Xiao Yindi cried out, attempting to stand, only to quickly yelp in pain and collapse once more. Xiao Guang exhaled a sigh of relief. The ability to stand indicated that the bones were not severely damaged, a stroke of fortune amidst adversity. However, the injury to its leg would not heal swiftly. Given the circumstances, it would be irresponsible to leave it behind. According to the Little Flame Emperor, a group was pursuing it. In its current state, encountering those pursuers would surely lead to its capture. Little one, will you join us? Xiao Guang extended an invitation. The Little Flame Emperor readily agreed, nuzzling Xiao Guang's hand with its head. Xiao Guang, you should capture it, Lin Dong suggested. Although the Little Flame Emperor was only the size of a small dog, it weighed several dozen pounds. Carrying it would be a challenge for a novice like Xiao Guang, despite being able to carry Pokémon weighing over 100 kilograms. The added weight of the Little Flame Emperor, almost equivalent to 5 or 6 small Pokémon, was significant. Lin Dong marveled at the technology behind the Pokéball, which effortlessly lightened the load once a Pokémon was captured. Even Snorlax, a heavyweight contender, could be carried without issue, provided the Pokéball remained intact. Otherwise, it would lead to complications. Capture? Is it truly possible? With Lin Dong's encouragement, Xiao Guang hesitantly retrieved a great ball. Oh well, the Little Flame Emperor nodded, instinctively pressing the button to activate the great ball. Upon opening, it transformed into a beam of red light and entered the ball. With a single, steady motion, the great ball emitted a sound. Did I just capture the Flame Emperor? Xiao Guang appeared momentarily dazed. Indeed, congratulations, Xiao Guang. Xiao Yao was the first to express her joy. Ami and Lin Dong echoed the sentiment. Noticing Xiao Guang's lingering shock, Ami inquired with concern, Xiao Guang, are you all right? After a moment, Xiao Guang regained composure, exclaiming, thank you. I captured the Flame Emperor. I'm perfectly fine now. Lin Dong had been pondering how to assist Xiao Guang with the lack of high-tier combat power, and now that issue was resolved. What could surpass the Flame Emperor in terms of strength? There were options, but without Lin Dong's extraordinary abilities, capturing them would be impossible. As long as the Little Flame Emperor was nurtured well, it would grow to possess formidable strength. At that moment, within the Great Ball, the Little Flame Emperor had fallen into a peaceful slumber, secure in the knowledge that it was safe. It had a kind and caring trainer, and the prospect of traveling alongside Uncle Suicune was exciting, considering Suicune's prowess rivaled that of its father, the Flame Emperor. The constant threat of being hunted faded away, and the tension in its mind dissipated, leaving it overwhelmed by fatigue. The Little Flame Emperor drifted into a deep, tranquil sleep. Meanwhile, Suicune felt somewhat uncomfortable, as Lin Dong suddenly posed a question. Suicune, seeing as the Flame Emperor has offspring, do you have a little Suicune? Suicune appeared reluctant to answer, a faint blush creeping onto its face. Don't be shy. Have you resolved your personal matters? Would you like me to help you find someone? Lin Dong was genuinely willing to assist. The Flame Emperor had proven that the legendary beasts could indeed have offspring. If the Flame Emperor could have a little Flame Emperor, then Raikou could certainly have a little Raikou, and naturally, Suicune could have a little Suicune as well. Chapter 150, The Underground Palace, Capturing Regirock. Initially, Suicune howled, but gradually the sounds softened to a low whine. Yuwu Jengar promptly translated, Boss. To summarize, it said it had not considered this matter before. But if the right opportunity arises in the future, it is not out of the question. With Jengar's translation, Suicune's face turned even redder, and it lowered its head. Leave it to me. You can rest assured. Lin Dong patted Suicune's back and returned the bashful Pokémon to its ball. Lin Dong was not merely teasing Suicune. Reflecting on his journey, having saved Suicune from a fate of being ensnared in a net and losing its ability to fight. It seemed only fitting to assist in finding Suicune a partner. In the future, having a nest of little Suicunes at home would be delightful. Perhaps they could even raise a brood of little Flame Emperors. Although in terms of lineage, the little Flame Emperor would have to refer to the little Suicune as uncle. The thought of such a warm and harmonious scene brought a smile to Lin Dong's face. However, finding a suitable mate for Suicune posed a considerable challenge. As the perfect match for Suicune was quite rare, especially given the compatibility between Suicune and the Flame Emperor, Lin Dong had yet to devise a plan. But he was confident that the astute readers watching from their screens could undoubtedly find an exceptional partner for Suicune. As they ventured deeper into the cave, Lin Dong and his companions decided to press onward. Their journey had taken them quite far, and Lin Dong's instincts were intensifying. He realized that his intuition did not stem from the little Flame Emperor. Suddenly, he felt the great ball containing Regice on his belt tremble. So it was Regirock. Lin Dong was certain of it. Proceeding further down the path, it gradually widened, leading to an expansive cavern. Emerging from the darkness, a magnificent underground palace revealed itself to the party. How spectacular! Xiao Yao exclaimed, captivated by the adventurous spirit of their journey. The origins of this grand palace and the reasons for its construction in such a remote location were mysteries. Indeed, it's astonishing to discover such a sight beneath this mountain, Ami remarked. Yet, an unsettling aura lingered within the palace. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps echoed, resonating within the hearts of all present, inducing an atmosphere of unease. Lin Dong, however, remained undaunted. Come forth, Suicune, Regice. He summoned Suicune and released Regice as well. The moment Regice appeared, the stifling heat of the volcanic surroundings dissipated, replaced by a refreshing coolness. Ah, how delightful! The sudden chill elicited sighs of relief from the group. Perhaps sensing Regice's presence, a colossal rock giant emerged from the palace. Its body was composed of orange and gray stones, adorned with 7 orange dots arranged in an H pattern on its head. Regirock. Lin Dong immediately recognized the identity of this Pokémon. Xiao Guang pulled out her Pokédex. Regirock, the rock peak Pokémon. Its body is entirely made of rock, and it can repair itself using stones, healing even battle-inflicted wounds. Stepping forward, Lin Dong held a black and yellow great ball, addressing Regirock. Regirock, become our ally. Regirock seemed indifferent, yet beside Lin Dong, Regice shivered at the familiar phrase, as if it had heard it before. Regirock, the dots on Regirock's head began to glow, communicating with Regice in their own language. The 7 yellow dots on Regice's head lit up in response. Regice decided to intervene, urging their old friend, let's not fight. It's futile. Just join us. Regirock, increasingly astonished, felt a profound sense of despair upon learning that Regice had undergone mega evolution, yet still succumbed to Lin Dong. It had originally been gathering strength in slumber, preparing to transcend the barriers between the 2nd and 3rd tiers. However, misfortune struck when it was abruptly awakened from its deep slumber just the previous night. The energy it had accumulated was insufficient for a breakthrough, and the premature awakening caused much of it to dissipate. Fueled by anger, it engaged in battle with the intruder who had disturbed its rest. With years of energy accumulation, Regirock had absorbed considerable power even in slumber. And although it could not break through the barriers, it was still at the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, swiftly repelling the invader. Yet, after this encounter, its aspirations for mega evolution seemed utterly dashed, unless it were to slumber for several hundred more years to replenish its energy. It pondered the futility of such a notion. Moreover, it had merely repelled the intruder. Should the individual return, awakening it would be a trivial endeavor. Regirock spent a restless night in frustration, only to be met today by a group of humans, Lin Dong and his companions. Sensing Regice's presence brought it a flicker of joy. After all, they were old friends who had both been in slumber for years. Yet, upon their reunion, Regice immediately urged for surrender. Regirock found itself at a loss for words, but it was powerless to resist. Regice, having already transcended the barriers, had become a companion of the humans, leaving Regirock with little choice. Not to mention, Suicune, who stood beside Lin Dong, was a formidable being far beyond Regirock's capabilities. As a 2nd-tier deity, Suicune was undoubtedly a 3rd-tier existence, and its type advantage posed a significant threat. How could Regirock contend with such power? Even Darkrai, lurking behind it, exuded a presence that matched its own and appeared to be growing stronger. There was also a Pikachu, though lesser in stature, still capable of inflicting harm. Regirock resolved to heed Regice's call for surrender. It was simply outmatched. As Regirock expressed its willingness to join Lin Dong's ranks, Jengar emerged from the shadows, translating Regirock's words to Lindong. It was then that Regirock realized, in addition to Regice, Suicune, Darkrai, and Pikachu, there was also a Jengar lurking, poised to ambush it. Regirock felt a surge of exasperation. Was it truly so devoid of martial ethics? Just then, Lindong tossed a great ball towards it. With a face devoid of hope, Regirock stood still, allowing the ball to strike it, subsequently dissolving into a beam of red light as it was drawn inside. The great ball did not shake. It simply emitted a confirming sound. In that instant, as Regirock was captured, clarity washed over it. Joining this group was not all bad. It would have the chance to travel alongside its old friend Regice. Moreover, it could abandon the pretense of martial ethics and unite with its new companions in combat. Should it encounter that intruder again, it would relish the opportunity for retribution. A wild thought sparked within Regirock. Perhaps it could sell Registeel to Lindong, persuading him to capture Registeel as well. This way, the three old brothers would be reunited, and what joy that would bring. Chapter 151, The News of Sidoween. In a distant ancient palace near Inu City, Registeel found itself trapped in a nightmare. It dreamt that its dear companions, Regirock and Regice, along with a host of others, had come to recruit it. Though uncertain of the dream's implications, Registeel dismissed it, confident that such a scenario was impossible after years of camaraderie. Dreams often held an inverse meaning, and it resolved to return to slumber, gathering strength to break through its own barriers. Lindong retrieved the great ball, raising it triumphantly above his head, as was customary after a capture. "I've captured Regirock," he exclaimed. "Pika! Pika!" cheered Pikachu, leaping with joy. Lindong then released Regirock. "Come forth, Regirock." In a flash of white light, the rock giant reappeared before them. "Regirock, we are now companions. I look forward to our journey together," Lindong stated. Regirock greeted the group. Soon after, Regirock recalled the intruder that had disturbed its slumber. Now that it was part of a team, why not seek revenge on that individual? Thus, Regirock began to vent its grievances. With Jengar present, it felt assured that Lindong and the others would understand. As Regirock recounted its tale, Jengar translated, "Boss Ghost, it says a reddish-brown creature, standing on 4 legs, disturbed its slumber last night. Upon waking, it found much of the energy it had gathered dissipated, leading to a confrontation with the creature. Although victorious and having injured the opponent, the intruder managed to escape." Listening intently, Lindong's expression grew increasingly peculiar. The description of a reddish-brown quadruped could only lead him to consider one possibility. Was it perhaps the little NTI? Regardless of the specifics, it was best to clarify. Xiao Guang, also believing Regirock was referring to NTI, quietly released it after a brief exchange with Lindong. "Regirock, are you speaking of NEI?" Lindong inquired. To his astonishment, Regirock shook its head. "Regirock," Jengar translated, "Boss Ghost, it says it is not NTI. This creature is significantly larger, about 1.7 to 1.8 meters tall, and considerably heavier. It not only wields fire, but is also covered in metallic armor on its head. And its claws are quite formidable. When they clashed, it was quite painful." Lindong found himself in a state of bewilderment. Primarily, Regirock's lack of familiarity with the Pokémon Index rendered its description rather vague. Indeed, NTI could fit this description to an extent, yet it was likely not NTI. Lindong's reasoning was straightforward. If this creature could engage Regirock in battle, albeit unsuccessfully, and still manage to inflict injury, it indicated that its strength was at least robust within the second tier. In this regard, NEI did not seem to fit the bill, although Regirock had a type advantage. The disparity between the second and third tiers was akin to an insurmountable chasm, and one could not simply rely on type advantages to bridge it. NTI, a bona fide second-tier deity, would have ensured Regirock's retreat unless it had intentionally held back. Given Regirock's assertion of having injured its opponent, it could not be NEI. After careful contemplation, Lindong arrived at a Pokémon that more accurately matched Regirock's description, Sidoween. Yes, it was indeed the most unassuming of second-tier deities. While Suicune had faced its share of criticism in later years, it once held a prominent position, having graced the cover of various media and maintained a reputation of grandeur in its early appearances. Sidoween, on the other hand, was a different story altogether, often overlooked by many. In the anime, during the Sinnoh League Lily of the Valley Conference, a passerby was seen with one. Moreover, it was casually captured by various trainers, and little was known of any special abilities it possessed. When speaking of Suicune, the descriptions often evoke imagery of the embodiment of the North Wind, possessing the extraordinary ability to purify water in an instant. In contrast, the mention of NTI conjures visions of a mighty roar that can trigger volcanic eruptions. Likewise, Raikou is depicted as a harbinger of storms, descending with thunder and lightning, shaking the very earth beneath. Yet, when it comes to Shirdoran, the portrayal shifts to that of a creature awkwardly scuttling along the walls of a volcano's mouth. One must ponder, is scuttling an appropriate description for a divine beast? It pales in comparison to the majestic form of a Zygarde. Nevertheless, Shirdoran is still classified as a legendary beast, and one could contend that it possesses the capability to engage in battle with Regirock, with its formidable headbutt and claw strikes. The pain inflicted could indeed be attributed to its iron head and alloyed claws. Steel-type moves are particularly effective against Regirock, hence the anticipated discomfort. Standing at approximately 1.7 to 1.8 meters tall and weighing more than Regirock, Shirdoran's dimensions align well with its formidable stature. Lindong vaguely recalls that Regirock weighs over 200 kilograms, while Shirdoran seems to weigh in at over 400 kilograms, nearly double, thus undoubtedly heavier. Lindong feels compelled to locate the intruder disturbing Regirock's slumber. This is certainly not driven by a desire to capture Shirdoran for himself. However, Lindong finds it curious that Shirdoran, a creature typically found near volcanic craters, would venture here to seek out Regirock. Although he is resolved to assist Regirock in reclaiming its peace, it appears that today may not yield any results. Shirdoran is not foolish. It is aware that Regirock may pursue it and would likely retreat to its stronghold. In such a scenario, continuing to search within the cave would be futile. Lindong recalls that there is an open lava pool on the mountain, a place where fortune may smile upon him. Upon returning to the Pokemon Center, they are greeted warmly by Nurse Joy, who smiles as she welcomes Lindong and his companions back. Although this is their first encounter with Nurse Joy, Lindong and his group have become somewhat renowned figures. Unbeknownst to Lindong, he has earned a notable reputation within the league as a rising star, a blazing comet on the ascent. The illustrious Hunter Association has captured 2 of the notorious leaders, while elite Pokemon hunters have apprehended countless others. 2 officials from Team Magma have fallen at Lindong's hands, and 1 from Team Aqua has been taken captive as well. All 3 action teams from these 2 organizations have been thwarted by him. Such a remarkable record is unprecedented among novice trainers and likely unparalleled in the future. As for Ami, she is a well-known and strikingly beautiful gym leader, a focal point wherever she goes. Xiao Guang shines as the brightest star among coordinators and has even garnered a fan club. At present, spectators at the Grand Festival wave banners in her support. Xiao Yao has also gained a modicum of fame in the world of contests, particularly due to her commendable performances at the fighting tournament and the Kana Conference, where she secured her first ribbon badge. It is difficult for Nurse Joy to forget this quartet traveling together. Chapter 152. How to treat an EI. Urgent, awaiting response. Nurse Joy, what is the status of the cable car? Lindong inquired. It has yet to be repaired, but it should resume operation by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Nurse Joy replied. Upon learning that he must wait another day or 2, Lindong remains unperturbed. The matter of Shirdoran still hinges on luck. What is destined to occur will inevitably unfold, while what is not meant to be should not be forced. Aside from Shirdoran, he truly has no pressing concerns. Fiery Town lies just beyond Smokestack Mountain, and the Fiery Gym is not going anywhere. Lindong recalls that a storyline concerning the Fiery Gym involves the old gym leader, influenced by Professor Oak, wishing to embark on a journey to compose haikus. Yet unable to leave his granddaughter alone to manage the gym, he discreetly observes from nearby. Lindong is uncertain if the old gym leader has set off yet. While battling anyone is fine, it would be somewhat easier to face his granddaughter, and it would also provide experience for his lower-level Pokemon, thus alleviating any sense of urgency. Nurse Joy, could you please examine my newly caught Pokemon? It was injured by falling rocks during an earthquake in the cave last night, Xiao Guang requested. Although the wounds of the little NTI have already been tended to, she seeks to ensure there are no internal injuries, which only Nurse Joy can ascertain. Of course. Leave it to me, Nurse Joy responded without hesitation, as this is her responsibility. Thank you. I'll entrust it to you, Xiao Guang said, handing over the Ultra Ball containing the little NTI. Nurse Joy was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the Ultra Ball, but considering the identities of the 4 individuals, it was not unexpected. However, when she entered the examination room and released the Pokemon from the Ultra Ball, she was utterly astonished. What is this? I have never seen such a creature before. The little NTI seemed somewhat bewildered as well, but did not exhibit hostility toward Nurse Joy. The gentle aura emanating from this beautiful lady made it feel at ease. She appeared to be benevolent. This is the unique ability of the Joy family. Each Nurse Joy possesses an innate affinity for Pokemon, allowing them to easily soothe their emotions. Miss Xiaoguang, may I inquire what Pokemon you just entrusted to me? Nurse Joy asked, feeling a bit embarrassed, but knowing she must ask for the sake of the Pokemon's health. After scanning it with the Pokédex, the device identified it as NTI, leaving her incredulous. Is this some kind of joke? Actually, Nurse Joy, it is a descendant of NTI. Perhaps we could call it Little NTI, Xiaoguang candidly replied. This must be stated plainly, akin to a medical diagnosis. Honesty is essential for accurate assessment and treatment. In the case of Pokemon, misinformation could lead to dire consequences. For instance, treating a Magikarp would require placing it in a tank, but tossing a Charmander into water would spell disaster. Upon receiving Xiaoguang's confirmation, Nurse Joy was left in a state of shock. It truly is NTI. How do I treat it? Nurse Joy contemplated sending out a message. Urgent. Awaiting response. Nurse Joy, is there an issue? Xiaoguang inquired. No problem at all. Rest assured, Nurse Joy replied with a smile. She could not directly express her uncertainty regarding treatment, yet she was not entirely without options. Among the vast array of Pokemon, many share common treatment methods. For example, the treatment protocols for Pidgey, Spearow, Swellow, and Murkrow are largely similar. After all, it is NEI, considering its attributes and physique. Referencing the treatment for a Houndoom or a Zygarde should suffice for a checkup. Once back in the examination room, Nurse Joy promptly called her family. Reaching out directly to her great-grandmother, the matriarch of the Joy family in the Hoenn region. On one hand, Nurse Joy's medical expertise is highly esteemed. She ranks among the best in the family. On the other hand, the capture of a legendary Pokemon by a trainer is a significant event that must be reported to the League. While the League would not take direct action against trainers, they would certainly ensure their protection from potential threats, such as evil organizations or Pokemon hunters, who might target trainers of legendary Pokemon. Having settled down for a moment, Lin Dong decided to call Professor Oak. Hello, this is Lin Dong. It has been a while since I last heard from you. Professor Oak's visage appeared on the screen. Professor Oak, what has happened to your eyes? Lin Dong gazed in astonishment at Professor Oak, whose eyes were on the verge of resembling those of a panda. Simultaneously, Lin Dong felt a twinge of concern for the aging professor, who appeared as though he hadn't slept for an entire week. Oh, you mean this? It's nothing. Really. I've just been deeply engrossed in research and haven't been sleeping much lately, replied Professor Oak nonchalantly. Doctor, you must take care of your health. Lin Dong advised after a moment's reflection. Ha ha ha. I'm in excellent health. There's no need for concern. Speaking of which, this project is somewhat related to you, Professor Oak exclaimed, suddenly bursting into laughter, as if recalling a delightful memory. Related to me? Lin Dong seemed to grasp the implication. Indeed, it's about the ancient armor you brought us. That is what we are currently investigating, Professor Oak elaborated. In truth, Professor Oak had been enjoying a rather fulfilling period. Despite his scant leisure time, he derived immense satisfaction from his work. He had published a paper on the observational study of the ancient armor, which sent ripples throughout the Pokemon academic community. Xiao Jin also garnered some fame, as the illustrations in Professor Oak's paper featured many of his drawings, vividly depicting the authentic life of the ancient armor. Currently, Professor Oak's research focused on the differences between ancient bug-type Pokemon and their modern counterparts. This topic encompassed a wealth of information, even extending to discussions on species evolution. In summary, the volume of data to collect and analyze was overwhelming. Entrusting it solely to assistants did not sit well with Professor Oak. Such a crucial subject necessitated his personal involvement. Naturally, he would not undertake it alone. Wait a moment. Professor Oak suddenly remembered something and walked into the adjacent laboratory, summoning two others who also appeared to be on the verge of resembling pandas. Dr. Yamashita. Xiaoguang immediately recognized the stern-looking elder. Dr. Otakawa. Xiao Yao identified the middle-aged man beside him. Xiaoguang, Lin Dong. It has been quite a while. Dr. Yamashita greeted them with a nod. Upon seeing Lin Dong, Dr. Yamashita felt a complex mix of joy and bittersweetness. He believed one of his wisest decisions was recommending Lin Dong to Professor Oak, thereby establishing a mutual favor. This allowed him to maintain a significant role in the research of the ancient armor, or rather, the study of ancient bug-type Pokemon. Yet, he also regretted this decision. Had he known that such a promising talent like Lin Dong existed in the Sinnoh region, he would have forsaken funding from Yi Hao's father and recruited Lin Dong to his own team instead. If Lin Dong had been a trainee under his guidance, the ancient armor would have been sent to Yamashita Research Institute rather than Oak Research Institute. Although it was likely they would still collaborate, the entire project would have been led by his team. Furthermore, given Lin Dong's prowess, he could almost congratulate his junior in advance for soon becoming a champion. How vexing. Dr. Otakawa, on the other hand, harbored no such thoughts. After all, he knew the opportunities would hardly fall to him, and instead, he cheerfully greeted Xiao Yao. Lindong, Xiao Guang, it's lovely to see you all again. The ancient armor had been thriving lately. At that very moment, it was nestled in its abode, gazing at the moon while savoring some fruit. The moon had always maintained its cyclical dance with the sun, yet the taste of this fruit was notably peculiar. Recently, two individuals clad in white lab coats had arrived, one of whom displayed a completely expressionless demeanor, exuding an air of disinterest. However, the other, a jovial character, had been amusingly rolling around on the ground with it for several days. The ancient armor couldn't fathom why a human would mimic its actions, but to it, the experience was thoroughly entertaining. Naturally, it continued to have its portrait drawn, as the young artist dutifully arrived each day with paper and pencil. The ancient armor remained blissfully unaware that it had become a star in the Pokémon academic community. Overall, it was quite content with its current life. The only downside was a sense of solitude, as it seemed to have yet to encounter any of its kind since arriving in this world. After conversing with the three professors for a while, Lindong revealed that he had already obtained 6 badges, prompting a rather unperturbed reaction from the trio. Professor Oak felt that reporting on badges was unnecessary. It bore little significance, given Lindong's capabilities. The number of badges he acquired would depend solely on how many gyms he chose to challenge. Professor Oak merely needed to ensure he had tickets to witness Lindong's triumph at the Pokemon League. Conversely, Xiao Guang surprised Dr. Yamashita by highlighting that while coordinators might not be of great assistance, their impact varied by circumstance. It was well known that top coordinators had fanbases rivaling those of film stars. A premier coordinator could significantly enhance the reputation of the research institute. Dr. Otakawa was equally pleased, recognizing Xiao Yao's talent in coordination. Should she rise to become a top coordinator, it would be a splendid outcome. It wasn't necessary for her to inherit her old friend Qianli's legacy, especially since Qianli had a son, Xiaosheng, who left a remarkable impression on Dr. Otakawa. Even at such a young age, his knowledge of Pokémon surpassed that of many established trainers, indicating he was a potential champion in the making. Meanwhile, the Joy family had informed the higher-ups of the league about the events surrounding the legendary NTI. The Hoenn League convened an emergency meeting, as a trainer from the Sinnoh region had captured a legendary Pokémon from the Johto region. This was indeed an intriguing development. Although the various Pokémon leagues were interconnected, every region desired to bolster its own league strength. It was foreseeable that both the Sinnoh and Johto leagues would intervene in this matter, and the Johto League was poised to make a significant move. Among the 3 leagues, the Hoenn League was, in fact, the weakest. However, after discussions, the gathering of individuals found themselves in an awkward situation, as they had little to contest regarding this matter. The league's management had always been reliant on individuals. In Lindong's case, despite being from the Sinnoh region, his registration was under Professor Oak, which gave the Kanto League a potential chance to claim him. The only possibility for the Hoenn League to engage would be if Lindong chose to serve in their region after claiming victory at the league conference. However, that probability was nearly non-existent, as trainers of such caliber would be welcomed by any region's league, given that the offers would be fairly similar. Why would he choose a league with no personal ties? However, the Kanto region had the connection of Professor Oak, which allowed for a glimmer of hope. Yet, Xiao Guang was not only from the Sinnoh region, he was also registered under Dr. Yamashita's institute. This situation effectively excluded other regions from the competition unless they could present a more enticing offer. Unfortunately, the Hoenn region had little to offer, especially since he was a coordinator. Top coordinators garnered fans wherever they went, and the Grand Event Bureau operated as a relatively independent entity. After extensive deliberation, the Hoenn League resolved to abandon any attempts at recruitment, focusing instead on ensuring protection and fostering good relations, hoping to invite assistance in the future. Unexpectedly, however, Furong volunteered to undertake the task of covertly providing protection. When one of the Elite Four spoke, it was naturally impossible for the others to oppose, despite their thoughts that the standards were somewhat elevated. After all, it was rare for the Elite Four to personally intervene, even for protective measures. The Alliance had specialized gym-level experts dedicated to executing such tasks, and it was typically them who would take charge. However, Furong's reasoning rendered their objections futile. On one hand, due to the incident involving Huang Yemi, Furong had already forged connections with Lindong and Xiao Guang. On the other hand, Zhulan was also involved in that matter, which could leave a favorable impression on her. This essentially conveyed to Zhulan, "Look, our Hoenn Alliance has dispatched an Elite Four member to safeguard the trainers of your Sinnoh region." This favor was surely well-timed. Once the tone was set, the details quickly fell into place. Matriarch Joy summoned an exceptionally skilled healer from her family, instructing her to bring several Joy Sisters to the Pokemon Center at the base of Mt. Yintu overnight. They conducted a thorough examination of the Little Flame Emperor and established a medical record. The Joy family took this matter very seriously, as the processes of examination and treatment were crucial data, given that they were navigating uncharted waters. It took a full day to complete the examination and treatment of the Little Flame Emperor. By the time the Little Flame Emperor regained its vitality, it was already the morning of the third day. At this point, the cable car to Mt. Yintu had also been repaired. Lindong and his companions bid farewell to the Joy Sisters and departed from the Pokemon Center. Chapter 154, Discovering Sherdolin. 7 against 1. Riding the cable car to the summit of Mt. Yintu, Lindong navigated his way to the nearby lava pool, relying on his memory. According to the anime's plot, the Magma Gang and Aqua Gang would engage in a battle here, with the Magma Gang planning a significant operation. Initially cautious, Lindong observed the surroundings but did not detect any signs of the Magma or Aqua Gang members. This was hardly surprising, as Lindong had already captured the members of the Magma Gang from Fire Village and the Aqua Gang from Spring Beauty. Even if a fight were to ensue, it could only occur within prison walls. The Magma Gang suffered even greater losses, with the Fire Falcon's assault team also captured by Lindong, leaving them powerless to create any disturbances at this moment. It was sweltering. Next to the lava pool, the three girls wiped the sweat from their brows. Although the weather had begun to cool, it remained exceedingly hot near the lava. Lindong scrutinized the area, but found no trace of Sherdolin. Just as he pondered how to lure Sherdolin out, Xiaoguang felt the high-end ball containing the Little Flame Emperor tremble slightly. She released the Little Flame Emperor, which let out a comfortable groan and promptly lay down on a rock near the lava pool. Almost immediately, Lindong and his companions felt a noticeable decrease in temperature. Yet the area close to the Little Flame Emperor remained extraordinarily warm. Lindong was taken aback and quickly activated the malevolent seed within him, channeling some of his power to his eyes, allowing him to perceive faint streams of red energy converging towards the Little Flame Emperor. Subsequently, this energy melded into the Little Flame Emperor's body. This scene surprisingly resembled the moment Regice broke through, albeit Regice's commotion was far greater. While the Little Flame Emperor's power was evidently limited, affecting only a small area, undoubtedly, the Little Flame Emperor was absorbing the searing fire energy from the surroundings. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from the depths of the lava pool, prompting Lindong to rush over to investigate. He beheld a Pokémon, standing as tall as a person, swiftly traversing the cliffs of the lava pool with its cross-shaped claws. It soon climbed up. Sherdolin. Lindong recognized this Pokémon at a glance, the most inconspicuous second-tier deity. Perhaps sensing a familiar sound, the high-end ball containing Regirock began to shake as well. Lindong hurriedly calmed it. Now was not the time for a brawl. He needed to lure Sherdolin out a little further. Otherwise, if it retreated back to the lava pool, Lindong would have little recourse. However, as soon as Sherdolin leaped up, it charged straight towards the Little Flame Emperor. Sherdolin was quite hefty. Even when running, its speed was not particularly fast. Nevertheless, the ground trembled with its every step, making it hard not to attract attention. The Little Flame Emperor spotted Sherdolin and hurriedly ran back. Lindong and his companions turned to flee, but for reasons unknown, Sherdolin relentlessly pursued them. The tremors in the ground prevented Lindong and his companions from sprinting at full speed, so they maintained a certain distance from Sherdolin. Yet, Sherdolin could not catch up to them. Even Xiaoguang, holding Pokémon in one arm, managed to consult her Pokédex. Sherdolin, the Pokémon of the volcanic crater. It resides within the caves of volcanoes, capable of scaling cliffs with its cross-shaped claws. Thus, in this game of chase, Sherdolin fell further away from the lava pool until they reached a spacious area, where Lindong and his companions finally halted. Assuming they could run no further, Sherdolin opened its mouth and unleashed a fierce gust of hot wind, sweeping toward Lindong and his group. Suicune, it is you. Lindong decided without hesitation, releasing Suicune. As Suicune opened its mouth, a water cannon was unleashed. The hot wind was dispersed by the water cannon, abruptly ceasing, while the steam generated from the evaporation quickly obscured everyone's vision. The water cannon lost some of its power due to evaporation before striking Sherdolin. Sherdolin emitted a pained howl. Focusing on the sound, Lindong harnessed his aura powers, using the wave emitted by Sherdolin to pinpoint its location accurately. Suicune, unleash another water cannon. Suicune fired off another water cannon, this time clashing against a blazing inferno of molten lava. Lava Storm. Shidolin's signature move. Clearly, Sherdolin had recognized Suicune's terrifying presence and immediately resorted to its ultimate attack. The violent explosion generated further mist, engulfing everyone in a dense fog that severely limited visibility. Come forth, Dragonite, Gengar, Darkrai, Regice, Regirock. Lindong summoned 5 Pokémon in one breath, and with Pikachu and Suicune, they surrounded Shirdolan completely. Dragonite soared into the air, flapping its wings to disperse the mist. As visibility returned, Shirdolan was left bewildered. WOC. Why are there so many of you? Regirock stepped forward, glaring at Shirdolan with fury, locking onto it with a destructive beam and launching it. Shirdolan. Upon seeing its old adversary, Shirdolan instantly understood the situation. The human trainer had come to take revenge after feigning allegiance. Where was its dignity? Its pride? Had it lost all sense of face? Not one to be trifled with. Shirdolan countered with a lava storm of its own. The two forces collided explosively, kicking up dust and debris. Yet Dragonite, soaring high above, unleashed another fierce gust. Clearing the smoke, despair washed over Shirdolan. This human trainer was utterly devoid of honor. It couldn't fly, yet a Pokémon was restricting its movements in the air. Shirdolan felt utterly hopeless. It was trapped with no escape routes, and among those present, several emanated an aura far superior to its own. As for the individual who initially wielded the water cannon, the aura emanating from him was overwhelmingly powerful, to the extent that it required reverence. In a one-on-one confrontation, he would not stand a chance, let alone facing 7 opponents. Among these 7, even the weakest possessed an aura comparable to his own. What was there to fight about? Just as Sidolin was engulfed in despair, he heard the voice of that human. Sidolin. Lindong approached the water sovereign, quietly gazing at Sidolin. What do you say? Consider becoming our companion. Hey. Sidolin, infuriated, opened his mouth wide and unleashed another lava storm aimed at Lindong. This time, all 7 Pokémon were incensed. The water sovereign retaliated with a water cannon, while Dragonite dispersed the mist as usual. Pikachu unleashed a thunderbolt, Darkrai fired off a dark pulse. Regice shot forth an ice beam, Regirock executed a rock slide, and Gengar hurled numerous shadow balls. The combined assaults of these 5 Pokémon struck Sidolin simultaneously. Chapter 155, Capturing Sidolin. It's all a misunderstanding. Hey, Sidolin let out a wail. Even though it was born from molten lava and bore a body forged of molten steel, it struggled to withstand the collective onslaught from 5 equal-tier existences. This human trainer was truly relentless. What Sidolin did not realize was that Lindong had refrained from summoning Lugia, concerned that its massive form would attract undue attention. After all, Smoke Peak was not akin to the vast desert, which was sparsely populated. Smoke Peak was a tourist destination, albeit currently in the off-peak season. In a month or two, when the weather cooled, more people would flock to this place. It was fortunate that Lindong had not unleashed Lugia, for if it had joined the fray, Sidolin would have faced even greater torment. Hey, Sidolin understood that it could no longer maintain its defiance. Gengar timely translated, Ghost Boss. It says to stop, to cease the attacks, it concedes. Lindong had no intention of vanquishing Sidolin. Thus, he took the opportunity to relent. Raising a hand, all Pokémon ceased their assaults. Regirock breathed a sigh of relief. Its intent had merely been to vent its frustrations on Sidolin, not to truly eliminate it. Especially with so many witnesses present, a one-on-one fight was one thing, but engaging in a group assault was disgraceful, and killing Sidolin would tarnish its reputation. Moreover, it was better to conquer the heart than to extinguish life. The optimal solution was for Lindong to capture Sidolin instead. It could not be allowed to roam freely. If he successfully befriended Sidolin, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a senior figure, with the authority to command Sidolin as he wished. Sidolin, do you wish to become our companion? Lindong inquired. However, the scene of the 7 Pokémon surrounding Sidolin resembled a monk rhythmically striking a wooden fish while chanting scripture. Yet, whether it was Sidolin discerning Regirock's intentions or considering other factors, Sidolin replied, Hey. Sidolin spoke at length, and then Gengar began to translate, Ghost Boss. It states that it can become our companion, but it does not acknowledge you as its trainer, as you defeated it through a group assault. To capture it, you must win in a one-on-one battle. In any case, it insists that if it were to join, it must be captured by another. Lindong felt a surge of irritation. This defeated creature was still making demands. However, killing it would provide only momentary satisfaction, and word of such an act would ruin his reputation and possibly attract trouble from the Alliance. Whether it was Xiaowang, Xiaoyao, or Ami, they were all destined to be his partners. Who captured Sidolin mattered little. Despite its defeat, Sidolin was still a second-tier deity with formidable combat prowess. Lindong resolved to let them discuss the matter, considering capturing Sidolin. Though it was termed a discussion, Xiaowang and Xiaoyao immediately relinquished their hopes. Cidalin's condition required defeating it in a one-on-one battle, yet they lacked the strength for such a challenge. Even with Cidalin injured, they still did not possess combat capabilities at its level. Ami was particularly excited, being a steel-type gym trainer, and Cidalin, possessing steel attributes, held immense appeal for her. Moreover, she was one of the few trainers well-versed in the weaknesses of steel-type Pokémon. The desert dragonfly she had recently captured was particularly effective against Cidalin, who bore both fire and steel attributes. Cidalin, let us battle to determine the victor. Ami stepped forward, facing Cidalin directly, a Pokéball enlarging in her hand. Go! Desert dragonfly. Huh! The desert dragonfly emitted a resounding cry. Cidalin sensed the formidable energy radiating from the desert dragonfly and felt a chill of dread. Had it been in its prime, even facing an adversary with such a pronounced advantage, it could have fought back. However, after enduring a water cannon and 5 powerful attacks, it was now struggling to maintain its footing. It had thought that aside from Lin Dong, who was a veritable anomaly, the strongest adversary would be this creature capable of absorbing volcanic energy. Little did it expect that this seemingly sweet and beautiful woman would unleash such a powerful Pokémon. Cidalin once more summoned a lava storm. Though it recognized that its fate was sealed, it felt compelled to test the waters. If this great dragonfly could withstand its onslaught, perhaps following this captivating lady would not be such a disgrace after all. Desert dragonfly, unleash the light of ruin. Huh! The desert dragonfly unleashed a fierce orange-red beam that collided with Cidalin's lava storm. Given Cidalin's injuries, the confrontation ended in a stalemate. Following this clash, both Pokémon regarded each other, neither willing to initiate another attack immediately. Perhaps after this battle, they would become companions. Observing Cidalin shuddering, Ami promptly commanded, Desert Dragonfly, use Earth Power. The Desert Dragonfly screeched, and the ground beneath Cidalin erupted with a surge of potent energy, slamming into Cidalin and toppling it. Seizing the opportunity, Ami threw a great ball, which struck Cidalin precisely, enveloping it in a red light and drawing it into the sphere. The great ball shook momentarily, but soon stilled, emitting a definitive click. Cidalin had come to a realization: it could not win. Joining seemed the better option, provided it was not captured by Lin Dong. After all, who knew what underhanded schemes Regirock might devise to deal with it? Aligning with Ami seemed a more favorable path. Regirock would likely refrain from any further mischief. Thank you, Ami said earnestly, gazing at Lin Dong, her mind swirling with unspoken thoughts, yet she could only articulate those 2 words. She herself was uncertain about the emotions churning within her heart. Lin Dong, along with Xiaowang and Xiaoyao, extended their congratulations before allowing Ami to release Cidalin. From this point forward, they would be companions, and matters with Regirock needed clarification. With Jengar present, communication would not pose an issue. However, upon inquiring, they inadvertently stumbled into a significant misunderstanding. It turned out that on that fateful day, the small Inferno Emperor had sought refuge in the caves of Smoke Peak while being pursued. However, the Ember Emperor's kin is inherently connected to volcanoes. The young Ember Emperor can effortlessly absorb the energy from volcanic magma. Yet, the same can be said for Sherdolin. It immediately sensed the presence of the young Ember Emperor, mistakenly believing it was there to encroach upon its territory. Thus, it hastened over to confront the young Ember Emperor. However, as it had never been to this side before, it inadvertently stumbled into Regirock's sanctuary. Due to its failure to restrain its aura, it disrupted Regirock's process of absorbing rocky energy. Regirock, thinking Sherdolin was there to attack, had no choice but to awaken from its slumber. This led to a fierce battle. When 2 second-tier deities clash, the earth trembles violently, which is the reason behind that evening's earthquake. The subsequent events are well known to Lin Dong and his companions. Chapter 156, The Ember Gym, a new gym trainer. After resolving the misunderstanding, Lin Dong and his companions quickly made their way around to the opposite side of Smokestack Mountain, descending via cable car. The scenery at the foot of the mountain was markedly different from that atop, imbued with a greater abundance of greenery. Upon traversing a thicket, the 4 arrived at Ember Town. They first visited the Pokemon Center to check in before heading to the Ember Gym. Just as Lin Dong was about to knock on the door, he noticed it ajar, revealing a girl with red hair running back and forth in the courtyard. Her outfit was aflame. Help! Help! She cried as she dashed about. Pachima, use water gun. Pachima! Pachima opened its mouth and unleashed a stream of water, extinguishing the flames on the girl's clothing. Phew, I'm saved. She sighed in relief. Upon realizing Lin Dong and his companions were watching her, she hastily discarded her singed and tattered jacket, which had several large holes, and expressed her gratitude. Thank you all. Lin Dong assessed the girl. She wore a black crop top emblazoned with a flame emblem, paired with military green jeans and a red belt. Recognizing the classic attire and familiar scenario, Lin Dong immediately discerned her identity. She was Yasha, the new trainer of the Ember Gym. Indeed, the girl introduced herself. My name is Yasha, and I am the gym trainer of Ember Gym. Hello, may I ask how your clothes caught fire? Inquired Xiaoyao with curiosity. It's because I was conducting special training with Mag and Meg, Yasha replied. Mag and Meg, Xiaoyao pondered, just as two lava bugs crawled over, settling at Yasha's feet. Those are the names of these two lava bugs, Yasha explained as she bent down to pet Mag and Meg. I was helping them with their training so they could evolve into lava snails, but I accidentally got burned by their flames. By the way, what brings you all here? Yasha asked. I am Lin Dong, hailing from the Sinnoh region, and I am here to challenge the Ember Gym, he responded. Hello, I'm Xiao Wang, also from the Sinnoh region. I'm Xiaoyao from Orange City. I'm Ami, from the Johto region, specifically from the Aoi Gym. Greetings, Yasha exclaimed, rushing up to Lin Dong and shaking his hand vigorously. That's wonderful. Finally, a challenger has arrived. I have been eagerly anticipating a challenger like you. At last, I can partake in a battle. Yasha was exceedingly excited. The moment she released Lin Dong's hand, she produced a Pokéball. Come forth, Coal Turtle. Subsequently, she tossed a piece of coal to the Coal Turtle. Coal Turtle, here is some coal. In the astonished gazes of Xiaoguang and Xiaoyao, the Coal Turtle opened its mouth to catch the coal chunk. Then, crunch. The sound of the Coal Turtle munching was crisp, and after a few bites, it swallowed it down. Immediately after, the Coal Turtle let out a satisfied burp, spewing black smoke from its nostrils and the shell on its back. Observing the plume of smoke, Yasha was thrilled, giving a cheer. Coal Turtle is in excellent condition. Xiaoguang and Xiaoyao had never encountered such a peculiar Pokemon before. They quickly retrieved their Pokédex. Coal Turtle, the coal Pokemon. It burns coal within its body to convert energy. When threatened, it emits smoke from the holes in its nose and back, leaving its foes bewildered. Yasha was already fired up. All right, Coal Turtle, for Grandpa? We shall engage in a fiery battle. The Coal Turtle exhaled, appearing fully charged and ready for combat. Wait a moment. You're not planning to battle here, are you? Lin Dong remarked, somewhat exasperated. Yasha, true to her animated character, often let her enthusiasm get the better of her, akin to Ash. Yasha suddenly realized. Right, typically, gym challenges must occur in designated battle arenas. Excuse me, Miss Yasha, I believe the gym leader of Ember Gym is Grandpa Mura. May I ask if you are? Ami finally voiced her curiosity. Although she had never met Mura in person, she had seen him in various documentaries. As a trainer specializing in Steel-type Pokemon, she had to study Fire-type Pokemon, which were particularly effective against Steel types. After all, Mura was a master of Fire-type Pokemon and a former member of the Hoenn League Elite Four. Ami had watched numerous battle footage of him, leaving a lasting impression. Oh, I'm his granddaughter, Yasha chuckled. You need not worry, I truly am the gym trainer of Ember Gym, though I only assumed the role 3 days ago. The group exchanged bemused looks. Yasha led Lin Dong and the others to the battle arena. However, the battlefield was riddled with potholes, bearing the marks of countless excavations. To those familiar, it was recognizable as a battle arena. To the uninitiated, it appeared as if someone was digging traps. Miss Yasha, about this battle arena, Xiaoyao cautiously inquired. Having seen many gyms, this was the first with such distinct character. Yasha exclaimed, then laughed awkwardly. I remember now. During the last gym challenge, the opposing Pokemon constantly used Dig, and I was so engrossed in training Mag and Meg that I forgot to restore the battle arena. Yasha quickly led Lin Dong and his companions to the reception area and fetched chilled juices. I sincerely apologize. Regardless, please take a moment to rest. Thank you, Miss Yasha, Lin Dong said, having been mentally prepared, and promptly expressed his gratitude. Just call me Yasha, she replied. Yasha, what are the rules of the Ember Gym? Lin Dong inquired. Well, my grandfather adjusts the rules based on the challenger's circumstances, Yasha pondered briefly. Is Grandpa Mura out on business? Ami asked. Yes. Though it's not quite accurate to say he's on business, Yasha recalled. The position of gym trainer at Ember Gym has always been held by my grandfather. His fiery beast is incredibly formidable, to the point of being nearly invincible. However, one day, he became enamored with composing Pokemon haikus and even formed a club with his friends. Recently, an elder named Kashu published a collection of haikus, said to celebrate the Pokemon he encountered during his travels. This book has become a bestseller among the elderly. Then my grandfather declared he would go on a journey to write Pokemon haikus. He mentioned he planned to travel not only through the Hoenn region, but also to the Johto region. Thus, he will not return for at least a year and has entrusted the responsibilities of the gym leader to me. Chapter 157. The former Elite Four, Mura, Lin Dong, and Ami assisted Asha in tidying up the battle arena. Ami, evidently more adept in this area than Asha, surprised her with her proficiency. Upon inquiring, Asha discovered that Ami was, in fact, the gym leader of the Asagao gym. The duties of a gym leader extend beyond merely accepting challengers. They also encompass the maintenance of the battle environment, ensuring a conducive setting for Pokémon battles. Ami remarked with a smile, "Yes, thank you, I understand. I will be mindful of that moving forward." As Asha organized the arena, she humbly sought guidance from Ami on numerous questions, feeling enriched by the exchange. This exemplifies the distinction between Ami and grandfather Mura. Mura, having served as a gym leader for an extended period, had grown accustomed to various matters, often perceiving them as routine necessities. Consequently, during his instruction of Asha, he inevitably overlooked many details. Conversely, Ami, having taken on the role of gym leader early on, displayed a far more meticulous consideration for the intricacies involved, anticipating nearly every challenge Asha might encounter. "By the way, Asha, have you prepared your gym badge?" Ami inquired. "Badge? I have no intention of losing," Asha responded. "Speaking of which, when that last challenger came, I didn't have a badge ready either." Lin Dong and the others exchanged exasperated glances. If Asha continued to operate the gym in this manner, its closure would be inevitable. "Regardless, Asha, you must prepare the gym badge," Ami insisted. "All right, I'll go look for it," Asha replied as she returned to her room, though she was uncertain of its whereabouts. However, she recalled that her grandfather had a safe, and she presumed the badge was likely stored there. Meanwhile, an elderly man observed the gym from a nearby hilltop through binoculars. "This girl has truly lost her way, asking challengers to assist in tidying the battle arena. How absurd," he exclaimed. "Oh no, my gym badge is not in the safe. To prevent it from being stolen, I change its hiding place weekly." "Wait, that's not right. It's not in the bedroom, it's in the restroom." This man was none other than grandfather Mura, who had set out for a journey a few days prior. He had not yet left the vicinity of the Yintu mountain and was concerned about Asha's ability to fulfill her duties as a gym leader. However, having received farewell gifts from everyone, he could not simply return, so he concealed himself in the nearby forest, observing Asha through his binoculars. In truth, Asha displayed considerable talent in her journey as a Pokémon trainer, particularly in training fire-type Pokémon. Mura had no worries regarding her strength. However, while ordinary trainers merely focused on training their Pokémon, gym leaders had a multitude of other responsibilities to consider. Clearly, Asha lacked aptitude in these additional matters. Watching Asha struggle to locate the gym badge, Mura grew increasingly anxious. In a moment of desperation, he changed into a flamboyant shirt and patterned pants, disguising himself as a tourist before approaching the entrance of the Fuyan's gym to knock on the door. "Hello." Upon hearing the knock, Asha moved to open the door, revealing an elderly man with a somewhat similar build to her grandfather, albeit dressed in a garish manner, speaking with a thick accent. "I am a tourist visiting from afar. May I use your restroom, please?" "Of course, please come in. The restroom is at the end of the hallway," Asha replied, not suspecting anything. As the Fuyan's town was renowned for its hot springs and sandy baths, attracting many tourists. Although it was not yet peak season, the weather was gradually cooling, and visitor numbers were beginning to rise. Mura entered the restroom and, with exaggerated acting, feigned discovering the safe atop a cabinet. "Oh, there's a safe here. Let me see what's inside." Mura adeptly input the code and opened the safe. "Oh my, what a beautiful badge. This must be yours, right?" he said, pretending to be surprised as he handed the badge to Asha. "Yes, thank you," Asha replied, somewhat bewildered as she accepted the safe containing the badge. "So, be sure to keep it safe. I just remembered that there's a restroom at my hotel as well. I must take my leave now." Mura prepared to make a hasty exit, but just then, Ami spotted the scene and approached. "Grandfather Mura?" Mura was taken aback, his body trembling momentarily before he quickly regained composure. No, Mura. I have never heard of such a person." "Is that so? Then how do you know the code to the safe?" Ami immediately grew suspicious. "All right," Asha suddenly realized. The safe belonged to her grandfather, and aside from her and him, no one else knew the code. Moreover, the individual claiming to be a tourist appeared quite dubious. "Grandfather, stop pretending. I've recognized you," Asha called out, causing Mura to drop his facade. The fake mustache he wore was hastily wiped away in his fluster. "Ahaha, it's me." As Mura acknowledged his ruse, he removed the wig and false mustache. "Grandfather, weren't you supposed to be traveling? Why are you still in Fuyan's town?" Asha inquired, puzzled. Although Mura was indeed of advanced age, he should have crossed the Yintu mountain by now, en route to Akiyama Town. I couldn't help but worry about you. Look at you, asking challengers to help tidy up the arena and even misplacing the badge. How could I possibly relax on my trip? Mura replied. Heh. Asha chuckled awkwardly. I just recently took over, and besides, I've learned a lot from Sister Ami. Ami, I appreciate your assistance. How is your grandfather's health? Mura inquired. Grandfather Mura, my grandfather is in excellent health, Ami responded. That is good to hear. It's been many years since I last saw him. I had planned to travel to the Johto region and visit him as well, Mura said. Asha was surprised to learn that the two elders were acquainted. However, they had been preoccupied with their respective duties and had not kept in touch for several years, which made this her first meeting with Ami. Thank you. If my grandfather knew, he would be very pleased, Ami remarked. But before I embark on my travels again, I must ensure that this child, Asha, can stand on her own 2 feet, Mura declared, pleased to hear about his old friend's good health, even if he could not set off just yet. Chapter 158, Challenging the Fuyan's Gym. With Mura back, the gym challenge was naturally no longer an issue. Although Mura's disciples had taken leave to rest at home for a few days, Mura himself serving as the referee posed no problem whatsoever. Just as in the animated series, Mura did not intend to participate directly. Instead, he aimed to use this opportunity to train Asha. Lin Dong had no objections, as he felt that with his current strength, he would not fear opponents of the Elite Four caliber, but if things could be simplified. No one wished to complicate matters unnecessarily. Moreover, facing Asha would allow him to provide experience for his lower-level Pokémon. Among his current Pokémon, Darkrai, Suicune, Lugia, and Registeel possessed third-tier strength, while Dragonite, Gengar, Regirock, and Pikachu boasted second-tier capabilities. The remaining Venusaur, Muck Eagle, and Kyralilian are still at the first-tier level. Among them, Kyralilian possesses a nurturing package bestowed by the system, coupled with the potential for Mega Evolution, making it highly likely to ascend to the ranks of top-tier Pokémon in the future. However, at present, Kyralilian is not yet a Shinado, and even with nutritional supplements, having opportunities to gain experience is indeed beneficial. As for Venusaur, although Professor Oak has cultivated a Bulbasaur with excellent qualifications and a solid foundation, it still lacks a bit of innate talent to break through to the second-tier level based purely on its own merits. Yet, this does not imply that Venusaur is devoid of paths to development. Let us not forget that Venusaur also possesses the capability for Mega Evolution. Additionally, with the multitasking strategy specifically tailored for Venusaur by Lin Dong, it can certainly overpower most first-tier opponents even without Mega Evolving. Moreover, Lin Dong is not Ash, and he would never pit Venusaur against formidable foes like Charizard or Blaziken. The real uncertainty for Lin Dong lies with Muck Eagle. If memory serves him right, among all the regional birds throughout the generations, only Fiero has attained Mega Evolution, while the others have remained unchanged. When Lin Dong captured Muck Bird, he did not think too much about it. He simply found Muck Eagle to be strikingly handsome and was more fond of its coloration, which led him to capture it. To be fair, this Muck Bird has demonstrated commendable talent in becoming the leader of its flock. However, within the confines of first-tier Pokémon, the regional birds are indeed only average. Thus, Muck Eagle currently stands as a Pokémon that is somewhat lacking in comparison to its peers, yet superior in relation to those below it. Of course, having just evolved, there is ample room for improvement in its strength, and hard power is just one aspect. Battle techniques constitute another. The combination of both is what truly defines combat prowess. Any deficiency in raw strength can be wholly compensated by skillful battle techniques. As it stands, the focus must now be on enhancing its combat skills. The challenge between the novice gym trainer Asha and Lin Dong, a challenger from the Sinnoh region, is about to commence. Mura has already taken her position at the referee's stand. Asha and Lin Dong stand at opposite sides of the battle arena, dressed in cheerleader attire. Xiao Guang and Xiaoyao cheer for Lin Dong from the sidelines, while Juju Ear, Bojiman, and Li Juan Chicken wave their pom-poms. Gramps, that extra line from the new girl is unnecessary, Asha remarked with some dissatisfaction. Asha, I am the referee now. You are not allowed to call me Gramps. How many times must I remind you that you need to maintain professionalism during work? Mura corrected her. I forgot. Asha sheepishly scratched her head. Mura continued with the procedure. Each trainer is allowed to use a limited number of Pokémon. Only the challenger can substitute Pokémon. Asha looked somewhat bewildered. Is that so? Didn't I just teach you this a few days ago? Mura whispered. I think I remember now, Asha finally recalled. Mura sighed internally but continued to preside over the proceedings. Are both sides ready? Ready. Lin Dong and Asha responded in unison. Then let the battle begin, Mura declared. And Asha threw her Pokeball. Mag, Come forth. The Pokemon named Mag, a Mag Cargo, appeared on the battlefield. Without the intervention of Team Rocket this time to provide experience. Mag was just on the cusp of evolution, not yet having transformed into a Magmar, which made Lindong's challenge considerably easier. A Pokeball in Lindong's hand expanded. Kyralilian, it's your turn. Kyru. Upon seeing Lindong summon Kyralilian, Asha recognized it as a rare Psychic-type Pokemon and immediately decided to take the initiative. Mag, use Flamethrower. Majiji. Mag opened its mouth and unleashed a fierce stream of flame towards Kyralilian. However, Lindong did not issue any commands. He merely smiled while observing the battlefield. Before Asha could rejoice in her apparent success, she witnessed Kyralilian teleport just as the flames were about to strike, vanishing from its original position. Moments later, Kyralilian reappeared on the right side, raising its hand to unleash a beam of Psybeam. Mag was caught off guard and was promptly struck by the Psybeam, resulting in a blue aura enveloping its body as an invisible force began to compress around it. Telekinesis. Kyralilian executed Psybeam while simultaneously activating its telekinesis. This seamless combination of moves flowed as smoothly as water. All of this occurred without Lindong issuing any commands. But did Lindong truly refrain from giving orders? While Asha was oblivious, Mura, standing at the referee's position, could discern the truth. As a seasoned Elite Four member, she immediately recognized that Lindong and Kyralilian were communicating telepathically. Lindong wasn't silent. He simply did not vocalize his commands. Mura couldn't help but feel a pang of concern for Asha. She had not anticipated that Asha would encounter such a formidable challenger so soon after her appointment. Ralts, Kyralilian, and Shinado all possess the ability to communicate with their trainers telepathically, but not everyone can establish such a connection. It requires a significant level of rapport and intimacy between trainer and Pokemon to issue commands through telepathy. This trainer is extraordinary. Mura suddenly recalled the name Lindong. Realizing it sounded familiar, after a brief moment, she finally remembered where she had heard it. Recently, there were rumors circulating in the league about a remarkably skilled new trainer named Lindong. It was said that he had captured two prominent figures from the Hunter Association, apprehended both the leaders of Team Magma and Team Aqua, and even detained their subordinates. A whole 2 squads from Team Magma had been captured. Team Aqua also lost a squad, and the number of other Pokemon hunters apprehended was incalculable. Could it be Mura felt increasingly certain that the challenger before her was indeed that Lindong? But as the referee, she could not interrupt the match to inquire. If it truly was him, Asha would undoubtedly face a significant challenge today. Nevertheless, losing to Lindong would not be a source of shame. After all, he was a master who had captured 2 near-legendary Pokemon hunters. Mura suddenly felt that it wouldn't be a bad thing for his granddaughter to experience a setback. After all, for many years, Asha had lived under his protective wing, shielded from the harsh realities of the world. However, the path ahead was one she must tread on her own. A minor setback now would be preferable to a major one in the future. Resolutely, Mura focused all her attention on the battlefield. Chapter 159, Mag vs. Kyralilian. Mag, you can do it. Break free and use Flamethrower. Asha reacted swiftly, thanks to Mura's guidance. Asha's combat prowess was on par with seasoned gym trainers from previous generations. Naturally, it was impossible for her to panic in the face of a psychic-type opponent like a novice trainer might. She opted to break free from the telekinesis using level advantage. Since Magcargo was only partially evolved, it was indeed at a higher level than Kyralilian, which had already undergone evolution. Thus, with Mag's full effort, the telekinesis was forcibly released. It subsequently unleashed a fierce flame towards Kyralilian. However, at the moment Mag broke free, Lindong commanded Kyralilian to cease the output of telekinesis and instead teleport. Mag's flamethrower once again missed its target, as Kyralilian's form instantaneously appeared on the left side, raising its hand to unleash yet another Psybeam. Magger was struck once more, emitting a pained cry. Although Kyralilian was of slightly lower level than Magger, the difference was negligible, and the 2 blasts of illusion light inflicted considerable damage upon him. Throughout the ensuing battle, Kyralilian maintained this strategy. Despite Asha possessing methods to counter psychic attacks, she found herself unable to unravel Lindong's tactical approach. After absorbing 2 more blasts of illusion light, Magger begrudgingly collapsed to the ground, his eyes spiraling like incense coils. Mura promptly raised the flag. The lava bug has lost its fighting capability, and Kyralilian is victorious. Observing Kyralilian's seemingly effortless demeanor, Asha felt a cold sweat bead on her forehead. This strategy was, without a doubt, the most perplexing she had encountered in her years of combat. It involved evading all attacks through teleportation, then countering with Illusion Light and Psychic Force. The psychic ability could immobilize the opponent, rendering the Illusion Light almost infallible. Each element interlinked seamlessly, leaving no room for retaliation. However, Asha was puzzled by one aspect. Although this strategy appeared insurmountable, its underlying principles were not particularly complex. Why had no one else employed it? Over the years, she had battled numerous Psychic-type Pokémon and had encountered many trainers skilled in the use of psychic abilities. Yet none had adopted such a fighting style. Asha was at a loss. Unbeknownst to her, while this strategy was formidable, it was fraught with two significant limitations. The first was that the energy within an ordinary Pokémon is finite. Most Psychic-type Pokémon simply could not endure the tremendous energy expenditure required by this tactic. Conversely, Caterpie, cultivated using a nurturing package provided by the system, boasted energy levels several times greater than those of a typical Pokémon of the same class, which constituted the material foundation for Lindong's strategy. Of course, Pokémon like Karuna's Shinedo were also exceptional within their species, possessing energy levels that far exceeded those of their peers. Only such Pokémon could wield this strategy effectively. The second issue was that for this tactic to be executed flawlessly, there must be a profound connection between the trainer and the Pokémon, enabling them to engage in synchronized combat through telepathy. If the Pokémon independently decided where to teleport, many would instinctively move in ways they were accustomed to. After just a couple of instances, a seasoned trainer would easily discern this pattern. Once the movement point is anticipated, the strategy collapses. Moreover, if the trainer vocalized the command, it would effectively reveal their position to the opponent. Given that issuing commands requires time, this provides the adversary with an opportunity to respond. If they launched a swift attack, they could very well succeed in striking first. Consequently, the effectiveness of this strategy would be undermined. Thus, to master this tactic, two conditions must be met. First, the Psychic-type Pokémon must possess ample energy. Second, there must be telepathic communication between the Pokémon and the trainer. The vast majority of trainers and psychic Pokémon do not meet these criteria. Lindong had anticipated this, having learned the strategy from Karuna, the champion of the Kalos region. If her tactics could be casually replicated, it would render psychic Pokémon truly invincible. However, it was precisely because of the high material demands of this strategy that its effectiveness approached the realm of the inscrutable. Mura had discerned the flaws in Lindong's approach and immediately conceived counter-strategies. One was to engage in a war of attrition, utilizing a high-defense Pokémon to deplete Caterpie's energy, thus enabling an effortless counterattack when it was exhausted. The other was to execute rapid assaults. As long as the attack's speed surpassed Caterpie's teleportation, it would be unable to evade the strikes. However, as the referee, Mura could not provide any hints at this juncture. Lindong remained unaware that Mura had seen through his strategy and devised a counterplan. Had he known, he would have been left in awe. Mura's two strategies were indeed the most effective, with the latter mirroring Ash's method of overcoming Karuna in the animated series. After its Bond evolution, the Froakie had become faster than Shinedo, rendering the latter incapable of evasion. Return Magre. Asha recalled Magre into its Pokeball and then released another. Cold Turtle, take the stage. Faced with the seemingly insurmountable Caterpie, Asha opted for Cold Turtle as her second Pokemon. This decision brought Mura immense satisfaction. Although Asha did not contemplate the matter as deeply as Mura, she was undoubtedly experienced. Since she could not temporarily evade Shinedo's attacks, she resolved to confront them head-on. Cold Turtle's body was remarkably sturdy, and its weight was more than double that of the lava bug. Attempting to use psychic force against Cold Turtle would entail a terrifying energy expenditure. While psychic energy is intangible, it is fundamentally no different from physical strength. Lifting a kilogram is not comparable to lifting 80 kilograms. One cannot expect to capture a Caterpie as effortlessly as a Snorlax. Furthermore, Cold Turtle's level was significantly higher than both Magre and Mage, lacking an evolved form. Its size was deceptively imposing, often leading opponents to underestimate it. This was Asha's rationale for selecting Cold Turtle. Chapter 160, Pikachu vs. Cold Turtle. Return, Caterpie. Lindong recalled Caterpie. Asha aimed to catch Lindong off guard with the imposing figure of Cold Turtle, but Lindong would not underestimate Asha's Cold Turtle. The reason was simple. Lindong had watched the animated series. He knew of this Cold Turtle's strength, having nearly achieved a remarkable comeback against Ash. And it had even mastered a formidable fire-type move. There was no way he would allow himself to be lulled into a false sense of security. Lindong believed that even if Caterpie could defeat this Cold Turtle, it would only be a Pyrrhic victory. Given that Caterpie would inevitably evolve into the strongest Shinedo, it was wiser to hone its tactical proficiency and accumulate battle experience at the appropriate moments. Go, Pikachu! Lindong gestured, sending forth the eagerly anticipated Pikachu. Pika! Pikachu leaped into the battlefield. Lindong had his own intentions in sending out Pikachu. Ultimately, victory was not the primary concern. Pikachu had already reached the solid second tier of strength, making it more than capable of handling a cold turtle. However, Lindong's main objective was for Pikachu to adapt to the electricity coursing through its body through combat. Pikachu's power had surged to the second tier by absorbing the divine energy of one of the legendary birds, Zapdos. This was akin to consuming a medicinal pill in a cultivation novel. While the level had indeed increased, the strength gained through such a method was inherently unstable, inferior to that achieved through diligent training. Thus, this was a crucial time for Pikachu to consolidate its power. Cold Turtle served as an excellent opponent for this purpose. Asha, clearly unaware of the gravity of the situation, regarded this as an ordinary Pikachu. Cold Turtle, use Flamethrower. Cold Turtle opened its mouth, unleashing a ferocious flame directed at Pikachu. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Lindong opted not to have Pikachu employ its swift moves, but instead faced the attack head-on. Pikachu. Pikachu unleashed a powerful surge of electricity directed at the Cold Turtle. The clash of flames and electric currents resulted in a violent explosion, sending sparks flying before they vanished into thin air. However, the electricity, though somewhat diminished in potency, struck the Cold Turtle, leaving it momentarily paralyzed. Aisha was astonished by Pikachu's prowess but quickly devised a countermeasure. Cold Turtle, emit smoke. Following her command, the Cold Turtle released a substantial amount of black smoke from its nostrils and the openings on its back, enveloping itself within the dense haze, which began to spread toward Pikachu. Pikachu, unleash your electricity within the smoke. Upon hearing Lindong's directive, Pikachu released a fierce burst of electric light, inundating the area shrouded in smoke. This approach was undeniably domineering and rather unreasonable. Amidst the electrifying bombardment, the Cold Turtle was struck directly, causing its smoking action to cease abruptly. Aisha felt a sense of regret, akin to lifting a stone only to drop it on her own foot. She had intended to use the smoke to obscure Pikachu and Lindong's vision, gradually seeking out an opportunity. Yet she had not anticipated Lindong's decision to have Pikachu launch a widespread attack. Now, she found herself unable to locate her opponent for a counterstrike. Cold Turtle, use Iron Defense. In desperation, Aisha commanded her Cold Turtle to bolster its defenses. Meanwhile, Lindong continued to instruct Pikachu to discharge electricity. In truth, if victory were Lindong's sole aim, he possessed far superior strategies at his disposal. By harnessing the power of aura, he could effortlessly pinpoint the Cold Turtle's location. This indicated that smoke-based moves posed no obstacle to his tactics and judgments. However, Lindong discerned a notable improvement in Pikachu's control over electricity. From initially struggling to contain its power, it was now capable of managing electric discharges within the confines of the smoke. With continued practice, there would come a day when Pikachu could fully transform the power acquired from Zapdos into its own, achieving an extraordinary level of mastery. Thus, Lindong was not in haste to secure victory. Instead, he granted Pikachu the time it needed for further training. Aisha was increasingly anxious and awestruck by Pikachu's capabilities. Was this truly Pikachu? It seemed to squander electricity with reckless abandon, as if it were inexhaustible. Surely, this was not merely a Pikachu, but rather a Raichu in disguise. Even a Raichu would not be able to wield electricity with such ease without showing signs of fatigue. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the Cold Turtle's condition appeared dire. Yet it remained standing. Once visibility improved, Aisha quickly observed the brightest point of electric light to pinpoint Pikachu's location. Cold Turtle, unleash Overheat toward your front right. Without hesitation, she commanded her Cold Turtle to execute its ultimate move. Overheat, a technique whose power significantly diminishes with each use, demanded precise timing for its first deployment in battle. Seizing the moment of maximum potency, even if it could not obliterate the opponent, it could alter the course of the battle. Aisha was confident this was a prime opportunity. Having been trained for years by her grandfather, the former Elite Four member, Mura, her observational skills in battle far surpassed those of an ordinary trainer. However, unbeknownst to her, Lindong had an advantage. Under the influence of his awakened aura, the Cold Turtle's movements were laid bare. Pikachu, deliver the final blow with thunder. Lindong deemed it time to conclude the battle. Pikachu, responding to the command, unleashed its electric power with fervor. Pikachu. A robust bolt of lightning surged forth, resembling a colossal pillar, barreling toward the Cold Turtle. In a desperate attempt, the Cold Turtle expelled a fierce burst of orange-red flames, fully committing to its overheat move, which collided with the lightning pillar. Yet, the flames were cleaved asunder by the electric surge, dispersing harmlessly to either side before vanishing. Realizing the dire situation, the coal turtle withdrew into its shell, relying on iron defense for protection. However, the now constricted lightning pillar, though slightly diminished in size, struck the coal turtle with unwavering might. With the full force of a Pikachu at the second level of power behind it, the coal turtle stood no chance against such an assault. When the lightning faded, the coal turtle's shell appeared charred, blackened as if it were true coal. The creature struggled to regain its footing, its limbs flailing, while its eyes took on a spiral shape. Mura promptly raised the flag. The coal turtle is unable to continue. Pikachu emerges victorious. At that moment, Mura appeared calm on the surface, though his mind was anything but. Pikachu's strength had far exceeded his expectations. No Raichu, nor any electric-type Pokémon he had encountered, possessed such overwhelming power as the Pikachu before him. This was no ordinary Pikachu. He would believe it was the reincarnation of the Thunder God if told so. Even if he sent out his own Fire-type Pokémon, he could not guarantee victory. Chapter 161, The Flame Badge. The visit from Yuki Sugimori. Mura had firmly identified Lindong. With the same name and such formidable strength, there was no other newcomer in the league quite like him. Come back, Coal Turtle. Thank you for your hard work. Please rest well. Aisha recalled her Coal Turtle, acknowledging that after witnessing Pikachu's thunder, she had no chance of victory left. This Pikachu's capabilities far surpassed any Pokémon she had trained. Perhaps only her grandfather's Fire-type Pokémon possessed the strength to contend. Nevertheless, the gym challenge must continue. However, Aisha's mindset had shifted. She now felt like the true challenger. Mage, take the stage. Aisha's final Pokémon was a lava worm named Mage. Come back, Pikachu. Lindong also recalled his Pikachu. Swapping Pokémon was indeed a privilege of the challenger, and he would take full advantage of it. In the animated series, it was Mag that evolved into a Magcargo after battling Team Rocket, indicating that Mage was of a lower level than Mag. Thus, there was no need for Pikachu to step in again. Go, Kairu Lily. Lindong sent out Kairu Lily once more. Aisha felt a sense of resignation. She understood that Mage would soon experience the same despair that Mag had just faced. She was aware that Mage was slightly weaker than Mag and would surely be no match for Kairu Lily. Nonetheless, the gym challenge was primarily a friendly competition, emphasizing harmony and sportsmanship. Even if injuries occurred, they would not be severe. Moreover, Lindong had a good sense of moderation. Mag had suffered little in the previous battle and would require no visit to the Pokémon Center, as a day of rest would suffice for recovery. Therefore, allowing Mage to gain some battle experience was beneficial. With a calm mindset, Aisha fully engaged in the battle. However, under Lindong and Kairu Lily's relentless tactics, she found herself utterly outmatched. Mage soon followed in Mag's footsteps, collapsing to the ground with spiral-shaped eyes. Mura immediately raised the flag, announcing the outcome. The lava worm has lost its ability to battle. Kairu Lily is victorious. Consequently, the victor of this match is Lindong. Come back, Mage. Aisha recalled her lava worm and approached Lindong, presenting him with a gradient red, flame-shaped badge. It was an exhilarating battle. I have learned a great deal. This is proof of your victory at the Forge Gym, the flame badge. Thank you. Pika Pikachu. Lindong accepted the flame badge, shook Aisha's hand once more, and subsequently stored the badge away. Pikachu joyfully leaped up in celebration. Lindong gazed at the neatly arranged 7 badges in his badge case, feeling a surge of excitement within him. Only one last badge remained, and he would secure his entry ticket to the Hoenn League Conference. Naturally, that final badge was already earmarked for the wing badge from the Fortree Gym. It was almost certain that Registeel was lurking near Fortree City, and a visit there was undoubtedly in order. Furthermore, the Fortree Gym specialized in flying-type Pokémon, making it an ideal opponent for both him and his trusty Staraptor to hone their skills, to rapidly learn and enhance combat techniques. Challenging a gym that shares the same type affinity was undoubtedly one of the most effective methods. Just as Lindong and his companions prepared to bid farewell to Mu La and Yasha, 2 individuals arrived at the Fiery Town Gym. Mu La quickly concealed himself. He had already said his goodbyes to many townsfolk, and being discovered back would be quite the embarrassment. Thus, Yasha accompanied Lindong and the others to the entrance. Upon recognizing the 2 visitors, Lindong and his companions noted that one of them appeared somewhat familiar. It was Yusumu, the younger brother of Sumu Za, the vice president of the Pokemon Club and one of the judges for the Grand Contest Combat Special Tournament. Yusumu immediately recognized Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao. Miss Xiao Guang, Miss Xiao Yao, what a delightful surprise to encounter you here, he exclaimed. Both Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao, having identified the former judge, responded promptly, Hello, Mr. Yusumu. Greetings. Are you here to challenge the Fiery Town Gym? Yusumu inquired. Not exactly. Our companion Lin Dong is the one here to challenge the Fiery Town Gym. We are merely here to cheer him on. As you know, we are all traveling with the goal of becoming top-notch coordinators, Xiao Guang explained. Yusumu nodded, quickly gleaning the situation upon noticing the cheerleader outfits adorning the two girls. He curiously appraised Lin Dong, silently marveling at the boy's good fortune. One could not help but wonder if he had saved the galaxy in a past life to be able to journey alongside both Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao. Not to mention being accompanied by a stunning beauty clad in a white dress. The Pokemon Club, being a grassroots organization, primarily collaborates with the Contest Affairs Bureau. The Bureau and the Pokemon League exist as relatively independent entities. Therefore, Yusumu was quite unaware of Lin Dong's illustrious achievements. Had he known, it would not have seemed so surprising. "Ah, Mr. Yusumu, it appears you have encountered acquaintances," remarked an elder who accompanied Yusumu. "Welcome to Fiery Town." Yasha introduced the group, and Lin Dong and his friends soon learned that the elder was none other than the mayor of Fiery Town, Ryu Chuanko-san. "Mr. Yusumu, this is the current gym leader of the Fiery Gym, Yasha. Yasha, this is Mr. Yusumu, the vice president of the Pokemon Club." Mayor Ryu introduced. After the introductions, Yasha promptly greeted, "Hello, Mr. Yusu. Good day, Miss Yasha. I apologize for the abrupt visit, but I have some matters regarding the Pokemon Grand Contest that I would like to discuss with you, if it is convenient." Yusumu expressed his intentions. "The Pokemon Grand Contest?" Yasha queried, a hint of confusion in her voice. She was not unfamiliar with the concept, given that it originated in the Hoenn region. However, influenced by Mu Le's teachings, her primary interest lay in conventional battle competitions. The Grand Contest and gym battles were entirely distinct paths, with little overlap. While some gym leaders had indeed begun to explore the art of glamorous battling in recent years, they remained a minority among gym leaders. At least for now. Yasha had no inclination to pursue both the Grand Contest and gym battles simultaneously, leaving her puzzled as to why Yusumu sought her out. "Mr. Yu, please. Come inside and share your thoughts," Yasha invited, leading him to the reception room. With Yasha's consent, Lin Dong and his companions joined them at Yusumu's invitation. "Miss Yasha, the matter is as follows. We wish to organize a special Pokemon Grand Contest in Fiery Town." Yusumu elaborated on his proposal. It turned out that the Contest Affairs Bureau was exploring new possibilities for the Grand Contest. One of the concepts that garnered broad approval was to host special tournaments at the locations of official gyms associated with various leagues. Naturally, such special tournaments would possess unique attributes. The distinctive aspect of these special tournaments is that participants must use Pokemon that specialize in the local gym's type. In simpler terms, if a special tournament were to be held in Fiery Town, the focus would be on showcasing the allure of Fire-type Pokemon, with participants limited to using only Fire types. The advantages of this approach were evident. It would create a synergy between gym battles and the Grand Contest, yielding promotional benefits for both sides, whether trainers or coordinators. Participants would gain a deeper understanding of Fire-type Pokemon, fostering mutual growth. Additionally, this initiative could serve as an effective means of revitalizing the local economy, which the mayor was keenly interested in. Yusumu not only brought the authorization from the Contest Affairs Bureau, but also secured the support of the Joy family. As the vice president of the Pokemon Club and the brother of Sumu Za, he was fully authorized to represent the club's interests. Thus, procedurally, there were no obstacles remaining. Mayor Ryu Chuanko-san's presence alongside Yusumu signified his support for the initiative. Yusumu's purpose in visiting the Fiery Gym was to invite the gym leader to serve as one of the judges for the special tournament. While Yasha was indifferent towards the Grand Contest, she recognized its merits. Had Mula been away on a distant journey, she would have readily agreed. However, with Mule's return, she felt it necessary to consult him first, as he was the officially recognized gym leader by the league. "Ahem, Yasha. This is indeed a good opportunity. We should agree," Mula interjected, realizing he could no longer evade the situation and had no choice but to acquiesce to Yusumu's request. "Mula, what brings you back?" Mayor Ryu Chuanko-san expressed surprise upon seeing Mula, recalling the day he saw him off on his journey. Feeling a bit awkward upon encountering his old friend, Mula chuckled. Well, I was just a bit concerned whether Yasha could manage the responsibilities of a gym leader, so I returned to check in." "Greetings, Mr. Mula." Yusumu promptly rose to offer his respect, adopting a demeanor of deference. His initial intention had been to invite Mula, a former Elite Four member and a true master of Fire-type Pokemon, to serve as a judge for the special tournament. Such an endorsement would greatly enhance the Grand Contest's visibility. However, upon arriving in Fiery Town, he learned from Mayor Ryu that Mula had recently embarked on a journey. Yusu Mu had lamented the unfortunate timing, only to be pleasantly surprised by Mu La's unexpected return. Mr. Mu, since you are back, I would like to formally invite you to be a judge for the special tournament. Would that be acceptable? Yusu Mu inquired, uncertain if he would be able to secure Mu La's agreement. After all, Mu La held a status above that of ordinary gym leaders. Being a former member of the Elite Four, even current Elite Four members would show him respect. Yusu Mu genuinely feared that he might not be able to persuade him. To be frank, I have already bid farewell to many friends in Kamahara Town, so returning suddenly feels rather unexpected. Mu La hesitated slightly. If Hotagawa Kosuko were to find out, given that he is the town chief, it would likely remain confidential. However, if everyone was aware, it would certainly affect his reputation. Ha ha ha, Mu La, I think you should agree to this. As for the reason, you could say that Mr. Sugi encountered you midway and invited you to serve as a judge to support the grandeur of the tournament, thus prompting your return. Hotagawa Kosuka had already devised a plausible rationale for Mu La. He was also keen for Mu La to be involved. The higher the excitement surrounding the special tournament, the more attendees it would attract, subsequently boosting the town's revenue. Remarkably, this explanation was indeed quite impeccable. Mu La found it impossible to decline. During this time, he could also take the opportunity to mentor his granddaughter, Asha. With that said, I shall agree. Wonderful. Thank you for your support, Mr. Mu La. Sugi-yu was overjoyed and promptly finalized the details with Mu La and Hotagawa Kosuka. Since this was the inaugural special tournament, some time for promotion was needed. So Sugi-yu scheduled the event for 2 weeks later. Upon receiving this first-hand information, Lin Dong and his companions naturally altered their itinerary, temporarily remaining in Kamahara Town. Xiao Yao was certainly going to participate in this special tournament. For Fire-type Pokémon, she could simply send out her powerful Feraligatr. However, Xiao Guang felt a bit hesitant. If we consider Fire-type Pokémon, she indeed owned one, but it seemed rather unsuitable. Xiao Guang specifically sought the opinion of her Little Ember. Yet, Little Ember, being at a playful age, had sneaked away to this location, pursued by others. In this regard, it was akin to a child at this age. Everyone yearns to showcase their abilities. Thus, it was exceedingly excited and eager to compete. Lin Dong believed that participating posed no issues. When Xiao Guang handed Little Ember over to Nurse Joy for inspection, the League would certainly become aware of the matter. If evil organizations or Pokémon hunters could launch surprise attacks at the site of the tournament, the League would have little reason to exist. Furthermore, Mu La would be present on the scene, a seasoned champion. Moreover, Lin Dong himself would undoubtedly be there, so he just needed to be vigilant. Invited by Mu La and Asha, Lin Dong and his companions stayed at the hot spring and run by Mu La's family. Indeed, Mu La's family not only operated a sand bath, but also a hot spring inn, which was among the larger establishments in Kamahara Town. Being a veteran champion, it was no surprise they possessed such resources. During this period, Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao decided to train with Asha at the Kamahara Gym. The Kamahara Gym was not merely a venue for gym challenges. It also had considerable expertise in nurturing Fire-type Pokémon. Lin Dong, on the other hand, found himself somewhat idle. His journey to collect badges was nearing its conclusion. He decided to indulge in the hot springs at the inn. One aspect Lin Dong particularly enjoyed about the Pokémon world was that many hot springs allowed for mixed bathing. When Lin Dong entered the hot spring pool clad only in swim trunks, a blush crept over Ami's face. Naturally, Lin Dong sat beside Ami. Ami grew increasingly nervous. With Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao training at the Kamahara Gym, at that moment, the NS floor was occupied solely by her and Lin Dong. The unintentional physical contact intensified the already charged atmosphere. Lin Dong felt it was time. However, to err on the side of caution, he had the system scan. Chapter 163, Capturing Ami. Startling news? Goddess, Ami. Affection, 88. Upon seeing the affection level, which had unknowingly surged to 88, Lin Dong's courage surged. Underwater, with the currents swirling, he grasped Ami's hand. Ami's body trembled slightly, yet she did not resist. Her heart raced. As he approached the childhood goddess, Lin Dong was immensely excited. He leaned in and pressed his lips firmly against hers. In the warm mist of the hot spring, Lin Dong greedily savored the cool sweetness, until their breaths became labored. Ami pushed Lin Dong away. Not here. Let us go to the room, she whispered, scrambling out of the water and hastily wrapping herself in a bathrobe as she dashed back to the room. Lin Dong would not let such a splendid opportunity slip by and quickly followed her. Silken gauze and delicate skin intertwined, fragrant and tender. They reveled in each other's embrace until the sun set, finally rising from the bed, breathless. After breaking through that layer of tension, their relationship became inseparable. Ami confided in Lin Dong a stunning secret. It turned out that the Johto League and the Kanto League had plans to merge. Once the merger was completed, the Johto region would become the largest region, and the Kanto League would emerge as the most formidable regional league. Furthermore, due to the expanded area to be managed, the original Elite Four would also be expanded to 8 members. This meant that in addition to the existing Elite Four, there would be 4 more vacant positions. At this level, it has always been a case of 1 candidate per position. Yet now, 4 additional positions had emerged from thin air. Countless trainers would undoubtedly be vying for these 4 spots. Moreover, the gym leaders, who were only a step below the Elite Four, would be the strongest contenders for these positions. Although Ami did not hold an official gym leader title, she was still a gym trainer. If competition arose for these positions, she would surely want to seize an opportunity. Thus, she felt a pressing need to enhance her strength. It was precisely because she sensed her abilities had reached a bottleneck that she considered learning glamorous techniques, hoping to glean some insights. If she could achieve a breakthrough, perhaps she could strive for a chance. Of course, prior to meeting Lin Dong, she had not harbored overly high expectations. After all, there remained a significant gap between her and the veteran gym leaders in terms of strength. However, after encountering Lin Dong, her power experienced a qualitative leap. First, her Metong evolved into Metagross, and later, her Magneton evolved into Exploud. If these 2 evolutions did not provide her enough confidence, capturing a Flygon ignited her determination. After all, the primary difference between her and those veteran gym leaders lay in their high-end combat prowess. With that top-tier Flygon, she could now barely be considered a quasi-elite trainer. Subsequently, she also captured a Gardevoir, solidifying her claim to an elite position. All of this could be attributed to Lin Dong. Without him, her Metong and Magneton would eventually have evolved, but it would still be challenging to defeat the Flygon. As for the Gardevoir, had Lin Dong not weakened it first, even with the Flygon, capturing this seasoned, peak-strength Pokémon would have been nearly impossible. The news of the merger between the Johto League and the Kanto League truly astonished Lin Dong. This was a storyline entirely absent from the anime of his previous life. Yet, it was not entirely incomprehensible. Despite the apparent doubling of many aspects due to the merger of these 2 leagues, the reality was far from simple. From the current structural perspective, the Kanto and Johto alliances function as a singular entity. While the individuals within appear to bask in glory, they are, in truth, burdened by unimaginable pressures. The alliance boasts numerous experts, yet some remain uninvolved in the governance of their respective domains. With 7 individuals tending to the affairs of 2 regions, and with formidable adversaries like Team Rocket lurking in the shadows, it is likely they have long since reached their limits. However, the notion of segregating the Johto alliance to establish a separate faction is fraught with complications. The Junsha and Joy families may be indifferent, and while Damalon is somewhat agreeable, the original Elite Four would undoubtedly resist. After all, they wield considerable influence across both Kanto and Johto. Should Johto establish its own leadership, the new Elite Four would dictate affairs there, effectively having their influence. It is inconceivable for the original Elite Four to support such a division. Conversely, a merger presents a different scenario. While it necessitates the induction of 4 new elite members, these newcomers could be granted limited decision-making authority. They would hold the title of Elite Four, overseeing specific departments and wielding certain managerial powers. This arrangement would alleviate much of their workload while simultaneously preserving their influence. Of course, even without ultimate voting rights, the prospect of becoming an official Elite Four member, transitioning from local prominence to a position of leadership within the alliance, is a coveted opportunity for every gym leader. Lin Dong naturally expressed his support for Ami's thoughts. He even contemplated a moment to utilize the several Mega Evolution packs stored within his system. Should he acquire a Megastone for Steelix or Metagross, equipping Ami with such a card would serve as a strategic advantage. In this manner, Ami would possess 3 Pokémon of second-tier strength, significantly enhancing her chances of securing an elite position. With both Flygon and Shiftry in play, the need for Mega Evolution might be rendered moot. Regarding Lin Dong's decision to allow Ami to capture these 2 Pokémon, she expressed her gratitude, though such formalities felt somewhat extraneous given their circumstances. Thus, Lin Dong suggested an alternative means for her to demonstrate her appreciation through tangible actions. At present, Ami was in the bathroom rinsing her mouth. Lin Dong had already donned his attire and was preparing to venture out in search of sustenance. Ami's current condition rendered her mobility somewhat impaired. Just as Lin Dong was about to open the door, he noticed a small card lying on the floor before him. This bore a resemblance to a scenario from his previous life. Initially, he assumed it to be an advertisement for some special service and intended to discard it. However, he froze in surprise upon discovering that the card bore his name. A jolt of realization surged through him as he scrutinized the card closely. Due to its diminutive size, there were only a few words, a time and a location. The signature was succinct, marked only with the letter J. The time was set for 8 o'clock that evening, with the location specified as the forest outside Fuyin Town. Lin Dong furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment before deciding to honor the invitation. Chapter 164. The Invitation from Hunter J. A Solo Confrontation. Lin Dong had surmised the identity of the sender of this mysterious note. The use of a J as a signature strongly indicated the involvement of the infamous Pokémon hunter. Although he remained uncertain about the hunter's intentions, it was evident that she had tracked his movements without resorting to an ambush, suggesting a desire for dialogue. Despite Lin Dong's belief that a confrontation was unlikely, he resolved to attend alone. With Ami currently unable to move easily, and both Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao unable to assist in combat, it would be simpler to go solo. After purchasing dinner and sharing a brief meal with Ami, he set out with Pikachu in tow. He refrained from discussing the matter of Hunter J in depth, and while Ami had her suspicions, she merely cautioned Lin Dong to be vigilant. Mounting his Dragonite, Lin Dong swiftly approached the designated location. Upon landing, he recalled Dragonite to its Pokeball and released Gengar and Darkrai. Gengar, Darkrai, I entrust you to meld into the shadows, he instructed. This was a task both Pokemon were well versed in, though the target of their stealth remained uncertain. With Gengar donning its characteristic mischievous grin, it vanished into Lin Dong's shadow, a sight that would undoubtedly unsettle any onlooker. Darkrai maintained a distance, concealing itself within the ground's shadows, remaining within the effective range of Lin Dong's telepathic commands. Thus, on the surface, Lin Dong appeared to be accompanied solely by Pikachu as he arrived at the specified site. A blue glow flickered in his eyes, signifying the activation of his aura powers. Under the scrutiny of his aura, no living presence could elude detection. Casting his gaze towards the nearby woods, he spoke calmly. Come forth. If you summon me here, why the need for concealment? In response, a woman clad in a form-fitting black suit emerged from the thicket. You are indeed Mr. Lin Dong. Your reputation precedes you. You are not Pokemon Hunter J. Who are you, and what is your purpose in summoning me? Having spent considerable time in this world, Lin Dong had discerned certain patterns. Although characters from the anime had transitioned into reality, their defining traits remained largely unchanged, allowing him to recognize her immediately. You have met Master J? The woman appeared taken aback. The enigmatic nature of Hunter J was such that even elite trainers of the Alliance rarely encountered her, let alone recognize her in a dimly lit setting. Heh, Lin Dong offered a non-committal smile. In her eyes, his persona shifted to one of mystique. After all, his knowledge stemmed entirely from his previous life as animated series. Who could have anticipated that? Of course, Lin Dong was acutely aware of the limitations of his knowledge. If a character or event did not appear in the anime, he would be utterly in the dark, such as with Hunter Q or Hunter K, about whom he knew nothing. Unaware of these nuances, the woman assumed Lin Dong had conducted clandestine investigations into the Hunter Association, her gaze toward him tinged with increased wariness. Simultaneously, she set up a projection device on the ground. Soon, the image of Hunter J materialized, resembling her animated counterpart, silver gray hair. Clad in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her alluring figure, with exquisitely crafted features framed by a cool demeanor, truly a femme fatale. Ah, so she finally shows herself. I expected you to grace me with your presence today. This lack of sincerity is disappointing, Lin Dong remarked with a light chuckle. Regrettably, Mr. Lin Dong, I have come to understand that you possess a certain mythical Pokemon known as Darkrai, reputed to invoke nightmares. I suspect it is lurking in the shadows nearby. Hunter J replied with a smile. And Gengar, I imagine, is also close at hand, poised for a surprise attack. Am I correct? A wave of surprise washed over Lin Dong, though he maintained a composed facade. It appeared that Hunter J had indeed invested considerable effort into studying him. She had accurately deduced his setup. Such an opponent was undeniably formidable. Your silence implies acquiescence. You see, you exhibit a lack of sincerity as well, do you not? Hunter J remarked with a smile. It is not a matter of sincerity. Rather, I must exercise caution around individuals of your ilk. Moreover, I suspect that the Hunter Association's attitude towards me has become one of relentless pursuit, hasn't it? Lin Dong retorted. Ha ha ha, it seems you possess some intelligence of your own. Hunter J replied, her tone remarkably casual, as if Lin Dong were an old friend. However, Lin Dong was acutely aware of Hunter J's true disposition. Her previous remarks did not align with her usual demeanor. Her aberrant behavior undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. Instead of diminishing his wariness, it only heightened it. Then I must inquire, Miss Hunter J, what precisely is amiss? Lin Dong asked. Hunter J responded nonchalantly. Indeed, the Hunter Association's stance is one of unyielding vengeance. But that is merely Hunter Q's perspective. I believe you are already aware that the Pokemon Hunter Zhonglong, whom you captured, is Hunter Q's beloved younger brother. I can assure you that Hunter Q dotes on him immensely. She is an unabashed supporter of her brother, and she will never rest until you are dealt with. However, the Hunter Association is not solely under her command. Hunter K is predominantly engrossed in his experiments and does not particularly concern himself with your situation. Otherwise, it would have been Hunter Q seeking you out today, not me. After listening to Hunter J's account, Lin Dong found that it largely aligned with his suspicions. The Hunter Association was certainly not a monolith. Otherwise, Hunter J would not be here negotiating with him, but would have ambushed him during his travels. However, one aspect piqued Lin Dong's keen interest: Hunter K's experiments. Both Hunter K and his experiments were elements absent from the animated series. Based on Lin Dong's recent experiences, anything not depicted in the animation, whether opportunity or peril, demanded heightened attention. Of course, he knew he could not directly pry information from Hunter J. So, do you believe I fear Hunter Q, or do I fear you? Lin Dong feigned indifference as he countered. Haha, you certainly do not fear either of us. To be frank, I chose to converse with you via video today precisely because I am fully aware that in a direct confrontation, I am no match for you. Hunter J candidly admitted. Yet, if Lin Dong were to let down his guard because of this revelation, he would be a fool. Chapter 165, Hunter J's Resolve. Establishing a partnership. The reason for Lin Dong's caution was simple. He had watched the animated series. Hunter J's blood-winged dragon was indeed formidable, but his current strength would allow him to dispatch a near god with utmost ease. However, Hunter J's most terrifying attribute was not her Pokemon's might, but rather her mastery of a specific technology, the ability to petrify Pokemon with her race. This core technology constituted her most formidable power. Though she appeared to be communicating with him from a distance, it was entirely possible she was lurking nearby. On the Smoke Peak or near the Flame Town, Lin Dong's vigilance intensified, but he refrained from taking the initiative, for he had no understanding of the principles behind Hunter J's technology and thus no means to counter it. As for using the authority of the Dark Seed within him to confront her, the success of such a method was uncertain, a risk Lin Dong was unwilling to take. Given that Hunter J had not displayed hostility, he also refrained from acting recklessly. What, then, is the purpose of your visit? Lin Dong inquired. Oh dear, I had thought you to be exceptionally astute. How could you not discern such a simple question? I wish to join forces with you. Hunter J's tone bore a hint of levity. This was a stark contrast to the cold and ruthless Hunter J Lin Dong remembered from the animation. This version was more akin to a cunning fox. Join forces? You wish to use me to eliminate Hunter Q? Lin Dong quickly grasped her intentions. Clever, yet still insufficient. With no outsiders present, let us speak plainly. I am more interested in dealing with Hunter K, Hunter J stated. Isn't that simply a case of using me as a pawn? Why would I allow myself to be manipulated by you? If you claim this would yield rewards from the alliance, then that is entirely unnecessary. Lin Dong replied coolly. If I surmise correctly, you are currently in the vicinity. If I were to find you and capture you, my accomplishments would be equally notable. Oh, but you would be falling into Hunter K's trap. If you capture me, you would merely be aiding Hunter K's intentions. They have sent me to confront you with precisely that in mind. If I were to apprehend you, it would be akin to avenging Zhonglong and Bear Jian, thus eliminating a significant adversary for the Hunter Association. Conversely, should you capture me, the Hunter Association would thereafter be entirely under their control. In essence, regardless of who prevails in our confrontation, they would emerge as the ultimate victors. I trust you do not wish for such a scenario, do you? Upon hearing Hunter J's words, Lin Dong furrowed his brow in contemplation. He had to concede that Hunter J made a valid point. Furthermore, from his perspective, Hunter J was a character that had existed within the animated series, and thus he possessed a certain degree of familiarity with her. In contrast, Hunter Q and Hunter K were entirely unfamiliar entities, absent from the animation. Given the rankings of the three principal leaders within the Hunter Association, Q and K posed greater threats than J, lacking knowledge of these two enemies, if he were to prioritize eliminating one. Allying with Hunter J to first neutralize Q and K would indeed serve his interests best. Lin Dong found himself with little reason to refuse J's proposal. However, he was resolute in not allowing himself to be easily exploited by Hunter J. Your reasoning is sound, yet it is insufficient. Since this is a collaboration, we must discuss terms. Lin Dong smiled. If I assist you in subduing Hunter Q and Hunter K, it is evident that the Hunter Association would then be under your dominion. However, I would receive no recompense. That seems rather inequitable, does it not? What is it that you desire? Hunter J inquired. What do you have to offer? Lin Dong countered. Internally, Hunter J cursed, deeming him quite the slippery character. After a resigned sigh within her mind, she maintained her outwardly cordial demeanor. As long as it is within my capabilities, you may propose any condition. Lin Dong was taken aback by Hunter J's words. It seemed she was rather eager, hinting at deeper implications. He resolved to probe Hunter J's limits directly. Very well, then. What if I were to say that I want you? Upon hearing Lin Dong's statement, Hunter J's body visibly trembled, and her expression shifted slightly. The woman clad in black before Lin Dong donned a furious countenance, her silver teeth clenched, fists tightly balled, poised to strike. Yet, despite her agitation, not only did she refrain from making a move, but Hunter J actually smiled wider, even exhibiting a hint of allure as she lowered the zipper of her attire to her waist, revealing a stunning expanse of whiteness. Certainly, once our objective is achieved, you may have your way. Allow me to show you what I have. You shall not regret it. Subsequently, the woman in black before Lin Dong mirrored Hunter J, unzipping her attire to a considerable extent. Fortunately, Lin Dong had covered Pikachu's eyes as Hunter J began to unzip, preventing the little creature from witnessing anything inappropriate. Pika Pika? This is my assistant, Anna. If you require assistance, you may now experience our sincerity, Hunter J declared startlingly. Lin Dong regarded Anna before him, yet refrained from action. Even if he were desperate, he would not be so reckless as to engage in such activities in this place. Not to mention that after spending an entire afternoon with Amy, he was currently in a state of enlightenment. I think it best to pass on that. However, I do agree to this collaboration. Lin Dong inquired. I am quite curious as to why you are so eager to collaborate with me. Hunter J, zipping up his jacket, remained silent for a moment before responding. At present, I can only divulge that it pertains to K. If you wish to learn more, you shall have to wait until Q is subdued. I can only lure Q in first before K can be drawn out. Once we have dealt with Q, I will reveal everything you seek to know. However, one assurance I can give is that you will not regret our collaboration today. Observing Hunter J's reluctance to elaborate further, Lin Dong decided against pressing for more information. It was evident that he would not extract any more details today. Hunter J's apprehensions were entirely understandable. The alliance would only be solidified once Hunter Q was captured. As for whether they would turn against each other after capturing Hunter K, that was a matter for another time. With that, Lin Dong declared, may our collaboration be fruitful. When can we expect Hunter Q's arrival? Hunter J replied, I can only assure you it will be soon. Once she sets off, I will find a way to inform you. However, to avoid arousing K's suspicions, you must handle the confrontation with Q alone. Aside from providing you with her whereabouts, I cannot assist you further. Agreed, Lin Dong affirmed. They then discussed some intricate details regarding the strategy to ensnare Hunter Q before Lin Dong took his leave. As Anna observed Dragonite soaring into the distance, she hurriedly stowed away the projection equipment and retreated to the opposite side of the forest. Just as Lin Dong had surmised, Hunter J's location was indeed not far from him. Chapter 166. Enjoying the privileges of a gym trainer? Detected that Goddess Amy's favorability towards the host has reached 100. Congratulations on completing the long-term mission. Reward acquired. Random mythical creature 1. Would you like to claim it immediately? While flying back to Fuyin Town, Lin Dong heard the alert from the system. Consequently, he instructed Dragonite to land outside Fuyin Town, in a secluded thicket, to claim his reward. Claim. A Pokeball materialized at Lin Dong's waist. He grasped the Pokeball with a smile, as a melodious tune reached his ears. In the next instant, a slender Pokémon, with arms resembling quarter notes, appeared before him. Its light green hair cascaded down naturally, adorned with stripes resembling musical staves, and a treble clef-like ornament rested upon its head. Melodietta! Lin Dong exclaimed joyfully, astonished that he had managed to draw Melodietta. This outcome was quite exceptional. While Lin Dong did not lack ordinary combat prowess, Melodietta's unique abilities would prove to be immensely beneficial. As for the nature of that assistance, Lin Dong resolved to teach Melodietta a song. However, there was no rush. They could take their time to practice. Given Melodietta's innate musical talent, mastering a tune would be a breeze. Thus, Lin Dong chose not to return Melodietta to its Pokeball, allowing it to perch upon his right shoulder. Pikachu felt its status threatened. With Melodietta's addition, Lin Dong realized he was running low on space for his Pokemon. Darkrai, Suicune, Lugia, Regice, Regirock, and Melodietta were certainly not suitable candidates for return. Pikachu, Dragonite, and Gengar were also vital combatants. Chikorita still needed nurturing by his side. The remaining Pokemon consisted of Venusaur and Staraptor. Although 12 slots were just adequate, this was under the assumption that his sticky Pokemon had not yet hatched. Once sticky Pokemon was born, one would undoubtedly have to be sent back. Despite the system's Pokeballs not being forcibly transported, encountering issues with the League was a different matter altogether. Moreover, carrying too many Pokemon would not be conducive to their growth. After all, one's energy is finite. If he were to capture dozens of Pokemon in the future, even if he could keep them all, he would struggle to provide adequate care. It might be more beneficial to send some Pokemon to Professor Oak for better growth. Ash's Kingler was a prime example. When Ash first encountered Kingler, it was exceedingly frail, easily captured with a mere twig. Thereafter, Ash did not train Kingler at all. It was entirely in Professor Oak's care. The result was that during its first battle in the Indigo Conference, it evolved into Kingler and achieved a remarkable victory against 3 opponents. While the opponents may have been lacking in strength, it remained an impressive accomplishment. Without the system as an auxiliary, even with all his past experiences, Lin Dong did not believe he could train Pokemon more effectively than Professor Oak. Since the Akrutique gym would certainly require Staraptor, Lin Dong decided to send Venusaur back first. Venusaur's tactical approach was already established, and its skills were nearly mastered. What remained was primarily the need to grow while accumulating energy. In this regard, Lin Dong's assistance would be quite limited. After all, he did not possess Venusaur's training package. If he did, it would be much simpler, akin to nurturing Chikorita and the future sticky Pokemon with nutrient solutions. Therefore, entrusting Venusaur to Professor Oak seemed the wisest choice. Moreover, Venusaur had grown under Professor Oak's care since it was a Bulbasaur, making it feel like returning home. Resolved in his decision, Lin Dong first visited the Pokemon Center and dialed Professor Oak's number. As for Melodietta, he returned it to its Pokeball upon entering the city. On the video call, Lin Dong was greeted once again by Professor Oak, who sported a pair of panda eyes. "Hello? Is that you, Lin Dong? What brings you to contact me?" Professor Oak queried, somewhat perplexed, as Lin Dong did not often reach out to him. They had only spoken recently, so this sudden call surely indicated something significant. "Professor, I wish to send Venusaur back for a period of care. If possible, I would also like to request your assistance in enhancing its physical condition," Lin Dong stated directly. "Venusaur? Oh, you mean that Bulbasaur? Wonderful, no problem at all." Professor Oak readily acquiesced. After all, Bulbasaur was entrusted to Lin Dong after being raised by him, and he was eager to see the extent to which Lin Dong, an exceptional trainer, had developed Bulbasaur. "Thank you, Professor. By the way, there is something I forgot to mention earlier. In light of your recent accomplishments, the League has decided to grant you some privileges of a gym trainer ahead of schedule." Professor Oak informed him. "Really?" Lin Dong was somewhat incredulous. "A gym trainer requires rigorous evaluation, does it not?" "Indeed, but do not overthink it. Your privileges as a gym trainer merely entail an increase in your monthly stipend, enhanced specifications at Pokemon centers, and the allowance to carry an unlimited number of Pokemon." Professor Oak continued. "However, you do not have the authority to represent any gym in accepting challenges from trainers or to issue badges. Do you understand?" "I understand," Lin Dong replied. In truth, what mattered most to him was the privilege of carrying an unlimited number of Pokemon. The other aspects were secondary. To him, the most insignificant aspect was accepting challenges. He was still a novice, after all, being a challenger suited him far better. Nevertheless, even with the newfound freedom regarding the number of Pokemon he could carry, Lin Dong proceeded to send Venusaur back to Professor Oak. Venusaur's current circumstances would allow for better growth under Professor Oak's care. Moreover, they would have a day to reunite. At the latest, he would need to exchange Venusaur back by the time of the League Conference. The process was not particularly sorrowful. It was entrusted to Professor Oak, not a release into the wild. After completing the operation, Lin Dong exchanged a brief farewell with his Venusaur and concluded the call with Professor Oak. Subsequently, he naturally returned to the inn. To his surprise, Xiao Guang, Xiao Yao, and Ami were all waiting for him in his room. Lin Dong felt an instant chill run down his spine. Is there something you need at this late hour?" Lin Dong asked, feeling somewhat guilty, particularly in the presence of Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao. "Yes, we are here to congratulate you." Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao chimed in unison, pinching Lin Dong's sides. "Ouch!" Lin Dong gasped as a sharp pain shot through him. This was a sensation he had only read about in novels during his past life, and experiencing it firsthand was indeed painful. Chapter 167, The Flame Festival Special Tournament, Commencement. At that moment, Lin Dong noticed Ami wink at him. He immediately understood. Ami had evidently informed Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao beforehand. It was no wonder the system's rewards were only dispensed upon his return. Lin Dong speculated that it was at that moment that Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao had already learned of and accepted the situation. Only after Ami's lingering worries dissipated did their intimacy finally reached the pinnacle of 100. In truth, Lindong's conjecture was entirely accurate. However, what he remained unaware of was that the agreement among the three women had been established even earlier than he had anticipated. Indeed, after Xiao Guang pinched him, she graciously stated there were no hard feelings. Yet, Lindong had some inquiries of his own. He promptly tackled all three women onto the bed. After tonight, he believed their relationships would ascend to a new level. Fortunately, the accommodations provided by Mura were spacious suites. Otherwise, movement would have been considerably hindered. Time flew like a fleeting shadow, and soon it was the day of the grand opening of the Pokemon Contest's Flame Festival Special Tournament. During this period, Lindong had been living in utmost comfort, although his waist was slightly sore. He had to indulge in some goji berries for relief. Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao's specialized training at the Flame Gym had yielded remarkable results. The strength of the little NTI had indeed advanced. Naturally, Mura and Yasha were taken aback. Their family had cherished fire-type Pokemon for generations, yet had never laid eyes on an NTI. Xiao Guang had merely ventured into a cave and emerged with a little NTI, leaving both grandfather and grandson in awe of her extraordinary luck. However, such luck could not be envied. The opportunity to train the little NEI for a while would be a tale they could boast about for a lifetime. As the weather gradually turned cooler, the influx of visitors to Flame Town naturally increased, coupled with the promotional efforts for the grand tournament. Although the peak crowd had not yet arrived, the venue for the special tournament was already bustling with activity, every seat filled. Backstage, Lindong observed that Xiao Guang had donned a striking red gown, perfectly aligning with the day's theme. Xiao Yao maintained her usual athletic attire, exuding vitality. When the host, Vivian, took to the stage, Lindong and Ami returned to their seats among the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the beautiful Flame Town on this delightful autumn day, fragrant with the scent of osmanthus. I am Vivian, your host for this Grand Contest Flame Festival Special Tournament. Next, I shall introduce our special guests. Please join me in welcoming the gym leader of the Flame Gym and former champion of the Elite Four, Mr. Mura. Vivian's introduction ignited the audience's enthusiasm, resulting in a thunderous applause and cheers. Many attendees were eager to witness the presence of the Elite Four. Mura did not disappoint, although he was not a coordinator. Showcasing his skills was well within his capabilities. The fire spin unleashed by his Blaziken enveloped the entire stage, demonstrating its formidable strength. The audience felt a wave of warmth, and Lindong, seated in the front row, was met with a rush of heat that was entirely pleasant rather than aggressive. Sensing the enchantment of the moment, the audience erupted into thunderous applause once more as Mura made his way to the position of the first judge. Vivian continued, "We extend our gratitude to Mr. Mura for his spectacular performance. Let us now warmly welcome the two other judges for today's special tournament, Mr. Yuki, Vice President of the Pokemon Enthusiast Club, and Ms. Joy from the Pokemon Center of Flame Town. Now, we shall hand the stage over to the coordinators participating in today's event, and we hope they will ignite the stage with their passion and energy." The first contestant took the stage. An ordinary passerby showcased a Ponyta. The Ponyta galloped across the stage, suddenly leaping into the air, displaying its graceful form. While airborne, it executed a powerful flamethrower, showcasing its enthusiasm and vigor. This leap left a lasting impression on the audience. Mura applauded, and it was clear the contestant would not score poorly. However, Lindong harbored no concerns. The champion of the day was virtually predetermined. Unless Xiao Guang were to be eliminated in the first round, she would be an unstoppable force in the subsequent round of dazzling battles. Although the little NTI was not yet fully grown, it possessed innate divine power, standing at the pinnacle of the first tier. Unless a second-tier Pokemon appeared, ordinary fire-type flames would not harm the little NEI at all. In contrast, the little NEI's flames could easily injure typical fire-type Pokemon, an overwhelming advantage stemming from its superior life level. As for attacks of other types, they could indeed pose a threat to the little NTI. However, one must remember this was merely a grand contest. The pinnacle of first-tier strength was typically reserved for gym leaders' main Pokemon, while second-tier Pokemon were the domain of champions and Elite Four. How many coordinators possessed such prowess? Not to mention, even in the league tournament, possessing a single Pokemon at the pinnacle of first-tier strength was often enough to contend for the championship. At least, based on Lindong's observations, the strongest Pokemon among the participants in the grand contest were merely at the mid-level of the first tier. This was precisely what had troubled Xiao Guang earlier. Using the little NTI in the contest felt akin to having an unfair advantage. As long as she passed the first round of evaluations, the second round would be a veritable slaughter. After a few more ordinary contestants, Xiao Guang finally made her entrance. Having witnessed several lackluster performances, Yuki, who had initially seemed disinterested, suddenly perked up. He was eager for Xiaoguang to surprise him. However, what he did not anticipate was that Xiaoguang would not only surprise him, but leave him utterly astounded. "Little NTI, make your grand entrance," Xiaoguang called, summoning the little NTI. Upon seeing the creature that bore an uncanny resemblance to NTI, Yuki's jaw nearly dropped. The arrival of the little NTI instantaneously elevated the atmosphere of the venue to a fever pitch. "What Pokemon is that? Is it NTI? My goodness, it's the legendary Pokemon." The audience erupted into discussions and gasps of astonishment. At that moment, under Xiaoguang's command, the little NTI unleashed a fire spin. However, this fire spin was unlike any other, taking on the form of the signature move, Whirlpool. Subsequently, the little NTI balanced the fire spin atop its head, demonstrating unparalleled control over the flames. Chapter 168. First Round Evaluation, The Fruits of Specialized Training. Undoubtedly, Mura, Yuki, and Ms. Joy all rendered high praise for the performance. Some may perceive the participation of legendary Pokemon in competitions as somewhat inequitable. However, the three judges hold a differing perspective. The ability to capture a legendary Pokemon is, in itself, a testament to one's prowess. If one possesses the skill to tame such a creature, why should they be compelled to concede defeat? Furthermore, according to the regulations, any fire-type Pokemon is eligible to compete. What grounds exist to prohibit the use of NTI? On the grand stage of the showcase, it is ultimately performance that speaks volumes. After Xiaoguang's performance, the subsequent contestants displayed noticeably low spirits. Their capabilities teetered on the precipice of advancement, and upon witnessing Xiaoguang's prowess, they realized that even if they progressed to the second round, victory remained a distant hope. Thus, they grew despondent. Frequent blunders during their performances prompted Su Muyu to shake his head in disappointment. It was evident that their chances of advancing were slim. In contrast, the following contestants appeared to have adjusted their mindsets, showcasing performances devoid of major mistakes. In light of the previous competitors' shortcomings, they inadvertently shone brighter. Unsurprisingly, they were likely to receive scores surpassing their previous records. Subsequently, Xiaoyao took the stage, sending forth her trusty Blaziken. For her performance, Xiaoyao adhered to the framework she had employed at the Kana Conference and the Fighting Special Tournament. Although Su Muyu had already witnessed this routine, the same moves executed by Blaziken bore a stark contrast to those of Torchic. The most apparent difference lay in the sheer power displayed. The two performances were incomparable. During Torchic's era, the presentation exuded an element of cuteness, whereas Blaziken now fully embodied strength and majesty, with enhanced power and a revamped style. The final result left Su Muyu astounded. As for Mura and Miss Joy from Fuyin Town, having not witnessed Xiaoyao's performance at the Fighting Special Tournament, they experienced it as something entirely novel and applauded enthusiastically. If all went as expected, advancement appeared certain, until the final contestant concluded their performance. Lindong did not recognize a single familiar face among the participants of this showcase, which consisted entirely of background characters from the original anime. Of course, several held considerable skill. Among them was one contestant utilizing a Blaziken. As the three judges finalized their scores, the large screen in the venue displayed 8 frames. Vivillon's voice resonated. The first round of evaluations has concluded. According to the assessments of the 3 judges, the following 8 coordinators have advanced to the second round. As Vivillon's words echoed, the registration photos of the 8 coordinators who progressed to the second round appeared on the large screen, prominently featuring both Xiaoguang and Xiaoyao. Subsequently, the automatic drawing for group placements commenced, and Lindong noted that Xiaoguang and Xiaoyao had once again been placed in separate halves. The contestant wielding Blaziken was situated in Xiaoyao's upper bracket. Should Xiaoyao triumph in the first round, she would inevitably face him in the second. As for Xiaoguang's initial opponent, Lindong recognized him as the first contestant from the first round, the trainer utilizing Ponaida. In the backstage area, this trainer, upon realizing he was to face Xiaoguang first, was nearly brought to tears. How was he to contend with her? However, he still had time to gather his thoughts, as the upper bracket battles were to commence first. In the opening match, the trainer wielding Blaziken effortlessly defeated his opponent's Vulpix. The second match featured Xiaoyao's Blaziken against another contestant's Magcargo. The Magcargo initiated the assault with Mountain Crush. The trainer launched an aggressive maneuver, and Magcargo exhibited astonishing leaping prowess, soaring skyward before plummeting down towards Blaziken. This mirrored the performance he had delivered in the first round. Yet, Xiaoyao's response was remarkably composed. Blaziken, evade, and unleash Flame Punch. In the instant Magcargo descended, Blaziken executed a backward leap, positioning itself perfectly as flames enveloped its claws, striking Magcargo with tremendous force. The impact sent Magcargo hurtling several meters away, its anguished cry echoing as it collapsed to the ground. In stark contrast to Blaziken's elegant response, Magcargo appeared utterly disheveled. The trainer suffered significant point deductions. The ensuing battles were overwhelmingly one-sided. Regardless of Magcargo's attempts to attack, Blaziken countered effortlessly and retaliated. Each counterattack by Blaziken diminished Magcargo's dignity. Ultimately, Xiaoyao achieved a perfect score, defeating her opponent with remarkable flair. This performance elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience. Such a dazzling showdown, if it were to occur at a grand celebration, would undoubtedly be etched into history. Even within the confines of this special tournament, it had become a noteworthy spectacle. Lindong, Ami, and Xiao Wang were not particularly surprised by the outcome. The trainer's misfortune was evident. Why choose to employ a fire-type Pokemon like Magcargo when better options existed? During this period, Xiaoyao had been rigorously training at the Fuyin Gym. Presently, the gym leader, Yasha, specialized in utilizing Magcargo. Blaziken had faced numerous battles against the likes of Magmar and Magby during training. It was worth noting that Magmar and Magby were cultivated according to the standards of typical Pokemon battles and would eventually serve as Yasha's mainstays. In terms of agility, power, and the potency of their signature moves, they far surpassed the Magcargo that this trainer had trained for the showcase. However, Yasha had not trained Magmar and Magby in the art of elegance. Through her confrontations with them, Blaziken's raw abilities had improved significantly, mastering the techniques employed by Magcargo with ease. Xiaoyao, being a battle-oriented coordinator, left the trainer with no chance of success. In truth, Lindong occasionally pondered the distinctions between the showcase and standard battles. Yet, in many respects, they bore similarities. After all, both involve combat. For instance, his Gengar, with its exceptional control over energy, would find mastering any elegant technique a trivial endeavor. In battles, Gengar was a formidable force, capable of overcoming any opponent. Moreover, it seemed that many skilled trainers transitioning into coordinators achieved remarkable success. Although Ash's loss in the showcase against Mesa Spur with his Aipom was evident, he was not at the pinnacle of his personal strength during that period. Furthermore, Aipom was not among the strongest of Ash's Pokemon. It merely participated in the showcase out of interest. One can only imagine the outcome had Ash entered the showcase with Greninja, executing a bond phenomenon from the outset. Who could possibly withstand such an onslaught? Even if the showcase determined victory and defeat through point deductions, a loss of combat capability would result in an immediate score reset. Thus, the notion of deducting points through elegant techniques necessitates a foundation of comparable strength. If the disparity in strength is too great, one party may be defeated instantly. What use would elaborate techniques serve then? Consequently, Lindong concluded that, akin to standard Pokemon battles, raw strength remains paramount in showcases. This notion had already been deliberated by Lindong with Xiao Wang and Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao was in fact quite supportive of it, which is why during training, the focus on dazzling techniques was rather minimal. Even within the realm of such techniques, the performances of the first round dominated significantly. The emphasis remained predominantly on enhancing the Pokemon's fundamental strength. However, Xiao Wang held a differing opinion regarding this idea. She did not deem hard power unimportant. Rather, she believed that in glamorous battles, victory was predominantly achieved through flamboyant skills. Yet, her perspective began to shift. Faced with the fiery barrage of ember unleashed by the Ponyta, the Inferno Emperor opened its mouth wide and effortlessly consumed the flames. The onlookers were thrown into disarray. Ponyta, unleash another ember. Undeterred, Ponyta launched another fiery assault, only for the Inferno Emperor to once again swallow the flames whole. Ponyta, unleash your most powerful ember. The spectators were in a frenzy as Ponyta summoned all its strength, producing an even more potent and ferocious blaze. Nevertheless, the Inferno Emperor merely opened its mouth again, consuming the flames entirely, and subsequently let out an adorably satisfied burp. Tears brimmed in the eyes of the onlookers, yet this did nothing to alter the fate of the participant who faced a significant score deduction. Not only the hapless participant but the entire audience, along with the three judges, were left in awe. None had ever witnessed such an unconventional approach. Yet, it was all so effortlessly graceful. The nonchalant demeanor of the Inferno Emperor epitomized the essence of glamorous battles. It would be remiss not to penalize the opponent severely. Fortunately, the Inferno Emperor did not prolong the opponent's suffering, swiftly retaliating with a blast of ember. The searing flames surged forth, crashing into Ponyta and sending it hurtling several meters away. After a moment's contemplation, Ponyta ceased its struggles and collapsed onto the ground, its eyes swirling like spirals. With Ponyta's combat ability extinguished, the participant's score was naturally reduced to 0 in an instant. Thus, Xiaowang triumphed with an overwhelming display in the first round of the glamorous battle tournament. Following the conclusion of the last match in the lower bracket, the tournament progressed to the second round, where Xiaoyao faced off against a participant wielding a Blaziken. How dare you challenge Blaziken with a Machoke? Such audacity! You shall learn that a final evolution cannot be bested by a mere baby Pokémon, the participant proclaimed, engaging in pre-match banter. We shall see about that. The battle will reveal all, Xiaoyao retorted, her annoyance evident as she dismissed the opponent and strode towards the stage. The audience's anticipation soared for the impending clash between the evolved and the final evolution. Typically, within the same species, the final evolution holds a distinct advantage over its pre-evolution. However, during the first round of glamorous battles, Xiaoyao's Machoke had effortlessly dispatched its opponent, a Magcargo, while the participant's Blaziken had struggled considerably to overcome a Numel. Therefore, there remained a contingent of supporters backing Xiaoyao. To Lindong's surprise, the participant commenced with a lightning-fast assault. Blaziken, execute a Blaze Kick. At the command, Blaziken leaped into the air, adopting a flying kick pose reminiscent of Ultraman, aiming directly at Machoke. Xiaoyao understood that, despite Machoke's rigorous training, it ultimately fell short in terms of raw power compared to Blaziken, which had achieved its final evolution, a clear physical advantage. Thus, Xiaoyao opted against a direct confrontation. Machoke, evade and counter with Fire Punch. Xiaoyao continued the strategy employed in her previous match against Magcargo, cautious defense followed by counterattacks. However, Blaziken offered no respite. After the initial kick was evaded, it unleashed a relentless series of follow-up kicks. Machoke struggled merely to dodge, lacking any opportunity to retaliate. Machoke, hang in there, Xiaoyao urged, her anxiety mounting. Yet in such dire circumstances, there was little recourse but to offer encouragement. What had started as a glamorous battle had devolved into a brutal melee. The exchanges of blaze kicks and fire punches bore resemblance to a fiery showdown between Chavalang and Ebaraji. Under the intense barrage of Blaziken's rapid attacks, Machoke began to falter. It was struck by a kick, sending it tumbling several meters away. In the face of Blaziken's continuous assault, Machoke could only perform a rather undignified roll on the ground to evade the incoming attack. Unfortunately, such an inelegant maneuver resulted in point deductions for Xiaoyao. This scene encapsulated the essence of the entire match. Under the relentless offensive of Blaziken, Machoke could do little but endure, utterly incapable of mounting a counteroffensive. In the audience, Lindong watched with a heavy heart. The opponent's tactics were utterly unreasonable, leveraging the advantage of final evolution to impose a significant power disparity. There seemed to be no viable way to counteract it. However, the incessant barrage of blaze kicks, even for a fully evolved Pokémon like Blaziken, would inevitably lead to exhaustion. Such high-intensity battles always demanded substantial energy from both sides. As Machoke had hardly expended any fire energy, if it could withstand this onslaught until Blaziken grew weary, there would be opportunities for a counterattack, whether in close quarters or from a distance. Regrettably, the longer the battle dragged on, the more flustered Xiaoyao became. Especially with the taunts from her opponent weighing heavily on her mind, tranquility eluded her. She found herself unable to issue effective commands. Ultimately, after Machoke endured yet another blaze kick, Xiaoyao's score plummeted to 0. She withdrew Machoke, returning to the backstage in a state of dejection. Xiaowang, wishing to offer comfort, could only embrace Xiaoyao in the contestant passage as her own match awaited. You can do it. Xiaowang's gaze was resolute. Thus, she ascended to the arena. Chapter 170, The Ultimate Victory. News from the Zijing Tournament. The unfortunate participant faced dire consequences. His Fire-type Pokémon met a similar fate against Xiaowang's Inferno Emperor as Ponyta had earlier. Any attempt at unleashing Fire-type moves resulted in its flames being devoured. With just a single ember, the Inferno Emperor caused the opponent's Fire-type to follow in Ponyta's footsteps, collapsing to the ground and losing its combat ability. Naturally, this led to an immediate score reduction for the participant. In the final stage, Xiaowang confronted the participant who had bested Xiaoyao. Your Pokémon is indeed unique. Yet it is not enough. I shall not be defeated. Prepare to embrace failure. The participant taunted before the match. I am the one who shall remain undefeated, Xiaowang retorted confidently, unaffected by his words, as she summoned her Inferno Emperor. Inferno, make your dazzling entrance. During their rigorous training, Xiaowang had already conferred this affectionate nickname upon her Pokémon. However, the moment of its first appearance warranted a slight declaration of identity. Now, such formalities were unnecessary. Witnessing that his taunts had failed to unsettle her, the participant shifted to a more serious demeanor. Go forth, Blaziken. This time, the participant opted for the same strategy he had employed against Xiaoyao. Blaziken, unleash a blaze kick. Blaziken leaped high, executing a flying kick akin to Ultraman's, aimed directly at the Inferno Emperor. Xiaowang quickly discerned the participant's intention to persist with close-range tactics. There was no denying that this participant possessed considerable skill. However, Xiaowang would not grant it the opportunity to approach. Xiaoyan, unleashed the sacred fire. The powerful flying kick from the fire chicken indeed packed a tremendous punch, especially when enhanced by the force of its descent. Yet, after a brief moment of concentration, the little flame emperor unleashed a rapid torrent of violet flames from its mouth, mysterious and unparalleled in strength. This flame struck the fire chicken, sending it hurtling away with overwhelming force, simultaneously engulfed by the purple fire. The searing pain assailed its body, prompting the fire chicken to wail in anguish. The visual spectacle of this maneuver was undoubtedly second to none, leaving the audience in awe. Only a handful of individuals remained unperturbed, among them, Lindong. The Sacred Fire, a signature technique of the Phoenix King, is a move wielded solely by the Phoenix King and the Flame Emperor throughout the world. Although the Little Flame Emperor had not inherited the Flame Emperor's authority, the bloodline legacy enabled it to conjure this enigmatic flame. Naturally, its power could not compare to that of its father or the Phoenix King, yet it was still an extraordinary ability for an ordinary Pokémon. On stage, the Fire Chicken had lost the will to resist. As a Fire-type Pokémon, none understood the terror of the violet flames better than it did. It was simply beyond its capacity to contend with. Despite its ability to rise with effort, it recognized the futility of such a struggle. Thus, it resigned itself to the ground, its eyes turning into spiral patterns. The score for the spectator competitor was consequently reset to 0. Vivian passionately announced, "The Fire Chicken has lost its fighting capability." The victor of this final stage is Miss Xiaowang. On stage, Xiaowang celebrated her victory alongside the Little Flame Emperor. Shortly thereafter, Sujimuyu presented Xiaowang with the Flame Ribbon Medal. Lindong was not the least surprised by this outcome. The Little Flame Emperor's prowess was indeed exceptional in the gorgeous contest. While the Fire Chicken was not weak, it had only recently evolved and was at a lower level compared to the yet-to-evolve Combusken, which held a slight advantage in levels. However, against the might of the Little Flame Emperor, it was utterly overwhelmed. Not to mention, the Little Flame Emperor had learned the Sacred Fire, an ultimate technique. Consequently, Xiaowang now possessed 4 ribbon medals. With just one more, she would secure an entry ticket to the Grand Gorgeous Festival. Lindong and Ami made their way backstage, where they found Xiaoyao and Xiaowang, who had just returned from the stage. Xiaoyao was already fully revitalized. Just as the 4 were preparing to depart, Sujimuyu hurried after them to convey an important message. He informed them that the Gorgeous Contest Bureau stipulates that such limited attribute special tournaments differ from previous ones, and the ribbon medals obtained can only be used to enter the local Gorgeous Festival. In essence, this Flame Ribbon Medal could solely be applied for the Gorgeous Festival in the Hoenn region. Although Xiaowang had no intention of keeping it, she nonetheless expressed her gratitude for Sujimuyu's reminder. Simultaneously, Sujimuyu shared another piece of news. In 7 days, a similar special tournament would be held in Zhejiang City. The featured Pokémon would naturally shift from Fire-type to Electric-type. Sujimuyu was there to invite Xiaowang and Xiaoyao to participate. However, Xiaowang merely offered a vague response, politely deferring the invitation. After bidding farewell to Sujimuyu, the 4 returned to their inn to pack their belongings, then set off for one last soak in the hot springs. With news of the Gorgeous Contest, a return to Zhejiang City was undoubtedly on the horizon. The reason Xiaowang did not immediately agree to Sujimuyu's invitation was that she currently lacked a qualifying Electric-type Pokémon. Without one, participation was out of the question. According to the original anime's storyline, Xiaowang would eventually capture a Pachirisu in the Sinnoh region. However, having arrived in the Hoenn region, she had not managed to capture one, only acquiring a fluffy ears that was fond of Pikachu. Therefore, if Xiaowang wished to compete, she would need to capture an Electric-type Pokémon within the next 7 days of travel. Of course, Lindong, having watched the anime, recognized that it was not impossible to bend the rules a bit. According to the storyline, the abandoned power plant in Zhejiang City was home to many wild Electric-type Pokémon. However, even with this advantage, the significance was diminished, as the performance required for the first round of the Gorgeous Contest demanded extensive practice time, especially with a newly caught wild Pokémon. Not to mention, it would take at least half a month to achieve a level of synergy. Furthermore, the design of moves varied according to the Pokémon, as different electric types possessed distinct abilities. Thus, even if Xiaowang captured an electric-type Pokémon now and participated, the outcome would likely be lackluster, with a high chance of failing to pass the first round of evaluations. Upon sharing the news of the abandoned power plant with Xiaowang, she indeed expressed a sense of tranquility, feeling that it was too utilitarian to capture a Pokémon solely for the sake of competition. There was no need. It was better to capture one that she truly liked, ideally one that reciprocated her feelings, as a mutual bond would yield superior performance. Nonetheless, the special tournament in Zhejiang City presented an excellent opportunity for Xiaoyao. Xiaowang felt no disappointment in not participating, but rather encouraged Xiaoyao to seize the chance to win her second ribbon medal. Lin Dong shared this sentiment, recognizing that Xiaoyao had a genuine opportunity in this special tournament, as she currently possessed an Electabuzz. Chapter 171, Zhejiang City, Encountering Iron Spin Again. In the previous life, Electabuzz was a Pokémon introduced in the 4th generation, serving as a later evolution. Its situation was akin to that of the Duckbill Flame Dragon and the Super Steel Tyrannosaurus, both evolving through special items and trades. Of course, in reality, evolution was not as simple as merely trading. However, special items were certainly indispensable. These 3 Pokémon, designed to appear robust and majestic, also boasted impressive base stats. As for Electabuzz's prowess, it was formidable. At the very least, among electric-type Pokémon, it stood out as a powerful contender. This is not surprising, as compared to fire types, the competition within electric types was not as fierce. While the Duckbill Flame Dragon was indeed powerful, each generation's starter Pokémon included a fire type: Charizard, Blaziken, Torchic, Infernape, and Emboar. These final evolutions of starter Pokémon were not at all inferior to the Duckbill Flame Dragon. Furthermore, Pokémon like Charizard and Fire Chicken even possessed mega evolutions. Not to mention, within the fire type realm, there were also the legendary Speed Deity and the Fire God Moth, which stood as formidable anomalies. Despite being legendary Pokémon, while they may not reach the level of semi-divine, they were still stronger than ordinary Pokémon in terms of base stats. In contrast, the electric-type competition was not as intense. When one thinks of electric-type Pokémon, many would instinctively recall Pikachu. But is Pikachu truly strong? In reality, Pikachu is not particularly powerful. It is the deity that is strong. Among electric types, excluding the legendary Pokémon, only Mega Ampharos and Mega Raikou could confidently rival Electabuzz. There are truly no others with such capability. Thus, Electabuzz's electric power ranks among the top within the electric type category. Moreover, despite Lin Dong and his companion's aversion to Huang Yi, they could not deny that the Huang family excelled in training electric type Pokémon, especially with the backing of Zapdos, one of the legendary birds. Lin Dong's Pikachu attained the 2nd-tier strength after absorbing an electric orb. Likewise, this Electabuzz had also trained with an electric orb. However, it lacks the foundational essence of the divine spirit and can only absorb a fraction of the energy, rendering its strength incapable of transcending to the 2nd tier. Even if it does not reach the pinnacle of the 1st tier, it is still a formidable presence in the later stages. In this grand competition, when utilized appropriately, it is indeed quite challenging to find an adversary. Previously, Xiaoman's hesitation stemmed from 2 factors, one being that the special tournament at that time was truly extraordinary. With no restrictions on the attributes of Pokémon, and the electric beast's level of competence was far from sufficient to disregard attribute weaknesses. The other reason was simply that Xiaoman's command was quite subpar, and her trainer rank was lamentably low. The electric beast hardly heeded her commands. Who could it possibly defeat? To speak candidly, Rob with his Milotic could easily overpower Xiaoman at that time. However, if the electric beast were commanded by a coordinator of decent skill, possessing comparable Pokémon strength and an absolute attribute advantage, Rob would face considerable difficulty. In the animation, Rob's ability to defeat Xiao Shun primarily stemmed from the fact that Xiao Shun's Poison Rose was not particularly high in level during the early stages. Hence, as the imminent ZG special tournament approaches, it is highly probable that Xiao Yao will emerge victorious and secure the ribbon badge. In this scenario, since everyone will be utilizing electric-type Pokémon, the attribute advantage effectively dissipates. Although Lin Dong is aware of a rather overpowered entity within the electric type, this is still the Hoenn region. Fortune cannot be that unkind. Furthermore, Xiao Yao's commanding abilities have improved quite rapidly. Now, she is nearly on par with some of the novice trainers specializing in gym battles. With a certain degree of flamboyant technique coupled with the formidable electric beast, there should be no substantial issues. Thus, filled with confidence, Xiao Yao and the others bid farewell to Mura and Asha the following day and set off towards ZG City. Fuyin Town is not particularly distant from ZG City, Along the way, Lin Dong remained vigilant about the direction, strictly adhering to the map and Miss Joy's guidance. Thus, they did not mistakenly wander into Steel Valley like Ash did. Steel Valley is essentially a habitat for Steel-type Pokémon, and Lin Dong speculated that Ami might find it intriguing. If she wishes to visit, it could always be done after the grand competition. Additionally, there was a coal turtle that inadvertently wandered into Steel Valley, leading to the classic plot where Ash helped the coal turtle and the native Steel-type Pokémon resolve their misunderstanding, ultimately capturing the coal turtle. However, Lin Dong held no interest in the coal turtle whatsoever. If memory serves, that particular coal turtle's battle record was rather mediocre. The four of them arrived at ZG City without further incident. Their first order of business, of course, was to visit the Pokémon Center. Upon seeing Lin Dong and his companions again, Miss Joy was quite elated. The last time Lin Dong visited, he was enjoying the privileges of an elite trainer. Now, he was already experiencing the status of a gym trainer. While it is indeed rare for novice trainers to enjoy elite trainer privileges, Lin Dong is truly the first in the history of the league to attain gym trainer status in his first year as a trainer. Simultaneously, Xiao Guang has also gained considerable fame, not merely due to her performance in the grand competition, but also because she possesses a small NTI. Of course, the fact that Xiao Guang has a small NEI remains a closely guarded secret within the league. However, Miss Joy is not bound by such confidentiality. On the contrary, Joys from different places must engage in continuous learning to be able to treat the small NTI effectively when the need arises. Initially, Miss Joy felt slightly disappointed, as Xiao Guang had already visited her once, making a second visit unlikely. Thus, her joy upon seeing Xiao Guang again was quite genuine. After settling in at the Pokémon Center, the four encountered a familiar face in the hall, Taixian, the gym leader of ZG. Mr. Taixian, Lin Dong greeted him proactively. Oh, Lin Dong. Haha, I never expected to see you all again. What brings you to ZG City this time? Taixian inquired, visibly pleased. Lin Dong left a profound impression on him, and he held high hopes for this junior. He was particularly astonished to hear that Lin Dong had received the privilege of enjoying gym trainer status ahead of time. However, considering Lin Dong's accomplishments during this period, he fully deserved such an honor. This made Lin Dong's achievements all the more remarkable, a newcomer trainer without any background, having reached this stage through sheer effort. If Taixian had a granddaughter, he might have even considered Lin Dong as a suitable grandson-in-law. Even if he could not become a grandson-in-law, Taixian was still more than willing to lend Lin Dong a helping hand, hence his inquiry. Mr. Taixian, we heard that the ZG City is hosting a grand competition. So we came here, Lin Dong replied candidly. Oh, you are participating in the grand competition? Taixian expressed surprise. Lin Dong's style undoubtedly pointed towards aspirations of becoming a master-level trainer. If he were to be distracted by the grand competition at this stage, it could prove detrimental to his growth. No, I am not a coordinator trainer, but my companions Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao are. This time, it is Xiao Yao who will be competing, Lin Dong clarified. Oh, haha, I see. Allow me to share a little secret. I will be serving as a judge in this grand competition, and I eagerly anticipate your performances. After exchanging pleasantries with Taixian for a while, the four bade him farewell, as he surely had his own matters to attend to. After all, serving as a judge in the grand competition is merely an occasional endeavor. Tieshuan's primary responsibility remains as the gym leader. Aside from the day of the grand competition, he must also conduct gym challenge battles. In fact, Tieshuan's visit to the Pokémon Center was to conduct a thorough checkup on the Pokémon that would be facing challenges the following day. Once Lin Dong and his companions left the Pokémon Center, they headed directly towards the island housing the abandoned power plant. The island was overgrown with weeds, somewhat desolate, yet still brimming with greenery. Upon nearing the abandoned power plant, Lin Dong spotted a small magneton. The magneton noticed Lin Dong and his group, and, feeling apprehensive, darted into the power plant. Shortly thereafter, the four turned to the main entrance of the abandoned power plant, pushed open the creaking door, and stepped inside. Suddenly, a yellow shadow zipped past Lin Dong like a bolt of lightning. Who goes there? Lin Dong instantly became vigilant. Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao, however, looked at Lin Dong in confusion. Lin Dong, what's wrong? Xiao Guang asked, her brow furrowed with concern. Ami, too, surveyed the surroundings, sensing something amiss despite not seeing anything. Her instincts, honed through numerous battles, hinted at the presence of something nearby. I just saw a shadow dart past. Did any of you see anything? Lin Dong inquired. No. Both Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao shook their heads in unison. Xiao Guang then asked with genuine concern, Lin Dong, have you been overexerting yourself lately? You seem a bit worn out. At that moment, Lin Dong felt a surge of indignation rise within him. Such matters are not something a man can simply dismiss. I'm not. I truly saw a shadow. Lin Dong insisted, promptly releasing Darkrai and Jengar. There was no need for further explanation. Darkrai and Jengar slipped into the shadows. Lin Dong felt significantly more at ease now. With Darkrai and Jengar's prowess, unless faced with a third-tier entity, it would be impossible for anything to ambush him. Pika? Pikachu suddenly leapt down from Lin Dong's shoulder, gazing intently at the bushes to the left, its demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as it assumed a combat stance. The electrical pouch on Pikachu's cheek flickered with arcs of energy, presenting a demeanor akin to that of a formidable adversary. Pikachu, what troubles you? Ash inquired with genuine concern. It is often said that a trainer's emotions can influence their Pokémon, yet this seemed rather exaggerated. Pika Pika. Pikachu waved its tiny paws, speaking anxiously. Fortunately, Jengar timely emerged. Declaring, Jengar Pikachu indicated it had seen a yellow shadow dart by, sensing a formidable aura emanating from it. Is that so? Ash glanced at the thicket that captivated Pikachu's attention, questioning his partner, Porygon. Porygon shook its head, having seen nothing amiss. Xiaoyao and Amy, upon hearing this, scrutinized the underbrush as well. The air was still, devoid of any anomalies. Lin Dong, perhaps you should refrain from such activities in the future. You've begun to hallucinate. And now it's affecting Pikachu, Xiaoyao murmured. Lin Dong felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Admittedly, he had indulged a tad excessively recently. However, such indulgences were intoxicating. This blissful existence had only just begun, and resisting was a challenge. Despite having consumed goji berries, he firmly believed he was not delirious. Moreover, Pikachu had not engaged in any such activities. How could it possibly be mistaken? Furthermore, in matters concerning safety, it is better to err on the side of caution. Better to mistakenly eliminate 100 than to allow one to escape. It was worth noting that Pikachu had already attained a second-tier status. For it to exhibit such anxiety and sense imminent danger indicated something extraordinarily perilous was afoot. The fact that Ash and Xiaoyao could not perceive this threat only heightened its likelihood. With this thought in mind, Lin Dong initiated his aura power, radiating in a 360-degree sweep. Regrettably, nothing significant was uncovered. Although he had acquired aura abilities, he was still unable to cover the entirety of the abandoned power plant in one go. If he focused in a singular direction, he could extend his reach further. However, in this defensive exploration, he was compelled to disperse in all directions. Knowing the adversary's speed was alarming, a surprise attack from behind could yield disastrous consequences. Within mere minutes, Lin Dong had contemplated countless possibilities regarding the identity of the foe. Yet, no effective deductions could be drawn. The abandoned power plant on Xeen Island was a habitat for numerous wild electric-type Pokémon, primarily consisting of them. However, many electric types were exceptionally swift, like Pikachu. Even an ordinary Pikachu utilizing Quick Attack could leave behind an afterimage. Thus, the scope of the threat was undeniably vast. Ash and Xiaoyao remained skeptical, convinced Lin Dong was merely overreacting and hallucinating. Their reasoning was not without merit. During their days in Fuyin Town, Lin Dong had subjected them to intense training each night, leaving them to rely on walls for support upon waking. Hallucinations seemed entirely plausible. Amy, caught between the two perspectives, found merit in both arguments. She sensed the presence of something ominous, yet also believed Lin Dong had overexerted himself and needed to rein it in. Had Lin Dong been aware of Amy's thoughts, he would have surely been exasperated. Trust me, let's proceed with caution. Lin Dong's expression turned grave. To dispel any doubts cast upon his resolve, he was determined to uncover the source of the disturbance. Cautiously, Lin Dong stepped into the power plant, accompanied by Darkrai and Jengar, who were equally on high alert. Jengar had even prepared to unleash a shadow ball in the shadows. Suddenly, Lin Dong perceived a flicker before his eyes, and once again a yellow shadow zipped past like lightning. Although it was now less distinct, Lin Dong unleashed his aura power with full intensity. Within his emanated domain, no aura could conceal itself. He had detected the entity. Chapter 173. The illusion is unfounded. Zero aura. However, before he could launch an offensive, the shadow circled behind the four of them, transforming into a streak of lightning charging forth. Pikachu, Iron Tail. Jengar, Shadow Ball. Facing such a formidable opponent, whose trajectory could barely be discerned even through aura, Lin Dong dared not take any chances. Yet, Darkrai had positioned itself closer to the interior of the power plant than Lin Dong and his companions, making it impossible for it to teleport back in time as the attack struck from behind. Nevertheless, if Pikachu and Jengar could withstand the onslaught, Darkrai would be able to follow up. Pikachu had long anticipated the opponent's approach, launching its iron tail with tremendous force. Jengar unleashed a highly compressed, rapidly spinning energy sphere at the assailant. The three waves of potent energy collided violently. Pikachu was sent hurtling backward, and after adjusting its posture midair, it skidded across the ground for several meters before regaining its balance. Gengar fared similarly, though appeared slightly more composed. The yellow figure's advance abruptly halted, also propelled backward, losing the cover of its lightning speed, finally revealing itself to Lindong and his companions. Before them stood a creature resembling a cat, yet walking upright like a human. Its yellow fur was adorned with black and blue lightning patterns. A cluster of blue fur adorned its chest, while a prominent tuft crowned its forehead, strikingly noticeable. Its piercing blue eyes gazed intently at Lindong, who was equally astounded by the Pokémon's presence. The creature's features unmistakably indicated its identity, Zeraora. Lindong hesitated to fully affirm this due to the implausibility of Zeraora's appearance in the Hoenn region. Yet, this was reality, and nothing was impossible. After all, the real world diverged from the animated series. It was not feasible for a new region to simply appear after a few years, along with a plethora of new species. All regions must coexist simultaneously, and the same applied to Pokémon. Legendary and mythical creatures typically occupied their own territories and seldom wandered freely. However, considering that Inti had been pursued into Hoenn, one could argue that Zeraora might well be visiting the region. Zeraora? Lindong tentatively probed. In response, Zeraora's form visibly trembled, and its gaze sharpened. At that moment, Darkrai stood protectively before Lindong, confronting the legendary beast. Sensing Darkrai's formidable presence, Zeraora hesitated to act recklessly. Although it held the advantage in speed, Darkrai's aura was far more potent. Zeraora, we harbor no ill will nor intent to attack you. Please remain calm. Lindong called out. Zeraora did not lower its guard, remaining ever vigilant for combat. Lindong prepared to unleash his ultimate move. But it was not to evoke Darkrai's mega evolution. Instead, a Pokeball expanded in his hand. Meloetta sing. Meloetta floated gracefully in the air, clearing its throat before beginning to hum a classic melody. Meloetta's voice was soothing and melodious. The song's ebb and flow infused with a deep-seated loathing for war and a fervent prayer for peace. Lindong, with a flourish, produced a bamboo flute and began to play along with Meloetta's song. Those familiar with the movie would undoubtedly visualize the melody in their minds. Olasian, a tune capable of quelling all fury. The melody performed by the Tower of Time and Space could pacify even the wrath of Dialga and Palkia. The song of Meloetta possesses an enchanting power of its own. The melody of Olasian, when sung, is capable of not only pacifying beings of the 4th tier, but also stands a chance against those of the 5th tier. This particular Jolteon, being merely a phantom beast of the 2nd tier, is utterly defenseless against such harmonies and promptly calms down. How wondrous! Xiaoguang is aware of Meloetta's singing prowess and its melodious voice. Throughout their journey in the wild, Meloetta and Pikachu have perched on Lindong's shoulder. Yet this is the first time she has witnessed the extraordinary magical influence of Meloetta's song. This enchantment, however, emanates not solely from Meloetta, but is equally a product of the exquisite composition Olasian. It is the powerful synergy of both that elicits such an effect. The gaze of Jolteon directed at Lindong is now devoid of any hostility. How could a person capable of producing such exquisite music possibly be malevolent? He appears akin to a benevolent savior. Lindong, witnessing the efficacy of Olasian, is filled with joy. Since acquiring Meloetta, he has meticulously planned this moment, teaching her along the way while maintaining a distance to avoid disturbing Xiaoguang and the others. Consequently, this is the first time they are hearing Meloetta sing this piece. Lindong's intentions are straightforward. After the ordeal with Sidolin, he recognized that subduing divine beasts through sheer force is not the only approach. Such tactics lack honor. Capturing them need not involve violence. It can also be a matter of social finesse. Thus, he conceived of this strategy, which is why he was so exhilarated upon obtaining Meloetta, an indispensable element in executing this plan. At present, facing Jolteon, Lindong employs this tactic with remarkable success. His fondness for Jolteon influences his actions. In the animated series, it is portrayed as a noble entity, often assisting humans. Thus, resorting to brute force or overwhelming it with sheer power feels unthinkable. As for the next step, Lindong has already contemplated it. With the Pokémon no longer harboring animosity, it is time for dialogue. How shall they communicate? With Gengar's presence, the possibilities for conversation are virtually limitless. Jolteon, we do not come with the intent to attack. My companion seeks a new ally to embark on our forthcoming journey together, Lindong states. This simple act of capture is artfully articulated by him. Jolteon truly believes his words. In truth, Jolteon possesses some understanding of human trainers. Phantom beasts are typically quite intelligent, and it knows that aligning with a human trainer can yield benefits. Many Pokémon experience significant enhancement in strength when accompanying humans, not to mention the reliable access to sustenance and the assurance of medical care when injured. Chapter 174, Capturing Jolteon. Although wild Pokémon can reach such havens, it is undoubtedly more advantageous to be accompanied by a trainer. Jolteon considers that following a good-hearted individual like Lindong would not be a poor choice. Naturally, good companions accompany good people. Jolteon nods, uttering something which Jengar promptly translates. Boss. It says it is willing to accompany you, but it is unaware of who seeks a partner. Lindong suddenly wishes to slap himself. Had he known Jolteon was so easily swayed, he could have effortlessly persuaded it to join him. Alas, he must now relinquish it. Nevertheless, Lindong does not feel disheartened. The three girls are now all under his care. Ultimately, it is inconsequential who captures it. Besides, he already has Pikachu, and Jolteon is not of paramount importance. Pikachu is also a being of the second tier, and Lindong possesses a method to further enhance Pikachu's abilities by seeking out Zekrom for a power boost. However, this method carries risks and is unnecessary for the time being. Xiaowang hesitates momentarily, but gathers her courage and steps forward. She initially intended to consult her Pokédex for information on this cat-like Pokémon, only to discover it could not be scanned. Thus, she follows Lindong's lead and calls out, "Jolteon, do you wish to join me?" Jolteon nods in agreement, bypassing any confrontation. The acute sense of smell inherent to felines is notably sharp, and any Pokémon related to cats inherits this trait to some degree. From Xiaowang, Jolteon detects a potent aura, undoubtedly that of the small Amalga, although still developing in strength. The essence it exudes is formidable enough to surpass many second-tier leaders or dominators. Thus, Jolteon is charmed into joining their ranks. Prompted by Lindong, Xiaowang employs a high-grade Pokeball. Following the events at the Bell Tower and their encounters with both Team Magma and Team Aqua, Xiaowang and Xiaoyao have naturally received rewards from the Alliance, increasing their Pokémon slots by 3. Therefore, upon capturing Jolteon, Xiaowang need not transfer it to Professor Yamazaki. Though deceived, Lindong is confident that Jolteon will not regret its choice today, for Xiaowang truly excels at caring for Pokémon. Xiaoyao and Ami approach to offer their congratulations. Witnessing this scene, Lindong feels a surge of joy. Such harmony in his harem is a pinnacle achievement for any young man, especially as Xiaoyao adds, "Wonderful Xiaowang. We can participate together in the upcoming grand contest." Xiaowang enthusiastically nods in agreement. Lindong cannot help but ponder how Xiaoyao seems blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. Yet, this cannot entirely be blamed on Xiaowang. Aside from Lindong, who possesses unique knowledge, the three girls are largely unfamiliar with Jolteon. In fact, in Lindong's previous world, unless one was a seasoned Pokémon enthusiast, they might not have even heard of Jolteon. Following the zenith of the XY generation, many ceased to engage with the series, particularly due to the stark stylistic shift in the Sun and Moon series, which many found difficult to accept. Lindong himself has never been fond of the aesthetic of Sun and Moon. Consequently, it is evident that at this moment, public awareness of Jolteon is exceedingly limited. Even the Pokédex has yet to catalog it. However, Lindong is acutely aware that once Jolteon participates in the special event of the Grand Contest in Xen City, the spectacle will be nothing short of explosive. Jolteon possesses a unique trait. When subjected to electric attacks, it heals itself. Unlike typical electric-type Pokémon, Jolteon lacks internal organs capable of generating electricity. Instead, it absorbs external electrical energy and stores it within its body for its own use. This means that Jolteon not only enjoys immunity to electric-type attacks, but thrives on them. Even disregarding its second-tier strength, this unique trait renders Jolteon virtually invincible. As long as Xiaowang does not falter in the initial round of evaluations, victory in this grand contest is assured. Consequently, Xiaowang will have collected 5 ribbon badges, qualifying her for the Grand Gala. Moving forward, Lindong feels it is time to assist Xiaoyao in enhancing her strength. Although Xiaoyao's current team configuration suggests she will develop formidable prowess as her Pokémon mature, she still falls short compared to Phantom Beasts and their leaders. Lindong has yet to acquire a plethora of Mega Evolution gift packs. It is uncertain whether he can procure the Mega Stones that Xiaoyao requires. However, what would be most suitable for Xiaoyao? Lindong pondered deeply. Having captured Zeraora, the abandoned power plant no longer held any allure. The 4 of them returned to the Pokémon Center and fortuitously encountered Tai Xian as he exited. "Ha ha ha, what a coincidence to meet again so soon," Tai Xian exclaimed with a smile. "Mr. Tai Xian," Lin Dong and his companions greeted him warmly. After some contemplation, Lin Dong approached Tai Xian with a request to borrow a practice room. Xiao Guang desired to cultivate synergy with Zeraora, and battling was the most effective method. As for an opponent, Lin Dong himself was the ideal candidate. However, the commotion caused by battles involving second-tier Pokémon would be too great for the wild, drawing unwanted attention. Moreover, Xiaoyao also required specialized training. Given that this training focused on electric-type Pokémon, there was no venue more fitting than the Purple Orchid Gym. Pokémon gyms across the regions are not solely places for trainers to challenge. They typically possess numerous practice rooms for trainers and their Pokémon to utilize. Naturally, most gyms offer a selection of complimentary practice rooms, while reserving others for a fee. The free rooms are often overcrowded and lack a conducive environment, whereas the paid rooms usually feature standard battle arenas. Additionally, guidance from the gym leaders comes at an extra cost, often tiered in pricing. To receive advice from the gym leader typically demands a considerable sum. Lin Dong understood this, acknowledging that many gyms function as family businesses. Without profit, how could they survive? Relying solely on the League's subsidies would certainly be insufficient. Upon hearing Lin Dong's request, Tai Xian readily agreed, instructing him and his companions to visit the Purple Orchid Gym the following day. Tai Xian was not concerned about Lin Dong being a bother. Rather, he feared the opposite, that Lin Dong might not require anything at all. He was confident that Lin Dong's future achievements would surpass his own, likely propelling him to the ranks of the Elite Four or even a champion. The favor of such a promising individual was invaluable, and the sooner it was bestowed, the better. Once Lin Dong became renowned, he might not have the opportunity to extend his assistance. The next day, Lin Dong and his companions arrived at the Purple Orchid Gym. To their surprise, they encountered a familiar face, Xiao Man. Xiao Guang, Xiaoyao, enemy immediately tensed up. Lin Dong, long time no see, Xiao Man greeted with a subtle smile, reminiscent of an old friend. Indeed, it has been a while. Lin Dong replied with a stoic expression. Are you here to challenge the gym? I'm afraid I have already scheduled a time with Mr. Tai Xian for yesterday. Xiao Man stated. Apologies, though I am here to see Mr. Tai Xian, it is not for a gym challenge. Lin Dong paused before adding. I have already obtained the electric badge. Oh, is that so? Congratulations, Xiao Man replied, her words tinged with disappointment at not being able to unsettle Lin Dong, but rather being the one unsettled. Thank you, Lin Dong responded curtly, making his way into the gym. While he had no intention of engaging in a confrontation, he preferred to converse with the three women beside him. However, Xiao Man called out to him once more. Wait, Lin Dong, aren't you going to watch my gym challenge? Xiao Man extended an invitation. Why would I? Lin Dong replied, feeling exasperated. Internally, he scoffed at the absurdity of their relationship. Have you forgotten our agreement? Xiao Man retorted. What? Lin Dong momentarily faltered. While he had inherited the original owner's memories, those specific recollections only surfaced when he actively sought them out. You've forgotten? That night on the rooftop, we made wishes upon a shooting star. Xiao Man's words caused her countenance to shift, and the three women's gazes towards Lin Dong turned hostile. Their disdain for Xiao Man was unmistakable, as she seemed intent on sowing discord between them. However, Lin Dong felt compelled to address the situation. How could he have climbed to the rooftop with Xiao Man to watch shooting stars? Such a romantic gesture had never been shared with them. This reminder from Xiao Man clarified her intentions, revealing that the original owner had indeed harbored pure feelings. They had agreed to become excellent Pokémon trainers together and eventually marry. Yet, that was the past, and now Lin Dong was not the original owner. Moreover, considering the series of repugnant actions that Xiao Man had taken afterward, even if the original owner were to return, he would never accept her again. Otherwise, he would become a mere mascot, akin to the Joker in a deck of cards. I know, so what? You are aware of your own actions, are you not? Lin Dong retorted coldly. I will become the strongest trainer, and as for you, if you wish to be a mistress, that is your choice. In any case, we have no relationship now. I only hope you keep your distance from me. Lin Dong was utterly speechless, sensing someone approaching, most likely Tai Xian. Even if he wished to reprimand her, he had to maintain his composure. I am no longer the person I once was. Xiao Man, however, showed no sign of self-awareness, clinging to him like a stubborn adhesive, brandishing a badge before his eyes. Look, this is the Venom badge I earned at the Kana Gym. I will uphold my promise and become an excellent Pokémon trainer. I will prove to you that I have changed. Lin Dong cast her a chilling glance. You need not prove anything to me. I shall reiterate, we are no longer connected. Seriously, are you not tired of being so annoying? Xiao Guang exploded. Having known Xiao Man the longest among the three women, she had encountered this shameless individual at Dr. Yamanashi's research facility, where they had teamed up for a 2v2 battle. Their next meeting was on Battle Island, where Xiaoman's comments had utterly shattered her worldview. If trees do not shed their bark, they are doomed. Xiaoman's audacity was unparalleled. Had it not been for Mr. Walter opening the gym's door, Xiaoguang would have charged at Xiaoman. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Lindong. The teacher has made arrangements. Please follow me. Walter, having been instructed by Tai Xian, specially came to escort Lindong and his companions. As for Xiaoman, a challenger, even with a scheduled time, other staff members would naturally lead her to the competition venue. There was no need for Tai Xian's top disciple, who also served as a referee, to welcome her. However, out of respect for the challenger, Walter added, Miss Xiaoman, the teacher is already prepared at the battle venue. You may proceed directly. Xiaoman felt frustrated, but had no recourse. Watching Lindong and his group follow Walter, she could only head to the battle venue alone. After a tumultuous ride on Tai Xian's makeshift roller coaster, Xiaoman finally met him. Shortly thereafter, Walter arrived as well. Xiaoman's gym challenge was set to commence. It must be noted that she had indeed put in considerable effort to prepare for her battle against Tai Xian. From her initial Pokémon selection, it is evident that Xiaoman has chosen to deploy her first Pokémon, a Gloom. This remarkable creature possesses both bug and grass attributes, thus affording it a degree of resistance against electric-type moves. On the opposing side, Tai Xian has already positioned his first Pokémon, a Volt Tackle, on the battlefield. Those who witnessed the previous challenge by Sun Zi would be aware that this Volt Tackle is capable of executing fire-type moves. However, Xiaoman remains oblivious to this fact. The gloom she has sent forth harbors a profound fear of fire. Without hesitation, Tai Xian commands his Volt Tackle to utilize Quick Attack, exacerbating the already unfavorable speed situation for the gloom. As the Volt Tackle circled behind the gloom, Tai Xian seized the moment, instructing, Volt Tackle, unleash Flamethrower. The Volt Tackle opened its mouth and unleashed a fierce blaze of fire directed at the gloom. The gloom, slow to react, found itself unable to evade the impending attack. The flames swiftly engulfed the gloom. Gloom! Xiaoman cried out in distress. She never anticipated that a Volt Tackle would bypass its electric-type arsenal and instead launch a flamethrower attack. This scenario starkly contrasted her previous experiences at the Kana Gym. Meanwhile, in the advanced training room of the Zijing Gym, Lindong was accompanying Xiaoguang in specialized training. The collaboration between Zeraora and Pikachu transformed into two streaks of yellow light, their forms weaving seamlessly through the air and across the ground. Initially, Xiaoguang struggled to synchronize her movements with Zeraora, lagging behind Lindong and Pikachu's pace. However, as time progressed, they began to find their rhythm, leveling the playing field. In truth, Zeraora's raw strength surpasses that of Pikachu, yet the duo's synergy compensated for certain shortcomings. This intensive training session did not endure for long, as prolonged high-speed battles would prove taxing for both Zeraora and Pikachu. Chapter 176, Gym Challenge. Xiaoman faces a crushing defeat. During the break between Lindong and Xiaoguang, the gloom had succumbed to its fate. A bug and grass-type Pokémon simply could not withstand the onslaught of fire-type attacks. The gloom suffered a devastating defeat, to the extent that it failed to inflict even the slightest damage upon the Volt Tackle. Xiaoman continuously rallied herself, reminding herself, you are a trainer who has secured the Venom Badge. In that moment, she seemed to forget the circumstances surrounding her acquisition of the Venom Badge. In reality, Lindong had already deduced the situation with considerable accuracy. That fellow, Kazami-e, had likely witnessed Xiaoman's struggles not on the gym floor, but rather within the confines of a hotel room. Indeed, this was the case. When Xiaoman first challenged the Kana Gym, she had been thoroughly trounced by Kazami-e. However, at that time, she had only been captivated by his looks, failing to assess her own capabilities accurately. Subsequently, Kazami-e had offered to provide her with individualized guidance. Xiaoman, naturally, could not refuse such an opportunity. After all, he was the esteemed leader of an official league gym. How talented he must be, regardless of his age or appearance. Moreover, Kazami-e was exceedingly handsome, handsomer than any movie star she had ever seen. Utterly captivating. Xiaoman had trained under Yi Hao and Huang Yemi, quickly gaining the upper hand in practical instruction. Before long, Kazami-e found himself on the losing end. It became a scenario where Xiaoman was inadvertently teaching him instead. By the end, Kazami-e was struggling to maintain his composure during the gym battle. Fortunately, his recovery abilities were commendable, preventing Li Guangzi from noticing any discrepancies. However, Kazami-e realized that he could not continue teaching her any longer. Xiaoman was simply too diligent a student. If she continued at this pace, he feared she would be unable to walk without support. After several days of rigorous study and hard work, Xiaoman effortlessly secured the Venom Badge. Yet, she remained blissfully unaware, convinced that the Zijing gym would also be an easy conquest. After encountering a fire-spewing Volt Tackle, Xiaoman dared not underestimate her opponent any further. Consequently, she sent forth her second Pokémon, Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen, a dual-type Pokémon with poison and ground attributes, possesses immunity to electric-type moves, instilling a sense of security in Xiaoman. However, she overlooked a critical detail. Tai Xian is a seasoned electric-type master who has served as gym leader for many years. If merely possessing ground-type attributes were sufficient to dominate Tai Xian, he might as well find a piece of tofu to throw himself against. During his last challenge against Sun Zi, he had only recently captured the Volt Tackle, managing to teach it Flamethrower in the nick of time, which allowed Sun Zi's Nidoqueen to seize an unexpected advantage. However, the current situation was far from advantageous. Xiaoman commanded Nidoqueen to execute Earthquake. Tai Xian instructed his Volt Tackle to leap gracefully into the air. The ground within the arena trembled violently, yet it failed to affect the airborne Volt Tackle in the slightest. Seizing the moment, Tai Xian ordered, Volt Tackle, use Iron Tail. The tail of Volt Tackle shimmered with metallic luster as it descended, striking Nidoqueen with tremendous force. Nidoqueen was knocked to the ground, tumbling several meters before regaining its footing. As Xiaoman's Nidoqueen had evolved from Night Arena shortly after using a Moonstone, its level was relatively low and its power quite lacking. It was incomparable to Sun Zi's Pokémon. Thus, the impact of Volt Tackle's move was both humiliating and damaging. Subsequently, Tai Xian continued employing this strategy, rendering Nidoqueen's ground-type moves futile and then unexpectedly unleashing another Iron Tail. Nidoqueen soon succumbed, collapsing to the ground, its eyes swirling in a daze. Walter promptly raised the flag. Nidoqueen has lost its ability to battle. Volt Tackle is victorious. Xiaoman was taken aback. This was astonishingly powerful. An electric-type gym could dominate a ground-type Pokémon in battle. Tai Xian chuckled, realizing that this was indeed the prowess befitting the leader of an electric-type gym. He had finally encountered a trainer of normal caliber. Recently, Tai Xian had been severely challenged by Lin Dong and Sun Zi. While Sun Zi was manageable, Lin Dong was an entirely different beast, too formidable to comprehend. He had to admit that Bulbasaur was an enigma he had never encountered before. Had Tai Xian known that Lin Dong had planned to grind experience at his expense to evolve Bulbasaur, he would have surely been left aghast. Regardless, to lose two gym challenges in a single day, one a crushing defeat and the other an utter rout, was enough to instigate a crisis of confidence. It was fortunate that Lin Dong had not utilized Pikachu. Otherwise, it would have been utterly humiliating for the gym leader to be bested by a single electric-type Pokémon in a clean sweep. In truth, Xiaoman's performance was indicative of a typical novice trainer. Her choice of Pokémon alone reveals as much. Generally, when facing an electric-type gym, trainers will prioritize ground-type Pokémon, with grass types as a secondary option. Of course, dragon types are also a viable choice, but they are relatively rare, making them less accessible for most novice trainers. Xiaoman's selection demonstrates that she had conducted some research, a fact Tai Xian could appreciate. If she had been a complete novice with no understanding, it would not have been surprising if she had brought forth Pokémon weak to electric types. After all, Tai Xian had encountered trainers who had foolishly sent out Pokémon like Talonflame and Mudkip without forethought. At that moment, he could not help but internalize his disdain, thinking, if you already have a Mudkip, at least train it to evolve before challenging me. Mudkip is solely a water-type Pokémon, but evolving it into Swampert would grant it an additional ground-type attribute. Immunity to electric moves would surely be advantageous, wouldn't it? For trainers of this ilk. Tai Xian showed no mercy. However, while Tai Xian acknowledged the effort Xiaoman put into selecting her Pokémon for battle, he couldn't help but feel that her strength was rather lacking. This made it quite difficult for him to hold back. What if she went to the next gym and proudly displayed her badge, only to be soundly defeated by the gym leader there, leaving him embarrassed? It seemed he couldn't bestow the electric badge upon her. Having made up his mind, he cast aside any distractions and focused again. Of course, this didn't mean he intended to bring out his strongest Pokémon. He maintained his tradition of treating all trainers with equal respect. Before the match, he released his Raichu, Magnemite, and Electrode, allowing Raichu to take the field immediately. Xiaoman was akin to an opponent revealing their cards while he still held a trump card. Watching as Nidorino fell, Xiaoman felt an overwhelming bitterness in her heart. She didn't have many Pokémon at her disposal. Her family's situation was somewhat similar to Lin Dong's, only slightly better. Lin Dong's father had passed away early, and his mother later disappeared, whereas she had both parents, which gave her a slight edge. However, gaining the attention of the elite trainers or the league was impossible. Thus, she also missed out on the opportunity to receive one of the starter Pokémon. Had she not followed Yi Hao, she might not even have acquired her current Nidorino and Gloom. Later, following Huang Yimi, she did manage to obtain a shocking beast and an EV egg, but the former was recalled during the battle at Battle Island. Now, she was left with only a recently hatched EV and a Snivy she had captured in the jungle. Knowing she was destined to lose this match, she chose to send out Snivy instead of her newly hatched EV. Predictably, Snivy was utterly overwhelmed by Raichu. Being a normal-type Pokémon, it had no resistance to electric attacks. Raichu's electric moves were unleashed with devastating force, rendering Snivy incapacitated. Tai Xian initially thought Xiaomon's choice of a normal-type Pokémon indicated a higher level, but quickly realized it was merely an offering. By the time he recognized this, he had already struck a bit harder than intended. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Tai Xian apologized to Xiaoman and sent Walter to accompany her to the Pokémon Center. At last, Xiaoman experienced the treatment that Lin Dong and the others received upon entering, though the cost was rather steep and laced with irony. Meanwhile, Tai Xian had gone to the training room to converse with Lin Dong and the others. Upon seeing Zeraora, Tai Xian's expression was one of sheer astonishment. As a seasoned enthusiast of electric-type Pokémon, he had amassed information on rare electric Pokémon from various regions around the world, including the legends surrounding Zeraora. However, no one had ever seen a real Zeraora up close. Only vague shadows had been glimpsed. The scant visual documentation was also quite unclear, merely indicating the existence of such a Pokémon. Thus, seeing it in person filled Tai Xian with excitement. He proposed a battle with Xiaoguang, who readily agreed. Although training with Lin Dong was beneficial, it always felt somewhat restrained. Who knew how much Lin Dong was holding back? Battling Tai Xian presented an excellent opportunity. Tai Xian also took the time to check on Xiaoyao's shocking beast, and upon witnessing its immense electric power, he was equally astonished. He began to question life itself. Was the shocking beast, raised for the purpose of participating in the grand contest, truly this strong? Not to mention the league competition, this shocking beast could easily rank among the strongest Pokémon. Though it fell slightly short compared to his own shocking beast, Xiaoyao was merely a novice trainer. Did it need to be this brutal? Tai Xian was increasingly perplexed. Fortunately, Lin Dong had not showcased Pikachu's true strength. Tai Xian merely assumed Pikachu was Lin Dong's first Pokémon, a bond of affection that kept it by his side, unaware that this Pikachu's raw power surpassed that of his Venusaur. The friendly match between Xiaoguang and Tai Xian commenced, with Walter serving as the referee. Faced with the formidable Zeraora, Tai Xian dared not employ his Pokémon typically reserved for gym challenges. Instead, he sent forth his true powerhouse. Go, Lurantis. A Pokémon resembling an adult lion appeared on the battlefield. Xiaoguang quickly scanned it with her Pokédex. Lurantis, the radiant Pokémon, is the evolved form of Litten. It possesses eyes that can see through all things, capable of locating opponents hiding in the shadows. After hearing the Pokédex's description, Xiaoguang scrutinized Lurantis's eyes with great seriousness, but found nothing particularly remarkable about its appearance. Zeraora used Thunder Punch. At Xiaoguang's command, Zeraora shot forward like lightning. Lurantis used Quick Attack to evade. Tai Xian immediately reacted. Despite the advantage of a quick attack, Lurantis was not particularly adept in speed. Zeraora nearly transformed into a yellow flash, its right fist crackling with electric energy, landing a blow on Lurantis just as it accelerated. Ow! Lurantis cried out in pain. Although Lurantis had some resistance to electric-type moves, the sheer power of Zeraora was overwhelming, causing it significant distress with just a single punch. Zeraora unleashed Thunder Punch again. Xiaoguang sought to press the advantage. Yet, Lurantis's battle experience was no joke. Leveraging the impact of the previous hit, it propelled itself backwards several meters, creating distance from Zeraora. Simultaneously, it executed another quick attack, rapidly reaching its peak speed. Though Zeraora lunged at the first opportunity, it was a moment too late. Lurantis narrowly dodged the punch. This exchange showcased Lurantis's seasoned combat experience. However, Tai Xian was left drenched in cold sweat. Lurantis had nearly pushed its limits. Despite having heard of Zeraora's power rivaling that of legendary Pokémon, witnessing it firsthand was still astonishing. Lurantis released electric terrain to cover the entire battlefield. Tai Xian quickly devised a counterattack. Having learned from their previous exchanges, he understood that merely dodging was not a viable strategy. Zeraora, without any skill enhancements, could easily match Lurantis's speed in its quick attack state. If Lurantis also attempted a quick attack, it would undoubtedly be unable to evade. Thus, the best course of action was to counter and attack. With a roar, Lurantis unleashed a tremendous surge of electricity. The powerful and rapid electric energy instantaneously engulfed the entire battlefield, showcasing Lurantis's full potential. Lin Dong observed intently, recognizing that this was a state very close to the second tier, yet still just shy of reaching it. He was unsure how to articulate this level of power within the league, but he was certain that many elite trainers had their main Pokémon stuck at this stage. After all, the former gym leader, Bug Ichiro, had a desert dragonfly that exemplified this very state. In simpler terms, the energy reserves contained within the Pokémon have reached the threshold of the second level. Yet they are unable to unleash the full might of that level in a single move. While the quantity is sufficient, the quality falls slightly short. Lin Dong decided to temporarily label this state as half-step to the second level, inspired by various cultivation novels he had read in his previous life. Chapter 178, Plasma Fist, the Unshakable Shaoman. Regardless, this level represents the pinnacle for the vast majority of Pokémon in this world, attainable only by the more formidable species within the first level. Successfully training a Pokémon to this extent qualifies one as a master. As for the second level, it might seem trivial under the protagonist's halo, yet outside, it signifies the threshold of entering the champion tier. Perhaps this situation will only change once Mega Evolution becomes widespread. The battle in the arena raged on, with dazzling bolts of lightning illuminating the space, rendering it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. Xiao Guang had already covered her eyes, tilting her head slightly. Lin Dong, too, dared not gaze directly, finding it more uncomfortable than staring into the sun. However, he unleashed his aura powers, allowing him to perceive the battlefield with clarity. Under the radiant lightning, Zeraora exhibited no signs of distress. Rather, it squinted its eyes in apparent delight. This development did not go unnoticed by the Röntgen cat. It, too, was unperturbed by the electric brilliance, clearly observing Zeraora's condition. Lin Dong felt a pang of envy for the Röntgen cat's innate abilities. Surprisingly, Taishian also managed to overcome the electric glare, squinting to observe the ongoing battle. Indeed, the gym leaders are not ordinary individuals. Though Taishian could not see Zeraora's state as clearly as Lin Dong with his aura powers, he could ascertain Zeraora's position. At this moment, Zeraora remained immobile, leading Taishian to believe the electric discharge had taken effect. He quickly seized the opportunity. Röntgen cat, unleash Volt Tackle. While Volt Tackle and Volt Attack bore similarities, they were not the same move. Volt Attack is an exclusive move for Pikachu and its lineage, significantly more powerful than Volt Tackle. Nevertheless, the Volt Tackle employed by the Röntgen cat was formidable in its own right, as electricity enveloped its entire body, rendering Xiaoguang oblivious to its approach. Thus, the Röntgen cat charged towards Zeraora. Fortunately, Zeraora noticed the Röntgen cat's advance and raised its hands for a simple defense. Zeraora braced itself for the impact of the Volt Tackle, which sent it staggering backward. After several steps, Zeraora finally regained its footing and faced the Röntgen cat. This illustrates the distinction between games and reality. In games, immunity is determined solely by attributes, while reality entails far more considerations. Zeraora may not fear the electric current of Volt Tackle, but it still had to endure the basic physical impact. Thus, if one were to witness someone using Thunder Punch to incapacitate a Diglett, they should not be surprised. While Diglett is immune to electricity, it can still be knocked out by a fist. However, with that collision, the electric discharge from the Röntgen cat was inevitably disrupted. Xiaoguang's vision restored, and upon seeing Zeraora and the Röntgen cat engaged in a contest of strength, she promptly commanded, Zeraora, unleash Plasma Fist. Lin Dong's special training of Xiaoguang extended beyond just a few battles today. The night prior, he had imparted all his knowledge about Zeraora to her. Naturally, during their time in Fuyin Town, he had also shared everything he knew about NEI without reservation. In this world, few could rival Lin Dong's understanding of various legendary and mythical Pokémon. Upon hearing Xiaoguang's command, a powerful layer of blue electricity enveloped Zeraora's fist. The sheer ferocity of the display caused the Röntgen cat's fur to stand on end. Moments later, the Röntgen cat could no longer withstand Zeraora's might and was propelled out of the arena. It crashed against the wall and fell to the ground. Yet its eyes still held a glimmer of spirit, indicating it had not lost its fighting capability. This marked Xiaoguang's first time commanding Zeraora to utilize its ultimate move. And notably, Zeraora had held back its full strength. Witnessing the power of Plasma Fist left the onlookers astounded, particularly Taishian, a seasoned enthusiast of electric-type Pokémon, who found nothing more exhilarating than this display. Naturally, with the Röntgen cat having been sent flying, the battle came to an unequivocal end. Despite possessing multiple Pokémon of the Röntgen cat's caliber, The demonstration of Zeraora's strength rendered further combat unnecessary, unless perhaps 3 or 4 were to engage simultaneously, though that held little merit. Subsequently, Taixian exchanged insights regarding the training of electric-type Pokémon with Lindong and his companions. Both Xiaowang and Xiaoyao listened intently, as did Ami, who had a magneton of her own. However, Ami had previously approached her training from a steel-type perspective, but after hearing Tieshuan's insights, she felt that refining her training methods could enhance her magneton's strength. That day, everyone left with a wealth of knowledge. Yet, at times, certain individuals seem intent on dampening one's spirits. Upon returning to the Pokemon Center, Lindong and his companions once again encountered Xiaoman in the lobby. Lindong felt an urge to ignore her and head straight to his room, yet Xiaoman stubbornly blocked his path. Xiaowang, Xiaoyao, and Ami were infuriated. But being in the Pokemon Center, they refrained from causing a scene. Xiaoman began, "Lindong, let us get back together." Lindong and his companions were taken aback. Truly, her lack of self-awareness was astounding. "Not a chance. Please step aside," Lindong replied coldly. "I believe you still have feelings for me," Xiaoman insisted. Lindong's expression darkened. He was exasperated, and surely the readers at home felt the same. Lindong could no longer tolerate her persistence, and Xiaowang, Xiaoyao, and Ami shared his sentiment. Ami stepped in front of Lindong, declaring, "I think Lindong has been quite clear. He has no relationship with you. Please stop your one-sided affections." "And who might you be? What does my relationship with him have to do with you?" Xiaoman retorted fiercely. "I am his girlfriend." Ami declared emphatically, "What does that have to do with you?" "What?" Xiaoman momentarily faltered, her surprise evident as she glanced at Xiaowang and Xiaoyao's reactions. She had always assumed that Xiaowang was Lindong's girlfriend, while Xiaoyao and Ami were merely travel companions. She thought the previous encounter between Xiaoyao and Ami had just been an act. Lindong was no Yihao. There was no reason for him to have multiple girlfriends simultaneously. Xiaoman had once considered herself to hold an advantage. All she needed to do was be gracious. Accept Xiaowang's presence, and allow Lindong to experience the joy of being surrounded by affection, believing that he would be grateful. Regardless of how high he might ascend in the future, she thought she would always have her share. Yet now, her perceived advantages had vanished, though they had never truly existed. Chapter 179, Xiaoyao. "I predicted your prediction." Xiaoman glared fiercely at Xiaowang, jealousy burning in her eyes. This girl was not only more beautiful than her, but had also preempted her creative idea. Why? How could Lindong, so ordinary, have chosen her? "You." Xiaoman raised her hand, ready to strike, but Lindong swiftly grasped her wrist. "If you lay a hand on her, I won't hold back." Lindong glared fiercely at Xiaoman. Xiaoman was startled by his gaze, and after a moment, tears welled up in her eyes. "You never used to yell at me before." "You, before was before, now is now. If you keep comparing the past to the present, why don't we just go back 10 years? Lindong cut her off directly. Xiaoman didn't quite understand. 10 years ago? Lindong added, "I didn't know you. And you didn't know me. Impossible." Xiaoman felt like Lindong was toying with her. "I challenge you to a battle." Xiaoman pointed at Xiaowang. "Fine. I'll battle you." Before Xiaowang could speak, Xiaoyao stepped forward first. She had been holding back her anger toward Xiaoman for a long time. Moreover, she had a compelling reason to battle Xiaoman. During the Hoenn Contest Grand Festival, Xiaoman had nearly killed her Torchic. Now, it was time for revenge. "All right, whoever it is, I will defeat you." Xiaoman was furious. In her mind, even though she had dumped Lindong, he still had to fawn over her and remain her reliable backup. How could he possibly move on? These 3 girls actually dared to steal her backup. This was absolutely unforgivable. That night, Xiaowang, Xiaoyao, and Ami held a small meeting. Xiaowang wanted to take on the battle herself. She was the first to witness Xiaoman's true colors, and as the first among the 3 to become Lindong's girlfriend, it was only right for her to teach that shameless ex a lesson. Ami's reason for wanting to step in was simple. She had disliked Xiaoman since their time on Wudo Island. Besides, among the 3, she was the strongest and, as a gym leader, she knew how to control the battle, delivering a thorough beating without leaving a trace. But when Xiaoyao stated her reason, both Xiaowang and Ami stopped arguing. Given the grudge involving Torchic, it was indeed most fitting for Xiaoyao to take on the battle. The next day, Lindong and the 3 girls arrived at the public training field at the Pokemon Center. Xiaoman arrived almost at the same time. Xiaoyao walked confidently at the front, glaring at Xiaoman with such intensity that she looked ready to tear her apart. Xiaoman wasn't intimidated. She had heard that Ami was a gym leader from the Johto region, so she probably couldn't win against her. But what made Xiaowang and Xiaoyao so arrogant? They were just coordinators. During the contest, Xiaowang had only defeated her by borrowing Lindong's Jengar. As for Xiaoyao, her contest results were even worse than Xiaowang's. Just a couple of losers. Why should she be afraid? Xiaoman was brimming with confidence. With this mindset, Xiaoman walked to the trainer's area. Xiaoyao also took her position on the opposite side. Lin Dong, Xiaowang, and Ami sat on chairs beside the training field. Pikachu and Piplup were also outside, cheering for Xiaoyao. Pika Pika. Piplup, Piplup. Actually, Pikachu had wanted to teach Xiaoman a lesson yesterday. Piplup felt the same way. They were seeking revenge for their good friend Torchic. Now a Combusken. But now that their friend had the chance to fight her own battle, they naturally had to cheer her on. How about a 2-on-2? Xiaoman suggested. Fine. Xiaoyao didn't mind and agreed directly. We send out our Pokemon at the same time. And no substitutions during the battle. How about that? Xiaoman added. Deal. Xiaoyao agreed without hesitation. Lin Dong noticed that when Xiaoman heard Xiaoyao's reply, the corner of her mouth twitched upward into a sly, almost imperceptible smile. Lin Dong couldn't help but feel worried for Xiaoyao. Xiaoman was clearly up to no good. If it were Xiaowang or Ami, Lin Dong wouldn't be as concerned. They could overpower her with sheer strength. But after Xiaowang successively caught a small Nei and a Zeraora, Xiaoyao's current strength still lagged significantly behind Xiaowang and Ami. Xiaoyao's Electivire was quite impressive, but given that Xiaoman had previously obtained an Electivire from a dubious source, who knew what other powerful Pokemon she might have gotten her hands on? If she had another strong Pokemon that could rival Electivire, then Xiaoyao's advantage would vanish. Xiaoman had already taken out a Pokeball. She had initially intended to shamelessly demand that Xiaoyao send out her Pokemon first, but with Lin Dong and Ami present, her scheming would surely fail. So she settled for the next best thing, demanding simultaneous release. Just as she expected, Xiaoyao didn't refuse. Xiaoyao also took out a Pokeball. The two threw them at the same time. Go, Nidoqueen. Go, Mudkip. Mudkip. Staring at the small blue fish on the field, Xiaoman was stunned. You're using Mudkip? Xiaoman was momentarily unable to process it. Yeah, is there a problem? Xiaoyao smiled and countered. What kind of person Xiaoman was, Xiaoyao knew all too well. So, from the start, Xiaoyao pretended to fall for Xiaoman's trick while actually anticipating her move. Xiaoman began to panic. She had assumed that Xiaoyao, being more impulsive and eager to avenge Torchic, would definitely send out Combusken. Therefore, she chose Nidoqueen, which has the ground type, giving it a type advantage against fire-type Combusken. Combusken wasn't particularly fast, and its strength was no match for Nidoqueen's. This way, she could overpower her completely. But last night, Ami had analyzed the situation in detail for Xiaoyao. Both girls guessed that Xiaoman might try to exploit type advantages, so Xiaoyao didn't send out Combusken. Instead, she chose Mudkip as her first Pokemon. Mudkip is particularly vulnerable to Grass-type and Electric-type Pokemon, but Grass types are weak to Fire types. So Xiaoyao was certain Xiaoman wouldn't send out a Grass-type Pokemon, and there's no type advantage between Electric and Fire types. Since Xiaoman was trying to trick her, the likelihood of her sending out an Electric type was also low, considering Xiaoman's confidence when challenging the Mauville Gym. Ami's assessment last night was that Xiaoman likely had a Ground-type Pokemon. In that case, sending out the Water-type Mudkip was the perfect choice. As for the possibility that Xiaoman might send out an Electric type in the second round, Xiaoyao wasn't worried at all, because her Mudkip was already on the verge of evolution. If it won the first battle, it would likely evolve into Marshtomp, and Marshtomp has the ground type, making it immune to Electric-type attacks. Now, facing Nidoqueen, Mudkip also held a type advantage. Chapter 180, Xiaoyao vs. Xiaoman, Mudkip evolves. Her trick had failed, and Xiaoman's expression darkened, but she was still very confident about this battle. After all, the Nidoqueen she sent out was a fully evolved Pokemon, giving it a significant advantage over the tiny Mudkip. However, she overlooked one thing. Her Nidoqueen had evolved using an evolution stone right away, while it had a physical advantage. Its level wasn't significantly higher. With this unclear self-awareness, Xiaoman began the battle. Nidoqueen, use Poison Jab. Following the command, Nidoqueen charged straight at Mudkip, aiming its venomous horn directly at it. Mudkip, dodge quickly, then use Water Gun. Xiaoyao issued a simple command. Mudkip leaped to the side, easily avoiding Nidoqueen's attack. Immediately, the Water Leaper unleashed a powerful jet of water towards Nidoking. Caught off guard, Nidoking could not halt its momentum and was struck by the water blast, losing its balance and tumbling to the ground. Seizing the advantage, the Water Leaper launched another water jet, striking Nidoking with great force. A mournful howl escaped Nidoking's lips, as it had little resistance against water-type moves, and with the Water Leaper being of similar level, the consecutive hits from the water jet inflicted significant damage. Nidoking retaliated with Earthquake. Without hesitation, Xiaoman commanded a counterattack. Nidoking rose dutifully, preparing to stomp the ground to unleash its seismic assault. However, this sequence of actions coupled with the gathering of energy, required time. The water leaper's water jet was far swifter. Just as Nidoking had barely gotten to its feet and lifted its foot, the water jet struck once more. Balancing on one foot was already precarious, and with another hit from the water jet, Nidoking lost its footing yet again, landing on its behind. Xiaomon's painfully awkward maneuvers left the onlookers utterly astonished. This was a public training ground, and naturally, it was not just Lin Dong and his companions present. As trainers gradually arrived at the adjacent arena, Xiaoman and Xiaoyao's battle drew a considerable audience. Despite Xiaoman's actions being rather distasteful to Lin Dong and the others, it must be noted that her beauty was undeniable, having caught the attention of two prominent young gentlemen, Yi Hao and Huang Yemi. The clash of two beautiful girls was certainly captivating. The trainers watching were left to ponder whether they were there for the competition or the allure of the young ladies. In any case, the effort it took for the crowd to suppress their laughter at Xiaoman's display was commendable. Nidoking managed to roll on the ground, evading the water leaper's attack in a rather ungraceful manner before quickly rising again. Xiaoman, feeling triumphant, commanded, "Nidoking, use Earthquake." Unsurprisingly, the water leaper interrupted Nidoking's attack with yet another water jet, causing Nidoking to once again land unceremoniously on the ground. However, this time, Nidoking could not rise. Its stamina was already waning, and that last water jet was the final straw. With its eyes spiraling, it lay unresponsive, no matter how Xiaoman called out to it. Nidoking had lost its ability to battle. At that moment, the water leaper was enveloped in a radiant white light, the light of evolution. Xiaoyao was not surprised by this spectacle, but a wave of joy surged within her. It was evolving. The number of onlookers increased as the atmosphere in the vicinity ignited with excitement. When the white light dissipated, the water leaper had grown considerably in size, its coloration shifting to a sky blue, transforming from four-legged to bipedal stance. This marked its evolution into Swampert, now also boasting the ground type, rendering it immune to electric-type attacks. With newfound confidence, Xiaoyao boldly called out to Xiaoman, "Bring forth your next Pokémon." "Return, Nidoking," Xiaoman said, recalling her defeated Pokémon, her expression turning a shade of green. Among her remaining Pokémon, only Nidoking and Gardevoir possessed significant battle prowess, yet Gardevoir was severely disadvantaged against the Fire Chick. Fearing that she might not overcome the challenge posed by Swampert, Xiaoman reluctantly chose to send out Gardevoir. "Go, Gardevoir." Upon seeing Gardevoir, Xiaoman did not hesitate to withdraw Swampert. Astonished by Xiaoyao's decision to recall it without even engaging in battle, she had anticipated that even if Swampert could not defeat the Fire Chick, it would at least provide some satisfaction. Thus, she immediately exclaimed, "Have you forgotten? Our agreement is that we cannot switch Pokémon during the match." Xiaoyao smiled in response, "Indeed. I haven't forgotten. I concede this round." Gardevoir, a relatively rare Pokémon in the Hoenn region, was not well known to Xiaoyao. However, the previous night, Xiaoguang had shared all she knew about Xiaoman, including information about Gardevoir. Xiaoyao understood that it was a dual bug and grass-type Pokémon capable of using grass-type moves, which would put Swampert at a disadvantage. Yet, the Fire-type Blaze Chick was a formidable foe for Gardevoir. Thus, Xiaoman's scheme had once again backfired. Although Xiaoyao declared her defeat, it was clear to all spectators that Xiaoman's pride had taken a hit. A Pokeball expanded in Xiaoyao's hand, and she hurled it with force. "Come forth, Blaze Chick." With a fierce glare directed at Xiaoman, the Blaze Chick emitted a threatening growl. This woman, even in ashes, would be recognizable to it, or rather, it desired to reduce her to ashes. Blaze Chick. Xiaoman was taken aback, unaware that Xiaoyao's Fire Chick had evolved. This development exacerbated her already considerable disadvantage. "Gardevoir, use Leaf Blade," Xiaoman commanded, attempting to strike first. "Blaze Chick, use Flamethrower." Xiaoyao countered without flinching, meeting the challenge head-on. Gardevoir unleashed a flurry of sharp leaves toward Blaze Chick, while Blaze Chick retaliated with a fierce jet of flames that incinerated the leaves mid-flight. The flames surged forth, engulfing Gardevoir. "Gardevoir!" Xiaoman panicked, fully aware of the devastating effects Fire-type moves had on Gardevoir. The Thunder Beast, lacking Fire-type attributes, had a weaker Flamethrower. But even that was too much for Gardevoir to withstand. After enduring the attack, Gardevoir's vitality was nearly extinguished. At that moment, Blaze Chick leaped into the air. "Blaze Chick, use Flame Kick," Xiaoyao commanded decisively. In the grand competition at Fiery Town, Blaze Chick had been defeated by the Fire Chicken, but it had not returned empty-handed. Through observing the Fire Chicken's techniques, Xiaoyao's Blaze Chick had successfully mastered Flame Kick, and this was its first time employing it in battle. With a dramatic flying kick, Blaze Chick's leg ignited in fierce flames as it aimed at Gardevoir. Already on the verge of collapse, Gardevoir lacked the strength to evade. It was swiftly pinned to the ground beneath Blaze Chick's forceful kick as the raging flames consumed Gardevoir. No, stop. Please stop. Xiaoman was in complete disarray, experiencing the despair she had once inflicted upon the fire chick. Ultimately, Blaze Chick refrained from delivering a finishing blow, instead kicking Gardevoir back toward Xiaoman. Seeing her charred Gardevoir, Xiaoman hurriedly recalled it into its Pokeball and dashed toward the Pokemon Center. With timely treatment, there was hope for recovery. In this battle, Blaze Chick had avenged itself, and the Water Leaper had evolved into Swampert. Xiao Yao can be said to have reaped a bountiful harvest. After the competition, Lin Dong and his companions had not seen Xiaoman again. Soon, the day of the grand opening of the Pokemon contest in the beautiful city of Zijing arrived. The host, as always, was the familiar Vivian. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the renowned industrial city of Zijing in the Hoenn region on this splendid day. Today, we shall host a special Pokemon contest here, Vivian announced. A wave of cheers erupted from the audience as she continued. First, allow me to introduce our esteemed judges for this special event, the gym leader of Zijing, Mr. Tai Xian. His entrance was met with enthusiastic applause. Although Tai Xian's status was somewhat lower than that of Mura, as the gym leader of Zijing, he naturally garnered the unwavering support of the city's residents. Fuyan Town, in terms of scale, paled in comparison to Zijing City. Thus the cheers he received were on par with those for Mura. Vivian proceeded. The judges for this grand contest also include Mr. Yuki Sumu, Vice President of the Pokemon Enthusiast Association, and Miss Joy from the Zijing Pokemon Center. As the three judges took their seats, Vivian announced the commencement of the competition. Now, let us hand the stage over to our contestants, hoping they will dazzle us like 100,000 volts. The first contestant stepped up, releasing a Piku. Unfortunately, during its electric discharge, it failed to unleash any power, causing the three judges to shake their heads slightly in disappointment. It seemed that this would be a lost cause. The second contestant followed suit, showcasing a Raichu. While his performance was executed without a hitch, the sparks emitted were insufficiently bright. It was evident that Yuki Sumu was not particularly impressed, and Tai Xian felt that the Raichu had not been adequately trained. Miss Joy maintained a serene smile, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, indicating that the score would not be particularly high. Xiao Guo was the third to take the stage. Today, she donned a yellow gown to match her Geriora. Geriora, make your stunning entrance. The arrival of Geriora first silenced the crowd, only to be followed by an eruption of gasps. This was a Pokemon that no one had ever seen before. Xiao Guo's performance was a pure exhibition of strength and speed. Geriora conjured an electric sphere, threw it, and then transformed into a streak of yellow lightning, catching the sphere on the other side, passing it to her future self 3 seconds later. This spectacle sent the audience into a frenzy. Geriora raised the electric sphere high above its head, unleashing a powerful current that exploded into a flower of electricity in the arena's sky, showcasing its formidable strength. Tai Xian clapped incessantly. He had anticipated the outcome of this contest long before. Even he was no match for Geriora, making it clear that no one could compete in this grand contest under the circumstances of exclusively using electric-type Pokemon. This is delightful, Yuki Sumu declared, his catchphrase ringing true. Absolutely perfect. It brilliantly showcased both the power and speed of electric-type Pokemon. Miss Joy even resorted to the word perfect. Xiao Guo's victory was all but assured. Following her, a few more contestants stepped up, but their performances fell short. Perhaps after witnessing Xiao Guo's prowess, they realized their chances of winning had evaporated, leading to a lack of confidence. However, one contestant caught Lin Dong's attention. The man on stage displayed no signs of panic, seemingly unaffected by Geriora's entrance. With a slight smirk, he maintained a composed smile. He tossed out a Pokeball, revealing a flat-bodied, brown fish Pokemon. The yellow patterns on its back resembled an exclamation mark, and its expression appeared rather dazed. Lin Dong's heart sank. The very bug he had feared upon hearing about the special Zijing contest had made its appearance. Mudfish. Indeed, the bug Lin Dong had envisioned was not Geriora. Geriora was a mythical Pokemon, likely stronger than ordinary second-tier Pokemon. It was nearly impossible for an average person to capture it. However, Mudfish was far more accessible. In this special contest, Mudfish could be considered a counterpart to Geriora in terms of being a bug-like presence, as it possessed both ground and electric attributes, granting it immunity to all electric-type attacks. At that moment, the man's confidence stemmed from this very fact. Mudfish was commonly found in the Unova region, and there was scant information about it in the Hoenn region. Hence, even host Vivian was unaware of its specific attributes. By the time the second round of assessments arrived, the contestants realized something was amiss, but it was already too late. Rationally speaking, the man's strategy was indeed poised for success. Yet, in the audience, there was Lin Dong, a bug-like presence himself. Lin Dong exchanged a few words with Ami before quietly making his way backstage. The man on stage remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation as he calmly directed Mudfish in their performance. Chapter 182, Mudfish. An unexpected twist in the first round of evaluations. Mudfish began to discharge electricity. Throughout the process, it wore a cheerful expression, and this stark contrast elicited laughter from the audience, adding a delightful touch to the captivating performance. The venue buzzed with a lively atmosphere. Tai Xin clapped while chuckling, his gaze toward the contestant filled with both admiration and sympathy. He was among the few present who understood Mudfish. Inwardly, he mused that if it weren't for Xiao Gui's participation, the victory of this grand contest would likely have belonged to this male contestant. Backstage, Lin Dong had found Xiao Gui and Xiao Yao, sharing all the information he had on Mudfish. Upon learning that it possessed ground attributes, both girls' expressions turned grave. Although it was possible to win in a grand contest even against a Pokémon with attribute immunity by deducting the opponent's score, this was contingent upon a significant disparity in performance. The man's command was exceptionally skilled, and Mudfish's display was remarkably elegant, indicating that he was a coordinator of considerable talent. Even if there was a gap in grand techniques, it was one that Xiao Gui and Xiao Yao could not bridge. The only course of action before them was straightforward: to strike decisively. They needed to incapacitate Mudfish outright, thereby instantly nullifying the man's score. Whether it was Gardevoir or Electabuzz, they were not limited to just electric-type moves. Several fighting techniques, such as brick break, could be readily mastered. Of course, Lin Dong had not forgotten to remind the two girls that Mudfish had remarkably tough skin, capable of withstanding the weight of a sumo wrestler. These were merely descriptions from his previous life. Lin Dong could only recount them, as he was unsure of just how tough it truly was. Undeniably, the emergence of Mudfish had indeed introduced an unexpected variable into what had initially seemed like a foregone conclusion for the grand contest. Lin Dong did not linger backstage for long, noticing that the man using Mudfish had returned from the stage. After encouraging Xiao Gui and Xiao Yao, Lin Dong made his way back to the audience. Ami appeared despondent, nearly falling asleep. Upon inquiring, Lin Dong learned that since the man had stepped down, the subsequent contestants had all seemed rather ordinary, with performances lacking any standout moments. However, the performance was devoid of any significant blunders, which rendered it rather soporific. After all, a mistake during the act would surely elicit uproarious laughter. Even if one failed to advance to the second round of scrutiny, at least the comedic effect would be evident. Lin Dong subsequently observed the reactions of two passers-by, and indeed, they were quite hypnotic. It wasn't until a trainer with an Electabuzz took the stage that a modicum of surprise was introduced. This Electabuzz exuded considerable power. Lin Dong's impression of Electabuzz stemmed from an early episode of an animated series from his previous life. He had forgotten its title, but the general plot revolved around two unofficial gyms vying for a spot as an official gym in the league, each recruiting fighters to eliminate the other. That episode also marked the moment when Pikachu first developed a fondness for ketchup. Ash adopted the alias Ketchup Omelette Guy, while Misty chose the name Meat Sauce Chicken Rice. Brock's alias slipped his mind. The leaders of the two unofficial gyms each had a powerful Pokémon. One wielded a Scyther, while the other commanded an Electabuzz. In the early stages, both Pokémon were quite aggressive and formidable. However, as time passed, Scyther evolved into a Scizor, and Electabuzz into an Electivire, resulting in a noticeable decline in their status. Nevertheless, the formidable impression they left, especially on the young Lin Dong, remained quite profound. In any case, the performance of this Electabuzz stood out distinctly among the myriad of pedestrian competitors, significantly enhancing its chances of advancement. After enduring two more lackluster performances that nearly lulled the audience into slumber, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The Pokémon summoned by the performer on stage was a Jigglypuff. Upon its entrance, Jigglypuff began to roll, but failed to halt its momentum at the edge of the stage, tumbling directly off. Following a tumble that likely caused it some pain, Jigglypuff began to glow with a bright light. The three judges gasped in horror. Jigglypuff had no evolutionary form, and that glow signified one thing: self-destruct. Incensed, Jigglypuff was on the verge of self-detonation. The consequences of such an explosion were no trifling matter. Should it detonate, Jigglypuff would be gravely injured, and nearby spectators would be in peril. Tetsahira acted swiftly, rushing forward alongside Nurse Joy. As an expert in electric-type Pokémon, Tetsahira had trained both Electrode and Jigglypuff, and thus knew precisely how to interrupt their self-destruction. Nurse Joy, being the head of the Pokémon Center, had treated all manner of Pokémon and would never allow fear of an explosion to deter her from healing Electrode or Jigglypuff. On the contrary, with her innate affinity for Pokémon, Nurse Joy could effectively soothe the distressed Jigglypuff and Electrode, with one attending to the interruption and the other to calming the Pokémon. They swiftly stabilized Jigglypuff's emotions. Once calmed, Jigglypuff recognized it had narrowly avoided disaster. In truth, Jigglypuff, when composed, had no desire to self-destruct. After all, who wishes to inflict serious harm upon themselves? It was merely prone to bouts of emotional distress, which could lead to such impulsive decisions. In summary, once Jigglypuff regained its composure, it smiled and expressed gratitude to Tetsuhira and Nurse Joy. On the judging panel, Sumiyu let out a sigh of relief. Aware of his inability to assist, he refrained from rushing forward. Yet, as one of the organizers and judges of this special tournament, he was deeply concerned about the sudden crisis, but at that critical moment, there was no time to evacuate the audience. Seeing the danger averted, Sumiyu quickly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Had Jigglypuff truly detonated, it was uncertain whether he would have survived, and even if he did, it would have marked a lifetime of shame for him. The grand tournament would have been halted, and he would have been deprived of pursuing his beloved vocation. Sumiyu felt immense gratitude towards Tetsuhira and Nurse Joy, though they regarded their actions simply as their duty. After the close call, the Zijing special tournament resumed. However, the competitor utilizing Jigglypuff was undoubtedly finished. Tetsuhira's critique was clear. As an electric-type Pokémon trainer, one must understand and care for your Pokémon rather than participating in the competition with ulterior motives. Tetsuhira, ever the good-natured soul, could not help but feel compelled to admonish this competitor, as it was evident that the bond between the trainer and Jigglypuff was lacking. Chapter 183. Advancing to the second round of scrutiny, a single punch for the knockout? It appeared that this trainer had little knowledge of Jigglypuff's rolling speed, as their performance practice seemed woefully insufficient. How else could one explain the inability to control its speed, resulting in it rolling off the stage? Furthermore, wild Jigglypuff are prone to emotional distress, making them susceptible to self-destruction. However, a trained Jigglypuff should be able to maintain control, provided the trainer offers sufficient care and attention, which would allow Jigglypuff or Electrode to be more cheerful. At that point, self-destruction should not be termed as such, but rather as a special move, Big Bang. While both self-destruction and the Big Bang move share a common origin, they are vastly different. Self-destruction is entirely uncontrollable, causing immeasurable harm to Jigglypuff or Electrode, and the destructive power of the explosion is incalculable. In contrast, the Big Bang move allows Jigglypuff and Electrode to regulate the amount of energy released during the explosion, thereby controlling its magnitude. Generally, a trainer may not discern whether Jigglypuff is self-destructing or executing the Big Bang move, but Tetsuhira certainly could. Upon realizing this, Tetsuhira's opinion of the competitor soured considerably. It seemed likely that this trainer had hastily caught a Jigglypuff merely to participate in the grand tournament, without cultivating a bond or practicing the special move beforehand. Such a utilitarian approach was exceedingly disappointing. In contrast, Xiaoguang, despite having recently captured a Zeraora, exhibited a level of synergy in battle that was already evident. Zeraora was obedient, clearly indicating a strong bond with Xiaoguang. With Xiaoguang as a shining example, Tetsuhira found himself increasingly disillusioned with this competitor. If one could adequately train a Pokémon of Zeraora's caliber, how could they nearly cause an explosion with a mere Jigglypuff? The disparity in competence was glaring. Nevertheless, Tetsuhira ultimately refrained from delivering overly harsh remarks, swallowing some of his words. Sumiyu's evaluation was succinct. I am not pleased. It was hardly surprising that he felt this way. This was akin to someone attempting to sabotage the event. If an explosion had occurred, it would have spelled disaster for him as well. Nurse Joy, usually gentle, wore a serious expression as she offered a few terse comments before escorting the competitor away. Though her words were not excessively harsh, it was evident to all that the score would likely be dismally low. While scoring, Nurse Joy glanced at Sumiyu, and upon noting a large 0 beside this competitor's name, she hesitated before ultimately assigning a score that was the minimum possible, save for a 0. Regardless, this incident merely constituted a minor interlude in the Zijing special tournament, and after the competitor exited the stage in dejection, the competition continued. Among the subsequent passers-by, one trainer wielding a Raichu delivered a splendid performance. This Raichu showcased impressive speed and electrical prowess, earning Tetsuhira's commendation. Sumiyu also appeared pleased. Nurse Joy offered her praises as well, indicating a strong likelihood of advancement. Xiao Yao was the third-to-last competitor to take the stage. The appearance of Electivire was undeniably impactful. its robust physique exuding a sense of formidable strength. Xiaoyao's performance was impeccable, as thunder reverberated throughout the entire stage, perfectly showcasing the formidable power of the Electivire. Aside from the shock brought by Zeraora, the second most impactful presence was undoubtedly the Electivire. The first round of evaluations swiftly concluded, and the large screen illuminated, displaying 8 frames flashing continuously. Vivian's voice resonated appropriately. The first round of evaluations has ended, and the following 8 contestants have advanced to the second round. Lin Dong observed that both Xiao Wang and Xiaoyao had unsurprisingly progressed. The competitors utilizing Mudfish, Electivire, and Raichu were also prominently listed. The other 3 contestants were somewhat familiar to Lin Dong, employing Magneton, Swablu, and Electrode respectively. As the 8 frames lit up, the groupings for the grand battle competition were revealed. Once again, Xiao Wang and Xiaoyao found themselves in different halves of the draw, with Xiao Wang placed in the upper segment and Xiaoyao in the lower. The specific matchups were as follows: Xiao Wang against a trainer wielding Magneton. In the other upper segment, Raichu faced Electrode, while Xiaoyao battled a trainer with Electivire, and in the lower segment, Mudfish contended with Swablu. Xiao Wang was set to commence the first match of the second round. After a brief intermission, Xiao Wang and a passerby trainer positioned themselves on opposite sides of the trainer area on stage. As Vivian began her commentary, the countdown commenced. Zeraora, use Thunder Punch. Xiao Wang took the initiative without hesitation. Magneton, use. The passerby remained remarkably calm, preparing to issue a command. However, in the next moment, he witnessed Zeraora transform into a shimmering flash of yellow, instantly appearing before Magneton. A powerful punch landed squarely on Magneton's face, sending it hurtling outside the arena. Magneton's body crashed against the wall behind, collapsing to the ground with its 3 eyes now resembling X's. My goodness, with just one move, Xiao Wang's contestant had dispatched Magneton. It was rendered incapable of battle. Witnessing this scene, even the seasoned host Vivian lost her composure. It is rare, even in a grand competition, to witness such a swift knockout. In this instance, Zeraora had evidently not moderated its strength, mistakenly assuming all opponents were akin to the gym leader's Lurantis. Thus, it unleashed the same force it had employed against Lurantis upon Magneton. The passerby trainer was on the brink of tears. Had he known Zeraora's intentions, he might have fainted on the spot. This was merely a grand competition, yet he was facing the might of a gym leader's premier Pokémon. How could he possibly compete? No, I want to partake in the grand competition. With Magneton incapacitated, the passerby trainer's score was naturally reduced to 0. Regardless of the dazzling techniques he might have had yet to showcase, he had no opportunity to do so today. The next pair of contestants in the upper segment took the stage. They exchanged incredulous glances, bewildered by the rapid turn of events. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Didn't we just have a grand battle competition? Nevertheless, since the host had summoned them, the match must commence. The countdown had already begun. The trainer wielding Electrode was a female, while the male with Raichu displayed no mercy. In terms of strength, speed, and electric energy reserves, Raichu, as a fully evolved form, far surpassed Electrode. Consequently, there were no unexpected developments in this battle. As the 5-minute countdown concluded, the male with Raichu retained half of his score, whereas the female with Electrode was left with but a sliver. Had she been given another 30 seconds, her score would have surely reached 0. The first round of matches in the upper segment concluded, with Xiao Wang and the Raichu trainer advancing to the next round. At this moment, the male trainer remained unaware of the gravity of the situation. Chapter 184. The Overwhelming Might of a Final Evolution. The competition in the lower segment commenced immediately. The first match featured Xiaoyao's Electivire facing off against a passerby trainer's Electrode. The clash between a final evolution and a mere evolution is always a topic of great interest. In reality, final evolutions do not always guarantee victory. A prime example is Ash's Pikachu overcoming Raichu in the Leaf Gym, where the latter, having been forced to evolve immediately after capture, had lost its speed advantage. Pikachu triumphed due to its superior speed. Such dynamics are even more pronounced in a grand battle competition. Many baby forms can effortlessly execute dazzling techniques, while their larger forms often struggle to perform the same. Xiao Wang's Pachima opted not to evolve, which might incur some disadvantages in a standard competition, yet it could prove advantageous in a grand contest. However, this dynamic does not apply to Electivire and Electrode. The latter is not a speed-oriented Pokémon either, while it possesses slightly greater speed than Electivire. That minor edge cannot compensate for the vast disparity in power. The seemingly formidable Electrode appeared diminutive before the imposing Electivire, resembling a mere child. Electrode used Charge Beam. The passerby launched an aggressive onslaught right from the start. Although the power of Charge Beam is limited and unlikely to inflict significant damage on Electivire if it lands, it could still deduct some points from Xiaoyao. This is a grand competition. Even if one cannot win through brute force, one may triumph through skill. The passerby's strategy was sound, yet he overlooked one crucial factor. When the disparity in power reaches a certain threshold, even the most elegant techniques become ineffective. Electivire. Use Thunder. A robust beam of lightning enveloped Electivire. The star-shaped rays emitted by Electrode were obliterated upon mere contact with the lightning, dissipating into nothingness. Moments later, a column of lightning surged toward Electrode. The Thunder technique can either summon lightning directly from the sky to strike the opponent or form a lightning column around oneself, directing it towards the opponent like a tornado. The distinction lies in that the first method minimizes energy loss, maximizing damage, while the second serves a defensive purpose but incurs some power loss. This was knowledge Lin Dong gleaned from the animation, which he imparted to Pikachu, and naturally, he also shared these techniques with Xiaoyao and Xiaoguang. Of course, Xiaoguang might find them less applicable. With Zeraora's speed, most moves could be easily evaded. However, for a sluggish giant like Electivire, these tactics proved invaluable. As the lightning column approached, Electrode began to panic. It did not cease its charge beam assault. Yet it could not impede the advance of the lightning column. Countless star-shaped rays were obliterated by the lightning, and Electivire's stunning counterattack had already cost the passerby points. In the next heartbeat, the lightning column collided with Electrode. Electrode cried out in pain. Although it possessed some resistance to electric-type moves, the level disparity between it and Electivire was simply too vast. As an observer, Lin Dong had to concede that the electric-type Pokémon nurtured by the Huang family were indeed formidable. The power they wielded was astonishing. The passerby trainer began to grasp that something was amiss. Electivire was not merely a simple evolution boosted by an electric amplifier. Its inherent strength was astonishing. Its level must be terrifyingly high. However, it was too late to express any concerns now. Having been struck by Electivire's thunder, Electrode had sustained considerable damage, and its movements were already affected. The electric shock beast's power seemed inexhaustible, as the first bolt of lightning had barely dissipated before the second one struck. Naturally, the electric beast was unable to evade and was hit by the second bolt. At that moment, a third bolt was also directed towards the electric beast under the control of the electric shock beast. Thus, the onlookers witnessed a remarkable scene. The electric shock beast relentlessly unleashed dazzling pillars of lightning upon the electric beast, which stood there like a mere stake, unable to retaliate. In this state of helplessness, the use of lightning bolts minimized energy expenditure, but more importantly, it was a spectacle to behold. The electric shock beast's outstanding and magnificent display undoubtedly caused a significant deduction in points for the onlooker. Yuguang saw his score plummet by more than half, and tears nearly welled up in his eyes. However, his anguish did not last long. When the fourth bolt dissipated, the electric beast collapsed to the ground, its eyes spiraling like a mosquito coil. Having lost its combat ability, the onlooker's score was reset to 0. At this point, only 2.5 minutes had elapsed in the battle, leaving half the time unused. Xiaoyao successfully advanced to the next round, and her opponent, unsurprisingly, was the man wielding the mud fish. In the recently concluded final match of the first round, another participant using the cottony Pokémon had nearly burned out his CPU, unable to comprehend why his electric attack had no effect on the mud fish. However, the time for the dazzling battle was limited to 5 minutes, leaving him little to no time for reflection. Many comebacks in the arena often stem from a moment of inspiration or a quick-witted response, arising from both accumulated experience and innate talent. Clearly, this participant lacked sufficient experience and remarkable talent. His electric attack dealt no damage whatsoever, and was effortlessly countered by the opponent. Thus, his score was swiftly depleted. Until the end, he remained oblivious to the underlying reasons, as he could not fathom that the mud fish could fly, emit electricity, and utilize the water gun technique. He would never have guessed it possessed a ground type. Regardless, this stunning journey in the dazzling contest had come to an absolute conclusion. After a brief respite, the final match of the upper bracket commenced. Xiaoguang's Zeraora faced the onlooker's Raichu. Zeraora used Thunder Punch. Xiaoguang issued an aggressive command right from the outset. Raichu used Quick Attack to dodge. The onlooker promptly reacted. Having observed Xiaoguang's performance in the first round, he knew this peculiar feline Pokémon possessed extraordinary speed. Therefore, he commanded Raichu to utilize Quick Attack immediately. In his mind, Raichu, empowered by Quick Attack, could rival Zeraora's speed. However, ideals often clash with harsh realities. Chapter 185. Another instant defeat. The frustrated mudfish. The onlooker watched in disbelief as his Raichu had yet to initiate its move when Zeraora appeared before it like a streak of yellow lightning. A fist enveloped in intense electrical currents loomed larger in Raichu's sight. Upon seeing Zeraora, Raichu froze in fear, akin to a mouse confronted by a cat, unable to react in time. Thus, Zeraora sent Raichu flying with a single punch. Raichu crashed against the wall before tumbling to the ground. Following in the footsteps of the previous Magnemite, its eyes spiraled into a dazed state, having lost all combat ability. The onlooker's score was instantly reset to 0. A moment of silence enveloped the arena, quickly followed by gasps of astonishment. Goodness! Another blow. Another one-hit knockout. After effortlessly defeating the Magnemite with a single punch, Xiaowang's Pokémon struck down Raichu with yet another blow. Vivian could no longer contain her excitement, her commentary filled with awe. The onlooker stood frozen in place, still processing the events. The countdown had barely begun before it concluded. The entire process took mere seconds. In truth, it is not typical for a second-tier Pokémon to annihilate a first-tier Pokémon with such exaggeration. Although Zeraora is a mythical Pokémon, to claim that it can one-hit all first-tier Pokémon would indeed be an overstatement. However, the reality is that Pokémon trained by general coordinators for dazzling contests often lack raw power. For instance, a Luxio trained by a serious trainer is unlikely to compare to a wild Luxio. A Luxio raised from a young age by a coordinator participating in dazzling contests may struggle to defeat even a wild counterpart without the trainer's guidance. It is essential to recognize that wild Pokémon must hone their abilities for survival. Although Pokémon often perform better in instinctive battles, their effectiveness can significantly diminish when following a trainer's commands. The Dazzling Contest Bureau has indeed recognized this issue. Many coordinators focus excessively on practicing flashy techniques while neglecting the foundational strength of their Pokémon, resulting in skills that are more ornamental than practical. Conversely, some gym leaders, after learning dazzling techniques, have enhanced their combat capabilities. This illustrates the disparity. In reality, mutual enhancement through collaboration is what the Dazzling Contest Bureau aspires to see. This is why there exists a rule in dazzling battles. Once a Pokémon loses its combat ability, it is declared defeated. Yet, this seemingly straightforward rule, which encourages coordinators to emphasize the development of their Pokémon's strength, remains largely overlooked. Currently, the vast majority of dazzling battles conclude without any Pokémon losing their ability to fight. Victories are determined solely by scores at the 5-minute mark. Therefore, Yusuke admired Xiaowang's 2 instant knockouts, appreciating the hope it might inspire among some novice coordinators to shift their focus from merely practicing flashy techniques to nurturing their Pokémon's foundational strength. As for those who might argue that Xiaowang's one-hit knockouts lack elegance, nonsense. Just look at that unparalleled speed. It is a perfect amalgamation of speed and power. If that isn't flashy, then what is? Of course, actions like Xiaomon's, which aim to obliterate opponents in dazzling contests, undoubtedly cross a line for either party. Such behavior would never be tolerated in alliance conferences or dazzling contests. After a moment, prompted by Vivian's reminder, the onlooker finally realized that his dazzling contest journey had come to an end. He suddenly recalled that during the first round of the dazzling battle, Xiaowang had just stepped onto the stage before it was his turn to compete against his opponent. With this realization, the onlooker's spirits lifted once more. After all, he was not the one who had been instantly defeated. With that previous participant having set the bar lower, he felt less embarrassed. After all, if a Magnemite, with its steel-like body, could be taken out in one blow, how shameful was it for his Raichu to suffer the same fate? It was quite normal. The onlooker quickly adjusted his mindset and departed the venue. Next came the match that Lin Dong had been most eager to witness, Xiaoyao against the man wielding the mud fish. In the face of the formidable electric shock beast, the man maintained a confident smile. He was a coordinator from the Unova region, and the mud fish was a Pokémon he had captured there. In this enchanting region of Fanyuan, not only do few individuals possess knowledge of it, but even the Pokédex lacks comprehensive information. This is precisely where its allure lies. The mud fish, endowed with the ground type, enjoys immunity against electric-type assaults, and intriguingly, it possesses the ability to fly. No one could ever conceive that a Pokémon capable of flight, capable of generating electricity, and adept at water gun, would also belong to the ground type. Thus, the gentleman gracefully gestured for Xiaoyao to proceed. Without hesitation, Xiaoyao commanded the Electrike to advance. Electrike, use Brick Break. Upon hearing Xiaoyao's command, the man was taken aback. What? Brick Break? He exclaimed in bewilderment. The next instant, he witnessed Electrike sprinting towards the mud fish, delivering a powerful chop with its hand. The strength contained within Electrike's robust physique was formidable indeed. The mud fish let out a pained cry. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyao urged, Electrike, use heavy slam. Upon hearing this directive, the man's face turned pale. He wished he could slap himself for his earlier arrogance. Serves you right for showing off. Serves you right for showing off. Serves you right for showing off. An important lesson reiterated thrice. In the blink of an eye, he observed Electrike adopting an unconventional stance as it descended upon the mud fish. Electrike's entire weight transformed into potential energy, crashing down upon the mud fish with tremendous force. Damn it, the man couldn't help but curse. He was aware of Electrike's prowess. Although not as heavy as Snorlax, its size hinted at considerable weight. He recalled that Electrike must weigh at least several hundred kilograms. Meanwhile, his mudfish? He had measured it before. It weighed a mere 10 kilograms. The consequences of being crushed by a creature weighing over 10 times its own weight were all too predictable. Mudfish, quickly use Mudshot. The man urgently commanded. Unfortunately, his order came too late. Electrike had already descended. No matter how resilient the mudfish might be, it could not muster the strength to execute its ultimate move under such overwhelming pressure. The mudfish grumbled internally. Foolish trainer, serves you right for showing off. Mudshot. I can't even open my mouth. Under the oppressive weight of Electrike, the mudfish felt infuriated, yet it was utterly powerless. Chapter 186. Achieving victory and collecting 5 ribbon badges. In such dire circumstances, all the mudfish could resort to was its electric-type move. But would this move even be effective against Electrike? It wouldn't be entirely useless, yet its impact would be minimal. The spectators watched in astonishment as this dramatic scene unfolded. No one could have anticipated that Xiaoyao would forsake Electrike's most proficient electric-type moves in favor of Brick Break and Heavy Slam, ultimately yielding unexpected results. The man was furious. Had he known this would occur, he would have simply allowed the mud fish to take flight. If it had soared into the air, Electrike's Brick Break and Heavy Slam would have been rendered ineffective. Moreover, Electrike's ranged attacks primarily consisted of electric-type moves. Such a promising situation had been squandered. Yet, there is no remedy for regret in this world. It was too late for that. As Electrike rose from the mud fish, the latter's eyes had already taken on a spiral pattern, indicating its loss of combat capability. The meager points he had accrued were instantly nullified. The mud fish has lost its ability to battle. Let us congratulate contestant Xiaoyao for advancing to the final stage, Vivian announced, having participated in numerous grand tournaments. She had a passing familiarity with the relationship between Xiaoguang and Xiaoyao, hence she refrained from overly dramatizing the tense atmosphere. The final stage commenced amidst a harmonious ambience. Unsurprisingly, Xiaoguang emerged victorious. After all, the raw strength of Zeraora was undeniable, complemented by a trait even more formidable than that of the mud fish. However, it wasn't a swift defeat. While they were rivals on the battlefield, off the stage, they remained companions. Zeraora wouldn't unleash its full wrath upon Electrike. The two contestants, in perfect harmony, opted for a display of graceful techniques. In terms of elegance, Electrike paled in comparison to the nimble Zeraora, which effortlessly caused Xiaoyao to lose several points. As the 5-minute countdown concluded, Xiaoguang secured victory with a higher score. Vivian reflected on the final stage with a sense of nostalgia. She recalled the dazzling competition between Xiaoguang and Xiaoyao during the Kana conference featuring bug-type Pokemon. The splendor of today's battle surpassed that of the previous one. Yuyuki presented the electric ribbon badge to Xiaoguang. With this, Xiaoguang had achieved victory in the Pokemon contest at the Kana conference, the martial arts special tournament, the Kana conference, the Blaze special tournament, and the Violet special tournament, collecting 5 ribbon badges in total. She had now acquired her ticket to the grand celebration of elegance. This further ignited Xiaoyao's competitive spirit. To date, she had only attained a single ribbon badge at the Autumn Leaf Conference. A long journey still lay ahead. Congratulations, Xiaoguang, Yuyuki said. Next, we plan to host a special tournament in Orange Blossom City, themed around normal-type Pokemon. We sincerely hope you will participate. Yuyuki once more informed Xiaoguang of the upcoming Pokemon contest, though he knew that Xiaoguang already possessed ample ribbon badges. The one obtained from the martial arts special tournament could still be utilized in other regions' grand celebrations. Xiaoguang could certainly earn another ribbon badge. This was beneficial for Xiaoguang. But Yuyuki also had considerations regarding viewership ratings. Pokemon contests are broadcasted, and Xiaoguang's current popularity was undeniable. However, the people in this world were rather rational in their fandom, which was why Xiaoguang herself had yet to feel its impact. Nevertheless, the banners held by the fans in the venue revealed that they were not mere friends and family, but a true fan club. Xiao Wang's participation would undoubtedly enhance the viewership and atmosphere of the event. Thank you, Mr. Yuki. Our next destination happens to be Orange Blossom City. Xiao Wang expressed her gratitude. She no longer needed to accumulate ribbon badges, but that did not preclude her from attending local tournaments. If she refrained from participating in any contests before the grand celebration, her skills would surely dull. Just as trainers require battles to maintain their prowess, coordinators also need Pokémon contests to stay sharp. Moreover, their next destination was indeed Orange Blossom City. In the original series, the reason Ash and his companions had to return to Orange Blossom City was primarily that Ash had not challenged the Orange Gym on his first visit, having only engaged in a training match with Cyanwood. On the other hand, Lindong had no need to partake in any challenges. He had already secured the Scale Badge, his first badge obtained after arriving in this world. Nevertheless, when planning his route, he still included Orange Blossom City. This was because between Xene City and Orange Blossom City lay a place called Green Shade Town, which would host a Pokémon contest. Additionally, there was another opportunity ahead. A forest teeming with many Swablu and Altaria awaited. Indeed, this was the infamous dragon-type traitor, Swablu. In the anime, Xiaoyao rescued a Swablu, forging a bond, yet ultimately failed to capture it. Lindong believed that even if the storyline could not trigger precisely as before, he could still attempt to capture one. After all, the Chishi Blue Bird can indeed be classified as a dragon-type Pokémon. Even the weakest dragon still possesses draconic qualities, and its combat prowess is undeniably formidable. Whether in the League Conference or the Grand Festival, it exhibits a commendable performance. Moreover, it possesses a Mega Evolution, which has earned it the title of a traitor among dragon types. In essence, the Chishi Blue Bird represents a fortunate opportunity. If they manage to reach that destination, they will be but a stone's throw from Orange City. Lindong and his companions are not engaged in flood control, so they need not pass by their homes without entering. This allows them the chance to partake in the special tournament hosted in Orange City, achieving 2 goals at once. After bidding farewell to Yuki, Lindong and his 3 companions rested for another night in Zijing City before embarking on their journey to Luyin Town. The day was bright and pleasant, with radiant sunshine and a clear blue sky adorned with fluffy white clouds. However, in the unseen shadows, a Zapdos lay on the cold, hard floor of an iron cage, barely clinging to life. This ominous prison was a secret experimental base of Team Rocket. Dr. Dombois. It appears we have thoroughly drained this Zapdos of its potential. It holds little value for further experimentation, remarked a woman with golden hair. I am Nambois. Dr. Nambois. Interjected a balding man, his sides brimming with hair. Very well, Dr. Jinbo. The Huangya family has issued their demands, began a green-haired man, only to be interrupted by Dr. Nambois. For the umpteenth time, I am Dr. Nambois. Xiao Samling, somewhat bemused, replied, Doctor, my name is Xiao Samling. Chapter 187. The Arrogance of the Huangya Family. Sakaki's Attitude. This trio comprised Dr. Nambois, Yamato, and Xiao Samling. The ailing Zapdos was the very one that Lances had seized from Huangya Migong. Upon receiving word of the incident, the Huangya family immediately launched an investigation. Given their considerable influence, even the covert maneuvers of Team Rocket could not escape their scrutiny. Upon discovering that Team Rocket was responsible for the assault on Huangya Migong's father, Huangya Tian, was consumed with fury. He promptly declared that Team Rocket must surrender those who harmed Huangya Migong, return the Zapdos, and pay a staggering compensation. He proclaimed that should Team Rocket refuse, the Huangya family would declare war. Upon receiving this news, Sakaki's countenance remained unchanged. In his eyes, Huangya Tian was merely a buffoon. Indeed, the entire Huangya family were nothing more than a troupe of jesters. While they might hold some significance akin to the royal cards in a deck, in reality, they were merely pawns to be played. Sakaki's prompt decision to have his secretary, Makoto, inquire about the research progress was simply a strategic move to facilitate subsequent actions. In Sakaki's view, if the research reached completion, the Zapdos would become obsolete. Moreover, according to Dr. Nambo's prior reports, the Zapdos' innate abilities were rather mediocre. If returning it to the Huangya family could yield greater benefits, allowing the Zapdos to expend its remaining energy was a viable option. Sakaki was pondering how to extract value from the Huangya family, yet this temporary silence was perceived quite differently by Huangya Tian and his kin. Huangya Tian believed that Sakaki was intimidated, afraid of the Huangya family's formidable reputation, likely contemplating how to present lavish gifts to seek their forgiveness. One cannot deny that he was overly optimistic. Had Lin Dong been privy to this notion, he would have been doubled over with laughter, perhaps even fainting from it. To be fair, Other organizations such as Team Magma or Team Aqua might indeed need to tread carefully in the face of the Huangya family's threats. However, before the colossal entity that is Team Rocket, the Huangya family truly resembled a mere jester. It is true that Team Rocket currently refrained from encroaching upon the Huangya family's ancestral grounds, primarily due to the presence of a Zapdos there. Yet, this did not imply that the Huangya family possessed the audacity to provoke Team Rocket, as they would be incapable of breaching Team Rocket's base. Should the Huangya family ever dare to invade Team Rocket's stronghold, it would undoubtedly lead to their own demise. In essence, as long as they were not on the Huangya family's ancestral land, Team Rocket's odds of victory would be nearly absolute. However, Huangya Tian lacked this self-awareness. Within his worldview, safeguarding the family was a sacred duty, and local leagues ought to treat them as esteemed guests. Team Rocket, a mere underground organization, dared to challenge the dignity of the Huangya family, an affront that could not be forgiven. He was resolved to humiliate Team Rocket thoroughly to quell his fury. Thus, Huangya Tian awaited Team Rocket's visit for an apology, but after 3 days of waiting without a single sighting, he once again issued his demands. Yet, his pronouncements fell silent as if swallowed by the sea. How infuriating! In the Huangya family's council chamber, Huangya Tian slammed his fist upon the table, making a decisive resolution. Mobilize the family guard, annihilate the identified Team Rocket base. Huangya Tian effectively sentenced Team Rocket to death. As the current head of the Huangya family, his word was law, and no one dared oppose him. Indeed, within the Huangya family, Team Rocket was perceived as a minuscule organization they could easily obliterate. Such a trivial matter did not even warrant deliberation by the Elder Council. Consequently, a contingent of family guards set forth, marching menacingly toward Team Rocket's base. In truth, the base that the Huangya family had painstakingly located was merely one of Team Rocket's outposts. Sakaki was well aware that the Huangya family had identified this location, and he had already dispatched personnel to lie in wait. The leader of the Huangya family's guard, named Dograst, was commonly referred to as Goshing by Huangya Tian. Originally named Dogshing, Huangya Tian deemed it unseemly and renamed him. This new name resonated well, particularly given its connotation of victory, symbolizing unceasing triumph. Thus, Captain Goshing boldly took the lead and summoned forth his primary Pokémon. Go, Self-Destruct Magnemite, unleash Electric Cannon. The Self-Destruct Magnemite gathered metallic radiance before unleashing a powerful blast that shattered the door of the Team Rocket outpost. With a resounding crash, the entrance was obliterated. Bolstering Goshing's confidence, Team Rocket is nothing but this, a mere band of insignificant pests. Before ordinary individuals, they might flaunt their power. But before the might of the Huangya family, they were utterly inconsequential. With this mindset, Goshing swaggered forward, while within the Team Rocket outpost, a bald man clad in a black uniform emblazoned with an R emerged, his expression dark and foreboding. Who are you? This man, named Marcus, was a cadre of Team Rocket and the head of this outpost. Although Marcus had an inkling that this group was likely from the Huangya family, his orders dictated that he first entertain them and lure their leader out, only to capture them all in one fell swoop. Capturing the head of the Huangya family would be even more advantageous. Thus, Marcus feigned ignorance. Goshing, unaware of Marcus's ulterior motives, replied sternly, "You are with Team Rocket, are you not? I am the captain of the Huangya family guard. If you know what is good for you, release the esteemed Zapdos at once and offer your sincerity. Otherwise, I shall unleash a massacre." Marcus, upon hearing this, was instantly incensed. He could no longer maintain the pretense. "You are utterly audacious. I see you seek death. Go. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower." Marcus unleashed his formidable Pokémon, a Charizard. With a powerful roar, Charizard expelled a fierce flame directed at the Electrode. The Electrode, crackling with energy, retaliated with a brilliant beam of electric force, colliding with the fiery onslaught. The clash of these titanic energies resulted in an explosion, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Members of Team Rocket burst forth from their hideout, releasing their own strongest Pokémon, primarily consisting of Arbok and Weezing, alongside other poison-type Pokémon such as Zubat, Victreebel, Nidoking, and Beedrill. As for Marcus's second-in-command, although his mightiest Pokémon was a Croconaw, it was ill-suited to face the adept electric-type specialists of the Huang family. Thus, he opted to deploy a Golem. Chapter 188, Guosheng vs. Marcus. The Huang family's elite guard and the Team Rocket members swiftly found their respective adversaries, plunging into chaos. A grand battle was about to unfold. At the heart of this tumult, the Electrode of Guosheng and Marcus' Charizard became the focal point of the battlefield. While their prowess had yet to determine the victor of the battle, The morale boost for the winning side would undoubtedly be monumental, potentially influencing the ultimate outcome. This spurred both Guosheng and Marcus into a fierce determination, each striving to vanquish the other. The confrontation between Electrode and Charizard was akin to a duel of titans. A clash of ferocity. The Electrode, possessing both electric and steel attributes, was countered effectively by Charizard's fiery attacks. Conversely, Charizard, with its dual fire and flying types, found itself at a disadvantage against the Electrode. With a commanding gesture, Guosheng instructed, "Electrode, unleash your most formidable electric move, the Electro Ball." The Electrode complied, channeling its full electric might into a powerful beam, seemingly intent on obliterating both Charizard and Marcus. Not to be outdone, Marcus called out, "Charizard, show them the true power of fire, unleash Flamethrower. Let them know we are not to be trifled with." Charizard roared mightily, flames erupting from its body in a massive blaze directed at the Electrode. The Inferno threatened to engulf both the Electrode and Guosheng. As the Electro Ball and Flamethrower collided, the impending explosion loomed ominously. In a moment of typical restraint, one might expect to take cover or assume a defensive stance. However, in that instant, both Guosheng and Marcus seemed possessed by fervor, issuing further commands. "Electrode, use Thunderbolt. Charizard, unleash another Flamethrower." The ensuing confrontation of these two formidable attacks only intensified the chaos. A resounding explosion reverberated throughout the battlefield, sending shockwaves cascading outward. Guosheng was thrust backward several meters by the force of the blast, ultimately crashing to the ground. In contrast, the cunning Marcus sheltered behind Charizard's robust form, utilizing its mass to shield himself from the onslaught. Observing Guosheng's disarray, Marcus swiftly drew a dagger from his belt, stealthily advancing toward Guosheng under the cover of the smoke. This cataclysmic explosion not only interrupted the clash between Electrode and Charizard, but also reverberated through the surrounding combatants, halting battles on both sides. Countless eyes fixated anxiously on the epicenter of the battlefield. As the dust settled, a solitary figure stood triumphantly. The members of Team Rocket erupted in ecstatic cheers, their spirits soaring, for the figure was none other than their leader, Marcus. Meanwhile, the Huang family's morale plummeted as their gaze fell upon Guosheng, who lay lifeless in a pool of his own blood. Douglas, the Huang family's captain, known as Guosheng, stared wide-eyed, his face marred with blood and tears, filled with disbelief and terror in his final moments. Guosheng had never anticipated that Marcus would seize the opportunity to strike while visibility was obscured. As Marcus's dagger pierced his heart, Guosheng's mind raced through countless memories, each moment flashing before his eyes like a slideshow. Indeed, whether as a captain of the guard or as Guodai, the Huang family's protector, Guosheng had never truly faced such a brutal confrontation. The Huang family, under the League's auspices, had seldom encountered life-threatening battles, and neither did they expect to face such dire circumstances. This was exacerbated by the fact that Team Rocket had consolidated every underground faction across Kanto and Johto, with Giovanni's ambitions extending far beyond mere criminality. Acts of arson and robbery were beneath him. Giovanni sought only the most valuable targets, such as the legendary Zapdos. Upon hearing of the situation, Giovanni acted swiftly, dispatching Lance to resolve the matter. In summary, Giovanni had resolved to pursue a path of high-end acquisitions, ensuring that ordinary trainers could traverse the roads without fear of Team Rocket ambushing them for their Pokémon. This led to a peculiar phenomenon. Following Team Rocket's rise, the overt security in Kanto and Johto had markedly improved. Consequently, the League's stance toward Team Rocket remained ambiguous, with rumors suggesting that several families had tacitly accepted their existence. This misconception led the Huang family to underestimate Team Rocket, believing them to be a mere small organization surviving under the protection of various families within the League. What were Guosheng and Guodai typically engaged in? Guodai's so-called protective duties primarily involved assisting the Huang family in bullying others. Whenever a member of the Huang family found someone displeasing, they would send Guodai to teach the individual a lesson. Guosheng, while slightly more sophisticated, operated in a similar vein. Given their habitual dominance over others, it was unrealistic to expect Guosheng to suddenly exhibit remarkable combat prowess in a life-and-death struggle. Comparatively, even a standard Team Rocket member might possess greater combat capabilities than Guosheng. At this moment, Marcus found himself somewhat bewildered, having achieved success with surprising ease. He had sensed the Electrode's strength and acknowledged that his Charizard was slightly inferior. While it could withstand initial assaults, prolonged combat would likely see Charizard falter. Thus, he had contemplated a sneak attack on Guosheng. Yet, even while plotting this ambush, he felt a twinge of apprehension. For Guoxing's imposing physique and muscular build suggested formidable strength. Despite sharing a similar stature, Marcus knew that if his ambush failed, he would likely be vulnerable to an attack from Guoxing's Pokémon. A particular piece of intelligence from Team Rocket's upper echelons reverberated in his mind. The Huang family members, blessed by Zapdos, possessed a notable resistance to electric attacks. Thus, if the electrode struck both him and Guoxing simultaneously, it was conceivable that he might be incapacitated while Guoxing remained unharmed. Chapter 189. The Wrath of Huang Yi. The Huang family strikes back. What Marcus was unaware of was the extraordinary rarity of this blessing. Not every member of the Huang Yi family could lay claim to it, let alone allow an outsider like Guoxing to receive the boon of the Zapdos. As for Guoxing's physique, during his tenure with the Huang Yi family, he indeed had a penchant for fitness. However, his martial arts training was merely for show, lacking true combat efficacy. In essence, while he appeared formidable, he faltered under actual confrontation. Conversely, although Marcus's strikes lacked aesthetic appeal and might not exude the same gravitas, the techniques he acquired during his time with Team Rocket were practical and honed through countless battle missions, culminating in lethal proficiency. Thus, he swiftly dispatched Guoxing. Regardless of the circumstances, Guoxing succumbed to slumber, while Marcus stood with an air of triumph, invigorating the morale of Team Rocket. The battlefield gradually shifted to an overwhelming advantage for them, as the Huang Yi family lost their central figure and retreated incessantly. The self-destructing Magneton, bereft of a trainer's guidance, faltered before the might of Marcus's Charizard. While engaging in combat, Marcus remained true to his roots. Though Guoxing was merely a facade of strength, the Magneton indeed possessed some merit. Marcus found himself echoing Lin Dong's sentiments. The Huang Yi family may not be particularly impressive, yet their expertise in cultivating electric-type Pokémon was undeniable. Thus, Marcus produced the latest invention from Team Rocket's scientific team, a dark Pokeball designed to subdue adversarial Pokémon. With a single throw, the battered Magneton, stripped of any resistance, was captured. In his ears echoed the lamentation of the Magneton, now ensconced within the ball. Despite being a mere outpost, the official members of Team Rocket exhibited formidable combat prowess. In less than 15 minutes, the ground was littered with the defeated members of the Huang Yi family. Aside from a few timid souls who fled like startled rabbits, none remained. The Huang Yi family, naturally, did not venture forth with only a singular powerful Pokémon. Team Rocket commenced the cleanup, entering a looting phase. Those Pokémon that had yet to be released were swiftly confiscated along with their Pokeballs. Following the conflagration, the battlefield was left devoid of anything but ashes. Not far away in the woods, Lance lowered his binoculars, rendered speechless. The elite squad of Team Rocket he led had originally planned to ambush the Huang Yi family. Yet now, aside from the welts from mosquito bites, they had gained nothing. Autumn mosquitoes were indeed formidable, Lance couldn't help but muse. Even more astonishing was the realization that Marcus's outpost displayed combat prowess akin to that of the autumn mosquitoes. Although Marcus's stronghold was among the more formidable within Team Rocket, annihilating an elite guard of the Huang Yi family was remarkably fierce. The Huang Yi family was, after all, a protective lineage. This level of ancient family, a premier entity within the alliance, was not to be trifled with. If every outpost boasted such strength, Team Rocket might as well obliterate the alliance outright. Of course, Lance merely jested. From the recent confrontation, he gleaned much insight. The overall strength of the Pokémon cultivated by the Huang Yi family surpassed that of Team Rocket, yet their trainers were lacking, dragging down the prowess of these powerful creatures. If he, Lance, were in command, eradicating Marcus's outpost would pose no challenge whatsoever. However, with the plan gone awry and the higher-ups of the Huang Yi family absent, this significant matter warranted a report to Sakaki. Boss. Lance dialed Sakaki's number. Lance, what is the situation? Sakaki inquired, sensing from Lance's tone that Team Rocket had triumphed, though the extent of their victory remained uncertain. Apologies, boss, an unforeseen development has arisen. Lance replied. What kind of development? Sakaki pressed. The Huang Yi family's guard was obliterated by Marcus and his team, Lance reported candidly, adding, aside from a handful who managed to flee. Not a single soul was left alive. Sakaki was taken aback. No matter how he calculated, he had never anticipated Marcus's ferocity. He was relatively familiar with the strength of the outposts he commanded. While the elite guard of the Huang Yi family might not be a match for Lance, they should have posed no trouble for one of his outposts. It was known that Team Rocket maintained a stronghold in nearly every town and had several secret bases in the wilderness. Their numbers only slightly fewer than that of Pokémon centers. If every outpost possessed such strength, Sakaki mused he could confront the alliance head-on. However, the deed was done. and he had to recalibrate the battle plans. Lance, continue your ambush nearby. I suspect the fleeing members of the Huanya family will return, and this time, they will undoubtedly send someone significant. To be safe, I will dispatch additional reinforcements your way. Sakaki issued his orders, offering a few encouraging words before ending the call. Lance felt somewhat dazed, realizing he would have to endure more mosquito bites. However, the thought of reinforcements arriving provided some solace against the onslaught of mosquitoes. Meanwhile, the Huanya family members returned home, tearfully recounting their embellished tales of the battle to Huang Etienne. Furious, Huang Etienne exclaimed, "Damn that Team Rocket, resorting to ambush. Truly the vermin of the sewers, devoid of honor." Summon Huang Yexiang at once. Soon, a robust middle-aged man with a goatee entered the hall and knelt respectfully. Huang Yexiang pays his respects to the master. Huang Yexiang, Team Rocket has gone too far this time. I command you to lead an elite force and annihilate them. Huang Etienne ordered decisively. Huang Yexiang, clearly sharing the same mindset as Huang Etienne and lacking in ingenuity, readily agreed, "Rest assured, master, I will not fail in this mission." Taking a contingent of elite family members, Huang Yexiang set forth with double the numbers compared to Go Sheng's previous expedition. A throng of them surged once more towards the Team Rocket base. At this juncture, Lance realized he had overestimated the situation. The additional reinforcements did not alleviate the mosquito burden, but instead attracted more of them. Lance was quite uncomfortable, yet powerless to change his fate. Upon witnessing Marcus reveling in a grand celebratory feast within the base, surrounded by merriment, his expression turned a shade of green. This Marcus, does he have no regard for his leader? Dining and drinking in the stronghold, while I'm out here feeding mosquitoes? How outrageous. Inside the stronghold, Marcus sneezed. However, he brushed it off, assuming it was merely the Huanya family members cursing him from behind. Chapter 190, versus Marcus. Huang Yexiang's ultimate move. Huang Yexiang, leading a cadre of elite family members, arrived before Marcus's stronghold. "Come forth, Zapdos." Huang Yexiang unleashed his Pokémon and declared, "Team Rocket, come forth to meet your demise." His voice rang out powerfully, resonating with vigor. Even Lance, concealed in the woods, caught wind of it. Finally, reinforcements have arrived. Lance's spirits lifted. He fervently hoped that this challenger would prove substantial, sparing him from further mosquito torment. The autumn mosquitoes were indeed relentless, managing to draw blood even through his clothing. Within the stronghold, Marcus emerged alongside his Rocket Team companions. Even before their figures fully materialized, 2 Pokeballs had already been hurled into the fray. It was Marcus's Charizard, accompanied by his subordinates, Geodude. Numerous electric-type Pokémon excel in swiftness, prompting Marcus to exercise utmost caution, ever vigilant against the potential ambush by the Huanya family. As it turned out, he had overestimated Huang Yexiang's intellect. "You, the one who slaughtered members of the Huanya family?" Huang Yexiang inquired with a fierce tone. "And if I did, are you here to meet your demise?" Following the battle of the previous day, the enigmatic and formidable aura surrounding the Huanya family had completely dissolved in Marcus's mind, leaving behind only bare arrogance and hubris. Marcus stood resolute, unyielding. "Seek death, Raichu." Utilize Thunderbolt. Enraged, Huang Yexiang made his move. "Charizard, unleash Flamethrower." Marcus swiftly commanded his Charizard. He found the encounter somewhat tedious. The Huanya family members seemed to possess a limited repertoire of attacks. A fierce clash erupted as a brilliant bolt of electricity collided with a blazing flame, resulting in an explosive detonation. Just as Marcus hesitated to employ his dagger once more, he glimpsed a yellow figure surging forth from the haze. It was Raichu, enveloped in crackling electricity. "Raichu, use Volt Tackle." Seizing a fleeting moment of obscured vision, Huang Yexiang executed a daring maneuver that yielded unexpected results. Marcus swiftly recognized that he had no time to react. At that moment, his subordinate, previously still, issued a command. "Geodude, roll out." Geodude curled into a ball and rolled toward the oncoming Raichu. Though Raichu was indeed robust, it paled in comparison to the sheer weight of Geodude. The two collided, sending Raichu flying backwards. "Ack!" Raichu crashed onto the ground before Huang Yexiang, crying out in pain. "What?" Huang Yexiang's eyes widened in shock and fury as he glared at Marcus and his subordinate. "You lack martial ethics? Martial ethics? Have you failed to recognize the current predicament? This is a struggle for survival." Marcus spat disdainfully. "Very well, Huanya family members, heed my command and advance." With a wave of his hand, Huang Yexiang signaled his elite members to dispatch their Pokeballs. The elite cadre led by Huang Yexiang constituted the backbone of the Huanya family, significantly stronger than the ordinary guards. This was the true strength of the Huanya family. Each of these elites summoned more than 2 primary Pokémon, with one being the family's iconic electric type, while the others varied widely in attributes, particularly favoring the starters from the Kanto and Johto regions. Consequently, in a group battle, they would not be at a disadvantage regarding type matchups. Observing the Huangya family's full-scale assault, the Rocket Team members refused to be outdone, promptly deploying their own primary Pokémon, predominantly Arbok and Weezing. While the Rocket Team members were not significantly inferior to the Huangya family's guards, they paled in comparison to the elite members. The Rocket Team members soon found themselves in a defensive position, unable to counter effectively. Nevertheless, the battle-hardened Rocket Team members managed to engage the Huangya elites, allowing Marcus and Huangya Xiang to maintain a one-on-one battlefield. Raichu and Charizard faced off against one another. Raichu sought opportunities to attack, leveraging its impressive speed, while Charizard soared into the sky, capitalizing on its aerial advantage. Huangya Xiang summoned another electric type, while Marcus unleashed a Steelix. Huangya Xiang was wary of Charizard potentially launching an aerial assault against him. In contrast, Marcus utilized Steelix as a safeguard against Huangya Xiang's electric strikes. Steelix's spikes acted like a lightning rod, drawing the electric energy from nearby electric-type moves. Both sides executed their offensive and defensive strategies with great precision, resulting in a stalemate. Marcus felt a twinge of frustration. In terms of pure Pokémon prowess, Raichu was inferior to Magneton. From a biological standpoint, Raichu also fell short compared to both Magneton and Charizard. However, as a pure electric-type Pokémon, Raichu held an advantage over Charizard in terms of type effectiveness. Huangya Xiang's Raichu had been well-trained, at least in terms of physical prowess. After sustaining a rollout attack from Geodude, Raichu had not suffered serious injury, merely experiencing momentary pain. At present, Marcus did not perceive any impact on Raichu's speed. Raichu deftly evaded numerous attacks from Charizard through swift maneuvers. Of course, Raichu was temporarily unable to mount a counteroffensive against Charizard. If it came down to a contest of sheer attack power, Charizard would undoubtedly prevail. Huangya Xiang was left seething with frustration. Originally, with Charizard airborne, he could have exploited Raichu's or his other electric-type speed to execute a surprise attack on Marcus. However, Marcus had countered by deploying Steelix. Now, as long as Marcus remained sheltered behind Steelix, Huangya Xiang's electric types were rendered ineffective against him. Huangya Xiang was on the verge of exploding with rage. In his view, having entered the fray himself, he should have been able to crush the Rocket Team effortlessly. Now, the situation had reached an impasse. Despite holding the upper hand, Huangya Xiang felt that failing to achieve a decisive victory was a loss of face. Thus, he resolved to unleash his ultimate move. Excellent. To force me to this extent, aside from the family head, you are the first. Huangya Xiang removed the glove from his left hand, revealing an exquisite bracelet. To perish beneath my full power is an honor for you. Remember this name, Huangya Xiang. Raichu ceased its rapid movements, and electric arcs crackled around Huangya Xiang. This extraordinary spectacle, if witnessed by an ordinary person, might be mistaken for a divine being descending from the heavens. Was this the blessing of Zapdos, a unique ability bestowed upon the members of the Huangya family? With Huangya Xiang's self-introduction coupled with his electrifying prowess, Marcus could now ascertain that Huangya Xiang was indeed a member of the Huangya family.